You have clearly awakened an SSS-level talent for life theft, yet you are forced to be a lowly jailer on the 18th floor of the prison. Every day, you're either whipping prisoners with a lash, or piercing them with bone-breaking nails, and you don't complain about it at all. Instead, you transform into the most dedicated jailer in the prison's execution room. This is all because you gain lifespan every time you punish a prisoner. You can even steal their entire beast garden by executing them. The beast garden not only grants you immortality, but you can also consume it to draw various martial arts techniques. Today is your first day at the prison, and you are currently standing at the entrance of the headquarters. Below the headquarters is an 18-story prison. From now on, you'll serve in the prison. I'll familiarize you with the process after we arrive at the headquarters and hand over everything properly. You follow a colleague with a cold expression to the dungeon. As the heavy iron door creaks open, a chilling wind rushes in. You shiver instinctively as a voice suddenly echoes in your mind. Under the assault of demonic energy, your lifespan decreases by 0.1, and a translucent phantom suddenly appears before you. Name, Sang Biao, low-level talent with no martial arts, 0. 6 years of remaining lifespan, can consume lifespan for draws to obtain martial arts and techniques. Faced with this sudden situation, you glance at the condemned man, remaining silent, but your pace quickens. This is the first level of the prison, where ordinary criminals are held. You will work here from now on, and you must not wander without orders. After following your stoic colleague around, you have a general understanding of your surroundings. I'm innocent. I really didn't kill anyone. Please, help me. This is a blood-soaked man with disheveled hair. He shouts for help towards you through the bars, his innocent eyes filled with sincerity. Without a second thought, your stoic colleague picks up a thick whip and swings it down on the man's head. The man screams in agony as the whip lashes against his skin, leaving him trembling. You find it hard to bear this sight. Turning away to ask your colleague, he suddenly sneers, "Do you really believe someone like him?" This man is known as Bloodhand. He loves to kill children under 8. There are at least 80 children who have died by his hands. If this kind of person is innocent, then the world must be a bright and sunny place. You glance back at the man with a sense of disgust. He is slowly licking his own blood, his face twisted with a perverse obsession and pleasure. "Today I'll teach you well, so you won't fall for their tricks one day." He hands you the whip, saying, "Use it hard on him." You take the whip, take a deep breath, and mimic your colleague's motion as you swing it down fiercely. The man lets out a painful wail as you whip him, and you gain 0.1 years of lifespan. You blink in disbelief and try again, swinging the whip hard, gaining another 0.1 years of lifespan from this notorious criminal. Confirming it's not an illusion, your eyes widen in shock as a translucent panel appears before you again. Name, remaining lifespan, 0.8 years. Indeed, your lifespan has increased, and you can clearly feel your aging body improving. Each whip can steal a month of lifespan. As you look at the man again, your eyes gleam with excitement. With loud cracks, you successfully steal a total of 10 months of lifespan from him, adding to the previous 2 months, making a full year. Your once pale complexion now has a hint of color, and your coughing has decreased in frequency. After delivering 12 strikes, the loud whip has exhausted most of your energy, forcing you to take a break. Remaining lifespan, 1.6 years. Each side represents a month, 12 times equals a full year. What about 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times? Then your lifespan would be endless. Thinking of this, you take a deep breath to suppress the excitement rising in your throat. The previously pleading Yushao looks at you as if seeing a devil. You whip him twice more, but this time, your lifespan doesn't increase. You speculate there must be a limit to how much lifespan you can gain each day, or perhaps there's a restriction on stealing from the same person daily. Just then, your stoic colleague interrupts, "Come with me." You immediately put down the whip and follow him forward. Your colleague silently leads the way, and after a while, he suddenly says, "You're adapting quite quickly," without waiting for your response. He continues, "But that's good, it saves me from wasting more breath. Remember, anyone locked up here is a ruthless criminal. If they haven't taken at least 100 lives, they have taken dozens. They don't deserve sympathy." Your colleague speaks without concern, guiding you to familiarize yourself with the surroundings. This layer of the prison is the last of the 18 levels. According to your colleague, this level holds the prisoners who have committed the fewest murders in the entire prison. The higher you go, the more serious the crimes become, and likewise, the strength of those prisoners becomes increasingly terrifying. When you first entered the prison, you lost a month of lifespan just from the invading dark energy. If you stayed near those immensely powerful prisoners, you doubt you would last even a few days. As you pass by, you see many imprisoned criminals, including one being dragged away by 2 jailers. Your stoic colleague is already accustomed to such situations, Prisoners sent here will never live to see the outside again. Their crimes deserve no mercy. You can feel your colleagues' intense hatred for these criminals. Half an hour later, you receive a token for the 18th level of the prison from the storeroom. Then you return to your dormitory. Since it's your first day, you don't have to work and can rest all day, but you can't sit still. Name, Sang Biao, remaining lifespan, 1. 6 years. You look at your lifespan, which has increased by a whole year, feeling incredibly excited. However, you quickly calm down. You know the dangers of this world since you just crossed over, even though you seem safe in the headquarters now. In reality, there are numerous dangers. Earlier, you noticed a note at the bottom of the panel stating that you can consume lifespan to draw for martial arts and techniques. If your golden finger only increases lifespan, its usefulness is limited. But if you can really use lifespan for draws, it would be a chance to change your fate. Please open the draw panel. You glance at the translucent draw panel that appears before you. The items on the grid and wheel are all shrouded in black mist, obscuring your view. However, there is a line of small text directly below the roulette. The roulette changes with one's lifespan, even if your own lifespan has increased. But in this chaotic world of demons and monsters, strength is the only truth. As you glanced at your demon-subduing palace, you noticed another line of small text in the center of the roulette. Each draw requires a minimum of 1 year of lifespan. The more lifespan you inject, the more abundant the rewards. You looked at this line of text. The more you looked, the more familiar it felt, seemingly tempting you to draw. But at this moment, you had no choice. Please help me inject 1 year of lifespan for the draw, you silently recited in your heart. In the next moment, you suddenly felt a wave of weakness wash over you, and then the roulette enveloped in black mist began to spin. With your anxious heart, the rapidly spinning roulette gradually came to a stop, and the black mist of the third section slowly dissipated until it fully appeared before you. 10 years of cultivation in the next moment. You felt an unbearable heat throughout your body, with multiple warm currents surging within you. The barrier that had always held you back from becoming a dancer suddenly vanished. Name, Sang Biao, level, 9th tier dancer, minor city technique, demon subduing art, remaining lifespan, 0. 6 years. You sat cross-legged on the bed, feeling the obvious changes in your body. With steady and deep breaths, you could clearly sense that your physique was continuously improving. At this moment, you felt your vital energy boiling and surging wildly throughout your body, accompanied by an indescribable joy, as if a long-standing ailment had been cured. Looking at the panel overview, the 10 years of cultivation from the 9th tier dancer draw only allowed you to surpass the threshold of a 9th tier dancer. You realized just how poor your cultivation talent was with this body. At that moment, urgent footsteps suddenly echoed outside, and indeed, the dormitory door was opened from the outside. A disheveled man stood at the door. He looked in and locked eyes with you. He was momentarily stunned at the sight of you, then quickly gathered himself and spoke first. "You're old Sang's son, right?" You nodded. At the mention of old Sang, the man sighed sadly and offered a few simple words of comfort to Lin Nan, expressing his condolences. Those in this profession could die at any moment. All they could do was strive to stay alive. "Come with me, I'll help you get familiar with old Sang's work," he said. You didn't refuse and got up to follow him out. "My name is Guda, you can call me Old Gu from now on. If you encounter any difficulties, come find me, and please don't hesitate. After all, I don't know how long I can live," Old Gu said half-jokingly. Old Gu then led you to the interrogation room. Before you even stepped inside, you could clearly hear the screams coming from within. The sounds of whips cracking continuously echoed, as even the tough men of the Rao family found it hard to withstand. The piercing screams were incessant, while the executioners paid no heed. They continued to whip vigorously. As long as the prisoners weren't killed, no one cared about the severity of the beatings. If a prisoner were to be beaten to death in the interrogation room, however, it could lead to some trouble, and you might face a punishment of 1 or 2 months. Just as Old Gu was about to take you into the interrogation room, a nearby officer suddenly called out to both of you. "Old Gu and the one beside you, prisoners are being sent down from above. Hurry over to help." Upon hearing this, Old Gu immediately stopped in his tracks and hurriedly led you to receive the prisoners. On the way, Old Gu explained to you that new prisoners would be sent down from above at irregular intervals, and no matter what you were doing at that time, you must put everything down. You must go receive the prisoners immediately, and while in the sky prison, never believe anything that the prisoners say. Listening to Old Gu's teachings, you nodded and committed it to memory. Before long, Old Gu brought you to the place to receive the new prisoners. There were 2 men dressed in black armor standing, with a blood-soaked prisoner in prison garb between them. "This is the prisoner sent to your 18th floor. Please keep a close watch on him." Yes, we will watch him closely. "Please rest assured, my lord," was the best response to give. As the two men slowly ascended in the person who had just respectfully spoken to them was the deputy commander from the 18th floor of the Sky Prison. Yu and Old Gu stood at the back of the officers, observing these two important figures. They are from the Zhenma Temple, Old Gu whispered, adding, they are different from us. We're merely officers of the Sky Prison, dispensable, while they are all 8th tier warriors. They are legitimate officials of the Zhenma Temple, and their treatment is worlds apart from ours. Old Gu glanced at Yu and said, how envious. But envy won't help. To enter Zhenma Temple, you must at least be an 8th tier warrior. You listened in silence, biting your lip, wondering if being an 8th tier warrior was enough to join the Zhenma division. Just as you were pondering this, Fu Tongling was randomly selecting people to take the new prisoners for a proper lesson. Fu Tonglin scanned the crowd and immediately set his sights on you at the back. The reason was clear, the others were all rough-looking men, covered in dirt, while you were clean and had a fair appearance. If not you, then who else? You, that's you, Commander Fu pointed in your direction. Seeing this, Old Gu quickly pulled you forward. My lord, he is Old Sang's son, he just arrived today to take over his father's position. Fu Tongling gave a light grunt and then began to scrutinize you. Old Gu, make sure to guide him more often, alright? Rest assured, my lord. You take him along to the interrogation room and loosen up this prisoner's bones first. Upon hearing this, Old Gu quickly took hold of the prisoner with you. As you walked, you tried to assess the prisoner, but his disheveled hair obscured his entire face. Soon, you arrived at the interrogation room. Old Gu was very considerate, letting you step back a bit before he and the duty officer bound the prisoner securely to the torture rack. Next, they laid out all the torture devices, a whip with steel spikes, a bright red iron cap heated by bamboo charcoal, and a set of separately placed iron nails. The prisoner's hair was roughly pulled back, revealing a face covered in muddy blood, and then you saw the prisoner's details. Prisoner, Zhang Qiudong, 7th tier warrior, blood type, 28, remaining lifespan, 71 years. Just as your colleagues finished preparing a set of torture instruments, Old Gu suddenly waved you over. Seeing this, you quickly stepped forward. Old Gu pointed to the instruments, patting your back. According to the rules of the Sky Prison, every new officer must personally administer the first punishment to the newly arrived prisoners. Don't be nervous, do you see those nails? You followed Old Gu's and saw a row of iron nails along with a small hammer, specifically designed for practitioners like them. Using the hammer, you would drive these nails into the prisoners' acupoints one by one. This would suppress their cultivation, rendering them powerless. After explaining this, you demonstrated some acupoints on the prisoner Zhang Qiudong, then signaled you to begin. With a hammer in your right hand and a nail in your left, you struck down heavily, driving the nail into Zhang Qiudong's body. Zhang Qiudong, who had been in a daze, suddenly woke up, his eyes filled with fierce hostility, as if he wanted to devour you with that gaze. You used the bone-breaking nail to severely injure Zhang Qiudong, stealing 5 years of his lifespan. Your lifespan increased by 5 years, leaving you with a remaining lifespan of 5 years. You had reached the limit of lifespan theft on this target without having time to feel surprised. Zhang Qiudong stared at you intensely, his voice raspy as he said, "Kid, I'll remember you. Soon, I'll personally find you and make you taste what you've dished out today." He had, ha 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 ha. Without waiting for Lin Chen to speak, he saw Old Gu beside him swing his arm and slap Zhang Qiudong's bloodied face hard, spitting out, "Pa, you piece of trash, you still want to take revenge? Do you believe I can make you not see tomorrow's sun?" In fact, on the 18th level of the Sky Prison, neither the guards nor the prisoners could see the sun. Lin Chen thought to himself. He did not take Zhang Qiudong's threat to heart, nor did he have any reservations. The blood debts Zhang Qiudong had accumulated far exceeded those of Xiao. In comparison, Xiao could only be considered a minor character in front of Zhang Qiudong. Zhang Qiudong had once slaughtered an entire city of civilians for a magical artifact, refining their souls so they would never be reincarnated. A 7th grade martial artist could massacre an entire city of civilians. What about a 6th grade martial spirit? 5th grade, or even 4th grade, and above? Truly, the chivalrous use of violence disrupts the law. If there was nothing to make them feel fear, they would have no reservations. In their eyes, people were like ants that could be crushed at will. Just weeds. Next, Lin Chen drove the remaining iron nails into Zhang Qiudong's body one by one. Even though Zhang Qiudong tried to grit his teeth and endure, he truly could not withstand it. Before long, he let out a painful groan, which quickly turned into a wail. You used bone-piercing nails to seriously injure Zhang Qiudong, and the lifespan you have plundered has reached the daily limit. After the first time he seriously injured Zhang Qiudong with the bone-piercing nails, every subsequent time was limited by the daily cap on plundered lifespan, and he could not gain more. A total of 6 bone-piercing nails were embedded in Zhang Qiudong's body. Lin Chen speculated that it seemed a person's limit for plundering lifespan was 5 years. However, he did not know if this limit would change with his own cultivation level. Now, Zhang Qiudong's meridians were sealed, dragged out of the torture chamber like a dead dog. The head of the torture chamber was very satisfied with Lin Chen's performance. He specifically instructed Old Gu to take good care of him. Old Gu repeatedly agreed while leading Lin Chen out of the torture chamber. Let me tell you, in places heavy with een and resentment like this, you should avoid coming as much as possible in the future. After a pause, Old Gu glanced at Lin Chen, who still looked weak, and moved his lips. It's easy to shorten your lifespan. Lin Chen repeatedly acknowledged Old Gu's kind advice. As for whether he would listen, that was obviously impossible. He had just plundered 5 years of Zhang Qiudong's lifespan. Originally, Zhang Qiudong had 71 years of lifespan, and when he was dragged out, he had only 66 years left. His appearance showed no significant change. It seemed the plundered lifespan was still less. Name, Lin Chen. Realm, 9th grade martial artist. Minor achievement, cultivation method, demon subduing technique, proficient, 231/2000. Remaining lifespan, 5. 6 years, 5 years of lifespan. Although it didn't seem much, one had to know that there were more prisoners than just Zhang Qiudong on the 18th level of the Sky Prison. He had just learned from Old Gu and others that there were currently a total of 123 prisoners held on the 18th level. If each prisoner provided him with 5 years of lifespan every day, that would be 615 years of lifespan. However, Lin Chen's naive idea quickly fell through. After parting ways with Old Gu, Lin Chen did not rush back to the dormitory for the prisoners' reform but instead wandered around the 18th level of the Sky Prison. Prisoner Su Mo, 9th grade martial artist, remaining lifespan 1 year 3 months. Prisoner Jin Wui, 9th grade martial artist, remaining lifespan 0 years 7 months. Prisoner Zhou Tong, 8th grade martial artist, remaining lifespan 5 years 3 months. A large portion of the prisoners held here had been imprisoned for a long time, and because they had to endure punishment every day, even if they had a lot of lifespan, they would eventually be tortured to death. Regarding this situation, Lin Chen could only regret that he had come too late. If he had entered the Demon Suppression Division's prison earlier, he could have plundered more lifespan from these prisoners. Although Lin Chen already possessed 5 years of lifespan, he did not plan to use it for deduction immediately. Lin Chen felt that with the qualifications of his current body, even if he used up all 5 years, would he be able to break through to an 8th grade warrior? Lin Chen was uncertain. To be safe, he decided to wait a few more days and plunder more lifespan, aiming to gather at least 20 to 30 years. If talent was lacking, then lifespan would make up for it. Returning to the dormitory, the other 3 roommates had already come back. Their reaction upon seeing Lin Chen was quite bland. Rather than being bland, it was more like they had gotten used to it. People like them had seen batch after batch of newcomers since the prison was established. They could die any day, so in their view, there was no need to build good relationships with colleagues. Seeing this, Lin Chen decided not to disturb them and went straight to sleep. For several consecutive days, Lin Chen was active in the execution chamber. He took over the tasks of the execution officers, who expressed great satisfaction with this arrangement. They didn't have to do the work themselves and still received their monthly salary. It was simply delightful. Over the course of several days, Lin Chen had tortured all 123 prisoners on the 18th level. Except for Zhang Qiudong, there was not a single 7th grade martial artist among them. The highest was only an 8th grade warrior. It seemed that the highest cultivation level among the prisoners in the 18th level was indeed an 8th grade warrior. Zhang Qiudong, a 7th grade martial artist, should logically have been imprisoned on the 17th level. Lin Chen casually inquired with Old Gu and soon understood the reason. It turned out that not long ago, there had been a prison break on the 17th level, releasing all the prisoners there, resulting in almost all the officers on that level being killed, and the 17th level was severely damaged. Now, the 17th level was under reconstruction, and the prisoners originally belonging there were temporarily housed in various other levels. Although the prisoners on the 18th level were all below 8th grade, the sheer number of them was still considerable. Moreover, there was Zhang Qiudong, the lifespan ATM, who provided a daily withdrawal limit of 5 years. After several days of effort, Lin Chen's lifespan also broke through the 30-year mark, reaching 33 years and 6 months. Late at night, the 3 colleagues in the dormitory were on night duty, leaving Lin Chen alone. He sat cross-legged. "Please help me inject 10 years of lifespan for a lottery." In the next moment, 10 years of lifespan was deducted. Lin Chen had 23 years and 6 months of lifespan remaining. The black mist roulette began to spin. Blood burning technique note. This is a 7th grade technique that can directly lead to the realm of 7th grade martial artists. In the next instant, Lin Chen suddenly felt a new technique in his mind, deeply imprinted in his sea of consciousness. The blood-burning technique, as the name suggests, uses vitality and lifespan as fuel, burning fiercely for cultivation. If this technique fell into the hands of those with short lifespans, they might die before even breaking through to become a martial artist. Burning vitality and lifespan destined this technique to be unpopular. One's poison is another's honey. The blood-burning technique perfectly matched Lin Chen's ability to plunder lifespan. In the prison, what Lin Chen lacked the least was lifespan. Lin Chen looked at his remaining 23 years and 6 months of lifespan. Ha! He exhaled a breath of turbid air. Please help me inject 20 years of lifespan for a lottery. Although the blood-burning technique was very suitable for him, Lin Chen was not satisfied with just that. With the injection of 20 years of lifespan, Lin Chen could clearly feel that the black mist enveloping the roulette had increased, and the 9 slots on the roulette were flashing with strange light, clearly indicating their extraordinary nature. Indeed, you get what you pay for. The roulette began to spin, and Lin Chen held his breath in anticipation. For a full 20 years of lifespan lottery, Lin Chen did not want to draw anything useless. The roulette started spinning rapidly, then gradually slowed down, and finally began to turn slowly, until it came to a stop. One of the slots revealed a black mist that gradually dissipated. A pill shining with dazzling golden light appeared before Lin Chen's eyes. A pill. Lin Chen's heart sank. He had originally hoped to draw some extraordinary martial arts or divine weapons with 30 years of lifespan, but the result was just a pill. Lin Chen looked down at the blood-melting pill in his arms, feeling a wave of bitterness in his heart. It seemed he was just too unlucky. Supreme Blood Cleansing Pill, 6th grade pill, current lottery price tier limit. Note, after consumption, it can reshape one's root bone talent with no side effects. This. Lin Chen looked at the prompt before him, already overwhelmed with excitement. In just this minute, Lin Chen felt what it was like to be on a roller coaster. It was too thrilling. Lin Chen examined the seemingly ordinary pill in his hand, but his heart was already bursting with joy. What Lin Chen needed most now was not some martial arts. It was the absurdly lacking talent. The 10 years of cultivation he had drawn earlier was barely enough to help him break through the threshold of a 9th grade warrior due to his poor talent. If it were someone else, they would probably be at least at the 8th grade level by now. 7th grade was also not out of the question. Without talent, one cannot go far in cultivation. Now, the opportunity to defy fate was right before him. Ha! Lin Chen took a deep breath and then tilted his head back to swallow the supreme blood cleansing pill in one go. The pill went down his throat and instantly dissolved, transforming into countless warm currents that swept through Lin Chen's meridians. About a quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide, excitedly feeling the changes within himself. Not only had the previously blocked meridians all been unblocked, but he had also opened up many of the absolute meridians and the extraordinary Ran and Du meridians in his body. Lin Chen was now undoubtedly a cultivation genius. Cultivating for a day could equal more than 10 days of others' efforts. Name, Lin Chen. Talent, Superior Realm, 9th grade warrior, minor achievement, martial arts, demon suppression technique, proficient, 231/2000, blood burning technique, not started, 0/2000, remaining lifespan, 3. 6 years burn 1 year of lifespan, cultivate. Lin Chen took out 1 year of lifespan to apply to the blood burning technique, sitting cross-legged as his body felt like a furnace, blood and energy surging. In less than half a quarter of an hour, 1 year of lifespan was burned up completely. The speed at which the blood burning technique consumed lifespan was too fast. Conversely, Lin Chen could clearly feel that his understanding of the blood burning technique had deepened significantly. Blood burning technique, proficient, 264/5000, indeed. With the boost of his superior talent, Lin Chen had cultivated the blood burning technique to proficiency by merely burning 1 year of lifespan. If it had been before, he would have been far from even starting. As his understanding of the blood burning technique improved, Lin Chen's cultivation level also changed. Realm, 9th grade perfection, just one step away from breaking through to the 8th grade realm. Lin Chen wanted to continue cultivating, but unfortunately, the 3 dormitory mates on duty returned, and Lin Chen had to get dressed and take over the duty. According to the duty arrangement of the vice captain, it seemed that Lin Chen would have no intersection with them for the rest of his life. Lin Chen still had 2 years and 6 months of lifespan left, and at the rate of burning lifespan with the blood burning technique, this amount was hardly enough. Therefore, Lin Chen was not in a hurry to cultivate but instead began to accumulate lifespan. For the next 10 days or so, Lin Chen repeated the same tasks day after day, dragging prisoners to the torture chamber, taking action, dragging them back. Unfortunately, the lifespans of the prisoners on the 18th level were already close to being unable to withstand Lin Chen's high-intensity plundering. For the sake of sustainable development, Lin Chen had to slow down the speed of plundering lifespan. After all, if these prisoners were to die one after another at his hands, it wouldn't be good for him either. He would definitely attract the attention of those above him afterward. It wasn't until half a month later that the deputy commander came down from above, accompanied by a young man dressed in a blue robe, just like Lin Chen and the others. The young man's age was not much older than Lin Chen. His name is Shunli. He has been assigned to our 18th level by the higher-ups, and he will be your new colleague from now on. After the deputy commander publicly announced this, he immediately noticed Lin Chen in the crowd. Recently, Lin Chen's exemplary work in the torture chamber had spread throughout the 18th level. This naturally caught the deputy commander's attention. He was quite satisfied with Lin Chen, such a diligent and honest subordinate. If it weren't for the fact that he knew Lin Chen was in poor health and wouldn't last long, he might have wanted to transfer Lin Chen to his side. Lin Chen, take him around and help him get familiar with the place. After being directly called out, Lin Chen immediately accepted the task. The deputy commander then casually gave a few more instructions before leaving. Lin Chen glanced back at Xinli, whose gaze was wandering. "Come with me." "Oh, okay." Xinli quickly followed. Lin Chen gave Xinli a faint glance, his eyes lingering on him for 3 seconds. And suddenly information about Xinli appeared in his mind. Xinli, age 19, 8th grade warrior, remaining lifespan 80 years. An 8th grade warrior. Lin Chen was shocked, but he still pretended nothing had happened and withdrew his gaze. Old Gu had mentioned before that an 8th grade warrior could work in the Demon Suppression Division. The difference in treatment and status between working in the Demon Suppression Division and being a jailer in the prison was like heaven and earth. Xinli, a perfectly good 8th grade warrior, chose not to work in the Demon Suppression Division but instead came to the 18th level of the prison. Moreover, from the deputy commander's demeanor, he seemed unaware that Xinli was an 8th grade warrior. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to neglect Xinli. He would have wanted to burn incense and worship him. Concealing his identity from everyone and entering the 18th level of the prison, Lin Chen stared at Xinli's tall shadow cast by the dim candlelight, lost in thought. This is where the prisoners are held. Lin Chen finally brought Xinli to the cells where the prisoners were kept and gave a brief introduction. Xinli, who had been unresponsive, suddenly brightened at the mention of the cells. Although he quickly concealed it, Lin Chen still caught it. Lin Chen continued to act as if he were unaware and led Xinli further inside. The previously taciturn Xinli suddenly became enthusiastic, trying to engage Lin Chen in conversation, but his gaze kept darting around, scanning the cells on either side. Until he spotted a particular solitary cell, his gaze lingered. Lin Chen casually glanced in the direction of Xinli's gaze. The prisoner in that cell was none other than Zhang Qiudong. Zhang Qiudong in the cell seemed to sense something, suddenly raised his head, and when he looked at Lin Chen, his eyes were filled with fierce killing intent. These prisoners are all vicious criminals, do not be deceived by their words. Lin Chen, mimicking old Gu's manner, earnestly warned Xinli. Recently, he had been particularly harsh on Zhang Qiudong, subjecting him to 18 different tortures. Xinli's expression remained calm as he nodded, saying, "I have heard about Zhang Qiudong's crimes outside. I didn't expect him to be tortured to this extent. It's truly gratifying." Lin Chen glanced at Xinli out of the corner of his eye and saw that he indeed showed no signs of abnormality, which made him feel slightly relieved. He still didn't know why Xinli was disguised as a jailer. However, it was best to be cautious in everything. In the following days, Xinli, being the new jailer, worked alongside Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt no sympathy for the prisoners in custody, nor did he have the fear and panic of a newcomer. Several times, Xinli saw Lin Chen clench his fists when Zhang Qiudong was being tortured. "Lin Chen, isn't this a bit too harsh?" Xinli finally couldn't help but ask when he saw Lin Chen about to press a red-hot branding iron against Zhang Qiudong's face. "This is just the beginning," Lin Chen replied, looking at Xinli with some confusion. "Today's punishments include water torture, whipping, fire torture, and so on. Those haven't even started yet. This is just an appetizer." In truth, Lin Chen didn't want to be so cruel to Zhang Qiudong, but he had already squeezed nearly everything he could from these prisoners in the 18th level. If he continued, it might really cost someone their life. "By the way, you can handle the remaining whipping. You need to get used to the work of the Demon Suppression Division. I'll be here to encourage you," Lin Chen said, handing Xinli the whip, which was covered in salt water and sharp iron wires, and gestured with his eyes for him to act quickly. This whip was specially made by the Demon Suppression Division. Generally, prisoners with weaker constitutions couldn't withstand more than a few lashes. Lin Chen had only used it twice himself, and if it weren't for Xinli's strange gaze towards Zhang Qiudong, he wouldn't want to test him like this. After all, the other party was an 8th grade warrior. How could he possibly feel sympathy for a vicious criminal? Xinli took a deep breath, looking at the whip in his hand. Seeing Lin Chen with his arms crossed, examining him, he could only muster the resolve to lash Zhang Qiudong twice. With each strike, the iron wires instantly tore away chunks of flesh, and the salt water further stimulated Zhang Qiudong, causing him to tremble and wail in agony. "This whip is too cruel. We can't whip him like this. If we continue, someone will die. If Zhang Qiudong really dies, we won't be able to escape the consequences." "Don't worry, I know my limits," Lin Chen said, then poured a bucket of salt water directly over Zhang Qiudong. Lin Chen, Zhang Qiudong, will not kill you. I swear I won't be human." Zhang Qiudong's heart-wrenching screams echoed throughout the Demon Suppression Division. Shen Li's face turned pale, and he made an excuse that he couldn't bear to watch such a bloody scene and quickly left. "Oh, Lin kid, you're really putting in a lot of effort today," I heard Zhang Qiudong's screams from the other prisoners' torture rooms. Kuda said, giving Lin Chen a thumbs up while bringing him freshly cooked food from the kitchen. After enduring the torturous punishment, Zhang Qiudong finally managed to catch his breath. "You've been performing well lately. It's just this place that's hard on you." Guda sighed heavily and handed Lin Chen a chicken leg from his bowl. Thinking of Lin Chan's remaining lifespan of just over half a year, Guda turned away and quietly wiped away his tears. Lin Chen had been hungry all day, but he didn't care about that. He took a big bite of the greasy chicken leg. It was so delicious. "I feel like something's off with the newcomer Shen Li today," Lin Chen thought for a moment and reminded Gudi. He couldn't directly say that the other party was an 8th grade warrior. What if someone from above came to inspect? That would be a huge problem. "Don't worry, we're just ordinary people working as clerks. How could we possibly turn the world upside down?" Guda had been working here for so long that he had seen all kinds of newcomers and was no longer surprised. While his words were rough, they made sense upon careful consideration. Who knew what Shen Li's true intentions were? Anyway, Lin Chen just needed to do his job well. Shen Li hadn't hindered him. Half a month later, Shen Li's interrogation methods became increasingly proficient, and Lin Chen also let down his guard. One day, Zhang Qiudong, who had just finished being tortured, was covered in wounds, resembling a dead dog hanging from chains, his body a bloody mess. He was emaciated to the extreme. Lin Chen didn't spare him a glance, tidied up his belongings, and prepared to return to his room to rest. The next moment, Zhang Qiudong suddenly let out a shrill, maniacal laugh, his voice reaching a frenzied pitch. "Tonight, Lin Chen, you will undoubtedly die. I, Zhang Qiudong, want to kill, and even the gods cannot stop me." He laughed savagely, his features twisted as if he were a demon crawling up from hell, roaring madly to bite off Lin Chen's neck. Bang! Lin Chen smashed a hammer directly onto his leg bone, which shattered instantly, blood and foam gushing from Zhang Qiudong's mouth, yet he continued to laugh maniacally. Crazy! Lin Chen decided to ignore him, heading straight back to his room to rest. Name, Lin Chen, talent, superior, realm, 9th grade warrior, perfection, skill, demon suppression technique, mastered, 231/2000, blood burning technique, not started, 264/5000, remaining lifespan, 23. 6 years, after half a month of accumulation, he had only gained 23 years of life. Sigh. Lin Chen let out a deep sigh. This efficiency was much slower than when he first entered the heavenly prison. Now, each prisoner had a daily limit on the lifespan they could plunder, based on their remaining lifespan. If a prisoner had 100 days left, they could only plunder 1/10 of that, which was 10 days. Moreover, since he couldn't let a prisoner die at his hands, Lin Chen could only take small bites. Not every prisoner was like Zhang Qiudong, who had a wealth of lifespan. Zhang Qiudong was indeed good, but he couldn't take a beating. He was summoned for questioning every few days. Tonight, Shen Li and a few other guards were on duty, so Lin Chen had no business and could rest early. At this moment, Shen Li directly snapped the necks of several guards, having endured for half a month, waiting for this day. His eyes flickered with a bloodthirsty light. All the cell doors on the 18th floor were opened by Shen Li, and over 100 bloodthirsty prisoners surged out. They killed anyone they saw, not even sparing the corpses on the ground, pouncing to bite off throats and enjoy a mouthful of warm blood. Shen Li opened Zhang Qiudong's cell door, his eyes bulging. He hadn't expected Zhang Qiudong to be tortured so badly by Lin Chen. With a wave of his hand, a powerful gust of wind struck Zhang Qiudong's body, shattering all the chains on him, and then he immediately fed Zhang Qiudong several pills. "I will tear Lin Chen's body into pieces." Boom! The cell door was smashed open, creating a large hole. "Run! Run!" The huge noise jolted the sleeping Lin Chen awake, and the cries for mercy filled the entire 18th floor. Lin Chen exclaimed in alarm. He hurriedly put on his outer garment and went out. At this moment, the 18th floor was in complete chaos. The ground was littered with severed limbs, and a strong smell of blood surged into the sky. The entire 18th floor was filled with screams, and this hellish scene made the deputy commander's heart break with fear. He panicked and rushed to the basket area to send a signal, requesting support from other levels of the Demon Suppression Division. Poof! A sharp pain shot through his body as a hand pierced through his chest. He turned back in disbelief, and a twisted face from the slaughter appeared before him. It was Zhang Qiudong. His eyes revealed a bloodthirsty light as he grinned at the deputy commander. With a whoosh, the moment Zhang Qiudong pulled his hand out, he crushed the deputy commander's heart, sticky blood covering his hand. The deputy commander's eyes bulged, his lips weakly parted, but he could only spit out a mouthful of blood before collapsing to the ground. Zhang Qiudong eagerly swallowed the crushed heart, his injuries visibly healing at a rapid pace. Ding dang! Several crisp sounds rang out as 6 broken bone nails shot out. Zhang Qiudong felt his blood surging, his internal energy flowing smoothly, and the lost power finally returned to his body. This feeling of being fully energized was something he hadn't experienced in a long time. He laughed heartily, then his gaze darkened to the extreme. These broken bone nails on the ground were a gift from Lin Chen. When he finds Lin Chen, he will swallow him alive, making Lin Chen watch as he devours him. At this moment, many prisoners in the dormitory area have rushed over. These incarcerated prisoners are all at least 9th grade martial artists. Among the low-ranking officers, very few can reach the 9th grade martial artist level, and they are utterly powerless to resist. The weapons in the officers' hands were seized, and one by one, they fell into pools of blood, the sounds of slaughter rising and falling. The faces of the prisoners were twisted with mad laughter, their eyes filled with endless hatred and brutality, wielding the swords and knives taken from the officers, killing wantonly. The screams only fueled their excitement, the long-suppressed resentment finally released. Their laughter was sharp and piercing, mingling with the desperate wails. In just a moment, the bodies of the dormitory officers were piled haphazardly together, blood flowing like a river, the scene unbearable to witness. The large officer's uniform had already been stained red with blood, and he was hiding in a corner of the dormitory area, while the prisoners were feasting on the corpses on the ground, enjoying themselves. He fought to suppress the urge to vomit, trying to keep his breathing steady. The large officer's arm had been cut, and he only held a long knife for self-defense. All the other officers with him had already died. If he could just hold on a little longer, the people from the Demon Suppression Division would arrive and put an end to this riot. Suddenly, a black figure burst in, and the large officer focused his gaze. Wasn't that Lin Chen? Seeing that the other prisoners had already noticed Lin Chen, the large officer no longer cared about anything else and hurriedly jumped out, shouting, "Lin Chen, what are you doing here?" The large officer rushed over, grabbing Lin Chen and pulling him to run outside. "Lin kid, hurry, find a safe place to hide. I can hold on for a while longer until the Demon Suppression Division sends someone to suppress them." Unfortunately, all of this was in vain. The prisoners had blocked their escape routes as soon as they discovered them. With no way to retreat, the large officer stood in front of Lin Chen with his knife, whispering, "We'll find a chance to escape later." The prisoners saw Lin Chen's eyes glowing with a fierce light. They had suffered greatly at his hands, and now it was time to settle the score. "Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, we've been waiting for you for a long time." A prisoner charged forward, swinging a knife at Lin Chen's head with incredible speed, so fast that even the large officer couldn't react in time. Thud! The blade sliced through the throat, blood spraying everywhere. The prisoner stared wide-eyed in terror, blood gushing from his throat. No matter how he tried to cover the wound, it was futile. Lin Chen's stance with the knife remained unchanged, and the large officer was astonished to find that, somehow, Lin Chen had already moved in front of him, and the weapon in his hand had been taken by Lin Chen. How is this possible? The large officer stared at Lin Chen in shock, completely unaware of when this kid had learned such skills. Successfully killed prisoner Jian Hai, plundering his remaining lifespan of 1 year and 2 months. Lin Chen's expression brightened. There was such a good thing? He hadn't expected that killing a prisoner would directly plunder all their lifespan, and this unexpected gain instantly filled him with motivation. With so many prisoners still around, if he killed them all, wouldn't he become rich? With this thought, Lin Chen's spirits lifted, and he hurriedly instructed the large officer, "Old Gu, you hide behind me. I'll take care of these people." Upon hearing this, the large officer immediately came to his senses, exclaiming anxiously, "There are so many prisoners here, how can we kill them all? We should hurry and escape." Lin Chen couldn't care less about that. With so many prisoners, how could they escape? It was better to just kill them all. He brandished his knife and strode directly into the crowd of prisoners. He was already at the peak of the 9th grade martial artist level, more than enough to deal with these people. Lin Chen didn't use any fancy moves with the knife, he was just fast and ruthless, cutting down anyone he saw. The surrounding prisoners didn't even have time to scream before their heads were severed or their throats cut. Several criminals attempted to ambush Lin Chen from behind. Just as they charged forward, Lin Chen seemed to sense something and immediately raised the steel knife in his hand. He spun around and stabbed several times, directly eliminating these criminals on the spot. Kill, kill, kill. Lin Chen's speed increased, making it seem as easy as chopping vegetables. Successfully killed criminal Yu Qiu, plundering 3 months of remaining lifespan. Successfully killed criminal Li Yang, plundering 1 year and 4 months of remaining lifespan. Successfully killed criminal Hua Shufei, plundering 6 months of remaining lifespan. A series of notifications made Lin Chen even more ferocious in his killing, his eyes shining brighter. He looked even more terrifying than these criminals. So strong. Lin Chen was far from an ordinary 9th grade martial artist. The criminals were filled with dread, each of them had taken countless lives, and now that their own lives were at stake, they began to cherish their lives. The criminals started to retreat, their eyes filled with terror as they looked at Lin Chen, not expecting that this small 18th floor had a master. Guda's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this still the Lin kid he knew? This was too fierce. He gave a thumbs up in his heart. Old Lin truly raised a good son. The criminals in the entire dormitory area scattered in all directions, and Lin Chen would not let the opportunity for fresh lifespan slip away. The remaining criminals rushing over saw Lin Chen covered in blood, exuding an aura of one man holding the pass against 1,000. The criminals were all terrified, and at this moment, not a single one dared to step forward. The knife in Lin Chen's hand was already stained red and broken. He picked up another one and kicked a severed head on the ground, his eyes filled with wild excitement. Suddenly, a hoarse and excited voice came from the front of the dormitory. Lin Chen, you really have some skills, not an ordinary person. Die at my hands, come back in your next life to be my ox or horse. Zheng Qiudong walked in slowly, his cold gaze sweeping around before finally landing on Lin Chen. The criminals felt a surge of confidence upon seeing Zheng Qiudong and rushed forward. Zheng Qiudong's realm was that of a 7th grade martial master, definitely capable of leading them to escape the demon suppression division smoothly. The officers on the 18th floor had been mostly slaughtered by them, leaving only Lin Chen and Gude. If we kill them, we can escape smoothly, Master Zhang, we're counting on you. One of the criminals looked eagerly at Zheng Qiudong. The other criminals also began to flatter him. As long as we can get out, I'm willing to be an ox or horse. Lin Chen is just a 9th grade martial artist, he's killed so many, we must not let him benefit. Yes, Master Zhang, kill Lin Chen, I want to use his head as a urinal. Zheng Qiudong sneered, his eyes filled with disdain. He waved his hand, signaling the criminals to come closer. The criminals thought Zheng Qiudong had some orders and hurriedly gathered in front of him. The next moment, Zheng Qiudong's expression darkened, and he suddenly struck. His movements were as fast as lightning, his hands, like steel claws, pierced into the chest of the nearest criminal, instantly extracting his heart, blood gushing out. Zheng Qiudong greedily grasped the wound, draining all the blood, and then casually tossed aside the body, the criminal's face still showing lingering shock and fear. The other criminals were terrified, their souls nearly leaving their bodies, and they all began to retreat, running for the exit. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Zheng Qiudong was like a demon from hell, launching a series of attacks. One by one, criminals were drained of their blood and collapsed to the ground. Zheng Qiudong coldly shook his hands, flicking off the blood, and turned to look at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with coldness. With this blood, his power had already recovered to 80%. Crushing Lin Chen was easier than squashing an ant. Lin Chen watched in agony. All of this was his lifespan blood packs, all wasted by Zheng Qiudong. It was simply a waste of resources, utterly infuriating. Shenli thought of the humiliation he had endured over the past half-month and glanced at Zheng Qiudong, saying, "You recover from your injuries first, this brat is mine." Zheng Qiudong nodded and casually instructed, "Just don't kill him." A cold smile crept onto Shenli's lips as he slowly drew the curved blade from his waist and walked towards Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, prepare to die." The curved blade sliced through the air, creating a sharp silver arc. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he quickly swung his knife to block. Clang! The blade instantly snapped in two. Lin Chen dodged with incredible speed, but the curved blade swiftly changed its attack angle, viciously grazing his lower back. In an instant, a wound was cut open. The pain in his waist made Lin Chen gasp, realizing that an 8th grade warrior was indeed extraordinary. Burn a year of lifespan. In just a breath, Lin Chen's martial power surged, and the immense aura left Shenli utterly astonished. Zheng Qiudong's eyes widened as he shouted, "He's burning his lifespan, enhancing himself." Having seen much in his time, he naturally recognized this technique, but it was a heavy toll on one's lifespan, and most warriors only used it in life and death situations. Upon hearing this, Shenli's expression changed drastically, and he no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. Feeling the overwhelming martial power coursing through him, Lin Chen took a step forward, his fists like heavy iron, and struck out instantly. Shenli dodged, but Lin Chen quickly unleashed dozens of punches. Each hit landed with force, leaving Shenli's body numb and his internal organs shaken. Good, you forced my hand." Shenli spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth, his eyes filled with fierce determination. He swallowed a pill, and his aura surged dramatically. The curved blade danced in his hand like a snake, and his ghostly footwork left Lin Chen dizzy. burned 2 years of lifespan. Relying on his extraordinary hearing, Lin Chen sidestepped the blade's edge and countered with a punch, delivering an immense force. Shinli did not expect Lin Chen to be so powerful. His expression was one of shock as he hurriedly raised his blade to block, still being pushed back several steps. How could this be? Shinli gritted his teeth, unwilling to give in, and charged again. Each of Lin Chen's punches carried endless killing intent, his speed and strength far surpassing before. The two exchanged blows, and Guda watched in horror. Lin Chen gave it his all, his body covered in wounds, yet he gritted his teeth and did not retreat an inch. Shinli also held on, but his blade strikes gradually slowed. A good opportunity. Lin Chen bit his tongue, deliberately exposing a flaw, and fell backward just as Shinli swung his curved blade at him. A flash of white light appeared, and Lin Chen hurled a broken blade. The broken blade sliced across Shinli's throat, and his eyes widened in disbelief as he covered the gushing wound. Lin Chen stood in a pool of blood, gasping for breath, his wounds bleeding profusely. He had broken through to the 8th grade warrior level, successfully killed the villain Shinli, plundering his remaining lifespan of 80 years. Zheng Xiaodong looked at Shinli's corpse, his eyes igniting with furious rage, and he was driven to madness. Lin Chen, I want you dead. Who dies is still uncertain. Lin Chen shouted loudly, continuing to channel his blood-burning technique. He could feel the powerful aura emanating from Zheng Xiaodong. This was the strength of a 7th-grade martial artist. Zheng Xiaodong sneered, his internal energy surging. He activated his technique, and a fierce gust of wind rushed at Lin Chen, nearly knocking him off his feet. Die for me! Zheng Xiaodong's attack was incredibly swift, a palm strike aimed at Lin Chen, carrying destructive power. Lin Chen did not dare to be careless. He immediately burned 3 years of lifespan, unleashing his power once more. There was no retreat in this battle, only a fight to the death. The two clashed in an instant, one using fists, the other using palms, the deafening sound of their collision echoing around them. Zheng Xiaodong's assault was like a torrential storm, rapid and ferocious, while Lin Chen struggled to defend, each impact causing him excruciating pain. Zheng Xiaodong sneered, so what if you burn your life? Today, you still won't escape my grasp. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, every move he made infused with endless killing intent. The two fought for 40 to 50 rounds, and until now, Lin Chen had not fallen. The wounds on Lin Chen's body increased wildly, blood staining his clothes. His stamina was rapidly depleting, breathing heavily like an ox, with blood continuously seeping from the corner of his mouth. Zheng Xiaodong felt both shocked and angry. Lin Chen was like an unkillable pest. Relying on the blood-burning technique, Lin Chen had fought Zheng Xiaodong for hundreds of rounds. Zheng Xiaodong's expression was extremely grave. He exerted all his strength but still could not kill Lin Chen. Die for me! Burned 10 years of lifespan. Lin Chen poured all the power in his body into his fists and struck Zheng Xiaodong in the chest. Zheng Xiaodong's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Lin Chen, his body slowly collapsing. This blow exhausted all of Lin Chen's strength, and he too swayed unsteadily, his body reaching its limit. Successfully killed the criminal Zheng Xiaodong, plundering his remaining lifespan of 15 years and 5 months. Name, Lin Chen. Talent, Superior. Realm, 8th rank warrior. Beginner. Technique, Demon Suppression Technique. Proficient, 231/2000. Blood Burning Technique. Proficient, 659/5000. Remaining lifespan, 100. 2 years, his lifespan had increased by a full 100 years. Lin Chen had never fought such a wealthy battle before. He breathed slightly, and the fallen Zheng Xiaodong suddenly opened his eyes, a final madness and hatred flashing in them. With his last breath, he gathered his strength and launched a deadly palm strike at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, be careful! In a flash, Gu Dafei lunged over, using his body to block the blow for Lin Chen. Blood splattered, and Gu De fell weakly to the ground. No! Old Gu! Lin Chen's roar was heart-wrenching, his anger reaching a peak. Zheng Xiaodong laughed wildly, spitting blood, his voice venomous. It's useless even if you block it for him, Lin Chen. I have already planted the Ghost Sha sect's mark on you. It won't be long before you are turned into a shadow puppet by the Ghost Sha sect. Lin Chen's eyes turned red, and he pounded Zheng Xiaodong's face with punch after punch until his entire skull was shattered. Only after Zheng Xiaodong's skull was crushed did Lin Chen stop. He knelt on the ground, in immense pain. Old Gu, you can leave in peace. Lin Chen moved Gu Da's body aside, wiped the blood from his face, and the remaining criminals had all been killed by him. The officials who had been hiding in the shadows, escaping disaster, ran out one by one, speechless at the horrific scene before them. The ground was littered with the bodies of dead prisoners and officials, blood staining the earth. Many bodies were dismembered, flesh and blood in a gruesome mess, the scene unbearable to witness. Some surviving officials couldn't help but vomit, their legs weak, nearly unable to stand. This is simply hell. One official trembled, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Suddenly, a huge commotion was heard from outside. It's the people from the Demon Suppression Division, an official exclaimed, and they saw the passageway at the hanging basket slowly open, 7 or 8 people walking in. They were dressed in golden silk robes, each exuding an extraordinary presence, unmatched in martial prowess. Lin Shen glanced over, surprise flashing in his eyes. The people from the Demon Suppression Division were ranked at the bottom as 8th-rank warriors, standing at the back, while several 7th-rank martial masters cleared the way, and the leader was even a 6th-rank martial spirit. This person was tall and had a stern face, emanating a powerful aura, as if he were an insurmountable mountain. He walked at the front, each step carrying a shocking might. With the arrival of these experts, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became tense. The surviving officials trembled, their faces filled with fear, afraid of being punished by the Demon Suppression Division this time. I am Shuiyan from the Demon Suppression Division. All officials from the 18th level come here to receive orders. The other members of the Demon Suppression Division, go check all the passages and clean up the aftermath. With Shuiyan's command, the 8th-rank warriors and 7th-rank martial masters quickly sprang into action, beginning to clear the battlefield. He frowned, looking around with an unusually heavy expression, not expecting the riot to be so brutal this time. In the past, Shuiyan had seen such scenes before, but the 18th layer was ultimately weak, suffering the most casualties. He knew that if they had arrived a little earlier, perhaps this tragedy could have been avoided. However, the heavenly prison had strict regulations. No matter which layer experienced a rebellion, personnel from other layers could not act without permission and must wait for the Demon Suppression Division to intervene. If only we could have come a step earlier. A 7th-grade martial artist murmured, his tone filled with deep self-reproach and helplessness. Shuiyan shook his head and said solemnly, "This is the rule. The layers within the heavenly prison are clearly defined. If other layers act on their own and it leads to a lack of personnel, resulting in prisoners getting out of control, the consequences would be unimaginable." After half an hour of counting, Shuiyan's subordinate reported, "Sir, after a preliminary count, all the prisoners are dead, not a single one survived. The casualties among the guards are severe, with fewer than 10 survivors." When they reached the deceased Zheng Qiudong, a 7th-grade martial artist gasped softly, "Who did this?" Zheng Qiudong's head had been brutally smashed, blood and flesh a gruesome sight. Shuiyan was also taken aback. Zheng Qiudong was a 7th-grade martial artist who had the ability to do this to him. The other members of the Demon Suppression Division also gasped in shock. This person was too ruthless. The surviving guards exchanged glances, no one daring to speak. They knew that the 18th layer was the weakest in the entire heavenly prison, and to have resolved so many prisoners was nothing short of a miracle. "Did we in the 18th layer handle these prisoners?" One guard whispered, disbelief in his eyes. "I can't believe it. The 18th layer is the weakest. How could this be possible?" Another guard muttered, finding it too incredible. Shuiyan scanned the surviving guards and immediately noticed Lin Chen's difference. The other guards were trembling with fear, clearly still shaken from the earlier tragedy, while Lin Chen was covered in blood, his expression calm, his gaze resolute, showing no signs of fear. "How did these prisoners die?" he asked quietly. No one answered. Shuiyan frowned slightly, coldly releasing a powerful pressure that seemed to crush the entire space. His voice was deep and authoritative. "Who did this? Step forward." Under this immense pressure, the other guards lowered their heads, their bodies trembling slightly, no one daring to speak. Lin Chen knew that facing someone of Shuiyan's strength, he could not hide anything, so he simply revealed his cultivation level and said slowly, "It was me who killed them." "All the prisoners, including Zheng Qiudong?" Lin Chen shook his head and truthfully replied, "Almost all. Some prisoners were already dead when I dealt with them." As soon as he said this, several members of the Demon Suppression Division showed expressions of surprise, and Shuiyan's eyes brightened, somewhat unexpectedly. "I didn't expect that in this godforsaken place of the 18th layer there would actually be an 8th-grade warrior." The guards beside Lin Chen were all dumbfounded, clearly unable to believe the reality before them. These guards had dealt with Lin Chen before. Old Lin's son, who was said to have only half a month to live, had now transformed into an 8th-grade warrior. It was simply unbelievable. Shuiyan scrutinized Lin Chen, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He was neither servile nor arrogant, able to face Zheng Qiudong, who was a level stronger than him, alone. "A good seedling. Your strength is impressive," Shuiyan said thoughtfully. "The Demon Suppression Division needs talents like you. Why not join us?" Before he could finish, his deputy quickly stepped forward and whispered, "Sir, the team is already at full capacity, and in a few days, the son of a certain minister will be reporting in as well." Shuiyan's brow furrowed slightly, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, but he could only hold it in. He took a deep breath and forced a smile. "In that case, I appoint you as the deputy commander of the 18th level, responsible for its reconstruction." Lin Chen's heart tightened, and he quickly nodded, calmly saying, "Thank you, my lord. I will do my best to rebuild the 18th level and will not disappoint your expectations." The surrounding officials showed expressions of shock. Being appointed as the deputy commander of the 18th level is considered a great honor throughout the prison. There are a total of 18 levels in the prison, and except for the first level, the highest officials of the other levels are all deputy commanders, which means Lin Chen will have significant power and responsibility. Xuan nodded in satisfaction and then turned to the other members of the Demon Suppression Division, saying, "Have the Demon Suppression Division allocate funds. The current state of the 18th level is unacceptable. It must be rebuilt. If you need anything next, just report directly." Xuan handed a deputy commander's token to Lin Chen. This token can open the ascending passage to the 18th level in a special way. If you encounter any problems, you can come to me. Lin Chen nodded in agreement. Xuan, encountering such a good talent, didn't mind giving him some special treatment, benefiting both parties. After being appointed as the deputy commander of the 18th level, Lin Chen's first task was to arrange for the bodies of all the deceased officials to be sent back to their hometowns for burial. These officials worked in the prison. Although it was dangerous, the treatment was generous, and their families would receive a substantial compensation after their deaths. Lin Chen took a day off, bringing Gu Da's body out of the prison and back to his home in the city. This was also his first time leaving the prison and stepping into the outside world. As he walked through the streets of the city, his mood was heavy and complex. Gu Da's home appeared particularly shabby, the dilapidated house exuding a chill, with some broken doors and windows. Lin Chen pushed the door open and saw the sparse furnishings inside, with almost nothing of value, only some basic furniture and daily necessities, making it look especially desolate. There was no one else in the house, only a 6 or 7-year-old girl sitting in the corner, timidly looking at Lin Chen. She wore an old, faded garment, her face smeared with some dust, but her delicate little face was still visible, with large eyes reflecting a hint of confusion and fear. "Little girl, what is your name?" Lin Chen asked softly, trying to make his voice sound gentler. Guan looked up at Lin Chen, her voice small and timid. "My name is Guan." When she saw the coffin behind Lin Chen, she instantly understood what had happened. Guan quietly leaned against Gu Da's coffin, staring blankly at it, her face devoid of any expression. She did not cry or speak, just remained there quietly, as if her sorrow had surpassed her capacity to bear it. Lin Chen silently stayed beside Guan, feeling a mix of emotions. To him, Gu Da was not only his savior but also his teacher. Looking at the girl before him, he was filled with guilt and pain. Guan suddenly turned her head, looking directly at Lin Chen, and softly asked, "Did my father suffer when he died?" Lin Chen's heart felt as if it had been tightly squeezed. He opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond. He looked into Guwan's eyes, filled with expectation and sorrow, and could only shake his head, his voice low. No, he did not feel pain. Guwan quietly nodded, then shifted her gaze back to the coffin, still silent. Her silence made Lin Chen feel even worse. Lin Chen took out a thick stack of silver notes. This was Gu Da's compensation, totaling 300 taels. He had also added some of his savings, hoping this money would provide some security for Gu Wan's future life. Suddenly, Gu Da's younger brother and his family rushed in, their faces devoid of any sadness, instead filled with urgency and greed. As soon as they saw Lin Chen and Gu Wan, they immediately surrounded them, completely unconcerned about Gu Wan's situation. "Quick, hand over the money." Gu Da's younger brother grabbed Lin Chen's arm, his tone extremely arrogant. "What are you doing?" Lin Chen frowned, a flicker of anger flashing in his eyes. Gu's mother shot a cold glance at Gu Wan, filled with disdain. "What we want is the compensation money. Hurry up and give it to us." Hearing these words, a hint of pain crossed Gu Wan's eyes, but she remained silent, tightly leaning against Gu Da's coffin. Lin Chen's voice turned cold and sharp as he handed the compensation money to Gu Wan. "This money is for her, to ensure her livelihood." Upon hearing this, Gu Da's younger brother's face instantly twisted with rage. "What does a little girl need money for? We are his family, this money should go to us." "Exactly." Gu's mother had an extremely harsh expression. "Once she grows up and gets married, it all goes to someone else. She's worthless, why should she get it?" "Bah!" Saying this, she reached out to snatch the compensation money from Gu Wan's hands. Lin Chen was seething with anger, drawing out a knife and coldly shouting, "Stop! If you dare to cause more trouble, I won't hold back." The few people, seeing the knife, not only weren't afraid but became even more unruly. Gu's mother sat down on the ground, pounding her thighs and shouting, "Heavenly Lord! This outsider wants to swallow our son's compensation money. He won't give us the money and even wants to kill." Gu Da's younger brother, with a face full of rage, pointed at Lin Chen and cursed loudly. "What right do you, an outsider, have to meddle in our family's affairs? Do you think you can scare us with a knife? We will report you to the authorities and see how you explain." Lin Chen looked at these shameless people, his anger reaching its peak. He knew they didn't care about Gu Da's life or death. They were only causing a scene for money. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. This money is for Guwon, none of you can take it. Lin Chen's voice was deep and firm, his eyes glinting with cold light. Upon hearing this, Guda's brother and mother became even more arrogant, shouting, "If you don't hand over the money, we will keep causing a scene until everyone knows what a scoundrel you are." Neighbors gathered around, watching the scene unfold and murmuring among themselves. Lin Chen knew that if this continued, things would only escalate, affecting Guwon's life. Seeing that Lin Chen didn't dare to act, Guda's brother and mother directly lunged forward, ready to snatch the money. Lin Chen was so infuriated by this family's shameless behavior that he laughed in anger, his expression darkening as he revealed his 8th grade warrior cultivation. A powerful aura instantly pressed down on the scene, causing the family to turn pale, no longer daring to speak. Lin Chen suddenly swung his knife, carving a deep mark on the ground, his eyes flashing with cold light. "If you dare to cause trouble again, I will not hold back," Lin Chen said coldly, his voice like ice, sending a chill through those around him. Guda's brother and family were intimidated by Lin Chen's presence, retreating a few steps, no longer daring to be arrogant. They exchanged glances, a flicker of resentment and greed passing between them. Seeing that Lin Chen's attention was on her, Gu's mother quickly whispered to Guda's brother, "Once he leaves, we will go find that little girl and trick her into handing over the money." Guda's brother nodded, a sinister smile appearing on his face. "Right, we'll say it's for her own good, make her believe us." Although Lin Chen had intimidated these people, he knew in his heart that they wouldn't give up easily. Noticing the change in their expressions, he remained quietly vigilant. "Guwon," Lin Chen said gently to Guwon, "this money was earned with your father's life. You must keep it safe and not trust others easily." Guwon nodded, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. "I understand. I will take good care of this money and not let anyone deceive me." Lin Chen looked at Guwon, feeling both comforted and worried. He knew he couldn't always protect her here, but he had to find a safe way to ensure her safety. "You'd better remember, don't ever lay a hand on Guwon again, or I will not let you off," Lin Chen said coldly to Guda's family, his tone laced with threat. Seeing this, Gude could only take his elderly mother and leave first. "Guwon, brother is leaving. If you encounter any difficulties, come to the Demon Suppression Division to find me. My name is Lin Chen, remember?" Guwon looked at Lin Chen and mustered her courage to say, "Brother, can you take me with you? I don't want to stay here. Uncle and the grandmothers don't like me." Lin Chen shook his head, knowing he couldn't keep Guwon by his side, especially since he was going to serve as the deputy commander in the dungeon, leaving him no time or energy to take care of her. "I understand." Guwon lowered her head in grievance, her bright eyes dimming. Lin Chen walked to the entrance of Guda's house, feeling complicated. He stopped, sighed deeply, and the scene of Guda sacrificing himself to save him flashed in his mind. In the end, his heart softened, and he turned back. Guwon saw Lin Chen stop and a glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. When she saw Lin Chen turn around and come back, her face lit up with surprise and gratitude. She ran a few steps and threw herself beside Lin Chen, tightly grasping his hand, tears shimmering in her eyes. "Brother, please don't leave me behind, okay?" Guwon's voice was small and trembling, but filled with determination. Lin Chen squatted down, gently stroking Guwon's head, sighing softly in his heart. "Guwon, from now on, you will come with me." Upon hearing this, Guwon's face broke into a long-lost smile, tightly holding Lin Chen's hand, her eyes filled with dependence and trust. Guda's house was rented, and Lin Chen worried that those peculiar relatives would come to harass them again, so he decided to find another place to live. He took Guwon to the city and found a small but clean courtyard. The surrounding walls were freshly painted, and a few flowers and plants were growing in the yard, giving it a warm and peaceful feel. Lin Chen led Guwon into the small courtyard, and surprise appeared on her face. "Brother, this place is so beautiful," Guwon exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Chen smiled slightly and nodded. "Yes, this will be your new home from now on." To ensure Guwon's living conditions, Lin Chen found a seemingly honest and reliable maid in the black market and brought her back to the courtyard. The maid's name was Lian, about 17 or 18 years old, small in stature but with a clever and diligent look in her eyes. Lin Chen instructed her to take good care of Guwon, and Lian nodded seriously, indicating she would do her best. "Guwon, from now on, Sister Lian will take care of you. I have to go work in the dungeon and may not be able to be with you often, but you must be obedient, okay?" Lin Chen said gently to Guwon. Guwon looked at Lin Chen reluctantly, trying to cling to him to go back to the dungeon together. "Brother, can I go with you? I don't want to stay here alone." Lin Chen squatted down and gently said to Guwon, "Guwon, the dungeon is not a place suitable for children. You stay here well, I will keep your compensation safe, and Sister Lian will take care of you." Guwon's eyes were filled with tears. Although she was reluctant, she nodded. Lin Chen placed the compensation in a safe place and said to Lian, "This is Guwon's compensation, you must keep it safe. If anyone tries to lay a hand on her, Tell him I will come back to settle the score. As he spoke, Lin Chen channeled his inner strength, demonstrating his power. His aura suddenly became incredibly strong, startling Lien, who immediately nodded respectfully. Young master, please rest assured, I will do my utmost to take care of the young lady. In order to provide Gu Wan with a better life, Lin Chen found her a private school so she could read and write. Gu Wan looked at everything Lin Chen had arranged, her eyes filled with gratitude and dependence. Brother, I will study hard and not let you down, Gu Wan said firmly. Lin Chen patted her head and smiled. Good child, you will definitely have a wonderful future. After settling everything, Lin Chen finally left the small courtyard and returned to the 18th level of the prison. The reconstruction work of the prison was still ongoing, but new prisoners had already been sent in one after another. The strength of the prisoners this time was significantly higher than before, including 2 who were 7th grade martial masters. With more prisoners, naturally, there was more lifespan to be gained. Lin Chen skillfully operated the bone-piercing nails, demonstrating to the new constables. When he inserted the bone-piercing nail into the acupoint of the first 7th grade martial master prisoner, you used the bone-piercing nail to seriously injure Ding Pengshan, 7th grade martial master. You have plundered 5 years of lifespan from the opponent, lifespan increased by 5 years. Remaining lifespan, 3 years and 6 months, the limit for plundering lifespan from the target has been reached for the day. Lin Chen was puzzled. The last time he used the bone-piercing nail was on Zhang Qiudong, and he also gained 10 years of lifespan. After that, when Lin Chen used the bone-piercing nail on other prisoners, it never triggered again, but unexpectedly, it triggered this time. Could it be that there is a cooldown period? Lin Chen applied the bone-piercing nail to the second 7th grade martial master prisoner, and indeed, it did not trigger again. It seemed he could only wait for the next time. Lin Chen sighed slightly. After becoming the deputy commander, Lin Chen still worked diligently in the prison every day, carefully arranging the punishments for the prisoners. The 9th grade martial master prisoners could only have 5 years of lifespan plundered each day, while for the same level 8th grade warriors, Lin Chen could plunder 10 years of lifespan. He had to maximize the daily lifespan limit. Name, Lin Chen. Talent, Superior. Realm, 8th grade martial master. Beginner, Cultivation technique, Demon subduing technique. Proficient, 457/2000, Blood burning technique. Proficient, 659/5000, remaining lifespan, 200. 7 years, after half a month of diligent work, his lifespan finally broke through the 200-year mark. It was time to challenge the realm of 7th grade martial master. Lin Chen sat cross-legged in the courtyard, beginning to circulate the true energy within his body. He activated the blood burning technique, transforming the plundered lifespan into pure power, burning within him. Burn 1 year of lifespan. As the blood burning technique operated, it felt as if a raging fire ignited within Lin Chen's body. With each burning of lifespan, he could feel his strength rapidly increasing, but it was accompanied by immense pain. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain. Burn 2 years of lifespan. Burn 3 years of lifespan. Burn 4 years of lifespan. Soon, the 8th grade martial master realm progressed from beginner, intermediate, advanced, to perfection, continuously improving. He burned a full 20 years of lifespan. Lin Chen finally felt the power within him reach a new height. He took a deep breath, silently reciting the mental method, gathering all the true energy together to break through the final barrier. Boom! A muffled sound. It felt as if a great door exploded open within Lin Chen's body, and the powerful true energy instantly swept through his entire body, the abundant power far surpassing before. His realm finally broke through, successfully entering the ranks of 7th grade martial master. On that day, another batch of prisoners was sent to the 18th level of the prison. As the deputy commander, Lin Chen naturally had to step forward to receive and count them. He arranged for his assistant to record the prisoners' realms and crimes, making it convenient to punish them daily, until a tall, crazed-looking prisoner appeared. As soon as he entered the prison, his eyes were filled with intense hatred, staring fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Chen naturally sensed this hostility. He frowned slightly and glanced over. Prisoner Wu Changfeng, 7th grade martial master, age 31, remaining lifespan 26 years. Another 7th rank martial artist has arrived, and Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. A prisoner of this level has a long lifespan, making him a perfect source of longevity blood. When Wu Changfeng was brought into the cell, he suddenly shouted loudly, Lin Chen, ha ha ha, we of the ghost-killing sect will never let you go. You have no place to die. Ha 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 ha. The chilling shouts made the nearby guards tremble, fearing a repeat of the last riot. Vice Commander Lin, what should we do? As soon as the name Ghost Killing Sect was mentioned, Lin Chen's expression changed slightly. Zhang Qiudong had planted a mark on him when he died. No wonder Wu Changfeng recognized him at a glance. Lin Chen coldly replied, What's there to be afraid of? Didn't you hear him say he wants to kill me? I'll go meet him shortly. Wu Changfeng was indeed a 7th-rank martial artist, and the other guards dared not drive the bone nails into him. When Lin Chen entered, he was already thrashing about with his shackles. What are you standing there for? Use the whip. Lin Chen scolded the guards who were standing dumbfounded. The guards immediately snapped back to their senses and hurriedly took out the barbed whips to strike. Wu Changfeng howled in pain, this being his first time in the 18 levels. He never imagined there would be so many tortures here. It was like descending into hell. Lin Chen watched Wu Changfeng expressionlessly, then leaped forward and stomped down, directly breaking his leg bone. Crack! The sound of bones shattering was sickening, and Lin Chen didn't waste words with him. Holding a heavy hammer, he hammered the bone nails into Wu Changfeng's acupoints one after another. After all 6 bone nails were driven in, Wu Changfeng was already writhing on the ground in agony, like a dead dog. The guards looked at Lin Chen as if he were their savior. It was still the vice commander present, otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to act, fearing that he might break free from his shackles and smash their heads with a single blow. Ha! Ha! Wu Changfeng gasped for breath, a twisted smile on his face as he said, Lin Chen, you won't live much longer. Ha ha ha. You've long been on the ghost-killing sex wanted list. Once you leave the Demon Suppression Division, you're as good as dead. Indeed, if it weren't for the protection of the dungeon and the Demon Suppression Division, countless enemies would have come knocking at his door by now. Lin Chen sighed slightly in his heart. He knew this matter had to be resolved sooner or later. Rather than passively waiting, it was better to take the initiative. Wu Changfeng, since your sect wants my life so badly, then come at me. I, Lin Chen, will take it. Lin Chen said coldly, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. However, Lin Chen wouldn't let Wu Changfeng have it easy. As usual, Lin Chen prepared to carry out the execution, this time specifically having someone prepare chili water. A twisted look flashed in Wu Changfeng's eyes as he glared at Lin Chen with a sinister smile, saying, Lin Chen, you'll soon see your daughter again. Do you think hiding her means we can't find her? Lin Chen's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, but he quickly regained his composure. It seemed these people from the ghost-killing sect had mistaken Gu Wan for his daughter. He remained silent and continued with the execution, only this time increasing the intensity several times. The barbed whip pierced deeply into Wu Changfeng's flesh, causing his face to turn pale from the pain, nearly fainting. When Lin Chen saw he was about to pass out, he ordered the guards to pour a bucket of chili water over him. The entire 18 levels echoed with his agonized wails. Lin Chen, I will kill you. Wu Changfeng had initially intended to use Lin Chen's daughter to threaten him, but unexpectedly found himself suffering so badly at Lin Chen's hands. This round of torture nearly cost Wu Changfeng his life. After the execution, Lin Chen had already made up his mind. He could no longer delay, he had to resolve this hidden danger immediately. Lin Chen took a leave of absence and once again left the dungeon, filled with worry for Gu Wan. A group of wanted criminals had quietly infiltrated the area around the courtyard where Lin Chen had arranged for Gu Wan to stay. These people from the martial world are all exceptionally skilled, their eyes fierce. They hide in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. Gu Wan is quietly reading in the courtyard, completely unaware of the approaching danger. Alian is busy in the kitchen when she suddenly feels a wave of unease. She walks into the courtyard and sees Gu Wan reading intently, which calms her heart a little. She doesn't know that danger is already closing in. Gu Wan suddenly feels a sense of unease, looks up, and sees several dark figures climbing over the wall. Terrified, she stands up and shouts, Alian, run! Alian hears the shout and immediately rushes out. Seeing several dark figures closing in, her face changes dramatically. Gu Wan, come with me. Alian hurriedly pulls Gu Wan and runs towards the back courtyard. But these people are faster, they quickly surround the courtyard, forcing Gu Wan and Alian into a corner. Don't run, little girl, you can't escape. A scar-faced man sneers, the knife in his hand glinting coldly. They didn't find Lin Chen this time, but killing his daughter would suffice. In the eyes of these villains, there is nothing but a thirst for blood. Faced with these two little girls, they have no thoughts of mercy. They only want to behead them and claim the reward. Gu Wan's face turns pale with fear as she tightly grips Alian's hand, her heart filled with terror. Brother, come save me. It's useless to shout for anyone. The scar-faced man laughs loudly, swinging his knife directly at Gu Wan. Suddenly, the courtyard's main gate is violently smashed open by a powerful force, and Lin Chen rushes in like a bolt of lightning, his eyes filled with killing intent. Lin Chen arrives just in time, his knife at his waist instantly drawn, the blade flashing, cold light radiating everywhere, blood splattering as the blade passes. Get away! Lin Chen roars, his knife slicing towards the scar-faced man like lightning. A silver light flashes in the air. In the next moment, the scar-faced man hasn't even reacted when the blade has already cut across his throat, blood spraying as he collapses to the ground, dead. Daring to touch my people, you're truly seeking death. Lin Chen sneers coldly. These people didn't expect Lin Chen to arrive so quickly. Whether he walked into a trap or not, it saves them the trouble of searching. Lin Chen, don't blame us for being ruthless. Who told you to offend those you shouldn't? If you die, just go to the underworld and complain to King Yama. The mad knife is drawn. Lin Chen's figure moves like the wind, his knife technique swift as thunder, each strike precise. The one who just spoke raises his weapon, but Lin Chen's knife has already pierced his heart. He clutches his chest, eyes wide with terror, and collapses instantly. 2 people have died at Lin Chen's hands. The faces of the bounty hunters turn ashen. This group is notorious for being bounty hunters, with the weakest among them being 8th grade warriors. The leader, a middle-aged man at the peak of 7th grade warrior, nicknamed Ghost, watches Lin Chen warily. He never expected Lin Chen to directly kill 2 8th grade warriors. It seems Lin Chen's strength is definitely above 8th grade warrior, and his gaze turns fierce. The most terrifying part is that they didn't even see how Lin Chen drew his knife. Seeing the expressions of the crowd, Lin Chen feels a sense of certainty in his heart. Fortunately, on the way here, he kept drawing lots, otherwise, he would have been completely unprepared. The knife technique he just used was exactly what he drew this time, a 7th grade martial art, the drawing knife technique. It cost him a full 20 years of lifespan, and his luck has been quite good. Today, no one is leaving here alive. Lin Chen sneers, his steps sharp, the blade flashing again. An 8th grade warrior retreats repeatedly, but the blade is like a rainbow piercing the sun, aimed at his head, blood splattering as his body collapses weakly to the ground. Lin Chen moves like the wind, the blade like thunder, instantly beheading another person, blood spraying, the ground turning a deep red. Guwan watches Lin Chen and the others entangled in battle, her heart filled with fear as she clutches Alien's clothes. Alien, I'm so scared. Alien gently patted her back, comforting her. Don't be afraid, your brother is here, no one can hurt you. The number of attackers surrounding Lin Chen was increasing. Relying solely on a sword technique to deal with everyone was clearly a bit difficult. Lin Chen was trapped in a heavy encirclement, the glint of blades flashing and intertwining, a bloody scent permeating the air. These bounty hunters were all exceptionally skilled, each strike deadly, and Lin Chen gradually showed signs of disadvantage. Kill him. The foreigner, seeing Lin Chen struggling, felt a surge of joy. He coldly issued the command, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Several knife wielders moved in response, swinging their blades towards Lin Chen. The blades cut through the air, hissing with cold light. Lin Chen couldn't dodge in time, and a knife slashed across his shoulder, blood gushing out instantly. Without pausing, Lin Chen retaliated with a knife, the blade piercing straight into the enemy's chest, blood splattering everywhere. Ah! The man let out a scream, clutching his chest as he fell to the ground, lifeless. Suddenly, run! Lin Chen gritted his teeth and shouted, catching a glimpse from the corner of his eye that the foreigner had already locked his gaze on Guwan and Alien. The foreigner sneered, advancing with his knife towards Guwan and Alien. Guwan and Alien were cornered, pressed tightly against the wall, filled with terror. Lin Chen's heart tightened, quickly pushing back the enemies around him, leaping towards the foreigner. The blades flashed, and Lin Chen's blade clashed with the foreigner's, sparks flying. Lin Chen felt the foreigner's immense power, his body jolted back a few steps, a trickle of blood spilling from his mouth. The 2 blades intertwined in the air, the sound of their clash echoing like thunder. Lin Chen's movements grew faster, but the opponent's strength was clearly superior, each strike aimed at vital points. Lin Chen felt anxious, recklessly burning his lifespan, urging his blood-burning technique in an attempt to break through his limits. He crazily burned his lifespan, pushing past his limits, burning 5 years of lifespan. With Lin Chen's shout, his aura surged violently, his whole body seeming to ignite in a blazing fire. The surrounding air became scorching hot, as if it would burn everything. This kid is crazy, an 8th grade warrior shouted in terror, quickly retreating. A hint of madness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, his knife unsheathed again, the blade slicing towards those martial artists like lightning. Puff! The blade cut through, and an 8th grade warrior's body was severed, blood spraying. Lin Chen did not pause at all, the blade flashed again, and another person fell to the ground. Retreat! The foreigner shouted in fear, but it was already too late. Lin Chen charged at them like a god of death, the blade like the scythe of the Grim Reaper, taking one life after another swiftly, burning 10 years of lifespan. Lin Chen shouted again, his aura surging once more, the blade even more fierce. These people completely collapsed, frantically scattering to escape, but Lin Chen had no intention of letting them go. Like a ghost, he pursued them, the blade flashing, killing one after another. Burning 20 years of lifespan. Lin Chen's aura had reached a terrifying height, his eyes bloodshot, filled with madness. The foreigner looked at Lin Chen, who resembled a Shura, filled with fear. "This kid is a madman," he muttered, quickly turning to flee. But how could Lin Chen let him go? Lin Chen took a deep breath, continuing to burn his lifespan, his aura surging again. 7th grade completion, 7th grade perfection, peak. With each strike, he moved with great momentum, his presence overwhelming. In just a breath, Lin Chen had reached the peak of the 7th grade. But that wasn't enough. The blood-burning technique was a 7th grade technique, unable to let him break through to the 6th grade. However, the blood-burning technique's effect was not just about breaking through realms. It also involved burning lifespan to enhance everything. Burning 30 years of lifespan. Lin Chen roared softly, his entire being radiating an overwhelming aura, the blade flashing as he appeared before the foreigner like a ghost. Burning 30 years of lifespan, just for one ultimate killing move. "Alien, don't let Guwan see!" Lin Chen shouted loudly, and Alien hurriedly covered Guwan's eyes. Face-to-face blade technique. Lin Chen swung his blade fiercely, directly slicing the long knife in the ghost man's hand in half, his head severed in the middle. The ghost man's body stiffened, and with the sound of cracking bones, he fell to the ground, blood splattering, and his screams abruptly ceased. The corpse split in two on the ground. The ghost man was dead, and the others wanted to flee. "Leave them all behind." Lin Chen's voice was chilling as he swung his knife and charged at the enemies again. Amidst the flashes of blades and shadows, Lin Chen was like the Grim Reaper from hell, swiftly slaying the remaining enemies one by one. Each strike was incredibly precise, and wherever the blade passed, it was stained with blood. When the last enemy fell, the yard was left with a ground full of corpses and a heavy smell of blood. Lin Chen's body was also injured in multiple places, blood continuously flowing out as he staggered towards Guwan and Alien. "Are you okay?" Lin Chen's voice was hoarse, filled with concern. Guwan and Alien rushed over, tears streaming down their faces, tightly hugging Lin Chen. "Brother, don't die." Guwan cried out pitifully, fearing that Lin Chen would meet the same fate as Gude. "Don't worry, brother is fine, it's all someone else's blood." "Brother Lin, you're hurt," Alien said worriedly. Lin Chen forced a smile. "It's nothing, just a small injury. You take Guwan to rest first, it's too bloody here." Alien nodded, not daring to look at the horrific scene in the yard. Lin Chen arranged several corpses in the yard, ensuring that none were overlooked. He slumped to the ground, tightly gripping the long knife, feeling the power within him. This night was destined to be sleepless. After a night of battle, Lin Chen sat panting beside the yard. A considerable number of corpses piled up at his feet, and Lin Chen smiled bitterly, realizing he had a lot to do. The commotion from last night could not possibly escape the ears of the Demon Suppression Division. Lieutenant Suyu of the Demon Suppression Division rode a black warhorse, bringing a team of elite soldiers to the scene to investigate. From a distance, he saw the corpses scattered in the yard, the smell of blood permeating the air, making him frown. Suyu waved his hand, signaling the soldiers to stop. He dismounted and walked closer to the yard, his eyes filled with shock. He had seen much in his life and immediately recognized that among the corpses on the ground were not a few 7th and 8th grade warriors, and even several well-known bounty hunters from the martial world. This is too impressive, right?" One soldier beside him couldn't help but whisper, his voice filled with disbelief. Suyu nodded, his gaze falling on Lin Chen, who was slumped on the ground. Lin Chen was covered in blood, but his eyes remained sharp, the long knife in his hand stained with blood, appearing exceptionally fierce. A single person had fought against several 7th and 8th grade warriors and had not sustained any fatal injuries. Suyu secretly marveled, and there was a hint of respect in his eyes as he looked at Lin Chen. He stepped forward, carefully examining Lin Chen, then glanced at the surrounding carnage. Those who had been killed were either beheaded or sliced in half, their deaths extremely brutal. "I am Lieutenant Suyu of the Demon Suppression Division. Did you kill all these people? How did you do it?" Suyu asked, his voice carrying a hint of curiosity and admiration. Lin Chen gasped for breath, forcing a smile. "I killed them, just lucky." Suyu frowned slightly. He certainly did not believe this was just luck. Such combat power could not be explained by luck alone. He looked at Lin Chen again, pondering in his heart. "What is your name?" Suyu asked. Lin Chen replied simply. A hint of surprise flashed in Suyu's eyes as he recalled a piece of news about Lin Chen. He turned to the soldiers beside him and said, "Do you know who he is?" "He is the jailer who recently executed Zhang Qiudong, the deputy commander of the 18th level of the Sky Prison, Lin Chen." The soldiers showed shocked expressions upon hearing this news. They certainly knew Zhang Qiudong, a notorious villain. Anyone capable of killing him was definitely not an ordinary person. "Lin Chen? Is he the jailer who killed Zheng Qiudong? One soldier exclaimed in a low voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. That's right, it's him. Suyu nodded, a hint of admiration in his tone. At that time, Lin Chen had only displayed the strength of an 8th grade warrior. In such a short time, he had actually broken through to 7th grade. Such a rate of progress was simply unbelievable. The deputy commander of the 18th level of the Sky Prison actually possesses such strength? Has the Sky Prison become a place where hidden talents abound? Another soldier couldn't help but say, his tone filled with amazement. Suyu nodded, then turned to the soldiers beside him and said, "Clear the bodies here, all details must be recorded. All bodies must be transported back to the Demon Suppression Division." This was the tradition of the Demon Suppression Division. With demons rampant, bodies would only attract unnecessary trouble. The soldiers quickly sprang into action, beginning to clear the scene. Suyu continued to observe Lin Chen, noting that although Lin Chen was injured, it was not severe enough to prevent him from moving. He smiled slightly and walked over to Lin Chen, patting him on the shoulder. "Lin Chen, I heard about you from Xuan last time. I didn't expect you to break through to 7th grade in such a short time." Lin Chen smiled faintly and humbly replied, "It's just good luck." Suyu shook his head. He certainly didn't believe it was merely luck. Only exceptional talent and hard work could achieve such heights in a short time. "You should go to the Demon Suppression Division for treatment of your injuries." Suyu, seeing Lin Chen covered in blood, felt a bit worried. "Thank you." Lin Chen didn't hesitate. The healing medicine from the Demon Suppression Division was said to be excellent, so it was a good opportunity to try it out. Suyu looked at Lin Chen with increasing admiration. A humble yet powerful person like him was truly a talent not to be overlooked. Suyu felt a surge of affection for this talent and approached Lin Chen, his tone filled with eagerness. "Lin Chen, your strength and courage are rare. Why not join the Demon Suppression Division? We need strong individuals like you." Lin Chen looked at Suyu gratefully and smiled as he shook his head. "Thank you for your kind offer, but I currently have tasks in the Sky Prison and cannot leave." His skill of plundering lifespan could only be maximized in the Sky Prison. Suyu sighed with some regret but respected Lin Chen's choice. "In that case, I won't press you. As long as you are willing, the doors of the Demon Suppression Division will always be open for you." Lin Chen nodded, exchanged a few pleasantries with Suyu, and then Suyu personally took Lin Chen to collect the bounty for killing the fugitives. This time, the rewards were substantial. Not only did he receive a generous bounty, but he also plundered the lifespans of these villains, effectively replenishing the lifespan he had burned earlier. Suyu looked at Lin Chen with increasing admiration for this humble yet assertive junior. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder, his tone filled with concern. "Lin Chen, your strength is impressive now, but the world is perilous. You should move your daughter to live near the Demon Suppression Division for safety." Lin Chen nodded. "Thank you for your concern, Suyu. I will make proper arrangements." Suyu nodded in satisfaction. "Good, then it's settled." Without delay, Lin Chen moved Gu Wan and Alian to a residence next to the Demon Suppression Division. The environment of the residence was beautiful, surrounded by the guards of the Demon Suppression Division, ensuring safety. Gu Wan and Alian were very satisfied with their new home, especially Gu Wan, who was living in such a nice place for the first time, her eyes sparkling with excitement. "Brother, this place is so beautiful." Gu Wan excitedly grabbed Lin Chen's hand. "Thank you, brother." Lin Chen smiled and patted her head. "As long as you like it, you should live here peacefully and study hard, understand?" Gu Wan sweetly responded and ran off to arrange her room with Alian. Suyu already knew Gu Wan's identity and looked at Lin Chen with even more satisfaction. "If you need anything in the future, just come find me." Lin Chen nodded in gratitude. "Thank you, Su Xiaowei, I will remember that." After settling Gu Wan, Lin Chen finally had time to catch his breath. He felt the abundant lifespan within him and was filled with satisfaction. Name, Lin Chen. Talent, Superior. Realm, 7th rank Martial Master. Perfection, Cultivation Method, Demon Suppression Technique, Proficient, 1689/2000, Blood Burning Technique, Proficient, 1148/5000, Remaining Lifespan, 313. 6 years, Lin Chen returned to the prison, but what greeted him was a solemn silence. The guards looked at him with awe and curiosity. The news of him single-handedly slaying several bounty hunters had already spread. "Have you heard? Lord Lin Chen killed several 7th and 8th rank desperados. It's like he fought against many." "Oh my, a 7th rank martial master, that's a height we can only look up to. Incredible, Lord Lin Chen's cultivation speed is simply unbelievable. How did he manage it?" As Lin Chen walked by, he heard the discussions of the guards around him but said little. Feeling the admiration and respect from those around him, he remained calm inside. "Deputy Commander, you are truly amazing." A young guard couldn't help but step forward to compliment him. Lin Chen smiled slightly and patted his shoulder. "Work hard in your cultivation, and you can achieve it too." The young guard's eyes sparkled with admiration and worship, as if he had found a new goal. Because of Lin Chen, many guards on the 18th floor worked even harder. This made things difficult for Lin Chen, who originally wanted to accumulate lifespan, but these guards were all eager to help him. He couldn't just let them do all the work. Sigh. Lin Chen sighed softly. Having overly diligent employees didn't seem like a good thing. After Suyu returned, he naturally reported the situation, and he personally gave Lin Chen a high evaluation. Xuan also had a good impression of Lin Chen, and was somewhat surprised to hear Suyu's account. This kid has actually improved his strength. Suyu nodded inside. It's a pity. I wanted him to join the Demon Suppression Division, but he still wants to continue as deputy commander on the 18th floor. Xuan pondered for a moment. Many people in the Demon Suppression Division had heard of Lin Chen's deeds. Who would have thought that a good talent could emerge from a place like the 18th floor? I think we should let him take charge of 2 floors. The 17th floor is currently under reconstruction, and the deputy commander position has been vacant for a while. It would suit him. Recently, due to repeated prison breaks and riots, several deputy commander positions on other floors had also become vacant, especially on the 17th floor above Lin Chen, which had not been fully rebuilt since the last riot. Suyu had no objections. Those who are capable should take on more work. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the prison, preparing to welcome the people from the Demon Suppression Division. Lord Lin Chen, there is a new appointment from above. A messenger hurried over, holding a scroll of orders high. Lin Chen took the scroll, opened it, and found the contents somewhat surprising. In light of Lin Chen's outstanding performance in the prison, he is hereby appointed as the deputy commander of the 17th and 18th floors, fully responsible for the management and defense of both floors of the prison. Lin Chen smiled slightly. This appointment came at just the right time. Now he could not only manage the 18th floor but also take on the 17th floor, which meant he could accumulate lifespan faster and enhance his strength. The surrounding guards all congratulated Lin Chen. Congratulations, Vice Commander. A young jailer exclaimed. To be able to concurrently serve as the Vice Commander of the 2 layers of the prison so quickly, maybe next time you'll go directly to the Demon Suppression Division. Indeed, our 18th layer has always been looked down upon, thought to be unworthy of attention. Now that Vice Commander Lin is here, it's a way to bring honor to the 18th layer. Of course, Vice Commander Lin is so young, he will surely achieve great things in the future. Alright, everyone stay alert, we cannot let our guard down. Lin Chen stopped the jailers from flattering him, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The jailers nodded, gripping their weapons tightly, and continued with their tasks. Lin Chen made a trip to the 17th layer, which was much as he had expected. Many cells were destroyed, and there had been riots in both the 17th and 18th layers. The cleanup and reconstruction would indeed take some time. Lin Chen briefly greeted the jailers of the 17th layer, telling them to come to the 18th layer if anything happened. The jailers of the 17th layer felt a sense of security upon seeing Lin Chen. With a powerful vice commander, they dared to take in prisoners. Otherwise, they lived in constant fear, worried that the prisoners might go wild again one day. With Lin Chen around, at least they could manage these prisoners. He carefully inspected the area, familiarizing himself with the situation in the 17th layer. He had heard that during the last riot, many had died in the 17th layer. The vice commander of the 17th layer was also a 7th grade martial artist, who ultimately could not escape the fate of being killed. Lin Chen sighed. In this world, strength was the greatest guarantee. At night, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, regulating his breath. He had to admit that the healing medicine from the Demon Suppression Division was indeed extraordinary. His injuries had healed significantly. He reflected on the shortcomings of his previous battle, realizing that his combat techniques were still too few. Relying solely on a single martial arts sword drawing technique was insufficient when facing enemies with greater depth. He needed more martial arts techniques. Lin Chen sighed silently. He would have to spend some lifespan points to draw again. He closed his eyes, and the lifespan lottery wheel appeared before him. Please inject 10 years of lifespan and draw. As soon as he spoke, the 9 slots on the wheel flickered with strange light, and the wheel began to spin slowly. The wheel started off spinning rapidly, then gradually slowed down, finally stopping at one of the black slots. The mist dissipated, and a silver light flashed. Storm Pear Blossom Needle Note, an 8th grade hidden weapon. The Storm Pear Blossom Needle shoots like a torrential rain, and the number of needles can increase with one's realm. The method and techniques for using the Storm Pear Blossom Needle instantly appeared in Lin Chen's mind. It was an extremely insidious hidden weapon, striking swiftly and difficult to defend against. He nodded, somewhat satisfied. This hidden weapon could deliver a fatal blow to the enemy unexpectedly at a critical moment. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Please inject 20 years of lifespan and draw. The lifespan will spun again, and this time, a golden light flashed. Heavenly Gang Blade Technique Note, a 7th grade martial art. The Heavenly Gang Blade Technique is an extremely powerful blade technique that emphasizes breaking through with strength, featuring grand and expansive movements with boundless power. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He quickly memorized the key points of this martial art, which was undoubtedly a significant enhancement. Draw again. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled. His luck was good today. This time, he decided to invest 50 years of lifespan. Please inject 50 years of lifespan and draw. This time, the entire lifespan wheel was shrouded in black mist, and Lin Chen felt anxious. 50 years of lifespan, he hoped it wouldn't yield something useless. Under Lin Chen's expectant gaze, the pointer slowly came to a stop. The black mist suddenly dispersed, revealing a brilliant golden light. An opportunity to deduce a martial art. Lin Chen was somewhat dumbfounded by what he drew in the last lottery. After the third lottery draw, Lin Chen stopped. If he continued to draw, he estimated that his lifespan wouldn't last for many more attempts. Lin Chen had also summarized a rule: the better the item, the more lifespan it consumed. He roughly calculated the consumption of his lifespan and arrived at a number about 100 years left. This amount of lifespan was already quite limited, and he needed to use it more cautiously. Lin Chen reminded himself inwardly. He carefully examined the rewards he had just obtained. First was the 8th grade hidden weapon, the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle. This hidden weapon was remarkably effective against enemies of the same realm. Using it unexpectedly could turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. However, using it to kill a 7th grade expert was nearly impossible, let alone a 6th grade master. Nevertheless, with the Rainfall Pear Blossom Needle, it could indeed have miraculous effects in certain special situations. Lin Chen felt it was somewhat of a mixed blessing, but as a means of self-defense, it was a decent hidden weapon technique, and he nodded in satisfaction. Next was the 7th grade martial art, the Tiangang blade technique. This technique greatly enriched Lin Chen's previously limited sword drawing skill. The Tiangang blade technique had 12 variations, each one unpredictable and immensely powerful. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart, knowing that this martial art would significantly enhance his combat power. With the Tiangang blade technique, he would also have the ability to quickly break through multiple enemies, and Lin Chen felt a sense of joy at this. The next option was a one-time simulation of a martial art, allowing him to choose one technique for simulation, which left Lin Chen in a dilemma. His current techniques included the blood-burning technique, the sword-drawing technique, the Tiangang blade technique, and the demon-subduing technique taught by his father. After some thought, Lin Chen ultimately decided to give this opportunity to the blood-burning technique. After all, it was the most compatible with his unique skills. Lin Chen silently chanted and chose the blood-burning technique to begin the simulation. He continued to sit cross-legged, silently operating the blood-burning technique, feeling the changes in his internal true energy. As the true energy circulated within him, Lin Chen's body gradually became scorching hot, as if a raging fire was burning inside. As the simulation began, Lin Chen's understanding of the blood-burning technique deepened gradually. As the simulation progressed, he felt as if an invisible barrier was slowly dissolving. The simulation process was slow. Lin Chen focused his mind, constantly adjusting his breathing and the flow of true energy. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. He could only rely on the blood-burning technique to survive. As the simulation deepened, Lin Chen felt that his understanding of this technique reached a brand new height. Suddenly, a completely new technique appeared in his mind, blood-burning divine skill. This was a 5th grade technique, far surpassing the original blood-burning technique. So this was the true essence of this technique. Lin Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. The realm that had been stuck for so long finally showed signs of loosening. Without hesitation, he chose to burn his lifespan, determined to break through in one go. Burn 5 years of lifespan. Burn 10 years of lifespan. With a low shout, Lin Chen's lifespan within him began to burn wildly. His body was like a burning flame, hot energy surging inside, constantly crashing against the barriers of his realm. A quarter of an hour later, Lin Chen felt a sudden jolt of true energy within him, breaking through the bottleneck. His aura rapidly increased, reaching the 6th grade martial spirit realm. Finally, he had broken through. Lin Chen felt a surge of ecstasy in his heart, sensing the overwhelming power within him. This breakthrough came at a tremendous cost. His original 100 years of lifespan now remained at about 60 years. Lin Chen stood up, eager to feel the changes in his body. His strength, speed, and perception had all greatly improved. He felt as if he had been reborn. After breaking through to the 6th grade, Lin Chen sensed the power surging within him, and his vision became clearer. Everything around him seemed to be renewed. From the 9th rank to the 7th rank, it is known as the lower 3 ranks of martial arts, belonging only to the entry stage. The 6th rank, however, is the true beginning of martial arts. A 6th rank martial spirit not only far surpasses a 7th rank martial master in strength but also reaches a whole new height in speed, reaction, and perception. A 6th rank martial spirit can use true energy for long-range attacks, even unleashing powerful destructive force in an instant. Lin Chen slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, No wonder the 6th rank martial spirit has such an intimidating aura. Now, Lin Chen had truly stepped into the threshold of martial arts cultivation. Name, Lin Chen. Talent, Superior. Realm, 6th rank martial spirit. Beginner. Technique, Demon Suppression Technique. Proficient, 1689/2000. Blood Burning Divine Technique. Proficient, 1878/5000. Remaining lifespan, 67. 6 years. Divine ability. What is this? Lin Chen looked at the suddenly appearing panel, which now had a column for divine abilities. This change caught Lin Chen off guard. As far as he knew, there were many types of divine abilities. Some could manipulate elements, some could enhance physical qualities, and others could master spatial powers. The emergence of divine abilities allowed martial artists to have more variations and possibilities in battle, truly stepping into the profound realm of martial arts. Lin Chen looked at the divine ability column on the panel. It seemed this could also be drawn from his lifespan. He had no intention of continuing to draw for now and just wanted to rest well. After the recent breakthrough, both his body and mind needed recovery. The next morning, Lin Chen rose with renewed vigor, ready to take over the affairs of the 18th and 17th levels of the prison. Vice Commander Lin. A guard saluted him. Lin Chen nodded and said to the guard, "Go notify the guards on the 17th level to get ready." The guard quickly nodded and went to the communication point with Lin Chen's orders. After taking over the 17th level, the Demon Suppression Division naturally began to send prisoners down. He finished handling the prisoners from the 18th level, arranged the duty personnel, and then went to the 17th level. By the time Lin Chen arrived at the 17th level, the transported prisoners had already arrived. These prisoners were even more vicious and powerful than those on the 18th level, each one a very dangerous presence. They glared at Lin Chen with fierce expressions, as if they wanted to leap forward and bite his neck off. Lin Chen showed no mercy and directly slapped one of the prisoners hard. The force of the slap was immense, nearly breaking the prisoner's neck. Lin Chen's sharp gaze swept over each prisoner. How could they dare to move? The guards felt the powerful aura emanating from Lin Chen and fell silent, not daring to make any sudden moves. Starting today, I will check the defense duty situation on the 17th level every day. Anyone who neglects their duty or leaves their post during their watch, don't blame me for being rude. This also concerned the lives of these guards. If a situation was discovered, timely reporting would allow Lin Chen to resolve it quickly. The guards nodded busily, fearing they might anger Lin Chen and make him unhappy. Half a month later, the Demon Suppression Division gradually transported 10 prisoners, all confined to the 17th level. The overall cultivation of the prisoners on the 17th level was far above that of the 18th level. Their lifespans were naturally just as abundant. These 10 prisoners were all from the ghost-killing sect. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the 17th level, coldly watching the 10 prisoners being escorted in. Each of them had a fierce look, their eyes filled with disdain and anger, especially the leading burly prisoner, whose gaze was sinister, staring at Lin Chen as if he wanted to swallow him alive. "Lin Chen, it's all your fault that we ended up like this. You wait, I will kill you sooner or later." The burly prisoner cackled, his twisted face already contorted. "Humph, our ghost-killing sect will never let this go easily." The prisoners behind him echoed, a glint of malice flashing in their eyes. "Jinma Division, you ants, just wait for me." Another prisoner, whose eyes were oozing blood, clearly injured during capture. Lin Chen looked at them, his face devoid of any emotion. "Wait until you have your lives to talk. Don't worry, the torture in prison is more than enough every day." His words, though flat, carried a chilling intent. Several prisoners shuddered, their faces turning even uglier, but they quickly regained their fierce expressions. One of them gritted his teeth and said, "Lin Chen, don't be too proud too soon. Our sect will not let you go." Lin Chen sneered, "I'm waiting, Deputy Commander Lin." A constable walked in, reporting in a low voice, "The higher-ups of the Jinma Division have ordered that this batch of prisoners must be strictly monitored, with no room for any mistakes." Lin Chen nodded, and after all the prisoners were secured, he went to see Su Yu. "Sir Su." Lin Chen greeted Su Yu, who had escorted this batch of prisoners. "Why are all these prisoners from the ghost-killing sect?" Su Yu explained the reason in detail. It turned out that yesterday, with the help of undercover colleagues, the Jinma Division finally located the hiding place of the ghost-killing sect. The commander of the Jinma Division personally led the team to take down their branch in the capital in one fell swoop. However, the branch leader managed to escape. When Su Yu spoke of the commander, his face was filled with respect. "Our commander is only in his 30s this year and is already a third-grade martial sovereign. How powerful is that? I wonder when I will reach that level." With such talent, he was a rare existence in the entire Great Shang dynasty. Lin Chen, however, showed no expression. As long as he had enough lifespan, he would eventually reach it. "I really want to see how powerful the martial sovereign realm is." Su Yu chuckled and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. "With your talent, spending a few decades on it is still possible. Suyu knew that after Lin Chen killed Zhang Qiudong, he was marked by the ghost-killing sect, and he patted Lin Chen's shoulder. You don't need to worry, that branch leader will eventually be caught by the commander himself. When the commander makes a move, they will never have the chance to stir up trouble again. Lin Chen nodded, he wasn't worried. As long as he was in the heavenly prison, the ghost-killing sect couldn't do anything to him. Once he became strong enough, he would deal with these reckless fools. Before parting, Suyu looked at Lin Chen a few more times, sensing that Lin Chen seemed to have changed slightly. Although the change was not obvious, he vaguely felt that Lin Chen had broken through to the 6th grade, as if he were different. He frowned slightly and, upon closer inspection, found no changes. Suyu chuckled self-deprecatingly, muttering to himself that he was overthinking it. Even if Lin Chen had exceptional talent and a fast cultivation speed, it wouldn't be so monstrous. If he really broke through to the 6th grade so quickly, wouldn't he be a true monster? He shook his head, feeling that his thoughts were indeed too absurd. After greeting Lin Chen, Suyu returned to the Jinma division. In the past half-month, Lin Chen had obtained lifespan through various means, and his lifespan had increased to over 150 years again. Every time his lifespan increased, he felt the fullness of power and vitality within him, a feeling that secretly delighted him. He had noticed Suyu's expression earlier. Fortunately, he had reined in his aura in time, which prevented any slip-up. It seemed that his changes after breaking through to the 6th grade martial spirit had already caught Suyu's attention. Recalling Suyu's gaze, Lin Chen realized he still needed a technique for concealment. He didn't want to hide it, it was just that his cultivation speed was too extraordinary, and being low-key was always wise. In these difficult times, hiding his true strength was the only way to protect himself in this complex environment. Lin Chen sat in his room, lost in thought for a moment. His room was simply decorated, but every item was neatly arranged. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating his face, which bore a conflicted expression, as if he were contemplating something significant. Sigh. Lin Chen let out a breath. Why does lifespan seem so fleeting? At this moment, Lin Chen began to think about the lottery again. He repeatedly gazed at the empty column for divine abilities, his heart itching with anticipation. His gaze wavered between divine abilities and concealment techniques, struggling within. Every time he saw that tempting option, he couldn't help but want to click to draw. Lin Chen knew that possessing a powerful divine ability or concealment technique would greatly enhance his strength and survival skills. Should I draw for a divine ability or a concealment technique? Lin Chen muttered to himself, his thoughts racing, revealing a hint of hesitation in his eyes. However, he had just saved up 150 years of lifespan, and if he squandered it recklessly, it would soon run out. He couldn't help but smile wryly. He felt like a newly rich person wanting a little bit of everything. It's rare to have saved this much lifespan, I can't spend it all so quickly. Lin Chen reminded himself internally, but the greedy thoughts were still hard to suppress. Various possibilities flashed through his mind, thinking that if he had a concealment technique, he could better hide his cultivation and not be detected, and if he drew a powerful divine ability, he would be more at ease in battle, able to face any enemy calmly. Lin Chen shook his head with a bitter smile, filled with contradictions and struggles. Rationality urged him not to waste his lifespan, while the desire to grow stronger made him waver. As a cultivator, rationality and caution were key to survival, but with temptation at hand, it was truly difficult for him to remain completely calm. Perhaps I should draw for a concealment technique first. After all, hiding my cultivation is more important right now. Lin Chen made a preliminary decision in his heart, but he still couldn't completely abandon his desire for divine abilities. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself down. How could he calm down at all? Drawl. He would save up again after drawing. Lin Chen couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. No wonder they said lottery draws were addictive. He was finally experiencing it. Lin Chen silently prayed that he would draw something good this time. It wasn't easy to accumulate lifespan, and if he drew nothing, it would be worse than killing him. Inject 10 years of lifespan. For the first draw, 10 years of lifespan were put into the roulette. The roulette began to spin, flickering with a faint glow, and finally, the pointer slowly stopped on a square that shimmered with white light. A low-grade spirit pill. Lin Chen shook his head, feeling a pang in his heart. 10 years of lifespan for a low-grade spirit pill. This item wasn't very useful, but it wasn't a total loss either. He took a deep breath and continued to the second draw. Inject 20 years of lifespan. The roulette began to spin, the entire 9-square grid flashing faster and brighter. As the roulette slowly came to a stop, a sudden flash of light revealed a black magic knife. 7 Fiends magic knife, 8th grade. A glimmer of joy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This knife was clearly much more useful than the previous spirit pill. Again! Lin Chen's face was full of anticipation. Inject 30 years of lifespan. 30 years of lifespan were used for the third draw, and it was indeed extraordinary. The entire roulette shone brilliantly. As the roulette spun, the light became even more dazzling. Finally, the roulette stopped, and a brilliant rainbow light shot out, revealing a virtual dungeon portal in front of him. Dungeon, endless reflection, Sword Saint inheritance. Entering the dungeon allows one to comprehend sword intent. Note, there will be no death in the dungeon. Lin Shen was excited. This dungeon was clearly a precious cultivation opportunity. He glanced at the items he had drawn so far, a knife, a dungeon, and a pill. The only thing missing was the divine ability he desired. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, then finally gritted his teeth. Drawl. Inject 50 years of lifespan. Lin Shen decided to try once more. The roulette began to spin, its brilliance growing ever more dazzling, as if a bottomless dark galaxy was swirling. The moment the roulette stopped, a golden beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating the entire room in a resplendent glow. Acquired divine ability. Creation Kunping divine ability, upper divine ability. Lin Shen instantly felt the immense power of the divine ability, his heart filled with shock and joy. Although he had lost quite a bit of lifespan in this lottery, the reward made him feel it was all worth it. He had struck it rich. After 4 rounds of the lottery, Lin Shen's lifespan had directly decreased by 110 years. In a single night, he had returned to the state before liberation. He smiled wryly. This lifespan was truly not worth much. Forget it. If he couldn't become stronger, then these years of lifespan were of no use anyway. With that thought, he glanced at the illusory teleportation portal. Lin Shen chose to enter the endless reflection dungeon, took a deep breath, and stepped into the virtual dungeon portal. Suddenly, the scene before him changed, and he found himself in a vast valley. The mountains were clear, the waters beautiful, and the birds sang among the fragrant flowers, as if he had entered a paradise. Just then, an elderly man with white hair appeared before him, holding an ancient long knife, his demeanor solemn. This elder was none other than the Blade Saint Du Woyo, who had reached an unparalleled height in the way of the sword. Du Woyo slowly spoke, "Junior, your arrival here signifies fate. Now, I will impart to you the true essence of my lifelong pursuit of the sword." Scenes flooded into Lin Shen's mind, depicting the legendary and brilliant life of Du Woyo. Intermixed were Du Woyo's insights into the way of the sword, and Lin Shen listened intently, feeling the Blade Saint's dedication and love for the sword. Before his eyes, it seemed Du Woyo was galloping across the battlefield, slaying enemies with grace. Du Woyo said, "The way of the sword is centered on the word Dao. The sword is not merely a tool for killing, it is also a path for cultivation. With the sword in hand, the heart in the sword, and the sword-heart unified, one can grasp the true essence of the way of the sword." Lin Shen listened carefully, constantly pondering, integrating his understanding into it. He recalled his recent breakthroughs in cultivation and his experiences in combat, gradually feeling the essence of the way of the sword. Under Du Wuyo's guidance, Lin Shen began to practice the Tiangang sword technique and the draw sword technique. Holding the Seven Fiends demon sword, every move he made was precise and filled with power. The sword light was like a rainbow, as if it could tear apart heaven and earth. The way of the sword does not lie in flashy moves, but in a focused heart, with the sword moving as the heart desires. Du Wuyo's voice echoed in Lin Shen's ears as he closed his eyes, feeling the true energy circulating within him, as if he and the sword had become one. Lin Shen's movements became increasingly fluid, each strike carrying a sharp killing intent. It seemed he could sever anything. His understanding deepened, and with a buzz, Lin Shen suddenly opened his eyes. He had finally found his own way of the sword. He felt the power within him erupt, and his sword techniques might greatly increased. When he executed the Tiangang sword technique and the draw sword technique, the sword light flashed like lightning, with boundless power. Each strike seemed capable of shaking heaven and earth. Lin Shen slowly exhaled, feeling his comprehension of these two sword techniques deepen further. He felt grateful and deeply bowed to Du Woyo. "Thank you for your teachings, senior." Du Woyo smiled and nodded, "Junior, you have already grasped the true essence of the way of the sword. In the future, may you walk further along this path." As Du Wuyo's figure gradually faded, Lin Shen exited the dungeon. He slowly tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, feeling the tremendous enhancement of his strength. He knew that from now on, no matter what kind of enemies he faced, he would be able to respond calmly. Back in reality, Lin Shen gripped the Seven Fiends demon sword tightly. He knew he had embarked on a brand new path of cultivation, with the future filled with infinite possibilities. Name, Lin Shen. Talent, Superior. Realm, 6th rank Martial Spirit. Beginner, Cultivation Techniques, Demon Suppression Technique, Proficient, 1689/2000, Blood Burning Divine Technique, Proficient, 1878/5000, Remaining Lifespan, 40. 6 years, Divine Ability, Creation Kunping Divine Ability, Upper Divine Ability, Martial Arts, Tiangang Blade Technique, Drawing Blade Technique, Raining Pear Blossom Needle. Lin Shen's mind stirred. He had yet to use this divine ability and was unsure of its effects. Why not experience it in the dungeon? Without hesitation, he re-entered the dungeon, this time not encountering Du Wuyo. It seemed he had inherited Du Wuyo's will, and he unleashed the creation Kuanping divine ability to his heart's content. His entire being transformed into a towering Kuanping, soaring through the sky, its momentum magnificent, encompassing the universe. The massive Kuanping flapped its wings, stirring up fierce winds, as if it were about to swallow the entire world. This unparalleled sense of power made Lin Chen feel an unprecedented freedom and strength. In this state, Lin Chen's drawing blade technique gradually approached perfection. Each slash he made was imbued with endless power and precise control, as if the entire world was under his command. The Tiangang blade technique had also reached a great level of mastery, with every move filled with infinite variations in might. After a night passed, Lin Chen concluded his training, his heart brimming with satisfaction and joy. He felt that his strength had once again received a tremendous boost, and he seemed to be rejuvenated. Lin Chen took a leave of absence, deciding to go home to see Gu Wan. Thinking of Gu Wan brought a gentle smile to his face. Although Gu Wan could not enter the dungeon, she often had a Lian bring him food and frequently asked when he would return. Lin Chen walked along the familiar streets and bought some small trinkets for Gu Wan from a shop along the way. When he pushed open the courtyard door and saw Gu Wan busying herself, warmth filled his heart. The moment Gu Wan spotted Lin Chen returning, she immediately broke into a radiant smile and rushed over. "Brother, you're back. Come in quickly. Lian and I prepared your favorite dishes." Lin Chen smiled, feeling the warmth of home and Gu Wan's care. He took Gu Wan's hand, and they walked into the house together. Lian had already prepared a lavish spread, the table filled with all kinds of delicacies. "You've worked hard, there's so much delicious food," Lin Chen said, somewhat flattered, but he was still curious. "How did you know I was coming back today?" Lian was about to explain when Gu Wan made a face. "I won't tell you. Lord Lin's time back this time is short. We wanted you to have a good meal." "It was someone from the Demon Suppression Division who told us," Lian replied with a smile. The three of them chatted about recent events while eating. Lin Chen listened to Gu Wan recounting the trivial matters at home, feeling a long-lost peace and happiness. "Lian, Gu Wan, I might be quite busy during this time. You both take care of yourselves at home," Lin Chen advised. "I know, brother. You also need to pay attention to your safety and not push yourself too hard." Gu Wan pouted at him, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Chen nodded. He did not linger for long. The next morning, he set off again on the journey back to the dungeon. Upon returning to the dungeon, Lin Chen had just settled in when he saw Suyu rushing in with a team of people. Suyu's expression was serious, and without explanation, he took away over 100 prison guards from the dungeon. "Su Captain, what's going on?" Lin Chen asked, puzzled. Suyu's expression was grave as he whispered, "Lin Chen, things are not peaceful in the capital lately. Various forces are stirring, and they might even infiltrate the dungeon. I don't care about the other levels, but the 17th and 18th levels must be held, otherwise, I can't protect you." "What exactly is going on?" Only then did Suyu tell Lin Chen that it was because the supreme ancestor of the capital was nearing the end of his lifespan. Once, those who feared the grand ancestor of the Tao were now gathered in Kyoto, waiting for the grand ancestor to fall so they could divide the deeply rooted dynasty. Lin Chen took a deep breath. The entire prison was filled with an unprecedented tense atmosphere. Suyu said softly, "Recently, these demons have become increasingly bold in their probing, and the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division are clearly insufficient. That's why we need to draw personnel from the prison to assist the Demon Suppression Division. You must be careful, these demons are powerful and ruthless." Lin Chen nodded, feeling an unprecedented tension. After watching Suyu leave, he immediately returned to his post. After Suyu left, the prison fell into silence, but Lin Chen's mood could not calm down. He patrolled the 17th and 18th levels, his gaze sharp, ready to respond to any possible emergencies. Suddenly, a faint sound of movement came from a distance. Lin Chen turned alertly, gripping the Seven Fiends' demon blade in his hand, prepared to face any potential enemies. The air was thick with tension, as if even breathing had become heavy. Suddenly, a collective riot has erupted on the 15th level. A shout came from the communication point. "Oh no!" Lin Chen's face turned extremely grim. The prisoners on the 15th level surged out of their cells like a storm, roaring and waving their weapons, trying to break through the guards' defenses. The chaotic scene spread instantly, flames erupted, and screams and sounds of fighting rose and fell. "Charge out! Freedom is right in front of us!" A butcher-like prisoner shouted, leading a group of inmates forward. Their momentum was fierce, like an unstoppable flood. The guards fought desperately, but there were too many of them, and in an instant, the guards' defenses were breached. Some prisoners successfully broke through the 15th level's defenses and rushed toward the deeper cells. Lin Chen heard the commotion. He initially didn't want to intervene, but found that some prisoners had actually descended from the 15th level to the 18th and 17th levels. They seemed to have a crazy plan, to release all the prisoners in the entire prison. "These lunatics!" Lin Chen cursed through gritted teeth. Now he had no choice but to intervene. He acted quickly, leading the remaining guards to confront the invading prisoners. The prisoners on the 17th and 18th levels also began to stir, banging on the cell doors and shouting frantically, "Let us out! We want freedom too!" The riot was extremely fierce. The prisoners were like wolves, determined to tear apart any obstacles to their freedom. Lin Chen gripped the Seven Fiends' demon blade tightly, his eyes filled with determination. He knew he had to stop this riot, otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Everyone, follow my command. We must not let these prisoners succeed," Lin Chen ordered loudly. He led the guards to set up a defense at the entrance, ready to meet the oncoming prisoners. A fierce battle ensued, with blades flashing and blood splattering. Lin Chen took the lead, his swordsmanship sharp, each strike filled with power, repelling the prisoners attempting to break through the defenses one by one. "Get back! This is not a place for you to act recklessly," Lin Chen roared, his blade striking like lightning, knocking one prisoner to the ground. The prisoner howled, trying to get up, but Lin Chen's blade came down again, killing him completely. Lin Chen and the guards fought with all their might, but the momentum of the riot was still difficult to contain. More prisoners continued to surge in, crashing against the defenses like a tide. Lin Chen felt anxious inside, knowing that if this continued, the defenses would eventually be breached. It seemed the 15th level could no longer be held. A look of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a fierce prisoner broke through the guards' defenses and charged toward the 18th level's cells. He swung his weapon wildly, crazily hacking at the cell door, trying to release more prisoners. Lin Chen saw this and quickly rushed in front of the criminal, striking his weapon with a single blow, sending it flying. The criminal let out an angry roar and swung his fist at Lin Chen. Lin Chen snorted coldly, sidestepped to avoid the punch, and with a reverse slash, the criminal's head instantly flew several meters away. "They must not succeed," Lin Chen shouted sternly. "All guards, prepare your weapons." His heart burned with rage as he circulated his internal energy, condensing power into the blade. In the next moment, he swung the Seven Fiends' demon blade, and the blade light swept out like a torrential storm, forcing back the oncoming criminals. Lin Chen stood alone with his blade, guarding the entrance of the 17th level, facing a group of crazed prisoners charging at him. His gaze was icy, hands tightly gripping the Seven Fiends' demon blade, his body like an immovable mountain. "You beasts, you will not step into the 17th level today." 4 7th grade prisoners and 5 8th grade prisoners charged together, each wearing a cruel smile, believing they could defeat Lin Chen. "You think you can hold us off all by yourself?" sneered a 7th grade prisoner as he charged forward, his strength crashing down on Lin Chen like a landslide. Lin Chen snorted coldly, lightly stepping, his body flashing past the opponent's fist like a ghost, the Seven Fiends' demon blade slicing through the air with a cold glint. Puff! Blood splattered as the 7th grade prisoner's arm was instantly severed. He let out a scream, staggering back, clutching his severed arm in agony. Another 7th grade prisoner, seeing this, roared and lunged at Lin Chen, swinging an iron rod violently towards his head. Lin Chen nimbly dodged the attack, countering with a swift slash, the blade light like lightning, piercing straight through the prisoner's chest. "You scum, all of you must die." Lin Chen growled, the blade light surging. He swung out fiercely. The third 7th grade prisoner, unable to react in time, was cleaved in half, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining 7th grade prisoners' faces changed drastically, fear filling their eyes, yet they still charged forward, unwilling to back down. Lin Chen's gaze was cold. The Seven Fiends' demon blade danced rapidly, the blade light like a storm, striking towards the 4th 7th grade prisoner. Bang! The prisoner's weapon was knocked away, his chest sliced open, and he fell to the ground, drenched in blood. The 8th grade prisoners, witnessing the instant deaths of the 4 7th grade prisoners, turned pale, drawing their weapons, preparing to attack Lin Chen together. "Go, all at once. He can't hold us off alone," shouted an 8th grade prisoner, and the 5 of them charged simultaneously, blades and swords flashing, killing intent filling the air. Lin Chen remained unfazed, his form like lightning, the Seven Fiends' demon blade slicing out sharp arcs of light, meeting the 5 8th grade prisoners head-on. Clang! 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 The clash of blades sent sparks flying, Lin Chen facing 5 opponents without losing ground. Each of his strikes carried boundless power, forcing the 5 8th grade prisoners to retreat repeatedly. "Ah!" One 8th grade prisoner roared, swinging a large blade down towards Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, his body sidestepping to evade the attack, simultaneously countering with a reverse slash, the blade light like a rainbow, severing the opponent's neck. Blood gushed forth, the prisoner's head flying off, his body collapsing weakly. The other 4 8th grade prisoners, seeing this, roared and continued their assault, their weapons swinging towards Lin Chen, trying to force him back. Lin Chen sneered coldly, his body agilely dodging, the Seven Fiends' demon blade carving out fierce arcs of murderous intent in the air. "You scum, all of you die." Lin Chen roared, the blade light like a storm, swiftly cleaving towards the remaining 4 8th grade prisoners. One prisoner attempted a sneak attack from the side but was quickly spotted by Lin Chen. The Seven Fiends' demon blade came down fiercely, severing his arm, blood splattering. The other 2 prisoners attacked together, but Lin Chen spun around, evading the assault, countering with a swift slash, the blade light like lightning, severing one prisoner's leg, who fell to the ground screaming. The last 8th grade prisoner, seeing this, turned pale, fear gripping his heart, yet he still charged at Lin Chen with all his might. Bang! Lin Chen swung his blade down, the light of the sword flashing like lightning, directly cleaving the last prisoner in 2, blood splattering everywhere. The battle ended, and 9 corpses lay sprawled across the ground in disarray. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the passage, holding the Seven Fiends' demon blade, his body covered in blood, yet his gaze remained icy. Anyone who steps onto the 17th level shall die. Lin Chen's voice echoed through the passage, filled with endless killing intent, causing all the prisoners to shiver in fear, no longer daring to act recklessly. Standing in the pool of blood, droplets from the blade fell to the ground, and the surrounding corpses emitted a strong smell of blood. The recently concluded battle filled the air with a chilling atmosphere. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged. He was tall, with a cold gaze and a faint smile on his face. A 6th grade master. Lin Chen immediately sensed the other's realm, his expression turning vigilant. Lin Chen, you truly are a master of the Demon Suppression Division. Your performance just now was truly breathtaking, the man slowly spoke, his voice laced with admiration. Lin Chen coldly regarded him, still tightly gripping the Seven Fiends' demon blade. Do you have something to say? The man, unfazed, replied with a smile, my name is Yun Xing, you may have heard of me. Lin Chen did not respond, merely continuing to stare at him coldly. Yun Xing continued, I am the son of the leader of the demonic path within the Great Shang dynasty. Even though I once slaughtered an entire city by myself, the Demon Suppression Division did not dare to do anything to me. Not only that, but they also have to cater to me. As he spoke, a glimmer of pride and madness flashed in his eyes. Lin Chen, a talent like you, following the Demon Suppression Division as a minor character is truly a waste. Why not join us in the demonic path? I can guarantee you a place in the top 3 grades, enjoying endless power and wealth. Lin Chen's expression remained cold, but the anger deep within him was burning. He gripped the handle of his blade tightly, his knuckles turning pale from the force. Yun Xing seemed oblivious to Lin Chen's fury, continuing to boast about his atrocities. Do you know? When I was slaughtering those ordinary civilians, the helpless wails and their desperate gazes were truly exhilarating. His words became increasingly twisted, filled with madness and enjoyment. Lin Chen's gaze turned even colder, the anger in his heart reaching its peak. Though he remained silent on the surface, every part of his body was suppressing the rage. His breathing grew heavy, his chest heaving, and the blade in his hand trembled slightly. Seeing Lin Chen's silence, Yun Xing thought he had intimidated him with his words and laughed triumphantly. Lin Chen, have you thought it through? Following me, you will gain power and status beyond your wildest imagination. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing down his inner fury, and coldly replied, you slaughter the innocent and dare to boast here? A person like you does not deserve to live in this world. Yun Xing's smile instantly froze. He did not expect Lin Chen to react this way, and his expression darkened. Lin Chen, don't be ungrateful. Giving you a chance is showing respect. Don't be so blind. A glimmer of killing intent flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he coldly said, scum like you are not worth my time. Yun Xing faced off against Lin Chen, his eyes filled with endless malice and cruelty. Oomph, Lin Chen, do you really think you can kill me? Yun Xing sneered, suddenly producing a sharp long sword in his hand, the blade glinting with a chilling killing intent. Lin Chen tightened his grip on the Seven Fiends' demon blade, his gaze fierce, locking onto Yun Xing. Originally, Lin Chen intended to bide his time and grow stronger, but since Yun Xing was so eager to seek death, he could only oblige. If you seek death, then I shall grant it to you, Lin Chen said coldly. With a sudden movement, Lin Chen charged at Yun Xing, the light of his blade flashing like electricity, striking directly at the top of Yun Xing's head. Yun Xing, unwilling to back down, met the attack with his long sword. The weapons of the two clashed violently in the air, producing a deafening sound. Clang! Yun Xing quickly summoned a talisman, which exploded in the air, transforming into a light barrier that blocked Lin Chen's attack. Ha, Lin Chen, is that all you've got? Yun Xing laughed triumphantly, swinging his long sword fiercely, sending a sharp sword energy straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen hurriedly retreated to avoid the sword energy, but he did not stop. The blade light flickered again, aiming directly for Yun Xing's throat. Yun Xing summoned another spiritual artifact, an ancient copper mirror that shimmered with a ghostly light, rebounding Lin Chen's attack. Lin Chen was pushed back a few steps by the rebounding blade light, his expression changing slightly. Yun Xing sneered, continuously swinging his long sword, the sword energy pouring down like a torrential storm towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen fought hard to defend himself, but Yun Xing's onslaught was simply too fierce. Each attack was neutralized by Yun Xing's techniques, and he gradually fell into a disadvantage. Yun Xing summoned another talisman, which transformed into countless bolts of lightning, charging at Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly dodged, but was still struck by a bolt of lightning, his body jolting as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha, Lin Chen, this is the consequence of your overestimation. Yun Xing laughed proudly, swinging his long sword again, unleashing a sharp sword energy aimed directly at Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen's eyes turned cold. Yun Xing truly had a good father. Various trump cards emerged one after another. Unfortunately, he had a fatal weakness. He was afraid to risk his life. Yun Xing, do you think these tricks can win against me? Lin Chen sneered, his body suddenly flashing to evade Yun Xing's attack. Then he circulated his inner true energy, concentrating power in the blade. Die! Lin Chen roared, the blade light cleaving towards Yun Xing like lightning. Yun Xing hurriedly summoned a protective spiritual artifact, a black armor that shimmered with ghostly light, blocking Lin Chen's attack. Lin Chen did not stop. His blade light flickered continuously, each strike filled with endless rage and killing intent. Although Yun Xing's armor was powerful, it began to show cracks under Lin Chen's frenzied assault. Damn Lin Chen! Yun Xing gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger. He summoned another talisman, which transformed into a light barrier enveloping his entire body. Lin Chen had previously killed 4 7th-tier and 5 8th-tier prisoners, accumulating 200 years of lifespan. The lifespan gained from killing evil people was the entirety of their lifespan. In the heavenly prison, executing a sentence had a daily limit of 5 years of lifespan for a single person. He chose to execute sentences in the heavenly prison because the risk factor here was extremely low. While joining the Demon Suppression Division and directly participating in killing demons, although the rewards were high, posed too great a risk. At this moment, there was no need to hide anymore. Lin Chen activated his technique, crazily burning his lifespan. As the burning lifespan increased, Lin Chen's power rapidly surged, the blade light cleaving towards Yun Xing like a storm. Although Yun Xing had many trump cards, he gradually felt the pressure against Lin Chen's frenzied assault. He continuously summoned various talismans and spiritual artifacts, trying to block Lin Chen's attacks, but each time was forcefully broken through by Lin Chen. You madman! Yun Xing gritted his teeth, his face filled with anger and unwillingness. The long sword in his hand swung even more fiercely, but each strike was precisely blocked by Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with a cold light. Every strike he made was filled with endless killing intent, as if he wanted to completely tear Yun Xing apart. As long as he persisted, Yun Xing would eventually reveal a flaw. Sure enough, Yun Xing's offensive began to become chaotic, his talismans and spiritual artifacts gradually losing effectiveness, and Lin Chen's blade light was getting closer to his vital points. Damn it! Yun Xing cursed inwardly, not expecting Lin Chen to be so difficult to deal with. Yun Xing's face turned pale, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He knew he was already at a disadvantage. Lin Chen, do you think you can win? Yun Xing forced a cold smile, swinging the long sword in his hand again, trying to counterattack. Lin Chen did not give him a chance. The blade flashed like lightning, striking towards Yun Xing once more. Yun Xing hurriedly summoned a shield, which shimmered with a ghostly light, blocking Lin Chen's attack. Ah! Yun Xing roared, thrusting the long sword fiercely at Lin Chen, trying to push him back. Lin Chen sneered, dodging agilely, and countered with a slash aimed directly at Yun Xing's long sword. The long sword was knocked away, and Yun Xing's defense completely collapsed. Even with all of Yun Xing's trump cards out, he could not stop Lin Chen's life-for-a-life fighting style. Yun Xing wielded his long sword with increasing difficulty, continuously summoning various talismans and spiritual artifacts, trying to block Lin Chen's onslaught. But Lin Chen gave him no chance to catch his breath. The blade light rained down like a storm, relentlessly striking at Yun Xing. Damn beast! Yun Xing shouted, his talismans and spiritual artifacts nearly exhausted, his body covered in wounds, blood flowing continuously from his injuries. With each slash of Lin Chen's blade, he felt as if he were being torn apart. Lin Chen, I will not admit defeat. Yun Xing gritted his teeth, summoning all his strength to raise the shield against Lin Chen's blade light. Lin Chen sneered, dodging nimbly, and slashed back at Yun Xing. Ah! Yun Xing roared, his body unsteady, nearly falling. He struggled to steady himself, a glint of madness flashing in his eyes, and summoned his last trump card, a piece of ancient talisman. The talisman glimmered with ghostly light, forming a shield that surrounded Yun Xing. Breathing heavily, Yun Xing glared at Lin Chen with eyes full of resentment. Lin Chen, you will not defeat me. Yun Xing roared madly, the shield blocking Lin Chen's attacks, but it was continuously weakening. Lin Chen sneered, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. Yun Xing was already at the end of his strength. He just needed to hold on a little longer, and the shield would completely shatter. He quickened his attack, the blade light flashing like lightning, striking at the shield. The shield's glow gradually dimmed, and finally, with a crisp sound, it shattered completely. Despair and unwillingness filled Yun Xing's eyes. His trump cards were exhausted, his body covered in wounds, and he was too weak to continue fighting. Lin Chen, spare me, and I can let you live. Yun Xing gritted his teeth, his voice laced with endless resentment. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He hesitated not at all, the seven fiends' demon blade suddenly accelerating, driving straight towards Yun Xing's chest. Yun Xing hurriedly swung his sword to block, but his strength was already greatly diminished, and his movements had become sluggish. In a flash, Yun Xing's long sword was knocked away, and Lin Chen seized the opportunity, thrusting the long knife brutally into Yun Xing's abdomen. Blood gushed from the wound, staining Yun Xing's clothes red. Yun Xing clutched his abdomen in pain, his body involuntarily retreating, his legs giving way as he knelt on the ground. Lin Chen, spare my life. Yun Xing's voice trembled, his eyes no longer filled with arrogance and pride, replaced instead by deep fear. His body trembled from excessive blood loss, his consciousness gradually fading. Lin Chen looked at him coldly, the knife firmly gripped in his hand, his gaze as icy as frost. Now you know fear? Lin Chen's voice was low and cold, as if it came from the judgment of hell. Weren't you very arrogant? Didn't you say the Demon Suppression Division wouldn't dare to do anything to you? Yun Xing's body trembled from fear, he knew he had no way to escape, and Lin Chen's cold gaze sent a bone-chilling dread through him. I was wrong. Let me go. Yun Xing panicked, but Lin Chen had no intention of letting him go. After all, he had just burned so much of his lifespan. If he didn't make up for it on Yun Xing, wouldn't he be at a loss? Yun Xing's eyes were filled with terror as he retreated repeatedly, his voice trembling. Lin Chen, I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. I can help you obtain many techniques, I can. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with frost, as he mercilessly swung the seven fiends' demon blade. Spare you? Do you think I would believe your nonsense? In a flash of blade light, Yun Xing's voice was abruptly silenced, his head flying off, blood gushing like a fountain, his body collapsing weakly. Lin Chen sheathed his blade, coldly watching Yun Xing lying in a pool of blood, not a trace of pity in his eyes. The surrounding prisoners, witnessing this, all retreated in fear, their faces filled with terror. Lin Chen glanced at the seven fiends' demon blade in his hand, blood still dripping from the blade, and took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within him. This battle had granted him a significant amount of lifespan, enough to make up for his previous losses. The son of the Demon Path leader, who even the Demon Suppression Division dared not confront, had now died at Lin Chen's hands. Now, Lin Chen had gained another formidable enemy. In the northern border of the Great Qing dynasty, the Demon Path leader Yun Tianhe was sitting in a dark hall when suddenly, one of the seven-star lamps in front of him extinguished. His face instantly turned ashen, a sharp pain piercing his heart. The seven-star lamp has gone out. Yun Tianhe's eyes filled with ominous premonitions. He slowly stood up, his face revealing immense anger and pain. Who dares to kill my son? He gritted his teeth, his voice echoing like thunder in the hall, filled with endless rage and hatred. Come here! Yun Tianhe roared, his voice laced with boundless killing intent. Several subordinates rushed in, respectfully kneeling on the ground, awaiting orders. Investigate! Find out who killed my son! Yun Tianhe's eyes sparkled with a mad light, as if he wanted to burn the entire world. His voice trembled, filled with uncontrollable anger and pain. Yes, my lord, we will investigate immediately. The subordinates did not dare to delay, quickly retreating to begin their search. Yun Tianhe clenched his fists, his nails digging deep into his palms, blood flowing through his fingers, yet he remained oblivious, the pain and anger in his heart nearly driving him insane. My son, my Yun Xing. Yun Tianhe's voice was low and hoarse, tears glimmering in his eyes. He recalled his son's appearance as a child, that clever and bright child, now tragically dead at the hands of the enemy. No matter who it is, I will make you pay 1,000-fold. Yun Tianhe roared to the heavens, his voice filled with endless hatred. I want you to suffer worse than death. Yun Tianhe's voice was like a curse from hell, his eyes burning with the flames of revenge. A thick aura of killing intent filled the entire hall, and Yun Tianhe's figure appeared particularly terrifying. He had to take matters into his own hands to avenge his son. Anyone who stood in his way would be ruthlessly crushed. Yun Xing, I will avenge you. Yun Tianhe said softly, his voice filled with determination and resolve. He turned to leave the hall, the lights behind him illuminating his silhouette, as if he were a walking Azura in the world, carrying endless hatred and anger. After killing Yun Xing, Lin Chen felt a surge of immense vitality flowing into him, having plundered Yun Xing's entire lifespan of 230 years. Lin Chen did not hesitate at all, once again wielding the seven fiends' demon blade. He set Yun Xing's corpse ablaze along with the other prisoners, the flames roaring, quickly turning them all to charcoal. The prisoners who witnessed Yun Xing's death were all killed by Lin Chen, turning to ashes. The firelight illuminated Lin Chen's face, his gaze as cold as ice, holding the seven fiends' demon blade, standing at the entrance of the 17th level like a war god. Who dares to come again, die? His voice was deep, carrying endless authority and killing intent, echoing throughout the entire 17th level. As the intruders looked at the scene before them, a chill ran through their hearts, and no one dared to act recklessly. The bodies on the ground were the trophies of Lin Chen's battle. This madman is too ruthless, we are no match for him at all. A prisoner whispered to his companion, his tone filled with fear. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the passage, his figure like an unmoving mountain, the seven fiends' demon blade in his hand glinting coldly, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. He knew that as long as he stood there, these prisoners would not dare to make a move. Time passed slowly, and Lin Chen remained vigilant. As long as a single prisoner dared to cross that line, he would not hesitate to kill them. After continuing to slay more than 10 prisoners, the inmates on the 16th floor all knew that there was a merciless killer on the 17th floor. They spread the news in terror, as if Lin Chen's name had become a nightmare in their hearts. Have you heard? There's a killing demon on the 17th floor. Countless prisoners have died at his hands. That guy is just too terrifying. We are no match for him. Another prisoner nodded, panic flashing in his eyes. We better not go to the 17th floor. That place is simply hell. The other prisoners trembled as they spoke, their eyes filled with despair. Lin Chen stood at the entrance of the 17th floor, coldly watching the prisoners in the distance. As long as I am here, you will not cross this line, Lin Chen said coldly, his voice laced with endless killing intent. The prisoners dared not make any further moves. They knew full well that against a ruthless killer like Lin Chen, they had no chance of winning. Let's go, we can't break into the 17th floor, a prisoner said helplessly, his tone filled with despair. Thus, under Lin Chen's intimidation, the rioting prisoners retreated, not daring to cause any more chaos on the 17th floor. The entire 17th and 18th floors were shrouded in Lin Chen's authority, and the imprisoned inmates no longer dared to make any moves. Lin Chen's figure became their deepest fear. Whenever they sought his gaze, they would involuntarily tremble. He stood at the entrance of the passage, watching these prisoners retreat, feeling a sigh of relief in his heart. These crazed beasts would never let it go so easily. In this battle, aside from Lin Chen, the other guards were either dead or injured, and Lin Chen had made them hide. The prisoners were temporarily subdued, but he did not know if there would be greater threats ahead. Lin Chen thought to himself, still tightly gripping the seven fiends' demon blade. He did not dare to relax at all. Both his spirit and stamina had been significantly drained, and he felt even more fatigued. He had used medicine on his injuries earlier, and they had finally improved a bit. The prisoners here no longer dared to charge, they could only flee to the higher levels. Just as the 15th floor was also in chaos, the leader of the first floor, Zhao Zhen, happened to return. Zhao Zhen was tall and imposing, his face stern, and his eyes sparkled with endless authority. He stepped into the 15th floor and saw the chaotic scene, a hint of disdain appearing on his face. Get out of my way, he roared, his voice booming like thunder, causing all the prisoners' eardrums to ache. A bold prisoner charged at Zhao Zhen with a knife, but before he could get close, Zhao Zhen sent him flying with a punch, crashing heavily against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth, instantly losing his combat ability. Trash! Zhao Zhen snorted coldly, continuing to throw punches, sending prisoners flying like paper, and soon the entire 15th floor was silenced under his suppression. You bunch of useless fools, dare to cause trouble here? Zhao Zhen said coldly, his gaze sweeping like a sharp sword over every prisoner. The prisoners all lowered their heads, trembling, no longer daring to make any moves. Zhao Zhen nodded in satisfaction and turned to walk towards the 17th floor. When he arrived at the 17th floor, he saw Lin Chen standing alone in the corridor, a flicker of surprise and admiration crossing his eyes. Lin Chen was covered in blood, but his gaze remained resolute, the seven fiends' demon blade still tightly gripped in his hand. Zhao Zhen looked deeply at Lin Chen for a moment, then left the 17th floor and headed towards the 15th floor. Although the riot on the 15th floor had been suppressed, the guards were still busy counting the number of prisoners. Hurry up, bring out the remaining prisoners, check them one by one. An anxious guard captain directed his subordinates. Captain, this side has been counted, they are all here, a guard reported. What about over there? Have they all been checked? The captain continued to inquire, his anxiety becoming more apparent. We're still counting, but a few prisoners are missing, and we're verifying their identities, another guard replied nervously. At that moment, a guard responsible for counting the important prisoners rushed over, his face pale and voice trembling. Captain, the most important Yun Xing has vanished. The entire 15th floor instantly fell silent. Everyone stopped their work and looked at the guard, their faces filled with panic. What? Yun Xing is missing? The captain's face changed dramatically, his voice trembling with shock. Yes, we searched the entire 15th floor and couldn't find his body, the guard said anxiously. This is bad. If the higher-ups find out Yunxing escaped, we will all be in serious trouble. Another guard's face turned pale, his voice laced with fear. Quickly report to Commander Zhao. The captain decisively ordered. Everyone else continue searching. Don't miss any corner. Upon hearing the report, Zhao Zhen's face darkened ominously, a dangerous glint flashing in his eyes. What are you all doing? You can't even keep track of one prisoner. He coldly reprimanded, his voice filled with anger. The guards lowered their heads, not daring to meet Zhao Zhen's gaze, their hearts filled with fear and guilt. Continue searching. We must find Yunxing's whereabouts. Zhao Zhen commanded coldly, then strode away from the 15th floor to report to the Demon Suppression Division. The entire 15th floor was engulfed in a tense atmosphere, everyone silently praying to find Yunxing's whereabouts quickly, or they would face severe punishment. Soon, this news was rapidly reported to the Demon Suppression Division. Upon learning of the situation, the higher-ups of the division displayed shocked expressions. What? Yunxing is missing? An elder of the Demon Suppression Division slammed the table, his face ashen. How is this possible? Yunxing is the son of the leader of the Demon Path. How could he just disappear from the 15th floor of the heavenly prison? Another elder frowned, confusion and unease filling his eyes. If Yunxing really escaped, then our leverage against Yun Tianhe is completely gone, a high-ranking member of the Demon Suppression Division muttered, his voice filled with helplessness. Immediately send people to thoroughly investigate this matter. We must find Yunxing's whereabouts. The leader of the Demon Suppression Division coldly ordered, his voice filled with authority and determination. All members of the Demon Suppression Division quickly sprang into action, beginning a comprehensive search of every corner of the heavenly prison, but still found no trace of Yunxing. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division were also discussing countermeasures, their faces unusually grave. The news of Yunxing's disappearance must not leak out, otherwise, it will provoke a backlash from the forces of the Demon Path, one elder said solemnly. Exactly, we must find Yunxing in the shortest time possible, or Yun Tianhe will definitely take the opportunity to strike. Another elder nodded in agreement. But the strongest person in the heavenly prison, Zhao Zhen, said himself that he did not kill Yunxing. What is going on? A high-ranking member questioned, confusion evident in his eyes. Perhaps someone has secretly manipulated things, but in any case, we must find Yunxing as soon as possible. Alive, we want to see him. Dead, we want to see his body. The leader of the Demon Suppression Division said coldly, his eyes flashing with a cold light. On the first level of the sky prison, Zhao Zhen sat in the chief position, his expression serious. His gaze swept over the faces of everyone present, finally landing on his deputy, Li Xian. Li Xian, the disappearance of Yunxing must be resolved quickly, otherwise, we won't be able to explain ourselves to the higher-ups. Zhao Zhen's tone was low, yet filled with a sense of oppression. Li Xian nodded, his face also grave. I understand, Zhao Zhen. Since you say there was no killing of Yunxing, then no one in the entire sky prison could have killed him. Zhao Zhen's gaze grew even colder. Now is not the time to discuss these matters. We must find Yunxing as soon as possible, using all available resources. We cannot let him disappear right under our noses. Li Xian immediately turned around and instructed several team leaders. You all go to various areas to search immediately. Make sure to find Yunxing's whereabouts. The team leaders took their orders and left, the atmosphere in the entire sky prison growing even tenser. The entire sky prison was now under strict lockdown, ensuring that not even an ant could escape. The deputy commander of the 15th level had already been held accountable. The riot occurred without timely handling, which led to Yunxing's disappearance, and he could not escape blame. The officials of the 15th level were eager to dig 3 feet into the ground. Zhao Zhen even patrolled the sky prison overnight, arranging for many trusted aides to come. It would be fine if Yunxing had escaped, but if something truly happened, they would not be able to bear the wrath of Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe's character was sinister and terrifying. If it weren't for the threat of capturing Yunxing, how could he have withdrawn his troops? All patrol teams of the Demon Suppression Division doubled their efforts, expanding the search range to every corner of the sky prison. However, despite their utmost efforts, there was still no progress in the search. It was as if Yunxing had evaporated from the world, leaving no trace behind. Lin Chen continued to mind his own business, diligently performing his duties. Though he remained wary of Yun Tianhe's revenge, on the surface, he showed no signs of it. He still guarded the 17th level, the 7 Fiends' demon blade in his hand always ready to be drawn. The tense atmosphere in the sky prison grew increasingly thick, with everyone cautiously carrying out their tasks, fearing that a careless mistake might anger the higher-ups. One day, while Lin Chen was patrolling the 17th level, a guard suddenly came to deliver a message. Lin Chen, Commander Zhao requests your presence. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Although puzzled, he maintained his composure and followed the guard all the way to the highest point of the sky prison. The residence of the prison commander was located at the top level, far from the noise of the prisoners, in a serene environment, yet filled with pressure. Lin Chen pushed open the large door and entered the main hall, where he saw a tall man sitting in the center. He wore a black robe, his face stern, and his eyes sharp like a hawk. This was the prison commander, Zhao Zhen, whose strength was unfathomable, making it hard for Lin Chen to see through him. Lin Chen, I pay my respects to the commander, Lin Chen said respectfully, his voice steady. Zhao Zhen glanced at Lin Chen, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen, your performance during this riot was outstanding. You suppressed the uprising on the 17th level and achieved great merit. Lin Chen slightly lowered his head, humbly saying, I merely fulfilled my duties. I dare not take credit. Although Lin Chen could not see through Zhao Zhen's strength, he could vaguely sense that the commander was at least a top-tier expert. Zhao Zhen nodded in satisfaction, his gaze revealing admiration. Lin Chen, your humility and your unassuming attitude are exactly what our sky prison needs. Continue to stay vigilant and ensure the safety of the 17th level, Zhao Zhen said, his tone carrying a hint of satisfaction. Yes, I will not fail the commander's trust, Lin Chen replied respectfully. However, this conversation sparked dissatisfaction among the other deputy commanders present. Lin Chen's outstanding performance had already aroused their jealousy and hostility. They had long been displeased with him. Especially seeing Zhao Zhen's praise for Lin Chen made them even more uncomfortable. After Zhao Zhen's meeting ended, several vice leaders gathered together, their eyes filled with resentment. Lin Chen, you're quite impressive, aren't you? You've only been in the prison for a short time and already lead 2 levels, one vice leader mocked coldly. Yeah, we've been in the prison for years and have never seen anyone achieve such results in such a short time. You're truly setting a precedent for the prison, another vice leader chimed in, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Lin Chen looked at them calmly and said lightly, thank you for your compliments, colleagues. I'm just doing my duty. Duty? Humph. Who doesn't know you got the leader's recognition by flattering him? One vice leader scoffed, his eyes full of hostility. Lin Chen knew they were dissatisfied, but he had no intention of arguing with them. He simply said calmly, we're all here for the safety of the prison. I hope we can work together and not let personal grudges affect the bigger picture. Humph, that's easy for you to say. Who doesn't know what you're really thinking? Several vice leaders snorted coldly, and seeing that Lin Chen ignored their insinuations only made them angrier. Humph, this kid is really arrogant, thinking he can look down on us, one vice leader said indignantly. Does he think that just because he has achieved a few merits, he can act like he's above everyone? It's truly laughable, another vice leader agreed, his tone filled with jealousy. Lin Chen, however, couldn't be bothered to respond to their words. He knew that instead of wasting time arguing, it was better to focus on his duties. With that time, he might as well interrogate a few more prisoners. So, he turned and left to continue his interrogation. Lin Chen's indifference was taken as disdain by the vice leaders. This made them even angrier, and they decided to unite and teach Lin Chen a lesson. The vice leaders gathered in a secluded room to discuss their strategy. We can't let him go on like this. He needs to know the power of us seniors. One vice leader spoke first, a cold glint in his eyes. Exactly. We must give him a lesson, otherwise, he might really think he's the master of the prison, another vice leader agreed. We can use his duties to set him up, a meticulous vice leader suggested. For example, during the interrogation of prisoners, let him encounter a few troublesome characters. Troublesome characters? You mean? The other's eyes lit up, revealing sinister smiles. That's right. Aren't there a few powerful prisoners in the prison? We can arrange for them to cooperate and make Lin Chen suffer a bit. The vice leader continued, his eyes filled with scheming. Good idea, but be careful not to let the leader notice, another vice leader reminded cautiously. Rest assured, we will handle this cleanly and leave no evidence behind. The vice leaders finally settled on the specific date for their plan, October 3rd. October 3rd was the anniversary of the prison's establishment, and the guards and higher-ups would gather to celebrate. This day would be a perfect opportunity to embarrass Lin Chen in public. As long as Lin Chen made a fool of himself, they could step in to help him, thereby establishing their authority. They also wanted to warn Lin Chen not to think that just because he managed 2 levels, he could ride over them. They wanted Lin Chen to respectfully call them seniors and bow his head in submission in front of everyone. After finalizing their plans, the vice leaders revealed sinister smiles, as if they could already see Lin Chen embarrassing himself in front of everyone. Lin Chen was unaware of their scheming. He also didn't know that he had already incurred the resentment of his colleagues, but even if he did, he wouldn't care at all. For him, becoming stronger was the only purpose. Lin Chen continued to silently interrogate prisoners, accumulating his lifespan. Throughout the interrogation process, he remained vigilant, able to respond quickly to any unexpected situations. Several times, when prisoners went mad, it was Lin Chen who took action to resolve the situation, and his prestige increased significantly on the 17th and 18th floors. As time passed, Lin Chen's lifespan gradually accumulated. Each interrogation was an opportunity for improvement. The major movements of the Demon Suppression Division did not escape his notice. He had killed Yun Xing. Sooner or later, Yun Tianhao would come for him. He could only continue to grow stronger to stand undefeated in this perilous environment. When Lin Chen's lifespan reached 300 years, he felt the power within him reach a new peak. Finally, he had saved enough. It wasn't easy for Lin Chen to accumulate this bit of lifespan, aside from the last riot that had yielded great rewards. Currently, he could only diligently interrogate prisoners in the heavenly prison. The guards all said they had never seen a deputy commander as hardworking as him. Finally, I've saved up enough, let's start the lottery. Lin Chen muttered to himself, filled with anticipation. He had worked hard for this day. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, and the lifespan wheel immediately appeared in his mind. For the first lottery, he infused 10 years of lifespan. The wheel began to spin, lights flashing, and finally stopped on a square glowing with red light. Lin Chen looked closely and saw the reward information. Soul-severing powder note, poison, can kill those below the 7th rank within 3 breaths. Lin Chen looked at the soul-severing powder in his hand and nodded slightly. This poison could have miraculous effects at critical moments. But he was not satisfied. He knew better rewards were still to come. Continue. For the second lottery, he infused 30 years of lifespan. The wheel spun again, the light becoming even more dazzling, and finally stopped on a square glowing with purple light. Soul-consuming palm, 7th rank martial art. Lin Chen's heart leaped with joy. This martial art not only had a powerful name but also extraordinary might. He couldn't wait to absorb the martial art information into his mind and began to comprehend the essence of this palm technique. The soul-consuming palm emphasized the combination of softness and strength and palm power, flowing like water when executed, with a chilling aura in the palm wind. Lin Chen felt the true qi circulating within him. His palms moved slightly, as if the air itself carried a hint of coldness. He knew this martial art required time to practice, but once mastered, it would surely unleash tremendous power in battle. Not bad, let's go again. Filled with anticipation, Lin Chen continued with the third lottery, infusing 30 years of lifespan this time. The wheel spun again, the light becoming even more brilliant, and finally stopped on a square glowing with green light. Shadowy Steps, 6th rank martial art. Lin Chen's heart trembled. The Shadowy Steps was an extremely exquisite lightness skill focused on speed and agility. Mastering this step would greatly enhance his movement speed and agility, allowing him to respond more flexibly to various attacks in battle. Lin Chen carefully comprehended the essence of this step, feeling his true qi flow more smoothly with the movement. He tried to perform the shadowy steps in the room, and his figure transformed into an afterimage, instantly moving from one place to another, the speed so fast it was almost impossible to catch. This step was truly marvelous. Lin Chen was overjoyed, knowing this step would give him a significant advantage in future battles. Although he had already obtained quite a few good things, Lin Chen was not satisfied. He decided to continue the lottery, striving for more treasures and martial arts to enhance his strength. One more time, infusing 50 years of lifespan. The fourth lottery began, the wheel spinning again, this time the light becoming even more dazzling, illuminating the entire room. As the wheel spun, Lin Chen's mood also became excited, looking forward to what kind of treasure would appear next. The roulette gradually came to a stop, finally landing on a square that shimmered with a deep green light. Turtle breathing technique note, not yet ranked, but cannot be seen through by those below the 3rd rank. Seeing this result, Lin Chen was overjoyed. The turtle breathing technique was exactly the martial art he had been eagerly anticipating. Although it was not yet ranked, it possessed an extremely powerful concealment effect. After practicing the turtle breathing technique, he could hide his aura and cultivation level, making it impossible for those below the 3rd rank to see through his true strength. I've finally obtained it. Lin Chen was ecstatic. The turtle breathing technique was like adding wings to a tiger for him. With this technique, he could more calmly conceal his cultivation, avoiding unnecessary attention. Lin Chen immediately began to practice the turtle breathing technique, carefully studying the mental formula and instructions within, circulating his true energy according to the guidance. He gradually grasped the essence of the turtle breathing technique, able to completely hide his aura while cultivating, as if he had merged with the heavens and earth. Lin Chen found that he could skillfully use the turtle breathing technique. Even in the face of strong enemies, he could hide his cultivation without any flaws. Lin Chen secretly rejoiced. This technique was incredibly important to him. One last time, he infused 20 years of lifespan. The 5th lottery began, and the roulette spun again. This time, the light was not as dazzling as before, but it still filled Lin Chen with anticipation. The roulette gradually came to a stop, the pointer landing on a square that shimmered with silver light. 30 years of martial arts experience. Note: can choose to infuse any martial art. Lin Chen looked at the reward, a wave of joy washing over him. 30 years of martial arts experience was an extremely valuable opportunity for him to improve. He thought carefully. What he lacked most at the moment was footwork. I'll choose the shadowy steps. Lin Chen decisively decided to infuse these 30 years of martial arts experience into the shadowy steps. As the martial arts experience was infused, Lin Chen felt his true energy rapidly circulating within, and his footwork became increasingly agile, as if he had merged with the heavens and earth. In just a few breaths, he felt that his shadowy steps had reached a perfect realm. Lin Chen tried to perform the shadowy steps in the room. His figure moved swiftly like a phantom, each step filled with agility and precision. His footsteps were light and soundless, as if he were treading on clouds, making it hard to grasp. This is true footwork. Lin Chen marveled. The perfected shadowy steps elevated his speed and agility to a new height, making him more adept in battle. In this lottery, Lin Chen consumed a full 140 years of lifespan. Now, he had 160 years of lifespan remaining. This lifespan was specifically reserved for the blood-burning technique. After all, whether for cultivation or forcibly enhancing strength in dangerous moments, the blood-burning technique required a large amount of lifespan. Lin Chen sat down cross-legged and began to operate the blood-burning technique. This technique was immensely powerful but also consumed lifespan at an alarming rate. Just one day of practicing the blood-burning technique consumed 50 years of lifespan. However, the improvements brought by this consumption were also tremendous. In just one day, Lin Chen leaped from the early 6th rank to the late 6th rank, crossing 2 small realms. More importantly, the foundation laid was extremely solid, with no side effects. Although the blood-burning technique was a major consumer of lifespan, it had almost no other drawbacks. Lin Chen opened his attribute panel to check the changes after this cultivation. Name: Lin Chen. Talent: Superior Realm, 6th rank. Martial Spirit, Late Stage. Techniques: Demon Suppression Technique, Proficient, 1689/2000. Blood Burning Technique, Proficient, 2389/5000. Remaining lifespan: 111. 3 years. Divine Ability: Creation of the Kunping Divine Ability, Upper Divine Ability, Martial Arts, Tiangang Blade Technique, Great Accomplishment, Draw Sword Technique, Great Accomplishment, Violent Rain. Pear Blossom Needle, Proficient, Dark Soul Dispersing Palm, Proficient, Illusory Shadow Wandering Step, Perfection, Weapon, 7 Fiends Demon Blade. The effect of the turtle breathing technique made Lin Chen very satisfied. He could hide his aura and cultivation in any situation, undetectable by any strong individual below the 3rd rank. This was undoubtedly a great assurance for his life and cultivation in the heavenly prison. In the 2 levels of the prison under his jurisdiction, he was known for his strict management and fairness. These prisoners, having their lifespan stripped away, suffered greatly both physically and mentally. To minimize the number of prisoners dying in the heavenly prison due to excessive deprivation of their lifespans, Lin Chen generally left them with a year or 2 of lifespan. This approach not only ensured the prisoners' safety but also maintained the stability of the prison. After all, a series of unexplained deaths among the prisoners would inevitably arouse suspicion from the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Chen was not a fool. He naturally understood the importance of sustainable development. That day, Lin Chen patrolled the 17th and 18th levels of the prison, observing the condition of each prisoner. He meticulously checked every cell to ensure that no prisoner was on the brink of death due to excessive deprivation of their lifespan. Deputy Commander Lin, you're here. A guard respectfully approached him. How has the situation in the prison been these past few days? Lin Chen asked. It's relatively calm, but the new batch of prisoners from the Ghost Fiend sect has been quite troublesome. A few of them have repeatedly provoked the guards and even attempted to escape. The guard replied, a hint of worry on his face. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze sharp. Take me to see. He followed the guard to the cells holding the Ghost Fiend sect prisoners, who all wore fierce expressions. Upon seeing Lin Chen, they displayed disdainful looks. Lin Chen, you beast. One day we will tear you to pieces. The burly leader of the prisoners gritted his teeth and said. Lin Chen coldly smiled, you'd better pray that you can leave here alive. Otherwise, I will make you understand what true pain is. Although these words were plain, they carried a chilling aura. The prisoners' arrogance immediately diminished. On their first day here, they had already experienced Lin Chen's torturous methods, which were certainly not inferior to anyone else's. Lin Chen turned to the guard and said, increase the number of personnel and strictly monitor these prisoners. No laxity is allowed. Yes, Deputy Commander Lin. The guard replied respectfully. It had only been a month or two, and Lin Chen had already nearly drained the prisoners on the 18th level. The prisoners on the 17th level, having been rebuilt not long ago, were also nearly depleted due to the severe shortage of personnel in the Demon Suppression Division recently. The prisoners sent to the 17th level had cultivation levels no higher than the 7th rank, with lifespans only lasting a few years or a little over half a month. Their lifespans were quickly drained by Lin Chen. Lin Chen was somewhat dissatisfied with the efficiency of the Demon Suppression Division. He knew that lifespan was crucial for his cultivation, and the current number and quality of these prisoners clearly could not meet his needs. What has the Demon Suppression Division been busy with lately? How can they not even keep up with the supply of prisoners? Lin Chen muttered to himself. Unbeknownst to him, the Demon Suppression Division had recently suffered heavy casualties. Zhang Qiudong's Ghost Fiend sect had launched a fierce retaliation, and many elites of the Demon Suppression Division were injured or killed in battle. After each battle, the battlefield was left with numerous corpses and severed limbs, blood flowing like rivers. Some members of the Demon Suppression Division, even if they survived, were heavily injured and found it difficult to move. Worse still, the father of Cloud Stars, the leader of the Demon Path, Yun Tianhe, was rumored to have left the northern border and begun to take action. It was said that he personally led an elite force to conduct raids in various places, creating panic. Every appearance of Yun Tianhe is accompanied by large-scale slaughter and destruction, and the people of the Demon Suppression Division have not been spared from experiencing this. Coupled with the chaos of this world, where demons run rampant and the common people are displaced, the manpower of the Demon Suppression Division is severely lacking. Many branches of the division have been forced to close, with the remaining forces concentrated in a few key locations, doing their utmost to maintain stability. The higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division, in response to emergencies across various regions, have no choice but to prioritize the allocation of resources and manpower to the most critical areas. This has led to a severe shortage of prisoners in the capital, especially those sent to the 17th level, whose cultivation does not exceed the 7th rank and whose lifespans are limited. Although Lin Chen is unaware of these details, he senses that the situation within the Demon Suppression Division is extremely tense. He understands that he can no longer simply rely on plundering lifespans from prisoners to enhance his strength. He must seek other avenues. The Demon Suppression Divisions across the land are facing the same predicament. Even the Capital's division has had to spend heavily to recruit righteous heroes from the martial world to join them in the fight against demons. However, the Capital's Demon Suppression Division has already been publicly named for revenge by the demon leader Yun Tianhe, and his reputation makes many in the martial world hesitate. Recruitment notices are plastered all over the capital, promising generous rewards and positions, yet the response has been sparse. Most martial artists shake their heads and sigh upon seeing the recruitment notices, with some even sarcastically saying, "Who wouldn't want wealth and fame? But if you're dead, what use is it?" Yun Tianhe has named the capital's Demon Suppression Division for revenge. Who would dare to go to their death? Another person echoed. Very few responded to the recruitment. In the conference hall of the Demon Suppression Division, the atmosphere is exceptionally tense. High-ranking officials gather, each face clouded with worry. We can't wait any longer. If we can't find Yun Xing soon, we must prepare for a direct confrontation with Yun Tianhe. An elder angrily slammed the table, his voice filled with rage and anxiety. Indeed, the threat of Yun Tianhe is drawing closer, while our strength is dwindling. If we cannot quickly bolster our power, the capital will fall into an unprecedented crisis, another high-ranking official agreed, his face full of concern. The situation is dire. The plan to recruit righteous heroes has nearly failed. Those people are too afraid to come to the Demon Suppression Division. They fear being targeted by Yun Tianhe. A third high-ranking official shook his head and sighed, looking helpless. Damn Yun Xing, he must have run off himself, colluding with Yun Tianhe to invade, leaving us in a precarious position. Another high-ranking official said indignantly, his tone filled with resentment. Everyone, calm down. Zhao Zhen took a deep breath, his voice loud and firm. We are facing an unprecedented crisis, but because of this, we must unite and confront it together. He glanced at everyone present and continued, regardless of whether Yun Xing has allied with Yun Tianhe, we must prepare for the worst. Immediately strengthen the defenses of the capital and allocate all available resources. At the same time, continue searching for Yun Xing's whereabouts. We cannot relax for a moment. We must ensure the safety of the capital, no matter the cost. Zhao Zhen's tone conveyed an undeniable resolve. Lin Chen did not understand these circumstances. He had been troubled by how to resolve his lifespan issues recently. Frustrated with the recent inefficiency of the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen happened to encounter Su Yu at the entrance of the prison as he was escorting prisoners. Su Captain, you came at the right time. I have something to ask you. Lin Chen stepped forward, his gaze filled with confusion and dissatisfaction. Su Yu, busy directing his subordinates and escorting prisoners, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Lin Chen's voice and quickly stopped his work. Deputy Commander Lin, What is it? Why has the efficiency of the Demon Suppression Division been so poor lately, leading to many empty cells in my prison? Lin Chen directly asked, his brow slightly furrowed. Suyu was taken aback by the question, unsure how to respond. This was the first time he had heard of a deputy commander complaining about the lack of prisoners in the jail. This is quite fresh. Others complain about having too many prisoners, and this is the first time I've heard someone say there are too few. Suyu chuckled bitterly in his heart but decided to honestly inform Lin Chen about the current situation. Deputy Commander Lin, here's the thing. Suyu recounted everything that had happened recently in the Demon Suppression Division in one breath. After listening, Lin Chen weighed his own strength and then considered Suyu's capabilities. Suyu was a lieutenant in the Demon Suppression Division, and he was still doing well despite the challenges, which gave Lin Chen a bit more confidence. Lieutenant Su, if you can survive this long, it seems the problem isn't too big. I should be able to handle it as well, Lin Chen said with a smile, feeling slightly more relaxed. Suyu shook his head with a bitter smile. Deputy Commander Lin, you make it sound easy, but in reality, we are dancing on the edge of a knife every day. After hearing this, Lin Chen pondered for a moment and decided not to wait any longer for the efficiency of the Demon Suppression Division. A thought struck him. He planned to leave the dungeon and take on a part-time job. Since the efficiency of the Demon Suppression Division was so low, he might as well do it himself to speed things up. Lieutenant Su, your efficiency is low. I'll just do it myself. Anyway, I can't sit still, so I might as well go catch those criminals myself, Lin Chen said with a smile. Suyu was taken aback. You want to personally catch criminals? That's right. Lin Chen nodded. I want to join the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Chen's idea was simple. If he encountered any stubborn resistance, he would eliminate them and directly inherit all their lifespan. Those he captured alive would be sent to the 17th and 18th levels of the dungeon, where he would personally interrogate and torture them, squeezing out their last bit of labor. Suyu was shocked by Lin Chen. In this day and age, who would still be willing to work for the Demon Suppression Division? He found the proposal somewhat absurd but also secretly admired Lin Chen's courage. Deputy Commander Lin, I didn't expect you to have such a sense of justice. Lin Chen laughed heartily. Of course. Since they are unwilling to come to us voluntarily, I will personally invite them over as guests. Besides, it will also lighten the burden on the Demon Suppression Division. Suyu shook his head and smiled. Deputy Commander Lin, your idea is good, but you must be careful. The situation outside is not optimistic. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Lin Chen waved his hand confidently. With Suyu's recommendation, Lin Chen smoothly joined the Demon Suppression Division. During the appointment meeting, several high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Division examined and discussed Lin Chen. An elderly elder with white hair spoke first. At a time like this, it's rare to find someone willing to actively join the Demon Suppression Division. Another middle-aged official nodded. Indeed, the situation in our Demon Suppression Division is very severe. Many people in the martial world are avoiding us. Lin Chen, your courage is commendable. Lin Chen smiled slightly and cupped his hands. Honorable officials, the Demon Suppression Division protects the peace of the people. This is a great righteousness. Although my strength is only at the 7th rank, I hope to contribute my humble efforts to relieve the burden of the Demon Suppression Division. The high-ranking officials nodded in agreement, showing expressions of appreciation. Lin Chen, although you only have the strength of a 7th rank martial artist, having such courage in the current situation is truly rare, the white-haired elder praised. The middle-aged official continued, in that case, we have decided to appoint you as the temporary leader of the newly formed 18th group. We hope you will live up to expectations and lead the group to complete the mission. Lin Chen nodded solemnly. Thank you for your trust, honorable officials. I will do my utmost to fulfill this responsibility. Suyu also showed a satisfied smile and said to Lin Chen, I believe you will be able to handle this position. The Demon Suppression Division needs people like you who have courage and a sense of responsibility. Lin Chen glanced gratefully at Suyu, then said to the higher-ups, please rest assured, my lords, I will quickly reorganize the 18th group and get them into action as soon as possible. The higher-ups nodded in satisfaction. Very well, Lin Chen, we have high hopes for you. We hope you can bring more hope and strength to the Demon Suppression Division during this perilous time. The 18th group is primarily responsible for hunting down and suppressing demons and rebels in Kyoto and its surrounding areas. This perfectly matched Lin Chen's requirements, as he was worried about not being able to catch the criminals. The more lifespan, the better. Lin Chen took the appointment letter, feeling secretly pleased. It seems that my part-time job is going quite smoothly. Since it was a part-time position, Lin Chen hoped that aside from handling emergencies, he could return to the prison at any time. After understanding his thoughts, Zhao Zhen specifically sought Lin Chen for a conversation. In the conference hall of the prison, Zhao Zhen sat in the main seat, his expression serious. Lin Chen, I heard that you took a temporary position in the Demon Suppression Division. With such frequent back and forth, it might affect your primary job, Zhao Jin said straightforwardly. Lin Chen smiled slightly and respectfully replied, Captain Zhao, with my current abilities, I believe I can manage the responsibilities on both sides. Zhao Jin frowned and said, the Demon Suppression Division has no regulations for part-time positions. What if the work on both sides conflicts? Lin Chen remained calm and explained, my idea is that I can complete the tasks for the Demon Suppression Division efficiently and will still spend most of my time in the prison. In fact, you have seen my work performance over the past few months. The stability of the prison is my responsibility, and I will not neglect it. Zhao Jin pondered for a moment, recalling Lin Chen's outstanding performance over the past few months, which indeed brought significant improvements to the prison. He nodded, your performance is indeed satisfactory. Looking at Lin Chen, Zhao Jin gradually calmed down. He knew that Lin Chen's abilities and determination were trustworthy, so he nodded. Alright, considering your performance over the past few months, I agree to your arrangement. But one thing, you must ensure the safety and stability of the prison, that is the most important. Lin Chen smiled, please rest assured, Captain, I will do my utmost. Zhao Jin nodded in satisfaction, I hope you can continue to maintain that. Go on, do your part well. To expand the prison's inmates, Lin Chen took a position in the Demon Suppression Division, regularly siphoning off the lifespans of the prisoners. Whenever he appeared on the 17th and 18th floors of the prison, the inmates would feel a chill and lower their heads, trembling in fear. The living king of hell is here again. This was the common sentiment among the prisoners regarding Lin Chen. When Lin Chen patrolled the cells, he was always calm and serious. The Seven Fiends' demon blade in his hand flickered with a cold light in the dim cells, instilling fear in the inmates. He acted decisively, never dragging his feet. He checked each cell one by one, ensuring that no inmate was on the brink of death from excessive lifespan siphoning, and quickly drained the lifespans of the prisoners, stopping only when he reached the limit. Deputy Captain Lin, are you here to visit us again? A bold inmate directly looked at Lin Chen and mocked him a few times. Lin Chen smiled coldly, his gaze sharp as a knife. Live well. Being able to have me visit you a few more times is already your blessing. The prisoners immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. By the time he reached the siphoning limit, nearly a whole morning had passed. At this point, Lin Chen would leave the prison and head to the Demon Suppression Division to prepare for his tasks. Upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Division, due to the attention from above, Lin Chen directly became an airborne captain. Many people were eyeing this position. Lin Chen's sudden rise caused considerable dissatisfaction among these individuals. On Lin Chen's first day in office, they began to stir up trouble. The 18th group, along with Lin Chen, has a total of 5 members, 2 men and 2 women. Among these 4, Sun Shan excels in boxing, with his Tremor Mountain fist being remarkable. Lu Hao is skilled with a sword, his swift strikes killing invisibly. Lu Shi is adept at using invisible threads, capable of manipulating puppets and killing without a trace. Su Shu specializes in poison, he cannot heal but can only harm. In the Demon Suppression Division, anyone who can join a group must at least be at the 7th rank of martial artist. Since they are all at the 7th rank, why should someone be parachuted in as their leader? Originally, the 4 were to compete fairly, but now they have united against an external force. In the conference hall, the 4 gathered, their faces filled with anger and dissatisfaction. Why does Lin Chen get to be our leader? Lu Hao was the first to speak, his tone full of disdain. He's just an outsider, isn't he just a pawn of that Suyu who got in through the back door? Exactly, who among us is not stronger than him? Why should he be the leader? Lu Shi snorted coldly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. You may not know, but Lin Chen was recommended by Suyu, Su Shu said while fiddling with a poison vial in his hand. Suyu was recently promoted to the right chief, and I suspect Lin Chen is just a piece on his chessboard. I think we should make him back off early, so he doesn't get in our way, Sun Shan sneered, feeling secure with the backing of the left chief, Su Qingshan. Lu Hao nodded, that's right, let's unite and show him what we can do. What should we do to him? Lu Shi's eyes glinted with a hint of malice. Should we confront him directly, or set a trap during a mission? Sun Shan calmly replied, let's first test his abilities and see what he's capable of before deciding on our next move. Agreed, we need to be cautious, after all, he is the leader, and we can't just confront him head-on. Su Shu nodded in agreement. Let's first investigate his background. At that moment, while they were discussing, Lin Chen had already entered the conference hall of the 18th group. Seeing the 4 gathered, he smiled slightly and walked over. Hello everyone, I am Lin Chen, and I will be your leader from now on. I look forward to your guidance. Upon hearing Lin Chen's voice, the 4 immediately pretended to be nonchalant and dispersed, each busying themselves with their own matters. Hello, Leader Lin, I am Sun Shan, and these are Lu Hao, Lu Shi, and Su Shu. Sun Shan took the lead in introducing them, wearing a fake smile. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over each person. It's a pleasure to meet you all. We need to work closely together to accomplish the tasks of the Demon Suppression Division. Lu Hao snorted softly, muttering under his breath, "Humph, cooperate? Who knows where you came from?" Lu Shi and Su Shu exchanged glances, their eyes filled with calculation. Lin Chen paid no mind to these small gestures. He knew his task was to lead this group to complete their mission. Sun Shan, under the orders of the left chief, wanted to test Lin Chen's abilities. He considered himself to be of considerable strength, being at the 7th rank as well. On Lin Chen's first day in office, Sun Shan felt secretly pleased, thinking he could at least have a back and forth with Lin Chen, perhaps even win against him. "Leader Lin, since you are our leader, why not let us see your strength?" Sun Shan provocatively said, his eyes glinting with disdain. Lin Chen glanced at him lightly and smiled slightly. "Sure, let me see your strength as well." Upon hearing this, Sun Shan felt even more pleased, believing Lin Chen was just a facade. He stepped forward confidently, ready to make a move. "Leader Lin, I won't hold back," Sun Shan sneered, quickly throwing a punch aimed directly at Lin Chen's face. In the instant he threw the punch, Lin Chen's figure flickered, moving so fast it was hard to see. Sun Shan felt a blur before a tremendous force pressed his face down hard against the wall. "You!" Sun Shan had no time to react before Lin Chen's palm clamped down on his entire face, pressing his body against the wall, rendering him immobile. "What did you say? Show mercy?" Lin Chen said coldly, his grip unwavering as he rubbed Sun Shan's face harshly against the wall. Sun Shan felt a fiery pain on his face, his heart filled with shock. He never expected Lin Chen to be so powerful that he couldn't even block a single move before being completely subdued. "Lin TC, I was wrong." Sun Shan finally couldn't hold back and pleaded for mercy. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh and released his grip, causing Sun Shan to collapse to the ground, his face a mask of pain and humiliation. The other 3 team members gasped in shock, their understanding of Lin Chen's strength deepening. They had initially thought about pulling some tricks, but after witnessing Sun Shan's fate, they immediately abandoned that idea. Lu Shi, Su Shu, and Lu Hao exchanged glances and lowered their heads. Lin Chen coldly scanned them and began to lecture. "I don't care what you thought before. From now on, anyone who dares to pull tricks, provoke me, or try to set traps for me will face the consequences." Lin Chen's voice echoed like thunder in the hall, filled with endless authority and coldness. "We are a team, and we need to unite to complete our tasks. If anyone harbors ill intentions, they become our enemy, and I will deal with them mercilessly." Hearing Lin Chen's words, the 4 felt a chill in their hearts and dared not voice any dissent. As fellow 7th-tier practitioners, the news of Lin Chen pressing Sun Shan against the wall quickly spread throughout the Demon Suppression Division, leaving everyone astonished. "Did you hear? Lin Chen actually pressed Sun Shan against the wall with one move," a member of the Demon Suppression Division whispered, disbelief written all over his face. "Is that true? Lin Chen is just from the Sky Prison. How could he have such great ability?" Another member shook his head, expressing doubt. "I heard that too. Sun Shan is a 7th-tier martial artist, not weak at all. It's hard to believe Lin Chen could defeat him with one move," another member interjected, confusion evident on his face. "I think this is too fake. What kind of proper martial arts could Lin Chen have learned in the Sky Prison? How could he possibly be that strong?" Someone scoffed, clearly disbelieving the rumor. "Maybe Sun Shan was careless? Otherwise, how could he be defeated so easily by Lin Chen?" Another person chimed in, filled with skepticism. No one believed the story, and many even scoffed at it. Many thought Lin Chen was shameless, boasting like this just to solidify his position. "This Lin Chen really dares to brag, he would say such lies. Exactly, he's just from the Sky Prison, how could he be that impressive?" Members of the Demon Suppression Division discussed among themselves, their faces filled with disdain. However, the development of events took them all by surprise. During the next mission assembly, Lin Chen led Team 18 to prepare for departure, and when they saw Sun Shan obediently following Lin Chen to carry out the mission, not daring to utter a word, everyone was dumbfounded. "Is this really happening?" A member of the Demon Suppression Division widened his eyes, unable to believe what he was seeing. "Sun Shan is actually being so compliant? He never submits to anyone." Another member exclaimed in shock. Just how strong is Lin Chen to make Sun Shan behave like this? In an instant, the Demon Suppression Division was filled with astonishment and shock. Those who had once doubted Lin Chen could only stare in disbelief, their faces burning as if they had been slapped hard. Lin Chen led Team 18 into action, the mission location being a forest fraught with danger, harboring a group of powerful mountain bandits. "Sun Shan, you are responsible for scouting the surroundings to ensure we won't be ambushed," Lin Chen calmly commanded. "Yes, Lin Tissy." Sun Shan immediately responded, executing the order without hesitation. "Lu Hao, Take a few people to the left flank and watch out for those hidden enemies. Yes, Lin Tissy. Lu Hao nodded and quickly moved out with several team members. Lu Shi, use your silk threads to scout ahead, be sure to be careful. Understood. Lu Shi's gaze was firm as she began to manipulate her silk threads for reconnaissance. Su Shu, prepare your poison, just in case. Alright, Lin Tissy. Su Shu calmly started preparing her poison. Lin Chen commanded effectively, and the members of the 18th group, under his leadership, performed their duties swiftly and orderly. Whether it was reconnaissance, offense, or defense, they displayed a high level of coordination and execution. The other group leaders watched in astonishment, each one shocked. When did the team members become so easy to manage? One leader said incredulously, usually, these people are unruly. How come now they all obey like cats? What exactly does Lin Chen have that can train the 18th group to be so obedient? I thought he was just an airlifted leader, but I didn't expect him to have such authority. Seeing Lin Chen command the 18th group so efficiently, the other group leaders couldn't help but feel a great admiration and wariness towards him. Lin Chen's strength and methods clearly exceeded their expectations, prompting them to re-evaluate this leader from the Sky Prison. During the mission, Lin Chen demonstrated extraordinary combat power and leadership skills. He could not only quickly analyze the battlefield situation but also adjust tactics in real time based on actual conditions, ensuring that every task was completed smoothly. Lin Tissy, we've discovered traces of the enemy over here. Sun Shan reported quickly after finishing his reconnaissance. Good, everyone prepare, act according to plan. Lin Chen calmly issued the order. Under Lin Chen's command, the 18th group swiftly launched their operation, successfully capturing all the enemies. The entire process was orderly, with almost no mistakes. After completing the mission, Lin Chen led his team back triumphantly. The members of the other groups watched them leave, filled with admiration and shock. This mission was completed so beautifully, all thanks to Lin Chen's command. It seems we really underestimated him before. Yeah, not only is he powerful, but he can also train such difficult team members to be so obedient. It's truly impressive. Hearing this, Su Qingshan, Sun Shan's superior, turned green with anger. He felt utterly humiliated, his fury boiling. That night, he summoned Sun Shan. Su Qingshan, with a dark expression, looked at Sun Shan, who stood before him with his head down. Sun Shan, what on earth is going on? Su Qingshan asked sternly, his voice filled with dissatisfaction and anger. You couldn't even handle a Lin Chen from the Sky Prison? Sun Shan's face was full of shame as he replied in a low voice, Master, I underestimated his strength. I didn't expect him to be so powerful. Su Qingshan was furious, slamming the table, useless. Do you know how much face you've lost this time? How bad do the rumors sound outside? Everyone is saying you can't even defeat someone from the Sky Prison. How can you still have the face to stay in the Demon Suppression Division? Faced with Su Qingshan's questioning, Sun Shan knelt on the ground, looking helpless and ashamed. He lowered his head, his voice deep, Master, I don't want to hear these rumors either, but I really can't defeat Lin Chen. He raised his head, his eyes filled with grievance. His fists are bigger than mine. His strength is greater than mine. I really had no power to resist and was just pressed against the wall and rubbed. Even now, thinking back to that scene, my face still hurts. After hearing Sun Shan's account, Su Qingshan fell silent. The anger in his heart gradually subsided, and he began to seriously consider Sun Shan's words. It seems I underestimated Lin Chen's capabilities, Su Qingshan pondered, slowly sitting down with a furrowed brow. Sun Shan continued, Master, Lin Chen's strength is truly formidable. His speed and power completely exceeded my expectations. I originally thought I could at least have a back and forth with him, but I didn't expect to be no match for him at all. Su Qingshan fell silent for a moment before finally saying, It seems this Lin Chen is not simple. He managed to gain Su Yu's trust in a short time and establish himself in the prison, which indeed shows some skill. In order to quickly fill the prisoner slots for the 17th and 18th levels, Lin Chen led his team to frantically take on tasks, continuing to embody the spirit of a model worker. His goal was clear, to capture more prisoners as quickly as possible. Today, we have several tasks to complete, Lin Chen said during the assembly. Everyone get ready, let's set off. The team members nodded in agreement and followed Lin Chen. During the mission, Lin Chen displayed extraordinary strength and speed, requiring almost no effort from the team members. The target is in the woods ahead, prepare to act. Lin Chen's gaze was sharp as he quickly made a decision. Before the team members could even move, Lin Chen had already dashed out. His speed was so fast, like a flash of lightning, instantly closing in on the target. Did he already go past? Lu Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. This speed is too fast. We haven't even made a move yet, Lu Shi said, completely stunned by Lin Chen's speed. Lin Chen moved like lightning, every action precise. He swung the Seven Fiends' demon blade, and in a flash, several wanted criminals were instantly slain. His strength and speed combined perfectly, leaving the enemies with no chance to fight back. There are a few more over there, Su Shu reminded. Don't worry, I've already seen them, Lin Chen calmly replied, shifting his steps to quickly approach the enemies on the other side. While Sun Shan and the other team members were still preparing to use their skills, Lin Chen had already taken care of all the enemies. The entire process was smooth and fluid, without any hesitation. Lin Chen's battle ended so swiftly that the other 4 team members were left in a daze, completely shocked into silence by his strength. This is way too fast, right? Sun Shan murmured, feeling utterly useless. Lin TC's strength is truly overwhelming. We can't even contribute, Lu Hao marveled, completely convinced. The captured criminals, in addition to receiving their rewards from the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen also thoughtfully sent to the 17th or 18th level of the prison. Don't ask, just know it's self-sufficient. The tasks were completed so quickly, we've caught several criminals in no time, Sun Shan exclaimed, filled with admiration. Yes, Lin TC's efficiency is astonishing, Lu Hao nodded, thoroughly impressed by Lin Chen's abilities. At this rate, the prison will soon be filled up, Lu Shi said, her tone laced with surprise. It's good if the prison is full, Lin TC. Hurry back to the prison, and let me take over. Su Shu joked, and everyone laughed. As they followed Lin Chen to the Demon Suppression Division to collect their rewards, they couldn't help but marvel. When did the tasks from the Demon Suppression Division become so easy? Wasn't it said to be fraught with danger, where one could lose their life at any moment? As time passed, the 4 gradually felt a bit embarrassed. Lin TC, shouldn't we also contribute a bit? Lu Hao said somewhat shyly. We can't just let you handle all the tasks alone. That's right, Lin TC, we want to help too, Lu Shi nodded in agreement. Lin Chen smiled slightly and said calmly, you just need to follow my commands. These tasks aren't difficult. I just don't want you to get hurt. But we can't just keep doing nothing, can we? Sun Shan scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. Don't worry, everyone. When we encounter more difficult tasks, I will definitely need your help, Lin Chen reassured, a hint of a smile in his eyes. Over time, the 4 of them found that every task was completed smoothly, with hardly any significant danger. Although they felt a bit embarrassed, their admiration for Lin Chen grew deeper. Now, almost every time they went on a mission with Lin Chen, the 4 of them mostly just chatted and wandered around, hardly needing to contribute at all. Lin Chen always said that dangerous tasks were coming, but when would those dangerous tasks actually arrive? The 4 of them even reasonably suspected that Lin Chen brought them along just to avoid others gossiping. Lin Chen didn't care about any rewards. His greatest joy each day was catching criminals and bringing back their life essence to squeeze out. His life was simple, executing criminals in the morning, capturing criminals in the afternoon, and escorting criminals at night. One by one, criminals were brought into the dungeon by him, and Lin Chen's face showed an expression of having struck it rich. Sun Shan and the others found his smile unsettling. Who gets so excited about catching criminals? Lin Chen was too abnormal. After a month, the 4 team members were becoming numb. They had never felt such torment before. They were almost at their breaking point. The good news was that their team, the 18th group, was steadily rising in the points ranking. As a newly established group, they had already made it into the top 10 in just a month. Such speed could only be described as terrifying. I'm really getting numb, Lu Hao said helplessly. With this high-intensity criminal capture every day, I can hardly tell day from night. Lu Shi sighed as well, but I have to say, Lin TC's efficiency is truly astonishing. We've accomplished in a month what other groups take nearly a year to do. Although it's tough, seeing our points ranking steadily rise feels pretty good, Su Shu said, a slight smile appearing on his face. Sun Shan nodded. Yeah, I didn't expect us to achieve such results in such a short time. Lin TC is really impressive. This efficiency was hard not to attract others' attention. Other groups in the Demon Suppression Division began to discuss the astonishing performance of the 18th group. Have you heard? The 18th group's points in just 1 month have actually made it into the top 10. It's simply outrageous. They were just established not long ago. How could they possibly complete so many tasks in such a short time? I heard their TC, Lin Chen, captures criminals every day, hardly taking any breaks. That's too intense. No wonder they have such high efficiency. The leaders of other groups began to complain, expressing their grievances about Lin Chen's frenzied performance. This Lin Chen is really making it hard for us. Our groups used to take on tasks quite steadily, but now he works day and night, directly pushing us down the rankings. One leader complained, his tone filled with helplessness. Yeah, we usually complete tasks step by step, but now we have to compete with him. Who has his strength? Another leader sighed, feeling heavy-hearted. What do you think is going on with Lin Chen? Does he not take any breaks at all? Someone asked in confusion. I heard he captures criminals, escorts them, and interrogates them every day without stopping, an informed member explained, his tone filled with admiration and helplessness. "We can only grit our teeth and keep up, otherwise, our points ranking will be completely left behind by him," another leader said helplessly. Soon, the newly established 17th group also grew dissatisfied with the 18th group's frenzied competition. When Lin Chen was about to take on the task of capturing a violent murderer, the leader of the 17th group, Yiming, stepped forward. He looked coldly at Lin Chen and questioned, "Lin TC, are you just fooling around? Such a simple task, and you take it? Are you deliberately racking up points for profit, picking treasures from the Demon Suppression Division's treasury?" Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, his gaze sharp as he looked at Yiming, his tone calm yet filled with authority. "Team Leader Yi, what do you mean by that? Our Team 18 has completed its tasks fairly and squarely, with no violations whatsoever." Yiming scoffed disdainfully, glancing around at the onlookers. "Everyone, look at this. All these simple tasks have been taken by just his team. The members of other teams don't even have a chance to catch their breath. Is this fair? Do you think we're all fools, kept in the dark by you alone?" The members of the Demon Suppression Division gathered around, showing no intention of helping Lin Chen out. They were all eager to watch the spectacle. Lin Chen's previous performance had already caused dissatisfaction among many, and now Yiming was directly questioning him. Many in the Demon Suppression Division were reveling in the drama. "Now this is going to be interesting. Both Yiming and Lin Chen are not to be trifled with. I think Yiming has a point. Lin Chen is crazily racking up points, clearly for personal gain." Lin Chen looked at Yiming, a faint smile on his lips, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Team Leader Yi, if you believe there's an issue with our tasks, feel free to file a complaint with the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division. Every task we accept is issued by the Demon Suppression Division. If you have any grievances, go directly to them." Yiming snorted coldly, his gaze provocative. "A complaint? Ha! I'm saying it right here. I want to see what kind of ability you have to be so arrogant." Lin Chen's recent skyrocketing performance had already made his peers uncomfortable. Yiming, as the newly appointed leader of Team 17, was inevitably compared to him. He never expected Lin Chen to be this outrageous. Now, who in the entire Demon Suppression Division didn't know that a madman named Lin Chen had emerged from Team 18? Not to mention, his colleagues watched daily as Lin Chen's points soared, gritting their teeth in frustration. With Yiming openly challenging him, many echoed in agreement. "Yeah, why does Lin Chen get to rack up so many points? Exactly, he takes all the tasks, leaving no room for anyone else. Who does he think he is? Does he really think he's the savior?" Faced with their doubts, Lin Chen merely shot them a cold glance, too lazy to engage further. He continued to accept tasks, his expression clearly one of disdain, completely disregarding them. "Humph, a bunch of useless people, only good for gossiping." Lin Chen thought to himself, "These people are wasting my time. I might as well catch a few more criminals and earn some more lifespan." He calmly operated the task board, appearing indifferent, completely ignoring the angry stares behind him. Let them continue complaining. His time was far too precious. Lin Chen turned and walked away, showing no signs of reluctance. Seeing Lin Chen's arrogant attitude, the crowd's faces turned ashen with anger. "This guy actually dares to look down on us. Does he really think he's someone important? We can't let him get away with this. We need to find a way to deal with him." Yiming was even more furious, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen, fists clenched, silently vowing to make Lin Chen suffer. "Lin Chen, don't get too cocky too soon. I'll make you understand what it means that there are people beyond people, and heavens beyond heavens." Yiming gritted his teeth as he spoke. Others also resolved in their hearts to unite against Lin Chen. "We can't let him continue being so arrogant. Otherwise, how will we stand in the Demon Suppression Division in the future? Right, we need to band together and show him some color." Yiming watched Lin Chen's departing figure, his anger simmering within. However, constrained by the rules of the Demon Suppression Division's task hall where they couldn't act recklessly, he could only suppress his anger and signal to the others not to act rashly. "Lin Chen, just you wait." Yiming gritted his teeth in his heart and said, "The humiliation of today, I will make you pay back tenfold, 100-fold. He glanced at his teammates beside him and coldly said, "Let's let them go for now, then follow them and find a chance to teach this kid a good lesson." The members of Team 17 nodded in agreement. They were also filled with hostility towards Lin Chen's group and couldn't wait to make a move. Many tasks from the Demon Suppression Division had been taken by Lin Chen, leaving them with no opportunity to showcase their skills. If this continued, the only one who would stand out would be Lin Chen's Team 18. Moreover, they were all of the same 7th grade martial artist level. Naturally, no one would submit to anyone else. Yiming led his Team 17 quietly following behind Lin Chen's group, his gaze sharp and his expression disdainful. He whispered, "This Lin Chen is just a guy from the sky prison. What right does he have to be arrogant in front of us? Today, we will let him know what true strength is." The members of Team 17 echoed one after another. Although our Team 17 is newly formed, every member is an elite. How can that outsider Lin Chen compare? That dog Lin Chen thinks he can act so arrogantly just because he has some skills? I want to see just how long he can keep it up. These teammates were all eager to compare themselves with Lin Chen right away. Yiming told them to be patient. There would be a time for them to act. All the way, Yiming led Team 17 in following Lin Chen, already plotting how to deal with him. Yiming recalled the instructions from Chief Su Qingshan and felt disdain. Teaching Lin Chen a lesson wasn't that difficult, so why emphasize it repeatedly? After all, it was still because of that useless Sun Shan, who had embarrassed them so much. Yiming cursed inwardly. If it weren't for Sun Shan being pressed against the wall by Lin Chen, causing Chief Su to lose face, he wouldn't have been reprimanded for not measuring up to Lin Chen. This time, it was not only for his own and his team's honor but also to vent for Su Qingshan. Recently, Su had been quite pleased with himself, walking around with his chin held high in front of Su Qingshan. There was no helping it. Lin Chen was just too impressive. The higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division praised Suyu for his insight in finding such a talent for the division. Although Lin Chen was only a 7th-grade martial artist, he was young and would eventually reach a higher realm, remaining loyal to the Demon Suppression Division. Who wouldn't want such a subordinate? Su Qingshan couldn't stand Suyu's arrogance, so he naturally sent someone to trouble Lin Chen. Lin Chen had long noticed that someone was tailing him. As an experienced deputy commander of the Sky Prison, his perception was extremely sharp. Even the slightest rustle of leaves couldn't escape his ears. Moreover, since Yiming and his group didn't completely conceal their presence, Lin Chen easily detected their tracking. His 4 teammates also sensed it and surrounded Lin Chen, whispering, "Captain Lin, we've been followed, these people are too much." Lu Hao frowned and said indignantly, "Exactly, they're following us as clearly looking for trouble." Su Shu also appeared very angry. "Should we strike first?" Lu Shi nodded in agreement. "I can use silk threads to trap them and deal with them right here." Sun Shan also looked displeased and said, "These guys really don't know what's good for them. We are the dignified Team 18 of the Demon Suppression Division, and they dare to treat us like this?" Lin Chen coldly smiled, waved his hand, and said lightly, "No need to pay them any mind. As long as they don't hinder us from capturing the fugitive, they can do as they please." He turned to his 4 teammates, a hint of coldness and disdain in his eyes. "We have more important things to do. There's no need to waste time on these boring provocations." Lu Hao nodded, admiration written all over his face. "Captain Lin, you are truly impressive." Su Shu also smiled. "Captain Lin is indeed extraordinary. This calmness and confidence is not something just anyone can possess." However, thinking about the upcoming capture, the group felt a bit conflicted. This morning, Lin Chen had found them and said there was a new mission, leaving them all a bit stunned. "Captain Lin, who is the target this time?" Su Shu was already used to it and was ready to set off as soon as he knew the target. "We are to capture a disciple of the White Lotus sect named Chen Ping, a 6th-grade martial artist," Lin Chen said coldly, a hint of chill in his gaze. "Chen Ping? A disciple of the White Lotus sect?" Sun Shan asked in surprise. "He is a 6th-grade martial artist with supernatural powers." Lu Hao frowned. "Captain Lin, the gap between 7th and 6th grade is not just a simple realm difference. A 6th grade martial artist possesses supernatural abilities. If he goes all out, all 5 of us 7th graders might end up defeated." Lu Shi nodded, worry etched on her face. "Yes, Captain Lin, this mission is too dangerous. We should be more cautious." Facing his teammates' doubts, Lin Chen merely shot them a cold glance, his tone filled with endless authority. "Shut up!" Lin Chen's gaze was like a sharp sword, chilling the hearts of the 4 teammates, who immediately dared not speak further and lowered their heads. "We are the elite of the Demon Suppression Division. Are we afraid of a mere 6th-grade martial artist?" Lin Chen said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable momentum. "If you lack even this bit of courage, how can you stand in the Demon Suppression Division?" Su Shu, Lu Hao, Lu Shi, and Sun Shan dared not say anything more, though they still felt some concern. But seeing Lin Chen so resolute and imposing, they could only brace themselves and follow. When it came to executing the mission, it would be a lie to say they weren't nervous. Lin Chen led the team in searching around the valley. After a thorough investigation, they finally discovered Chen Ping's whereabouts. He was hiding in a concealed corner of the valley, observing from a distance. Chen Ping was sitting on a large rock, surrounded by several subordinates from the White Lotus sect, engaged in some kind of ritual. "Captain Lin, that's him," Lu Hao whispered, a hint of tension in his eyes. "Everyone be careful, stay hidden, and don't act rashly," Lin Chen calmly commanded, his gaze fixed on Chen Ping. Lin Chen quietly approached, using his breath-concealing technique to completely hide his presence. Chen Ping had no idea he was there. The next moment, the stormy pear blossom needle in Lin Chen's hand shot out directly. "Who?" Chen Ping suddenly dodged. None of the other subordinates were spared. Upon seeing who had come, he realized it was the Demon Suppression Division. He glanced around and saw that Lin Chen and his teammates were all 7th grade, not taking them seriously at all. You waste from the Demon Suppression Division dare to come and catch me? Chen Ping sneered, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. If you know what's good for you, you should leave now, otherwise, I'll kill you right here. As he spoke, he swung the long knife in his hand, the blade flashing menacingly. Su Shu, Lu Hao, Lu Shi, and Sun Shan felt hesitant at Chen Ping's arrogance. He was a 6th grade martial artist with supernatural powers, and facing him was indeed dangerous for the 4 of them, who were all 7th grade. Captain Lin, should we think of another way? Lu Shi whispered, worry in her eyes. Su Shu swallowed hard and said quietly, Captain Lin, this Chen Ping looks tough to deal with, shouldn't we reconsider? Although Lu Hao and Sun Shan didn't speak, their expressions revealed their unease about the mission. Faced with the arrogant Chen Ping and his teammates' hesitation, Lin Chen coldly smiled, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. You guys, step back, Lin Chen said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Although the 4 teammates were still somewhat hesitant, seeing Lin Chen's resolute attitude, they could only obey the order and stepped back a few paces. Lin Chen was used to fighting alone and charged directly in. He looked at Chen Ping, his gaze fierce, the 7 Fiends' demon blade trembling slightly in his hand, as if sensing the impending battle. Do you think you can handle me alone? Chen Ping sneered, swinging his long knife to meet him. Lin Chen said no more. He exerted force with his feet, his figure darting towards Chen Ping like a ghost, the 7 Fiends' demon blade slicing through the air with a sharp glint. Chen Ping swung his knife to block, but Lin Chen's strength and speed completely caught him off guard, the blade cleaving through his long knife and heading straight for his shoulder. Chen Ping suddenly retreated, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow, but his shoulder was still cut deeply, blood flowing freely. His face changed dramatically, filled with shock. You actually have this kind of strength, Chen Ping exclaimed, his heart shaken, feeling that Lin Chen's power was incredibly bizarre. When could a 7th grade martial artist overpower a 6th grade martial spirit? Lin Chen sneered, now you know, it's too late. He swung the 7 Fiends' demon blade, the blade light like a storm, continuously attacking Chen Ping. Chen Ping defended quickly, but with each clash, he felt his strength rapidly depleting. Lin Chen's attacks grew fiercer, each strike carrying endless killing intent, forcing Chen Ping to retreat step by step. Chen Ping, unwilling to accept defeat, roared, trying to counterattack, but every attempt was precisely neutralized by Lin Chen. Lin Tissie's strength is truly overwhelming, Lu Hao said, his face filled with shock, admiration flickering in his eyes. Lin Chen didn't even need to activate his blood-burning divine skill to suppress Chen Ping single-handedly. Every movement he made seemed exceptionally effortless, his combat skills skilled and precise, each strike catching Chen Ping off guard. Chen Ping was overwhelmed by Lin Chen's relentless moves, unable to find his bearings, as if trapped in a nightmare. A dignified 6th grade powerhouse was being beaten without the ability to fight back by a 7th grade martial artist, which made Chen Ping feel extremely embarrassed. How can you be this strong? Chen Ping gasped, his eyes filled with shock and unwillingness. Lin Chen sneered, continuously swinging the 7 Fiends' demon blade, the blade light piercing towards Chen Ping like lightning. Chen Ping desperately defended, but each time he was forced to retreat further by Lin Chen's blade. What kind of monster is this guy? Chen Ping thought in horror, cold sweat pouring down. He had never encountered such a powerful 7th grade martial artist, feeling as if his worldview had been completely overturned. Lin Tissie's strength has surpassed our understanding of the 7th grade, Lu Shi said, dumbfounded, murmuring to himself. Indeed, a dignified 6th grade powerhouse is being suppressed, it's simply unbelievable. Su Shu also looked shocked, feeling as if his own 7th grade strength was fake. Sun Shan swallowed hard, looking at Lin Chen with awe. Lin Tissie is indeed not an ordinary person. Every attack from Lin Chen flowed like a stream, with no unnecessary movements. Chen Ping was forced to retreat repeatedly, unable to find any opportunity to counterattack. His face grew increasingly ugly, the fear in his heart deepening. How can you be this strong? Chen Ping nearly shouted in despair, his eyes filled with terror. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with him and swung his blade towards his throat. Chen Ping raised his hand to block, but his arm was immediately injured. You forced me. Chen Ping was furious. He roared, unleashing his divine power, his body instantly swelling into a 100-foot-tall ape. The ape was massive, its fur sharp as iron spikes, its eyes filled with fierce light, exuding an astonishing might. As the divine powers were unleashed, the ground shook violently, and the air was filled with a sense of oppression. The monkey roared in anger, raising its massive fist and hurling it towards Lin Chen. The fist was like a mountain, carrying overwhelming strength and pressure. Lin Tissie, be careful! Lu Hao and the others were instantly alarmed at the sight, quickly taking their stances and unleashing their abilities, trying to help Lin Chen block the blow. They had no time for the leisurely enjoyment of the spectacle they had just been watching. Now they hurriedly used all their skills. Lu Shi manipulated invisible threads, attempting to bind the monkey's arm. Su Shu rushed forward to set up a poisonous gas formation, while Lu Hao drew his sword, ready to counterattack. Sun Shan charged to the front, swinging his fists. He had long since harbored no resentment towards Lin Shen, only admiration. He had only one thought in his mind: Lin Tissy must not fall here. He exerted all his strength to strike at the giant monkey's fist. However, their offensive was futile against the monkey's punch. The giant fist of the monkey struck, creating a whirlwind that sent all four of them flying. Their attacks seemed as ineffective as a mud cow sinking into the sea. The four were thrown to the ground, unable to move. Just as the giant monkey's fist was about to smash down on Lin Shen, he remained unmoved. In the back, Yi Ming and his teammates laughed maliciously. This Lin Shen is just putting on a show. He dares to provoke a 6th grade master without any strength, Yi Ming mocked, filled with schadenfreude. He just had Chen Ping under control, and I thought he was strong. Now seeing him not dodge, it's truly seeking death. Ha ha ha, this Lin Shen must have water in his brain. He's risking his life for points. Deserved. I thought he was strong just now, turns out he was just pretending. Now I want to see how the people from Group 18 will be arrogant. The members of Group 17 laughed together, as if they could already see Lin Shen's demise. Yi Ming was overjoyed, wishing for Lin Shen to be knocked down immediately. Lin Shen remained still, while the monkey Chen Ping looked at him with disdain, thinking he was already stunned with fear. He sneered, gathering all his strength in his right hand, and suddenly smashed it down towards Lin Shen. Just as everyone thought Lin Shen was doomed, suddenly, the world turned monochrome. In that instant, everyone saw only a flash of light. Lin Shen activated the blood-burning divine art, directly sacrificing 50 years of his lifespan. His entire strength surged to its peak, and his body was instantly filled with boundless power, the Seven Fiends' demon blade in his hand shimmering with dazzling light. Lin Shen's momentum suddenly skyrocketed, as if he had merged with the blade light slicing through the night sky like lightning. Blade drawing technique. Lin Shen's voice thundered across the heavens and earth, as he pushed the power of the blade drawing technique to its utmost. With a single draw, the blade light cut through the air, carrying endless killing intent and power. The might of this strike was immense, the blade light like the opening of heaven and earth, directly pressing against the giant fist of the monkey Chen Ping. The blade light collided with the fist, producing a deafening roar, as if the air was being torn apart. Lin Shen's strike directly severed the giant fist of the monkey Chen Ping. The massive fist was instantly split in two, blood gushing forth, and the monkey Chen Ping howled in pain, his body shaking violently. The four teammates were left in shock, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. The power of Lin Shen's strike did not stop there. In the next moment, they saw the monkey Chen Ping's right hand gushing blood, completely severed, rolling on the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Chen Ping screamed in agony, his enormous body crashing to the ground, creating a deep pit. His eyes were filled with shock and fear, unable to believe that he had been defeated by a 7th grade martial artist. Lin Shen looked coldly at him, the Seven Fiends' demon blade in his hand still gleaming with a cold light, appearing exceptionally sharp and imposing. His figure stood like an unyielding mountain, instilling awe in everyone. Lin Shen did not expect Chen Ping to be so weak. He hadn't even used the Kunping divine ability. Chen Ping's monkey divine ability gradually dissipated, and his massive body slowly shrank back to human form. At this moment, Chen Ping looked utterly disheveled, his severed right arm bleeding profusely, his complexion pale, appearing exceptionally weak. He collapsed to the ground, his eyes filled with despair and fear, his lips trembling as if he wanted to say something, but his voice was so faint it was almost inaudible. How could this happen? Impossible. Chen Ping muttered to himself, seemingly unable to believe that he had been defeated so thoroughly. Lin Shen looked at him coldly, devoid of any compassion. At that moment, Lin Shen's four teammates scrambled to their feet, their faces filled with shock as they stared at Lin Shen and the fallen Chen Ping. Not far away, Yi Ming and his 17 teammates were also dumbfounded, and for a moment, the entire scene was eerily silent. Yi Ming's teammates widened their eyes, completely unable to believe what they were witnessing. Lin Shen coldly regarded Chen Ping, noticing that he still seemed to have thoughts of escape. Chen Ping, terrified, tried to abandon everything and flee in panic. Just as he turned to run, Lin Shen's figure appeared like a ghost, a knife pressed against his throat. You. Chen Ping's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear, his body stiff and unable to move. The blade was less than an inch from Chen Ping's throat. A slight movement could be fatal. The glint of the knife flashed, exuding a chilling aura that filled Chen Ping with utter despair. The four teammates in Yi Ming's group were stunned into silence by the power of Lin Shen's earlier strike. The air was thick with a stifling atmosphere, and it felt as if everyone's heartbeats had come to a halt. Lu Hao and the other teammates stood frozen, their eyes filled with shock and awe, completely unable to recover from the earlier scene. At that moment, Yiming rushed out from behind, a smug smile on his face, his voice laced with a hint of pride and threat. Lin Tissy, I'm taking this fugitive with me. He looked at Lin Chen, a flicker of disdain and contempt in his eyes. Yiming was filled with condescension. Having just witnessed Lin Chen's strength, he felt a twinge of jealousy and dissatisfaction, but now he believed he had an opportunity to suppress Lin Chen and solidify his own position. Lin Tissy, I come on the orders of Chief Zhuo to capture this fugitive. You'd better not get in my way, or I won't be polite, Yiming sneered, his tone carrying an obvious threat. Lin Chen glanced at Yiming and said lightly, Yi Tissy, I haven't heard of your orders. This fugitive was captured by our 18th team, and according to the rules, we should handle it. Yiming's expression darkened, his anger boiling inside. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to dare to defy him. Gritting his teeth, he said, Lin Tissy, don't be ungrateful. Don't think that just because you have some ability, you can look down on others. Lin Chen coldly smiled, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Yi Tissy, rules are rules. I won't change them just because of your words. Yiming's face turned ashen with rage. He was about to explode when he saw Lin Chen's knife edge move slightly, and a cut appeared on Chen Ping's throat, blood spilling forth. Lin Chen coldly regarded Yiming, feeling a surge of dissatisfaction. Robbing a fugitive? That was robbing him of his cultivation and lifespan. His gaze turned menacing, a chill emanating from his eyes that made Yiming feel a wave of fear. Although Yiming was terrified inside, he still put on a brave front, taunting, Lin Tissy, do you dare to lay a hand on me? I am a man of Chief Zhuo Su Qingshan. He constantly reminded himself not to be intimidated by Lin Chen. After all, he had the backing of Chief Zhuo, which gave him confidence. Lin Chen, don't get too arrogant. Yiming feigned calmness, sneering, a glint of pride in his eyes. If you dare to touch me, Chief Zhuo won't let you off. Yiming's teammates also rushed forward to back him up, turning black and white upside down. That's right, Lin Tissy, you are abusing your power. Our mission is also for the Demon Suppression Division. Don't think you can act recklessly just because you have some strength. The Demon Suppression Division is a place that follows rules. Exactly, we have the right to take this fugitive away. Faced with their accusations and twisted logic, Lin Chen's gaze grew colder. He let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Rules? Lin Chen said coldly, you haven't even accepted the mission. On what grounds do you say this fugitive belongs to you? He slightly raised the Seven Fiends demon blade, its edge glinting with a cold light, pointing directly at Yiming. I tell you, I will not hand this fugitive over to you. Yiming's heart trembled, but he still held his ground. Lin Chen, do you dare to lay a hand on me? Do you know what you're doing? A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he coldly replied, I don't care who you have backing you. This fugitive must belong to me today. He stepped closer to Yiming, the blade carving a sharp arc in the air. Lin Chen sneered, the blade in his hand drawing nearer, a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. I want to see just how capable you are. The onlookers were all intimidated by Lin Chen's aura, collectively gasping in shock. Lin Chen's gaze was like a knife, coldly fixed on Yiming, the Seven Fiends' demon blade trembling slightly in his hand, appearing extremely dangerous. Seeing the situation turn dire, Lin Chen's teammates rushed forward to dissuade him, fearing that he might really strike Yiming. Lin Tissy, don't be impulsive. After all, Team Leader Yi is also from the Demon Suppression Division. It's inappropriate for us to fight among ourselves, Lu Hao said anxiously, worry etched on his face. Yes, Lin Tissy, calm down first. Let's talk things over nicely, Su Shu also advised, her face showing signs of tension. Lin Tissy, let's take the fugitive back first. Continuing to argue like this is not good for anyone. Lu Shi tried to ease the atmosphere, a hint of pleading in her eyes. Sun Shan looked even more anxious. Lin Tissy, Team Leader Yi has the support of Zhuo Zhushi. We shouldn't cause trouble here. Lin Chen's gaze remained cold, unaffected by his teammates' pleas. His voice was low and filled with threat. I tell you, whoever dares to intercept this prisoner will have to pay the price. Lin Chen's imposing presence made his teammates' hearts tremble. Yiming's face turned pale, fear filling his heart, but he still refused to back down. Lin Chen, do you really dare to make a move here? Do you know the consequences of doing this? Lin Chen looked coldly at Yiming, the blade in his hand slightly raised, carrying endless killing intent. Consequences? All I know is that this fugitive must belong to me today. Yiming suppressed the fear in his heart, thinking that the members of Team 17 were all watching. He steeled himself and arrogantly said, Lin Chen, don't think you're so impressive. Today, I'm taking this fugitive away. Lin Chen sneered, the coldness in his eyes intensifying. He suddenly swung the Seven Fiends demon blade, a sharp blade light slicing through the air, directly aimed at Yiming. Boom! The blade light struck the ground, creating a fissure several meters deep right in front of Yiming, dust flying everywhere. The entire ground seemed to be torn apart, appearing extremely terrifying. The power of this strike left everyone around dumbfounded, and they all took a few steps back, their faces filled with shock and fear. What? What kind of power is this? Lin Chen is actually this strong? The members of Team 17 looked at the fissure on the ground in terror, their hearts filled with dread. This strike is too terrifying. If it had hit a person, wouldn't they be split in half? Lu Hao and the other teammates were also shaken by the blade's power, feeling a chill and deepening their awe of Lin Chen. Yi Ming was enraged by Lin Chen's strike. He never expected that Lin Chen would actually dare to lay a hand on him. Lin Chen, you dare to lay a hand on me? Yi Ming gritted his teeth and said, his fists clenched, his aura surging violently. Seeing Yi Ming's face turn pale with anger, his teammates rushed forward to support him, trying to bolster his confidence. Lin TC, as a colleague of the Demon Suppression Division, how dare you strike? A member of Team 17 said sharply, his eyes filled with provocation and disdain. Exactly, who do you think you are? Why are you so arrogant? Another teammate chimed in, attempting to pressure Lin Chen. Yi Ming tightened his grip on the spear in his hand, named the Breaking Sky Spear, ready to fight Lin Chen to the death. Lin Chen, do you really think Team 17 is easy to bully? Today, I will show you what it means to have someone beyond the human realm and skies beyond the heavens. Yi Ming forced himself to maintain his momentum, trying to mask his inner fear. However, he secretly lamented. Just moments ago, Lin Chen had effortlessly severed the arm of a 6th-grade fugitive, giving Yi Ming a new understanding of Lin Chen's strength. He knew that if he truly fought Lin Chen, the outcome would likely not be in his favor. But with so many people watching, Yi Ming could only brace himself. His teammates continued to cheer him on from the sidelines. Team leader Yi, show him what you're made of. Let him know the power of Team 17. That's right, Team leader Yi, we support you. You're our pride. What is Lin Chen? Team leader Yi, you can definitely defeat him. Hearing his teammates' encouragement, Yi Ming felt a bit more confident, but he still harbored fear towards Lin Chen. He swung the Breaking Sky Spear, trying to suppress Lin Chen. Lin Chen, don't be too arrogant. Today, I will let you witness my strength, Yi Ming. Yi Ming declared fiercely, attempting to force Lin Chen to submit. However, Lin Chen was not one to be trifled with. Seeing Yi Ming not retreating and trying to seize the initiative, Lin Chen struck out with a knife. This time, the Seven Fiends' demon blade sliced through the air with a sharp arc, its light tearing through the sky like lightning, so fast that it was almost blinding. The blade carried endless killing intent, heading straight for Yi Ming's head, as if it intended to split him in half. The onlookers' eyes widened, their breaths seemingly suspended. The entire scene fell into a momentary silence, with only the dazzling blade light remaining. He really intends to kill Yi Ming. Shock and disbelief filled the hearts of the crowd. Lin TC is serious this time, Yi Ming is finished. Lu Hao murmured, his voice trembling slightly. They really thought I was just a decoration? Lin Chen sneered inwardly, the Seven Fiends' demon blade in his hand showing no mercy, carrying the power to destroy everything. Yi Ming saw the blade coming and was drenched in cold sweat, nearly going mad. He had never witnessed such a terrifying attack, feeling as if he were being targeted by the Grim Reaper, unable to escape. Yi Ming's face turned pale, his body trembling involuntarily, cold sweat pouring from his forehead, and he could barely hold onto the Breaking Sky Spear. His heart thundered like a storm, his legs weakened, almost unable to stand. He really intends to kill me. The blade light ruthlessly slashed towards Yi Ming, about to strike down. To block this blow, Yi Ming spared no effort, unleashing all his life-saving techniques in an instant. Breaking Sky Spear, activate! Yi Ming shouted, and the Breaking Sky Spear in his hand suddenly burst forth with a dazzling light, transforming into an indestructible shield. At the same time, the protective spirit armor on his body activated instantly, radiating spirit light that enveloped him, forming a solid defense. Not only that, he also employed his family's escape technique, retreating swiftly to avoid the blade's edge as much as possible. The blade light collided violently with the Breaking Sky Spear and the protective spirit armor, producing a deafening roar, spirit light bursting forth, as if the entire space was trembling. Yi Ming only felt a tremendous force suddenly collide with him, causing him to stagger back 10 steps, leaving deep imprints on the ground beneath his feet. His face turned pale, his breath quickened, and cold sweat poured from his forehead, filled with terror and shock. This guy's strength was truly terrifying. Yi Ming was horrified. He felt as if his body had been struck by an immense force, nearly unable to stand. The uniform of the Demon Suppression Division he wore was torn open, revealing his skin underneath. The tear was mere millimeters from his heart. If it had been any deeper, Yi Ming would have lost his life. Heart pounding and filled with dread, he could hardly calm himself. Lin Chen's teammates Lu Hao, Su Shu, Lu Shi, and Sun Shan were also stunned by the scene, their hearts filled with awe and shock. Lin TC is actually this strong. That strike was like a god descending. Lu Hao murmured, his eyes full of admiration. I've never seen such terrifying power. This is Lin TC's true strength. Su Shu exclaimed, his respect for Lin Chen deepening. Lin TC is truly extraordinary, Yi Ming is no match for him at all. Lu Shi couldn't help but praise. Lin TC is amazing, Yi Ming is really out of luck this time. Sunshan felt a sense of admiration and reverence, believing that following Lin Chen was the wisest choice. Yi Ming's teammates were even more frightened by the strike, their faces pale, filled with fear and awe. What kind of power is this? Lin Chen is actually this strong? One team member said in terror, his voice trembling. That strike is too terrifying. If it hit, wouldn't it just split someone in half? Another team member echoed, filled with dread. Everyone was shaken by the power of that strike, their hearts filled with endless respect and fear for Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze was as cold as ice. He lightly waved the Seven Fiends demon blade, its blade shimmering with a cold light, as if warning everyone. If you dare to have any ideas about the criminal, you will bear the consequences. Lin Chen said coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. Yi Ming's face was extremely ugly, but he understood that resisting Lin Chen at this moment would be tantamount to seeking his own death. He suppressed the anger and humiliation in his heart, gritted his teeth, and finally said softly to his teammates, "Retreat." The members of Team 17, dejected and unwilling, followed behind Yi Ming and quietly withdrew. Lin Chen watched them leave, revealing a cold smile. He secretly scoffed. These people really did not know how to live. Lin TC, you are truly amazing. Yi Ming and the others were actually scared away. Lu Hao sighed, his eyes filled with admiration. Lin TC, we never expected you to be this strong. That strike was simply unbelievable. Lu Shi said, her face full of worship. Lin Chen nodded and said coldly, remember, the mission of the Demon Suppression Division is to eliminate demons and uphold justice. Anyone who tries to obstruct us is our enemy. No matter who it is, we cannot allow them to hinder our mission. The four teammates nodded, their hearts filled with awe. Being slapped in the face like this left Yi Ming filled with resentment towards Lin Chen. To regain his standing, Yi Ming decided to seek help from his backer, Su Qingshan. Yi Ming arrived at Su Qingshan's residence, filled with anger and grievance. Master Zhua, I have something to say. As soon as Yi Ming saw Su Qingshan, he immediately knelt and saluted, his tone tinged with indignation. Su Qingshan looked up at Yi Ming, frowning slightly. Yi Ming, what is so urgent? Yi Ming took a deep breath and deliberately exaggerated, Master Zhua, that Lin Chen is simply too arrogant. Not only did he snatch our mission, but he also attacked me in front of everyone, almost taking my life. Su Qingshan's eyes flashed with a hint of coldness upon hearing this. Is he really that bold? Yes, Lord Zhua, he doesn't take us seriously at all and even dares to say we should get lost. Yi Ming continued to incite, he's snatching tasks everywhere, clearly just to rack up points for personal gain. After listening, Su Qingshan's expression darkened, and his dissatisfaction with Lin Chen grew even stronger. That kid Lin Chen is indeed extremely arrogant, Su Qingshan said coldly, a trace of killing intent in his gaze. Seeing this, Yi Ming felt secretly pleased and continued to fan the flames. Lord Zhua, if we don't teach Lin Chen a lesson, he will likely become even more unrestrained in the future. What about our dignity? Su Qingshan snorted coldly, his gaze sharp. You're right. This Lin Chen is just a newcomer, yet he dares to be so arrogant. He truly has no regard for anyone. He slowly stood up, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Since he is so unaware of the heights of heaven and depths of the earth, I will personally meet him and let him know what rules are. Yi Ming was overjoyed, a sly smile appearing on his face. Thank you, Lord Zhua. Once you take action, that kid Lin Chen will definitely suffer. Su Qingshan nodded, his gaze cold. Rest assured, I will let him know what true strength is. Yi Ming was filled with excitement and anticipation, knowing that once Su Qingshan took action, Lin Chen would surely be unable to withstand it. Su Qingshan stood in his study, his expression dark. Lin Chen had been making too much noise lately, which had also brought considerable rewards to Su Yu, who was closely tied to him, making Su Qingshan very unhappy. He recalled Su Yu's smug appearance in front of their superiors recently, and his anger intensified. Su Yu was originally a colleague of equal status, but now, due to Lin Chen's rise, he was receiving more rewards and attention, which made Su Qingshan feel a significant threat. He couldn't let Su Yu continue to be so pleased with himself. After dealing with the fugitive situation, Lin Chen decided to visit the family street next to the Demon Suppression Division before returning to the prison. The environment here was tranquil, with sycamore trees lining the streets. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, creating an exceptionally peaceful and harmonious atmosphere. The independent courtyards on the family street were neatly arranged, each one appearing warm and serene. Lin Chen walked up to one of the courtyards, which was arranged for him by Su Yu. The courtyard was surrounded by various flowers and plants, their fragrance wafting through the air, giving a sense of peace and tranquility. A small brass bell hung at the entrance, and as the breeze passed, the bell rang out with a clear and pleasant sound. Pushing open the courtyard door, Lin Chen walked in and saw Gu Wan and the maid Lian busy in the yard. Gu Wan was dressed in a simple yet elegant long dress, her gentle smile warming the heart. Lian was tending to the flowers nearby, her face beaming with joy. "Brother Lin, you're back," Gu Wan exclaimed with a delighted smile as she rushed forward. "Yes, I'm back," Lin Chen replied gently, reaching out to lightly stroke Gu Wan's cheek, his eyes filled with affection. Lian also greeted him happily. "Lord Lin, you're back." Lin Chen nodded with a smile. "Lian, how have you been lately?" "All is well, you don't need to worry," Lian replied, her face adorned with a warm smile. Lin Chen and Gu Wan sat down in the courtyard, and Lian personally brewed a pot of fragrant tea, the aroma filling the air. He quietly sipped the tea, enjoying this moment of tranquility. "Brother, have you been busy lately?" Gu Wan asked with concern, her eyes full of curiosity. "Not too bad, just a bit busy, but everything is under control," Lin Chen replied with a smile, looking at Gu Wan tenderly. "Brother, you need to take care of yourself and not overwork," Gu Wan said earnestly. Lin Chen nodded, feeling a warmth in his heart. He and Gu Wan sat in the hall of the small courtyard, the table laid out with a sumptuous dinner. "Brother, these are all made by Sister Alien herself, you must try some," Gu Wan said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Lin Chen picked up his chopsticks and took a piece of braised pork into his mouth, savoring it. The taste was delicious, melting in his mouth, making him nod in praise. Alien's cooking is really good, this braised pork is excellent." Alien smiled slightly and humbly said, "I'm glad you like it, Lord Lin. I don't have many other skills, just love to tinker with these dishes." Gu Wan also happily said, "Sister Alien's cooking is the best here, brother, you should eat more." Lin Chen smiled and placed a piece of green vegetable in Gu Wan's bowl. "You should eat more too, you need to take care of your health." Gu Wan nodded and obediently started eating, her face radiating a happy smile. That night, after Lin Chen had lulled Gu Wan to sleep, he gently touched her forehead and turned to leave. The night was deep, a gentle breeze swept through the streets, and the air carried a hint of coolness. The surroundings were silent, with only the distant sound of cicadas occasionally breaking the tranquility. As he walked, Lin Chen suddenly felt something was off. His pace gradually slowed, and his gaze scanned the surroundings warily. The shadows of the trees on both sides of the street appeared particularly eerie under the moonlight. Just then, several figures suddenly appeared at the intersection ahead. Lin Chen focused his eyes and saw it was Su Qingshan and Yi Ming. Su Qingshan stood at the front, his expression cold, his gaze sharp as he stared directly at Lin Chen. He smiled slightly, his voice icy. "Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to have the leisure to take a walk here." Yi Ming stood beside Su Qingshan, his eyes flashing with resentment. "Lin Tissy, it's so late and you're still not back in the dungeon. Have you forgotten you have a mission?" Lin Chen's heart sank. He knew this was no coincidence. These two had clearly come specifically to confront him. The air around them seemed to grow heavy in an instant. Lin Chen stood firm, his expression stern, defiantly meeting Su Qingshan and Yi Ming's gaze. "Su Supervisor, Yi Leader, it's late, and you are waiting for me here. Do you have any advice?" Su Qingshan sneered and slowly approached. "Lin Chen, your recent performance has made quite a few people unhappy." Lin Chen frowned slightly, his tone calm yet filled with vigilance. "Unhappy? I'm just doing my duty, completing my tasks." Yi Ming gritted his teeth and said, "Stop pretending. You think just because you have some strength, you can look down on everyone. Today, we are here to teach you a lesson, to make you understand what rules are." Lin Chen sneered inwardly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Rules? It seems you came specifically to pick a fight tonight." Lin Chen coldly regarded Su Qingshan and Yi Ming, already understanding their intentions. A glint of cold light flashed in his eyes. "Su Supervisor, Yi Leader, it seems you are well prepared. If that's the case, feel free to speak your mind." Su Qingshan sneered, his gaze sharp as he looked at Lin Chen. "Lin Tissy, your arrogance has already caused too much dissatisfaction. Tonight, we are here to make you understand the rules of the Demon Suppression Division." Lin Chen scoffed. "Rules? I only know that I am doing my duty, completing my tasks." Yi Ming said resentfully, "Lin Chen, don't think that just because you have some strength, you can look down on everyone. Today, we are going to teach you a lesson." Su Qingshan nodded and said coldly, "To avoid causing a stir in the capital, how about we go to the abandoned temple in the suburbs?" Lin Chen sneered inwardly, secretly assessing the strength of Su Qingshan and Yi Ming. Su Qingshan was at the early stage of a 5th-grade martial king, while he was at the late stage of a 6th-grade martial force, and Yi Ming was merely a 7th-grade martial artist. In this fight, he was not without a chance of winning. "All right, the abandoned temple in the suburbs it is," Lin Chen said, with a hint of provocation in his tone. "I want to see what you can teach me." Su Qingshan's expression darkened, a glimmer of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Lin Chen, I hope you can hold on until the end. Yiming wore a smug look, malice evident in his eyes. Come on, let's see your skills. Lin Chen coldly glanced at them before turning to walk towards the desolate temple on the outskirts. Su Qingshan and Yiming followed closely behind, the atmosphere instantly becoming tense. Yiming walked beside Lin Chen, a provocative smile on his face. Lin Chen, do you think just because you have some skills you can run rampant in the Demon Suppression Division? Today, I will make you understand what true power is. Lin Chen coldly smiled, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. You tissy, true power is not something that can be spoken, it is proven by strength. A flicker of anger crossed Yiming's eyes, and just as he was about to retort, Su Qingshan remained silent, yet the pressure emanating from him was immense. Su Qingshan's oppressive aura felt like a mountain, making the air seem heavy. He was not in a hurry to act against Lin Chen. He secretly pondered that if Lin Chen truly had strength, he might become a valuable assistant. If Lin Chen recognized the situation and was willing to submit to him, he could let him off the hook and not pursue the matter further. Lin Chen felt Su Qingshan's pressure but was not afraid at all. He knew this was an attempt to psychologically crush him, but he would not easily yield. Su Shushi, Lin Chen coldly broke the silence. If you have something to say, just say it. As they approached the desolate temple, Su Qingshan suddenly slowed his pace, sneering, Lin Chen, do you really think Su can protect you? He only climbed to his current position relying on some luck and means. Compared to me, Su Qingshan, he is far behind. Su Qingshan slightly raised his chin, a hint of arrogance in his gaze. I have been in the Demon Suppression Division for many years, with talented subordinates and immeasurable power. As long as you are willing to submit to me, I guarantee you will not only be able to stand in the Demon Suppression Division but also rise rapidly. Lin Chen did not respond but silently observed his surroundings. His gaze was sharp like that of a hawk, carefully scanning everything around the desolate temple. Seeing Lin Chen silent, Su Qingshan and Yiming thought he was moved. A flicker of pride crossed Su Qingshan's eyes as he continued, Lin Chen, as long as you agree, I guarantee you will receive more resources and support than you have now, even quickly getting promoted, allowing you to truly grasp power in the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Chen still did not respond, merely nodding slightly, his gaze calm and contemplative. His hand quietly brushed against the Seven Fiends' demon blade at his waist, feeling the familiar chill, and he had already made his decision. Confirming that there were no ambushes around, Lin Chen knew this was his best opportunity. In an instant, the curved blade at his waist was drawn out in a flash, the blade cutting through the air like lightning, rushing towards Su Qingshan with a fierce blade aura. With this strike, Lin Chen gathered all his strength, the blade light as ferocious as a storm. The blade gleamed with a cold light under the moon, as if it would tear apart any enemy blocking its path. Swish! The blade light shot out, and the air seemed to resonate with a sharp sound of breaking wind. Where the blade passed, grass and trees were shattered, leaving a deep crack in the ground. Su Qingshan's pupils suddenly constricted, shock overwhelming him. He never expected Lin Chen would strike first. Faced with this sudden lethal blow, Su Qingshan hurriedly swung the long sword in his hand to defend. However, the power of Lin Chen's strike was too great, the blade sweeping in like a torrent, directly splitting Su Qingshan's long sword. The blade pressed towards Su Qingshan's chest, carrying endless killing intent and power. Lin Chen, you dare! Su Qingshan roared in anger, quickly retreating in an attempt to avoid the blade's edge. The edge of the blade injured Su Qingshan, but it was not fatal. The blade cut a deep gash across his chest, blood gushing out. Although he retreated swiftly to evade the deadly attack, he was still severely wounded. Su Qingshan was indeed a fifth-grade martial king, reacting extremely quickly. Despite his injury, he steadied himself and prepared to counterattack. Seeing that the strike did not kill Su Qingshan, Lin Chen felt a twinge of regret, but it was also within his expectations. As expected, not simple, Lin Chen thought to himself, adjusting his battle strategy. Yiming stood by, dumbfounded, his whole body frozen. He never expected Lin Chen to be so decisive, daring to strike Su Qingshan so ruthlessly. You dare! Yiming's voice trembled, filled with fear and disbelief. Su Qingshan was furious. He had never been so humiliated, especially in front of so many people. His face turned ashen, his eyes burning with endless rage. Lin Chen, you seek death! Su Qingshan roared, his entire aura suddenly erupting, the powerful martial king energy instantly filling the entire dilapidated temple. He suppressed the intense pain in his chest, his gaze filled with madness and killing intent, as if he wanted to tear Lin Chen to pieces. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I will ensure you have no place to be buried. Su Qingshan gritted his teeth, his voice laced with endless threats. It was only then that Yiming snapped out of his shock. Seeing Su Qingshan injured filled him with even greater terror. Although he was wary of Lin Chen's strength, now that he saw Su Qingshan wounded, he knew that if he did not act, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Chen, you're finished. You dare to attack Lord Zhua, we will join forces and kill him. Yi Ming shouted, raising the sky-breaking spear in his hand and charging fiercely at Lin Chen. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, the Seven Fiends' demon blade trembling slightly in his hand, ready to meet the impending battle. Come on, let me see how capable you are, Lin Chen sneered, slightly turning his body, prepared to strike at any moment. Su Qingshan and Yi Ming launched their attacks on Lin Chen simultaneously, their auras sweeping in like a storm. The entire dilapidated temple was filled with a tense and dangerous atmosphere. Su Qingshan and Yi Ming flanked him, their cooperation seamless. Su Qingshan's palm wind roared like thunder, while Yi Ming's sky-breaking spear surged forth like a dragon emerging from the sea, exceptionally swift. Su Qingshan swung his palm wind, and the air erupted with explosive sounds. Each strike carried immense power, as if it aimed to crush Lin Chen to pieces. Lin Chen, today you will know the heights of heaven and the depths of the earth. Su Qingshan roared, his palm wind sweeping in like a torrential storm, filled with overwhelming fury. Yi Ming's sky-breaking spear was like a dragon emerging from the sea, the spear tip carrying a fierce gust of wind, directly targeting Lin Chen's vital points. Each strike was exceptionally swift, the sound of the spear like thunder, as if it would pierce the very air. Sky-breaking spear, heaven-splitting thrust. Yi Ming shouted, thrusting the spear forward, the tip striking like lightning towards Lin Chen's chest. Faced with their onslaught, Lin Chen did not rush to reveal all his strength. He skillfully dodged Su Qingshan's palm wind, wielding the Seven Fiends' demon blade to deflect each attack. Your palm wind is too slow, Lin Chen sneered, his body agilely evading while counterattacking. He blocked Su Qingshan's attacks with precision, each swing of his blade accurately parrying Su Qingshan's strikes, the clash of blade light and palm wind creating deafening booms in the air. Against Yi Ming, Lin Chen adopted a fierce offensive. The Seven Fiends' demon blade slashed towards Yi Ming like a torrential storm, each strike imbued with endless killing intent and power. Do you think your spear technique is impressive? Lin Chen said coldly, the Seven Fiends' demon blade slicing through the air, directly threatening Yi Ming's sky-breaking spear. The blade light and spear shadow intertwined in the air, producing a series of metallic clashing sounds. Every attack from Yi Ming was countered by Lin Chen's blade, forcing him to retreat step by step. Damn it, how is this guy so strong? Yi Ming cursed inwardly, feeling a wave of pressure. He had thought that the two of them could easily take down Lin Chen, but instead, they were being overwhelmed by him. Su Qingshan was also taken aback. Although his palm wind was powerful, it seemed somewhat ineffective against Lin Chen's ease. Lin Chen, you won't get away with being arrogant. Su Qingshan gritted his teeth and said, intensifying his palm wind, forcing Lin Chen to defend with all his might. Facing Lin Chen's onslaught, Yi Ming felt immense pressure, his face turned pale, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Su, this guy is really tough to deal with. Yi Ming gritted his teeth, feeling anxious inside. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Su Qingshan's eyes. He decided to stop testing the waters and go all out. The gap between the 5th and 7th ranks would be shown to Lin Chen now. Lin Chen, today I will let you know what true strength is. Su Qingshan roared, his aura surging instantly. He suddenly unleashed all his power, his body undergoing a dramatic transformation, turning into a massive ancient black tiger. The ancient black tiger was enormous, its fur as hard as iron spikes, and its eyes glinted with a fierce light, as if it could tear everything apart. Roar! The ancient black tiger let out a roar that shook the surroundings like thunder, causing the air to tremble with the sound. The heavens and earth changed color, as if the entire world dimmed under the pressure of this power. The aura of the ancient black tiger pressed down like a mountain, filling the air with endless killing intent and majesty. Every pore exuded a terrifying aura that sent chills down one's spine. Seeing Su Qingshan unleash the ancient black tiger's divine ability, Yi Ming felt a surge of joy. He knew the power of this move and felt reassured. You're dead for sure. Yi Ming couldn't help but shout, a smug smile appearing on his face. Lin Chen, this time you're finished. Su's ancient black tiger divine ability is not something you can withstand. Lin Chen knew that he could no longer hold back his strength. His aura erupted suddenly, the pressure of a 6th-rank martial spirit unmistakable, and his presence surged to its peak. Before Yi Ming could react, Lin Chen's figure had vanished like a ghost. What? He's actually a 6th-rank martial spirit? Yi Ming was shocked, but before he could respond, Lin Chen's blade was already coming at him. Lin Chen executed the Tiangang blade technique, the 36 variations flowing like clouds and water in his hands, each strike carrying endless killing intent and power. The blade light sliced through the air like lightning, aiming directly for Yi Ming's throat. Yi Ming felt as if he was surrounded by blade light. His body seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, unable to move. His eyes were filled with terror and despair, and before he could mount any defense, Lin Chen's blade had pierced through his throat. Blood gushed out as Yi Ming's head was instantly severed, his body collapsing to the ground, his eyes still reflecting fear and unwillingness. He died with his eyes wide open. Su Qingshan, transformed into the ancient black tiger, exuded an overwhelming aura. He lunged at Lin Chen, his massive claws carrying boundless power, as if he wanted to tear Lin Chen to shreds. Facing this terrifying pressure, Lin Chen was shocked but did not retreat. He knew that this battle could only be won, not lost. "Come on," Lin Chen said coldly, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. The Seven Fiends' demon blade shimmered with a cold light in his hand. He went all out, his figure moving like a ghost, dodging the ancient black tiger's massive claws. Roar! The ancient black tiger roared again, its enormous claws swinging down with overwhelming force. Lin Chen quickly dodged, the Seven Fiends' demon blade carving a sharp arc in the air, aiming for the ancient black tiger's throat. "Kneel before me," Su Qingshan roared, his massive tiger claw meeting the blade, the two colliding violently in midair, producing a deafening roar. The light of the blade and the tiger claw intertwined, sparks flying, and a scorching heat filled the air. Su Qingshan was taken aback and furious at the sight. He never expected Lin Chen to hide his strength and unleash such terrifying power in an instant. As he watched Yi Ming being slain, a cold glint flashed in Su Qingshan's eyes, but it did not stir much emotion. In Su Qingshan's view, subordinates like Yi Ming, though loyal, were hardly significant. There were plenty of such people in the Demon Suppression Division. Losing one was no big deal. "Lin Chen, you really are audacious," Su Qingshan said coldly, his tone laced with disdain and mockery. There were plenty of lowly figures like Yi Ming. Losing one was inconsequential. What mattered was that he wanted to personally teach Lin Chen a lesson, to make him understand what authority meant. Yi Ming was just an insignificant character. His death is of no consequence. Su Qingshan sneered, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. "But Lin Chen, if you dare to kill in front of me, you will pay the price." Lin Chen looked at him coldly, unafraid. "Su Qingshan, your threats mean nothing to me." Su Qingshan snorted coldly and said slowly, "Lin Chen, I can choose not to kill you." His gaze at Lin Chen revealed a hint of complexity. "Your display of 6th grade martial spirit strength has indeed impressed me." He continued to look at Lin Chen. "I know a bit about you. Coming from the heavenly prison, in less than a year, you have managed to cultivate from a mere mortal to a 6th grade martial spirit. Such talent is truly rare in the world." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Su Qingshan's eyes. To be able to fight him to a standstill was no small feat. "Lin Chen, you have great potential. If you are willing to serve me, I can ensure your safety and even help you advance further." Lin Chen scoffed, showing no concern. "Su Qingshan, you are dreaming. Do you think I would submit to you?" Su Qingshan's expression changed slightly but quickly returned to calm. He said slowly, "Lin Chen, you must understand that you are not the only one with talent in the Demon Suppression Division. You have an opportunity now. If you do not seize it, you will regret it in the future." Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he replied without hesitation, "I do not believe in opportunities. I only believe in my own strength." A cold glint flashed in Su Qingshan's eyes as he suppressed his anger, his tone carrying a hint of threat. "Lin Chen, do not refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I give you this opportunity because I think highly of you, but if you remain obstinate, I will not show mercy." Lin Chen sneered dismissively, his eyes filled with endless contempt. "Su Qingshan, you really are self-righteous. Am I supposed to be afraid of you?" He stepped closer to Su Qingshan, the Seven Fiends' demon blade in his hand glinting with a cold light, exuding endless killing intent. "If you won't make a move, then I will." Lin Chen thought to himself, having chosen this place to settle everything once and for all. Su Qingshan's expression changed drastically. He never expected Lin Chen to be so decisive and fearless. He hurriedly circulated his true energy, preparing to counter Lin Chen's assault. Su Qingshan's face darkened as he gritted his teeth and stood up, his figure swaying slightly, but a fierce light flickered in his eyes. "Lin Chen, do you really think you can kill me?" he shouted, the aura around him suddenly surging, the ancient mysterious tiger divine ability manifesting once more. A massive phantom of the mysterious tiger loomed behind him, its imposing presence overwhelming. Lin Chen looked at him coldly, knowing this would be a difficult battle. He took a deep breath, his aura suddenly surging, the power of the 6th grade martial spirit fully erupting. Transformation of the Kuanpeng. Lin Chen's body instantly transformed, a gigantic Kuanpeng slowly appearing, its wings spread wide, blocking the sky and sun, its momentum overwhelming. Su Qingshan let out a cold laugh, unafraid, and charged directly at Lin Chen. The two's powers clashed violently in the air, erupting with earth-shattering roars. Lin Chen knew he couldn't surpass Su Qingshan in strength, but he had his own trump card. Faced with a formidable opponent, Lin Chen did not hesitate to choose to burn his lifespan. Burning lifespan. Lin Chen's body instantly became more radiant, his power surging once again. He burned 200 years of his lifespan, and his aura reached an unprecedented peak state. The Kuanping suddenly opened its massive mouth and lunged at the Tsangu Xuanhu. The two colossal beasts engaged in a fierce battle in the air, the booming sounds deafening. Su Qingshan did not expect Lin Chen to be so reckless, actually burning his lifespan to enhance his strength. A sense of panic arose in his heart, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. "You're insane. If this continues, you will be destroyed too," Su Qingshan roared, but Lin Chen remained unmoved. Su Qingshan decided to stop holding back and unleashed all his techniques. Heavenly Might Great Technique. The Zangbu Xuanhu suddenly pounced on the Kunping's back, biting fiercely at its spine, its sharp claws constantly trying to break through the Kunping's defenses. The Kunping shook itself with all its might. The Zangbu Xuanhu was suddenly flung several meters away, and under the enhancement of the Heavenly Might Great Technique, Su Qingshan's figure instantly grew several zhang tall. The Xuanhu roared, and the entire world seemed to tremble in response. It lunged at the Kunping once more, its movements agile and swift, as if it intended to tear the Kunping apart completely. The two giant beasts engaged in a fierce battle in front of the dilapidated temple, dust flying, the ground torn apart, and the tremendous booming sounds echoing in the air. The Kunping refused to back down, spreading its enormous wings and charging towards the Xuanhu. The Zangbu Xuanhu quickly dodged, but was still struck by one of the Kunping's claws, the immense force pushing it back several steps. The Kunping suddenly dove down, its massive claws fiercely reaching for the Xuanhu's head. The Xuanhu struggled to resist, its huge form rolling in the air, trying to shake off the Kunping's attack. The Kunping's beak tightly clamped down on the Xuanhu's neck, its enormous wings flapping, creating a fierce wind that pinned the Xuanhu firmly to the ground. Under Su Qingshan's control, the Xuanhu's body rapidly expanded, attempting to use the power of the Heavenly Might Great Technique to break free from the Kunping's grasp. Lin Chen burned another 200 years of lifespan. The Kunping gave the Xuanhu no chance to breathe, its massive beak suddenly biting down on the Xuanhu's head, swallowing it whole. The Xuanhu's figure instantly vanished into the Kunping's mouth, transforming into a powerful force that surged into the Kunping's body. Su Qingshan's figure trembled violently at the moment the Xuanhu was devoured, his face pale, a flicker of fear and despair flashing in his eyes. "Impossible! How could you?" Su Qingshan's voice dissipated in the air as Lin Chen's Kunping technique displayed unparalleled power. Lin Chen's body shook violently, his face pale. This was the unique talent of the Kunping technique. As long as it could devour, all things could be refined. After being devoured by the Kunping technique, Su Qingshan was completely refined in an instant, leaving behind only an empty shell of a corpse. Lin Chen coldly looked at the corpses of Su Qingshan and Yi Ming, his eyes devoid of emotion. He took out bone-melting water from his pocket and unhesitatingly poured it over the two corpses. The bone-melting water quickly corroded the bodies, emitting a hissing sound, and before long, the corpses turned into a stinking puddle of liquid, completely disappearing from the ground. The powers of Su Qingshan after being refined, as well as the martial arts he mastered, all became Lin Chen's. He closed his eyes, feeling the rapidly increasing power and new memories within him, his heart calm. Everything happened so swiftly and brutally, but Lin Chen knew this was the path he had chosen. Once everything was taken care of, Lin Chen tidied his clothes, ensuring there was nothing unusual. His face returned to calm, as if everything that had just happened had never occurred. He turned away from the desolate temple and walked steadily towards the sky prison. Inside the prison, Lin Chen continued his daily work as if nothing had happened. Meanwhile, the entire Demon Suppression Division was thrown into chaos due to the sudden disappearance of Su Qingshan and Yi Ming. How could Chief Zhou and team leader Yi suddenly vanish? They were fine yesterday, and today they disappeared without a trace. A member of the Demon Suppression Division said anxiously, his face filled with confusion and worry. Could it be that they encountered some danger? Such a thing has never happened in the Demon Suppression Division, another member frowned, filled with unease. I heard their last appearance was near the desolate temple in the suburbs, and someone saw them in contact with Lin Chen, a member whispered, a hint of suspicion flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen? That new officer? He has a grudge against Su Qingshan, could it be him? Someone boldly speculated, uncertainty in their tone. Nonsense! How could Lin Chen do such a thing? He is an officer of the Demon Suppression Division, bound by rules. How could he act against a colleague? A senior member immediately retorted, his tone firm. But their last appearance was near Lin Chen's mission location. What a coincidence! Someone questioned, doubt in their voice. Stop guessing. Although Lin Chen is formidable, he only has the strength of the 7th rank. How could he possibly kill the 5th rank Su Qingshan? A 7th rank killing a 5th rank? That's simply absurd. Another member shook his head, expressing disbelief. That's right, the gap between the 5th and 7th ranks is not trivial. Su Qingshan is not that easy to deal with, a member echoed, completely unconvinced that Lin Chen had such strength. Lin Chen has performed excellently, but he has no reason to take such a huge risk. He has already established a good position in the Demon Suppression Division and has no need to do such a thing, the senior member continued, his tone filled with trust in Lin Chen. Moreover, both Su Qingshan and Yi Ming have backgrounds. If Lin Chen really acted against them, Wouldn't that be seeking his own death? Another member analyzed, his tone full of doubt. After failing to find the bodies of Su Qingshan and Yi Ming, the Demon Suppression Division ultimately concluded that the two were likely taken by the demonic leader Yun Tianhe, who had recently infiltrated the capital. It seems this matter has nothing to do with Lin Chen. We should focus on tracking down Yun Tianhe, a senior member sighed, his tone filled with helplessness and heaviness. Due to Yun Tianhe's infiltration, the entire capital was recently filled with anxiety. The streets saw fewer people, and the nights felt particularly quiet, as if even the wind carried a chill. Yun Tianhe's methods are extremely cruel, and his goals are unclear, making it very difficult for us to guard against him, another member said, worry etched on his face. To encircle Yun Tianhe, the court ordered the dispatch of the Demon Suppression Division commanders from the 3 states near the capital to join the effort. Upon hearing the news, the entire Demon Suppression Division was shaken. Everyone, we have received orders from the court to fully encircle the demonic leader Yun Tianhe. Please make sure to give it your all and do not let up in the slightest. A senior member solemnly announced at the meeting, his voice booming and resonating throughout. Yes, we obey. All members responded in unison, their voices filled with determination and fighting spirit. The commander from the capital was a third-rank martial master, and his arrival undoubtedly added immense deterrence and confidence to the entire encirclement operation. The commander was tall and imposing, clad in dark armor, exuding an aura of power. Each of his steps seemed to carry boundless authority and strength. Everyone, this encirclement of Yun Tianhe must succeed in one go. We cannot allow him to escape again, the capital commander said solemnly before the crowd, his tone filled with resolve and determination. The commanders from the 3 states of the Demon Suppression Division also arrived one after another, each possessing extraordinary skills and an impressive presence. They brought an elite team, the entire formation massive and imposing, as if a great battle was about to unfold. This operation not only concerns the honor of the Demon Suppression Division but also the safety of the entire capital. Everyone must do their utmost, a commander said loudly, his voice filled with encouragement and rallying. The atmosphere in the capital instantly became tense and grim, as everyone prepared for the impending battle. The streets were filled with the elite of the Demon Suppression Division, standing ready, prepared to strike at any moment. The scene shifted to Yun Tianhe, standing in a dimly lit house in the capital, surrounded by silence, with only the flickering candlelight casting shadows on his cold expression. His eyes were filled with endless anger and hatred, like a burning flame that could not be quelled. Yun Tianhe's heart was filled with hatred, to the extreme. His son was his only concern and hope during his time in the northern border. However, that hope had been ruthlessly destroyed, leaving him with only one thought: revenge. Who exactly killed my son? Yun Tianhe gritted his teeth, his voice low and icy, filled with endless killing intent. There was a mark on Yun Xing, one that he had personally placed, meant to guard against unforeseen events. Anyone who harmed his son would be marked by this seal, unable to escape his pursuit no matter where they fled. I must find him, I must kill him with my own hands, Yun Tianhe silently vowed, a hint of madness and determination flashing in his eyes. He slowly closed his eyes and began to employ the technique of 1,000 miles seeking smoke. 1,000 miles seeking smoke was his most prized technique, capable of tracking the killer's exact location through that mark. Yun Tianhe took a deep breath, quickly forming seals with his hands, silently reciting incantations, as the air around him seemed to thicken. As the incantation was spoken, a dark light emanated from his hands, shooting into the sky as if to pierce the heavens. Son, tell me, who exactly killed you? Yun Tianhe's voice was low and filled with grief and anger, his face revealing endless pain and hatred. The dark light coalesced in the air, gradually becoming clearer, revealing a faint mark that seemed to guide the way. Yun Tianhe stared at that mark, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and continued to employ 1,000 miles seeking smoke. As the technique continued to operate, the mark gradually became clearer, slowly moving before finally stopping at a fixed location. Yun Tianhe furrowed his brow and immediately pulled out the map in his hand. After confirming the location, a hint of confusion and anger flashed in his eyes. The Demon Suppression Division's prison? The place where Yun Xing was killed turned out to be the prison. Could it be that the killer was someone from the Demon Suppression Division? Yun Tianhe's heart surged with endless rage. Those dog bastards from the Demon Suppression Division. Both sides had agreed not to harm Yun Xing, and now that Yun Xing was dead, he would make everyone pay with their lives. His gaze turned icy to the extreme, and in a flash, he vanished from the spot. Recently, Lin Chen had been feeling restless, as if some ominous premonition lingered in his heart. Whenever the night grew deep and quiet, he would be startled awake by an inexplicable sense of oppression, his heart racing and cold sweat covering his forehead. Lin Chen knew this feeling was not unfounded, especially after he had consecutively killed the 6th grade Yi Ming and the 5th grade Su Qingshan, making this unease even more pronounced. However, he had always been decisive and cold, never retreating due to fear. Every day, the prisoners in the prison continued to provide lifespans, causing Lin Chen's lifespan to grow rapidly, once breaking through the 1,000-year mark. Lin Chen stood atop the high walls of the prison, looking down at the prisoners below. In his hand, he held the Seven Fiends' demon blade, its edge glinting coldly, as if it could slice through the air. My lifespan has surpassed 1,000 years, it's time to draw a prize, Lin Chen murmured to himself, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. Each lottery draw represented a step forward in strength. Standing in the training room of the heavenly prison, Lin Chen closed his eyes and focused. The lifespan roulette appeared, and Lin Chen directly infused it with 50 years of life for his first draw. The lifespan roulette spun rapidly, and a yellow light suddenly burst forth. One-time martial arts deduction, Lin Chen was overjoyed. It was a rare opportunity, and he chose without hesitation to deduce the blood-burning divine art again. He had already deduced it once, and this divine art surely had higher realms. As Lin Chen entered the state of deduction, the power within him surged like a raging tide. With each breath, he could feel that blazing power coursing through his body, as if it wanted to completely burn him up. As the deduction deepened, Lin Chen's consciousness gradually sank into a mysterious space. There, he seemed to see countless blazing flames burning, each flame containing endless power and profound meanings. He reached out to touch those flames, feeling their temperature and strength. Suddenly, Lin Chen's body trembled slightly. He sensed an invisible force pulling at him, as if it wanted to lead him to a higher realm. His heartbeat quickened, and the power within him began to boil, as if it were about to break free from the shackles of his body. Just then, the sky above the heavenly prison suddenly darkened with clouds, and thunder flashed, as if the heavens and earth were shaking for his breakthrough. A tremendous roar of thunder echoed above the heavenly prison, as if it were going to tear the sky apart. The surrounding prisoners and members of the Demon Suppression Division looked up, their eyes filled with surprise and shock. What is happening? A member of the Demon Suppression Division exclaimed, staring wide-eyed at the strange phenomenon above the heavenly prison. Could it be someone is breaking through? But this phenomenon is too terrifying. Another member gasped, disbelief written all over his face. Just as the phenomenon reached its peak, a strange force suddenly appeared, forcefully covering up the terrifying celestial phenomenon. The dark clouds quickly dispersed, and the roar of thunder vanished, as if nothing had ever happened. Lin Chen had no idea where this strange force came from. He was immersed in the critical moment of his breakthrough, completely unaware of the changes in the outside world. Deep within Lin Chen's consciousness, an incredibly blazing power erupted suddenly, as if it wanted to completely burn his body away. Soon, Lin Chen felt an unprecedented clarity and strength. Every cell in his body was cheering, as if welcoming a new life. Deduction complete. The blood-burning divine art upgraded to the blood-burning sky-devouring divine art, becoming a third-grade martial art. Its power and effects far surpassed the previous fifth-grade blood-burning divine art. This gave Lin Chen a qualitative leap in combat power. To quickly enhance his strength, Lin Chen did not hesitate to begin frantically cultivating by burning his lifespan. 10 years, 50 years, 100 years. Soon, his cultivation reached the 5th grade martial king. Lin Chen had no intention of stopping, burning his lifespan madly. 5th grade martial king, beginner, intermediate, advanced. Buzz. Lin Chen felt his entire body's cells shatter and then reassemble. Time was completely suspended at that moment. Boom! The furnishings around the training room instantly shattered into dust. Lin Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He had advanced to the 4th grade martial emperor. With the increase in cultivation, Lin Chen's lifespan was also rapidly decreasing. Next, Lin Chen continued to cultivate his martial skills, choosing the creation Kuanping divine ability, the heavenly gang blade technique, and the drawn blade slash. He burned his lifespan again, and as his lifespan burned, he felt the power within him rapidly strengthening, and his consciousness gradually became clearer. He focused on cultivating the creation Kuanping divine ability, which was his most relied upon technique and his most powerful means of attack. Lin Chen recalled every scene of using the Kuanping divine ability, carefully pondering each detail, trying to identify the shortcomings. He began to simulate battle scenarios continuously, imagining every movement while facing strong enemies, striving to perfect every detail. Next, Lin Chen turned to practicing the Tiangang knife technique. This was an incredibly fierce knife technique, emphasizing breaking force, with each strike filled with destructive power. Lin Chen wielded the Seven Fiends demon knife, the blade flashing, stirring up gusts of wind. To unleash this knife technique to its fullest, every strike must be flawless, creating an unending offensive momentum. He swung the blade repeatedly, each strike carrying boundless killing intent. The blade light poured forward like a torrential storm, each cut seeming to tear the air apart. Lin Chen's body flickered within the blade light, his movements ghostly, the knife's momentum like the Yangtze River, rushing endlessly. Finally, Lin Chen began to practice the draw and slash technique. This was his most ferocious strike, focusing on the explosive power of a single lethal blow. Lin Chen gripped the Seven Fiends demon knife tightly, his gaze sharp, each strike imbued with endless killing intent. There's still too little martial knowledge, Lin Chen muttered to himself. He sighed and ultimately made a bold gamble at the cost of 100 years of lifespan. With the infusion of his lifespan, the lifespan will spun wildly. A dazzling golden light suddenly appeared. Great Unity Knife Technique. Note: this martial art will enhance as the user's strength increases. Lin Chen's heart filled with joy. Indeed, another knife technique had appeared in his mind, and soon, he successfully comprehended the Great Unity Knife Technique. This knife technique is based on the concept of great unity, with each swing carrying the power to bury heaven and earth, sacrificing oneself to unleash the power to annihilate the world. Although this knife technique was immensely powerful, Lin Chen's lifespan sharply decreased as a result, leaving him with only about 200 years. After completing his training, Lin Chen prepared to leave the heavenly prison to return home and see Yu Wan. However, before Lin Chen could exit the heavenly prison, the commander of the first level suddenly ordered a lockdown, completely sealing it off, preventing anyone from entering or exiting. The atmosphere inside the heavenly prison became tense. Everyone could feel a suppressive aura, as if a powerful force was approaching. What happened? Lin Chen frowned and asked. A guard hurried over, looking flustered. Lin TC, I heard that a strong enemy has invaded the capital, and the heavenly prison has ordered an emergency lockdown to prevent it from being breached. A hint of doubt flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He sensed that this matter was far from simple. What kind of enemy could cause such a lockdown in the heavenly prison? Lin Chen asked coldly. It's Yun Tianhe. Yun Tianhe has come. The guard was visibly frightened, and Lin Chen rushed to Zhao Zhen's location. Zhao Zhen stood at the highest point of the heavenly prison, his brow furrowed, his eyes revealing deep worry and vigilance. His aura subtly fluctuated, clearly sensing the approaching powerful force. I'm afraid the enemy we are about to face is even more terrifying than we imagined, Zhao Zhen said in a low, grave voice, as all the experts of the Demon Suppression Division gathered. Lin Chen also arrived, feeling an inexplicable sense of oppression in his heart. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolutely fixed on the distance, preparing to face the impending battle. Just then, a violent tremor shook the entire heavenly prison as if it were quaking. Soon, a strong aura rapidly approached, as if to envelop the entire heavenly prison in endless darkness. It's here! A glint of cold light flashed in Zhao Zhen's eyes as he gripped his sword tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Moments later, a shadow flashed, and Yun Tianhe appeared before the gates of the heavenly prison. His figure was tall and imposing, exuding a suffocatingly powerful aura, like a towering mountain. This is the place, Yun Tianhe said coldly, his gaze sharp as an eagle's, sweeping over the tightly shut gates of the prison. The prison gates weighed at least 10,000 pounds, forged from a special dark iron, indestructible. But in Yun Tianhe's eyes, it seemed merely a trivial obstacle. You want to stop me? You overestimate yourselves. Yun Tianhe sneered, the long knife in his hand glinting with a cold light, carrying endless killing intent. He suddenly swung the knife. The first strike, the blade flashed like lightning, cleaving a part of the gate apart with immense force. The second strike, the blade roared like thunder, splitting the gate in half. The third strike, the blade swept in like a storm, completely destroying the remaining gate. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as the 10,000-pound prison gate crumbled under Yun Tianhe's 3 strikes, turning into countless fragments that scattered. Seeing this scene, Zhao Zhen and Lin Chen felt a jolt in their hearts. The strength of Yun Tianhe exceeded their expectations. Is this the power of Yun Tianhe? Truly terrifying, Zhao Zhen murmured, a flicker of shock and worry crossing his eyes. Yun Tianhe stepped toward the prison, his gaze icy, his killing intent palpable. Each of his steps seemed to carry endless pressure, making it hard to breathe. The overwhelming pressure suffocated those around him. The prison guards gathered at the gate, trying to stop the intruder, but they could not contend with that immense power. One guard bravely rushed forward, attempting to block his path, but Yun Tianhe casually crushed him, bones shattering, blood gushing forth, and he lost his life in an instant. The other guards, witnessing this, were engulfed by an indescribable fear, yet they gritted their teeth and stood firm against the terrifying pressure. Get out of the way, don't waste your effort, Yun Tianhe said coldly, his eyes flashing with cold light. The blade in his hand flashed, and several guards were instantly cut in half, blood staining the ground. The leader of the prison, Zhao Zhen, stood before the shattered gate, his gaze stern and resolute, facing Yun Tianhe's eyes without fear. Yun Tianhe, don't think you can rampage without restraint, Zhao Zhen said in a deep voice, filled with authority, as if he were an immovable mountain. Yun Tianhe's gaze shifted slightly, a cold smile appearing on his face. Zhao Zhen, I didn't expect you to still be here. Years ago, you forced me back to the Northern Territory, and now I will make you pay for everything. Zhao Zhen sneered, his eyes like lightning, staring directly at Yun Tianhe. That time you lost to me and had to keep your promise to retreat to the Northern Territory. Today, I will make you lose completely again. Yun Tianhe was a second-tier martial saint. Years of hardship and training had significantly improved his cultivation, and he was not far from becoming a first-tier martial god. The prison leader, Zhaozhen, was also a second-tier martial saint. In an instant, both sides erupted with an incredibly powerful aura, enveloping the entire prison in an invisible pressure. The surrounding guards retreated, not daring to approach these two unparalleled powerhouses. Zhaozhen, the grievances between us must be settled today, Yun Tianhe said coldly, his eyes filled with determination. Zhaozhen nodded slightly, his tone carrying an undeniable authority. Yun Tianhe, I advise you to retreat, otherwise, I will strike again and make you taste defeat once more. Yun Tianhe sneered, the long knife in his hand trembling slightly, emitting a low hum. Zhaozhen, years ago you forced me back to the Northern Territory. Now, why don't you try again? I don't believe I will lose to you this time. Zhaozhen's gaze was stern, his aura heavy like a mountain. Yun Tianhe, you do not understand that your obsession will only lead to your own destruction. This is the prison, not a place for you to run wild. A flicker of madness and hatred crossed Yun Tianhe's eyes. Zhaozhen, this time I will not back down. My son has been killed, and I must find the culprit. Otherwise, I will never rest. Zhaozhen sighed, a hint of helplessness and determination flashing in his eyes. In that case, let us settle this with strength. Before his words fell, both moved simultaneously. Yun Tianhe's long knife struck out like lightning, the blade slicing towards Zhaozhen like a ribbon. Zhaozhen's giant sword rose to meet it, the sword light flickering as it clashed violently with the knife light in midair, producing a thunderous roar. The battle between the two second-rank martial saints was like two giant mountains colliding in the sky, their powerful auras shaking the surroundings, as if the air itself was being torn apart, dust swirling, and the entire prison trembling violently. Yun Tianhe's knife techniques were incredibly fierce, each strike carrying endless killing intent and power. Die! Yun Tianhe roared, swinging his long knife again, sending a sharp blade of light straight at Zhaozhen's vital points. Zhaozhen snorted coldly, sweeping his giant sword to block Yun Tianhe's attack. Yun Tianhe, don't be delusional. You will not succeed today. Zhaozhen's voice was deep and filled with authority as he swung his giant sword again, creating a gust of wind. Yun Tianhe's offensive grew increasingly fierce, each strike filled with boundless killing intent and determination. Zhaozhen remained as steady as a mountain, each sword strike filled with resilience and composure. The battle between the two reached a fever pitch, with neither able to gain the upper hand. The surrounding guards hurriedly dodged, fearing accidental injury, as the sounds of clashing blades echoed through the sky. The intertwining lights of knives and swords filled the air, the intense battle causing the entire prison to shake. Meanwhile, the streets of the capital were littered with the traces of battle, blood staining the ground. At this moment, the Demon Suppression Division had no time to support the prison. For tonight, it was not just Yun Tianhe, the ghost-killing sect, along with many demonic sects of the Great Shang dynasty, had all mobilized, plunging the capital into unprecedented chaos. Disciples of the ghost-killing sect rampaged through the streets, wielding black sickles that stirred up chilling winds. Each swing was accompanied by piercing screams, and the streets quickly ran red with blood. Ha! Tonight is your doomsday. An elder of the ghost-killing sect sneered, his eyes filled with madness and killing intent. His figure darted through the streets like a ghost, leaving no survivors in his wake. On the other side, experts from the demonic sects also sprang into action, their attacks surging like a tide against the defenses of the Demon Suppression Division. The entire capital seemed to be engulfed in flames, the sounds of explosions ringing out incessantly. Quick, defend! We must not let them break in. The members of the Demon Suppression Division gritted their teeth and held their ground, their faces smeared with sweat and blood, yet their eyes remained filled with determination and defiance. However, the enemy's assault was too fierce, and the defenses of the Demon Suppression Division were gradually being overwhelmed, with more and more enemies breaking through. Just then, a deafening roar echoed throughout the capital. Roar! A massive monster suddenly leaped up from the ground, its size resembling a small mountain. Its body was covered in thick scales, its eyes glowing red, and its teeth sharp as blades, its grotesque face sending chills down spines. It opened its gaping maw, revealing rows of sharp fangs, drooling thick saliva, as if ready to tear apart any creature that came near. This unprecedented great demon exuded a terrifying aura, causing the surrounding air to tremble under its pressure. It leaped suddenly, pouncing on the members of the Demon Suppression Division, its massive claws tearing several members to shreds, blood splattering everywhere. This is an unprecedented great demon. The members of the Demon Suppression Division exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with fear and despair. Despite having reinforced their ranks and drawn elite forces from various places, they still felt powerless against this terrifying monster. The situation was urgent, and the battlefield became even more chaotic. The streets of the capital were filled with fierce fighting, blood staining the ground, and corpses lying everywhere. "We must stop it. We can't let it rampage any longer." A master from the Demon Suppression Division gritted his teeth and said, gripping his sword tightly, his gaze resolutely facing the great demon. However, the power of the unparalleled demon was simply too overwhelming. Each swipe of its claws carried the force to destroy the heavens and the earth, obliterating everything around it. Roar! The great demon suddenly lunged, its massive claws striking down again, turning a master from the Demon Suppression Division into a pulp. Blood splattered, and screams filled the air. Meanwhile, the battle between Yun Tianhe and Zhao Zhen had escalated to the skies. Their figures moved like lightning, cutting through the air, the flashes of blades intertwining, erupting with earth-shattering roars. "Zhao Zhen, today I will show you my true strength," Yun Tianhe shouted, swinging his long knife, a blade of light slicing towards Zhao Zhen like a galloping horse. Zhao Zhen did not back down, raising his giant sword against the wind, the sword light cutting through the sky like lightning. The two attacks collided violently in mid-air, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance, the air thick with a scorching heat. The battle between the two second-grade martial saints was exceptionally fierce, with blades and swords continuously intertwining, neither side able to gain the upper hand. Despite both exerting their full strength, they still could not determine a victor in a short time. In the sky above the capital, the flashes of blades and swords intertwined, while on the ground, demons rampaged, the intensity of the battle reaching unprecedented heights. Lin Chen emerged with his sword, gathering the 18th squad, and shouted sternly, "Tonight, we restore order." The members of the 18th squad quickly assembled, their faces filled with determination and a murderous aura. Lin Chen showed no restraint, facing the demons and those of the demonic path. He directly engaged in slaughter. The Tiangang sword technique was wielded in Lin Chen's hands, each strike carrying devastating power, cleaving the enemies before him in half. The blade light flickered like lightning in the darkness, blood splattering, and screams echoing. "Kill!" Lin Chen roared, his 7 fiends demon blade suddenly swinging out, a blade of light slicing towards the demons ahead. The demon's body was instantly cleaved apart, its massive form crashing to the ground, flesh and blood flying. Lin Chen's figure moved like a ghost across the battlefield, the intertwining of blade light and sword shadows, each swing taking a life. The power of the blade draw was fully unleashed in Lin Chen's hands. His speed was as fast as lightning, each strike accurately hitting the enemy's vital points. The enemies didn't even have time to react before they fell into pools of blood. Lin Tissie's strength is too strong. The members of the 18th squad exclaimed in shock, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. The great unity blade technique flowed like clouds and water in Lin Chen's hands, each strike imbued with endless killing intent and power, as if it could tear the heavens and the earth apart. The blade light flickered, enemies fell one after another, blood staining the ground. Storm Pear Blossom Needles. The needles in his hand shot out like a torrential rain, each one carrying deadly poison, instantly piercing through the enemy's bodies, causing them to die in excruciating pain. Lin Chen unleashed his full firepower, and the members of the 18th squad fully recognized his strength. They were filled with shock and respect, following Lin Chen into the fray, fighting bravely. Soon, Lin Chen attracted the attention of others. The saintess of the demonic sect, the White Lotus cult, appeared quietly, her gaze like water, watching Lin Chen. Her figure was graceful, her beauty stunning, dressed in white, appearing particularly ethereal on this bloody battlefield. "Lin Chen, how dare you slaughter our people so recklessly? You are truly seeking death." The voice of the White Lotus cult saintess was like a cold wind, filled with endless killing intent. Lin Chen coldly smiled, his gaze icy. "You people of the demonic path deserve to be exterminated. Tonight, I will let you know what true power is." The holy maiden of the White Lotus narrowed her eyes slightly, and suddenly a pure white lotus flower appeared in her hand. The lotus gently turned, emanating a mysterious power. "White Lotus Holy Light," the holy maiden whispered, and the pristine lotus instantly bloomed, its dazzling light piercing towards Lin Chen like countless sharp swords. Lin Chen snorted coldly, swinging the 7 fiends demon blade in his hand. Great unity blade technique. The blade light and the holy light collided violently in the air, erupting in a dazzling brilliance, the air filled with a scorching aura. Boom! The two powerful forces intertwined in the air, the explosion deafening, the surrounding buildings shaking precariously from the powerful shockwave. Lin Chen's blade was incredibly sharp, easily slicing through the holy maiden's light. The holy maiden's expression changed slightly, her body quickly retreating, the white lotus in her hand gently turning, more holy light surging towards Lin Chen like a tide. The holy maiden was a 5th-grade martial king. Her strength lay not only in her formidable martial prowess but also in her exquisite illusion techniques. Facing Lin Chen's powerful offensive, she quickly retreated, the white lotus in her hand gently turning, more holy light surging towards Lin Chen. At the same time, her hands swiftly formed seals, casting a stunning illusion. White lotus illusion, appear, the holy maiden whispered. The pure white lotus bloomed in the air, its light radiating, as if countless sharp swords were stabbing towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen's blade remained sharp, shattering those lights one by one, but he suddenly felt an invisible force enveloping him. His vision blurred, and the surroundings changed abruptly. The once bloody battlefield vanished, replaced by a familiar yet strange scene. He had unexpectedly returned to the modern world of his previous life. Skyscrapers stood tall, cars flowed like water on the streets, and pedestrians hurried by. Lin Chen stood on the bustling city street, filled with shock and confusion. He was clearly in a battle. How had he suddenly returned to the past? He looked up, everything around him felt so real. Familiar street scenes, familiar crowds, even familiar voices. He walked down the street, as if returning to his former life, but he knew this was merely an illusion. Just then, a familiar figure appeared before him. It was his beloved from his previous life, her figure beautiful and captivating, her eyes filled with tenderness. Lin Chen, how did you come back? She asked softly, her voice carrying a hint of surprise and confusion. Lin Chen's heart trembled, but in an instant, he slashed through the illusion with a single stroke. Too fake. The cold light in Lin Chen's eyes was as sharp as a blade. He knew he could never return, so the moment the illusion appeared, he already sensed something was off. The Seven Fiends' demon blade in his hand flickered with a cold light, the blade cutting through the illusion like lightning, the surrounding scene instantly dissipating, the chaos and bloodiness of the battlefield reappearing before him. The holy maiden saw her illusion easily shattered by Lin Chen, her expression changing drastically, her heart filled with shock. She had never seen anyone break her illusion so quickly, let alone such a powerful enemy. You actually. The holy maiden's words were not finished when Lin Chen's blade light closed in, forcing her to quickly dodge to avoid this fatal blow. Your illusion is useless against me, Lin Chen said coldly, his killing intent even more intense. He took a deep breath, swinging the Seven Fiends' demon blade once more, the blade light rushing towards the holy maiden like a galloping horse. A flicker of fear and unwillingness flashed in the holy maiden's eyes. She knew that if she did not exert her full strength, she might not escape the predicament before her. Her body suddenly turned, the white lotus in her hand blooming again, a glint of cunning and charm flashing in her eyes. She knew that facing Lin Chen head-on was not an option, so she decided to use another method to buy time. Why must we resort to such violence? The holy maiden chuckled lightly, her voice as pleasant as silver bells. Her body slowly leaned closer to Lin Chen, her eyes shimmering with an alluring light, as if she intended to enchant him. She gently turned, and a white lotus blossomed before her, its radiance dreamlike and ethereal, making her figure even more beautiful and captivating. People like you shouldn't indiscriminately kill the innocent, the saintess said softly, her voice tinged with a hint of sorrow and tenderness. Her gaze was like water, seemingly conveying endless affection to Lin Chen. Lin Chen snorted coldly, the cold light in his eyes sharp as a blade. Without hesitation, he swung the Seven Fiends' demon blade, its light striking like lightning towards the saintess. Compassion for the weak? In his eyes, what saintess? Everything was merely a walking lifespan. The saintess's figure flickered in the air, trying to evade this deadly blow, but Lin Chen's speed was faster, the blade's edge instantly closing in on her throat. The saintess's complexion changed drastically. She knew Lin Chen would show no mercy, so she quickly unleashed various techniques and life-saving measures. She formed seals with her hands, beams of light shooting towards Lin Chen like sharp swords, while her body moved like a specter in the air, attempting to dodge Lin Chen's attacks. White Lotus Shield, the saintess whispered, the pure white lotus blooming before her, forming a solid protective barrier. Lin Chen sneered, the blade ruthlessly cleaving towards the lotus shield, the clash of blade and light erupting in dazzling brilliance. The white lotus shield quickly collapsed under Lin Chen's blade, shattering into countless fragments that dispersed in the air. A flicker of fear crossed the saintess's eyes, but she was still unwilling to give up, continuing to employ various means to block Lin Chen's assault. Heavenly maiden scattering flowers, the saintess murmured, countless tiny petals flying from her hands, each carrying deadly poison, as if to completely erode Lin Chen's body. Lin Chen's blade flickered, each strike imbued with endless power, shattering those petals one by one. The poison spread in the air, but Lin Chen paid it no mind, his gaze locked onto the saintess, the blade mercilessly closing in. You won't escape, Lin Chen roared, the Seven Fiends' demon blade swinging out again, its light like lightning aimed directly at the saintess. The saintess's face grew paler, she knew she had no way to retreat. Her body quickly retreated, the white lotus blooming once more in her hands, forming a final line of defense. White lotus guarding the heart, the saintess whispered, the pure white lotus blooming again before her, its light acting as a barrier. Lin Chen sneered, the blade cleaving towards the lotus barrier like lightning, the clash of blade and light erupting in dazzling brilliance. The lotus barrier quickly collapsed under Lin Chen's blade, shattering into countless fragments that dispersed in the air. The saintess's face turned ashen. She knew her means were exhausted, and against Lin Chen's powerful onslaught, she could not withstand it at all. A flicker of despair crossed her eyes, but more was unwillingness and anger. Lin Chen, you won't succeed. The saintess gritted her teeth, her voice filled with a hint of madness and determination. Her body suddenly retreated, trying to escape this battlefield. As Lin Chen was about to close in on her, the saintess had no choice but to call for help. She bit her fingertip, quickly drawing a complex symbol in the air. As the symbol completed, a white beam of light shot from her fingertip, soaring into the sky and bursting forth in dazzling brilliance. White Lotus Sect, save me, the saintess whispered, her voice filled with urgency and fear. The beam exploded in the air, transforming into countless white lotuses, rapidly spreading as if to convey her distress signal. Lin Chen sneered, gripping the Seven Fiends' demon blade tightly, his gaze filled with cold killing intent. He had no intention of giving the saintess any chance to breathe, the blade like lightning closing in on her body. However, just as Lin Chen was about to succeed, a powerful aura rapidly approached from the distance. The white light flickered in the air as several masters of the White Lotus sect descended from the sky, blocking Lin Chen's path. Following them, an elder in a white robe slowly landed, his aura powerful and profound, his gaze piercing as he stared at Lin Chen. It was the Grand Elder of the White Lotus sect, and his eyes sparkled with admiration and appreciation, clearly astonished by Lin Chen's unwavering resolve and formidable strength. Youth, my White Lotus sect has always cherished talent. Why not return with me to cultivate? It will surely help you advance further, the Grand Elder said slowly, his tone imbued with endless authority and sincerity. However, the response he received was Lin Chen's emotionless blade. The Seven Fiends' demon blade in Lin Chen's hand glimmered with a cold light, the blade's edge shooting towards the Grand Elder like lightning. Surrender to me? You think too highly of yourself, Lin Chen said coldly, his voice filled with icy killing intent. The Grand Elder's expression shifted slightly, but he did not retreat. His long sword swiftly met Lin Chen's attack, and two powerful forces collided violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. Despite being a third-grade martial sovereign, he still felt immense pressure when facing Lin Chen's blade. What a tenacious spirit! The Grand Elder exclaimed softly, his long sword striking out like lightning, creating dazzling arcs of light. Lin Chen sneered, and with a sudden swing of the Seven Fiends' demon blade, he unleashed the Great Unity Blade technique. As the technique unfolded, a domain formed around Lin Chen, the blade light flickering within it like a flowing ribbon, each strike carrying boundless killing intent and power. With each swing of his blade, Lin Chen's understanding of the technique deepened. The speed and power of the blade increased continuously, and the blade light in the domain seemed to transform into an endless curtain of blades, forcing the Grand Elder and the Saintess to retreat step by step. At first, the Grand Elder managed to respond normally, but as the battle progressed, he increasingly sensed something was amiss. Lin Chen's strength was rising, and the power of his blade technique grew stronger, even making him feel unable to withstand it. This is impossible. The Grand Elder was filled with shock. He never expected Lin Chen's blade technique to be so terrifying. The blade light struck like lightning, and while the Grand Elder barely blocked a few strikes, he soon felt an overwhelming force bearing down on him. He knew that if he did not end the battle quickly, he would likely face disaster. Saintess, come help me. The Grand Elder urgently called to the Saintess, a hint of anxiety and fear flashing in his eyes. The Saintess quickly responded, her white lotus blooming once more, its dazzling light shooting towards Lin Chen like a sharp sword. Her body moved like a ghost in the air, attempting to join the Grand Elder in surrounding Lin Chen. Suddenly, Lin Chen sensed the presence of blade intent. Although his understanding was shallow, that formless power allowed his true energy to flow more smoothly, and his blade became increasingly sharp. To deepen his comprehension of the blade intent, Lin Chen chose not to burn his lifespan but decided to face two opponents head-on. He knew that only in a true life and death struggle could he fully grasp the essence of blade intent. The Grand Elder and the Saintess attacked in unison. Although their strikes were fierce, facing Lin Chen's reckless fighting style made them feel a pang of trepidation. This guy has completely lost his mind. The Saintess gritted her teeth, a flicker of fear and unease in her eyes. We can't let him continue. The Grand Elder also felt unprecedented pressure. He swung his long sword, unleashing sharp sword lights that struck directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen was suppressed by the combined forces of the Grand Elder and the Saintess. His body continuously attacked, blood spraying wildly. His body rolled through the air, crashing heavily to the ground, the sound of bones cracking echoing. Wow! Lin Chen spat out a mouthful of blood, his face pale as paper. His body was covered in wounds, blood-soaked, every inch of his skin trembling in agony. Despite this, his gaze remained resolute, showing not a hint of retreat. This is your end. The Grand Elder sneered coldly, swinging his sword again, unleashing a sharp beam of sword light that aimed directly at Lin Shen's vital points. The Saintess's white lotus bloomed, and the holy light pierced towards Lin Shen like a sharp sword. The combined attack of the two was like a raging storm, almost overwhelming Lin Shen completely. His body was continuously struck, blood splattering everywhere. A flicker of pain crossed his eyes, but more was an indomitable spirit. He knew he had reached the brink of life and death. If he did not comprehend the intent of the sword, he would likely not survive. Is this my end? Lin Shen whispered in his heart, the light in his eyes gradually dimming. He felt the passage of life, every inch of his skin trembling in agony. However, at this moment of life and death, Lin Shen's heart suddenly shook, as if his consciousness had traversed endless darkness, arriving in an infinite void. There, he saw countless flickering sword lights, as if they were conveying some profound truth to him. Sword intent. This is sword intent. Lin Shen whispered in his heart, finally understanding the ethereal sword intent. His Tao heart became clear, and all fear and pain dissipated in that moment. The sword intent he comprehended transcended life and death. With a clear Tao heart, he was born to wield the sword and also to die by it. Only by not fearing life and death could he rediscover his true self. The moment Lin Shen comprehended the sword intent, the entire world seemed to tremble. A sharp light flashed in his eyes, and his body instantly erupted with boundless power. The sword light danced in the air like lightning, stirring up gusts of wind. This is impossible. The Grand Elder and the Saintess's expressions changed drastically, feeling an unprecedented sense of oppression. Their offensive seemed powerless before Lin Shen's sword light. Lin Shen's body suddenly leaped up, the Seven Fiends' demon sword in his hand gleaming with a cold light. Each of his strikes carried endless killing intent and power, as if he wanted to tear the heavens and earth apart. The air was thick with the intense atmosphere of battle, and the surrounding buildings shook under the powerful shockwave. This is sword intent. The Grand Elder's voice trembled slightly. He never expected Lin Shen could comprehend such powerful sword intent between life and death. Lin Shen sneered, the sword edge striking towards the Grand Elder and the Saintess like lightning. Each strike was filled with boundless power and killing intent, as if to completely tear them apart. Your time is up. Lin Shen roared, swinging the Seven Fiends' demon sword fiercely, the sword light rushing towards the two like a galloping horse. The Grand Elder and the Saintess were forced to retreat step by Lin Shen's fierce sword intent, their faces turning pale, filled with fear and despair. Their offensive seemed weak and fragile before Lin Shen's sword intent. How is this possible? The Grand Elder's voice trembled. He never imagined he would be pushed to the brink by Lin Shen in such a situation. Lin Shen sneered, the Seven Fiends' demon sword flashing with cold light, the sword edge striking directly at the two. Lin Shen's sword light rushed towards the Grand Elder and the Saintess like lightning. The Grand Elder gritted his teeth and swung his sword to block, but Lin Shen's sword intent had reached its peak. Each strike carried endless power and killing intent, as if it would completely tear him apart. Swish, the sword light flashed, and the Grand Elder's body suddenly shook, his eyes filled with horror and unwillingness, but before he could utter a sound, his body was sliced in half at the waist by the sword edge. Blood gushed out, instantly staining the ground red. The Grand Elder's upper and lower body separated, crashing heavily to the ground, the light in his eyes quickly dimming. The Grand Elder of the White Lotus sect, a third-grade martial sovereign, was actually bisected on the spot by Lin Shen's sword. The Saintess, witnessing this scene, was filled with fear and despair. She knew she was no match for Lin Shen at all. If she did not do something soon, she would likely meet the same fate. Her body trembled slightly, a hint of desolation and pleading flashing in her eyes. Lin Shen, please let me go. I am willing to be a slave or a servant, just spare my life. The Saintess knelt on the ground, her voice filled with desperation and despair. Lin Shen looked at her coldly, his eyes devoid of any compassion. The Seven Fiends' demon blade in his hand still shimmered with a cold light, the blade slicing through the air like lightning. I do not need servants, Lin Shen said coldly, his voice laced with icy killing intent. Puff, the blade light cut across the Saintess's throat, blood splattering everywhere. Her body trembled violently, hands clutching her throat, her eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. Her lips parted slightly, as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, nothing came out. The Saintess's body slowly fell, blood flowing continuously from her fingers, the light in her eyes dimming rapidly, ultimately losing all vitality. Her body crashed heavily to the ground, and the Saintess of the White Lotus sect met her demise. Lin Shen coldly gazed at their corpses, his eyes showing no ripples of emotion. He took a deep breath, the Seven Fiends' demon blade in his hand still glimmering with cold light, as if recounting the fierce battle that had just taken place. With the deaths of the Grand Elder and the Saintess, the White Lotus sect had suffered heavy losses. The fall of these two powerful figures meant a significant weakening of the White Lotus sect's strength, leaving them leaderless. The sect leader had not appeared during this operation and was still in seclusion, leaving the disciples of the White Lotus sect in a state of panic and chaos. Retreat! Quickly retreat! A mid-level commander of the White Lotus sect shouted in terror, his voice filled with despair. Upon hearing the order, the disciples of the White Lotus sect turned to flee, knowing that without their leader, they could not possibly contend with such a powerful enemy. Lin Chen would not let them escape. With each rise and fall of his blade, he reaped their lives like a god of death. Don't even think about escaping, Lin Chen said coldly, swinging the Seven Fiends demon blade, the blade light slicing through the bodies of his enemies like lightning. With every strike, a disciple of the White Lotus sect fell into a pool of blood. Lin Chen's speed was like lightning, his blade sharp beyond measure. The enemies had no time to react before being cleaved in two. Puff blood splattered as Lin Chen's blade cut through the air, creating a series of sharp winds. The disciples of the White Lotus sect fell one after another under his blade light, blood staining the ground, their screams echoing endlessly. Spare me! Please spare me! A disciple of the White Lotus sect knelt and begged, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, the blade descending mercilessly, blood splattering as the disciple's voice abruptly ceased, his body crashing heavily to the ground. You people of the demonic path deserve to be exterminated, Lin Chen said coldly, his voice filled with icy killing intent. His figure moved like a ghost across the battlefield, the blade light flickering, each strike taking a life. The disciples of the White Lotus sect seemed utterly powerless before him, collapsing one after another, blood splattering everywhere. Lin Chen was like a merciless god of death, the Seven Fiends demon blade in his hand shimmering with cold light in the darkness, accompanied by waves of sharp blade light. Each strike was like reaping lives, the enemies falling as easily as chopping vegetables. Those witnessing this scene were left dumbfounded. Who would dare to underestimate Lin Chen now? His fierce swordsmanship, ruthless killing intent, and exceptional combat skills shocked everyone present. How is this possible? How can Lin Chen be this strong? A member of the Demon Suppression Division exclaimed, disbelief filling his eyes. Such strength is simply not human. Another member murmured, his gaze filled with awe and fear. Even Su Yu, who had previously recommended Lin Chen, was left speechless by this scene. He had thought he understood Lin Chen's strength, but now he realized that Lin Chen's true power far exceeded his expectations. Lin Chen, you really are extraordinary, Su Yu murmured to himself, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He felt both proud for having introduced such a powerful figure and shocked by Lin Chen's might. Lin Chen's performance was dazzling. Every strike he made was infused with endless power and killing intent, cutting down his enemies. On the battlefield, he seemed like a brilliant star, drawing everyone's attention. Because of his outstanding display, Lin Chen instantly became the target of many. The remnants of the White Lotus sect, disciples of the Ghost-Killing sect, and other masters from demonic sects all focused their gaze on Lin Chen. We can't let him continue, kill him, an elder from the Ghost-Killing sect roared, swinging a black sickle that stirred up a chilling wind, charging straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen, die! Another master from a demonic sect shouted, his longsword glinting with cold light, filled with endless killing intent as he lunged at Lin Chen. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. His blade remained sharp, each strike carrying immense power, neutralizing the enemy's attacks one by one. As Lin Chen slaughtered numerous practitioners of the demonic path, the leader of the Ghost-Killing sect approached him. The leader was tall, with eagle-like sharp eyes, wielding a black sickle that shimmered with an eerie light, exuding a powerful and cold aura. Lin Chen, your strength is indeed remarkable, but you will undoubtedly die today, the leader of the Ghost-Killing sect said coldly, his voice laced with endless killing intent. Lin Chen's gaze was icy, meeting the leader's eyes without fear. He knew this was an extremely powerful enemy, but he would never back down. You think you can kill me? Lin Chen sneered, gripping the seven-killing demon blade tightly, its edge glinting with cold light. The leader of the Ghost-Killing sect did not waste words. He knew that another third-grade martial sovereign from the Demon Suppression Division would pose a lethal threat to the demonic sects, and Lin Chen's growth had to be nipped in the bud. Die! The leader of the Ghost-Killing sect roared, the black sickle whipping up a chilling wind as it bore down on Lin Chen. Lin Chen showed no fear and charged forward. His gaze was sharp, the seven-killing demon blade flashing with cold light, its edge meeting the leader's attack like lightning. The clash of their blades and sickle erupted in a deafening roar. The air was filled with a scorching heat, and the surrounding buildings shook under the powerful shockwave. The leader of the Ghost-Killing sect was a third-grade martial sovereign, his momentum fierce, his attacks like a storm, each strike carrying endless killing intent and power. However, despite Lin Chen being only a fourth-grade martial king, his displayed combat power was not inferior to that of the third-grade martial sovereign leader. You think you can kill me? Lin Chen sneered, suddenly swinging the seven-killing demon blade, its light slicing toward the leader of the Ghost-Killing sect like lightning. The leader of the Ghost-Killing sect snorted coldly, swinging his sickle, creating waves of chilling light that clashed violently with Lin Chen's blade light in the air. Their battle was like a clash of thunder, powerful forces intertwining in the air, bursting forth with dazzling brilliance. You really have some skill, the leader of the ghost-killing sect said quietly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. But you will undoubtedly die today. Lin Chen's swordsmanship was incredibly fierce, the blade light sweeping in like a torrential storm, each strike filled with endless killing intent and power. Despite the opponent being a third-grade martial sovereign, Lin Chen showed no signs of falling behind, even surpassing him in the ferocity of his swordsmanship. Ghost-killing Shin Shadow. The leader of the Ghost Slaughter sect let out a loud roar, and the scythe in his hand suddenly transformed into countless phantoms, each carrying a deadly threat, charging straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he swung the 7 Slaughter Demon blade in his hand, the blade light slicing through the phantoms like lightning, shattering them one by one. Despite the phantoms' unpredictable nature, Lin Chen's swordsmanship was incredibly swift, each strike hitting its target with precision. Your attacks are useless against me, Lin Chen shouted angrily, swinging the 7 Slaughter Demon blade once more, the blade light rushing towards the chest of the Ghost Slaughter sect leader like a galloping horse. This made the leader even more alarmed. He knew that Lin Chen must not survive, otherwise, Lin Chen would become their great enemy, inevitably bringing endless threats to the demonic sects in the future. You must die, the leader of the Ghost Slaughter sect roared, swinging the black scythe in his hand, creating sharp gusts of wind that targeted Lin Chen's vital points. Lin Chen was powerful, but facing the torrential onslaught of the Ghost Slaughter sect leader, he gradually began to feel overwhelmed. The scythe danced in the air like a ghost, each strike carrying endless killing intent and power, making it hard for Lin Chen to breathe. The leader's attacks grew increasingly fierce, his figure flickering in the air, the scythe swinging like lightning, forcing Lin Chen to retreat step by step. Although Lin Chen fought with all his might to defend himself, he still suffered several deep wounds, blood flowing profusely. Lin Chen, you absolutely cannot escape today, the leader of the Ghost Slaughter sect sneered coldly, swinging the scythe again, sending chilling light directly at Lin Chen's throat. Lin Chen gritted his teeth and held on, continuously swinging the 7 Slaughter Demon blade, the blade light meeting the leader's attacks like lightning. But the ferocity of the opponent's assault was too overwhelming. Lin Chen's body gradually weakened, blood flowing from his wounds, his face pale as paper. At that moment, Suyu and the others, seeing the situation, felt a surge of anxiety and wanted to rush to Lin Chen's aid. Lin Chen, hold on, Suyu shouted, swinging his long sword, sending a sharp beam of sword light directly at the leader of the Ghost Slaughter sect. The others from the Demon Suppression Division were also engaged in battle. Seeing this, the enemies quickly intervened, blocking Suyu and the others. You will not succeed, an elder from the Ghost Slaughter sect sneered, swinging his black scythe, sending a chilling wind directly at Suyu. Suyu's long sword clashed violently with the elder's scythe in midair, erupting in dazzling light. His eyes were filled with anxiety and anger, but there were simply too many enemies around him, making it impossible to break free. Just as Lin Chen was considering whether to burn his lifespan to fight desperately, a powerful and imposing aura rapidly approached from a distance. The most outstanding third-grade martial venerable general from the capital had finally arrived. This general, dressed in black, was tall and imposing, exuding an overwhelming presence. His arrival was like a heavy bomb, instantly shaking the entire battlefield. Although both were third-grade martial venerables, the difference between the Ghost Slaughter sect leader and this general was immediately apparent. You are Lin Chen? The general's voice was deep and authoritative, his gaze sharp as a hawk sweeping over Lin Chen, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen nodded, looking gratefully at the general. Yes, general. The general nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the leader of the Ghost Slaughter sect, a cold glint in his eyes. You people of the demonic path will not cause chaos in the capital. The leader of the Ghost Slaughter sect's expression changed slightly. He could sense the powerful aura of the general, a wave of unease surging in his heart. He knew that this general was no ordinary person, far beyond his ability to contend with. Even if you are a general, you will not stop me. The leader of the Ghost Slaughter sect gritted his teeth and said, swinging the scythe in his hand again, sending chilling winds directly at the general. The general snorted coldly, lightly swinging his long sword, the sword light meeting the attack like lightning. Two powerful forces collided violently in the air, erupting with a deafening roar. The leader of the ghost-killing sect exerted all his strength, yet still appeared pale and powerless before the admiral. The admiral's swordsmanship was exquisite, each strike carrying boundless power. You are not my match, the admiral said coldly, his long sword slicing through the air again, its light like a swift ribbon aimed directly at the ghost-killing sect leader's vital points. The leader's expression changed drastically, his offensive seemed utterly futile before the admiral, and he quickly began to retreat in defeat. His body was continuously struck by the sword light, blood gushing forth, and the light in his eyes gradually dimmed. Each of the admiral's strikes was infused with endless killing intent, as if he aimed to completely tear apart the leader of the ghost-killing sect. You, cannot be this strong. The leader gritted his teeth, his voice tinged with despair and unwillingness. The admiral let out a cold laugh, lightly shaking his sword, its edge glinting with a chilling light. You have no chance before me. Lin Chen's previously displayed combat power and talent, along with the knife intent he comprehended at the brink of life and death, left the admiral in awe. Lin Chen's talent even surpassed his own. Such extraordinary combat ability and talent were far from ordinary. If properly nurtured, he would surely achieve great things in the future. The admiral knew that what the great Qing dynasty lacked most was a powerful figure capable of suppressing an entire dynasty. Lin Chen must not die. The ancestor of the great Qing dynasty had failed in his attempt to break through to the realm above martial god, causing his realm to plummet and his lifespan to dwindle. This news leaked out, directly giving the evil forces the opportunity to act so recklessly in the capital. Tonight was destined to be the most difficult moment for the capital. As long as they withstood the current crisis, they could temporarily resolve the predicament in the capital. Each of the admiral's strikes was filled with endless killing intent and power, forcing the leader of the ghost-killing sect into a corner. You wait for me. The leader quickly retreated, not daring to linger any longer. Staying would surely mean death. The admiral walked over to Lin Chen, patting him on the shoulder with a hint of concern in his tone. Lin Chen, rest well, the upcoming battles will be left to us. Lin Chen nodded, looking gratefully at the admiral. Thank you, admiral. The admiral smiled slightly, then turned, a glint of coldness and determination flashing in his eyes. His figure moved like a ghost, swiftly rejoining the battle. At this moment, the fight between Yun Tianhe and the warden of the heavenly prison was also nearing its end. Their figures intertwined, the clash of blades and swords flickered in the air, erupting with earth-shattering roars. Yun Tianhe wielded his long knife like thunder, each strike infused with boundless killing intent and power. The warden Zhao Zhan's massive sword was as steady as a mountain, each swing filled with heavy pressure. The two fought fiercely, blades clashing, sparks flying, the air thick with a scorching atmosphere. Yun Tianhe, today is your end. Zhao Zhan shouted coldly, his massive sword suddenly swinging out, its light like a swift ribbon aimed directly at Yun Tianhe's chest. Yun Tianhe let out a cold laugh, sweeping his long knife across, the knife light and sword light clashing violently in the air, erupting with dazzling brilliance. The two were nearly evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand. As the battle progressed, their stamina and true energy gradually depleted, making the fight increasingly difficult. Yun Tianhe's face paled slightly, sweat beading on his forehead, but his gaze remained resolute, showing no sign of retreat. Zhao Zhan also appeared somewhat fatigued, but his will was like iron, his eyes shining with unwavering determination. You can't escape today, Zhao Zhan shouted, suddenly accelerating, his massive sword cleaving towards Yun Tianhe's head like lightning. Yun Tianhe roared, raising his long knife to meet the wind. Suddenly, the two figures trembled violently, a powerful shockwave erupted from the center of their clash. Yun Tianhe and Zhao Zhan's bodies rolled through the air, then plummeted rapidly to the ground, like two shooting stars falling to the earth. Boom! The two crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, shaking the earth, and sending fragments flying. Zhao Zhan and Yun Tianhe stood up simultaneously, their bodies covered in wounds, blood streaming down. A cold glint flashed in Yun Tianhe's eyes. He knew that continuing the fight would not change his fate against Zhao Zhan, so he decided to retreat. Just as Yun Tianhe was preparing to leave, his gaze suddenly caught sight of Lin Chen in the crowd. Lin Chen's body shimmered with a faint glow of markings. It was him, the one who killed Yun Xing. Yun Tianhe immediately remembered him, a fierce look crossing his eyes. Lin Chen also felt as if he was being targeted. Yun Tianhe let out a cold laugh, then turned, his figure vanishing swiftly into the darkness like a ghost. His voice echoed in the air, filled with endless chill and threat. Zhao Zhan, today you may be triumphant, but I will come for your lives another day. Zhao Zhan's body trembled violently, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. He struggled to steady himself, a hint of fatigue and pain flashing in his eyes. Captain Zhao, are you all right? Lin Chen hurried over to support Zhao Zhan. Zhao Zhan forced a smile, then took a deep breath, bracing himself. I'm fine, the crisis tonight is not over. We must hold on until the end. Lin Chen supported Zhao Zhan, his gaze resolutely scanning the surroundings, the sounds of battle still ringing in their ears. Despite Zhao Zhan's severe injuries, his will remained unyielding. He had to persevere to defend the capital. The admiral, witnessing this scene not far away, rushed over, concern and urgency filling his eyes. Captain Zhao, how are you? The admiral asked in a deep voice. I'm fine, just a few injuries. Zhao Zhan forced a smile. We must withstand this crisis. We cannot let the capital fall into chaos. Zhao Zhan understood in his heart that Yun Tianhe's power had grown too quickly. He was no longer a match for him. In that last battle, he had merely been holding on, and with the support of the great Qing dynasty's fortune, it had given Yun Tianhe the illusion that he was still on par with him. Otherwise, tonight would have been Yun Tianhe wreaking havoc in the capital. If it weren't for the dynasty's fortune aiding me, I fear I would have already fallen to Yun Tianhe, Zhao Zhan thought silently, a strong sense of unease rising within him. He knew that Yun Tianhe would not give up easily. This retreat was merely to seek a better opportunity. Admiral, how should we respond to the upcoming situation? Lin Chen glanced at the current state. He was injured, but dealing with these small fry was still easy. The admiral looked at Zhao Zhan, understanding the current crisis. He took a deep breath, his gaze sharp. We must strengthen our defenses, gather all who can fight, and ensure the safety of the capital. Lin Chen, lead the 18th squad to guard the city gates. Do not let anyone breach them. Lin Chen nodded, then turned to quickly gather the members of the 18th squad. The battle of the night was not over. They had to give their all to protect the peace of the capital. If the capital fell, the entire Great Shang dynasty would likely descend into chaos. The admiral looked at Zhao Zhan, concern in his eyes. Captain Zhao, your injuries are serious. Rest for a while, and I will command the upcoming battle. Zhao Zhan took a healing pill and nodded. As the night passed, the demons finally retreated, and the battlefield gradually returned to calm. The sounds of battle outside the prison also faded away, and the members of the Demon Suppression Division breathed a sigh of relief. Despite heavy casualties, they had successfully defended the capital, averting the crisis of the night. The once empty prison was now filled to the brim with newly captured demons and evildoers. Lin Chen surveyed the prisoners being held in the prison, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Every prisoner, to Lin Chen, was a walking bundle of lifespan. He secretly rejoiced that this battle not only preserved his life but also allowed him to enhance his strength. As long as he had enough lifespan, his power would continue to grow, bringing him closer to his goal. Currently at the 4th rank, he needed a considerable amount of lifespan to advance further. Just then, a guard hurried over, his expression serious as he said to Lin Chen, Lin Tissy, Commander Zhao wants to see you. Lin Chen entered Zhao Zhan's room and saw his pale face, a chill running through him. He hadn't expected Zhao Zhan's injuries to be so severe. Commander, Lin Chen respectfully saluted, feeling a hint of unease in his heart. Zhao Zhan nodded slightly, gesturing for Lin Chen to sit down, a complex look flashing in his eyes. His voice was deep and authoritative. Lin Chen, I know it was you who killed Yun Xing. Lin Chen's heart jolted, but he showed no signs of panic, his gaze steady as he looked at Zhao Zhan. Yes, Commander, I did kill Yun Xing. Zhao Zhan's expression changed slightly, then he sighed. Do you know? When Yun Tianhe attacked, I could have handed you over. That might have brought a momentary peace, but I did not do so. Lin Chen's eyes flickered with confusion. Why, Commander? Zhao Zhan's gaze was filled with determination and calm. Whether it is the authority of the court or the responsibilities of the heavenly prison and my role as its commander, we cannot hand over one of our own members for a fleeting peace. We are the Demon Suppression Division, the managers of the heavenly prison. We have our dignity and mission. Lin Chen nodded, filled with admiration for Zhao Zhan. Commander, I understand your meaning. A hint of relief crossed Zhao Zhan's eyes, then his tone turned more severe. Lin Chen, you must understand that Yun Tianhe will not let you off easily. He has set his sights on you, and you must remain vigilant and enhance your strength. Lin Chen nodded firmly. I understand, Commander, I will work even harder. Zhao Zhan nodded, then revealed a slight smile. Actually, Lin Chen, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Your cultivation has progressed very quickly, to the point of being somewhat unbelievable. Lin Chen was taken aback for a moment, then humbly replied, Thank you for your attention, Commander. I am just working hard to cultivate, wanting to contribute to the Demon Suppression Division. Zhao Zhan's gaze became profound as he gently nodded. He did not expose Lin Chen. In this day and age, who didn't have a few secrets? However, Zhao Zhan had seen Lin Chen's efforts and strength. Zhao Zhan sighed, his voice filled with melancholy. Lin Chen, with Yun Tianhe's heavy blow, my time is running out. I hope to find a successor with good character and outstanding ability to pass on my legacy. Lin Chen's heart jolted. He vaguely guessed Zhao Zhan's intentions. Zhao Zhan's eyes were filled with expectation. Lin Chen, I want to take you as my disciple. Are you willing? A complex emotion surged in Lin Chen's heart. He understood Zhao Zhan's purpose and realized this was an extremely rare opportunity. Admiration flashed in his eyes as he deeply performed a bow of apprenticeship. Master, please accept your disciple's bow. A hint of a gratified smile appeared on Zhao Zhan's face as he reached out to help Lin Chen up. Good. Lin Chen, from now on, you are my disciple. I will impart all my skills to you. Zhao Zhan took Lin Chen to a hidden training room, which was meticulously arranged, with various weapons and secret scrolls hanging on the walls. He took down several ancient scrolls from a nearby bookshelf and gently unfurled them. These are the essence of what I have learned throughout my life. Zhao Zhan pointed to the scrolls. First is the Tiangang sword technique. This is an incredibly powerful sword technique, each strike filled with destructive force, emphasizing breaking strength with strength. making it the best choice for dealing with strong enemies. Lin Chen nodded, seriously noting Zhao Zhen's explanation, and then began to practice the Tiangang sword technique alongside Zhao Zhen. He did his best with every move and every stance, while Zhao Zhen carefully guided him, correcting every detail of his actions. Next is the Yukixin Fang. This is the unique mental technique of the Demon Suppression Division, which can enhance the speed and recovery ability of true Qi, allowing you to maintain strong combat power even in prolonged battles. Zhao Zhen continued. Lin Chen began to cultivate the Yukixin Fang, feeling the flow of true Qi within him. He discovered that this mental technique was indeed magical. The true Qi flowed more smoothly, and his stamina recovered faster. There is also the Phantom Step technique. This is an extremely sophisticated footwork technique that allows you to move as swiftly as a ghost in battle, evading enemy attacks while seeking the best opportunity for counterattack, Zhao Zhen said, then personally demonstrated it. Lin Chen practiced the Phantom Step technique alongside Zhao Zhen, his figure flickering continuously in the training room. Gradually, his speed increased, and his movements became more agile. Finally, there is the secret technique of the Heavenly Prison. This is a special technique aimed at prisoners, which can effectively suppress and control them. Mastering this secret technique will allow you to manage prisoners better in the Heavenly Prison, ensuring they do not escape, Zhao Zhen explained. Lin Chen studied the secret technique of the Heavenly Prison earnestly, discovering that this technique could not only suppress prisoners but also probe into their hearts and motives, greatly enhancing his management abilities. Over the course of a day, Zhao Zhen imparted his lifelong knowledge to Lin Chen without reservation, and Lin Chen made tremendous progress during this time. His sword technique became more powerful, the flow of true Qi became smoother, his footwork became more agile, and his ability to manage prisoners improved significantly. Zhao Zhen handed a token to Lin Chen, speaking solemnly, Lin Chen, from today on, you are the deputy commander of the Heavenly Prison, responsible for managing the various levels of the prison. This position carries great responsibility, and I hope you can fulfill it. Lin Chen took the token. Thank you, Master. I will definitely do my duty and live up to your expectations. Zhao Zhen nodded, his gaze filled with anticipation. Lin Chen, I believe you will become an outstanding commander, guarding the Heavenly Prison and protecting the capital. Lin Chen took a deep breath. Master, I will work hard. Master, I will work hard, Lin Chen said firmly, gripping the token in his hand, filled with a sense of responsibility and mission. Just as Lin Chen was about to leave, Zhao Zhen suddenly spoke, his tone carrying a hint of seriousness and concern. Lin Chen, wait a moment. Lin Chen stopped, turning to look at Zhao Zhen. Zhao Zhen's gaze became profound, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. Recently, do not leave the Heavenly Prison. Yun Tianhe may have already discovered you. Lin Chen's heart jolted, his expression changing slightly as he quickly recalled the previous battle scene and Yun Tianhe's cold gaze. In that moment, he felt as if he were being targeted by a giant eye. Lin Chen nodded, I will stay in the Heavenly Prison and give Yun Tianhe no opportunity. Zhao Zhen smiled with relief. Lin Chen, your cultivation is improving rapidly, but you must also be cautious. Yun Tianhe is not an ordinary enemy. His strength and methods are very terrifying. Lin Chen nodded, gratefully looking at Zhao Zhen. Thank you for your guidance, Master. I will remember it. The fact that Yun Tianhe had discovered him made Lin Chen subconsciously feel that he was not strong enough. Although he was already a fourth-rank martial king, facing the terrifying presence of Yun Tianhe, Lin Chen knew he was still far from enough. Yun Tianhe was a second-rank martial saint, and the combat power he had previously unleashed was not something Lin Chen could match at present. To truly protect himself and the Demon Suppression Division, he had to become stronger. Lin Chen returned to his room, filled with a desire and anxiety for power enhancement. He knew that Yun Tianhe would not make a move again in the short term, but no one could predict what would happen afterward. He sat in the center of the room, beginning to plan his next actions. Those demons and evildoers imprisoned in the Heavenly Prison are the source of my lifespan. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He walked through the various levels of the Heavenly Prison, inspecting the newly captured prisoners. Each prisoner exuded intense resentment and murderous intent, but in Lin Chen's eyes, they were merely resources to enhance his own strength. Over the next 6 months, Lin Chen's figure was almost everywhere. He would patrol the various levels of the Heavenly Prison every day, especially the first level. No prisoner, no matter how powerful, could escape his control. The first level of the Heavenly Prison was where the most dangerous and powerful prisoners were held. The inmates here were all fierce and menacing, filled with resentment, but before Lin Chen, they appeared incredibly small. Every day, Lin Chen would carry out executions punctually. In the morning, he would appear on the first level. In the afternoon, he would inspect prisoners on other levels. At night, he would return to his room to cultivate, absorbing the lifespan gained from the prisoners. The King of Hell is here. Step back, don't provoke him. Whenever Lin Chen's figure appeared in the corridors of the Heavenly Prison, the prisoners would instinctively retreat, their eyes filled with fear and despair. They knew that this leader, known as the King of Hell, was a cold and ruthless person who would show them no mercy. Lin Chen executed his duties every day without fail, even more punctually and diligently than the guards in the prison. The guards' awe of Lin Chen grew deeper. "Deputy Commander Lin, are you here to inspect again today?" a guard asked respectfully, with a hint of admiration in his gaze. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his cold gaze sweeping around before he walked toward the cell of the most vicious criminals. "King of Hell, spare me, let me go, please," the prisoners pleaded, but there was no trace of mercy in Lin Chen's eyes. These criminals were all vicious scoundrels. Keeping them would only bring more trouble to the heavenly prison. After the executions, Lin Chen returned to his room to absorb the lifespan gained from the prisoners. His cultivation continued to rise, and his strength grew ever more formidable. 6 months had passed, and Lin Chen's reputation gradually spread both inside and outside the heavenly prison. He was bestowed the title of King of Hell, becoming the most feared presence in the prison. During this time, Lin Chen's lifespan had also surpassed 3,000 years. In these 6 months, Lin Chen not only absorbed a large amount of lifespan but also crazily cultivated by burning his own lifespan, honing himself in extreme conditions every day. The prisoners in the heavenly prison were nearly drained of any lifespan for Lin Chen to extract. These vicious criminals were all at his mercy, becoming resources for his cultivation. Standing high above in the heavenly prison, Lin Chen looked down at the prisoners below, filled with complex emotions. His cultivation had now reached the peak of the 4th rank, just a step away from the 3rd rank martial sovereign. "I must break through to the 3rd rank as soon as possible," Lin Chen silently reminded himself. To conserve lifespan, Lin Chen decided to break through to the 3rd rank through natural comprehension. He understood well that while the process of natural comprehension was difficult, once successful, his cultivation would be more stable and his foundation more solid. Every night, when the world was quiet, Lin Chen would sit quietly in the training room, closing his eyes and concentrating, entering a mysterious state. He recalled every battle he had fought in the past, contemplating the changes in every move and technique, trying to find the opportunity for a breakthrough. The environment in the heavenly prison was silent and desolate, with only Lin Chen's breathing echoing in the air. His mind gradually immersed itself in a profound and mysterious state, the true energy within him flowing slowly in this condition. On this day, Zhao Zhen summoned Lin Chen once again. As Lin Chen entered Zhao Zhen's room, he noticed that Zhao Zhen's complexion was even paler than before, his expression weary, and his heart tightened instantly. He knew that Zhao Zhen's health had deteriorated significantly, almost to the point of nearing death. "Master," Lin Chen respectfully bowed, his eyes filled with concern and worry. Zhao Zhen forced a faint smile, gesturing for Lin Chen to sit down. His voice was low and hoarse. "Lin Chen, my time is short. I called you here today to convey something important." Lin Chen's heart jolted, quietly waiting for Zhao Zhen to continue. Zhao Zhen took an ancient scroll from a nearby cabinet and slowly unfolded it, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. "This is the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra, the culmination of my life's work. This set of techniques is based on lifespan." Lin Chen's heart trembled. This was akin to his blood-burning sky-swallowing technique. Zhao Zhen handed the scroll to Lin Chen, his tone serious. "This technique will not only allow you to exert greater power in battle but also significantly enhance your cultivation. I hope you can carry on my legacy." Lin Chen took the scroll, examining it carefully, filled with gratitude and admiration. "Master, rest assured, I will definitely carry forward your legacy." Zhao Zhen nodded, a hint of a comforting smile appearing on his face. His gaze became profound, as if reminiscing about the past. "I have practiced the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra for many years. Although I have reached the 2nd rank, my lifespan has been greatly consumed. Now, I have only about 40 to 50 years left, already nearing my limit." There was a trace of helplessness and sorrow in Zhao Zhen's voice. "In the 2nd rank, if one were to live naturally until the end, one could live for at least 500 years. But practicing this technique has forced me to exchange my lifespan for power." Lin Chen felt a pang in his heart. He understood the immense cost his master had paid for practicing this technique and recognized its power and danger. He tightly grasped the scroll and said firmly, "Master, you can rest assured, I will use this technique well." Zhao Zhen nodded, a flicker of fatigue and satisfaction in his eyes. "Lin Chen, I believe you will become an outstanding leader, guarding the heavenly prison and protecting the capital." Lin Chen bowed deeply. "Master, I will strive to do my best." Zhao Zhen looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with expectation and comfort. His voice was low and carried a hint of warmth. "Lin Chen, remember, practicing this technique requires caution. Do not be greedy for power and rush forward. Exchanging lifespan for power is a great test. You must always remain clear-headed and calm." Lin Chen returned to his room, filled with anticipation and reverence for the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra. He carefully unfolded the scroll, focusing intently on every word and symbol on it. The Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra was the crystallization of Zhao Zhan's lifelong efforts, complex and profound, but Lin Chen was not unfamiliar with it. He had practiced the blood-burning sky-swallowing technique before, and the two shared similar profound meanings, both based on lifespan to exchange for powerful strength. Lin Chen took a deep breath and began to meditate according to the guidance of the scroll. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and gradually sank his mind into the mysterious realm depicted by the scroll. As time passed, Lin Chen gradually felt the essence of the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra. This technique was interconnected with the blood-burning sky-swallowing technique in many aspects, both enhancing power through the burning of lifespan, but the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra placed greater emphasis on the control and application of true energy. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy, as if he had opened a new door. He began to operate the true energy within him according to the guidance of the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra. The true energy flowed through his meridians, each circulation bringing a completely new sensation. This feeling was both strange and familiar, granting him an unprecedented sense of power. His body gradually adapted to this force, the flow of true energy accelerating, leading to a gradual enhancement of his cultivation. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin Chen's face. He knew he had successfully entered the threshold. So that's how it is, Lin Chen murmured to himself, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath and continued to delve into the profound meanings of the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra. After frantically consuming his lifespan, Lin Chen finally cultivated the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra to perfection. Sitting cross-legged in the training room, he felt the true energy within him surging like a raging river, filled with immense power. This power gave him an unprecedented sense of control, boosting his confidence in his cultivation. I did it! Lin Chen whispered to himself, a hint of joy in his eyes. The Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra is finally perfected. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and began to contemplate his next plan. Lin Chen's gaze fell on the scroll of the burning blood devouring heaven divine art in his hand, and a bold idea arose in his heart. If he could merge the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra with the burning blood devouring heaven divine art, perhaps he could create an even more powerful technique. Lin Chen pondered silently. He sat down cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to attempt to merge the profound meanings of the two techniques. After several attempts, Lin Chen let out a deep sigh. It was indeed not an easy task. He realized that relying solely on his own strength to completely merge the two techniques was unrealistic. He would need external assistance. With this in mind, Lin Chen decided to conduct a lifespan lottery. He sat cross-legged in the center of the training room, closed his eyes, and began to burn his lifespan. Although this method consumed his lifespan, it could potentially yield some unexpected opportunities. Inject 100 years of lifespan for a lottery. Lin Chen silently prayed, hoping for a good outcome. Moments later, the golden light on the lifespan roulette flickered. Gained one opportunity to deduce a technique. This time, luck was on his side. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. This opportunity was rare and must be utilized well. Deduce the fusion of the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra and the burning blood devouring heaven divine art. With a thought, the true energy within him began to circulate rapidly, as if an invisible force was guiding him. He felt the profound meanings of the two techniques intertwining within him, the operation of true energy becoming more complex and mysterious. The profound meanings of the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra and the burning blood devouring heaven divine art continuously collided and fused within him, driving changes in the true energy. Lin Chen closed his eyes, fully immersed in the deduction process, feeling every change in the true energy within him. At first, the conflict between the two techniques still existed. The flow of true energy was sometimes chaotic, sometimes smooth. Lin Chen felt pain within him, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, continuing to guide the fusion of true energy. As the deduction deepened, Lin Chen sensed the conflict between the two techniques gradually weakening, and the flow of true energy became more harmonious. Control the true energy, burn lifespan, base it on power, and merge the profound meanings of both. Lin Chen silently chanted in his heart, constantly adjusting the operation of the true energy. Suddenly, he felt a violent tremor in the true energy within him, and the profound meanings of the two techniques began to merge, making the flow of true energy smoother. That's it. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. He sensed the power within him continuously strengthening, the profound meanings of the two techniques intertwining to form a brand new force. During the deduction process, Lin Chen saw a shadow flickering in and out of view. He was fully focused on deducing the technique, the true energy within him flowing like a rushing river, constantly intertwining and merging. At that moment, above the heavenly prison, an astonishing phenomenon occurred. Dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and a powerful pressure enveloped the entire heavenly prison. It was as if the sky had torn open a massive rift, and brilliant light poured down from the crack. The entire world seemed to fall into endless shock at that moment. Everyone inside and outside the prison raised their heads to the sky, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. What is this? A guard exclaimed, his face pale and his body trembling slightly. Could it be a celestial phenomenon? Another guard said, his face also filled with doubt, his gaze flickering with unease. The commander of the Demon Suppression Division stood high above, his eyes scanning the sky like lightning, his brow furrowed, filled with confusion and concern. This power, could someone be breaking through? Zhao Xin murmured to himself, turning his gaze toward Lin Chen's direction, a faint suspicion stirring in his heart. At this moment, Lin Chen also felt the changes in the outside world. The immense pressure brought by the celestial phenomenon made his heart tremble slightly. But he knew this was not the time to be distracted. The shadow that flickered in and out of view made him feel a surge of anxiety. The time for deduction was limited. If he could not successfully merge the two techniques within this period, he would lose this rare opportunity. Lin Chen took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, concentrating all his attention to continue the deduction. He sensed the changes in the true energy within him, striving to adjust the flow of every strand of true energy, trying to capture that elusive shadow. The essence of the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra and the Blood-Burning Sky-Devouring Technique. I must find the balance between them. Lin Chen silently recited in his heart, continuously adjusting the operation of his true energy, feeling the subtle changes in his internal power. As time passed, Lin Chen felt that the time for deduction was running out. Fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and the urgency and pressure in his heart grew stronger. I can't give up, Lin Chen told himself. He knew this was the critical moment for his breakthrough, and he had to give it his all. The celestial phenomenon continued to roll across the sky, a powerful pressure enveloping the entire prison. At this crucial moment, Lin Chen's mind was highly focused, as if his consciousness was traversing between the essences of the two techniques. Just as the time for deduction was about to end, Lin Chen finally grasped a glimmer of insight. In that instant, he felt as if the essences of the two techniques had reached a certain balance within his mind. But the deduction time had ended, and the fusion of the techniques was still not complete. Just a little more. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. He had to conduct another deduction to completely merge the two techniques. Without hesitation, Lin Chen burned 200 years of lifespan, silently praying in his heart, hoping to gain another chance for deduction. Golden light flickered again on the lifespan wheel, as if the goddess of fortune had not abandoned him. Gained one chance for technique deduction, Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. This opportunity must not be wasted. He quickly entered the deduction state, his true energy once again flowing rapidly, the essences of the two techniques colliding and merging within him. This time, Lin Chen's focus was even sharper. He could clearly sense the changes in his true energy. The essences of the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra and the Blood-Burning Sky-Devouring Technique gradually reached perfect balance in his mind. The shadow of the new technique became increasingly clear within his consciousness. Lin Chen took a deep breath, fully concentrating on guiding the flow of true energy. During the deduction process, he continuously adjusted the operation of his true energy, searching for the points of compatibility between the two techniques. Each adjustment brought subtle changes, and the shadow of the new technique became clearer. Finally, Lin Chen grasped the true essence of enlightenment. In that moment, he felt as if his consciousness resonated with a certain power between heaven and earth. The true energy within him surged like a torrent, completely merging the essences of the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra and the Blood-Burning Sky-Devouring Technique. Using the Demon Suppression Blood Prison Sutra as the foundation, with the Blood-Burning Sky-Devouring Technique as the supplement, drawing upon endless lifespan as the guide, I shall achieve a new technique. Lin Chen silently recited in his heart, fully immersing himself in the process of enlightenment. As time passed, a new technique gradually took shape in his mind. The deduction is complete, and he has obtained the Chaos Blood Demon Tangle Technique. Chaos Blood Demon Tangle Technique, First Grade Plus. This technique far surpasses the ordinary first grade, and Lin Chen felt the operation of his true energy reaching an unprecedented height. Power surged within him, as if a long-sleeping giant beast had been awakened, filled with endless pressure and strength. Chaos Blood Demon Tangle Technique, Lin Chen murmured, feeling the might of this technique, his heart brimming with joy. Spending 300 years of life was truly worth it. At this moment, the celestial phenomenon outside the heavenly prison had not yet ended. Instead, it had become even more terrifying. In the sky, dark clouds rolled, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled, as if the heavens were being torn apart. A powerful pressure enveloped the entire heavenly prison, and everyone felt that suffocating force. All those inside and outside the heavenly prison were shaken by this astonishing phenomenon, looking up at the sky with eyes full of awe and fear. The celestial phenomenon outside continued, the dark clouds thickening, lightning and thunder incessant, as if the entire sky was trembling for Lin Chen's breakthrough. Everyone inside and outside the heavenly prison felt that powerful pressure, their hearts filled with reverence and fear. Lin Chen, what exactly have you done? Zhao Jun pondered silently, a complex light flashing in his eyes. This astonishing celestial phenomenon left everyone in the capital in shock. On the streets of the capital, pedestrians stopped in their tracks, looking up at the sky. Merchants, nobles, and commoners, regardless of their status, were drawn to this celestial event, their eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. What is happening? How can there be such a phenomenon in the sky? A merchant's eyes widened, nearly dropping the goods in his hands. Could it be a divine miracle? Such a sight has never appeared in the capital. A noble woman covered her mouth, her eyes filled with terror and awe. Could it be that a powerful figure has broken through to an astonishing realm? A martial artist murmured to himself, a hint of reverence and curiosity flashing in his eyes. Meanwhile, the major forces in the capital were closely monitoring this celestial phenomenon. The high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Division gathered together, their expressions grave as they gazed at the sky. What does the appearance of this phenomenon signify? One high-ranking official frowned, filled with doubt and unease. Such a powerful pressure, could it be that a peak martial artist has broken through? Another high-ranking official speculated, his eyes filled with apprehension. Outside the capital, other forces that were always watching the movements of the capital also began to speculate about this celestial phenomenon. The elders of the Demon Path sect gathered together, their faces serious as they discussed. This phenomenon is extremely unusual, definitely not an ordinary breakthrough. One elder frowned, a cold glint in his eyes. It could be that the leader of the Demon Suppression Division has broken through. His strength is already unfathomable, and if he advances further, won't he be even harder to deal with? Another elder speculated, his expression dark. The leader of the ghost-killing sect, Yun Tianhe, also noticed this celestial phenomenon. He stood high above, coldly gazing in the direction of the capital, filled with speculation and apprehension. Could it be Zhao Jun? After our last battle, has he comprehended something extraordinary again? Yun Tianhe murmured to himself, a hint of wariness and killing intent flashing in his eyes. In any case, I will never let the Demon Suppression Division off the hook. Their existence is the greatest threat to our Demon Path sect. Yun Tianhe clenched his fists. Just thinking about the beast that killed his son still roaming free made his blood boil. The demon forces were also paying attention to this celestial phenomenon, their leaders gathering together, their expressions serious as they discussed. Could this phenomenon mean that another powerful figure has risen in the capital? One demon leader frowned, his eyes filled with apprehension. We must be cautious in our response. We cannot allow their strength to continue to grow, or our situation will become even more dangerous. They did not want a strong figure to emerge in the capital. The stronger the people from the Demon Suppression Division became, the worse it would be for them. This time, the celestial phenomenon dispelled the thoughts of these demonic forces invading. They sent many people to investigate this anomaly. It was essential to find out which strong figure was behind it. Lin Chen was completely unaware of the suspicions and wariness from the outside world. At this moment, he was happily experimenting with the newly fused technique. It must be said that the power of this new technique exceeded his expectations. The chaotic blood demon gluttony technique, which burned a year of lifespan for its benefits, far surpassed the blood-burning sky-devouring technique, which meant that from now on, the effects of using lifespan would be greatly enhanced. Even with insufficient lifespan, he could still protect himself. Zhao Jun's life ultimately came to an end. Although he had once been the backbone of the Demon Suppression Division, no matter how powerful a warrior was, they could not resist the erosion of time. Before his death, he placed all his hopes on Lin Chen, hoping he could inherit his will and protect the peace of the capital. Master, may you rest in peace. Lin Chen stood by Zhao Jun's bedside, filled with complex emotions. He bowed deeply, his eyes shining with determination. The news of Zhao Jun's death spread quickly, but under the deliberate concealment of the upper echelons of the Great Qing dynasty, not many people knew that the commander had fallen. The higher-ups understood that if this news spread, it would undoubtedly cause a huge upheaval, plunging the entire capital into chaos. The dynasty's upper management quickly took action, secretly burying Zhao Jun's body and publicly claiming that he was merely in seclusion, temporarily uninterested in worldly affairs. Within the Demon Suppression Division, only a few high-ranking officials knew the truth. Others were told that Zhao Jun was in seclusion and must not be disturbed. Lin Chen knew that the news of Zhao Jun's death could not leak out, especially in the current precarious situation. The demonic sects and forces were eyeing them covetously. Once they learned of Zhao Jun's death, they would surely launch a more ferocious offensive. Lin Chen, along with other high-ranking officials, strictly controlled the dissemination of information to ensure that the news of Zhao Zhen's death would not leak. They closely monitored movements from all sides and secretly arranged defenses to prevent any potential attacks. Although the Demon Suppression Division appeared to be operating as usual on the surface, the internal atmosphere was growing increasingly tense. As the core institution of the Demon Suppression Division, the Sky Prison needed a new commander to maintain order and ensure the safety of the capital. Lin Chen, who was the last to be summoned by Zhao Zhen before his death and entrusted with his legacy, naturally became the best candidate for the new commander of the Sky Prison. He not only inherited all of Zhao Zhen's skills but also possessed strong combat power and exceptional wisdom, making him the top choice in the hearts of many. Unfortunately, many in the Great Shang dynasty had their own agendas. They hoped to place their own people in the Sky Prison to gain an advantageous position in future power struggles. Some powerful officials proposed that their own people be appointed as the new commander, attempting to control the Sky Prison in this way. Lin Chen is indeed talented, but he is still young and lacks sufficient experience. It will be difficult for him to command respect, said a high-ranking official at the meeting, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the Sky Prison is the core institution of the Demon Suppression Division. It cannot be easily entrusted to a young person, another high-ranking official echoed, clearly having his own calculations. There were also some who opposed this proposal, believing that Lin Chen was the most suitable candidate. Lin Chen not only inherited Zhao Zhen's legacy but has also demonstrated strong strength and leadership abilities in a short time. He is fully capable of taking on the position of commander of the Sky Prison, said a high-ranking official supporting Lin Chen, his gaze resolute. The atmosphere in the meeting room was tense, with supporters and opponents of Lin Chen engaging in a heated debate. Both sides held their ground, arguing endlessly. Lin Chen's performance in battle had been truly remarkable, especially the powerful strength he displayed when facing the leader of the ghost-killing sect and the Grand Elder of the White Lotus sect. The Admiral stood in the center of the conference room, his gaze coldly sweeping over everyone. Lin Chen is not only powerful but also mentally steadfast. He is the hope for the future of the Demon Suppression Division. The current prison needs a truly capable person to lead, not someone who rose to power through connections. The Admiral's statement left the opponents speechless, and a brief silence fell over the room. The third-rank Admiral personally recommends Lin Chen, which speaks volumes about his abilities, said a senior official, a hint of awe flashing in his eyes. The Admiral's position in the Demon Suppression Division was crucial, and his opinion undoubtedly held great influence. Ultimately, with the Admiral's strong recommendation, Lin Chen was officially promoted to the leader of the prison. This decision caused quite a stir among the higher-ups, but most accepted the reality. Since the establishment of the Great Qing dynasty, Lin Chen had become the youngest leader of the prison. The appointment ceremony was held within the prison, where Lin Chen, dressed in a neat uniform, stood before everyone. The Admiral personally placed the badge symbolizing his leadership on him, speaking solemnly, "Lin Chen, from today on, you are the leader of the prison, shouldering the heavy responsibility of protecting the capital. I, Lin Chen, will do my utmost to guard the prison and protect the capital, living up to everyone's expectations," Lin Chen declared forcefully, his voice filled with determination. The members of the Demon Suppression Division present applauded, their eyes filled with respect and anticipation. Lin Chen knew that the responsibility on his shoulders was heavier, but he did not flinch. On the contrary, a stronger fighting spirit ignited within him. However, not everyone was satisfied with Lin Chen's appointment. These executives would not easily give up such a good opportunity. They hastily placed their people in the positions of deputy leaders across various levels of the prison. Their presence felt like hidden thorns, occasionally creating trouble for Lin Chen. On the first day of Lin Chen's tenure, a newly appointed deputy leader entered his room with a group of people. "Leader Lin, we were sent by the higher-ups to assist you, and we hope to work together," said the deputy leader, Manhwa, smiling, though a subtle coldness flickered in his eyes. Lin Chen nodded slightly, appearing very calm on the surface. "Welcome, everyone. The work in the prison is heavy. We need to unite and face it together." Manhwa nodded, but he had other plans in mind. Each of these deputy leaders had powerful backing, and they were dissatisfied with Lin Chen's appointment, having secretly plotted against him. These deputy leaders were not lacking in strength. Seeing Lin Chen's youth, they felt he was merely lucky to have caught Zhao Zhen's attention, otherwise, this position would never have been his. Each of them harbored a subtle disdain for Lin Chen's abilities. During a secret meeting, Manhwa gathered several other deputy leaders, and everyone sat around a round table, their expressions serious. "Everyone, we all know that Lin Chen is just a young man. His rise to leader is entirely due to Zhao Zhen's support. Without Zhao Zhen, he is nothing," Manhwa said coldly, disdain flashing in his eyes. One deputy leader sneered, "Exactly, each of us has more experience than him, and our strength is no less. Why should he be above us while we remain beneath him? Another nodded in agreement. Right, we can't just accept this. If this kid really secures his position as leader, we might not have good days ahead. Manhwa slammed the table, his tone resolute. We must unite to create trouble for him, to let him know the true nature of power. The others nodded, each calculating how to apply pressure on Lin Chen. Lin Chen didn't care at all about what the other vice commanders thought. His only goal was to quickly increase his strength. Nowadays, with evil forces rampant, if they discovered that Zhao Zhen had already died, they would surely invade the capital in droves. Not to mention, Lin Chen had also killed Yun Tian, his son. Yun Tian's current strength was something Lin Chen couldn't contend with, so he needed to elevate his own power to a level that could match it before Yun Tian found out. Another benefit of becoming the commander was having access to the martial arts room of the Demon Suppression Division. It was said that there were hundreds of different martial arts techniques inside, including those of superior grade. All these techniques required points for exchange, and points were earned through the daily tasks of the Demon Suppression Division members. Last time, when Lin Chen led the 18th group to crazily take on tasks, they were targeted for that very reason. Lin Chen had exhausted all his points, leaving others with no way to earn them. How could those people not hate him to the bone? Lin Chen didn't have many points, so he naturally looked down on those low-level techniques. Now managing the 18th layer, he simply had no time to go out and do tasks. The first thing he did every morning was to check from top to bottom. The officials working in the 18th layer were already so familiar with Lin Chen that they could hardly be more so. They watched Lin Chen go about his business every day, completely numb to it. Not to mention, Lin Chen was hands-on with everything, leaving the officials and members of the Demon Suppression Division in awe. Zhao Zhen hadn't worked this hard when he was the commander. Indeed, the more powerful people were, the harder they worked. The members of the 18th layer were not surprised at all. When Lin Chen had taken them on tasks, he had been just as frenzied. People like Lin Chen, they privately said, were righteous yet wicked, showing no mercy to these heinous criminals. He wished he could have 20 more clones so he could deal with all the prisoners in the prison every day. Now he could only pick the more significant ones to handle, leaving the smaller matters aside. The techniques he had drawn from the lifespan lottery were already sufficient, but he still needed quite a bit of lifespan to perfect them. Lin Chen's frenzied efforts naturally drew the ire of some. Manhwa and several other vice commanders from different layers hated Lin Chen to the core. They were sent by the Demon Suppression Division and looked down on the position of vice commander. The harder Lin Chen worked, the more incompetent they appeared. Everyone, with Lin Chen's current frenzied demeanor, I think it's mostly for the higher-ups to see. Who doesn't know that the higher-ups have opinions about him being the commander? Manhwa's words made the other vice commanders nod in agreement. All day long, just putting on an act. Who knows what he's scheming up there? The vice commander of the 9th layer wished he could drag Lin Chen out and kill him. He was already dissatisfied with being the vice commander of the 9th layer, and now he had to face Lin Chen's arrogant provocations every day. He had no interest in managing prisoners or interrogating them. He was here purely because of orders from above. Now even the higher-ups were saying he couldn't compare to Lin Chen. How could he swallow that? Bang! The vice commander of the 10th layer slammed his hand on the table. Everyone, if you want to deal with Lin Chen, you better hurry. At this point, the longer we wait, the stronger he becomes, not to mention he can still freely enter and exit the martial arts room. Humph! Manhwa snorted coldly. Lin Chen doesn't even have the thought of looking at the martial arts room now. I heard that every day he either interrogates prisoners or practices martial arts himself. I suppose that old man Zhao Zhen must have left him quite a bit of stuff before going into seclusion. Manhwa's eyes turned red with jealousy. Why could Lin Chen obtain so many good things without lifting a finger? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Alright, he got so many good things, but isn't it just because he practices secretly? Do you think he would share them? The vice commander of the 8th level had an extremely sinister look in his eyes. If we're going to do this, let's make it a big one. It would be best to make Lin Chen roll out of the Demon Suppression Division. A flash of inspiration struck Manhwa's mind, and he immediately had an idea. If we want him to leave, it's not that simple. Don't forget the rules of the Demon Suppression Division. What do you mean? The vice commander of the 9th level asked, frowning. Manhwa nodded. That's right. When the time comes, we just need to give him a little soul-devouring powder. I guarantee he'll start killing and won't be able to stop. At this point, all 4 of them laughed. The rules of the Demon Suppression Division state that anyone who dares to kill innocents will be expelled from the capital, no matter who they are. A nearby constable, hearing the conversation of the 4, had a glint of excitement in his eyes. That night, following the instructions of the 4, the constable hurriedly went out to buy supplies. After finishing his purchases, he didn't rush back, ensuring that no one was following him. The constable took a winding path and headed directly outside the capital. Soon, he arrived at a towering building. Halt! Where did you come from? Several guards at the entrance stopped the constable. The constable pulled out his token, scaring two of the guards into kneeling and saluting. Subordinate pays respects to the guard captain. The constable snorted coldly, "Get up. Has the master come out of seclusion?" The two guards quickly nodded. "The master has finished seclusion. We heard that after the saintess died at Lin Shen's hands, he threw quite a fit." The constable nodded and then walked inside. The master of the White Lotus sect had now emerged from seclusion, sitting in the center of the great hall, filled with rage, while a group of trembling people knelt below. "You are all a bunch of useless trash. Raising you is worse than raising a dog. The great elder and the saintess both perished. You didn't even bring back the murderer. What a bunch of useless trash." The master continued to curse, still unable to quell his anger, wishing he could tear these useless people apart. He didn't even have the chance to collect his daughter's body. Thinking of this, he was filled with sorrow, his eyes reddening as he roared, "Get out! All of you, get out!" The people hurriedly fled in fear. The guard captain, seeing the master like this, had no reaction and directly entered to report, "Master, I have returned with important information." The master composed himself, glancing indifferently at the guard captain. "Speak." "Master, there is internal strife within the Demon Suppression Division, and Lin Chen has become the target of everyone's ire. We might as well take advantage of this and directly kill Lin Chen." This statement piqued the master's interest. He looked at the guard captain and said, "Tell me your plan in detail, I want to hear it." The guard captain felt a surge of joy and immediately said, "Master, the other vice commanders in the Sky Prison are preparing." The master indeed became interested and inquired, "Your identity hasn't been exposed, has it?" The guard captain shook his head, "Absolutely not. I have been very careful. Yan Hua is even planning to promote me to team leader." The master was overjoyed upon hearing this. "Very well, if we successfully kill Lin Chen this time, I will let you take the position of the overall commander." The guard captain would not miss such a good opportunity. He excitedly said, "Rest assured, master, we will set up an ambush this time. Lin Chen won't be able to escape. Go! Don't let anyone suspect your identity." The guard captain bowed and then left. Both the righteous and demonic factions had spies and informants on each side. It was most difficult to place spies in the Demon Suppression Division. The White Lotus sect had spent a lot of time to successfully insert one, so they naturally had to cherish it. In the following days, Yan Hua and the others began to actively curry favor with Lin Chen in hopes of gaining his trust. Lin Chen noticed early on that some constables were behaving unusually, and with his keen intuition, he knew these people definitely had ulterior motives. "Commander, you've been working hard lately. How about we, the vice commanders, invite you to a tavern in the city to relax?" Yan Hua suggested with a smile, and the other vice commanders echoed in agreement. Lin Chen smiled faintly and nodded, "All right, let's all relax a bit. It will help us work better together." That evening, several vice commanders took Lin Chen to the largest restaurant in the capital, Hua Changlu. This restaurant was famous for its luxurious decor and exquisite food and wine, often frequented by the high-ranking officials and nobles of the capital. On the way to the restaurant, Lin Chen observed the officers behind Yan Hua. This person was trying hard to suppress his own realm, but unfortunately, Lin Chen still noticed it. The strength of this officer was definitely no less than the 5th rank. Interesting. Upon arriving at Hua Chenglu, they chose a private room with a wide view and a large flow of customers. Yan Hua and the others thought to themselves that the more people, the better. If Lin Chen went mad, the impact would be greater, and their plan would be easier to succeed. Lin Chen scanned the room, his gaze sharp. Among these seemingly ordinary guests, many had extraordinary auras, clearly not ordinary people. The private room was decorated extravagantly, with tables full of fine food and wine. Yan Hua and the several vice commanders had not yet noticed anything amiss. They were in high spirits, calling for a few girls to join them for drinks. Lin Chen, however, remained quite calm, hardly touching his chopsticks, his gaze occasionally sweeping over the wine glasses and the people around him. "The drinks here are a unique treasure of the capital. Commander, you must try some," said the 9th vice commander with a smile, his tone laced with flattery. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze still fixed on that officer. He deliberately took a sip of wine, a satisfied expression appearing on his face. "Indeed, it is good wine," Lin Chen praised, and the others raised their glasses, drinking with him. At that moment, the officer quietly exited the private room and walked to the staircase, seemingly waiting for something. Lin Chen caught this scene out of the corner of his eye, his alertness heightened. "Come, everyone, let's have a toast." Yan Hua raised his glass and said with a smile, while the other vice commanders also raised their glasses, their eyes glinting with malicious intent. Lin Chen clinked glasses with them, but his mind was pondering the next course of action. This banquet was definitely not simple. the other party would surely do something in the time to come. When Lin Chen stepped out to relieve himself, Manhwa signaled to the nearby vice commanders. One of them quickly took out a small bottle of soul-devouring powder. They quietly poured it into Lin Chen's wine jug. This powder was colorless and tasteless but could greatly stimulate a person's desire to kill, plunging them into a frenzied state, unable to control themselves. As long as Lin Chen goes mad, he will surely go on a killing spree, and then we can justifiably expel him from the capital, Manhwa whispered, his tone filled with malice and pride. We don't care about the fate of these ordinary people. As long as we can drive Lin Chen away, all the blame can be placed on him. The 10th vice commander sneered in agreement, his eyes flashing with a ruthless light. Lin Chen had excellent hearing and caught these words at the staircase, a cold smile forming in his heart. He had long known these people had ill intentions, but he didn't expect them to be so vicious, not even sparing innocent ordinary people. Unfortunately, today is your day of reckoning. Lin Chen's eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty light. Upon entering the private room, he glanced at the four of them. Manhwa felt a chill in his heart when he saw Lin Chen's probing expression. To make Lin Chen drink the wine laced with soul-devouring powder, the vice commanders kept toasting him and uttering many insincere words. Lin Chen, today we are celebrating you, how can you not drink? Manhwa pretended to be enthusiastic, wearing a false smile. Yes, Commander Lin, you are our role model, you must drink this cup. The 8th vice commander echoed, raising his glass to signal Lin Chen. Lin Chen still did not touch his chopsticks or the wine glass, merely saying lightly, "Thank you all for your kindness, but I do not like the wine you were toasting with." Several vice commanders saw Lin Chen's blatant disrespect and their expressions immediately turned ugly. They were seething with anger, unable to hold back their curses. Lin Chen, you ungrateful scoundrel, we kindly offered you a drink, and you refused to accept it. Do you look down on us? The vice commander of the 9th level shouted, his face flushed red. Do you think just because you become a commander, you're something special? You don't know how to appreciate a favor. The vice commander of the 10th level said angrily, his eyes flashing with fierce light. Lin Chen remained unmoved, coldly staring at them, his eyes filled with indifference and mockery. You are truly seeking death today, Lin Chen sneered, his voice low and icy. Manhwa's face changed dramatically, filled with shock. They never expected Lin Chen to speak so bluntly. Had they known Lin Chen was this arrogant, why had they bothered preparing the soul-devouring powder? Why you? What did you say? Manhwa asked, forcing himself to remain calm, his voice trembling slightly, feeling a bit uneasy. The other vice commanders scoffed at Lin Chen's words, thinking he was simply overestimating himself. Lin Chen, do you really think you're that powerful? We prepared this with great care. In the next moment, the atmosphere in the entire restaurant suddenly changed. The seemingly ordinary guests stood up one after another, revealing the White Lotus sect insignia hidden beneath their clothing. In an instant, the restaurant was filled with dazzling symbols like flickering flames, reflecting their malevolence and ferocity. White Lotus sect. The faces of the vice commanders changed drastically, clearly frightened. They quickly declared their stance, it has nothing to do with us, we just came to drink. Lin Chen, you beast. Today is your death day. A White Lotus sect follower said viciously, his gaze fixed on Lin Chen like a knife. Lin Chen's expression was grim, the 7 Fiends demon blade in his hand trembling slightly, glinting with cold light. Just as he was about to strike, 3 vice commanders suddenly launched a sneak attack, attempting to kill Lin Chen and gain favor with the White Lotus sect. You rat-like scum, dare to ambush me? Lin Chen sneered, the blade flashing, swift as thunder. In the blink of an eye, the 7 Fiends demon blade traced an arc, its edge slicing towards the 3 vice commanders with lightning precision. The blade flashed, blood splattered, and the 3 bodies froze in midair before crashing heavily to the ground, their eyes still filled with shock and unwillingness. The entire process took mere moments. The 3 vice commanders had been almost entirely slaughtered. Lin Chen's speed, accuracy, and ferocity were astonishing. Manhwa watched the scene, terrified to the core, his face ashen. He felt a wave of intense fear, trembling all over, retreating several steps before collapsing to the ground, wetting himself in terror. Lin Chen, please spare me. Manhwa stammered, his voice shaking uncontrollably. Lin Chen coldly glanced at him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I'll deal with you later. The White Lotus sect followers, seeing this, roared and charged at Lin Chen, attempting to surround him. Lin Chen showed no fear, moving like a ghost through the restaurant, each strike infused with endless power and killing intent. The blade flashed, blood splattered, and screams echoed. Lin Chen descended like a god of death, unstoppable wherever he went. In this bloody melee, Lin Chen's swordsmanship was incredibly sharp, each strike precisely hitting the enemy's vital points. The followers of the White Lotus sect fell one after another, turning the inside and outside of the restaurant into a scene of carnage. Manhwa watched all of this, completely breaking down. The fear in his eyes reached its peak, his body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Shen sneered, swinging the Seven Fiends Demon Blade, meeting the swarm of White Lotus sect members head-on. The slaughter in the restaurant was like a storm, Lin Shen moving like a ghost among the enemies, the blade flashing, creating a series of sharp winds. The White Lotus sect followers fell one after another, blood splattering, no one able to stop him. Just as Lin Shen was like a bamboo being split, suddenly, two powerful auras rapidly approached from a distance. The left and right protectors of the White Lotus sect arrived on the battlefield, and as soon as they appeared, their momentum was like a rainbow, shocking the entire scene. Lin Shen, you dare to kill my sex people, today is your day of death. The left protector said coldly, his gaze like lightning, holding a black long spear in his hand. White Lotus sect's secret technique, for directions barrier. The right protector followed closely, holding a silver long sword, chanting incantations. Waves of light surged from the sword's edge, quickly forming a huge light curtain around, enveloping the entire tavern. Lin Shen's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. He felt a powerful sense of oppression, a force far beyond the ordinary, clearly the might of the White Lotus sect's secret technique. The left and right protectors stood on either side of the barrier, their cold gazes fixed on Lin Shen, their hands quickly forming seals. Light surged from their hands, rapidly condensing into a huge and dazzling rune. White Lotus sect's secret technique, Heavenly Net. With a low shout, the rune suddenly exploded in the air, transforming into countless silver lights, shooting towards Lin Shen like sharp swords. Lin Shen quickly swung the Seven Fiends Demon Blade, the blade light meeting the attack like lightning, but the speed and power of the silver light were too great. Some of the silver light pierced through the blade light, striking Lin Shen's body. Lin Shen spat out a mouthful of blood, his body shaking slightly, feeling a sharp pain. Lin Shen, you will undoubtedly die today. The left protector sneered, thrusting the black long spear forward, sending forth a pitch-black light directly at Lin Shen's chest. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and held on, swinging the Seven Fiends Demon Blade to meet the black spear, but the opponent's strength was simply too overwhelming. He felt his body growing weaker, the intense pain from his wounds slowing his movements. The right protector was equally relentless, the silver long sword in his hand slicing through dazzling sword lights, mixed with endless killing intent, charging at Lin Shen. Lin Shen felt unprecedented pressure. He knew he had to find a way to break the situation quickly, or he would likely find it hard to escape today. Manhwa, seeing Lin Shen injured, felt secretly pleased, wishing for Lin Shen to die at the hands of the White Lotus sect's protectors. But he soon realized that things were not going as smoothly as he imagined. Lin Shen suddenly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and the true energy within him began to circulate rapidly. He decided to burn his lifespan, using the Chaos Blood Demon Taotai technique to elevate his power to the extreme. Chaos Blood Demon Taotai. Burn 10 years of lifespan. With Lin Shen's low roar, his lifespan burned wildly, and powerful energy surged into his entire body in an instant. The blade of the Seven Fiends Demon Blade became even more dazzling, emitting a chilling light that made one's heart race. Lin Shen's aura suddenly surged, as if he were an awakened ancient giant beast, his gaze turning cold and sharp. The left and right protectors immediately felt a powerful sense of oppression, their hearts trembling involuntarily. What kind of power is this? The left protector exclaimed, his face changing slightly. He had never seen such terrifying power. We can't let him continue. The right protector shouted, swinging the silver long sword again, the sword light slicing towards Lin Shen like a silken ribbon. However, Lin Shen's speed was even faster. His figure vanished like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of the right protector. Die! Lin Shen roared, the Seven Fiends Demon Blade swinging out violently, the blade light cleaving towards the right protector's body like lightning. The right protector had not yet reacted when he was split in half by the blade, blood gushing out as his body fell to the ground, instantly losing all life. The left protector was horrified upon seeing this. He did not expect Lin Shen's power to be so terrifying and hurriedly swung the black long spear, trying to protect himself. Lin Shen's assault was like a storm, giving him no chance to breathe. Die! Lin Shen shouted lowly, swinging the Seven Fiends Demon Blade again, the blade edge stirring up a strong whirlwind, directly pressing towards the left protector. The blade light swirled around the left protector, instantly tearing his body apart, blood splattering across the entire tavern. The members of the White Lotus sect, witnessing the consecutive deaths of their two protectors, were thrown into a panic, desperately trying to escape. But Lin Shen would not give them any chance. He moved through the tavern like a ghost. Wherever the blade light passed, enemies fell one after another, blood spraying everywhere. One of the constables attempted to flee, only to be cleaved in half by Lin Shen's blade. Manhwa, seeing the dire situation, wanted to escape, but his legs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move at all. Lin Shen, please, spare me. Manhwa's voice trembled as he incoherently begged for mercy. Lin Shen coldly glanced at him, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, People like you do not deserve to live in this world." With that, Lin Chen waved his hand. The seven fiends' demon blade, carrying endless cold light, instantly slashed towards Yanhua. Yanhua didn't even have time to scream before he was cut in half, blood soaking the ground. Inside the tavern, all the members of the White Lotus sect were eliminated, the bloody scene unbearable to witness. Lin Chen stood in the pool of blood, his gaze stern. Reinforcements from the Demon Suppression Division quickly arrived, and upon seeing the horrific scene before them, they were all shocked. Captain Lin, a captain from the Demon Suppression Division, hurriedly arrived. Seeing the corpses strewn across the ground and the blood on Lin Chen, his eyes filled with awe and surprise. Lin Chen nodded, calmly saying, "You handle the aftermath here. Take all the bodies of the White Lotus sect back for a detailed identity check. Also, several vice captains sacrificed themselves in battle. Make sure to report this to the higher-ups." The captain nodded in acknowledgement and quickly directed his subordinates to begin clearing the scene. Soon, the bodies of the White Lotus sect members were removed one by one, and the bloodstains in the tavern were cleaned up. The higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division quickly learned of the events in the tavern, and upon hearing the news of the vice captain's sacrifice in battle, they were furious. Most of the higher-ups in the Demon Suppression Division were executives of the Great Qing dynasty, strategizing in the court and controlling the Demon Suppression Division in the capital. Although their strength was average, they excelled in intelligence and decision-making. However, the actions of the White Lotus sect left them greatly shocked. "This is simply a blatant provocation." One high-ranking official slammed the table in anger, his eyes flashing with fury. "The White Lotus sect is so rampant, daring to kill right under our noses." Another high-ranking official's expression darkened. The vice-captains were all carefully selected elites. Their strength cannot be underestimated, yet they all perished overnight. This is truly a loss of both the lady and the soldiers. What's even more surprising is that Lin Chen emerged unscathed, an official said coldly, a hint of suspicion in his eyes. "Is there something fishy about this? Why did the vice-captains all fall while Lin Chen remained unharmed? We must get to the bottom of this." Another high-ranking official frowned, his gaze sharp. "The White Lotus sect's actions are clearly premeditated. They will not give up so easily. Call Lin Chen over for questioning." Lin Chen knew they would definitely interrogate him thoroughly, and he was already prepared. He stood to the side, his gaze calm. "Gentlemen, the attack by the White Lotus sect was indeed premeditated. Their target was clearly the core personnel of our Demon Suppression Division." Lin Chen said solemnly, "In the battle, I fought with all my might against the enemy, and the vice-captains also fought bravely, unfortunately sacrificing themselves." A high-ranking official snorted coldly, "Lin Chen, your words sound nice, but you emerged unscathed. How do you explain that?" Lin Chen looked firmly at that high-ranking official. "Sir, the White Lotus sect is indeed powerful, but that does not mean I did not give my all." Another high-ranking official frowned. "Regardless, this incident must be thoroughly investigated. We cannot tolerate the White Lotus sect's rampant behavior. They must pay the price." Lin Chen nodded. "My lord, rest assured, I have arranged for people to investigate the movements of the White Lotus sect in detail. I will not let any of those involved in the attack escape." The high-ranking officials exchanged glances. Although doubts lingered in their hearts, the most important thing at the moment was to respond to the threat of the White Lotus sect. "Lin Chen, you must take full responsibility for investigating this matter thoroughly. At the same time, we will strengthen the defenses of the Demon Suppression Division to ensure that similar incidents do not occur again," a senior official said in a deep voice, his tone filled with threat. Lin Chen clasped his fists and respectfully replied, "I accept the order." The minister's residence was brightly lit, and Minister Zhou Zi was seething with anger. "The White Lotus sect is simply too arrogant." Zhou Zi slammed the table in fury, his voice shaking the room. "They actually dared to commit murder right under our noses, killing several deputy commanders. Such provocative behavior cannot be tolerated. We must immediately attack the White Lotus sect." The officials present exchanged glances and began to discuss in low voices. "Minister, our Demon Suppression Division is already short-staffed. If we divert personnel to attack the White Lotus sect now, it may jeopardize the safety of the capital," Deputy Minister of Justice Lu Qing advised, his brow furrowed. "Indeed, the strength of the White Lotus sect should not be underestimated. Their actions this time were clearly well prepared. If we act rashly, we might suffer even greater losses," Minister of War Chen Jingwei echoed, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Zhou Zi snorted coldly. "Are we just going to sit back and let the White Lotus sect run rampant in the capital? This time they dared to kill our deputy commanders. Next time they might directly attack the capital." "Minister, your concerns are not without reason, but we must proceed with caution," Minister of Personnel Wang Huanyu said solemnly. "What we need now is to investigate the truth of this incident, not to act rashly." "Truth?" Zhou Zi sneered. What truth can there be in this matter? Why is Lin Chen unharmed? Why did all the deputy commanders perish? Who knows what tricks Lin Chen has up his sleeve? Minister, Lin Chen was born in the Demon Suppression Division's prison. He has always performed excellently and has no reason to be an undercover agent for the White Lotus sect. Lu Qing shook his head, expressing his disagreement. But this matter is indeed suspicious, Chen Jinghua frowned. We need to thoroughly investigate this to see if there is indeed an insider. Yes, it must be thoroughly investigated. Wang Huanyu nodded in agreement, but until the investigation results come out, we cannot easily suspect Lin Chen. He has just been promoted to commander and needs our trust and support. The officials each held their own opinions and argued endlessly, while Minister Zhou Zi's expression grew increasingly grim. Gentlemen, my son Zhou Hong will soon take office in the Demon Suppression Division. I hope you will take good care of him. Zhou Zi's gaze swept over the officials present. Zhou Hong was his biological son, and he needed these people's support. Of course, Minister, your son, we will certainly take good care of. Lu Qing immediately nodded, a respectful smile appearing on his face. The other officials expressed their support one after another, and Zhou Zi nodded in satisfaction, while the officials responded, each calculating their own interests in their hearts. Lin Chen had already reported the situation and began to assess the gains from this incident. He felt a sense of emotion. The formidable power of the chaotic blood demon tasting method indeed exceeded his expectations, truly worthy of being a top-tier cultivation method. Although the battle was perilous, it also deepened his understanding of the power of this technique, serving as a life-saving trump card for him. If this technique continued to upgrade with lifespan, who knows how terrifying its power would become. Alas, if only he had a bit more lifespan to squander freely. Far away, in the hall of the White Lotus sect, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The sect leader of the White Lotus sect, upon learning that all the left and right protectors had fallen, was furious, clenching his fists tightly, his face ashen. Damn it! The cult leader roared, violently sweeping the teacup off the table, shattering it into pieces. All my guardians have been killed? The leader's fury seemed ready to engulf the entire hall. As he smashed the tables and chairs, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lin Chen, that beast, I will never forgive him. The leader gritted his teeth, an endless rage flashing in his eyes. No matter the cost, I will make him die. Calm down, leader, please calm down. The members of the White Lotus sect trembled like leaves in the wind, fearing the leader would vent his anger on them. A subordinate rushed into the hall, kneeling to report, Leader, someone from the demonic path requests an audience. The leader frowned slightly and coldly said, People from the demonic path? What do they want? Humph, they don't come unless they have something to gain. The subordinate replied in a low voice, They say they have important information and are willing to cooperate with us. The leader sneered, a hint of coldness flashing in his gaze, Humph. The people from the demonic path just want to use us to achieve their own goals. However, since they are willing to cooperate, we might as well hear what information they have. The leader waved his hand, let them in. The subordinate quickly got up and exited, and soon after, several demonic path experts in black robes entered the hall. Their faces were cold, and their eyes flickered with a strange light. Leader Bai, we have important information and hope to cooperate with your sect. The leading demonic expert slightly bowed, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Speak, the leader coldly looked at them, his tone filled with authority. If your information is useful, I don't mind cooperating. The demonic expert smiled slightly and then whispered, We have obtained some internal news from the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Chen must not be allowed to continue growing. A cold light flashed in the leader's eyes. Lin Chen, tell me how we can cooperate. The demonic expert quietly laid out the plan, and after listening, the leader's lips curled into a faint, sinister smile. Very well, we will do as you say. He turned to look out the window, his eyes glinting with icy light. Lin Chen, your time of death has come. Meanwhile, Lin Chen's lifespan had once again surpassed the 1,000-year mark. His heart was filled with joy and a sense of accomplishment. The growth brought by cultivation and battle filled him with confidence for the future. However, the current situation remained dangerous, and he had to continue to enhance his strength. Just as he was preparing to burn more of his lifespan, a constable hurried over, looking tense as he informed him. Captain Lin, the Demon Suppression Division has an urgent summons for you. Please go immediately. Lin Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit displeased. He quickly packed his things and followed the constable to the Demon Suppression Division. Inside the main hall of the Demon Suppression Division, the atmosphere was tense and oppressive. The newly appointed officer Zhou Hong stood arrogantly to the side, his gaze filled with disdain for Lin Chen. He was the son of the minister, flaunting his father's power and acting imperiously within the Demon Suppression Division. Humph, is this the new captain of the heavenly prison? Zhou Hong sneered, sizing Lin Chen up with a mocking tone. I heard you climbed up thanks to luck and some unsavory means? Lin Chen glanced at him expressionlessly, too lazy to respond. Seeing this, Suyu quickly approached, trying to ease the tension. Officer Zhou, Captain Lin has achieved many military merits, his strength and loyalty are beyond doubt. Zhou Hong scoffed dismissively, military merits? Humph. What military merits? Just some minor skirmishes. Suyu felt anxious, fearing Lin Chen would become angry, and hurriedly tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, whispering, Lin Chen, don't stoop to his level, remember, we have many matters to attend to. Lin Chen smiled faintly, patting Suyu's shoulder, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Suyu, don't worry, I have no intentions. Zhou Hong saw this and sneered, continuing to provoke, Humph, no thoughts at all? Commander Lin really has good composure. Suyu continued to advise, Lin Chen, Zhou Xiaowei has just taken office, we should be more understanding. Lin Chen nonchalantly nodded, fine, those without strength need others' understanding. Zhou Hong was infuriated by Lin Chen's sarcastic tone, his expression darkening as he was about to explode. However, seeing Suyu and the admiral nearby, he could only grit his teeth and turn away. Lin Chen, you. Suyu sighed helplessly, don't stoop to his level, after all, he is the son of the minister, and it's better for us to avoid trouble. Lin Chen sneered, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Suyu, don't worry, if he doesn't provoke me, I naturally won't do anything to him. However, some people who are full of themselves will always pay a price. Suyu sighed, knowing Lin Chen had made up his mind, and said no more. He could only silently pray that things wouldn't escalate too much. Lin Chen left the Demon Suppression Division and set off with Suyu on the way back to the Heavenly Prison. Along the way, he felt somewhat displeased, Zhou Hong's arrogant face constantly appearing in his mind. Suyu, Lin Chen asked in a deep voice, why can these incompetent people hold such high positions? Suyu forced a smile and shook his head, Lin Chen, this is the reality of power. The internal structure of the dynasty is complex, with various interests intertwined. Sometimes, those who are truly capable end up not getting the positions they deserve. He paused for a moment before continuing. Although the minister is just a civil official, he has significant influence in the court. His son Zhou Hong, despite lacking ability, can still hold a position in a place like the Demon Suppression Division due to his family's power. Lin Chen pondered, his brows slightly furrowing. So, what truly decides everything is not personal ability, but the power and connections behind it? Suyu nodded, yes. That's the reality. Power struggles have always existed, whether in the court or in the Demon Suppression Division. Although the minister's residence lacks actual military power, their influence cannot be underestimated. Lin Chen's gaze deepened, a strong sense of unwillingness surging within him. He had always believed that as long as he worked hard to cultivate and improve his strength, he could change his fate, but reality told him that power and connections were equally important. This world should change, Lin Chen murmured to himself, a glimmer of fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. Suyu was slightly taken aback by Lin Chen's words, then smiled wryly. Lin Chen, your thoughts are dangerous and reflect the hopes of many. However, such change is easier said than done. Lin Chen's gaze was resolute as he clenched his fists. No matter how difficult, I must try. I refuse to believe that there is no fairness and justice in this world. After returning to the Heavenly Prison, Lin Chen was about to continue extending his lifespan when he received an unexpected order. Zhou Hong stood at the entrance of the Heavenly Prison, hands on his hips, his eyes filled with disdain. Lin Chen, come with me to complete a task, Zhou Hong said coldly, his tone lacking any politeness. Lin Chen looked up, his gaze icy as he stared at Zhou Hong. I have more important things to do right now. It's inconvenient for me to leave the Heavenly Prison. Zhou Hong's expression darkened, fury rising. You are the commander of the Heavenly Prison, and I am the Xiaowei of the Demon Suppression Division. You must obey my orders. Seeing this, Suyu quickly stepped forward to persuade, Lin Chen, just let it go, bear with it. Offending him won't do you any good. Lin Chen sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. As the commander of the Heavenly Prison, Zhou Xiaowei should report to the Demon Suppression Division for any matters. I will never leave the Heavenly Prison. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong's face turned ashen, trembling with rage. Lin Chen, you are seeking death. Today, I will teach you a lesson and make you understand what it means to obey. After saying that, he suddenly charged at Lin Chen, unleashing the fierce energy of his 5th grade cultivation, pressing forward with a sharp attack aimed directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen snorted coldly, unafraid as he met the challenge head-on. His figure was as swift as lightning, graceful like a wild goose. The 7 Fiends' demon blade in his hand shimmered with a cold light, its edge meeting Zhou Hong's assault like a bolt of lightning. The two clashed in an instant, the blade light and true energy colliding violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. Although Zhou Hong's attack was fierce, it appeared somewhat clumsy and powerless in front of Lin Chen. You think you can teach me a lesson? Lin Chen sneered, swinging the 7 Fiends' demon blade fiercely, the blade light slicing toward Zhou Hong's shoulder like lightning. Zhou Hong was taken aback and hurriedly retreated, but he was still a step too slow, and the blade cut a deep wound into his shoulder, blood gushing out. Jo Hong screamed in pain, his face turning pale in an instant, but he was unwilling to back down, gritting his teeth and charging at Lin Chen again. Lin Chen's swordsmanship was incredibly sharp, each strike carrying boundless power, neutralizing Jo Hong's attacks one by one. "You're just relying on your family's power to flaunt your might here," Lin Chen said coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Jo Hong's expression grew increasingly ugly. His attacks seemed so powerless against Lin Chen, who was dominating him without giving him a chance to fight back. Puff! Lin Chen's Seven Fiends demon blade struck out again, the blade light slicing toward Jo Hong's cheek like lightning. Jo Hong hurriedly raised his hand to block, but he was still a step too slow, and the blade cut a deep wound into his cheek, blood pouring out. He fell to the ground in pain, covering his face, his eyes filled with fear and anger. "You! How dare you do this to me? I won't let you go!" Jo Hong roared, his voice filled with endless resentment. Lin Chen sneered, the Seven Fiends demon blade still glinting coldly in his hand as he walked up to Jo Hong, looking down at him. "If you have the ability, come at me," Lin Chen said coldly, his voice full of disdain and authority. Jo Hong, beaten and bruised, was in a sorry state, his resentment and fear intertwining, wishing he could escape this place immediately. Suyu watched from the side, dumbfounded, secretly admiring Lin Chen's courage and strength. Jo Hong returned to the minister's residence in a dejected manner, looking disheveled and stomping his feet in anger. He covered the wound on his face and stormed into the minister's study. "Father, that Lin Chen actually dared to treat me like this. You must stand up for me." Minister Zhou Zi's expression changed slightly upon hearing his son's complaints, then he waved his hand, signaling his son to calm down. "Honger, these matters are trivial, don't get too worked up." Jo Hong muttered in dissatisfaction, "But father, he dares to be so arrogant, completely disregarding our minister's residence." A cold glint flashed in Zhou Zi's eyes as he patted his son's shoulder, his tone calm yet filled with deep calculation. "Rest assured, I have my arrangements for this matter. Lin Chen is currently the warden of the heavenly prison, holding real power. For the time being, we need not confront him directly." Jo Hong frowned, still unwilling to accept. "So we just let it go?" Zhou Zi smiled coldly, a hint of ambition flashing in his eyes. "Honger, remember, the great Shang dynasty will eventually decline. We must take this opportunity to establish our own power. Lin Chen's strength and background are indeed not to be underestimated, but if we can win him over to our side, it will be a tremendous asset." Jo Hong's eyes widened in surprise at his father's words. "Father, do you mean?" Zhou Zi nodded. "I will arrange for someone to test Lin Chen's attitude. If he is willing to join us, that would be best. If he is unwilling, there is no rush. We have other plans." Zhou Zi had already plotted everything in his heart. He knew that to rise in this chaotic world, one must have sufficient strength and allies. Lin Chen was undoubtedly a potential powerful ally. The next day, Zhou Zi arranged for two trusted subordinates to bring gifts to the prison, intending to persuade Lin Chen to join their faction. Lin Chen was sitting in his room cultivating when he suddenly heard a knock on the door. He got up to open it and saw two elegantly dressed middle-aged men standing at the entrance, holding a delicate wooden box. "Commander Lin, we are sent by the minister, and we have important matters to discuss," one of them said with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of respect. Lin Chen frowned slightly but still let them in. "What brings you here?" Lin Chen asked coldly, his gaze tinged with caution. The subordinate placed the wooden box on the table, opened it, revealing a dazzling treasure. "This is a small token of appreciation from our minister to Commander Lin. We hope you will accept it and work together for the future of the great Qing dynasty." Lin Chen glanced at the treasure, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. He coldly replied, "I am merely the commander of the prison, responsible for safeguarding the capital's security. I will not participate in any factional struggles." The other subordinate, seeing this, quickly said, "Commander Lin, our minister sincerely wishes to recruit you. We do not want you to do anything against your principles. We only hope you can join us to face the future turmoil together." Lin Chen snorted, "I appreciate your goodwill, but I will not betray my responsibilities." The two subordinates, seeing this, could only sigh helplessly, put away the gift, and leave the prison. Upon returning to the minister's residence, they reported the situation to Zhou Zi. After hearing this, a glint of coldness flashed in Zhou Zi's eyes. Lin Chen is indeed not so easily swayed, but there is no rush, we still have time. He calmly analyzed the situation, plotting his next move in his mind. No matter what, he would not easily give up on this potential powerful ally. At this moment, Lin Chen remained focused on enhancing his strength, undistracted. He knew that the challenges ahead would only increase, but he had enough confidence and determination to face all difficulties. He returned to the minister's residence, racking his brain for ways to deal with Lin Chen. Suddenly, he had an idea, a sinister scheme. Jo Hong knew that Lin Chen enjoyed interrogating prisoners and was merciless towards these villains. As the commander of the prison, if the prison fell, he would definitely be implicated. With this thought, he smiled sinisterly. That night, the prison was particularly quiet, with patrolling guards still following their routine. In the dark cells, some prisoners' eyes glimmered with a cold light. They were actually holding the keys to the cell doors. Jo Hong's subordinates had mixed a batch of muscle-relaxing powder into the food of the prison guards through various means. As night deepened, the guards gradually felt weak and sluggish, with some even collapsing to the ground. Seeing this, the prisoners immediately sprang into action. They used the keys they had hidden in advance to unlock the cell doors, supporting each other and quickly forming a force of rebellion. Chaos erupted within the prison, with cries of battle filling the air. "Escape! We have a chance to get out!" one prisoner shouted, leading a group of companions toward the exit. Jo Hong's subordinates hid in the chaos, disguising themselves as ordinary guards to confuse the situation. Their goal was to create maximum chaos, making it difficult for Lin Chen to respond while they could watch coldly from the sidelines. Lin Chen was in his room cultivating when he suddenly heard the commotion outside. His brow furrowed as he quickly got up and rushed out of the room. "What is happening?" Lin Chen asked coldly. A guard ran over, panting, "Commander, it's bad. There's a riot in the prison, and many prisoners have escaped." A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he immediately realized that this matter was not so simple. He had no time to think further and quickly summoned all the guards capable of fighting to begin suppressing the riot. The prisoners in the dungeon showed fear upon seeing Lin Chen. They knew Lin Chen was powerful and ruthless, but in such a chaotic situation, they still clung to a glimmer of hope for escape. Lin Chen swung the Seven Fiends demon blade and charged into the crowd of prisoners. The blade light sliced through everything in its path like lightning, blood splattering everywhere, and screams echoed continuously. "Don't even think about escaping," Lin Chen roared, the blade cutting through the air, creating a sharp wind. Those prisoners attempting to flee fell one by one under Lin Chen's blade light, their bodies cleaved in half, blood spraying onto the ground, staining the entire dungeon red. Jo Hong's subordinates secretly observed all of this, feeling secretly pleased. They knew that as long as the riot continued, Lin Chen would be overwhelmed, and they could take the opportunity to create chaos from behind. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's strength and efficiency in suppressing the riot far exceeded their expectations. With his own power, Lin Chen quickly stabilized the situation, re-imprisoning most of the fleeing prisoners. Nevertheless, the chaos and losses caused by the riot were still significant. The dungeon was in disarray, many guards were injured, and the prisoners suffered heavy losses. Seeing their plan fail, Jo Hong's subordinates quickly retreated, disappearing into the chaos. They completely shifted the blame for the riot onto the fleeing prisoners, disguising it flawlessly. After assessing the losses, Lin Chen had a rough guess about the mastermind behind the riot. Whoever dared to touch his lifespan package would definitely pay the price. Jo Hong sneered in the shadows, watching Lin Chen's busy figure, filled with pride. After suppressing the riot in the dungeon, Lin Chen did not let his guard down for a moment. He meticulously collected evidence and investigated the cause and process of the riot. Through detailed interrogations and observations, Lin Chen gradually discovered some clues pointing to one person, Jo Hong. In Lin Chen's eyes, Jo Hong had long been a suspicious character, especially since he had always harbored resentment towards him. Coupled with the strange timing and methods of the riot, Lin Chen had a clear target in mind. Lin Chen decided to personally go to the Demon Suppression Division to hold someone accountable. He wanted everyone to know that he was not to be trifled with. He organized all the evidence and soon arrived at the Demon Suppression Division. Dressed in the uniform of the Demon Suppression Division, his gaze was cold, and his steps were steady. Lin Chen walked directly to Jo Hong's courtyard and kicked the door open. "Zhou Xiaowei, I have something to ask you," Lin Chen said coldly, his eyes fixed on Jo Hong like lightning. Jo Hong was startled by Lin Chen's sudden appearance. He quickly adjusted his emotions, displaying a demeanor that was neither servile nor overbearing. "Captain Lin, what can I do for you?" Jo Hong asked, feigning calmness. Lin Chen slammed a piece of evidence onto Jo Hong's desk and said coldly, "I have already uncovered some clues regarding the riot in the dungeon. You better give me a reasonable explanation." Jo Hong glanced at the items on the desk, cursing inwardly. Who sold him out? His expression changed slightly, but he still forced himself to remain calm. "Captain Lin, this riot was entirely planned by the prisoners themselves and has nothing to do with me," Jo Hong said in a calm tone, though a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. Lin Chen sneered, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Zhou Xiaowei, do you think I would believe your nonsense? I personally interrogated the people you sent. Do you still dare to challenge me?" Seeing he could not argue his way out, Jo Hong's expression darkened. "Lin Chen, don't slander me." Without solid evidence, How can you say it was me who planned it? Solid evidence? Lin Shen said coldly, this evidence is already sufficient. I will report this matter to the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division and see what they have to say. After saying this, Lin Shen turned and left the office, heading straight for the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Division. In the conference room of the Demon Suppression Division, the high-ranking officials were discussing some important matters when they were taken aback by Lin Shen's sudden intrusion, halting their discussions, their expressions filled with surprise and questions. Commander Lin, what brings you here? One of the officials asked. Lin Shen placed the evidence on the conference table and coldly said, the recent riot in the Heavenly Prison was orchestrated by someone behind the scenes. I have brought evidence for you all to review. The officials began to examine the evidence, their faces gradually growing serious. Is this related to Captain Zhou? One of the officials asked in astonishment. Lin Shen nodded, his tone firm as he stated, that's right. This evidence is sufficient to prove that Captain Zhou was behind the riot. I request that the Demon Suppression Division handle this matter seriously. The officials exchanged glances, their expressions becoming even more grave. Commander Lin, this matter is indeed very serious. We will initiate an investigation immediately, one of the officials said, his gaze filled with authority and determination. I hope you all can address this promptly, Lin Shen said, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. If this matter is not handled fairly, then don't blame me for being impolite. The high-ranking officials of the Demon Suppression Division nodded in agreement, indicating they would take this matter seriously. Lin Shen's strength was formidable, and such a talent must be retained. Lin Shen turned and left the conference room. Zhou Hong could not be spared. A surge of killing intent arose in his heart. Seeing Lin Shen so resolute, Zhou Hong gritted his teeth in secret. The Demon Suppression Division had regulations, such matters were serious crimes. Now he could only take the initiative. As for Zhou Zi's words, what nonsense about alliances? Lin Shen had beaten him last time. This matter could never be swept under the rug. He wanted Lin Shen dead. How dare he touch Zhou Hong without considering his own worth? He picked up the elixir and the secret letter in his hand, a bloodthirsty gleam appearing on his face. Lin Shen returned to the Heavenly Prison, and the lifespan he had recently obtained from the prisoners had finally surpassed the 2,000-year mark. He was filled with excitement, as this meant he could conduct a lifespan lottery to gain more powerful abilities. Lin Shen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and indeed, a lifespan roulette appeared before him. Inject 100 years of lifespan, lottery. Lin Shen knew that the more lifespan he spent, the better the rewards, so he decided to draw 100 years at a time. The lifespan roulette spun wildly, a golden light flickering on the roulette before him. Lin Shen held his breath, his gaze fixed on the spinning wheel. The wheel began to rotate slowly, the golden light flashing continuously. Each flicker represented a powerful ability or treasure. Lin Shen silently prayed, hoping to draw something useful for himself this time. The golden light on the roulette suddenly brightened, and the wheel stopped spinning. Acquired Thunder Slash. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Shen's eyes as information about Thunder Slash instantly filled his mind. Thunder Slash was an extremely powerful martial technique capable of unleashing slashes like thunder, possessing high attack and destructive power. Thunder Slash, Lin Shen murmured, feeling the powerful energy surging within him. He immediately began to practice Thunder Slash, the true energy within him circulating rapidly, gathering the power of thunder continuously. As time passed, Lin Shen gradually grasped the essence of Thunder Slash, and the power within him became even stronger and more stable. Slash! Lin Shen shouted, and the tip of the Seven Fiends' demon blade erupted with a bolt of lightning. With one slash, the entire room collapsed. Cough cough. This Thunder Slash is indeed extraordinary. Lin Shen felt the change in his internal power with satisfaction, a glint of contentment flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, focused again, and began the second lottery draw. Inject 100 years of lifespan, lottery. Once the golden light was injected into the lifespan roulette, the wheel began to spin slowly. Lin Shen took a deep breath, unsure of what good item would emerge this time. Gained an opportunity for a technique simulation. Lin Shen felt a surge of joy in his heart. The opportunity for a technique simulation was extremely precious to him, as it could help him better understand and integrate various powerful techniques. He decided to temporarily hold on to this opportunity for future use. Next, Lin Shen continued with the third lottery draw. He once again consumed 100 years of lifespan, and the golden light on the wheel flickered even more brilliantly as it began to spin rapidly. As the wheel came to a stop, a dazzling light burst forth from it, instantly illuminating the entire room. Gained the ultimate technique, Yen Luo Sun, 2nd grade. A glimmer of surprise and excitement flashed in Lin Shen's eyes. Yen Luo Sun was a legendary ultimate technique, rumored to be extremely powerful. As the light gradually faded, the cultivation method and profound meanings of Yen Luo Sun emerged in Lin Shen's mind. Yen Luo Sun, this divine technique, was based on the power of Yen Luo and the fire of the blazing sun, merging the extremes of yin and yang, possessing both devastating offensive power and formidable defensive strength. Cultivating this technique could condense the true qi within the body into scorching flames, with each strike carrying the might to burn the heavens and boil the seas, capable of incinerating everything. More importantly, Yen Luo Sun could also enhance the practitioner's physique, allowing them to maintain prolonged combat effectiveness in battle. Yen Luo Sun. Lin Chen murmured softly, feeling the changes in his true qi. He knew that this divine technique would greatly enhance his strength. Taking a deep breath, Lin Chen began to circulate his true qi according to the cultivation method of Yen Luo Sun. As the true qi flowed, his body gradually felt a surge of scorching power, as if it came from the flames of hell, carrying a destructive pressure. Boom! A wave of intense flames erupted from within Lin Chen, surrounding him with endless pressure and destructive force. This is the power of Yen Luo Sun. A flicker of ecstasy crossed Lin Chen's eyes. He could clearly feel the strength of this power, as if every flicker of flame could incinerate the world. He continued to circulate his true qi, and the flames within him grew increasingly intense, driving his cultivation to rise continuously. The power of Yen Luo Sun continued to condense within him, gradually forming a formidable force. With this divine technique, my strength will reach new heights. Lin Chen was filled with excitement. He knew that Yen Luo Sun would become a significant trump card in his future battles. He took a deep breath, steadied his mind, and continued to sense the changes in his true qi. The power of Yen Luo Sun flowed within him, making him feel an unprecedented strength. This lottery draw has truly been fruitful, Lin Chen murmured to himself, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. However, Lin Chen would not be content with just this. He had worked hard to accumulate lifespan for this moment. This time, he would not hold back but directly consumed 200 years of lifespan, hoping to gain even more astonishing rewards. The lifespan wheel was activated again, and the golden light flickered even more dazzlingly before him. Let's go for it, Lin Chen thought to himself, his gaze fixed on the wheel. With the infusion of 200 years of lifespan, the wheel began to spin wildly. The golden light intertwined in the room, forming beams that seemed to pierce through the void, the brilliance becoming even more dazzling, as if the entire room was wrapped in a radiant golden ocean. Buzz! The speed of the wheel increased, emitting a low humming sound. Lin Chen felt his heart race, a flicker of anticipation and tension in his eyes. He knew that the stakes were high this time, but the rewards could be equally immense. Stop! With Lin Chen's mental shout, the wheel suddenly halted, the golden light shining brightly before slowly dissipating. This is... Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on the center of the wheel, where a mysterious object slowly emerged. It emanated an ancient and mysterious aura, as if it came from a bygone era, carrying endless majesty and power. Obtaining the Chaos Divine Origin Pearl. When Lin Chen saw this name, he felt puzzled, but upon reading the explanation in his mind, he couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The Chaos Divine Origin Pearl is a legendary treasure, possessing endless magical powers. The Chaos Divine Origin Pearl can enhance the overall strength of the cultivator and unleash a powerful protective force in critical moments, making it a life-saving artifact. Chaos Divine Origin Pearl. Lin Chen murmured softly, a glimmer of ecstasy flashing in his eyes. He knew that this time, the lottery was truly a windfall. The Chaos Divine Origin Pearl floated in his palm, emitting a faint glow. Lin Chen felt the immense power brought by the Chaos Divine Origin Pearl, and an endless excitement and joy surged within him. He knew that now was the best time to break through and decided to use the Chaos Divine Origin Pearl along with the Taodai technique to make a full-force attempt to break through to the third-grade martial sovereign realm. He sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to activate the Chaos Blood Demon Taodai technique within him. The true qi rapidly circulated through his meridians, gradually forming powerful waves of energy. Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling the surge of power within him, and his mind gradually sank into the profound realm of the technique. The power of the Chaos Divine Origin Pearl began to merge with Lin Chen's true qi, forming an incredibly powerful energy. This energy was filled with an ancient and mysterious aura, making Lin Chen feel an unprecedented strength. Begin the breakthrough. Burn 100 years of lifespan. Lin Chen silently chanted in his heart, and the true qi within him began to operate wildly. He felt the power within him continuously strengthening, the true qi surging like a torrent, driving the meridians and blood throughout his body. Each circulation of true qi brought an extremely comfortable sensation, filling Lin Chen with strength and vitality. The power of the Chaos Divine Origin Pearl gradually permeated every cell in Lin Chen's body, greatly enhancing both his physical and mental state. He felt his strength continuously rising, the true qi within him becoming more and more abundant, as if it were about to overflow. Under this powerful energy impact, Lin Chen's cultivation gradually broke through the shackles of the 4th grade, advancing towards the 3rd grade martial sovereign realm. The process of breaking through was not as painful as he had imagined. Instead, it was an extremely pleasant experience. During 300 years of lifespan, Lin Chen felt the true qi within him growing stronger, his power continuously increasing, and his body gradually adapting to this powerful energy impact. His consciousness also gradually resonated with a certain force between heaven and earth, making the true qi within him purer and more powerful in this resonance. Continue to burn 300 years of lifespan. Buzz. Lin Chen's cultivation broke through the shackles of the 3rd grade, reaching the 3rd grade martial sovereign realm. He felt his power reach an unprecedented height, the true qi within him surging like rivers, filled with endless strength and pressure. I did it! Lin Chen silently rejoiced, feeling the immense joy brought by the breakthrough. With 800 years of lifespan remaining, he decided to use all of it for cultivation, striving to fully master the recently acquired Yen Luo Sun and Thunder Slash techniques. He sat cross-legged in the training room, took a deep breath, and began to operate the Chaos Blood Demon Taodai technique within him, mobilizing all his true qi, preparing to devote himself fully to cultivation. He took out the scroll of the Yen Luo Sun technique, carefully studying each character and symbol within. The Yen Luo Sun is an extremely powerful 2nd grade technique that can summon scorching flames to incinerate all enemies. This technique is not only powerful but also has a wide attack range, making it nearly unmatched. Lin Chen immersed all his thoughts in the cultivation of the Yen Luo Sun, and the true qi within him gradually resonated with the essence of the technique. He felt the true qi within him becoming fiery, as if every strand of true qi carried intense flames. He began to operate the true qi according to the technique's guidance, condensing it into waves of blazing flames. The flames continuously changed under his control, gradually forming a sea of fire. Lin Chen's mind was completely immersed in his cultivation, feeling the immense power brought by the flames. After burning 350 years of lifespan, Lin Chen finally perfected the Yen Luo Sun. He sensed that the power within him had reached a new height, and the blazing flames seemed ready to be summoned at any moment to incinerate all enemies. Next, Lin Chen began to cultivate the Thunder Slash. This was an extremely fierce attack technique capable of summoning powerful thunderous energy to slay all foes. The attack speed of the Thunder Slash was incredibly fast, and its power was astonishing, with almost no enemy able to withstand it. Lin Chen meticulously studied every detail of the Thunder Slash, and the true energy within him gradually became sharp, as if every strand of true energy carried the power of thunder. He began to operate his true energy according to the technique's guidance, condensing it into bolts of thunderous power. These thunders flickered under his control, as if they could tear apart everything. Lin Chen's mind was fully immersed in his cultivation, feeling the immense power brought by the thunder. After burning 300 years of lifespan this time, Lin Chen finally perfected the Thunder Slash. He felt the power within him rise once more, as if the thunderous energy could be summoned at any moment to slay all enemies. With the perfection of the Yen Luo Sun and Thunder Slash, Lin Chen's lifespan was nearly exhausted. Now, he had less than 300 years of lifespan left. Lin Chen sighed lightly, feeling a hint of helplessness in his heart. With so little lifespan left, I still need to keep working hard. Lin Chen silently thought, feeling a great sense of achievement from his cultivation, but also understanding that the road ahead was still full of challenges. He breathed a sigh of relief and decided to visit Gu Wan and Alian in the Sky Prison. The two were very happy to see Lin Chen, and he revealed a rare smile. "Brother, you finally have time to see us," Gu Wan said excitedly, her eyes sparkling with joy. "Yes, Lord Lin, it's been a long time since we had a meal together," Alian also said happily. Lin Chen smiled and nodded. "Let's go, today I'll treat you to a nice meal." They arrived at the busiest street in the capital, where Gu Wan and Alian chatted and continuously bought things, their faces beaming with satisfaction. "Brother, do you think this dress looks good?" Gu Wan picked up a newly bought dress, her face full of anticipation. "It looks great. You have a good eye," Lin Chen said with a smile, feeling a warmth in his heart. During the meal, Lin Chen sat quietly in the private room while Gu Wan and Alian happily savored the delicacies. Lin Chen sat quietly to the side, feeling a sense of tranquility. However, as a third-grade martial master, his senses were extremely sharp, and the conversation from the next private room reached his ears. "Has the matter arranged by the leader been handled?" a deep voice asked. "Don't worry, everything is arranged. We'll report back soon," another voice replied. Lin Chen's gaze flickered slightly, and a sense of alertness arose within him. Although the voices from the next room were low, he could clearly hear the content of their conversation. Lin Chen immediately realized that this might be the movements of the Bai Lian sect's followers. "Gu Wan, Alian, take your time eating. I have something to handle, you can go back by yourselves after you finish, Lin Chen said to Gu Wan and Alien, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Although Gu Wan and Alien were somewhat puzzled, they nodded obediently. Okay, brother. Lin Chen stood up and left the private room, quietly approaching the door of the next room. His figure moved silently like a ghost as he neared the door, pressing his ear against it to listen carefully to the conversation inside. This operation must be careful, no mistakes can happen again, one voice said, tinged with tension. Don't worry, last time it was that beast Lin Chen who was too strong. This time we won't provoke him. Another voice replied, filled with confidence. A hint of coldness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. These people were indeed remnants of the White Lotus sect. Today was a good opportunity to eliminate them. Lin Chen decided to follow these two White Lotus sect members. He silently resolved to find their lair. The location of the White Lotus sect had always been secretive and hard to find. Once, the White Lotus sect was renowned in the martial world, with countless followers and immense power. However, a great battle in the past had left the White Lotus sect in tatters, forcing them to hide away, yet their occasional disturbances still caused considerable trouble for the Great Shang dynasty. The Demon Suppression Division had been trying to completely eradicate the threat posed by the White Lotus sect, but they struggled to locate their hideout and could only respond passively. Today, Lin Chen finally had this opportunity. He trailed behind the two sect members, cautiously maintaining a certain distance to avoid detection. The two members navigated through the alleys of the capital, glancing around and vigilantly checking their surroundings. Lin Chen's figure followed them like a ghost, silently trailing behind. After winding through several alleys, the two members entered what appeared to be an abandoned district. The houses here were mostly dilapidated, overgrown with weeds, and almost devoid of human presence. Lin Chen observed carefully and found the layout of this district quite strange, with intersecting alleys crisscrossing like a maze. No wonder the Demon Suppression Division has been unable to find their hideout, Lin Chen mused to himself. The terrain here is complex, making it indeed difficult to discover. He continued to follow, as the two members ventured deeper into the area. The houses here were even more rundown, some having collapsed. The two members stopped in front of what seemed to be an abandoned courtyard, looking around to confirm they were not being followed before pushing open a decrepit wooden door and stepping inside. Lin Chen quietly approached, peering through the crack of the door to observe the activity within the courtyard. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, and several old trees were lush with foliage, nearly obscuring half of the yard. A narrow path led deeper into the courtyard, where a stone house could be faintly seen. The two members lingered for a moment in the courtyard, confirming their safety before heading straight for the stone house. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. This stone house was likely one of the entrances to the White Lotus sect. He waited patiently for the two members to enter the stone house before quietly following them. Inside, the stone house was sparsely furnished, but the walls were covered with talismans and ancient patterns. Lin Chen saw one member fiddling with something in front of a stone slab when suddenly, the slab slowly moved, revealing a hidden passage leading underground. So that's how it is, Lin Chen thought, and after they left, he mimicked their actions and opened the hidden passage. The passage was deep and winding, with ancient runes carved into the surrounding walls, emitting a faint glow. Lin Chen sensed a strange aura. It seemed to contain some mysterious power. He proceeded along the passage, and soon, a heavy iron door appeared at the end. The two members skillfully opened the iron door, and Lin Chen followed closely behind, entering a spacious underground space. The area was vast, with torches lining the walls, casting a dim yellow light. In the center stood a massive altar, covered in intricate runes, appearing incredibly mysterious and eerie. Lin Chen hid in the shadows, observing everything. He noticed that there were quite a few White Lotus sect members in the underground space, all with serious expressions, seemingly preparing for some ritual. Indeed, this is the hideout of the White Lotus sect. Lin Chen felt a surge of excitement in his heart, deciding to wait for the right moment to capture all these White Lotus sect members. He observed carefully and found that most of the members in the underground space had low cultivation levels, with only a few who seemed to be leaders possessing slightly stronger abilities. He adjusted his breathing, circulating his internal energy, gripping the Seven Fiends demon blade tightly in his hand, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Today is the day of the White Lotus sect's demise. Lin Chen held his breath, performing the turtle breathing technique, suppressing his presence to the utmost, blending in among the followers of the White Lotus sect. His gaze was fixed on the altar, where a formidable middle-aged man slowly ascended, and all the followers bowed their heads in utmost respect. Sect Master! Everyone shouted in unison, their voices deafening, filled with awe and reverence. Lin Chen's heart tightened. He knew this was the sect master of the White Lotus sect. The sect master's aura was powerful, on par with his own. Lin Chen thought to himself, it seems today I can deal with both these followers and the sect master at once. Just as he was weighing how to act, 10 men in black suddenly appeared behind the sect master. Each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura, far surpassing that of ordinary followers, clearly hidden masters of the White Lotus sect. Lin Chen's heart sank. The White Lotus sect had concealed so many experts. The presence of these 10 masters complicated the situation immensely. If he acted rashly, the chances of success were minimal. Better to endure for now, find an opportunity to leave, and then make plans, Lin Chen thought, deciding not to act for the time being. He carefully observed his surroundings, looking for a chance to escape. The sect master snorted coldly, grabbed a person onto the stage, and with a single stroke, blood and flesh flew. This is the fate of betraying the White Lotus sect. Skin him alive. All the followers were filled with dread, watching helplessly as the wailing man turned into a bloody corpse. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lin Chen quietly began to retreat. His movements were incredibly light, like a gentle breeze passing by, unnoticed by anyone. He avoided several patrolling followers and stealthily made his way to the iron gate. The gate was not tightly shut. Lin Chen gently pushed it open a crack, slipping out like a wisp of smoke. Once in the secret passage, Lin Chen did not linger and quickly retraced his steps. He secretly rejoiced, realizing that had he acted rashly earlier, the consequences would have been unimaginable. The strength of the White Lotus sect far exceeded his expectations. He needed to devise a meticulous plan to eliminate it in one fell swoop. Exiting the secret passage, he swiftly returned to the surface, back to the desolate district. Lin Chen glanced back at the dilapidated courtyard, memorizing the terrain before quickly leaving the area and returning to the Demon Suppression Division. Along the way, he repeatedly pondered the strength of the White Lotus sect in his next plan, gradually forming a preliminary strategy in his mind. He decided not to report this matter for the time being. First, he couldn't explain it in detail without causing unnecessary panic. Second, he was unsure if there were other traitors and spies hidden within the Demon Suppression Division. In the face of such a formidable enemy, it was more prudent to enhance his own strength. After returning to the dungeon, Lin Chen already had a new plan in mind. He decided to go to the martial arts room to select some techniques. It was rumored that the martial arts room of the Demon Suppression Division accepted techniques from all over the world, and Lin Chen had long wanted to see for himself if it was true. Just as he was about to take action, Suyu approached him with concern, asking, "Lin Chen, where have you been? I looked for you for quite a while." Lin Chen casually brushed it off. "Nothing much, just went for a stroll to clear my mind." Suyu nodded, not asking further. He knew Lin Chen always had his own plans and wouldn't do anything pointless. Lin Chen slightly organized his thoughts and headed to the martial arts room. The martial arts room was located deep within the Demon Suppression Division, a simple yet solemn building. Lin Chen pushed open the heavy door, and a strong martial aura greeted him, with various technique manuals neatly arranged on the surrounding shelves. Truly lives up to its reputation, Lin Chen silently marveled. The administrator of the martial arts room was an elderly man who smiled slightly upon seeing Lin Chen enter and asked, "You must be the new dungeon commander, Lin Chen? Here to select techniques?" Lin Chen nodded, "Yes, senior, I would like to see if there are any techniques suitable for me." The old man smiled and said, "The martial arts technique is fine, but before selecting a technique, I suggest you try the training platform." Lin Chen asked in confusion, "Training platform? What does that mean?" The old man explained, "The training platform is a facility specially built by the Demon Suppression Division, capable of simulating a real combat environment and automatically matching the most suitable technique for you based on your combat situation." Lin Chen's heart stirred. This method was indeed novel and a good idea. He immediately said, "Then I'll give it a try." Under the old man's guidance, Lin Chen arrived at the training platform. The training platform was a vast area surrounded by array runes, giving it a mysterious appearance. Lin Chen focused his mind and stepped onto the platform. As soon as he set foot on the surface, he felt the atmosphere around him suddenly change, a powerful pressure rushing towards him, causing him to instinctively tense his body. Suddenly, a shadow that looked exactly like him gradually emerged from the void in front of him, coldly staring at him with a glint of battle intent in its eyes. "Come on," Lin Chen murmured to himself, his gaze sharp and his fighting spirit high. The shadow struck first, launching a fierce punch at Lin Chen. The wind from the punch fierce and filled with a strong sense of oppression. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, quickly sidestepping to avoid it, and countered with a powerful punch. The two fists collided in mid-air, producing a deafening sound, and a strong shockwave rippled around them. The shadow's attacks were incredibly swift, each strike aimed directly at Lin Chen's vital points, but Lin Chen did not back down, meeting each blow with precision, showcasing his formidable strength. "Ha!" The shadow let out a low shout, its figure flickering, transforming into an afterimage as it swiftly attacked from Lin Chen's side. Lin Chen remained calm, sliding his foot to cleverly evade the shadow's attack, then delivering a heavy punch to the shadow's chest. The shadow was knocked back several steps but quickly steadied itself, its gaze becoming even more fierce, and its assault grew increasingly ferocious. Lin Chen and the Shadow engaged in an intense battle on the training platform, fists howling, figures darting, the entire area seeming to tremble with their fight. As the battle intensified, Lin Chen gradually felt the overwhelming pressure from the Shadow, but he did not retreat. Instead, he grew braver with each exchange. Every attack carried boundless power, as if he aimed to completely shatter the Shadow. What a powerful opponent! Lin Chen silently praised, feeling his progress with each moment in battle. Suddenly, the Shadow turned and launched a series of rapid attacks at Lin Chen, fists and feet raining down like a storm, too fast to catch. Lin Chen's eyes sharpened, his entire strength quickly concentrating, his fists meeting the onslaught like two great mountains. Boom! A loud crash echoed as Lin Chen's fists sent the Shadow flying, crashing heavily to the ground, and then dissipating into a cloud of smoke. Lin Chen stood in the center of the training platform, his breath slightly hurried, but his eyes sparkled with the light of victory. The old man walked up with a smile and said, "Not bad, the training platform has recorded your combat data. Next, I will provide you with the technique that suits you best based on this data." Soon, the old man took an ancient and heavy-looking scroll from a rack and handed it to Lin Chen. This is a unique technique called 9 Heavens Profound Qi Formula. It can greatly enhance your true Qi operation speed and strengthen your internal power, giving you an advantage in battle. Lin Chen took the 9 Heavens Profound Qi Formula, flipped through a few pages, and found that this technique was indeed extraordinary. The scroll described the methods of Qi operation and true Qi circulation in a profound manner, with each move exuding deep martial arts principles. Lin Chen was overjoyed and quickly thanked the old man. "Thank you, senior. This technique will be of great help to me." The old man smiled slightly. "Practice diligently. I hope it helps you advance further." Lin Chen returned to the heavenly prison with the 9 Heavens Profound Qi Formula, eager to begin his training. He sat cross-legged as described in the book's Method of Luck, closed his eyes, and focused his mind, allowing the true energy within him to begin flowing along a new path. Soon, Lin Chen felt a powerful force rapidly gathering within him, the speed of the true energy's circulation several times faster than before. With each breath, he could feel the surging true energy within him, as if it were rushing out like a great river. Truly extraordinary! Lin Chen silently praised himself, clearly sensing the immense changes brought about by the 9 Heavens mysterious Qi technique. The true energy within him became purer and more robust, and its operating speed significantly increased, enabling him to respond more swiftly and flexibly to various enemies in battle. Just as Lin Chen was immersed in his training, a messenger from the Demon Suppression Division hurriedly arrived and knocked on his door. "Lord Lin Chen, the minister requests your presence." Lin Chen frowned, feeling somewhat displeased. He knew that this summons was likely related to Zhou Hong. He then stood up, tidied his clothes, and followed the messenger to the minister's residence. Upon arriving at the minister's residence, Lin Chen was led into a spacious hall, lavishly decorated and extraordinarily imposing. Minister Zhou Zi and his son Zhou Hong were already seated. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Zhou Zi's expression turned cold as he spoke. "Lin Chen, I heard that you laid hands on my son in the Demon Suppression Division. I must demand an explanation for this." Zhou Hong stood beside him, wearing a smug expression, his eyes filled with provocation. Lin Chen shot Zhou Hong a cold glance, then turned to Zhou Zi and said, "Minister, your son provoked me for no reason in the Sky Prison, attempting to stir up trouble. I was merely acting in self-defense. Furthermore, I am the commander of the Sky Prison and have the right to maintain its order." Hearing this, Zhou Zi's face darkened further, and he sneered, "Lin Chen, you, a mere commander of the Sky Prison, really think too highly of yourself?" Lin Chen remained unfazed, coldly replying, "Minister, I do not care about your power struggles, but if anyone dares to touch my Sky Prison, I will not let it go easily." After saying this, Lin Chen suddenly slammed the table, causing the stone table to shatter into pieces, scattering fragments everywhere, which made Zhou Hong's face turn pale as he stepped back a few paces. A flicker of anger flashed in Zhou Zi's eyes. "Good, very good. Lin Chen, no one has dared to threaten me." Lin Chen sneered, "It is indeed a threat. What can you do about it?" Lin Chen's arrogant attitude clearly exceeded Zhou Zi's expectations. He coldly laughed, "Young man, I advise you not to be too impetuous. Be careful not to bring trouble upon yourself." Lin Chen disdainfully smiled. What else would you call a young man if not impetuous? A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Zhou Zi's eyes as he waved his hand, and suddenly 2 figures appeared in the hall. These 2 were tall and imposing, clearly 4th-tier experts. Their gazes were like sharp swords, coldly fixed on Lin Chen. Zhou Zi said coldly, "Since you were so arrogant, let them teach you a lesson." Zhou Hong's eyes gleamed with pride and excitement at this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly curling up as if he could already envision Lin Chen being severely punished. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he sneered, "Gentlemen, since you are here, please don't hold back." The 2 4th-tier experts exchanged a glance, a spark of tacit understanding passing between them. Then, they moved like tigers descending a mountain, directly pouncing towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained still, his gaze stern, quietly awaiting the opponent's attack. His eyes were sharp as an eagle's, coldly fixed on the two fourth-tier experts. The two slightly adjusted their breathing, their eyes flickering with battle intent. Lin Chen had no weapons and decided to fight his opponents barehanded. The first fourth-tier expert struck first, his fist swinging towards Lin Chen's face like lightning, the punch fierce and filled with endless killing intent. Lin Chen remained calm, slightly shifting his body as the punch's wind brushed past him. Lin Chen seized the opportunity to lift his leg, delivering a fierce side kick that struck his opponent's abdomen. Bang! The opponent was knocked back a few steps by the kick, but he quickly adjusted his stance, a flash of anger in his eyes as he charged forward again. The second fourth-grade master was equally unwilling to back down. His movements were as swift as a tiger, his fists raining down on Lin Chen's chest like cannonballs. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, and he quickly raised his arms to block the barrage of heavy punches. Bang bang bang! After 3 punches, Lin Chen felt a wave of soreness and numbness in his arms. Yet he did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly delivered an elbow strike that hit the opponent's ribs hard. The second master was taken aback by the sudden elbow strike, letting out a pained cry as he was pushed back a few steps, a look of agony on his face. Zhou Zi's eyes flashed with a cold smile. He believed this was just the beginning, and his subordinates would surely make Lin Chen suffer. The two fourth-grade masters exchanged glances, deciding to work together to surround Lin Chen. They charged at him from both sides, fists howling through the air with tremendous force. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, a glint of battle intent in his eyes. His body moved with the agility of a serpent, dodging left and right, quickly neutralizing their attacks. Seizing the moment they exposed a flaw, he suddenly threw an uppercut that struck the jaw of the man on the left. Bang! The opponent was sent flying by the punch, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. The master on the right, seeing this, let out a furious roar and lunged at Lin Chen, his hands clawing towards Lin Chen's shoulder like iron pincers. Lin Chen spun around, evading the attack, then executed a spinning kick that struck the opponent's knee with force. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the opponent's knee was dislocated, and he let out a pained scream, his body collapsing to the ground involuntarily. Zhou Zi and Zhou Hong watched in shock. They never expected Lin Chen to handle the assault of two fourth-grade masters with such ease. The two fourth-grade masters exchanged a glance, a fierce look flashing in their eyes. They decided to go all out, no longer holding back. Both leaped into action, attacking Lin Chen simultaneously, their fists howling through the air with overwhelming momentum. The master on the left executed a spinning side kick, while the one on the right delivered a powerful punch. Their coordination was impeccable, and their assault was fierce. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, a glint of battle intent in his eyes. He quickly sidestepped the side kick while swinging his right arm to block the powerful punch. Bang! The two powerful forces collided in the air, producing a muffled sound, and a strong gust of wind filled the air. Lin Chen's body remained steady as a mountain, not retreating an inch, while the two fourth-grade masters were forced to stagger back. How is this possible? The master on the left widened his eyes, incredulous as he looked at Lin Chen. They were both fourth-grade masters, yet they were gaining no advantage in their duel with Lin Chen. The master on the right roared in anger and charged at Lin Chen again. His fists rained down on Lin Chen's chest and head like a storm. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened, his body moving like a ghost as he swiftly dodged the attacks. Taking advantage of the moment before the opponent's attack landed, Lin Chen delivered a heavy punch straight to the opponent's ribs. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as the right-side master's ribs broke. He let out a scream, his body bending in pain. Lin Chen showed no mercy, striking again with a fierce elbow that smashed into the opponent's temple. Bang! The right-side master was instantly knocked to the ground, unconscious. The left-side master, witnessing this, changed color dramatically. He gritted his teeth and roared as he charged at Lin Chen, his fists swinging wildly with endless killing intent. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his body moving swiftly as he dodged left and right, easily neutralizing the opponent's assault. Seizing the moment the opponent exposed a flaw, Lin Chen immediately threw a heavy punch aimed at his face. Bang! The face of the master on the left was struck, blood splattered, and he fell backward, crashing heavily to the ground, unconscious. The entire hall instantly fell into dead silence. Zhou Zi and Zhou Hong looked at the two knockdown fourth-grade masters, their faces pale, eyes filled with shock and anger. This is impossible. Zhou Hong gritted his teeth and shouted angrily. A cold glint flashed in Zhou Zi's eyes. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so powerful that even two fourth-grade masters couldn't withstand him. Lin Chen stood in the center of the hall, his gaze coldly sweeping over them, not a trace of pity in his eyes. Is this your lesson? Lin Chen sneered, his tone filled with disdain. Just this. Zhou Zi's face darkened terrifyingly. He had originally thought this time would make Lin Chen suffer a bit, but unexpectedly, it was his subordinates who were taught a lesson. Zhou Hong was even angrier, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Lin Chen, don't get too proud." Lin Chen coldly laughed, casually glancing back at Zhou Hong and Zhou Zi. "Lord Minister, today I have learned my lesson. Farewell." With that, Lin Chen turned and strode away, his figure disappearing at the hall's entrance. Zhou Hong was so furious he was jumping up and down, his hands clenched into fists, gritting his teeth, wishing he could rush up and fight Lin Chen immediately. "This bastard actually dares to treat us like this!" Zhou Hong shouted angrily, his face turning red. Zhou Zi's face was grim, his eyes slightly narrowed, and endless rage ignited in his heart. "Father, what realm is he at?" Zhou Hong asked resentfully, confusion filling his gaze. Zhou Zi snorted coldly, turning his gaze to the two fourth-grade masters who had just been knocked down by Lin Chen. "What realm did you feel his aura was at just now?" One of the masters shook himself awake, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and frowned, saying, "During the fight just now, his aura felt at least at the 5th grade level." "What?" Zhou Hong's eyes widened in shock, incredulously saying, "5th grade aura? A 5th grade against you 4th grade is like a dogfight. How is that possible?" The other master, having been fed a pill by his companion, finally regained consciousness. "It's true, Lin Chen's strength indeed far exceeds ours, but without a doubt, it was a 5th grade aura." Zhou Hong stomped his feet in anger, gritting his teeth and cursing, "This kid is just too outrageous." Zhou Zi's face grew even darker, a belly full of fire. "It seems we can only let him go for now," Zhou Zi said coldly, a hint of ruthless light flashing in his eyes. Zhou Hong, unwilling, gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with anger and hatred. "Father, we can't just let this go. We must find a chance for revenge." Zhou Zi nodded, sneering, "Rest assured, there will always be opportunities. Lin Chen, I will make you understand that offending the Zhou family is not a wise thing to do." The Zhou father and son did not let out a whisper of this matter. It was too embarrassing. Zhou Hong clenched his fists, vowing that this matter could not just end like this. He picked up the secret letter in his hand, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes, then quickly left the Zhou residence, heading towards the Ghostcha sect. On the other side, Lin Chen returned to the heavenly prison, and Suyu quickly found him, looking somewhat excited as he said, "Lin Chen, now you are the commander of the heavenly prison, there is something you need to know." Lin Chen looked at Suyu in confusion. "What is it?" Suyu explained, "This year's Demon Suppression Division martial arts competition is called the Demon Suppression Heroes Conference, and it will start soon. This is a traditional grand event of the Demon Suppression Division, and only those above the 3rd grade can participate." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, clearly interested in this martial arts competition. "Only those above the 3rd grade can participate? That's interesting. Are there any 2nd grade or above masters in the capital?" Suyu nodded and said, "Indeed, there are some strong individuals above the 2nd rank in the capital, but most of them are in seclusion, striving to break through to the 1st rank martial god realm. After all, the 1st rank martial god is the true pinnacle, capable of determining the fate of the entire Great Shang dynasty." Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully, already formulating a plan in his mind. Suyu continued, 20 years ago, the Great Shang dynasty was at its peak, and the ancestor had already reached the martial god realm, personally stepping in to crush all those demonic sects. At that time, the Demon Suppression Division was imposing, suppressing all evil and heretical forces. A hint of nostalgia and reverence flashed in Suyu's eyes. "Unfortunately, now the ancestor has failed in his attempt to reach a higher realm, regressing in power, and his lifespan is nearing its end. These demonic sects are restless and will inevitably return." Lin Chen sensed the worry in Suyu's words and said solemnly, "So, we must become stronger to face the upcoming challenges." Suyu nodded and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. "You're right. Lin Chen, you must observe the upcoming Demon Suppression Heroes Conference." Lin Chen's gaze was resolute as he calmly replied, "I understand. I will study everyone's attack methods." Suyu smiled and nodded. "Good, having a comrade like you is truly reassuring. Remember, our goal is not only to guard the heavenly prison but also to protect the peace of the entire Great Shang dynasty." The Demon Suppression Heroes Conference in the capital commenced as scheduled, with the hall of the Demon Suppression Division bustling with voices and a lively atmosphere. Inside and outside the hall, the 3rd rank and above commanders arrived, their powerful auras making each one a pillar of the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Chen tried to restrain his aura, sitting in a corner to avoid drawing unnecessary attention. Despite this, his cold gaze still attracted the attention of many. Zhou Hong was also present, and upon seeing Lin Chen, a surge of resentment ignited within him. However, thinking of his secret schemes, a sly smile appeared on Zhou Hong's face, and he felt much more at ease. The atmosphere of the Heroes Conference was extremely vibrant, with each participant being an elite of the Demon Suppression Division, representing its top strength. The audience's anticipation and enthusiasm filled the entire hall with a tense yet exciting air. A total of 10 third-rank commanders from the capital participated in this Heroes Conference, all top-tier experts of the Demon Suppression Division. The arena in the center of the hall stood tall and imposing, with each commander about to take the stage rolling up their sleeves, ready to showcase their skills. A high-ranking official of the Demon Suppression Division stood on the arena and announced the competition rules. Ladies and gentlemen, today's Heroes Conference will determine the battle order by drawing lots. Each duel is a test of everyone's strength. The winners will not only receive generous rewards but also earn supreme honor for themselves. The audience applauded, cheers rising and falling. The 10 third-ranked commanders stood below the stage, drawing lots in turn. Lin Shen silently contemplated the changes in strength beyond the third rank, knowing this would be an extremely intense competition. The first battle order was quickly decided, featuring two powerful commanders, Nan Gongsu and Li Feihong. As they took the stage, their auras surged, instantly making the atmosphere on the arena tense, as if the air had become heavy. Nan Gongsu was tall, his gaze sharp as an eagle, and the long knife in his hand emitted a cold light. Li Feihong, on the other hand, was slender, his eyes bright and spirited, with the long sword in his hand shimmering dazzlingly under the sunlight. The two stood facing each other, their auras clashing, as if invisible sparks were igniting in the air. The audience held their breath, their eyes fixed on the arena, eagerly anticipating this exciting duel. Begin! With the referee's command, Nan Gongsu and Li Feihong moved almost simultaneously. Nan Gongsu swung his long knife, the blade slicing through the air like lightning, carrying an incredibly fierce momentum, directly targeting Li Feihong's face. Li Feihong's expression sharpened, and with a light twist of his long sword, the sword light and knife light intertwined in the air, producing a crisp sound of collision. Clang! The clash of swords sent sparks flying. Nan Gongsu's strength was immense, his long knife slicing down like thunder, each strike filled with endless power and killing intent. Li Feihong, on the other hand, moved with agility, his long sword darting like a swimming dragon, his techniques unpredictable, swift, and precise. Nan Gongsu swept horizontally, the blade's light sweeping in like a torrential storm, stirring up a strong gust of wind. A glint flashed in Li Feihong's eyes as he slightly tilted his body, his long sword stabbing out like a spirit snake, aiming directly for Nan Gongsu's opening. Clang! The two swords clashed again, the powerful impact causing the air around the arena to tremble. Nan Gongsu leaped up, using the force to draw a graceful arc in the air with his long knife, the blade's light flickering as it approached Li Feihong's throat. Li Feihong remained calm, lightly deflecting with his long sword, sliding back to instantly create distance from Nan Gongsu. The two exchanged glances, both showing a hint of admiration. The strength of their opponent was as expected, yet also beyond it. Nan Gongsu roared, his true energy surging, and his momentum instantly skyrocketed. The long knife in his hand vibrated with a buzzing sound as if it had a spirit of its own, the blade's light intensifying, enveloping the entire arena in a blade aura. Li Feihong's expression remained serene, with a flick of his long sword, the sword light poured out like flowing water. It formed a curtain of sword light, completely shrouding his figure within. The clash of Nan Gongsu's blade light and the sword curtain produced a deafening roar. Boom! The two's true energy intertwined in the air, erupting into a strong shockwave that made the arena tremble slightly. Nan Gongsu's long knife slashed continuously, the blade light striking down like thunder, each cut carrying immense power, as if to split the entire arena apart. The battle on the stage was fierce, both were exerting their utmost strength, showcasing their strongest abilities. Nan Gongsu's knife techniques were incredibly fierce, each strike filled with destructive power. Li Feihong's sword techniques were agile and swift, each move as precise as a spirit snake. Good! Some spectators couldn't help but cheer, applauding the brilliant performances of the two. Nan Gongsu's knife techniques are truly unparalleled. Li Feihong's sword techniques are equally impressive, agile and swift, with exquisite moves. The audience buzzed with discussions, praising the performances of both. As the battle continued, both Nan Gongsu and Li Feihong were consuming their stamina and true energy, yet their fighting spirit showed no signs of waning. Each encounter was filled with endless power and killing intent, as if they aimed to completely crush each other. Nan Gongsu, you won't win against me today, Li Feihong sneered, flicking his long sword, the sword light flashing like lightning, instantly closing in on Nan Gongsu's face. Nan Gongsu roared, swinging his long knife fiercely, the blade light striking down like thunder, clashing violently with Li Feihong's sword light in midair. Boom! A loud sound erupted as the blade light and sword shadows intertwined. Both were knocked back a few steps. Nan Gongsu and Li Feihong exchanged glances, both showing a hint of battle intent. Lin Shen sat in the audience, quietly watching the intense duel, while Zhou Hong sat nearby, coldly observing Lin Shen, secretly thinking, "Lin Shen, you will soon be finished." Lin Shen felt Zhou Hong's gaze but paid it no mind, his attention was entirely on the battle in the arena. The third match, the fourth match. Each duel was filled with intensity and excitement, every general showcasing their strongest abilities. The atmosphere of the heroic gathering grew increasingly heated, each match igniting the audience's passion, cheers ringing out continuously. The battles on the stage were in full swing. Suyu, feeling exhilarated, turned to Lin Chen and said, "Above the third rank, every step forward is incredibly difficult. I wonder if I can become this strong in my lifetime." Lin Chen nodded, a hint of longing flashing in his eyes. Although he was already a third-rank martial master, he knew in his heart that this was far from his endpoint. He was unlike others who needed a long time to accumulate and hone their skills. As long as his lifespan was sufficient, his speed in breaking through limits would surpass anyone else's. Lin Chen silently pondered in his heart, suppressing his inner excitement. Suyu sighed, "Watching these third-tier masters fight is truly exhilarating. I don't even know if I have the chance to reach such heights." Lin Chen smiled slightly and patted Suyu's shoulder. "You're already very strong. Keep working hard, and one day you'll reach an even higher realm." A glimmer of determination flashed in Suyu's eyes. "Yes, I will work hard, but you have even more hope, Lin Chen. Your cultivation speed is astonishing. You will definitely advance further in the future." However, Lin Chen was contemplating how to gain more lifespan, and he thought of the prisoners in the heavenly prison. Their lifespans had been nearly drained by him, and he needed to find other means. After the Demon Suppression Heroes Conference, Lin Chen had just come out of the heavenly prison that day, preparing to complete a few tasks of capturing criminals. As he walked down the street, he suddenly saw Zhou Hong approaching him with a warm smile on his face. "Brother Lin Chen, I was wrong about what happened last time. We are all working for the Demon Suppression Division. Why not turn hostility into friendship?" Zhou Hong said earnestly. Lin Chen sneered inwardly. Of course, he didn't believe such nonsense. He wanted to see what tricks Zhou Hong was up to, so he put on a delighted expression. "What Brother Zhou said is true. I also don't want to offend Lord Shangshu. I've been preparing to apologize to him these days." A cold glint flashed in Zhou Hong's eyes, but he still maintained his smile on the surface. "That's great. Why don't we go to my residence now? I've prepared good wine and food for you." Lin Chen nodded in agreement, but he secretly heightened his vigilance. He knew Zhou Hong wouldn't let him off so easily, so he kept a close watch on his surroundings and movements. Zhou Hong led Lin Chen, but the path they took was not towards the capital. Instead, it gradually moved away from populated areas. Along the way, Zhou Hong occasionally turned back to chat with Lin Chen, his expression natural and relaxed, but Lin Chen caught the occasional flash of murderous intent in his eyes. As they walked, the number of people around them gradually decreased, replaced by tall trees and winding paths. Alarm bells rang in Lin Chen's heart, but he maintained a faint smile, pretending to be completely unsuspecting. "Brother Zhou, this road seems a bit remote. Where are we going?" Lin Chen asked casually, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Zhou Hong smiled. "This road is a shortcut. It leads directly to the back door of my house without being disturbed." Lin Chen nodded, noting the surroundings. He discovered that the small path was flanked by dense trees, almost without an end, indeed a very concealed location. After walking for a while, they arrived at a place rarely visited by people. The surroundings were silent, only the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Zhou Hong stopped, turned to look at Lin Chen, and his smile gradually turned cold. "Lin Chen, I really didn't expect you to fall for it so easily." Lin Chen's expression slightly changed, but he still maintained a calm smile. "Brother Zhou, what does this mean? Didn't you say you were inviting me to your house for wine?" Zhou Hong sneered, slowly saying, "Lin Chen, you dared to humiliate me last time. This time, I will make sure you have no place to bury your body." Lin Chen smiled slightly, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "So that's it. It seems you planned a deal with me here." Zhou Hong's gaze turned icy, and he waved his hand. Lin Chen noticed a group of black-clad warriors suddenly emerging from the surrounding woods. They wielded sharp blades, their clothing marked with the insignia of the ghost-killing sect, each one looking fierce and menacing, clearly a carefully arranged ambush. "Lin Chen, today you will undoubtedly die." Zhou Hong gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with madness. Lin Chen was instantly furious. "You dare to collude with the people of the ghost-killing sect." He suddenly unleashed a powerful aura, and the air around him seemed to freeze in an instant. Lin Chen's gaze became as sharp as a blade, his figure darting through the woods like a ghost, the light of his knife flickering with a chilling gleam. "Make your move!" Zhou Hong shouted, and the members of the ghost-killing sect rushed towards Lin Chen, the clash of blades and swords intertwining in the forest, erupting with earth-shattering sounds. Lin Chen faced the numerous enemies without flinching, wielding the 7 evil demon blade as if it were lightning. Each strike carried endless killing intent and power, causing the black-clad warriors to fall one after another, blood splattering everywhere. Zhou Hong watched in shock, unable to believe Lin Chen was so powerful, a hint of fear creeping into his heart. Lin Chen quickly dealt with those people, turned, and fixed his gaze on Jo Hong, coldly saying, "Jo Hong, feel free to use any tricks you have. Today I want to see just how capable you really are." Jo Hong's face turned extremely ugly, gritting his teeth as he said, "Lin Chen, don't get too cocky. I won't let you leave so easily." He suddenly pulled out a signal flare and shot it into the sky. The blinding red light exploded in the sky, and soon Lin Chen heard the sound of hurried footsteps approaching from a distance. Quickly, more members of the ghost-killing sect surged out from the surrounding woods. Lin Chen took a deep breath and sneered, "It seems you've really put in a lot of effort, but today I still won't let you succeed." He suddenly unleashed an even stronger aura. Kunpeng divine ability. Lin Chen shouted, and a massive figure appeared in the air. With one gulp, it swallowed all the people from the ghost-killing sect. In the next moment, the giant mouth opened, spitting out a pile of white bones. Jo Hong was directly stunned, his fear intensifying. There was no way to retreat now. He could only grit his teeth and continue fighting. Lin Chen's Kunpeng was still sweeping through the crowd, and no one could stop him. After the last member of the ghost-killing sect fell, Lin Chen retracted his divine ability, coldly staring at Jo Hong as he slowly approached. Jo Hong's face was pale, his hands trembling as he gripped his knife, despair flickering in his eyes. "Lin Chen, don't kill me." Lin Chen sneered, "Jo Hong, you're dead today." Jo Hong gritted his teeth in hatred and said, "Lin Chen, you forced me." He pulled out a pitch-black pill from his bosom and swallowed it without hesitation. In an instant, Jo Hong's aura surged wildly, his original 5th-tier strength instantly rising to the 2nd-tier realm. Lin Chen was taken aback. What on earth did Jo Hong consume to cause such a terrifying increase in power? Jo Hong felt the surging strength within him and laughed maniacally. "Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, today is your day to die." He charged at Lin Chen, his figure moving as swiftly as lightning, creating fierce gusts of wind. Lin Chen's eyes narrowed, and he quickly drew his knife to meet him. The two engaged in a fierce battle among the trees, the clash of blades and swords erupting with deafening roars. Every strike from Jo Hong was filled with endless power and killing intent, his speed like lightning, putting immense pressure on Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen was already a 3rd-tier martial sovereign, facing Jo Hong, who had suddenly surged to the 2nd tier, he still felt the strain. He gritted his teeth, using all his strength to fend off Jo Hong's attacks, the blade and fist colliding in the air, sparks flying. Jo Hong's attacks grew increasingly fierce, each punch and kick carrying terrifying power, forcing Lin Chen to retreat step by step. Lin Chen's body was hit multiple times, blood streaming down, but he still refused to back down, fiercely counterattacking. "Lin Chen, die!" Jo Hong roared, his fist carrying the force of thunder, smashing towards Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen barely managed to sidestep, but the shockwave from the punch still caused him intense pain. He took a deep breath, quickly adjusting his state, and swung his knife to counterattack. His blade swept in like a raging storm, but every strike was effortlessly deflected by Jo Hong, appearing incredibly strenuous. "Ha ha ha, Lin Chen, you are no match for me at all." Jo Hong laughed maniacally, his attacks growing fiercer, each punch carrying devastating power that left Lin Chen gasping for breath. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, "No, this can't go on. I must find a way to escape." He knew he was no match for Jo Hong, but continuing to fight head-on would only exhaust his strength. He needed another strategy. He didn't want to use techniques that burned his lifespan. Wasting his life on Jo Hong wasn't worth it. He aimed to buy time, waiting for the drug's effect to wear off before striking back. Suddenly, Lin Chen sidestepped, avoiding a heavy punch from Jo Hong, and then kicked fiercely at Jo Hong's knee. Jo Hong snorted coldly, quickly sidestepping, but Lin Chen's attack did not cease, the blade slicing toward Jo Hong's shoulder like lightning. Jo Hong sneered, meeting the attack with a fist imbued with terrifying power. The two clashed violently in mid-air, producing a deafening roar. "You won't escape," Jo Hong bellowed, his fists raining down on Lin Chen like a storm. Lin Chen dodged continuously but was still hit by Jo Hong's attacks. He suddenly leaped back, creating distance between them. Then he swiftly darted through the trees, searching for an opportunity to disengage. Jo Hong pursued relentlessly, madness flickering in his eyes. "Lin Chen, you can't escape. Today, I will tear you to pieces." Lin Chen gritted his teeth, fleeing with all his might while contemplating a countermeasure. Just as Jo Hong was about to catch up, a flash of inspiration struck him. He suddenly turned, swinging his blade in response. "Thunder slash!" Lin Chen shouted, his blade infused with boundless killing intent and power, striking directly at Jo Hong. Jo Hong sneered, meeting the attack with his fist, and they collided fiercely once more in midair. Boom! A massive shockwave sent both of them staggering back a few steps. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Chen quickly slipped into the dense forest, using the terrain to conceal himself and look for a way out. Jo Hong roared in anger, pursuing him, but the complex terrain of the forest made it difficult for him to locate Lin Chen's whereabouts. Lin Chen took advantage of this brief moment to quickly adjust his state and devise an escape plan. He took a deep breath, silently reciting, "I can't go on like this, I have to burn my lifespan." He then closed his eyes, feeling the surrounding aura, searching for the best moment to counterattack. Suddenly, Lin Chen opened his eyes wide, his gaze like lightning, locking onto Zhou Hong's figure. "Burn 50 years of lifespan. Thunder slash." He leaped up, his blade carrying endless killing intent and power, striking down toward Zhou Hong's back. Zhou Hong's figure flickered, dodging the blow, and then he retaliated with a palm strike aimed at Lin Chen. The two quickly became entangled, each move deadly. After swallowing the elixir, Zhou Hong's momentum surged, each move carrying destructive power. His fists howled, stirring up a violent gust of wind. Lin Chen's chaotic blood demon gluttonous divine art was no less impressive. Every slash he made was filled with boundless killing intent and immense power. "Draw blade technique." Lin Chen roared, his internal energy surging wildly, gripping the hilt tightly, black demonic energy swirling around the blade. He swung his sword suddenly, a massive blade of light slicing through the air, aimed directly at Zhou Hong. A flicker of fear crossed Zhou Hong's eyes, but he quickly adjusted, crossing his fists to block the strike. Unfortunately, the blade's light carried immense lethality. Instantly, it shattered all his defenses. Thunder slash. Lin Chen swung his blade again, this time, the edge infused with blazing thunderous power, striking at Zhou Hong's chest. Zhou Hong attempted to evade, but Lin Chen's speed was too fast. The blade instantly cut through his armor, landing heavily on his chest. "Ah!" Zhou Hong screamed in agony, his body sent flying, crashing into a large tree, blood gushing forth. Lin Chen did not give him a chance to breathe, quickly charging forward, gripping the knife with both hands, and thrusting it fiercely towards Zhou Hong's heart. Zhou Hong tried his utmost to dodge, but was still struck by the blade on his shoulder. "Die for me!" Lin Chen growled, the intent of the blade surging uncontrollably. Zhou Hong's face instantly turned pale, his body becoming weak and feeble. "This is impossible," Zhou Hong murmured, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. Lin Chen sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes, "You have no chance in front of me." Yama's fiery son. Lin Chen suddenly leaped up, gripping the knife with both hands, flames surging on the blade, striking down towards Zhou Hong. A hint of madness flashed in Zhou Hong's eyes. He knew he had nowhere to retreat and erupted completely. "I'll fight you to the end," Zhou Hong roared, his internal energy surging wildly, unleashing all his techniques. Although his strength was already at the second rank, the pressure from Lin Chen made him feel a hint of despair. Sky-splitting palm. Zhou Hong slammed his palm out, a deafening roar echoed in the air, the palm wind like thunder rushing towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen remained unhurried, swinging the Seven Fiends demon blade, directly cutting. "You bastard!" Zhou Hong gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. "Watch how I deal with you." Wind and thunder roar. Zhou Hong shouted, swinging his hands fiercely, summoning a gust of wind power that charged towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly, the intent of the blade transforming into a barrier, completely blocking the wind and thunder power. "Is that all you've got?" Lin Chen sneered, a hint of mockery in his eyes. "Let me see your trump card." Zhou Hong roared, his internal energy surging again. He knew he had no way out and could only fight with all his might, heavenly fire annihilation. Zhou Hong swung his hands fiercely, a blazing flame erupted from his palms, charging towards Lin Chen. The flames were incredibly intense, as if they would burn the heavens and the earth to ashes. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Hong's disheveled appearance with a cold smile, not taking him seriously at all. To quickly resolve the battle, Lin Chen decided to burn 300 years of his lifespan, crushing his opponent with absolute power. Burning 300 years of lifespan. Lin Chen roared, his internal energy surging wildly, the power of the chaotic blood demon Tunshin divine art reaching its peak. The demonic energy surging on the blade became even more intense, as if it would devour everything. A hint of despair flashed in Zhou Hong's eyes. Slash! Lin Chen stepped forward, directly jumping above Zhou Hong's head. Puff! The blade sliced through the air, carrying endless killing intent and power, directly targeting Zhou Hong's chest. Zhou Hong's eyes widened, filled with fear and unwillingness. He knew there was no chance of survival this time. At that moment, suddenly, a flash of golden light appeared, and a golden talisman flew in, blocking Lin Chen's fatal strike. The talisman emitted dazzling light in the air, forming a powerful barrier that forcefully blocked Lin Chen's blade. What? Lin Chen was startled, the blade rebounding from this powerful force. He quickly stepped back a few paces, steadying himself, and looked sharply towards the source of the golden light. A golden figure descended from the sky, landing lightly in front of Zhou Hong. It was the elder of the Ghost Fiend sect. "Dare you move him?" The golden figure coldly stared at Lin Chen, eyes filled with authority and killing intent. Lin Chen tightly gripped the blade, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Who are you?" "I am the elder of the Ghost Fiend sect. Today, I will let you see what true power is." The elder snorted coldly, the golden talisman in his hand flashing with dazzling light again. It formed an even more powerful barrier, protecting Zhou Hong within. It seems today I must deal with both of you. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his internal true energy surging once more. He decided to burn more of his lifespan to crush all enemies with absolute power. Burn 50 years of lifespan. Thunder slash. Lin Chen roared, the thunderous power surging on the blade becoming even more violent, carrying endless killing intent and strength as it struck towards the golden barrier again. The light of the golden talisman instantly became more dazzling, forming a powerful shield. When Lin Chen's blade collided with it, a brilliant light erupted along with a deafening roar. The two powerful forces clashed fiercely in the air, producing dazzling sparks and intense shockwaves. Lin Chen and the Elder each operated their true energy, exerting all their strength to suppress each other. Your power is indeed extraordinary, but today you still cannot escape death, the Elder said coldly, the golden talisman in his hand flashing with brilliant light once more. It formed an even stronger barrier, firmly blocking Lin Chen's blade. Then let's give it a try. Lin Chen roared, the thunderous power on the blade surging even more violently, filled with endless killing intent and strength, striking towards the golden barrier again. This time, Lin Chen burned 100 years of lifespan, his internal true energy reaching its peak. The power of the chaotic blood demon tear god technique was fully unleashed. The thunderous power on the blade poured down like a torrential storm, instantly piercing through the golden barrier. Puff, the golden barrier shattered, and the light of the talisman dimmed instantly. Both the Elder and Zhou Hong were sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing out. It's impossible. The Elder's eyes widened, filled with terror and unwillingness. He never expected Lin Chen's power to be so strong that he could break his golden talisman. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, a glint of icy light flashing in his eyes. In front of me, you have no chance at all. The Elder's face turned pale. He knew he was no match and hurriedly took out a black jade talisman from his bosom, crushing it to transform into a black light pillar shooting towards the sky. Come quickly for support, the Elder screamed, his voice filled with despair and fear. The black light pillar in the sky flickered continuously, emitting a piercing shriek. Moments later, 3 black figures flew in rapidly from afar, quickly landing beside the Elder. You finally came. The Elder sighed in relief upon seeing the 3, but his eyes were still filled with tension and unease. These 3 figures were the 3 great celestial evils of the ghost-killing sect: blood evil, soul evil, ghost evil, and underworld evil. All were top-tier powerhouses of the ghost-killing sect, at the 4th grade realm. Kid, do you know how strong our 4 celestial evils are? Ghost evil sneered coldly. Lin Chen looked at them coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. No matter what celestial or earthly evils you are, you all must die. Upon hearing this, the faces of the 4 celestial evils darkened. Blood evil sneered, Kid, you're dead for sure today. With all 4 of us attacking together, you have no chance at all, soul evil said coldly as well. The 4 stood together, their auras instantly condensing, forming a powerful oppressive force. Lin Chen could feel their strength, but he remained unafraid, filled with fighting spirit. Do you think 4 of you can defeat me? What a joke! Lin Chen laughed coldly, the thunderous power on the blade condensing once more as he prepared to kill all 4 of them in one strike. At that moment, the 4 celestial evils simultaneously took out a black pill and swallowed it without hesitation. The pill melted upon entering, instantly transforming into powerful energy that surged into their bodies, causing their auras to rise sharply, nearly reaching the 1st grade realm. Lin Chen was taken aback, not expecting them to have such means, and his expression became slightly grave. He knew that the battle ahead would be even more difficult. Kill! Blood evil roared, and the 4 attacked simultaneously, their powerful energy colliding in the air, creating dazzling lights. The speed of the 4 was as fast as lightning, their figures flickering in the air, their assault coming at Lin Chen like a raging storm. Lin Chen did not show any weakness. His internal true energy surged wildly, the power of the chaotic blood demon tasting god technique pushed to its limits. He swung his blade, the force of thunder crashing against the 4's attack like a furious sea. Thunder slash! Lin Chen roared, the blade carrying endless killing intent and power, striking directly at Bloodslaughter. The 2 powerful forces collided violently in the air, erupting with a deafening roar. Boom! The air was filled with a scorching heat, the ground torn apart by the powerful shockwave, debris flying everywhere. Lin Chen and the 4 great celestial evils engaged in a fierce battle in the air, each collision stirring up gusts of wind that made the surrounding trees sway. Bloodslaughter let out a cold laugh, the long knife in his hand engulfed in blazing flames, pressing directly towards Lin Chen's chest. Soul Slaughter wielded dual hooks, moving with the speed of thunder, each strike deadly. Ghost Slaughter and Underworld Slaughter manipulated the cold ghostly energy and strange poisonous gas, working together seamlessly. Facing the combined assault of the 4, Lin Chen showed no signs of retreat. His blade danced like lightning, each strike carrying boundless power, neutralizing the 4's attacks one by one. Your power is still not enough. Lin Chen sneered, his internal true energy surging once more. He decided to burn more of his lifespan to suppress his opponents with absolute power. Burning 600 years of lifespan. Yama's blazing sun. Thunder slash. Lin Chen roared, the thunderous power on his blade reaching its peak. Like a torrential storm pouring down, it bore down on the four great celestial evils. The four felt Lin Chen's power and their expressions changed drastically. They never expected Lin Chen to be this strong, a sense of fear rising within them. Block him! Blood Slaughter shouted, the four simultaneously channeling their true energy, powerful energy clashing in the air, trying to withstand Lin Chen's attack. Boom! The immense force sent the four flying, flames erupting all around. The powerful force instantly knocked them to the ground, and they all spat out a mouthful of blood, their eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. Lin Chen did not stop. He walked up to the four great celestial evils, raised his blade, and directly slaughtered them all. He felt a pang in his heart. The five of them only amounted to 600 years of lifespan, and he had just spent over 1,000 years of lifespan to completely resolve the situation. Zhou Hong stood to the side, witnessing this scene, scared to the point of wetting his pants. He could not believe what was happening before his eyes. Lin Chen was actually this powerful. He was merely a lowly commander of the heavenly prison. How could he possess such immense strength? Lin Chen coldly scanned the surroundings, his gaze like lightning, locking onto Zhou Hong. He held the seven-slaughtered demon blade, stepping towards Zhou Hong, the blade shimmering with a cold light, like a merciless god of death. Zhou Hong was terrified to the extreme, his body trembling uncontrollably. He fell to the ground with a thud, frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy. Please, Lin Chen, don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything. Just spare me. Lin Chen smiled bloodthirstily, his eyes filled with cold killing intent. He looked down at Zhou Hong and said coldly, really? You're willing to do anything? Zhou Hong nodded frantically, his face covered in tears and sweat. Really? I'm willing to do anything. Just spare me. Lin Chen lightly waved the blade in front of Zhou Hong, the cold light flashing, and Zhou Hong's heart tightened suddenly, feeling endless fear. Very well, Lin Chen said coldly, take me to the Ghost Slaughter sect. Tell me the current situation. Zhou Hong dared not disobey, immediately saying honestly, the sect master of the Ghost Slaughter sect is currently in seclusion, and there aren't many strong members in the sect. With the four great celestial evils dispatched, the defense of the Ghost Slaughter sect is now lax. Lin Chen nodded, sneering, very good. He had consumed too much lifespan today and needed to replenish it. The Ghost Slaughter sect was the best target. His cold, bloodthirsty smile sent a chill through Zhou Hong's heart, as if he were staring at a true evil spirit. Zhou Hong felt a sudden chill around his neck. He knew very well that the person before him was not someone he could easily deal with. The two hurried towards the ghost-killing sect, with Zhou Hong leading the way, not daring to hesitate for a moment. Soon, they arrived at the entrance of the ghost-killing sect. As Zhou Hong had said, the defenses of the ghost-killing sect were lax, with only a few disciples patrolling the entrance. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he tightened his grip on the seven-killing demon blade and charged forward. Who goes there? The disciples at the entrance shouted as they saw someone approaching, but before they could react, Lin Chen's blade light sliced through like lightning. Put! Blood splattered as the bodies of those disciples were instantly cleaved in two, blood soaking the ground. Zhou Hong stood to the side, trembling, feeling that Lin Chen was nothing short of a devil. Lin Chen stepped into the ghost-killing sect, the blade's cold light flickering, carrying endless killing intent and power. With each swing of his blade, a disciple of the ghost-killing sect fell into a pool of blood. Ah, help! The disciples of the ghost-killing sect screamed in terror, scattering in all directions, but their speed was no match for Lin Chen's blade. Lin Chen was like a god of death, weaving through the ghost-killing sect, the blade light flashing, each strike taking a life. Those once ferocious disciples of the ghost-killing sect were like ants before him, utterly powerless to resist. Put! Another disciple of the ghost-killing sect was split in half, blood spraying everywhere, the ground already piled with corpses and blood. Zhou Hong watched this scene, filled with endless fear and despair. He had never witnessed such terrifying slaughter. Lin Chen was simply a ruthless executioner. Don't kill me, please. A disciple of the ghost-killing sect knelt and begged for mercy. Lin Chen was unmoved, the blade descending mercilessly, blood splattering, and the disciple's voice abruptly ceased as his body fell heavily to the ground. You people of the demonic path deserve to be exterminated, Lin Chen said coldly, his voice filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. He continued his rampage within the ghost-killing sect, the blade light flickering, blood splattering. Every disciple of the ghost-killing sect met their end beneath his blade, turning the sect into a hell on earth. Zhou Hong watched Lin Chen's merciless slaughter, his heart filled with endless fear and regret. He had completely angered this devil, and now he could only obediently follow his orders. otherwise, the next to die would be himself. Lin Chen, who exactly are you? Zhou Hong muttered to himself, his voice filled with despair and fear. Lin Chen did not answer, his gaze was icy, the 7-killing demon blade in his hand still glinting coldly as he continued the ruthless massacre within the ghost-killing sect. Soon, nearly all the disciples of the ghost-killing sect were killed. The entire sect plunged into silence, blood everywhere, bodies strewn about. Lin Chen stood in the center of the ghost-killing sect, coldly surveying his surroundings, the blood dripping from his blade onto the ground, making a faint sound. Zhou Hong, where are the strong members of the ghost-killing sect? Zhou Hong trembled as he replied, I don't know. I heard they joined forces with other sects to carry out a mission. Lin Chen nodded, good, let's return to the Demon Suppression Division. All the way, Zhou Hong was practically on edge, fearing that Lin Chen might strike him down with a single blow. He worried that if he made even the slightest mistake, Lin Chen would show no mercy. Had he known Lin Chen was this absurdly strong, he would never have entertained those crooked thoughts. Just thinking about it filled him with immense regret. Lin Chen shot him a cold glance. What is that secret medicine of yours? How did you get in touch with the ghost-killing sect? Explain everything clearly. Zhou Hong answered cautiously, that secret medicine is a special pill from the ghost-killing sect, called Killing Origin Pill. After taking it, one can rapidly enhance their strength, increasing at least 2 realms in a short time, and the side effects are minimal, just consuming some energy and stamina. Lin Chen nodded, continue. Zhou Hong swallowed hard and continued, I contacted the ghost-killing sect through a secret channel. They have an underground passage leading to a hidden stronghold outside the capital. My contact with them is a single line, only I know about that channel and passage. Are there any other people in the Demon Suppression Division who have contact with the ghost-killing sect? Lin Chen's gaze was icy, his voice carrying authority. Zhou Hong shook his head, as of now, I don't know if there are others in contact with the ghost-killing sect. This line is only in my hands. As for the effects of the secret medicine, although there are no major side effects, long-term use can make a person's temperament irritable and hard to control. Lin Chen sneered, do you think these little tricks can fool me? Zhou Hong, you'd better not hide anything, or I guarantee you will die a miserable death. Zhou Hong quickly nodded, I absolutely have not concealed anything. This is all I know, really. Lin Chen coldly glanced at him and nodded, good, if you dare to have any improper thoughts, I will make you regret coming to this world. Zhou Hong's heart trembled. He knew Lin Chen was not joking and quickly lowered his head in response. He wished he could slap himself, thinking, this is what you get for showing off. Now I've truly become Lin Chen's dog. After returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen took Zhou Hong back to the dungeon. He ordered him to continue monitoring the movements of the ghost-killing sect and to pay close attention to the internal dynamics of the Demon Suppression Division. Zhou Hong agreed tremblingly, fearing he would anger Lin Chen again. Lin Chen pondered silently, the forces behind the ghost-killing sect were clearly not to be underestimated, and he needed to be more cautious. At the same time, he had to further enhance his own strength to deal with the upcoming situations. Lin Chen entered his training room and began to carefully plan his next steps. The pills currently being refined by the ghost-killing sect were terrifying. If this got out, the entire capital would be thrown into chaos. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He had to increase his strength. Relying solely on burning lifespan on the battlefield was a poor strategy. No matter how long one's lifespan was, it wouldn't hold up. After Zhou Hong returned home, he nervously entered his room, his taut nerves finally relaxing. He collapsed onto the bed, drenched in cold sweat. The confrontation with Lin Chen and the experience in the dungeon had completely shattered him, constantly fearing that Lin Chen would kill him. He was so frightened that he fell seriously ill, and this illness lasted several days, leaving him looking haggard. Seeing this, Zhou Zi grew suspicious and personally came to check on him. Honger, what happened to you? Why has your health deteriorated so much recently? Zhou Zi asked with concern, his brow furrowed. Zhou Hong forced himself to sit up, his voice weak and tinged with a hint of pleading. Father, please stop targeting Lin Chen, he is just too strong, and we are no match for him. Zhou Zi, upon hearing this, was even more puzzled. What exactly happened? Why are you so afraid of him? Zhou Hong dared not speak plainly and could only speak ambiguously. Father, there are some things you shouldn't know. Lin Chen is really not to be trifled with. Let's just leave him alone to avoid trouble. Zhou Zi sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Are you afraid of him? Humph. My plans will not change because of a few words. Lin Chen must be eliminated. Zhou Hong wanted to persuade him further, but seeing Zhou Zi's resolute expression, he could only helplessly close his mouth. He knew that no matter how much he said, it would be futile. His father's determination would not easily waver. On the other side, the leader of the ghost-killing sect, along with the guardians, had finished their closed-door training and finally returned. When they stepped through the gates of the ghost-killing sect, the sight before them was enough to make their eyes bulge with horror. The entire sect was drenched in blood, corpses lay scattered, and the air was thick with the stench of death. Wah! What on earth happened here? The sect leader of the ghost-killing sect roared, his voice filled with endless rage and sorrow. His eyes were bloodshot, his face twisted in anger, and his fists were clenched tightly, knuckles turning white. The guardians were also shocked by the scene before them, their faces showing fear and anger. They had never seen the sect leader lose his composure like this, and they whispered among themselves, trying to guess the identity of the murderer. Investigate! Find out who did this. The sect leader gritted his teeth and shouted, his voice laced with an unmistakable killing intent. Whoever it is, they must not be spared. He swung his fist violently at a nearby pillar, the immense force shattering the solid column into pieces that flew everywhere. The leader's chest heaved violently, fury burning in his eyes. Whoever dares to harm anyone from the ghost-killing sect will pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold price. The sect leader's voice was deep and filled with threat. The guardians nodded in agreement, knowing that this matter was serious and must be thoroughly investigated. The reputation and dignity of the ghost-killing sect could not be trampled upon like this. Soon, orders were issued, and the entire sect mobilized to search for clues, vowing to find the murderer and avenge the fallen disciples. In the following days, the atmosphere in the Demon Suppression Division was exceptionally tense, with almost everyone busy. Lin Chen, as the captain of the heavenly prison, naturally would not let himself get involved in outside matters. However, when Suyu came to find him for a drink, he took the initiative to bring up the recent turmoil. Lin Chen and Suyu sat in a small tavern within the heavenly prison, with several plates of snacks and a few pots of clear wine in front of them. Suyu took a sip of wine and said indignantly, Lin Chen, do you know what's been happening lately? Lin Chen shook his head, though he understood in his heart, he still pretended not to know and asked, what happened? Suyu slammed his cup down heavily, a flicker of anger in his eyes. The people of the ghost-killing sect have gone mad. Last time, someone wiped out half of their sect, and now the ghost-killing sect has directly issued a blood-killing order, offering a bounty for the murderer. Anyone with clues can receive the sect's secret medicine. Do you know? Now the entire martial world is scrambling to provide information. It's as if their conscience has been eaten by dogs. Lin Chen frowned slightly in feigned surprise, asking, blood-killing order? This is the first time I've heard of it. The ghost-killing sect's secret medicine is so enticing? Suyu nodded in frustration. Yes, that secret medicine can enhance strength in a short time. For those who crave power, it's practically priceless. Now, there are people everywhere in the martial world trying to gather information, and even many righteous people have been tempted. It's truly disheartening. Lin Chen pretended to ponder for a moment and said lightly, the ghost-killing sect has really put in a lot this time. However, since they dare to issue such a bounty, it must mean they've suffered a serious blow. Suyu nodded in agreement. Exactly, the ghost-killing sect has indeed taken a significant hit. But because of this, they will spare no effort to find the murderer. You should be careful, things aren't peaceful outside lately. Who knows if those martial world scoundrels will come knocking? Lin Chen smiled calmly, raising his cup to Suyu and said, thanks for the reminder, I will be cautious. Now, let's drink to that. The two clinked their cups, the crisp sound echoing in the air. Suyu took a sip of wine and sighed, the world has truly changed. These people disregard even the most basic morals for profit. Lin Chen patted his shoulder and comforted him, don't be too angry, although the world has changed, we can still uphold our own morals and beliefs. Suyu smiled bitterly and nodded, you still don't know, the common people outside are saying that a powerful warden has emerged from the Demon Suppression Division, capturing criminals everywhere. Lin Chen smiled faintly, a big reputation isn't necessarily a good thing. It makes one an easy target. You know how many people in the martial world are watching the Demon Suppression Division? Suyu nodded in agreement, that's true. But with you here, I always feel that the Demon Suppression Division will become better. The two chatted for a while longer, discussing interesting tales from the martial world and trivial matters within the Demon Suppression Division, and the atmosphere lightened considerably. Suyu finally set aside his worries and left with a smile. Meanwhile, in another study within the Demon Suppression Division, Nangongsu and Li Feihong both wore grim expressions. Nangongsu furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, his tone laced with anxiety. We both know the impact of these secret drugs running rampant. If we let this develop, the entire martial world will inevitably fall into chaos. Li Feihong's expression was serious as he nodded. These secret drugs could significantly enhance one's strength in a short time, but they would also drive people mad, causing them to lose their sanity. If these people caused chaos everywhere, the consequences would be unimaginable. Nangongsu sighed, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Moreover, the secret drugs from the ghost-killing sect have already attracted the attention of various forces, and even within our Demon Suppression Division, there may be those tempted. Li Feihong's face was heavy as he said coldly, we must take action quickly to curb the spread of these secret drugs. Otherwise, not just the martial world, but the entire Great Qing dynasty will face a huge crisis. Nandong nodded, a glint of determination in his gaze. I will report to the higher-ups and formulate countermeasures as soon as possible. At the same time, we must intensify our efforts to crack down on the production and sale of these secret drugs. Li Feihong clenched his fists, his gaze resolute. All right, I will cooperate fully. For the peace of the martial world, for the honor of the Demon Suppression Division, we must spare no effort. On the other side, the major forces in the capital were secretly taking action. They sent spies to gather information on the ghost-killing sect's secret drugs, willing to go to any lengths to obtain this substance that could rapidly enhance strength. In a hidden mansion, several elegantly dressed martial artists were whispering to each other. I heard that the secret drugs from the ghost-killing sect can elevate a person to the second rank in a short time. We must get our hands on them quickly. Yes, our master has already ordered us to obtain this batch of secret drugs at all costs. If we can get the secret drugs, our strength will greatly increase, and we will have more say in the martial world. The group exchanged whispers, their eyes gleaming with greed and ambition. In the martial world, other leaders of various forces were also discussing the secret drugs from the ghost-killing sect. We have dispatched our most elite subordinates. We must obtain the secret drugs in the shortest time possible. Although the ghost-killing sect is powerful, we can unite with other forces to apply pressure and force them to hand over the secret drugs. This opportunity is rare. Whoever can obtain the secret drugs first will gain a greater advantage in the martial world. The major forces in the capital were secretly vying for power, competing for this batch of mysterious secret drugs. The entire city seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, plunging into unprecedented tension and turmoil. The news of the ghost-killing sect's secret drugs spread throughout the martial world, attracting the attention of countless forces. A rumor circulated that these secret drugs could elevate a person by at least 2 ranks in a short time, and although there were some side effects, the temptation was simply too great. The White Lotus sect also became extremely interested. Although the White Lotus sect leader was usually cautious and reluctant to get involved in disputes, the news of these secret drugs was too enticing. The spies of the White Lotus sect were dispatched, attempting to obtain detailed information about the secret drugs from various channels. The Ghostly Slaughter sect maintains a very strict control over the secret medicine, and any act of leaking information is severely prohibited, making the plans of the White Lotus sect exceptionally difficult. Nevertheless, the White Lotus sect leader still ordered to spare no effort in acquiring this batch of secret medicine. On the demonic side, they too were unwilling to remain idle. Yun Tianhe had always been proud and disdainful of relying on external forces for pills, but for the sake of his son Yun Xinghe, he had no choice but to make an exception this time. To ensure that Zhao Jun would be completely killed in the next battle, Yun Tianhe decided to use the power of the demonic path and head to the Ghostly Slaughter sect to obtain the secret medicine. Representatives from various demonic sects gathered at Yun Tianhe's headquarters. Dark clouds loomed over the city, and a heavy gloom filled the sky, as if foretelling an impending catastrophe. Yun Tianhe stood on a high platform, draped in a black robe, his gaze sharp and cold, looking down at the gathered members of the demonic path. Everyone, Yun Tianhe's voice thundered, shaking every person present. The purpose of gathering you all here is for a common goal, acquiring the secret medicine from the Ghostly Slaughter sect. Zhao Jun must die, and we need that secret medicine to enhance our power. The members of the demonic path below whispered among themselves, some greedy, some excited, and some eager to try. The secret medicine of the Ghostly Slaughter sect is indeed tempting, but what we face is not just the Ghostly Slaughter sect but also those righteous path practitioners who are watching us closely. An elder of the demonic path said solemnly, a hint of worry flashing in his eyes. Yun Tianhe scoffed. What are the righteous path practitioners? As long as we work together, there is nothing we cannot achieve. Today, we will let the martial world know who the true strong are. Let's go! This news quickly spread throughout the Demon Suppression Division, and the generals were furious. These demonic cults dare to be so arrogant, brazenly entering the capital. They simply do not take us seriously. Indeed, these demonic practitioners have always been lawless, and now they actually unite to cause trouble in our territory. This absolutely cannot be tolerated. The atmosphere in the conference hall was exceptionally tense, and the generals expressed their determination to strike hard against the demonic path, ensuring they would not be allowed to run rampant in the capital. Sitting aside, Lin Chen appeared unusually calm, quietly listening to the discussions while secretly sneering in his heart. The more people that come, the better, Lin Chen thought to himself. What he lacked the most now was lifespan. Since the demonic practitioners were delivering themselves to his door, it was just right to use them to replenish his own. A cold glint flashed in his eyes. He not only felt no fear towards the provocation of the demonic path but rather had a faint sense of anticipation. Gentlemen, the demonic practitioners are indeed arrogant, but we cannot just sit back and wait. Since they dare to come, we must let them know that the Demon Suppression Division is not to be trifled with. Nangongsa spoke with a firm tone, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over everyone present. The generals nodded in agreement, feeling invigorated by Nangongsa's words. That's right, our Demon Suppression Division absolutely cannot tolerate these demonic practitioners acting recklessly in the capital. Nangong General is right, we must take action and deal a heavy blow to the demonic path. Li Feihong stood up, his gaze resolute. I will lead the Demon Suppression Division to battle the demonic practitioners, and we will not allow them to act recklessly on our territory. The generals expressed their support, and a strong sense of battle intent filled the entire conference hall. After leaving the conference hall, Lin Chen secretly calculated that the conflict triggered by the secret medicine of the ghostly slaughter sect would be an excellent opportunity for him to enhance his strength. Suyu walked up to Lin Chen, patted his shoulder, and said softly, Lin Chen, in this situation, you only need to keep an eye on the prisoners in the Sky Prison. The Demon Suppression Division will definitely consult the higher-ups to deal with the threat of the demonic path. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, revealing a hint of interest. The higher-ups? Who exactly are they? Suyu noticed Lin Chen's interest and patiently explained, the Great Shang dynasty has 4 generals guarding the realm, the Eastern General Bai Lai, the Western General Fengming, the Southern General Leijun, and the Northern General Han Shuang. Their strength has reached the level of martial gods, suppressing all directions, and they typically do not act lightly. The Eastern General Bai Lai excels in fire techniques, with a mastery of flame palm techniques that no one can rival. The Western General Fengming practices wind-based martial arts, his movements as swift as the wind, with unpredictable techniques. The Southern General Leijun has an extraordinary command of thunder techniques, his thunderous power instilling fear in his enemies. The Northern General Han Shuang wields the power of ice, his chilling aura capable of freezing enemies in an instant. Lin Chen nodded thoughtfully and said, they do sound very powerful. No wonder the Demon Suppression Division remains so calm in the face of the demonic path. Suyu smiled and continued, indeed, these 4 generals are not only guardians of their respective regions but also the protectors of the entire Great Shang dynasty. Their presence deters lawless individuals from acting recklessly. However, because of this, the 4 generals will not easily leave their posts unless true chaos erupts. Will they be mobilized in this situation? Lin Chen asked curiously. Suyu shook his head, they shouldn't be. Although the demonic path is aggressive this time, it is not enough to shake the foundation of the dynasty. The Demon Suppression Division has sufficient strength to deal with these demonic individuals. You just need to keep a close watch on the heavenly prison and ensure no prisoners have the chance to escape. Lin Chen smiled, but inwardly he was already planning. Suyu continued, in addition to the 4 generals, the Demon Suppression Division has 10 second-tier governors who will be capturing remnants throughout the Great Shang dynasty. One of these governors will personally come to deal with the ghost-killing sect. Do you know which governor will come? Lin Chen asked, a hint of curiosity in his tone. Suyu replied, it is Governor Huang Yun. His strength is top-notch among the second tier, and he is said to excel in gold-based techniques, impervious to blades and guns, undefeated in battle. With him taking action, the threat of the ghost-killing sect is negligible. Lin Chen pondered inwardly. Huang Yun's strength was formidable. If he took action, Lin Chen could only pick up the scraps, so it seemed he needed to act in advance. Understood, Lin Chen nodded in gratitude. After watching Suyu leave, he already had a clear plan in mind. He decided to act secretly and soon quietly arrived at Zhou Hong's residence. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Zhou Hong turned pale with fear, his legs going weak as he fell to his knees, pleading, Lord Lin Chen, please don't kill me. I'm willing to do anything, just spare my life. Lin Chen looked at him coldly, his voice icy yet firm. I won't kill you, but you must do something for me. Zhou Hong nodded repeatedly, terrified. Yes, Lord Lin Chen, just say it. I will definitely comply. Lin Chen approached Zhou Hong, looking down at him, and whispered, I want you to go to the ghost-killing sect and gather intelligence on their latest movements. Remember, you must not reveal any flaws. Zhou Hong trembled all over, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Lord Lin Chen, this is too dangerous. The people of the ghost-killing sect are currently retaliating fiercely. What if? Lin Chen's gaze turned cold, his tone carrying a hint of threat. If you don't go, you can die here right now. Zhou Hong was even more terrified, quickly bowing his head. I'll go. Lord Lin Chen, I will not let you down. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, pulling out a piece of talisman paper from his pocket and handing it to Zhou Hong. this is a communication talisman. If you have any news, notify me immediately. If you dare to play tricks, you will bear the consequences. Jo Hong took the communication talisman, his hands trembling, nodding repeatedly. Lord Lin Chen, rest assured, I will not play tricks. Lin Chen looked at him coldly and then said, good, there's one more thing I need you to do. Jo Hong's heart tightened at the mention of another task, his voice trembling as he asked, Lord Lin Chen, please say. Lin Chen's gaze was icy, his tone unquestionable. I need you to find a way to get 10 secret medicines from the ghost-killing sect. Jo Hong was taken aback, his expression changing drastically as he quickly shook his head. Lord Lin Chen, that's impossible. The ghost-killing sect is using these secret medicines to win over the entire martial world, and even we insiders have very limited access. They can't possibly give me that many. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Since they are using these secret medicines to win over the martial world, it will be even easier to find an opportunity. You go tell the ghost-killing sect that you know who killed half of the sect's members. Upon hearing this, Jo Hong felt as if he had been struck by lightning. Lin Chen was definitely testing him. He quickly waved his hands. I dare not, I dare not. Lin Chen coldly interrupted him, you just need to do as I say. With no other choice, Jo Hong could only write a secret letter to the ghost-killing sect under Lin Chen's supervision. In the letter, he wrote, I know who killed half of the sect's members. My condition is 10 secret medicines. After receiving the medicines, I will provide you with more detailed information, as the murderer is from the Demon Suppression Division. After finishing, Lin Chen checked it over and nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Now, send this letter out. Jo Hong, trembling with fear, sent the secret letter, anxiously awaiting the ghost-killing sect's response. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the ghost-killing sect, a group of elders and core disciples were gathered together. After receiving the secret letter, their expressions turned serious. Jo Hong claims he knows who the murderer is, and his condition is 10 secret medicines, one elder said with a furrowed brow. But is this secret letter reliable? Another elder snorted coldly, that little man Jo Hong may not really know who the murderer is. Moreover, 10 secret medicines is too many. These secret medicines are extremely difficult to refine, each one requires a large amount of precious materials and complex procedures. We have already tried to increase production, but we can't just give them away, the third elder said, his tone filled with worry. Indeed, the fourth elder added, these secret medicines are not only our trump card but also key to winning over the martial world. Giving them away easily would not only waste resources but could also expose our weaknesses. But what if Jo Hong really knows who the murderer is? A core disciple interjected, the destruction of half the sect is a huge disgrace for us. If we can find out who the murderer is and take revenge, it would be worth it. The elders fell into deep thought and began to discuss heatedly. Jo Hong is also aware of our ghost-killing sect's methods. If he dares to play tricks, he won't be able to bear the consequences. But what if he is just trying to deceive us for the secret medicines? Should we take that risk? The discussion continued for a long time, with differing opinions, until everyone turned their gaze to the sect leader of the ghost-killing sect. The sect leader remained silent for a moment, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. I know Jo Hong well, he is indeed a selfish and worthless person. Precisely because of this, he wouldn't dare to easily deceive us. He stood up, his gaze firm. We can agree to give him 10 secret medicines, but it must be a face-to-face transaction. This way, we can ensure that he doesn't play tricks on us while also quickly confirming the truth of the information. The elders and core disciples nodded in agreement. The sect leader is wise. This way we can test whether his information is reliable and prevent him from playing tricks. The sect leader of the ghost-killing sect nodded and coldly said, send the order down to arrange a meeting with Jo Hong. At the same time, prepare 10 secret medicines. We need to ensure everything is under our control. Everyone responded affirmatively and quickly began to prepare. Inside the ghost-killing sect, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. After receiving the news, Jo Hong anxiously set off for the ghost-killing sect. Each step he took was filled with trepidation, his heart racing, and sweat pouring down like rain. He knew that the destruction of half of the ghost slaughter sect was entirely related to him. If discovered, he would be doomed. Before setting off, Jo Hong had tried to refuse this dangerous mission. He knelt before Lin Chen, pleading, Lord Lin Chen, this is truly too dangerous. The ghost slaughter sect has been decimated. I can't face them at all. Please, don't make me go. Lin Chen looked at him coldly, his gaze as icy as steel. Jo Hong, this is not a choice for you. You must go, and you must complete the mission. Jo Hong's face turned pale, trembling as he said, Lord Lin Chen, you must protect me. I really can't go. If I'm discovered, I'm finished. Lin Chen's eyes flickered slightly, his tone softening a bit, but still carrying an undeniable authority. Jo Hong, I will protect you. I will not let anything happen to you. But remember, if you dare to play tricks, I will show you what hell is. Hearing this, Jo Hong's heart sank further into fear. but he knew he had no way out and could only grit his teeth and nod. I understand, Lord Lin Chen, I will obey. Finally, Zhou Hong arrived at the entrance of the Ghost Slaughter sect. He took a deep breath, trying to calm his racing heart, and forced himself to appear composed as he explained his purpose to the guards. The guards of the Ghost Slaughter sect looked at Zhou Hong coldly, then brought him before the sect leader and the elders. The sect leader sat high above, his gaze piercing, coldly staring at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong, I hear you know who destroyed half of my Ghost Slaughter sect? Zhou Hong's heart trembled, and he quickly lowered his head to respond. Sect leader, I do have some clues. But this information is extremely important. I need to obtain 10 secret medicines first to tell you in detail. The elders frowned, some questioning, on what basis should we believe you? What if you are deceiving us? Zhou Hong suppressed his inner fear and quickly explained, I would never dare to deceive the sect leader. The culprit is from the Demon Suppression Division. I have their movements and some secrets. As long as I get the secret medicines, I will tell you immediately. The sect leader looked at him coldly, his gaze filled with threat and scrutiny. Zhou Hong, you better not play tricks. Otherwise, you know the methods of the Ghost Slaughter sect. Zhou Hong nodded repeatedly, his heart racing. I would never dare to deceive the leaders of the Ghost Slaughter sect. This information is crucial for your revenge. The sect leader was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Alright, we can give you 10 secret medicines, but it must be a face-to-face transaction. After saying this, he waved his hand, and a disciple came forward holding a small box, which contained 10 precious secret medicines. The sect leader coldly said, Here are the secret medicines you wanted. Now, tell us everything you know. Zhou Hong took a deep breath, accepted the secret medicines, and tried hard to keep his voice steady. Thank you, sect leader. His trembling, pitiful appearance made the people of the Ghost Slaughter sect look down on him. They had been worried, but now their guard was significantly lowered. The sect leader and the elders exchanged glances, revealing a hint of disdain. Now, tell us, who exactly destroyed half of our sect? The sect leader asked coldly, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhou Hong swallowed hard, carefully following the words Lin Chen had given him, and said cautiously, It was Lin Chen, the head of the Demon Suppression Division. I saw him return covered in blood, and I asked him what happened. He said he was tracking someone from the Ghost Slaughter sect, and took advantage of the sect leader's absence to launch a surprise attack. The elders' expressions changed drastically, glaring at Zhou Hong in anger, while the sect leader's face turned ashen, fury boiling within him. Lin Chen said that the Ghost Slaughter sect is full of waste. This is the price for provoking him. How dare you issue a bounty back then, utterly overestimating yourselves. Zhou Hong continued, his voice growing increasingly somber, trying to avoid provoking the other party, but he knew these words would only infuriate the people of the ghost-killing sect even more. He diminished his presence, fearing that they might strike him with a slap. Bastard! The sect leader of the ghost-killing sect roared, slamming his palm on the table, the powerful true energy shattering it to pieces. The surrounding elders and disciples glared angrily, their eyes filled with murderous intent. That Lin Chen is so arrogant. Does he think anyone can bully our ghost-killing sect? The sect leader trembled with rage, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Leader, we must take revenge. We cannot allow a petty person like Lin Chen to be so arrogant. An elder said indignantly, his voice brimming with fury. Exactly, how dare he insult our ghost-killing sect like this? It's simply seeking death. Another elder echoed, his face written with anger and resentment. The sect leader clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he said, Lin Chen must die. I will make him pay 100-fold, 1,000-fold. Zhou Hong, seeing this, secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but he still did not dare to let his guard down. He knew that if these people had even the slightest suspicion, his life would be in grave danger. Leader, I'm just a small character, I know nothing. Please believe me, Zhou Hong said cautiously, trying to show his innocence and fear. The sect leader shot him a cold glance and waved his hand. Get lost. Your task is complete. But remember, if we find any deception on your part, you know the consequences. Zhou Hong, trembling, added, Lin Chen also said he would come to seize the secret medicine the night after tomorrow, to find all the secret medicine before others. Upon hearing this, the sect leader sneered, Good. He dares to come? He will definitely die without a burial place. Zhou Hong left the ghost-killing sect, thanking them profusely, finally feeling a sense of relief. But on the way back to the Demon Suppression Division, he suddenly saw Lin Chen appear by the roadside. Lin Chen looked at him coldly. Well done, Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong was startled, immediately realizing that Lin Chen had been monitoring him nearby. If he dared to speak carelessly, he would probably lose his life the moment he stepped out of the ghost-killing sect. He forced a smile and stammered, Lord Lin Chen, I have done as you instructed. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Very good, give me the medicine. Zhou Hong hurriedly handed the secret medicine to Lin Chen, his eyes filled with fear and exhaustion. Lin Chen took the medicine and said coldly, Don't go back to the Demon Suppression Division, go back and kill them directly. Zhou Hong's face changed drastically. Are you crazy? We just left. Going back now is like walking into a trap. Lin Chen sneered. Attack when they least expect it. That's how we can achieve great gains. They think we will only act the night after tomorrow, but in reality, we will strike now. Zhou Hong shook his head in terror. Lord Lin Chen, this is too dangerous. The people of the ghost-killing sect are on high alert now. We will definitely be discovered if we go back. Lin Chen's gaze was icy, his tone firm. I have obtained the secret medicine, so I must maximize its effect. Now is the best time to return. Keep up, or bear the consequences. Zhou Hong, feeling helpless and filled with fear and unease, had no choice but to follow Lin Chen under the threat. Lin Chen led Zhou Hong along a hidden path, quickly returning to the ghost-killing sect. The two approached the outskirts of the ghost-killing sect silently, and Lin Chen carefully observed the surroundings. We will infiltrate from here. Their attention is focused on the night after tomorrow, and they won't expect us to return so soon, Lin Chen whispered. Zhou Hong felt anxious, barely nodding, secretly praying that everything would go smoothly. Lin Chen quickly led him into the ghost-killing sect. With sharp skills and cautious strategies, the two avoided most of the guards. Although the defenses within the ghost-killing sect were strict, Lin Chen, relying on his rich combat experience and superb skills, smoothly approached the entrance. He signaled Zhou Hong to follow, who was sweating profusely and felt anxious, but could only grit his teeth and continue forward. Lin Chen stopped and coldly looked at Zhou Hong. Take the secret medicine, you go first and see if there's a problem with it. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong's face changed drastically. Are you sending me to my death? I won't go. This is simply throwing oneself into a trap. Lin Chen's gaze turned icy, and he said mercilessly, if you don't go, I'll let you die right now. Zhou Hong's face turned pale with anger, his heart burning with rage, but he knew Lin Chen was not joking. He gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll take it. He picked up a piece of secret medicine, took a deep breath, and swallowed it whole. The secret medicine melted in his mouth, quickly transforming into a powerful energy within him, and he could clearly feel his strength sharply increasing in a short time. Zhou Hong felt the change in power. Both surprised and delighted, though still fearful, he knew there was no turning back now. He gritted his teeth and said, I'll go, but don't forget to save me. Lin Chen nodded and coldly replied, rest assured, I'll be watching you from the shadows. Zhou Hong took a deep breath and, with his newly acquired strength, rushed quickly toward the core area of the ghost-killing sect. In the night, he moved like a shadow, swiftly approaching his target. Boom! A loud noise shattered the tranquility of the night. Zhou Hong's night raid on the ghost-killing sect directly shook the entire sect. Disciples of the ghost-killing sect rushed out from their residences, quickly gathering to prepare for the unexpected guest. There's an attack. Everyone mobilize. A disciple shouted, his voice filled with tension and anger. Upon hearing the news, the sect master of the ghost-killing sect turned pale with rage. How dare someone attack the ghost-killing sect at night? They are simply seeking death. The sect master personally led the disciples to quickly surround Zhou Hong's direction. Zhou Hong felt the increasing number of enemies around him, panic rising in his heart, but he still fought desperately. Lin Chen, you must save me. Zhou Hong gritted his teeth, filled with despair and a desire to survive. The disciples of the ghost-killing sect surrounded Zhou Hong, and although his strength had increased significantly due to the secret medicine, he still felt immense pressure facing so many enemies. This waste dares to attack our ghost-killing sect at night. An elder roared, his long sword exuding a powerful killing intent, charging straight at Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong fought desperately, but the enemy's assault grew fiercer, and he gradually felt overwhelmed. As attacks from all directions closed in, Zhou Hong's anxiety deepened. Lin Chen silently appeared at a concealed high point, coldly observing the situation on the battlefield. His gaze was sharp as a hawk, searching for the best moment to strike. Seeing Zhou Hong being besieged, the sect master was furious. Everyone, listen up, immediately capture this arrogant fool. I will deal with him personally. Zhou Hong felt immense pressure, filled with fear and despair, but he knew there was no turning back now. He could only fight to the death. He clenched his teeth and fought back, hoping to hold on until Lin Chen came to his rescue. Lin Chen quickly locked onto the sect master's position, noticing that the sect master's cultivation was only at the second rank, and decided to strike directly. He wielded the 7-killing demon blade, moving like lightning, silently approaching the sect master. Just as the sect master was still shouting orders for the disciples to attack Zhou Hong, Lin Chen suddenly launched his attack, slashing directly at the sect master's back. The sect master reacted swiftly, instantly sensing the killing intent behind him, and hurriedly turned to block with his palm. The blade and palm wind collided violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. Upon seeing the newcomer, the sect leader was instantly enraged, roaring, Lin Chen, you dare to attack my ghost fiend's sect. The two immediately became entangled in battle, blades flashing in true energy clashing. Lin Chen's 7-fiend demon blade was as swift as lightning, each strike carrying devastating power, forcing the sect leader to retreat step by step. Although the sect leader was furious, he did not dare to be careless. He fully channeled his true energy, wielding his long sword to counterattack. Their assaults were as fierce as a storm, each move filled with murderous intent and strength. Thunder Slash! Lin Chen shouted, the fierce thunderous power surging from the seven-fiend demon blade, striking towards the sect leader's chest. The sect leader hurriedly sidestepped, but still felt the blade graze him, blood splattering. A flicker of fear flashed in the sect leader's eyes, but he quickly steadied himself, thrusting his sword back at Lin Chen. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, twisting the blade to deflect the sect leader's long sword, then suddenly kicked towards the sect leader's abdomen. The sect leader grunted, his body kicked back several feet, but he quickly adjusted his stance, stabilizing himself and once again swinging his sword to engage. The fight between the two grew increasingly intense, the booming sounds of their true energy clashing resonating continuously, as if the surrounding air was trembling. Zhou Hong, seeing Lin Chen arrive, quickly realized this was a good opportunity to escape. Taking advantage of the distraction caused by Lin Chen, he swiftly slipped away. The battle between Lin Chen and the sect leader reached a fever pitch. Their techniques varied and true energy surged, each collision stirring up a whirlwind. Lin Chen coldly smiled, wielding the seven-fiend demon blade, launching another fierce attack. Draw sword technique. Lin Chen roared, the black demonic energy surging from the blade pouncing towards the sect leader like a ferocious beast. The sect leader's eyes narrowed, his long sword swiftly dancing, attempting to block the strike. But Lin Chen's blade momentum was like a mountain collapsing and a tsunami crashing, unstoppable. The blade sliced through the air, carrying endless killing intent and power, directly targeting the sect leader's chest. The sect leader exerted all his strength to resist, but was still forced back repeatedly, a deep wound carved into his chest, blood gushing forth. You bastard! The sect leader roared, his eyes filled with a frenzied light. He channeled his true energy with all his might, his internal power surging instantly, his long sword engulfed in blazing flames, charging towards Lin Chen. The intensity of their battle was deafening, shaking the entire Ghost Fiend sect. Lin Chen's seven-fiend demon blade clashed continuously with the sect leader's long sword, sparks flying, thunder and flames intertwining in the air, as if the heavens were collapsing. However, seeing that he could not easily defeat Lin Chen, the sect leader sneered, suddenly pulling out a secret medicine from his bosom and swallowing it without hesitation. In an instant, his aura surged, his realm approaching that of a martial god. Do you think this will allow you to win against me? The sect leader's voice was filled with arrogance and killing intent, his attacks becoming even more ferocious, each move carrying destructive power, crazily pressing Lin Chen. Although Lin Chen was agile, he clearly felt immense pressure facing the suddenly surging power. He was forced to retreat repeatedly, multiple injuries on his body, blood seeping out continuously. Yet he gritted his teeth and persisted, his gaze cold, refusing to back down. Meanwhile, other elders and disciples of the Ghost Fiend sect also swallowed the secret medicine, their realms rapidly rising, each one's aura surging, their eyes fiercely fixed on Lin Chen. Kill him! Avenge the sect! They roared, charging towards Lin Chen. Faced with so many strong enemies, Lin Chen found himself in an unprecedented tough battle. An elder wielding a long whip engulfed in blazing flames lashed out at Lin Chen. Lin Chen sidestepped, but the whip grazed his shoulder, leaving a deep wound. Blood splattered, the pain causing him to grit his teeth. Another disciple swung dual blades, the blade light raining down towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen barely managed to block with the seven-fiend demon blade, but the blade still sliced through his arm, blood staining it. Thunder Slash! Lin Chen roared, the blade sweeping with the power of thunder, but was blocked by the sect leader and several elders working together. The powerful recoil caused Lin Chen's body to shudder, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The sect leader looked at Lin Chen with a cold smile, his eyes filled with pride. Lin Chen, today you will undoubtedly die. Lin Chen's gaze was stern. Despite being at a disadvantage, his will remained unshaken. Every move he made was filled with killing intent, as if he wanted to slay all his enemies. However, the number and strength of his foes gradually made him feel overwhelmed. Ha ha ha, you bunch of useless fools, relying only on secret medicines to boost your strength. Lin Chen sneered, his tone laced with sarcasm, yet his eyes remained calm and sharp. The long whip struck again, forcing Lin Chen to retreat once more. His legs weakened, nearly causing him to kneel. A sharp pain throbbed in his chest, clearly indicating serious internal injuries. The number of enemies around him was increasing, and his stamina was rapidly depleting. An elder launched a sneak attack from behind, slamming a palm into Lin Chen's back. The immense force sent Lin Chen crashing forward, and he spat out blood again. The enemy's assault surged like a tide, and he was nearly powerless to defend himself. This is your fate, Lin Chen. The sect leader sneered, swinging his sword down at Lin Chen again, the sword light like a rainbow, carrying endless killing intent. Lin Chen barely managed to wield the seven fiend's demon blade to block, but the blade had become incredibly heavy, each swing draining a significant amount of his energy. He was injured in multiple places, blood staining his clothes, and his vision gradually blurred. He glanced at the encircling crowd, chuckling coldly, his voice filled with endless mockery and determination. It seems I must show you what true power is. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly burned 500 years of lifespan, simultaneously pulling out a secret medicine and swallowing it without hesitation. In an instant, the world changed color. A powerful aura erupted from him, as if it would tear apart the heavens, and the air in the entire Ghost Fiend sect froze at that moment. The sky suddenly darkened with thick clouds, thunder and lightning roared, and thick bolts of lightning danced across the horizon, as if to rip apart the firmament. A fierce wind rose, uprooting trees from the ground, and a massive whirlwind formed around Lin Chen, swirling dust and debris into the air. The earth trembled violently, as if unable to bear this terrifying power. Cracks rapidly spread across the ground, and bottomless fissures seemed ready to swallow everything. The surroundings seemed distorted, the air filled with a sense of oppression, as if the entire world trembled under Lin Chen's might. Lin Chen's aura was like an awakening ancient behemoth, sweeping in all directions, every subtle movement carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. The sect leader and the elders' faces changed drastically, their eyes filled with undisguised shock and fear. They looked at Lin Chen in disbelief, unable to comprehend how one person's aura could reach such a terrifying level. This is impossible. The sect leader's eyes widened, his voice trembling slightly. This aura, only someone at the martial god level could possess. The elders also showed expressions of terror, trembling all over, as if they were being suffocated by this aura. He actually reached this level. One elder muttered, despair filling his eyes. We can't possibly contend with him. Lin Chen's aura was already comparable to that of a martial god, powerful energy surging within him, every inch of muscle filled with explosive strength. His gaze was cold and sharp, as if it could pierce through all illusions. How is this possible? Another elder's throat bobbed, his voice trembling. What kind of monster is he? Lin Chen sneered, his voice like thunder. Now, it's your turn to taste despair. His aura was like an immovable mountain, directly shattering the hearts of the ordinary disciples of the Ghost Fiend sect. They all wanted to escape, but unfortunately, it was too late. Lin Chen swung the Seven Fiends' demon blade, and with one slash, the heavens and earth changed color, the air froze. This strike was as fast as lightning, incredibly domineering, as if it contained the supreme power of the universe. One slash chilled 14 states, making ghosts and gods weep and the world mourn. Wherever the blade pointed, lives were lost, and an unparalleled ferocity shook the heavens. In that moment, Lin Chen appeared like a descending deity, the blade radiating endless killing intent, instantly slaying all the ordinary disciples of the Ghost Fiend sect. Blood splattered, bodies flew, the scene was utterly tragic. The elders of the Ghost Fiend sect, witnessing this, exerted all their strength to resist. But in the face of Lin Chen's absolute power, all their resistance seemed so pale and powerless. One elder roared in anger, swinging his long sword straight at Lin Chen. Lin Chen sneered, his figure like lightning, the blade turned, directly cleaving the elder's long sword in two. Then, with another slash, he split the elder in half. Another elder used his movement technique, quickly flashing behind Lin Chen, attempting a sneak attack. However, Lin Chen had already seen through everything. He turned, and the Seven Fiends' demon blade swept out with fierce thunderous power. The elder had no time to react before being struck by the blade, his body instantly turning into a mist of blood, scattering on the ground. Thunder slash! Lin Chen roared, the blade descending with the power of thunder. The surrounding elders were all blown away by the overwhelming momentum, spitting blood, crashing heavily to the ground, their lives uncertain. The last elder exerted all his strength, unleashing everything he had learned, the sword light like rain, incredibly swift. Lin Chen coldly smiled, swinging the blade, the thunderous power pouring down like a storm, instantly shattering all the elder's defenses. The elder let out a miserable scream. His body was torn apart by the thunderous power, blood spraying, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. The master of the Ghost Fiend sect witnessed all this, his face ashen, filled with endless despair and anger. He gritted his teeth, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes, knowing he had no way out. Lin Chen stepped closer, his gaze cold, as if the Grim Reaper had descended. His momentum swept in like a tsunami, nearly suffocating the sect master. Who exactly are you? The sect master trembled as he asked, his voice filled with fear. Lin Chen sneered, the blade turning, cold light flashing. I am your nightmare. The sect master knew he was no match for Lin Chen. Now he had no other thoughts, directly kneeling with a thud, decisively bowing his head to Lin Chen. Lord Lin Chen, please spare my life. Now that the Ghost Fiend sect is completely destroyed, only I know the method to refine the secret medicine. I hope you give me a chance. Don't kill me. Lin Chen snorted coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Secret medicine? It holds no appeal for me. Seeing this, the sect master quickly changed his tune, pleading, My lord, I can be your servant. All the resources and wealth of the Ghost Fiend sect can be offered to you. I beg you, spare my life. Lin Chen's gaze was as cold as frost, unmoved in the slightest. He coldly said, it's too late. Then, he suddenly swung the Seven Fiends' demon blade, the blade flashing with a cold light, directly cleaving towards the sect master's neck. The sect master had no chance to react. His head fell to the ground with a thud, blood gushing out, his body crashing heavily to the ground. The Ghost Fiend sect was completely annihilated, and a cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he quietly said, Old Gu, your revenge has finally been avenged. When Zhang Qiuxing dared to provoke him, and the Ghost Fiend sect issued a bounty, they should have anticipated this day. Zhou Hong originally wanted to watch Lin Chen's joke, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen was incredibly strong. His legs trembled, fear filling his heart. Just as he was about to sneak away, he suddenly heard Lin Chen's ghostly voice call out, Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong dared not hesitate, immediately running over, his voice trembling, Lord Lin Chen, what are your orders? Lin Chen looked at him coldly, his tone icy, go and scour the entire Ghostcha sect, gather all the secret manuals, and don't leave a single thing behind, including the alchemy room. Zhou Hong's face turned pale as he nodded repeatedly, yes, 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 I'll take care of it right away. He turned to leave but felt it was impossible to complete the task, unable to help but say, Lord Lin Chen, the Ghostcha sect is so large, how can it be done before dawn? Lin Chen sneered, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes, if it can't be finished before dawn, you'll be the one to answer for it. Zhou Hong trembled all over, knowing Lin Chen was not joking, and could only grit his teeth and agree, yes, yes, I will do my best. Zhou Hong was filled with terror but dared not slack off in the slightest. In the alchemy room, as he frantically gathered various precious herbs and elixirs, he cursed himself for provoking the demon Lin Chen. He searched faster and faster, fearing he would waste time. Lin Chen stood coldly to the side, his gaze sharp as a blade, watching Zhou Hong's every move. Before dawn, Zhou Hong, drenched in sweat, presented all the items he had gathered to Lin Chen, trembling as he said, Lord Lin Chen, all the secret manuals and elixirs are here. Lin Chen glanced at the manuals, his brow slightly furrowed. He found that these manuals contained various forms of dark arts, with content that was extremely cruel, including vicious techniques for killing and heart extraction, blood-sucking, and more. After flipping through for a long time, he finally found the recipe for the secret elixir in a very concealed box. Stand back, Lin Chen ordered coldly. Zhou Hong was puzzled but obediently stepped back a few paces, standing at a distance. Lin Chen activated the technique within him, Yama's fiery sun. He roared, and the effects of the elixirs within him had not yet dissipated, as a blazing flame erupted from his body in an instant. The flame was like the scorching sun in the sky, dazzling and burning everything. The flames rolled and devoured everything around, the air filled with a scorching heat, and the ground crackled under the intense heat. The entire Ghostcha sect's buildings quickly turned to ashes in the flames, walls collapsed, beams broke, and the fierce fire spread, burning everything thoroughly. Zhou Hong's face turned deathly pale, nearly collapsing. He had never seen such a terrifying fire and quickly retreated further, filled with endless fear. Lin Chen coldly watched the raging flames, knowing that these cultists were preparing to ally with the Ghostcha sect, and naturally could not allow these harmful techniques to spread further, so he simply burned them all clean with fire. The flames burned wildly, and the entire Ghostcha sect gradually disappeared in the sea of fire, ultimately turning to ashes. Lin Chen looked at everything before him and coldly said, let's go. Zhou Hong hurried over, still trembling, his face full of terror. Lin Chen shot him a cold glance, his tone carrying a warning, this matter, everyone from the Ghostcha sect is dead, heaven knows, earth knows, I know, if I hear even a whisper of it in the future, you'll be the first to die. Zhou Hong nodded repeatedly, his voice trembling, Lord Lin Chen, you can rest assured, nothing happened tonight, I know nothing. Seeing him honest, Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, took out 3 secret elixirs from his pocket, and coldly said, this is your reward. Zhou Hong received the secret elixirs with surprise, his heart filled with both shock and joy, grateful to the point of tears. Thank you, Lord Lin Chen, thank you. Lin Chen smiled coldly, remember your words, or you know what will happen next. Zhou Hong nodded repeatedly, secretly vowing never to leak any information. Lin Chen's warning was no empty threat. He no longer dared to entertain any thoughts of betrayal. After scanning the surrounding ashes and confirming that everything of the Ghostcha sect had been completely destroyed, he turned and left. Zhou Hong closely followed, filled with awe and fear towards Lin Chen. Their figures gradually faded into the night, leaving behind a desolate silence in the ruins. The legend of the Ghost Slaughter sect came to a complete end in the raging flames. The next morning, news of the sect's destruction swept through the entire martial world like a wild wind, leaving all major factions in shock. Who could possess such power to annihilate the Ghost Slaughter sect overnight? Even the secret medicines of the Ghost Slaughter sect have completely vanished. Is this friend or foe? Within the Demon Suppression Division, the higher-ups, including Nangong So, felt a mix of emotions upon hearing the news. There was a hint of joy, but also deep fear. To be able to wipe out the Ghost Slaughter sect in one night, how strong must this person be? One commander furrowed his brow, his face filled with confusion and concern. If they are an enemy, we may have to face a tremendous threat, another commander said gravely, his mood exceptionally heavy. Nangongsa stroked his beard in contemplation, his heart filled with unease. Regardless, we must remain vigilant and not let our guard down. Despite the anxiety that gripped the entire Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen remained unaffected, continuing to rise on time for his training and daily tasks. In the morning, he conducted his routine inspection of the prisoners in the Sky Prison. At that moment, Suyu hurried over, his face filled with shock and confusion. He approached Lin Chen and lowered his voice, saying, "Lin Chen, do you know about the Ghost Slaughter sect being wiped out last night?" Lin Chen glanced at him and nodded lightly. "I heard." Suyu's expression was complex as he leaned in closer and whispered, "I heard from the higher-ups that the outside world is in chaos now. Many evil cults are afraid to act rashly, fearing they might be the next to be destroyed." Lin Chen scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. "It's a good thing they're not making moves. It saves us the trouble of dealing with them. Suyu, don't overthink it. Just focus on your work." Suyu forced a smile and shook his head. "How come you're even calmer than I am? This is a major event, yet it seems to have no effect on you at all." Lin Chen smiled indifferently, his tone light. "Big matters and small matters, someone has to handle them. If we do our part well, solutions will naturally arise." Suyu sighed and patted Lin Chen on the shoulder. "Your mindset is truly admirable. Alright, I won't think too much. I'll just focus on my work." Lin Chen nodded, a cold glint in his eyes. The martial world will always have its storms. Staying calm is the key to facing everything. Suyu sat down, and the two continued to chat for a while, discussing recent interesting events in the martial world and some trivial matters within the Demon Suppression Division, gradually lightening the atmosphere. "Did you know, recently in the northern region, a small sect suddenly emerged with a few skilled masters, and their strength is quite impressive?" Suyu said, a hint of interest on his face. "Oh, which sect is it?" Lin Chen asked, still calm inside. "I think it's called the Heavenly River sect. They've recently come into the spotlight and attracted quite a bit of attention from the martial world," Suyu replied. "Heavenly River sect. Interesting," Lin Chen nodded, noting the name. Suyu continued, "However, with the recent turmoil in the martial world, many small sects are stirring. We in the Demon Suppression Division cannot let our guard down." Lin Chen smiled. "Precisely because of this, we need to remain calm to face all challenges." Suyu nodded in agreement. "You're right. Alright, I'll get back to work. If anything comes up, I'll find you." Lin Chen nodded as he watched Suyu leave, his mind contemplating the plans ahead. He knew that the fall of the Ghost Slaughter sect was just the beginning. The storms and challenges in the martial world were far from over. On the other side, Li Feihong was personally waiting at the exit of the capital with a team of men. Soon, a majestic convoy slowly approached, flanked by elite guards. The horses were tall and strong, their hooves striking the ground in a synchronized and powerful rhythm. In the middle of the convoy was a luxurious carriage, adorned with golden dragons and lavish decorations, exuding an imposing presence. Li Feihong saw the convoy approaching and hurriedly stepped forward, respectfully bowing. "I welcome Governor Huang Yin back to the capital." The people from the Demon Suppression Division behind him quickly bowed in unison, saying, "We welcome Governor Huang Yun." The car door slowly opened, and an elderly man stepped down. He was about 70 years old, tall and robust, with a spirited demeanor. His silver hair was meticulously combed, and his gaze was sharp, his eyes bright and full of life. He wore a luxurious long robe, exuding an imposing presence. It was indeed Huang Yun. Huang Yun nodded slightly, his voice resonant. "There's no rush to return now. Li Feihong, take me to see the situation at the Ghost Slaughter sect from last night." Li Feihong nodded in agreement and immediately led the group toward the direction of the Ghost Slaughter sect. The group quickly arrived at the ruins of the Ghost Slaughter sect, and the sight before them left everyone in shock. The once mighty buildings of the Ghost Slaughter sect had turned to ashes, with charred wooden beams and tiles scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the smell of burning. The ground was scorched black by fierce flames, with cracks crisscrossing as if it had endured an apocalyptic catastrophe. "Is this the Ghost Slaughter sect from last night?" Huang Yun's expression was grave as he scanned the ruins, a hint of seriousness flashing in his eyes. Li Feihong nodded and respectfully said, "Indeed. A fierce battle occurred last night, and the entire Ghost Slaughter sect was consumed by fire. Everyone was annihilated." Huang Yun walked to a wooden beam that had not been completely burned, reaching out to touch it. Wood shavings fell from his fingertips, and his hand felt intensely hot. He frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, "The sect master of the Ghost Slaughter sect is of second-tier strength. It is impossible for them to be easily destroyed." What exactly happened here? Li Feihong stood by, feeling equally uneasy. He knew the strength and wisdom of Governor Huang Yun, but facing such an unusual scene, he couldn't help but feel tense. Governor Huang, the situation here is indeed very abnormal. We are still investigating. Huang Yun's gaze was sharp as he surveyed the surroundings, speaking in a low voice. The strength of the ghost slaughter sect should not be underestimated. To be completely destroyed overnight, the person responsible must possess extraordinary power. He fell into deep thought, seemingly pondering the hidden truth behind it all. Seeing Huang Yun lost in contemplation and silent, Li Feihong felt even more anxious, cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. He knew that Governor Huang was usually decisive and calm, but the current situation was indeed extraordinary. Huang Yun approached a burned house, carefully examining the knife marks and charred traces on the debris, shaking his head slightly. These marks indicate that an extremely fierce battle took place here. The opponent not only possesses great strength but also employs exceptionally ruthless methods. Huang Yun hesitated for a moment before slowly saying, "The one who destroyed the ghost slaughter sect is very likely a martial god." At this statement, everyone was shocked. A martial god? How is that possible? Li Feihong and the officials from the Demon Suppression Division displayed expressions of disbelief. Several guards widened their eyes, murmuring to themselves, unable to believe what they had just heard. Governor Huang is this true? A martial god? An official asked tremulously, his face filled with astonishment and confusion. Huang Yun nodded and said solemnly, "Look at this burn mark." He pointed to a still blackened area of the ground, gesturing for Li Feihong to pick up a charred wooden plank. Li Feihong complied, cautiously reaching out to grab the plank. As soon as he touched it, a severe burning sensation immediately surged through him, and he quickly dropped the plank, his palm already burned, with clear redness and burn marks on his skin. "What is going on?" Li Feihong exclaimed, quickly placing his hand in cold water to cool it, his face pale, eyes filled with fear and confusion. Huang Yun coldly said, "Indeed, this is the terrifying power of the martial god realm. This residual power, even after a night, remains so intense, enough to demonstrate its might. I have only witnessed this kind of power in 4 divine generals. It is truly incredible." Everyone who heard this was taken aback, their faces filled with shock, awe, and fear. The names of the 4 divine generals had long been known both inside and outside the Great Shang dynasty, their strength regarded as the pinnacle of humanity. And now, someone could actually be compared to them, even annihilating the Ghost Fiend sect. This is unbelievable, a guard murmured, his hands trembling slightly. Could it really be a martial god? Huang Yun nodded, his gaze deep. Yes, only a martial god-level powerhouse could possess such terrifying power. We must be on high alert to prevent any potential threats. Li Feihong's expression was complex, filled with both shock and deep concern. Governor Huang, how should we deal with such a powerful being? Huang Yun pondered for a moment before replying solemnly, "First, we need to conduct a thorough investigation to find out who this person is and what their intentions are. At the same time, the Demon Suppression Division must strengthen its defenses to prevent any sudden incidents." He turned to the crowd, his gaze piercing. "Remember, from now on, everyone must remain vigilant and cannot afford to be the slightest bit lax. We are facing an unprecedented enemy." The crowd nodded in agreement, their hearts filled with tension and pressure, but they also recognized the seriousness of the situation and knew they had to give their all. Huang Yun scanned the ruins again, his eyes filled with contemplation. He then turned to Li Feihong and said, "Li Feihong, go look for the pill formula and see if you can find anything." Li Feihong immediately organized a team to conduct a detailed search through the ruins of the Ghost Fiend sect. They combed through every piece of debris, every inch of ash, but after half a day of effort, they still found no clues regarding the pill formula. Huang Yun looked at the group who had found nothing, his brow furrowed, and said in a deep voice, "It seems that the martial god powerhouse came here for the pill formula. The Ghost Fiend sect has brought about its own destruction." Just then, a rapid sound of hooves approached, and a group from the White Lotus sect arrived. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in a white robe, his expression stern and his gaze sharp. Upon seeing the Demon Suppression Division personnel searching through the ruins, his face immediately darkened. "Demon Suppression Division? What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man from the White Lotus sect asked sharply, his tone filled with hostility. Li Feihong stood up, coldly looking at the newcomer. "We are here on orders to investigate the truth behind the destruction of the Ghost Fiend sect." "This is none of your business." The middle-aged man from the White Lotus sect sneered and gestured for his subordinates to prepare for an attack. "Humph, we also need to investigate the Ghost Fiend sect. Since you are here, let us see how strong the Demon Suppression Division really is." Before he finished speaking, the disciples of the White Lotus sect charged forward, each wielding weapons, their movements swift and their strikes fierce. The personnel from the Demon Suppression Division were not to be outdone, immediately drawing their weapons to engage in battle. In an instant, the clash of blades and the sounds of battle filled the air. Li Feihong and Huang Yun stood at the center of the battlefield, calmly observing the fight around them. A disciple from the White Lotus sect lunged at Li Feihong with a spear. Li Feihong swiftly dodged, countering with a sword that deflected the disciple's spear, then pierced through his chest. Blood splattered as the disciple let out a scream and fell to the ground. Huang Yun's expression was grim as he channeled his true energy, striking out with a palm that sent several disciples from the White Lotus sect flying. His movements were as quick as lightning, and his strength was immense. Each strike carried the force of thunder, causing his enemies to spit blood and collapse. Seeing this, the middle-aged man from the White Lotus sect roared in anger and charged at Huang Yun with his sword. His swordsmanship was fierce, the blade shining like a rainbow, filled with a strong killing intent aimed directly at Huang Yun's face. Huang Yun snorted coldly, dodging the middle-aged man's attack and countering with a palm strike that hit the man's chest. The middle-aged man let out a muffled groan, his body sent flying back, crashing heavily to the ground, blood spurting from his mouth. "The White Lotus sect is quite bold," Huang Yun said coldly, a hint of killing intent in his gaze. "Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you." Li Feihong showed no mercy either, wielding his sword like the wind, each strike infused with endless murderous intent, knocking down the charging disciples of the White Lotus sect one after another. Suddenly, an unusual phenomenon appeared in the sky. Colorful lotus flowers slowly descended, radiating dazzling light, their petals crystal clear and vibrant, as beautiful as a dream. However, amidst the beautiful lotus flowers wafted a heavy stench of blood, sharp and unbearable, making one feel nauseous. The lotus flowers spread out in the air, and everyone stopped fighting, their expressions grave. Huang Yun's expression turned extremely ugly, he furrowed his brows tightly, a flicker of worry flashing in his eyes. Someone has broken through to the martial god realm. Li Feihong's face also grew serious as he fixed his gaze on the phenomenon in the sky, a wave of unease rising in his heart. The breakthrough to the martial god realm is happening at such a time. The members of the White Lotus sect, upon seeing this phenomenon, lost their will to fight, their faces turning pale as they retreated, leaving the battlefield. The emergence of the martial god realm filled the hearts of the Demon Suppression Division with fear and unease. Huang Yun took a deep breath. The martial god realm can sense the world, and once someone breaks through, the heavens will show signs. The more colors the lotus flowers have, the higher the talent. The smell of blood indicates that this person's cultivation method is from an evil cult. He turned to Li Feihong, his gaze filled with gravity. "We must quickly ascertain this person's identity to prevent him from posing a greater threat to the Great Shang dynasty." Meanwhile, Lin Chen also witnessed this phenomenon within the Demon Suppression Division. The colorful lotus flowers and the wafting stench of blood made him feel uneasy. He furrowed his brows in thought, unsure of what this phenomenon meant. He decided to find Suyu for clarification. As soon as he stepped outside, Lin Chen ran into Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong's face was pale, his expression frantic as he hurried over. "Lord Lin Chen, something big has happened. The evil cult has produced a martial god." Lin Chen looked at him coldly and said in a deep voice, "Why the panic? Speak clearly." Zhou Hong took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and explained the lotus phenomenon and the martial god matter clearly. Lin Chen nodded, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "Understood. This matter is serious. We must be prepared. Zhou Hong, continue gathering intelligence, and report any movements immediately." Zhou Hong nodded repeatedly, his voice trembling. "Yes, Lord Lin Chen, I will find out as soon as possible." He had been quite anxious, but upon seeing Lin Chen, his mood gradually calmed. He thought to himself, "Yes, even if the sky falls, there's this madman Lin Chen to hold it up. What is there to fear?" As for his father being a high-ranking official, he wasn't as formidable as Lin Chen, so it would be better to honestly work for Lin Chen. That morning, he had heard many people discussing the events of the ghost-killing sect from the previous day, and a sense of pride and satisfaction arose in his heart. These discussions praised the unnamed hero for his good deeds, claiming that the mysterious figure had eliminated the threat to the people. Zhou Hong listened to these discussions, secretly laughing. These folks had no idea that the mysterious figure was Lin Chen, whom he assisted. Speaking of which, he was one of the participants too. He felt a rush of exhilaration, having become a mysterious figure in the rumors of the martial world, even feeling a bit pleased. This feeling of being discussed and admired made him temporarily forget his inner fears. He secretly resolved that since he had already sided with Lin Chen, he would wholeheartedly serve him. Lin Chen's strength and methods were evident. Following him might lead to greater rewards in the future. As for his father's continued plans against Lin Chen, he would have to think of a way. It would be better to persuade his father to side with Lin Chen. Lin Chen's strength was like that of a madman. His father would likely just be asking for trouble. The recent incident with the Ghost Slaughter sect has left the entire martial world in a state of panic. The demonic sects and other evil sects have all kept to themselves, not daring to cause any trouble for the time being. After all, this is a power at the level of a martial god, Who would have the guts to provoke it? Unless one had a screw loose. No one dared to easily offend this mysterious powerhouse, as no one knew what his next move would be. The disciples of the evil cults and demonic sects have all withdrawn, afraid to stir up chaos again. Each sect has become unusually low-key under this invisible pressure, fearing to attract the attention of that mysterious strongman. On the side of the Demon Suppression Division, Huang Yin personally came to investigate, bringing a team of elite members. They meticulously searched the ruins of the Ghost Slaughter sect but found no valuable clues. Standing before the ruins, Huang Yin furrowed his brow, filled with doubt and unease. "Admirably, we have searched for so long and still found nothing," Huang Yin said in a deep voice, a hint of helplessness in his tone. Li Feihong's expression was equally grave as he nodded. "Indeed, Governor Huang, our people have scoured the entire ruins of the Ghost Slaughter sect, but we haven't found anything." Huang Yin took a deep breath, his brow furrowed. "It seems that this mysterious powerhouse is not only strong but also very clever. Even we cannot find any trace of him." Li Feihong nodded. "That's true. I'm afraid we can only rely on the intelligence department to continue gathering more information." Huang Yin pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, when we return, we will immediately strengthen our monitoring of the major forces in the martial world, especially those sects that may be related to this incident. We must uncover the truth as soon as possible and not let this power become a threat." Li Feihong responded, "Understood. I will arrange for personnel to enhance monitoring and intelligence gathering immediately." Huang Yin glanced once more at the ruins of the Ghost Slaughter sect, his gaze deep, then turned to Li Feihong and said, "Let's go back to the Demon Suppression Division." Lin Chen had no interest in the outside world. He glanced at his status panel. Name: Lin Chen. Talent: Superior Realm, 3rd rank Martial Sovereign, Perfection. Cultivation Techniques: Demon Suppression Technique, Perfection. Chaos Blood Demon Devouring Technique, Perfection. Storm Pear Blossom Needle, Perfection. Heavenly Gang Blade Technique, Perfection. Blade Drawing Technique, Perfection. Soul Devouring Palm, Perfection. Shadowy Steps, Perfection. Turtle Breathing Technique, Perfection. Great Unity Blade Technique, Perfection. Thunderstrike, Perfection. Yama's Fiery Sun, Perfection. 9 Heavens Mysterious Chi Technique, Perfection. Treasures: Soul Severing Powder, 7 Slaughter Demon Blade, Chaos Divine Essence Pearl Divine Ability, Creation Kuanping Divine Ability, Upper Divine Ability, Remaining Lifespan, 3954. 2 years. This time he had gained a lot. After saving for so long, his lifespan had nearly reached 4,000 years. Lin Chen sighed. The people of the Ghost Slaughter sect were easy to kill, but the others were not necessarily so. His gaze fell on the 7th Slaughter Demon Blade. Although this 7th grade Demon Blade was powerful, he felt he needed a more formidable weapon to match his strength. He decided to start a lifespan lottery to see if he could obtain some new treasures. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and indeed, a lifespan roulette appeared before him. He took a deep breath and decided to directly consume 300 years of lifespan for the lottery, hoping to gain more powerful abilities. Injecting 300 years of lifespan, lottery. The lifespan roulette spun wildly, and a golden light flickered on the roulette before him. Lin Chen held his breath, his eyes fixed on the roulette, silently praying that this time he could draw something useful for himself. The golden light on the roulette suddenly brightened, and the roulette stopped spinning. Gained 1 opportunity for technique deduction. A glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Using the technique deduction well could have great effects. He decided to save this opportunity for later use. Not bad, keep drawing. He focused again, infusing 300 years of lifespan. The golden light flickered on the spinning wheel once more, which began to rotate slowly, the golden light intertwining continuously, each flicker carrying endless mysterious power. Demon Blade Soul Splitter, Grade 1+, Lin Chen was overjoyed to see this demon blade. He reached out to grasp the Soul Splitter, its blade as black as night, emanating a chilling light that seemed capable of devouring all brightness. The Soul Splitter not only possessed immense attack power but could also unleash the power of the soul, delivering a dual blow of internal force and physical damage to enemies. Lin Chen stood up, swung the demon blade, and felt the tremendous power contained within. He nodded lightly. Good blade. This soul splitter will surely play a significant role in battle. He did not stop, directly infusing 300 years of lifespan for the third draw. The wheel spun wildly, golden light flashing. Lin Chen held his breath, his gaze fixed tightly on the wheel. Shadow Ghost Flying Needles, Grade 2, the wheel stopped, and a set of hidden weapons appeared in the light. This was a set of Grade 2 hidden weapons, named Shadow Ghost Flying Needles. Each needle was as fine as a hair, entirely black, shimmering with a cold light. The Shadow Ghost Flying Needles not only had incredible speed but also carried deadly poison, capable of incapacitating enemies in an instant. Lin Chen picked up a needle, examined it closely, and nodded in satisfaction. This set of Shadow Ghost Flying Needles will definitely play a crucial role at a critical moment. Immediately after, Lin Chen infused 300 years of lifespan again for the final draw. The The wheel began to spin wildly once more, golden light flashing continuously, Lin Chen's heartbeat quickening in response. As the wheel stopped, a dazzling light burst forth, instantly illuminating the entire room. Gained 100 years of martial arts experience, Lin Chen felt a powerful energy surge into his body, and his mind was instantly filled with a wealth of knowledge and experience in martial arts. This 100 years of martial arts experience could be fully utilized for breakthroughs, and Lin Chen did not plan to use it immediately. He sensed the changes in power within him and decided to start applying these newly acquired abilities and treasures. He first chose the Soul Splitter, stood up, ripped the demon blade, and circulated his internal energy. Swinging the demon blade, the blade cut through the air, producing a piercing whistle. With his movements, the chilling light on the blade shone even brighter, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze under this coldness. He felt the flow of soul power and suddenly swung the blade, a pitch-black blade light instantly cleaving through the wall ahead, the powerful force causing the entire room to tremble. Good blade! A glimmer of ecstasy flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. The power of the Soul Splitter was indeed extraordinary. Next, Lin Chen picked up the Shadow Ghost flying needles, flicked his finger gently, and a needle shot out rapidly, piercing into the wooden pillar ahead with almost no sound. Lin Chen approached to inspect. The needle was deeply embedded in the pillar, its tip glinting with a cold light, clearly laced with poison. This kind of hidden weapon will surely achieve unexpected victories at critical moments. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, storing the Shadow Ghost flying needles in his waist pouch. Finally, he sensed the newly acquired 100 years of martial arts experience within him. This experience not only enhanced his combat skills but also deepened his understanding of various martial arts. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, began to review this experience, and repeatedly practiced various martial techniques in his mind. He circulated his internal energy, attempting to combine the Thunder Slash with the new martial arts experience. As time passed, he gradually grasped the essence of the Thunder Slash, each move infused with intense thunderous power, immensely powerful. Slash! Lin Chen shouted, the tip of the Soul Splitter erupted with a bolt of lightning, and with one slash, the entire room collapsed. Cough cough! This Thunder Slash is indeed extraordinary. Lin Chen felt a satisfying change in the power within him, a glimmer of contentment flashing in his eyes. He decided to use the 100 years of martial arts experience and over 2,000 years of lifespan he had drawn to break through to the first-grade martial god realm. Time waits for no one, it's the perfect moment, Lin Chen murmured to himself, his heart filled with determination and anticipation. He sat cross-legged and began to circulate the true energy within his body. The chaotic blood demon tasting technique flowed rapidly through his meridians, driving the blood and energy throughout his body, forming a vast circulatory system. He started to burn his lifespan. With each year of lifespan consumed, his true energy grew stronger, and his aura became more refined. Burn 100 years of lifespan. Lin Chen silently thought, the lifespan within him burning like flames, rapidly consumed, providing him with an endless source of power. Lin Chen felt the power within him surging like a tide, the true energy rushing through his meridians like a roaring river. He immersed himself fully in the process of breaking through, sensing every change in his true energy. Again, burn 200 years of lifespan. He thought to himself, the lifespan within him continuing to burn, the true energy becoming increasingly violent, driving the power throughout his body to rise continuously. As time passed, Lin Chen's true energy became more and more refined, and the power within him gradually reached its peak. He could clearly feel his realm steadily rising, starting from the third-grade perfection and stepping towards the second grade. Boom! Lin Chen felt the true energy within him erupting like a volcanic explosion, the surging energy rushing through his meridians, every muscle filled with explosive power. His aura grew increasingly powerful, the true energy within him like a galloping dragon, constantly striking towards a higher realm. Continue, burn 300 years of lifespan. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, the power within him accumulating continuously, gradually breaking through the early and mid stages of the second grade until reaching the second grade perfection. He felt the power within him reaching an unprecedented peak, every strand of true energy filled with immense pressure. Lin Chen knew he had touched the threshold of breaking through to the first grade martial god realm, just one step away. Just a little more, burn 400 years of lifespan. Lin Chen thought to himself, sensing that he was only a thread of lifespan away from the first grade martial god realm. He took a deep breath and continued to burn his lifespan, the true energy within him becoming increasingly violent, sweeping over his entire body like a storm. Every muscle became more resilient under the impact of the true energy, and the power within him grew even more refined. However, just as Lin Chen was about to break through the final barrier, his lifespan gradually depleted. He had reached the second grade perfection, but still had a slight distance from the first grade martial god realm. Lin Chen opened his eyes, a hint of regret flashing in them, but more so excitement and anticipation. He was very close to the first grade martial god realm, with just a bit more lifespan accumulated, he could completely break through. So close. Lin Chen murmured to himself, feeling the surging power within him. He knew he was not far from the true peak. He stood up, feeling the surging true energy within him. Lin Chen took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and thought to himself, next, continue to accumulate lifespan and break through to the first-grade martial god realm as soon as possible. He remembered that he still had one opportunity for technique deduction left unused and wondered if this method could be used to deduce a pill formula. He took out the secret medicine formula obtained from the Ghost Sha sect and began to attempt the deduction. Soon, an image appeared in his mind of himself sitting in front of the alchemy furnace, deducing and researching. In the first year, you devoted yourself to studying the pill formula, carefully analyzing the properties and ratios of each material. You discovered that several materials in the formula counteracted some of the medicinal effects. If you could adjust their ratios, perhaps the effectiveness of the pill could be improved. In the third year, you continued to focus on improving the pill formula, trying different ratios and refining methods. You discovered a new refining technique that better integrates the effects of several key medicinal ingredients, greatly enhancing the potency of the elixir. In the 40th year, your refining skills had reached an extraordinary level, with the success rate and efficacy of each batch of elixirs achieving a remarkably high standard. You felt that your efforts had finally paid off, but you knew there was still room for improvement. In the 50th year, you finally developed a perfect formula for the elixir. This elixir not only had powerful effects and minimal side effects but also significantly enhanced the practitioner's cultivation. You felt immense satisfaction and accomplishment. Lin Chen opened his eyes, his mind filled with the images from the 50 years of simulated deduction. Although only a moment had passed in real time, he felt as if he had undergone decades of dedicated research. He looked at the formula in his hand, feeling an overwhelming excitement and satisfaction. I never expected I could really deduce a formula. Now I have the perfect one. He glanced at the list of required ingredients on the formula, and instantly, his mind was flooded with knowledge about these ingredients. They included Tianshan snow lotus, 9-leaf Ganoderma, and others. A bold idea formed in Lin Chen's mind. Why not find a test subject for the elixir? He decided to seek out Zhou Hong and have him purchase these ingredients according to the formula's requirements. Lin Chen found Zhou Hong and said, Zhou Hong, I need you to buy some medicinal ingredients. He handed over the formula, pointing to the list of ingredients. Buy according to this list, and do it quickly, don't waste any time. Zhou Hong glanced at the names of the ingredients on the formula, his heart sinking slightly. These ingredients were not cheap. However, he still respectfully replied, Yes, Master Lin Chen, I will take care of it right away. Zhou Hong hurried off to gather the ingredients for Lin Chen, running from one pharmacy to another, searching for these precious materials. Each time he inquired, the pharmacy owners showed expressions of surprise and then quoted exorbitant prices. Zhou Hong gritted his teeth and managed to buy all the necessary ingredients. When he returned, laden with supplies, he approached Lin Chen with a hint of fatigue on his face, but his eyes sparkled with a hint of eagerness to please. He cautiously said, Master Lin Chen, I have bought all the ingredients, but it cost quite a bit. Lin Chen glanced at him, his gaze carrying a hint of coldness, and Zhou Hong immediately felt a powerful sense of pressure. He quickly added, No matter how much it costs, it's worth it. As long as Master Lin Chen needs it, spending any amount is justified. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction. Good, place the ingredients here. Remember, this matter must not be known to a third party. Zhou Hong nodded repeatedly, respectfully arranging the ingredients in front of Lin Chen, fearful of any mistakes. Lin Chen counted the ingredients, confirming that everything was in order, then asked, Zhou Hong, do you know where there is a place to refine elixirs? Zhou Hong patted his chest confidently. Master Lin Chen, leave it to me. There is a refining room in my backyard. Although it's not top-notch, it's definitely sufficient for refining these elixirs. Lin Chen nodded. All right, take me there tomorrow. The next morning, Zhou Hong secretly led Lin Chen to the refining room in his backyard. The room was simply arranged but equipped with various refining tools, clearly prepared with care. Master Lin Chen, this is the refining room in my backyard. What do you think? Zhou Hong asked cautiously. Lin Chen looked around and nodded in satisfaction. It's fine, let's get started. He said no more and directly began preparing to refine the elixir. He sorted the ingredients and then started to circulate his internal energy to begin the refining process. Zhou Hong stood by, watching in awe. Lin Chen waved his hands, first placing the Tianshan snow lotus and 9-leaf Ganoderma into the alchemical furnace, circulating his energy to control the heat. The ingredients gradually melted in the furnace, releasing a faint medicinal fragrance. Lin Chen added the other herbs to the alchemy furnace one by one. Each time he added an herb, the light within the furnace flickered, as if countless stars were dancing inside. So amazing! Zhou Hong couldn't help but exclaim softly. He had never seen such a dazzling alchemy process. Lin Chen was fully focused, his hands constantly changing complex hand seals, his internal energy flowing into the furnace like a stream, controlling the heat and the fusion of the herbs. Every movement he made was incredibly precise, as if he had rehearsed it countless times in his mind. As time passed, the herbs in the furnace gradually merged into one, emitting a rich medicinal fragrance. Lin Chen's movements became faster and faster, his internal energy continuously pouring into the furnace, the flames dancing within, and the herbs gradually taking shape. It's almost done, Lin Chen thought to himself, increasing the output of his internal energy. The herbs in the furnace quickly fused, forming a perfect whole. Finally, with a crisp sound, the herbs in the furnace completely merged, and the elixir took shape. Lin Chen waved his hands, opening the furnace, and a strong medicinal fragrance instantly spread, filling the entire alchemy room with the scent of the elixir. Inside the furnace, several crystal-clear elixirs lay quietly, emitting a faint glow. Each elixir was round and smooth, radiating a powerful wave of energy. This is the perfect elixir. Lin Chen looked at these elixirs with satisfaction, his heart filled with a sense of accomplishment. Zhou Hong was dumbfounded, staring at the elixirs, unable to help but say, "Master Lin Chen, you are truly remarkable, these elixirs look extraordinary." Lin Chen nodded and smiled gently. These elixirs are indeed exceptional. Now it's time to witness their effects. He turned to Zhou Hong and said, "Follow me." Zhou Hong felt a bit anxious and cautiously asked, "Master Lin Chen, where are we going?" Lin Chen smiled coldly, his eyes filled with an invisible chill. "Of course, we're going to cause some trouble for others. You will take the lead and eat this elixir." Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong's face instantly turned pale, filled with fear and unease. He had always been timid, used to relying on his father, the minister, to act recklessly. Now, being asked to take the lead was like facing unpredictable danger. "Master Lin Chen, this isn't very good, is it?" Zhou Hong stammered, his eyes filled with pleading and fear. Lin Chen waved his hand impatiently. "No more nonsense, cover your face, and don't let anyone recognize you as the son of Minister Zhou. That way, if something goes wrong, no one will know it's you." Zhou Hong felt a chill in his heart, but he didn't dare disobey Lin Chen's orders and could only grit his teeth and nod. "Yes, Master Lin Chen, I will listen to you." He quickly took out a piece of black cloth to cover his face. Although he was still anxious, he knew he had no way out and could only follow Lin Chen's arrangements. He kept reassuring himself that with such a powerful Master Lin Chen, following him should not lead to any major issues. Lin Chen looked at Zhou Hong's timid demeanor and coldly said, "Remember, don't mess up later. Stick close to me and follow my orders, otherwise, I guarantee you won't live long." Zhou Hong shivered at the thought, nodding repeatedly, "Yes, Master Lin Chen, I will definitely follow your arrangements." Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, turned, and left the Zhou residence with Zhou Hong, heading straight for their target. As they walked, Lin Chen already had a clear plan in mind. This time, the target was a somewhat notorious cult organization, and Lin Chen decided to use this operation to test the effects of the elixirs. Zhou Hong followed closely behind Lin Chen, feeling anxious. He knew he had no way out and could only grit his teeth and endure, silently praying for the success of this operation. They soon arrived outside the cult organization's stronghold. Lin Chen stopped, turned to Zhou Hong, and said, "Remember, after you take the pill, rush in and draw their attention to yourself." Zhou Hong's heart tightened. Although he was scared, he knew this was his only choice. He took a deep breath, nodded, "Understood, Master Lin Chen." Lin Chen looked at him, a glint of coldness in his eyes. "Good, now take the pill and prepare to act." Zhou Hong trembled as he picked up the pill, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and swallowed it in one go. Instantly, he felt a surge of power erupting within him, his true energy circulating rapidly, and his aura suddenly elevated. He was astonished to find that Lin Chen's pill not only lacked the stagnant feeling of the ghost Sha sect's secret medicine but was instead incredibly refreshing. It was as if every ounce of power within him was being unleashed, reaching an unprecedented peak. "This pill is truly miraculous," Zhou Hong silently praised, feeling the abundant power within him, his confidence soaring. He took a deep breath and quickly charged toward the cult organization's stronghold. The guards at the entrance saw Zhou Hong and were about to sound the alarm when Zhou Hong struck out with a palm, directly sending them flying. The people inside the stronghold heard the commotion and rushed out. When they saw a master at the second-tier realm burst in, their faces turned pale. "How can there be a second-tier master?" someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with fear and despair. However, it was too late for them to run. Zhou Hong was now filled with the immense power from Lin Chen's pill, his speed and strength at their peak. He moved like the wind, swiftly weaving through the enemies, each strike carrying devastating force. He punched out, directly piercing the chest of a cult disciple, blood splattering everywhere. With another palm strike, he sent another disciple flying several meters, crashing heavily against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth, instantly killing him. Block him! Quickly, block him! A cult leader shouted, but before he could finish his words, Jo Hong was already in front of him, a palm infused with violent true energy shattering his skull. Supported by this power, Jo Hong was filled with endless fighting spirit and confidence, as if he had transformed into a war god, unstoppable. Every strike he made was precise and lethal. The enemies had no time to react before they fell under his attacks. Ah! A cult disciple screamed in despair, trying to escape, but Jo Hong quickly caught up, striking him down to the ground. The stronghold was filled with screams, blood splattering everywhere, as Jo Hong swept through the enemies like a storm, taking them down one by one. His speed and strength instilled terror and despair in everyone. Moments later, all the enemies in the stronghold had been dealt with by Jo Hong alone, the ground littered with fallen bodies and bloodstains. He stood in the center, feeling the surging power within him, a glint of ecstasy flashing in his eyes. The effect of this pill is simply incredible, Jo Hong thought to himself. He had never felt such powerful strength. Lin Chen emerged from the shadows, looking at Jo Hong's performance with satisfaction. He nodded and walked up to Jo Hong. Not bad. It seems the effect of this pill is excellent. Jo Hong looked at Lin Chen, his face filled with awe and gratitude. Master Lin Chen, the effect of this pill is truly powerful. I have never felt such strength. As the effects began to fade, he felt the power within him gradually calming down. Lin Chen stepped forward and asked, after the effects were off, do you feel any discomfort? Jo Hong carefully sensed his body and replied with surprise, no discomfort at all. Instead, it feels like my meridians have opened up a bit, and my whole body feels much lighter. Lin Chen nodded and said with satisfaction, it seems this elixir not only enhances strength but also clears the meridians. The effect is quite good. Jo Hong's offer Lin Chen grew a few more degrees, secretly glad that he had latched onto this powerful figure early on. Seeing the timing was right, Lin Chen decided to personally take action to harvest lifespan. To truly dominate a region, one must break through to the martial god realm. Only by becoming a martial god can one possess absolute strength and prestige. Jo Hong, you did well. The effect of this elixir is very ideal, Lin Chen said lightly. Jo Hong nodded, filled with anticipation and reverence for Lin Chen's power. Yes, Lord Lin Chen, I will continue to serve you. Lin Chen coldly smiled, turned, and left the stronghold, preparing to begin his actions. He knew that the next step was crucial. He must accumulate enough lifespan to challenge the martial god realm. The first target Lin Chen aimed for was the power of the demonic leader, Yun Tianhe. The Demon Suppression Division had intelligence on Yun Tianhe, so he naturally knew where Yun Tianhe was currently stationed. Yun Tianhe had come for the secret medicine of the Ghost Sha sect, but unfortunately, before he could obtain it, the Ghost Sha sect was destroyed, and he was naturally unwilling to make the trip for nothing. He was currently stationed at Black Wind Mountain, a place with treacherous terrain, shrouded in thick fog year-round, making it an excellent hiding spot. When Lin Chen arrived at Black Wind Mountain, it was already deep into the night. He concealed himself in the shadows, carefully investigating the surroundings. The mid-mountain area was brightly lit, the stronghold of Yun Tianhe's forces. Lin Chen sighed, what a pity, Yun Tianhe is actually not here. He no longer hesitated and decided to take action directly. Gripping the soul-cleaving demon blade, his figure swiftly approached the stronghold like a ghost. The guards on the outskirts had yet to sense the impending danger when Lin Chen struck like lightning. His blade light streaked through the night sky like a meteor, each strike carrying devastating power. Ah! A guard let out a scream, instantly cleaved in two, blood gushing forth. The other guards turned in terror, seeing Lin Chen wielding the soul-cleaving demon blade, charging in like a Shura, instantly terrified out of their wits. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! Someone shouted, but before the words were out, Lin Chen's blade light had already descended, severing his head. Who is this person? The people inside the stronghold exclaimed in fear and despair. They had never encountered such a powerful enemy, each strike carrying an irresistible force. Lin Chen sneered, swinging the soul-cleaving demon blade with even greater ferocity. He activated Thunder Slash, with violent lightning surging along the blade, each slash like a thunderclap, instantly knocking down enemies. Thunder Slash! Lin Chen roared, the blade slicing down, a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky, directly striking a group of enemies. The powerful lightning instantly turned them to char, their screams echoing through the night. Run! He is a demon! Someone shouted in terror, turning to flee, but Lin Chen's speed was like lightning, instantly catching up and cleaving him in two. Heavens, we are no match for him at all. A leader looked at Lin Chen in horror, his eyes filled with despair. He raised his weapon, wanting to resist, but Lin Chen's blade light had already descended, severing him and his weapon together. Lin Chen moved like the Grim Reaper among the enemies. Wherever he went, blood and flesh flew, screams incessant. Each of his strikes carried devastating power, and the enemies simply could not withstand it. This is the power of the soul-cleaving demon blade, Lin Chen thought to himself, feeling the surging power within him, his desire for battle growing stronger. As time passed, the enemies in the stronghold dwindled, the ground littered with corpses and blood. Lin Chen's slaughter showed no signs of stopping. He coldly scanned the surroundings, killing the last few survivors one by one. "Ah, spare me! Spare me!" A survivor knelt on the ground, begging for mercy, his eyes filled with fear, but Lin Chen gave him no chance at all, striking down with a single blow, ending his life. The battle over, Lin Chen stood in a pool of blood, feeling the power surging within him. He knew this was far from enough. With Yun Tianhe absent, he had already dealt with all the enemies in the camp. His next target was the White Lotus sect. He had failed last time, but this time he intended to confront them properly. Lin Chen activated his movement technique, swiftly darting towards the White Lotus sect's stronghold. Along the way, his movements were ghostly quick, his figure flickering in and out of sight in the night, and he soon arrived at the sect's base. The White Lotus sect's stronghold was brightly lit, seemingly celebrating something in secret. Lin Chen remained cautious, quietly infiltrating to investigate. He carefully navigated through the shadows and finally reached the entrance of the main hall. Peering through the crack in the door, he was struck by a wave of nausea at the scene inside. The leader of the White Lotus sect was kneeling before a man, respectfully holding a basin of foul-smelling red liquid. The basin emitted a nauseating odor, as if it were made from the blood of countless living beings. The leader's hands trembled, clearly filled with awe for the man before him. "Saint, this is all for you, please enjoy," the leader said softly, his eyes filled with worship and fear. The man coldly smiled, taking the basin of putrid red liquid and without hesitation, gulping it down. The red liquid dripped from the corners of his mouth, falling to the ground with a faint hissing sound, as if corroding the earth. Lin Chen was secretly astonished. It seemed this man was the true core of the White Lotus sect, and the leader was merely a distraction. He observed the man closely, noting his deep aura, clearly indicating extraordinary strength. Truly disgusting, Lin Chen thought to himself, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Only by eliminating this man could the foundation of the White Lotus sect be truly shaken. He continued to lurk in the shadows, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. The atmosphere in the hall was tense, with the leader and a group of followers carefully attending to the man, fearful of any slight negligence. "You all did well, this sacrifice has pleased me greatly," the man nodded in satisfaction after finishing the red liquid. "Keep it up, don't let me down." The leader nodded repeatedly, a smile plastered on his face. "Yes, esteemed one, we will continue to work hard." Lin Chen watched the scene with a cold smile. This was the true face of the White Lotus sect, exploiting the ignorance and fear of its followers. The liquid he just drank was likely human blood. The man before him was unfathomable. Lin Chen sensed he was no simple foe. Gripping the soul-cleaving demon blade tightly, he prepared to act. Suddenly, a powerful force surged towards him, forcing him to retreat several steps. "Who is it? Who dares to intrude upon the White Lotus sect?" the man bellowed, his voice thunderous and deafening. Lin Chen stepped forward with his blade, standing before the man, his gaze electric and unafraid. The man sneered, saying, "What great courage to dare enter here. Someone, capture him alive. I want to personally crush his throat." A tremendous aura erupted from him, as if the heavens and earth were shaking. Lin Chen instantly felt an incomparably terrifying pressure bearing down on him, every cell trembling. This power exceeded anything he could imagine. It was actually a martial god level. Lin Chen was shocked. The strange phenomenon of the heavenly lotus descending last time must have been triggered by this man breaking through to the martial god realm. Facing a martial god level expert for the first time, Lin Chen felt every cell being eroded by fear, the instinct to flee instantly taking hold of his heart. "Run!" Lin Chen shouted internally, quickly activating his movement technique, preparing to escape from this place. But at that moment, the masters of the White Lotus sect appeared one after another, blocking his escape route. "You insolent brat!" An elder of the White Lotus sect sneered, waving his hand, and several disciples quickly surrounded him. Lin Chen's gaze was calm. He knew he could not panic at this moment. He quickly assessed the situation around him, searching for a breakthrough. The soul-cleaving demon blade in his hand flickered with a cold light, and he prepared to force his way out. "Thunder slash!" Lin Chen shouted angrily, the blade slicing down as a bolt of lightning tore through the night sky, striking directly at the White Lotus disciple in front of him. The powerful lightning instantly sent them flying, screams echoing in the air. But more masters of the White Lotus sect quickly closed in. Although their strength was not on par with Lin Chen's, their numbers were overwhelming, each one exuding fierce momentum. "Die!" An elder of the White Lotus sect shouted, swinging his magical artifact with a sharp offensive aimed at Lin Chen. Lin Chen swung his blade to block, the blade clashing with the artifact, sparks flying. He quickly counterattacked, the blade light like lightning, pushing the elder back. But he knew in his heart that this was not a solution. he had to escape quickly. Don't let him run, a man ordered coldly, and the masters of the White Lotus sect all attacked, surrounding Lin Chen. Lin Chen felt the immense pressure but remained increasingly calm inside. He swiftly circulated his internal energy, the soul-cleaving demon blade dancing in his hand like the wind, each strike carrying devastating power, pushing back his enemies one by one. Boom! A loud sound erupted as Lin Chen forced his way out, breaking through the encirclement, but the masters of the White Lotus sect pursued relentlessly, determined not to let him escape easily. Lin Chen quickly activated his movement technique, the wind swirling beneath his feet, his speed as fast as lightning. He darted through the night, trying to shake off his pursuers. Chase! Don't let him get away! The man roared in fury, his figure moving like a ghost, the aura of a martial god overwhelming, nearly suffocating Lin Chen. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, fleeing with all his might. The speed and strength of the martial god realm experts far exceeded his own, and if caught, the consequences would be unimaginable. He felt anxious inside but kept his mind calm. He used the terrain and the night to constantly change directions, trying to evade the pursuit. The man's aura followed closely behind, never letting up. Lin Chen quickly searched the surrounding terrain, looking for an environment he could use. His eyes flashed as he spotted a dense forest ahead, and a plan formed in his mind. Right there! Lin Chen decided in his heart, swiftly heading towards the forest. The pursuing masters of the White Lotus sect followed closely, each one fierce and determined to capture Lin Chen. Lin Chen dashed into the woods, his figure weaving quickly among the shadows of the trees, using their cover to change direction rapidly. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, he couldn't touch that mysterious man, but the others, he would take them all down. A few second-tier experts from the White Lotus sect caught up. Seeing Lin Chen no longer fleeing, they charged forward, ready to capture him alive. Just in time, Lin Chen's gaze was like lightning, gripping the soul-cleaving demon blade tightly, violent lightning swirling on the blade. He roared, "Not a single one of you will escape." One of the White Lotus experts shouted, "Capture him." He wielded a long sword, the sword light like lightning, stabbing directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen's eyes were icy as he met the attack with his blade. The soul-cleaving demon blade clashed with the long sword in midair, sparks flying. He circulated his internal energy, the lightning on the blade instantly conducting along the long sword, causing the White Lotus expert to tremble, spitting blood, and collapsing heavily to the ground. Next, Lin Chen roared, his figure darting like a ghost towards another enemy. This enemy wielded a long whip, the whip shadow coiling towards Lin Chen like a venomous snake. Lin Chen's figure swayed, dodging the whip shadow, and with the soul-cleaving demon blade, he struck out, a cold light flashing. The long whip was severed, and the blade followed up, aiming for the enemy's chest. Ah! The enemy let out a terrible scream as the blade cleaved open his chest, blood gushing forth as he fell to the ground, lifeless. The remaining few masters of the White Lotus sect, witnessing this, were filled with fear in their eyes, yet they did not retreat, shouting in unison as they surrounded Lin Chen. A cold glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He knew he had to end this quickly. He circulated his true energy, the lightning and soul power surging on the blade intertwining, transforming into devastating slashes of light. Thunder slash! Lin Chen roared, bringing the blade down, a bolt of lightning tearing through the night sky, instantly sending two masters of the White Lotus sect flying. Their bodies turned to char in midair, crashing heavily to the ground, breathless. Soul-rending heaven! Lin Chen swung his blade again, the edge carrying an endless chill, directly striking at the remaining enemies. The blade light was like a ghost in the night, wielding an irresistible force, slaughtering the enemies one after another. Ah! Spare me! The last master of the White Lotus sect, seeing the dire situation, turned to flee, but Lin Chen was faster. His figure moved like lightning, catching up in an instant, and with a single stroke, he severed the man's head. Taking advantage of the fact that the martial god of the White Lotus sect had not yet appeared, Lin Chen immediately began to recklessly harvest those who came to hunt him down. He darted through the woods, each enemy ruthlessly slain by his hand. Amidst the flashes of blades and shadows, Lin Chen's figure was like a specter, leaving a trail of corpses in his wake. The soul-rending heaven demon blade danced in his hand like the wind, each strike imbued with endless killing intent and power. Thunder slash! Lin Chen roared again, the blade descending, a bolt of lightning splitting the night sky, instantly turning a group of enemies ahead into char. The brilliance of the lightning illuminated the entire forest, screams echoing in succession. Soul-rending heaven! He swung the blade once more, the soul power surging on the edge like hellfire, instantly devouring the enemies surrounding him. Those enemies could not withstand it at all, collapsing in despair. Lin Chen's movements were incredibly swift. He constantly shifted positions, quickly harvesting the masters of the White Lotus sect pursuing him. Each time an enemy fell, Lin Chen felt his lifespan rapidly increasing. Like drinking water, his lifespan surged upward, and the blade in his hand became increasingly ferocious. These guys are all my lifespan. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, the blade in his hand growing sharper, each strike carrying devastating power. The masters of the White Lotus sect were like paper before him, utterly unable to resist. One enemy after another fell beneath Lin Chen's blade, blood staining the forest floor. Lin Chen's gaze was icy. With each enemy he killed, his strength further enhanced, bringing him closer to breaking through to the martial god realm. A White Lotus sect elder let out his final scream, his body cleaved in two, collapsing to the ground. Lin Chen cast a cold glance and continued toward his next target. His movements were swift and efficient. In a short time, he had already killed dozens of masters from the White Lotus sect. The speed of his lifespan increase was astonishing. He felt the power within him continuously accumulating, filled with satisfaction. Just like this, a bit more. Lin Chen thought to himself, knowing that this lifespan would be the key to his breakthrough. As he recklessly harvested his enemies, a terrifying aura suddenly surged from the depths of the forest. Lin Chen's heart sank. He knew that the man at the martial god level had finally appeared. His heart tightened, realizing he absolutely could not confront him head-on. He immediately took off, swiftly slipping away, his figure vanishing like a ghost in the night. "Stop right there!" The man roared in fury, an overwhelming aura crashing down like a landslide, but Lin Chen had long since disappeared without a trace. The man's eyes were filled with rage, gritting his teeth, nearly beside himself with anger. "Bastard! Daring to invade my White Lotus sect and still think you can escape?" The man shouted, his voice shaking the surroundings, the nearby woods trembling under his roar. Lin Chen did not return to the Demon Suppression Division but instead sought a small mountain within the territory of Kyoto, where he prepared to make his final breakthrough. Only here could he avoid being tracked by enemies and quietly complete his breakthrough. The Demon Suppression Division was too conspicuous, which was a troublesome matter. The small mountain was serene and tranquil. Lin Chen found a hidden cave, arranged the surrounding environment, and ensured his safety. He took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to circulate the true energy within his body, preparing for the final breakthrough. "Now I have nearly 2,000 years of lifespan, I can fully push towards the martial god realm," Lin Chen thought to himself. He closed his eyes, feeling the surging true energy within him, and began to burn his lifespan. With each year of lifespan he burned, his true energy grew stronger, and his aura became more refined. "Burn 100 years of lifespan," Lin Chen silently chanted in his heart, the lifespan within him burning like flames, rapidly consumed, providing him with an endless source of power. The true energy surged through his meridians, like a raging river. Lin Chen focused entirely, sensing every change in his true energy. Again, burn 200 years of lifespan. He thought, the lifespan within him continued to burn, the true energy becoming increasingly violent, driving the power throughout his body to rise continuously. The true energy gathered in his dantian, gradually forming a massive energy vortex. Lin Chen felt the power within him reach a new height, every strand of true energy filled with explosive force. Continue, burn 300 years of lifespan. Lin Chen gritted his teeth, the power within him accumulating, constantly impacting the breakthrough barrier. Just a little more, burn 400 years of lifespan. He could feel that he was just a thread of lifespan away from the first-grade martial god realm. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused entirely on the operation of his true energy. The martial god realm was profound and mysterious. Lin Chen's consciousness gradually perceived the changes in the world around him. He entered a wonderful state of enlightenment, feeling as if the spiritual energy between heaven and earth was merging with his true energy. The energy of heaven and earth flowed like a bubbling spring, seeping into his body, merging with his true energy. Lin Chen felt as if he had become one with heaven and earth, every flow of spiritual energy bringing him immense comfort and tranquility. He sensed the gentle night breeze, as if every wisp of wind was conveying the mysteries of the universe. Every subtle fluctuation in the wind seemed to narrate the changes and laws of the world. Lin Chen felt as if he were standing between heaven and earth, overlooking every inch of land, sensing the pulse of nature. As time passed, Lin Chen's consciousness became clearer. He gradually felt the warmth of the sunlight, as if every ray of sunlight was granting him strength. The sunlight poured over him, bringing endless vitality and energy. Lin Chen felt his body was more closely connected to heaven and earth, the true energy circulating within him, gradually merging with the energy of the universe. His mind gradually immersed in this profound state. He felt the earth's weight and stability, as if every inch of land was supporting his body. The power of the earth flowed through his meridians to his entire body, making him feel immense resilience and strength. He also sensed the vastness and freedom of the sky, as if every cloud was telling him the true meaning of freedom. The vastness of the sky and its boundlessness made his mind feel endless expansiveness and inclusiveness. Lin Chen's consciousness seemed to transcend time and space, sensing the infinite mysteries between heaven and earth. In this profound state, Lin Chen felt his true energy continuously growing, every strand of power merging with the energy of the universe. His body gradually became transparent, as if he had disappeared between heaven and earth, leaving only a pure heart communicating with the universe. Time slowly passed, the rooster crowed, and the first ray of morning sunlight penetrated the cave, shining down on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's consciousness gradually awakened from a profound state. He took a deep breath, feeling the power within him had reached an unprecedented height. He had seized the opportunity of this epiphany. Now was the best time to break through to the martial god realm. He continued to circulate the true energy within his body, which surged like a river, propelling his body to constantly break through, as if every cell was absorbing this overwhelming power. Buzz! As the last barrier shattered, Lin Chen's body was instantly filled with an unparalleled force. He felt the true energy within him burning like a raging fire, unstoppable. First grade martial god realm. Lin Chen shouted in his heart, as the true energy within him erupted violently, driving the blood and power throughout his body to fiercely impact the bottleneck of the martial god realm. Success! Lin Chen was overjoyed, feeling that he had broken through to the second grade and reached the martial god realm. At the same time, an anomaly appeared in the sky, and colorful lotus flowers descended from above, blooming with dazzling brilliance. The lotus flowers slowly rotated in the air, emanating endless pressure and a mysterious aura. People from various forces in the capital looked up at the sky, dumbfounded. Nangong So, Li Feihong, and others were also startled by this phenomenon, their faces showing shock. Another colorful lotus. Someone has broken through to the martial god realm. Nangong Su exclaimed, his eyes filled with disbelief. This power, this momentum, who could it be? Li Feihong was equally astonished, feeling the immense pressure radiating from the colorful lotus flowers. As the lotus flowers slowly spread apart, a torrent of sword intent surged forth, filled with destructive power. The entire sky seemed to tremble under this sword intent, the winds and clouds changing color, and the earth shaking. This is a sword Dao martial god. Nangong Su sensed the powerful sword intent, his expression becoming serious. Who on earth has broken through to the sword Dao martial god realm at this time? Lin Chen felt the surging power within him, his eyes flashing with a sharp light. This sword intent was the celestial phenomenon triggered by his breakthrough to the martial god realm. He swung his fist with force, feeling that every strike was filled with endless might, as if he could tear apart heaven and earth. He stood up, feeling the surging true energy and endless sword intent within him, as if he had become even taller and stronger. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged towards him, merging with his true energy. From today on, I am the martial god. Lin Chen murmured to himself, his voice filled with confidence. With his current strength, he had enough confidence to face everything. His goal was not just to dominate a region but to leave his own legend in this world. The colorful lotus flowers in the sky slowly dissipated, and the sword intent in the world gradually calmed, but that shocking power still echoed in everyone's hearts. People from various forces in the capital discussed what changes the suddenly appeared sword Dao martial god would bring to the martial world. On the streets, in taverns and tea houses, people were abuzz with discussions, filled with awe and speculation about this suddenly emerged sword Dao martial god. Another martial god has appeared. It's truly unbelievable. Not long ago, there was that one from the demon sect who broke through, and now there's another sword Dao martial god. The martial world is indeed changing. I heard this time the colorful lotus flowers are even more dazzling than last time. Could this martial god be even stronger? The nobles of the capital were no exception. Leaders of various forces held emergency meetings to discuss countermeasures. Within the Demon Suppression Division, Nangong Su and Li Feihong wore serious expressions, understanding that this anomaly represented the rise of another powerful figure. It seems the martial world is about to face a new storm, Nangong Su said quietly. We must strengthen our defenses. We cannot let these suddenly emerging powerhouses disrupt the peace of the capital. Li Feihong nodded in agreement. Various demons and evil sects also fell into panic and unease. After hearing this news, the remnants of the White Lotus sect and other forces were even more anxious. Why are martial gods appearing one after another now? Is this meant to completely annihilate us? First, there was the martial god of the demon sect breaking through, and now there's the martial god of the blade path. This martial world is about to change drastically. Other demons and evil sects also felt the pressure mounting. The destruction of the ghostly evil sect, combined with the emergence of this blade path martial god, made the entire martial world extremely complex and dangerous. Major evil sects dared not act rashly, fearing retaliation from these martial gods. We can't act carelessly now. Who knows if the next martial god will target us? Yes, let's keep a low profile for now and see how the situation develops. Those small sects and gangs in the martial world that originally wanted to take advantage of the situation to expand their influence also withdrew, afraid to act recklessly. Everyone was secretly observing, trying to figure out who this newly emerged Blade Path martial god was and whether he posed a threat to them. The entire martial world fell into a strange state of calm, with everyone cautiously maintaining a facade of peace, fearing that a single misstep could lead to disaster. Amidst this turbulent situation, Lin Chen stood alone outside a cave, feeling the morning sunlight and fresh air. So this is the realm of the martial god. Lin Chen felt as if his strength had increased tenfold, and with the secret medicine he had refined, he could probably hold his own against those at the perfected realm of martial gods. Thinking of this, he smiled with satisfaction. Now, he finally had some confidence. Even against the martial god of the White Lotus sect, he should be able to completely slay the opponent. The lifespan of a martial god was far superior to that of these ordinary prisoners. However, he still needed to hurry back to the Demon Suppression Division. Having delayed for a night, if anything went wrong in the heavenly prison, he would be responsible. After he returned to the Demon Suppression Division and checked the issues in the 18 layers of the heavenly prison, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, he didn't rest. Next, he had to clear all the personnel in the 18 layers. The daily lifespan plundering was a big deal. Losing even a day was a loss. After he finished all his busy work, before he could even warm his seat, an officer hurriedly came to report, "Lord Lin, the Demon Suppression Division requests your presence." Lin Chen did not hesitate at all and quickly headed to the Demon Suppression Division. It seemed that his breakthrough had caused some commotion, making the people in the capital's Demon Suppression Division anxious. Upon his arrival, he happened to run into Minister Zhou Zi, who never looked favorably upon Lin Chen. Seeing Lin Chen arrive late, he couldn't help but speak up. "Lord Lin really keeps us waiting. Everyone else is here, but Lord Lin still can't lower his stature. It's quite an eye-opener for us." Upon hearing Zhou Zi's words, everyone fell silent. After all, he was a minister. Who wouldn't give him some face in the Demon Suppression Division? Lin Chen, however, couldn't be bothered to respond, merely nodding and saying, "That's right, as long as you know." This statement left everyone present stunned. Lin Chen was being too tough. Why did he have to clash with the minister? They naturally couldn't imagine that Lin Chen had personally threatened Zhou Zi before, so why would he fear these verbal disputes? When Zhou Hong saw Zhou Zi arguing with Lin Chen, alarm bells went off in his mind, and he hurriedly stepped forward, saying, "All right, Dad, you should say less, everyone is here, what's there to discuss? Lord Lin, thank you for your hard work, please take your seat." Zhou Hong's words left everyone even more dumbfounded. Goodness, what day is it today? Why is everyone being so polite to Lin Chen? Not long ago, when Zhou Hong was a lieutenant, he was at odds with Lin Chen. How come now he acts like a lapdog? Zhou Hong naturally sensed the gazes of the crowd, and he inwardly lamented. These people had never witnessed Lin Chen's methods, otherwise, they would be just as he was at this moment. Moreover, when the celestial phenomenon occurred, the blade intent that blossomed from the lotus was something he found all too familiar. Wasn't this Lin Chen? If Lin Chen had truly reached the martial god realm, he would be an incredibly terrifying existence. Therefore, at this moment, in order to save his own life, he naturally did not care about the looks and face anymore. He secretly observed Lin Chen and found that Lin Chen was indeed different from before. Although Lin Chen was doing his best to suppress his aura, the momentum surrounding him was impossible to ignore. It was several times stronger than before, and Zhou Hong confirmed his suspicions in his heart. Zhou Zi glared at Zhou Hong, who looked so disheartened. It was truly a case of boosting others' spirits while diminishing one's own. He thought Zhou Hong was being polite to Lin Chen because he had been frightened by him earlier. He didn't consider how many people in the Ministry of Rights would be willing to be his lackey, with second and third tier experts as numerous as cattle. What was a mere Lin Chen worth? He wanted to say more, but seeing Zhou Hong's expression, he thought better of it. After all, he only had this one son. It would be troublesome if something really went wrong. After everyone had gathered, Nangong nodded to Huang Yun. "Governor Huang, everyone is here. You may begin." Huang Yun cleared his throat and cast a sharp gaze over everyone present. When he saw Lin Chen, his mind jolted. Strange, how could this young man make him feel a chill down his spine? However, there was no time to dwell on that. Lin Chen should be a gifted young fellow. "Everyone, we have recently received intelligence. Several strongholds of Yuntian River have been taken down, including the extermination incident of the ghost-killing sect. I suspect a secret organization has emerged in the martial world. The nature of this organization, whether good or bad, is still unknown. Therefore, I urge everyone to ensure your own safety. This is of utmost importance. The number of people in the Demon Suppression Division could not afford to dwindle any further. In the current unstable situation, these evil cults in the martial world were merely second or third tier in strength. True sects with martial god-level guardians were few and far between. What was truly terrifying was the rampant demons. The Demon Suppression Division had encountered 3 demon attacks so far. Each time had been a bloody battle, the strength of the demons far surpassed that of humans, especially in terms of physical prowess. The only advantage humans had was their high intelligence, allowing them to quickly establish training systems to survive in such chaotic times. The national master of the Great Qing dynasty had calculated that the 7th day of next month would be a lunar eclipse, a time when the yin energy and malevolent aura would be at their peak. It was feared that the entire capital would fall to the demons then, and Huang Yun's words plunged everyone present into silence. Just the thought of being engulfed by demons sent shivers down their spines. These demons were incredibly brutal, and it was common for them to feast on flesh and blood. The last time these demons had emerged in full force was 3 years ago. The corpses on the battlefield had all been devoured by them. It was impossible to leave even a whole body behind. Zhou Hong felt an overwhelming sense of anxiety at the thought of soon facing these demons again. However, seeing Lin Chen's eager and bright-eyed expression calmed him down. If they couldn't win, he could always run to Lin Chen. After all, Lin Chen was now at the martial god realm. Killing a few demons shouldn't be too difficult, right? With this thought, he felt a bit pleased. Having a martial god-level brother to back him up made all the difference. Zhou Zi, however, was not so relaxed. If the capital fell, what value would they, as officials, have left? Not to mention that they have no combat power, relying entirely on the people they recruit around them. He originally had high hopes for Zhou Hong, but Zhou Hong is only at the 5th rank now. If he doesn't die on the battlefield, that would already be quite good. Thinking of this, he let out a long sigh. Huang Yun's words had thrown the already turbulent situation into further chaos, and even other evil cults were preparing. Once the battle broke out next month, the entire capital would be drenched in blood. He wondered how the lifespan of these demons compared to that of humans. He would need to find someone knowledgeable to ask about it later. Lin Chen was not afraid. In fact, he had begun to look forward to it. If these demons had a longer lifespan than humans, he could simply wipe them all out. After the meeting of the Demon Suppression Division, Suyu glanced at Lin Chen, who was deep in thought. He figured Lin Chen had never seen such a scene and naturally did not know how terrifying it was. "Lin Chen, are you okay?" Suyu asked with concern, noticing Lin Chen's aura was like a volcano about to erupt, quite frightening. "I'm fine, just curious since it's my first time hearing about a demon outbreak," Lin Chen replied thoughtfully. "Are these demons much stronger than humans?" "Not just stronger," Suyu sighed and said, "they are practically made of iron and steel, and their lifespans are much longer than those of humans. As long as they aren't killed, they can continue to reproduce endlessly." This terrifying race naturally made everyone anxious, but there were still people who could kill these demons. It was just quite a hassle to do so. Lin Chen didn't care whether they were easy or hard to kill. What he needed to do was one thing: to plunder the lifespans of these people and demons. He felt bold in his heart. As long as he had enough lifespan, he should be able to break through beyond the martial god realm. As for what lay beyond the martial god realm, perhaps no one could clearly explain it yet. Suyu didn't know much and wasn't sure if he understood what lay beyond the martial god realm. Lin Chen thought for a moment and said, "I remember that our great Qing dynasty's ancestor was at the martial god realm. I wonder what realm lies beyond that?" Breaking through the martial god realm is extremely difficult. So far, there hasn't been a single genius in the entire great Qing dynasty who has broken through the martial god realm. So you thought Lin Chen was curious and decided to explain it clearly. After listening, Lin Chen nodded. It was easy to imagine how difficult it was to break through the martial god realm. Not to mention that the ancestor almost caused great chaos in the entire capital when he exhausted his life trying to break through the martial god realm. Yun Tianhao was restless. If he knew, he would have probably already made progress by now. Lin Chen chatted with Suyu for a few more moments before leaving. After seeing that everyone else had left, Zhou Hong stealthily approached Lin Chen. With an excited expression, he asked, "Lord Lin, have you already broken through the martial god realm? The moment I saw that colorful lotus yesterday, I knew it had to be you. Who else in the world could wield such unmatched sword intent besides Lord Lin? Stop with the nonsense and get to the point." Lin Chen shot him a cold glance. Such sudden flattery was mostly a sign that he wanted something. Zhou Hong chuckled a couple of times and directly said, "Can you give me a few more pills of that secret medicine? I want to save some for my father too. If demons run rampant and trouble arises, he could take this secret medicine and leave safely." Lin Chen didn't expect Zhou Hong to be so thoughtful at this time. Since Zhou Hong had purchased the materials for the secret medicine last time, he simply took out 4 pills and handed them to him. "Keep this safe. It's a life-saving item, so don't take it out and eat it carelessly." Zhou Hong originally thought that obtaining a single pill would be enough. After all, he still had some of the Ghost Cha Sex pills that Lin Chen had given him last time, but their effects were indeed not as strong as Lin Chen's. However, he didn't expect Lin Chen to directly give him 4 pills. Such a tremendous fortune, where could he find something like this? Thinking of this, He looked at Lin Chen with a face full of gratitude. Lord Lin, in the future, I will definitely work hard for you. If you tell me to go east, I will never go west. Whatever you ask me to do, I will do. Lin Chen waved his hand, signaling him not to say such grandiose words. How confident are you in taking the Ministry of Personnel? This question immediately made Zhou Hong, who was still feeling pleased, a bit confused. He asked, could it be that Lord Lin has some objections to the Ministry of Personnel? Not at all, Lin Chen calmly stated the facts. I just feel that sometimes you don't see things clearly. Nowadays, with demons rampant, we must unite as one. If we are half-hearted, we will naturally end up with nothing on both sides, don't you think? Zhou Hong could easily tell that this was a warning directed at their Ministry of Personnel. He quickly nodded. Don't worry, Lord Lin, I will personally speak to my father about this. If it doesn't work out, I will just tie him up. That way, he won't issue any chaotic orders that could trouble us all. Lin Chen nodded, looking at Zhou Hong with interest. I didn't expect you to be quite self-aware, not bad. Zhou Hong then flattered, Lord Lin, if any problems do arise, I will be relying on you. Of course, now that you have pledged allegiance to me, I will definitely ensure your safety. Lin Chen had this awareness. If he wanted his subordinates to follow his orders and work for him, he naturally had to protect them at critical moments. After receiving Lin Chen's affirmative response, Zhou Hong happily left. Lin Chen, on the other hand, had more thoughts on his mind. The situation with Yun Tianhe was still unknown. However, he estimated that Yun Tianhe's strength was still around the second rank, and he might even break through to a higher level. But with his current strength, even if Yun Tianhe came to seek revenge, it would be futile. It might even cost him his life. No wonder Yun Tianhe didn't explode in anger after losing several strongholds. He must have weighed his own strength and worried that Zhao Zhen would strike and eliminate him in an instant. Lin Chen was not in a hurry to find trouble with Yun Tianhe. He wanted to meet these demons and see how much lifespan he could gain after slaying them. Once he determined his target, Lin Chen acted decisively. He went to find someone to look through the records of the demon suppression monk's past campaigns and indeed found a place called Black Wind Stronghold. Demons frequently appeared here, and there were hardly any villagers left living in the area. This was a good place. Taking advantage of the night, Lin Chen headed straight to Black Wind Stronghold, hoping that this trip wouldn't be in vain. To him, these demons were no different from ordinary people. He felt no fear, but rather began to look forward to it. Under the moonlight, Lin Chen quickly arrived at the outskirts of the capital, at Black Wind Stronghold. Upon entering, a powerful demonic aura surged into the sky. Such a massive gathering of malevolent and demonic energy would have killed an ordinary person long ago. No wonder there were hardly any residents left here. Lin Chen surveyed the situation from a nearby mountain close to Black Wind Stronghold. He saw that the stronghold was nestled within a ring of mountains, surrounded by water. It was a very advantageous position for both offense and defense. However, this posed no difficulty for Lin Chen. He easily leaped through the trees in the forest. He directly entered Black Wind Stronghold. He didn't rush to reveal himself but carefully observed the situation inside the stronghold. Every lookout and path in Black Wind Stronghold was manned by scouts and guards. No, more accurately, these were not humans. It was a collection of formed mountain spirits, each looking incredibly strange, with heads resembling that of an owl. Their bodies were covered in thick scales, and of course, each one looked different. Some resembled animals that had gained sentience, while others seemed like bizarre creatures crawling out from the ground. The strength of these demons was quite average, but it was uncertain whether they possessed any special skills. With this thought in mind, Lin Chen decided to test them. He plucked a leaf from the nearby treetop and channeled his inner strength. Whoosh! With a sound, the leaf shot through the air, heading straight for one of the owl-like creatures. The creature turned its head just in time to see the leaf pierce directly into its eye. In an instant, the eyeball burst, and it let out a painful howl, the sound piercingly harsh. Lin Chen brandished his soul demon blade and charged forward, striking the owl creature on the head. Put! Blood splattered everywhere. Kill the demon mountain spirit, gain an additional 300 years of life. Lin Chen's eyes lit up. He looked at the other demons, and his expression changed. This was a surefire opportunity for wealth. The other demons, hearing the commotion, rushed over, shocked that a human dared to confront them alone. Their cries grew even more piercing. Lin Chen couldn't be bothered to argue with them and directly engaged in battle. Most of these demons attacked with weapons or some bizarre techniques inherent to their bodies. In Lin Chen's eyes, none of it was worth noting. He activated the Yen Luo Sun, and boundless flames erupted from his body. The immense power of these flames was enough to purify all the evils of the world. The demons were filled with extreme fear. The flames, belonging to the sun, were particularly effective against these dark, malevolent beings. They frantically tried to escape, but it was too late. Lin Chen sneered, and the soul hunter demon blade in his hand swung even more terrifyingly. Thunder slash! Lin Chen shouted, and countless blade shadows fell in an instant, cleaving the demons behind him in half. The blood of these demons was green, yellow, and their innards resembled a writhing mass of worms. Lin Chen glanced at them and felt nauseated. Boom! Countless flames erupted from the ground, dyeing the entire world red. The Black Wind Village was already heavy with dark energy, and when these flames met the dark energy, it was as if they encountered fuel. With a gust of wind, the entire Black Wind Village turned into a sea of fire. Various cries of agony echoed, and Lin Chen stood at the treetop, ready to strike down any stragglers. The demons didn't even have time to scream before becoming souls under Lin Chen's blade. The Yen Luo Sun he summoned did not harm him, he merely found it somewhat strange. This Black Wind Village must be a gathering place for great demons, so why were there only a bunch of lowly minions? After he finished killing them all, he checked and found he still had over 2,000 years of life left, feeling satisfied. Well, lowly minions were still minions, having them was better than not having any at all. He took one last look at the still burning Black Wind Village and left in a carefree manner. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was unaware that having ascended to the realm of a first-grade martial god, these second- and third-grade demons were merely lowly figures in his eyes. However, in the eyes of others, they were colossal beings. Now, the traces of the Black Wind Village's destruction were identical to those of the ghost-killing sect's extermination, shocking the entire martial world. They even suspected that the 4 divine generals of the Great Shang dynasty had come out of retirement. Otherwise, how could so many evil cults be wiped out one after another? The great demons of Black Wind Village were not absent. They were all waiting for the celestial event of the lunar eclipse next month, and at this moment, they had all rushed to places where they could absorb the essence of the sun and moon. When they returned to Black Wind Village, they found their home was gone. Each one was on the verge of madness. They were already inferior to humans, and after finally finding a place to settle, it was destroyed by humans. How could they not hate? Zhou Ziyi did not expect that a force he completely did not understand had emerged in the martial world. He felt an overwhelming sense of panic in his heart. The Great Shang dynasty was now on shaky ground. If he could not quickly establish his own power, how could he stand firm in this chaotic era? However, the burning of the Black Wind stronghold had caused widespread fear. He felt a bit shaken inside. What kind of means could defeat such a strong opponent? The people he had were all useless. If only he had such a strong person to command. Thinking of this, he looked at his son, who was continuously eating beside him, and sighed inwardly. Zhou Hong was not worried at all. He knew that this method was naturally the work of Lin Chen. He just didn't expect that Lin Chen had actually set his sights on the Black Wind stronghold this time. This was what they called serving the country and the people. Compared to them, who were nothing but drunkards and gluttons, Lin Chen truly considered the common people. Zhou Hong didn't care about that. He just told Zhou Ziyi again, "Son, let's not trouble Lin Chen anymore. It's enough to live our own lives. We don't even know how powerful Lin Chen is now. What if one day while we're sleeping, our heads are directly at risk?" This was also a concern he had always had. Lin Chen was elusive. Who knew what crazy things he would do? Zhou Ziyi slapped his son's head hard. "What nonsense are you talking? I'm not afraid of heaven or earth. Why should I fear a little Lin Chen? What is he? Just a small leader from the prison. Do you think he's some great martial god?" As soon as he said this, Zhou Hong immediately replied, "If Lin Chen really becomes a martial god in the future, wouldn't it be troublesome for us to offend him now?" Zhou Ziyi sneered. "How is that possible? Lin Chen will never reach the martial god realm in his lifetime. If he could become a martial god, your father and I would have long since become the new king of the Great Shang dynasty." Zhou Hong sighed. It was really impossible to reason with him. Even if he told Zhou Ziyi about Lin Chen's ultimate strength, he probably wouldn't believe it. He took out the secret medicine Lin Chen had given him. "Dad, keep this pill safe. It's for saving your life. Don't eat it randomly. I only got 2 pills, one for each of us." Zhou Ziyi glanced at it. It smelled strongly of medicine. "What kind of medicine is this?" Zhou Hong said proudly. "It's the medicine that wiped out the entire ghost-killing sect." Zhou Ziyi was astonished by Zhou Hong's words, his anger causing him to puff up his cheeks. "You little brat, where did you get this medicine? The people of the ghost-killing sect were all dead. How could anyone still obtain it?" Zhou Hong must have been deceived. "You don't need to worry about that. It's a good medicine that has been cut off from the world," Zhou Hong said proudly, patting his chest to guarantee that the medicine was definitely fine. Zhou Ziyi remained half convinced, his eyes filled with doubt. "Is it really that miraculous?" "Of course it is," Zhou Hong explained. "This medicine is the secret medicine of the ghost-killing sect. After I, a 5th grade, take it, I can immediately reach the 2nd grade. It's completely fine for saving my life." Zhou Ziyi listened, frowning as he looked at the pill in his hand, clearly not believing it. Is there really such a powerful medicine in the world? If it were that powerful, the martial world would have been in chaos long ago. Zhou Hong shrugged helplessly. "Dad, anyway, there's only this one pill. If you want to eat it randomly to test it, that's up to you, but then the chance to save your life will be gone. Seeing him say this, Josie pondered for a moment, weighing it in his heart, and felt that his son had a point, so he stopped saying more. In the end, he decided to put the pill away for use at a critical moment. Alright, since you say so, I'll keep it for now. Josie carefully stored the pill, placing it gently in his bosom. Jo Hong nodded, secretly relieved in his heart. He knew Lin Chen's strength and methods, and being able to convince his father of the power of this elixir also added a layer of security for them. He looked at Josie and cautiously said, "Dad, you really need to be more careful. It's best if we try not to offend Lin Chen." Josie snorted and said no more. He felt some apprehension towards Lin Chen, still unwilling to accept it in his heart. He also knew his son was right. After all, in this turbulent time, having an extra layer of safety is always good. Lin Chen had already reached the martial god realm. If the people in the Demon Suppression Division found out, they would probably want to revere him like an ancestor. Achieving the martial god realm by the age of 20 is an incredibly terrifying talent, an extraordinary gift. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was not the least bit interested in such empty titles. These accolades and honors were far less valuable than actual benefits. He held the lives of prisoners from the 18 layers of the heavenly prison in his hands. He would never easily give these life essence blood packs to others. This was the most suitable job for him. Every time he harvested life essence, it was a boost to his strength. Currently, Lin Chen's life essence was nearing 4,000 years. This life essence was enough for him to unleash powerful strength at critical moments. He was not in a hurry to use this life essence. Next month's lunar eclipse would be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That would be the time when the Yin energy was at its peak and the malevolent aura was strongest. He intended to use this life essence as fuel to support him in harvesting even more. Huang Yun had been in the Demon Suppression Division for many years, experienced and sharp-eyed, and would not easily overlook anything. He had been keeping a close eye on the recent situation, especially the new leader of the heavenly prison, Lin Chen. He decided to personally learn about this young man's situation and found Suyu to inquire about Lin Chen. "Suyu, I heard that Lin Chen was recommended by you to join the Demon Suppression Division?" Huang Yun asked. Suyu smiled slightly and nodded. "Governor Huang, Lin Chen is a good seedling. At such a young age, he has become the leader of the 18 layers, with decisive methods and a quick approach to work. He is also a very promising successor to leader Zhao Jun." Huang Yun smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this. "Indeed, I have long seen that this kid is not simple. He is young, and his future is limitless. Suyu, go inform Lin Chen, I want to meet him." Suyu nodded in response and hurried off to find Lin Chen. He arrived at the heavenly prison and saw Lin Chen inspecting the prisoners, so he quickly approached him. "Lin Chen, Governor Huang wants to see you," Suyu said excitedly. Lin Chen paused. "Oh, Governor Huang wants to see me?" Suyu nodded, his face full of smiles. "Yes, Governor Huang personally named you. He probably has his eye on you and may be promoting you." Lin Chen smiled lightly and replied indifferently, "I don't care about such matters. Let's go meet the governor." Soon, under Suyu's guidance, Lin Chen arrived at Huang Yun's reception room. Huang Yun was sitting at the table, his sharp gaze fixed on the door. As Lin Chen walked in, he slightly bowed and politely said, "Governor Huang, you called for me?" Huang Yun looked Lin Chen up and down, seeing his impressive aura and sharp demeanor, and said with satisfaction, "Lin Chen, during the last assembly of all members of the Demon Suppression Division, I was deeply impressed by you. At such a young age, you can manage the 18 layers of the heavenly prison. This is an extraordinary achievement." Lin Chen humbly smiled. "Thank you for the compliment, Governor. This is my duty." Huang Yun's gaze was sharp, carrying a hint of appreciation. "Indeed, not arrogant or impatient. This is a true good seedling. Lin Chen, your future is limitless. I hope you can continue to maintain this attitude and make greater contributions to the Demon Suppression Division." "Rest assured, Governor," Lin Chen nodded, responding earnestly, "I will continue to work hard and live up to your expectations." Huang Yun turned to Suyu and said, "Suyu, you can leave for now. I have some matters to discuss with Lin Chen privately." Suyu complied and left, closing the door behind him. Huang Yun sat back at the table, his gaze sharp as he looked at Lin Chen and asked, "Lin Chen, do you know the origin of the Demon Suppression Division?" Lin Chen shook his head. He didn't know much about the history of the Demon Suppression Division. Huang Yun stood up, his hands clasped behind his back, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. The Demon Suppression Division was personally established by the founding emperor of the Great Shang Dynasty. Back then, demons roamed the land, and evil cults ran rampant, causing immense suffering for the common people. The founding emperor established the Demon Suppression Division to protect the peace of the people, specifically tasked with suppressing demons and evil cults, ensuring the tranquility of the Great Shang Dynasty. He paused, his tone growing more impassioned. the duty of the Demon Suppression Division is not only to maintain order in the capital but also to safeguard the peace of the entire Great Qing dynasty. Every one of us in the Demon Suppression Division exists for this great mission. Lin Chen felt his blood boil. To single-handedly suppress evil cults, one could only imagine how powerful that emperor must have been back then. Huang Yun paused, letting out a slight sigh. What you currently manage is the heavenly prison, which is important in its own right, but the truly terrifying prison is at the core of the Demon Suppression Division. That place is called the Yin Yang Prison. Upon hearing this name, Lin Chen's heart trembled slightly, and a strong interest appeared in his eyes. Yin Yang Prison? What kind of place is that? Huang Yun's expression turned serious as he carefully began to explain. The Yin Yang Prison holds not only the most heinous criminals but also many powerful demons. These demons were personally captured by the 4 great generals. They are incredibly strong and extremely dangerous. He looked intently at Lin Chen, a hint of urgency in his smile. Lin Chen, do you have the courage to interact with these beings? Lin Chen's eyes instantly lit up. Was there such an opportunity? Of course, I'm willing to take on this challenge. Huang Yun thought to himself that he had indeed not misjudged him. He nodded in satisfaction. The Yin Yang Prison is different from ordinary prisons. It is equipped with unique formations specifically designed to prevent these powerful demons and criminals from escaping using evil techniques. The formations not only suppress their strength but also weaken their spiritual power, making it difficult for them to cause chaos. These formations were designed by the most elite formation masters of the Great Qing dynasty and had undergone countless improvements to achieve their current effectiveness. Every formation node is crucial. If one is damaged, the entire prison's defenses will collapse. Lin Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. The existence of such formations is vital for suppressing those powerful and dangerous beings. If Lin Chen still didn't understand Huang Yun's meaning at this point, he would truly be foolish. He smiled lightly, his voice calm. Governor, what do you need me to do? Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Huang Yun couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. Speaking with intelligent people was truly enlightening. He took a deep breath and stated directly, these powerful demons and dangerous criminals are captured in the Yin Yang prison because they harbor many secrets, especially regarding their cultivation methods. In this world where strength reigns supreme, everyone wants to quickly reach that legendary realm, martial god. Lin Chen's heart stirred slightly upon hearing this. Huang Yun continued, capturing them in the Yin Yang prison is to grasp important cultivation methods. If we can extract these methods from them, it would be a significant achievement for our Demon Suppression Division. Huang Yun had heard that Lin Chen enjoyed experimenting with various interrogation techniques. Even the most stubborn criminals wouldn't last half an hour in his hands. Lin Chen was now eager. The higher the level of the prison, the longer the lifespan of its inhabitants. Huang Yun, seeing his composed demeanor, flashed a hint of appreciation. You will need to interact with these criminals and demons, finding ways to extract valuable cultivation methods and secrets from them. Lin Chen listened attentively and then stood up. Governor, I will do my best to complete this task. Very well, I believe you can accomplish this task. However, you must also be cautious, never let your guard down. The Yin Yang prison is unknown to the world precisely because it is too dangerous. Recklessly sending someone in is no different from sending them to their death. Lin Chen nodded in response, I understand, I will remain vigilant at all times. Huang Yun handed him a special token, the key to opening the Yin Yang prison. Lin Chen took the token, feeling its weight, and a hint of nervousness crept in. Following Huang Yun's instructions, Lin Chen was led through a winding path to the Yin Yang prison. This prison is located deep within the Demon Suppression Division, surrounded by powerful formations, exuding a chilling and oppressive atmosphere. Lin Chen took a deep breath, pushed open the heavy iron door, and stepped inside. As soon as he entered the Yin Yang prison, Lin Chen immediately sensed its unusual nature. Each cell was constructed from extremely sturdy materials, with walls embedded with black iron and mysterious steel. These materials are exceedingly rare, possessing strong defensive capabilities and suppressing spiritual power. The doors of the cells were incredibly thick, covered in runes and formations, with chains woven from silkworm silk and mysterious iron, unbreakable. Walking down the dim corridor, the air was thick with dampness and mildew, and the silence was terrifying, with only the echo of his footsteps. He could feel that each cell contained extremely dangerous beings. The heavy breathing and occasional whispers sent chills down his spine. As he walked, he carefully observed the cells. Each prisoner was bound with special chains that flickered with a faint light, clearly under powerful restrictions. These chains not only limited the prisoners' movements but also suppressed their spiritual power, preventing them from easily using dark arts to escape. He continued forward until he stopped in front of the cell closest to him. The prisoner inside was a tall man with a cold gaze. From the description given by the guards, Lin Chen learned that this prisoner was named by Wu Chang, an extremely dangerous individual. Bai Wuchang had once been the leader of a cult, known for his brutal methods and countless murders. He had been imprisoned in the Yinyang prison for many years after being captured by the Demon Suppression Division. Seeing Lin Chen approach, Bai Wuchang lifted his head, sneering, a hint of mockery flashing in his eyes. "Oh, finally a newcomer. Are you here to deliver yourself to death?" Lin Chen was not angered by his taunts but calmly looked at him. "Bai Wuchang, I am here to ask you a few questions. If you cooperate, perhaps you can suffer less." Bai Wuchang burst into cold, piercing laughter. "Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? A mere heavenly prison commander dares to interrogate me? Do you know who I am? I am Bai Wuchang, with countless souls under my command. Do you think you can get anything from me?" Lin Chen's gaze was sharp, unfazed. He scoffed, "Right now, you are nothing but a prisoner. Stop pretending in front of me." A glint of ferocity flashed in Bai Wuchang's eyes as he coldly laughed. "Kid, do you think you can threaten me? I've been locked up here for years. What methods haven't I seen?" Lin Chen took a deep breath, stepped closer, his gaze like a knife. "Then let's see how long you can hold out." Bai Wuchang's mocking laughter echoed in the dark cell, but Lin Chen showed no sign of retreat. He slowly took out the rainstorm pear blossom needle from his person. This object was a hidden weapon, but he had turned it into a terrifying torture device. He spoke slowly. "Bai Wuchang, do you know where this place is?" A flicker of disdain crossed Bai Wuchang's eyes. "After all this fuss, you don't even know this? It seems the Demon Suppression Division is truly running out of talent." Lin Chen smiled slightly, not caring about Bai Wuchang's words, and simply plunged a needle into his fingernail. Bai Wuchang's face turned pale from the pain, the excruciating agony causing him to break out in cold sweat. Lin Chen occasionally launched verbal attacks. "Every inch of land here, every chain, can keep you trapped for a lifetime. No matter how powerful you are, you're still a waste." Bai Wuchang's cries of pain gradually grew quieter, a flicker of complex emotion flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen had never seen someone control their pain. His 10 fingers were completely filled with silver needles. "How long do you think you can hold out here? Without the support of spiritual power, your body will gradually weaken, and in the end, you can only wait for death in agony. Instead of that, you might as well cooperate with me early. Perhaps you can still fight for a glimmer of hope." While administering punishment, Lin Chen also tried to persuade him. His methods were akin to a living llama. Bai Wuchang gritted his teeth in pain, desperately suppressing his cries, his eyes flashing with madness. "You're dreaming. You beasts wait, when the king completes his cultivation, everyone will know what a death sentence means." He laughed wildly, his voice echoing in the dark cell, filled with resentment and hatred. Seeing that Bai Wuchang was refusing to drink the wine offered and was instead drinking the punishment wine, a hint of coldness flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He was too lazy to continue the banter and directly took out a set of specially designed torture instruments. These instruments were specifically created to deal with these vicious criminals, each carrying strong restrictions and tormenting effects. "Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless," Lin Chen said coldly, then firmly secured the instruments to Bai Wuchang's limbs and neck. The instruments began to emit a faint glow, gradually penetrating Bai Wuchang's skin and meridians, bringing unbearable pain. Bai Wuchang immediately felt excruciating pain throughout his body, as if countless steel needles were piercing his marrow. His face turned pale instantly, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his body trembled violently. He still stubbornly gritted his teeth, desperately enduring. "You bastards! The people from the Demon Suppression Division will not die a good death." Bai Wuchang cursed with resentment amidst the pain, his voice hoarse and mournful. His eyes were filled with hatred and malice, as if he wanted to curse Lin Chen and the entire Demon Suppression Division to hell. Lin Chen watched Bai Wuchang's struggles expressionlessly. He knew that this level of torment was merely an appetizer for these extremely vicious beings. He increased the intensity of the instruments, the light becoming more intense, and the pain correspondingly increased. Bai Wuchang's body twisted violently, and he let out painful moans and curses. "Ah, you beasts! I curse you, I curse each and every one of you to die a terrible death." Lin Chen looked on coldly, his heart showing no fluctuations. He had seen too many similar situations. He knew that these criminals had very strong psychological defenses, but he had plenty of patience and means. "Cursing is useless. You would have been out long ago." Lin Chen's tone was icy, laced with mockery. Bai Wuchang's face was drenched in cold sweat. Despite the pain, he still stubbornly glared at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with hatred and malice. The intense pain was pushing him to the brink of collapse. Seeing that Bai Wuchang's psychological defenses were beginning to waver, Lin Chen increased the intensity of the instruments, pushing the pain to its limit. In extreme agony, Bai Wuchang let out a scream, suddenly biting off his own tongue, blood splattering everywhere. Upon witnessing this, Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. He quickly stepped forward, grabbing Bai Wuchang's chin and twisting it forcefully, directly dislocating his jaw. Bai Wuchang let out a painful groan, his eyes filled with terror and despair. Want to bite your tongue to end it? Dream on, Lin Chen said coldly, his voice like a demon from hell, so cold that Bai Wuchang involuntarily shivered. Your good days have just begun. Lin Chen's voice was cold and deep, carrying an undeniable authority and ruthlessness. For the first time, true fear and despair appeared in Bai Wuchang's eyes. He had always been fearless, facing countless interrogations and tortures, but he had never felt such intense fear as he did today. Lin Chen's methods made him realize that this person, he himself, was even more terrifying. Bai Wuchang's body trembled violently, a glimmer of desperate tears flashing in his eyes. He could no longer make any sound, only able to look at Lin Chen with eyes full of fear. After Lin Chen finished torturing Bai Wuchang and confirmed that he could not escape, he finally left the Yin-Yang prison. He planned to visit the Demon Suppression Division. He wanted to go back and see Gu Wan and Alian. After all, it had been a long time since he had seen them. Stepping out of the Demon Suppression Division's gate, Lin Chen felt a bit more relaxed. He returned to his familiar home and saw Gu Wan and Alian busy in the yard. Gu Wan was carefully watering the flowers, while Alian was cleaning the yard nearby. Lord Lin. Alian ran over as soon as she saw Lin Chen, her face beaming with joy. Brother! Gu Wan also put down the watering can and happily ran over to throw herself into Lin Chen's arms. Lin Chen smiled as he picked up Gu Wan, gently pinching her cheek. Waner, have you been obedient lately? Gu Wan nodded with a grin. Of course. When you're not here, Alian and I are very well behaved. Lin Chen set Gu Wan down and carefully examined her, noticing she had grown a bit taller, her face now showing a touch of youthful beauty. His heart warmed, and he smiled. Waner has grown taller and is becoming more beautiful. Gu Wan laughed happily, pulling Lin Chen's hand. Brother, you need to come back to see us more often. Don't always be busy catching bad people. Lin Chen nodded. All right, I will try to come back more often to see you. He took Gu Wan inside, ready to enjoy dinner. Alian had already set the table, which was filled with a few simple yet delicious home-cooked dishes. Braised pork, steamed fish, stir-fried vegetables, and a bowl of steaming chicken soup. Lin Chen helped serve the rice and then sat down. Gu Wan, how has the private school been lately? Have you learned anything new? Lin Chen asked while picking up food. Gu Wan happily replied, Brother, I've learned a lot of new things at the private school. The teacher taught us about the achievements of the Great Shang Kingdom and told us many historical stories. I found it particularly interesting. Lin Chen nodded with a smile. He did not want to slack off on Gu Wan's education. That's great. Waner should continue to work hard and study well. Gu Wan blinked and asked, Brother, did you go to private school too? I think the teacher is very strict. Lin Chen chuckled and patted her little head. I went to private school when I was young too. I remember once I was punished to stand because I couldn't memorize something, and it took me several days to remember it. Gu Wan covered her mouth and laughed. Brother can also be punished to stand? Alian quietly listened to their conversation. Ever since she was bought by Lord Lin, her life now was something she had never dared to imagine before. Lin Chen nodded and continued, Yes, learning is a process of continuous effort. As long as you persevere, you will always reap rewards. Gu Wan nodded earnestly. I will work hard, brother. The three of them enjoyed the delicious meal while chatting, the atmosphere relaxed and joyful. Gu Wan excitedly shared funny stories about her and her friends at the private school, and Lin Chen and Alian listened with great interest, occasionally bursting into laughter. Brother, I have one more good news to tell you, Gu Wan suddenly said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Chen curiously asked, What good news? Gu Wan proudly said, The teacher at the private school said I have made great progress recently, and there will be a small test next month. He said if I perform well, I can become the most outstanding girl in the private school. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of comfort and pride. Waner is really amazing. Brother is proud of you, and I will definitely celebrate for you when the time comes. Gu Wan smiled happily. Thank you, brother. I will work hard. Alian also encouraged from the side. Waner, whatever you want to eat then, I will make it for you. After dinner, Lin Chen accompanied Gu Wan and Alian for a walk in the courtyard. The night sky was dotted with stars, and a gentle breeze made it feel particularly comfortable. Brother, are you very busy at the Demon Suppression Division? Gu Wan looked up and asked, her eyes full of concern. Lin Chen smiled and replied, Yes, sometimes it can be very busy, but every time I come back and see you, all my fatigue disappears. Gu Wan held Lin Chen's hand, leaning against him. Brother, no matter how busy you are, you must take good care of yourself. We will always wait for you to come back. Alian also said softly, Lord Lin, you must pay attention to your safety outside. We will take good care of ourselves at home, so you don't need to worry too much. Lin Chen felt warmth in his heart, looking down at Gu Wan and Alian beside him, filled with warmth and satisfaction. I will, and you must take care of yourselves too. As the night deepened, the streets of the capital were sparsely populated. Lin Chen naturally had to return to the Demon Suppression Division. Those prisoners in the sky prison had been tortured by him so many times and still wouldn't settle down. As he walked, he pondered over recent tasks and plans. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a sneaky figure ahead. The man, in his 30s, was thin, glancing around nervously. He occasionally looked back, seemingly on guard against something. Whenever someone passed by, he would deliberately lower his head, using the brim of his hat to cover his face. Lin Chen keenly sensed that this person's behavior was very suspicious, definitely not like an ordinary passerby. He silently followed the man, keeping a safe distance to avoid being discovered. The man walked and stopped intermittently, frequently checking the situation behind him. Lin Chen carefully concealed himself, using the shadows of the street and buildings to hide, stalking the man like a ghost. Finally, the man reached the entrance of a secluded narrow alley. The lighting here was dim, and the surroundings were silent, with only a few stray cats rummaging through the grass for food. The man looked around, confirming that no one was following, and quickly slipped into the alley. Lin Chen stood at the entrance, holding his breath, watching the man's movements. He saw the man walk deep into the alley, suddenly stop, and begin to make a series of strange movements. As he moved, the bones in his body crackled, as if undergoing some transformation. The man's skin began to ripple, as if something was writhing beneath it. Then, his skin rapidly burst open, blood splattering, revealing a horrifying true form inside. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with surprise and coldness at this scene. The transformed man sprouted sharp horns from his head, his face twisted and hideous, with blood-red eyes and sharp fangs exposed. His body grew taller, muscles bulging, and his skin turned deep green, resembling a demon crawling out of hell. So he's not human, Lin Chen thought to himself. He had enough understanding of these monsters to know the danger of such creatures. The transformed man let out a low growl, as if releasing the power accumulated within him. He glanced around, confirming that there was no one nearby, then quickly darted to the end of the alley, where there was a hidden underground passage. Lin Chen cautiously followed the monster into the underground passage, and the further he went, the stronger the stench of decay and dampness in the air became. Soon, he reached the end of the passage, and the sight before him made him furrow his brows. This is a vast underground arena, its walls draped with decaying vines and glowing with a sickly green light from the moss, exuding a nauseating stench. The ground is littered with shattered bones and rotting corpses, resembling a dead zone. Countless caves are embedded in the surrounding walls, each inhabited by various demons. They take on different forms, some with sharp fangs and claws, others monstrous with fierce faces and menacing gazes. The entire underground space is suffused with a stifling and terrifying atmosphere, as if it were a corner of hell. The low growls and whispers of the demons echo in the air, with severed limbs and dismembered bodies strewn about, as they feast on human flesh, some even that of children. Lin Chen's gaze turned colder, and just then, a towering demon let out a hoarse roar, followed by a chorus of deep, angry growls from all the demons. The sound reverberated through the underground arena, as if it would collapse the entire space. There's the scent of humans. Humans dare to intrude into our territory. A grotesque demon roared, its eyes flashing with a savage light. Lin Chen snorted coldly and stepped forward. Without hesitation, he drew the Seven Fiends demon blade, his figure flickering like a ghost as he swiftly met the charging demons. In an instant, the blade flashed, its sharp edge slicing through the demon's body, blood spraying everywhere. This was just the beginning. More demons, seeing this, let out furious roars and surged madly towards Lin Chen. Their forms varied, some resembling giant lizards, others like winged bats, and some were monsters with sharp horns on their heads. Lin Chen took a deep breath, gripping the Seven Fiends demon blade tightly, his gaze like lightning, moving rapidly amidst the encircling demons. He swung the blade, each strike infused with endless killing intent and immense power, the blade flashing as the demons' bodies were severed. Thunder slash! Lin Chen shouted, the blade shimmering with intense lightning, a powerful electric strike aimed straight at the horde of demons. In the blink of an eye, several demons were turned to char, their screams rising and falling. Unfortunately, the number of demons was overwhelming, their roars growing louder, as if they would swallow Lin Chen whole. Each demon's strength was formidable. Although Lin Chen was powerful, he still felt a hint of pressure in the face of this endless tide of demons. Just in time, Lin Chen sneered, his eyes flashing with battle intent, the edge of the Seven Fiends demon blade growing sharper. This would be a fierce battle, but he was unafraid. The demons' roars became increasingly frenzied as they lunged at Lin Chen, trying to tear him to shreds. Lin Chen did not retreat. Amidst the flashing blade light, the demon's blood stained the underground arena red. He wielded the Seven Fiends demon blade, moving through the horde of demons as if in a realm of his own, the blade flashing like lightning, each swing claiming the lives of several demons. The underground arena was thick with the smell of blood, the air filled with the demons' screams and roars. One demon lunged at Lin Chen like a fierce tiger, its massive claws glinting coldly, attempting to rip Lin Chen apart. Lin Chen's gaze was icy as he swiftly sidestepped. With a twist of the blade, he cleaved through the demon's chest, blood gushing out like a fountain, splattering onto Lin Chen's clothes. Another demon launched a sneak attack from behind, its mouth full of fangs wide open, aiming to bite Lin Chen's neck. Sensing the murderous intent behind him, Lin Chen's figure flickered, and with a reverse swing of the Seven Fiends' demon blade, the blade pierced the demon's throat like lightning. The tremendous force severed the demon's head, blood spraying everywhere. In just a moment, Lin Chen was already drenched in the demon's blood. His once pristine white clothes were now stained and tattered, yet the battle intent in his eyes remained undiminished, unyielding. Thunder slash! Lin Chen shouted angrily, the blade shimmering with fierce lightning, a powerful lightning strike heading straight into the horde of demons. In the blink of an eye, several demons were turned to charcoal, their screams rising and falling. Unfortunately, the number of demons was simply too great, their roars growing louder, as if they were going to swallow Lin Chen whole. Each demon's strength was not to be underestimated. Although Lin Chen was powerful, he still felt a hint of pressure in the face of this endless swarm of demons. A mountain-like demon swung a massive iron rod towards Lin Chen, instantly creating a deep pit in the ground. Lin Chen moved like the wind, quickly dodging. The Seven Fiends' demon blade drew an arc, directly severing the demon's arm. The demon let out a painful roar and lunged at him with its mouth wide open, biting like a mad beast. Just in time, Lin Chen sneered, his eyes flashing with battle intent, as he swung the Seven Fiends' demon blade horizontally. Crack! The demon's sharp teeth clamped down on the Seven Fiends' demon blade, clanging. The blade instantly broke into two pieces, and Lin Chen was furious. This was something he had won in a lottery. That beast! Die for me! In a critical moment, Lin Chen unleashed the soul-cleaving blade. He struck fiercely at the demon's throat, shattering its teeth. Put! Blood gushed forth, bones shattered. This bloody scene made the demon's roars grow increasingly frenzied, as they crazily lunged at Lin Chen, trying to tear him to pieces. The battle gradually reached a fever pitch. Lin Chen's body was as agile as a cat, swiftly weaving through the demon horde, each strike of his blade carrying the speed and power of thunder. The demon's blood stained his clothes, sweat and blood mingling, dripping onto the ground with a ticking sound. Yama's fiery sun! Lin Chen roared again, flames igniting on the blade, the fire carrying endless pressure and destructive power, instantly turning several attacking demons to ashes. The flames illuminated the entire underground arena, as if hellfire was raging. The demons' attacks grew more frenzied, they seemed enraged by Lin Chen's power, letting out even more ferocious howls. A massive demon suddenly leaped up, swinging its sharp claws directly at Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen flashed aside, the blade light like a rainbow, severing the demon's forelimb, blood spraying out and staining his cheek. Thunder slash! Lin Chen unleashed a powerful attack once more, the lightning power on the blade pouring down like a torrential storm, cleaving towards the oncoming horde of demons. Lightning crackled, the demons' bodies trembled violently in the electric storm, their screams echoing. The battle gradually approached its end, the ground piled high with demon corpses and severed limbs. Blood flowed like a river, the entire underground arena seemingly transformed into a hellish battlefield. There was not a clean spot on Lin Chen's body, all covered in blood and mud, yet his eyes still sparkled with a cold light. Suddenly, a gigantic demon appeared in the center of the arena. Its form was massive, its eyes glinting with intelligence, clearly the leader of these demons. It issued a low command, and all the demons immediately halted their attacks, stepping back warily to watch Lin Chen. Stop! The demon leader roared in a deep voice, carrying an irresistible authority. Lin Chen stood in the center of the arena, covered in blood, coldly staring at the demon leader. He gripped the soul-cleaving blade tightly, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. He could sense the extraordinary nature of the demon leader before him, its strength at least at the second-grade perfection level. The demon leader was tall and robust, its muscles bulging, skin covered in thick scales that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Who are you? Why are you here? The demon leader asked in a deep voice, its tone thunderous. Lin Chen coldly smiled, not wanting to waste words with the demon leader, preparing to strike again. The demon leader suddenly said, "Wait a moment, human. If you are willing to join our demon alliance, I can offer you the secret to immortality." Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, his sharp gaze fixed on the demon leader, clearly puzzled by this proposal. He knew the cunning of demons, but a temptation like the secret to immortality was enough to stir anyone's heart. The secret to immortality? Lin Chen asked coldly. How can you demons provide me with such a secret? The demon leader looked at Lin Chen with full confidence, a terrifying smile appearing on his face. We demons are transformed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, unlike humans. You humans can only enhance your strength by constantly changing yourselves, but you can never truly step into the realm of the martial god. We demons, however, can. We possess a natural advantage, not only with our powerful bodies but also with a profound mastery of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The secret to immortality is our unique technique. As long as you are willing to join us, I can teach you this secret, allowing you to gain power beyond that of a martial god, even the possibility of eternal life. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen felt a cold smile rise in his heart. He knew the cunning of demons, such a proposal could not possibly be without cost. He looked at the self-assured demon leader and said coldly, "Do you think I would believe your words?" The demon leader snorted coldly, "If you don't believe, you can witness it for yourself. Our power is not a lie, you can feel it personally. As long as you are willing, I can show you the true power of demons." Lin Chen sneered inwardly, knowing the demon leader was trying to shake his resolve. He scoffed, unaffected, "My goal is to eradicate all demons and eliminate the harm they cause to the people." Seeing Lin Chen unwavering, the demon leader's expression darkened. "Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being rude." Before the words left his mouth, the demon leader lunged at Lin Chen, his sharp claws glinting with cold light, carrying destructive power. Lin Chen snorted coldly, meeting the attack with the soul-cleaving demon blade, the clash of blade and claw creating a deafening roar in the air. The battle between the two was exceptionally fierce. The demon leader's power was immensely strong, each strike carrying the might to shake the heavens and earth. Although Lin Chen was at a disadvantage, he fought tenaciously with his superb swordsmanship and extraordinary agility. Lin Chen did not expect that his first great strength would still be suppressed by the demon leader. He lamented the true power of the demon race, their natural physical advantages giving them the upper hand in battle. He decided to hold nothing back, transforming directly and using his strongest divine ability, the Kunping divine ability. "In that case, let me show you true power." Lin Chen roared, his true energy surging wildly, his aura suddenly skyrocketing. As Lin Chen's aura changed, his body began to grow rapidly, gradually transforming into a gigantic Kunping. The Kunping's body sprouted 2 wings, spanning dozens of yards, making the entire underground arena seem incredibly small. The Kunping was covered in golden feathers, shimmering with dazzling light, each feather appearing as a sharp blade. What is this?" The demon leader looked at the colossal creature before him in horror, a flicker of fear in his eyes. Lin Chen had completely transformed into the Kunping, spreading his wings, the powerful airflow stirring up dust and debris from the ground, causing the entire underground arena to tremble. His gaze was like lightning, coldly fixed on the demon leader. "This is your end," Lin Chen roared, his voice like thunder, deafening. The Kunping's wings suddenly flapped, its body shooting forward like an arrow, instantly charging at the demon leader. The demon leader let out an angry roar, unleashing the full extent of his power, swinging his massive claws to counter. However, facing the power of the Kunping, the demon leader appeared somewhat powerless. 2 enormous ancient beasts fiercely clashed in the underground arena, the wings of the Kunping slicing through the air like sharp blades, each swing carrying boundless might. "Thunder slash!" Lin Chen roared, and the Kunping's wings swept violently, unleashing countless bolts of lightning that surged toward the demon leader. The lightning raged like a storm, instantly surrounding the demon leader, flashes illuminating the air filled with the scent of charred flesh. The demon leader let out a shriek, its massive body struck by the lightning, blood splattering everywhere. It did not fall but retaliated with even more ferocity. Its body continued to grow larger, its strength increasing, and as it swung its claws, sharp wind blades sliced through the air, closing in on the Kunping. "Do you think this will defeat me?" the demon leader bellowed, its voice laced with endless rage and unwillingness. Lin Chen sneered coldly, his wings flapping again, his entire body dodging the demon leader's attack like a flash of lightning. With a powerful sweep of his wings, countless sharp wind blades shot forth, heading straight for the demon leader. Boom! The demon leader's body was struck by the wind blades, producing a thunderous sound, its form reduced by more than half, blood spraying like a fountain. Lin Chen looked at the fallen leader, a cold smile forming in his heart. Without hesitation, transformed into the Kunping, he opened his massive mouth and swallowed the leader's corpse whole. The once mighty body of the demon leader seemed insignificant in the Kunping's enormous maw, quickly reduced to pulp. The surrounding demons watched in shock, their eyes wide. They had never witnessed such a terrifying scene. The Kunping's sharp teeth tore through the leader's body like a meat grinder, blood and flesh mingling. Crunch, crunch. The sound of crushing echoed, sending chills up the spines of all the demons. Moments later, the Kunping's mouth opened, and a pile of shattered bones was spat out, clattering onto the ground, producing a crisp sound. The once powerful demon leader was now reduced to mere fragments, as if it had never existed. Roared Lin Chen let out a thunderous roar, his voice like rolling thunder, shaking the entire underground arena. The demons, witnessing this scene, were instantly filled with terror, They had never seen such a brutal existence. The air was filled with the sounds of panicked howls, the demons fleeing like frightened beasts. "Run! This guy is not human, he's a monster," one demon screamed, eyes wide with fear. He ate the leader. We are definitely no match for him." Another demon shouted in horror, turning to flee. The underground arena descended into chaos, demons scrambling for their lives, some even biting each other in their desperation to escape. The scene resembled a hellish battlefield, filled with the cries of demons and their fleeing figures. Lin Chen coldly observed it all, the Kuanpeng's wings gently flapping, stirring up a fierce wind. "Want to escape? Where do you think you're going?" Lin Chen sneered inwardly, his figure flashing as he quickly pursued the fleeing demons. He shed his transformation, his blade flashing like lightning, each swing carrying immense power. Those fleeing demons were like headless flies before him, utterly defenseless. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" Lin Chen's voice was like the whisper of death, filled with endless killing intent and coldness. The number of demons rapidly dwindled, the ground littered with countless corpses and severed limbs. Those once ferocious demons now appeared as insignificant as ants before Lin Chen, completely powerless. Finally, the underground arena fell silent, all the demons thoroughly defeated by Lin Chen. He stood in the center of the arena, slowly sheathing his blade, his gaze coldly sweeping the surroundings. "This is the fate of those who dare to challenge me," Lin Chen said softly, his voice carrying an endless chill. After Lin Chen confirmed that all the demons had been cleared out, his gaze locked onto a corner. There, hiding was a demon the size of a child, trembling visibly, clearly terrified by Lin Chen's imposing presence. Lin Chen approached, and the demon stammered, "And no, don't kill me, I haven't harmed anyone." Lin Chen shot him a cold glance, his tone softening slightly. "I won't hurt you, but you need to explain the situation here clearly." The demon nodded nervously, its voice trembling. This is a secret base for our demons. We gather here from various places because it's convenient for practicing our skills, and it's also convenient for eating people." Lin Chen frowned and continued to ask, "Why choose this place? Where did you come from?" The demon swallowed hard and answered fearfully, "This place is close to the capital, with enough prey for us to hunt. There is a hidden underground passage that makes it easy for us to come and go. I was born here, I don't know much else, just that. Some humans in the capital help us." "What humans?" Lin Chen asked coldly, a hint of danger in his eyes. The demon shook its head in panic, stuttering, "I don't know their specific identities, just that they have some power in the capital and provide us with a lot of help. They plan this place and regularly send us humans as food." Lin Chen's heart sank. It seemed there was more to this matter than met the eye. He stared coldly at the demon and continued, "What is the relationship between these humans and you? Why do they help you?" The demon gulped and stammered, They said that as long as we help them get rid of some people, they will continue to provide us with food and shelter. I don't know the specific reasons, just that their goal seems to be to use our power." Lin Chen sneered, he already had some guesses in mind. The most important thing now was to completely eliminate this secret base. "All right, you've spoken well," Lin Chen said, his tone softening a bit. "I won't kill you, come with me." The demon hesitated for a moment, but seeing Lin Chen's cold gaze, it finally nodded, "Okay, I'll go with you." Lin Chen took the little demon and left the underground site, returning to the surface. This matter had to be reported to the Demon Suppression Division or the people of the capital would face greater danger. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen immediately found Huang Yun and recounted the situation at the underground site. He mentioned that on the way back, he heard sounds of slaughter. By the time he arrived, the place had already been bathed in blood. Huang Yun listened, his brow furrowed, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "It seems there are traitors within our Demon Suppression Division," Huang Yun said coldly. "These humans dare to collude with demons. We must investigate thoroughly." Lin Chen nodded, "Governor Huang, this matter is serious. There are likely many such bases in the capital. Please handle it with caution." Huang Yun stood up, pacing in thought for a moment. "I understand. You can go back now." Lin Chen did not mention the little demon's situation. In his eyes, demons were not absolutely good or bad, they simply chose different ways to survive. After devouring the demon leader, he had gained all of the leader's power and a top-secret technique called Heavenly Spirit Chi Guiding Technique. The Heavenly Spirit Chi Guiding Technique could draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, using the power of the universe to enhance one's cultivation. This was also one of the reasons why humans could not break through to the martial god realm. They lacked such techniques that could mobilize the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Chen's heart tightened in the training room, his gaze turning cold. There must be existences in the demon realm that were even more powerful than martial gods. He originally thought that relying on the martial god realm would allow him to dominate for a while, but now it seems he is still far from strong enough. Lin Chen temporarily locked the little demon in his residence. After calculating, he realized that he now had over 7,000 years of lifespan, which was quite a harvest. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, a sense of grandeur swelling in his heart. He stood in the center of the room, recalling the techniques he had just acquired, silently operating the heavenly spirit qi guiding technique, feeling the changes in the true qi within him. As the technique circulated, he felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth gradually converge into his body, the true qi flowing and his power continuously increasing. Lin Chen took a deep breath, feeling this powerful force. He must continuously enhance his strength to establish himself in this turbulent world. He began to diligently cultivate the heavenly spirit qi guiding technique, carefully pondering every detail, constantly elevating his realm. During this time, he did not neglect monitoring the little demon. Although the little demon appeared harmless, Lin Chen knew that any small mistake could lead to disaster. After ensuring there were no abnormalities, Lin Chen sat cross-legged, preparing to start the lifespan lottery. The lifespan roulette appeared before him, and he began to inject his lifespan. The roulette started to shimmer with golden light. Injecting 300 years of lifespan, lottery, Lin Chen murmured, filled with anticipation. The roulette began to spin, the golden light flashing continuously. Lin Chen stared intently at the roulette, unsure of what surprises this lottery might bring. Acquired the Burning Sky Thunder Fire technique. Note, the Burning Sky Thunder Fire technique is a powerful technique that combines thunder and flame, capable of unleashing devastating power in an instant. Lin Chen felt the power within him rapidly increase, knowing this was a very powerful technique. Not bad. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, preparing for the next lottery. Injecting 300 years of lifespan, lottery. The roulette spun again, the golden light even more dazzling. Lin Chen watched the roulette without blinking, hoping for even greater gains. Acquired the 9 Nether Phantom Steps. The 9 Nether Phantom Steps is an extremely secretive movement technique that allows for rapid movement in battle, creating countless afterimages to confuse the enemy. Lin Chen felt a surge of joy. This movement technique would greatly enhance his combat agility. Continue. Lin Chen did not stop, continuing to inject his lifespan. Injecting 300 years of lifespan, lottery. The golden light flashed once more, and the roulette spun rapidly. Acquired the Divine Movement Cloud Boots. In the next moment, a pair of black boots with golden edges appeared in the room, and Lin Chen immediately received an explanation in his mind. The Divine Movement Cloud Boots are a special pair of boots that greatly enhance movement speed, as if walking on the wind. Lin Chen felt delighted. These boots would significantly boost his mobility. One last time, directly inject 500 years of lifespan, lottery. Lin Chen took a deep breath, preparing for the final lottery. This 500 years of lifespan was no less than a gamble. The roulette spun quickly, the golden light becoming even more brilliant. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on the roulette, anticipating this harvest. Acquired Puppet Secret Technique, Soul Refinement Technique. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. This harvest was unexpected. He eagerly checked the explanation. This Puppet Secret Technique, Soul Refinement Technique is a secret art that can refine powerful beings into puppets. The stronger the target's strength, the greater the power of the puppet. This is an extremely sinister technique, but at the right moment, it can unleash astonishing power. Lin Chen flipped through this secret technique, pondering deeply. The content of this secret technique is extremely detailed, describing how to separate the target's soul from their body using special runes and formations, and then refine the soul into a puppet through specific rituals. The refining process is complex and dangerous, but once successful, the puppet will possess most of the strength of its target in life, and in some cases, even surpass that strength. It seems this is an extremely practical technique, Lin Chen murmured to himself, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. He continued to browse through the secret techniques and discovered that the soul refining technique could not only refine powerful beings but also enhance the puppet's strength by absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This meant that as long as he could find a sufficiently powerful target, he could create an incredibly strong puppet for his use. This technique is truly remarkable, Lin Chen exclaimed, preparing to spend the next period of time studying and practicing this secret art. He carefully stored the puppet secret technique along with other treasures he had drawn, standing up with satisfaction as he felt the powerful energy surging within him. The lottery had cost him over 1,000 years of lifespan, which felt like a mere drizzle. He glanced at the little demon trembling in the corner and had a bold idea, preparing to attempt to use the puppet secret technique to refine the little demon into a puppet. Following the guidance of the secret technique, he took out the runes and array materials and began to set them up. The entire process required extreme concentration and meticulous operation. Lin Chen's hands moved swiftly to form seals, the runes flickering with mysterious light in the air as the array activated. The little demon's eyes were filled with fear, but he could not resist and could only silently accept everything. As Lin Chen moved, the runes in array gradually separated the little demon's soul from its body, refining its soul into a puppet. Heavenly spirit guiding technique, Lin Chen whispered, circulating the true energy within him and injecting the final rune into the little demon's body. Instantly, golden light erupted. The little demon was enveloped in runes, and its gaze slowly became vacant, turning into a puppet. It worked! Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart as he saw the little demon's eyes turn hollow, yet its body remained agile. Kneel! Lin Chen commanded coldly. The little demon knelt down without hesitation, its movements swift and precise. Lin Chen nodded in satisfaction, confirming that the puppet secret technique was indeed powerful. He felt a surge of ambition. If he could refine the vast majority of demons into puppets, he would have an invincible army. Very well, next I will cultivate all the treasures and techniques I have drawn to perfection. Lin Chen decided in his heart and began to focus on his cultivation. He first practiced the burning heaven thunder fire technique, a powerful technique that combined the forces of thunder and fire. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, circulating his true energy and feeling the power of thunder and fire flowing within him. As time passed, he gradually grasped the essence of the burning heaven thunder fire technique, able to fuse the powers of thunder and fire to unleash devastating force. After burning a full 1,000 years of lifespan, he finally perfected the burning heaven thunder fire technique, feeling a tremendous boost in his internal power. Next, Lin Chen began to practice the 9 nether phantom steps. This movement technique was extremely agile, capable of creating countless afterimages in battle to confuse enemies. Scenes of him continuously practicing the 9 nether phantom steps appeared in Lin Chen's mind, his figure moving swiftly, each step leaving behind an afterimage. With 1,000 years of lifespan consumed, Lin Chen took a deep breath. 9 nether phantom steps, he shouted, his figure instantly disappearing, transforming into countless afterimages as he swiftly traversed the room. After repeated practice, he finally perfected the 9 nether phantom steps, able to move like a ghost in battle, elusive and hard to catch. The divine movement boots, a type of treasure, could not be enhanced using lifespan. Lin Chen put on the divine movement cloud boots, which felt light and comfortable. He took a few steps to test them and found himself several meters away. The divine movement cloud boots are indeed extraordinary, Lin Chen thought with satisfaction, as wearing the boots significantly increased his speed, making him feel as if he were flying. Finally, Lin Chen began to study the secret technique of puppetry, soul refinement technique. He directly burned 1,000 years of lifespan, and only then did he manage to grasp this secret technique at a preliminary level. Only through in-depth research could he unleash greater power. He set up a small training ground at his residence, constantly trying and improving the soul refinement technique. Soul refinement technique. During the interrogation in the Sky Prison, Lin Chen attempted to see if he could turn these criminals into puppets as well, and to his surprise, it was quite easy, much easier than subduing that little demon. After expending 3,000 years of lifespan, Lin Chen finally perfected the burning heaven thunder fire technique, the 9 nether phantom steps, and the soul refinement technique. Meanwhile, Huang Yun led a team of elite members from the Demon Suppression Division to thoroughly investigate the underground locations of demons in the capital. As expected, they found no clues, all traces had been completely cleaned up. Huang Yun frowned, fully aware that this matter must remain confidential, otherwise, if chaos erupted in the capital, the consequences would be unimaginable. He found Lin Chen and said seriously, "Lin Chen, this matter must be kept secret, no one can know. Otherwise, the capital will fall into chaos, and it could even lead to a greater disaster." Lin Chen nodded, indicating his understanding. "Governor Huang, I understand. This matter will not be leaked." Huang Yun sighed in relief and then asked, "Were you present that day? Did you notice who did it?" Lin Chen pretended to recall and then shook his head. "Governor Huang, at this moment, I think we should investigate the secret passages in the underground locations. Those passages are numerous and chaotic. Perhaps there will be unexpected gains?" Upon hearing this, Huang Yun's frown deepened. "Lin Chen, are you sure you didn't see any suspicious individuals that day?" Lin Chen shook his head firmly and said earnestly, "No, I only saw ruins and corpses. The attackers were extremely swift and ruthless, they were clearly experts." Huang Yun sighed, his eyes filled with deep concern. "This is truly tricky. If it was the work of a certain powerful individual, why would they be so ruthless against the demons? What is their purpose? Moreover, having such a powerful individual hidden in the capital is very unfavorable for our situation." Lin Chen nodded, he did not want to expose his methods and strength. Huang Yun remained silent for a moment before finally saying, "In any case, you must continue to pay attention to this matter. If there are any new clues, report to me immediately. We must find this mysterious expert and understand their intentions." "Governor Huang, rest assured, I will keep a close watch on this matter." Lin Chen felt quite disappointed. He had originally hoped Huang Yun would investigate, but now he could no longer rely on him and had to depend on himself. Huang Yin patted his shoulder and said earnestly, Lin Chen, you are an excellent young man, the Demon Suppression Division needs talents like you. I believe you can handle this matter well. Lin Chen smiled slightly and humbly replied, thank you for your trust, Governor Huang. I will not let you down. Huang Yin nodded in satisfaction. Very well, then you go ahead and be busy. Remember to report to me at any time. After leaving the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen returned to his small courtyard. He glanced at the little demon in front of him and waved his hand. The little demon's figure flickered and instantly disappeared from the spot. Now, he only needed to use the puppetry secret technique to have the little demon infiltrate the enemy's ranks, having his own pawn to gather intelligence, which was much more reliable than others. Lin Chen sat cross-legged and began to operate the Heavenly Spirit Chi induction technique, realizing that this was not an easy task. The Heavenly Spirit Chi induction technique is divided into 5 levels. He was currently only at the entry level, just able to sense the existence of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The first level of the Heavenly Spirit Chi induction technique can draw in spiritual energy, enhancing the body's endurance and recovery speed. The effect of this layer is to draw upon the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth, strengthening one's physique and enhancing the body's recovery ability, allowing the practitioner to endure higher intensity training in combat. However, Lin Chen can only vaguely sense the flow of spiritual energy at the moment and cannot fully draw it into his body for cultivation. He shook his head and focused on feeling the profound state. Lin Chen closed his eyes and began to operate the Heavenly Spirit Chi drawing technique, slowly mobilizing the true energy within his body while sensing the existence of the surrounding spiritual energy. Although he could vaguely feel the flow of spiritual energy, truly drawing it into his body required considerable effort. He concentrated on sensing the state of the spiritual energy, and the true energy within his body flowed slowly, resonating with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy moved through him like fine threads, bringing a refreshing sensation. This feeling made him feel completely at ease, as if every cell was being nourished. The spiritual energy in Kyoto is much thinner compared to other places, and Lin Chen felt the flow of spiritual energy was slow, unable to quickly gather into his body, which made him somewhat anxious. He was above the martial god realm, and every step forward required the assistance of spiritual energy. The more spiritual energy in his body, the more he could break through the early stage of the martial god realm and reach a higher level. He decided not to wait any longer and directly began to burn his lifespan to accelerate his cultivation progress. He took a deep breath, focused his mind, and started to burn furiously. Burn 200 years of lifespan. In an instant, a vast energy surged within him, and Lin Chen felt the true energy in his body circulating rapidly, with the spiritual energy accelerating into his body along with this force. At that moment, Lin Chen felt his meridians like a raging river. The spiritual energy flowed swiftly, nourishing every inch of muscle, bone, and blood. His body seemed to be wrapped in layers of light, and the surrounding spiritual energy rushed towards him. More. Burn another 200 years of lifespan. Each of his breaths stirred the waves of spiritual energy, which flowed into his body like a continuous stream. His body gradually adapted to this powerful impact of spiritual energy, and the flow became smoother, with his meridians becoming broader and more resilient. The spiritual energy within gradually formed a massive airflow, circulating through his meridians and eventually converging in his dantian. This mass continuously absorbed the surrounding spiritual energy, gradually growing and providing an unending source of power for his body. Finally, after burning 1,000 years of lifespan, Lin Chen successfully broke through the first layer of the Heavenly Spirit Chi drawing technique. He opened his eyes, feeling the abundant spiritual energy within him, and couldn't help but smile. At that moment, he felt as if his body had been reshaped, with every inch of muscle, bone, and blood filled with endless power and vitality. His endurance and recovery speed had significantly improved, as if he possessed an inexhaustible source of energy. Lin Chen stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, feeling the changes within. He noticed a significant increase in his strength and speed, and his body's reactions became more agile. He lightly swung his fist, and a low rumbling sound echoed in the air, as if the air itself was compressed by his power. He muttered to himself, "This level of strength should be enough. Next month is the lunar eclipse, and I must not miss it." He let out a breath and suddenly heard a voice from outside. "Lord Lin Chen, I am Zhou Hong." Lin Chen was puzzled, wondering why Zhou Hong had come. He said, "Come in." As Zhou Hong entered, he held several precious herbs, including one called Xian Shen and another 1,000-year snow lotus. Lin Chen glanced at them and said lightly, "No one visits the Three Treasures Hall without reason. Speak." Zhou Hong chuckled and said with a flattering tone, "Lord Lin, these are all supplements I specially prepared for you. I heard you've been working hard lately, so I brought them to help you regain your strength." As he spoke, He poured a cup of hot tea for Lin Chen and respectfully handed it over. Lin Chen took the teacup, his gaze calm as he looked at Jo Hong. If you have something to say, just say it. Jo Hong lowered his voice, his expression a bit tense. Lord Lin, today I heard from my father that a demon lair was found in the capital yesterday, and all the demons inside were slain. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow, feeling alert, but kept his expression neutral, asking, and then? Jo Hong hurriedly continued, Lord Lin, I know this must be your doing. You are truly incredibly brave, the guardian of the people in the capital. Lin Chen smiled faintly, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Stop flattering me and get to the point. Jo Hong rubbed his hands together, looking a bit embarrassed as he said, Lord Lin, next month there will be a lunar eclipse, and I am really scared. Those demons are too terrifying. I can't handle it alone. I want to ask if you could take me with you next month? Lin Chen set down the teacup, his gaze sharp as he looked at Jo Hong. Did you come to me out of fear of death? Jo Hong nodded, looking somewhat awkward. Yes, Lord Lin, I am truly afraid of those demons. Ever since I heard about them last time, I've been worried. What if I get killed? Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, a hint of chill in his eyes. Do you think following me will guarantee your life? This operation is very dangerous. A slight misstep could lead to death. Jo Hong's face turned even more tense, but he still mustered the courage to say, Lord Lin, I know it's dangerous, but I really have no other choice. Only by following you do I have a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, then finally nodded, all right, since you say so, you can follow me. However, you must obey my orders and never act on your own. Jo Hong's eyes lit up with joy, nodding repeatedly, yes, 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 Lord Lin, I will definitely follow your orders and never act on my own. Lin Chen stood up, looking firmly at Jo Hong. Remember, your life is in my hands. If you dare to make any moves, I will not show mercy. Jo Hong felt the coldness in Lin Chen's eyes and couldn't help but shiver, quickly saying, understood, Lord Lin, I would never dare to make any moves. Lin Chen nodded, good, next month you will follow me, but everything must go according to my arrangements. Now, you can go back. Jo Hong quickly stood up, respectfully bowed, and then hurriedly left the courtyard. Watching Jo Hong's departing figure, Lin Chen pondered silently. Since Jo Hong was willing to follow him, he had found someone useful. In the following days, he continued to interrogate prisoners in the Yin-Yang prison. The prisoners here had long lifespans, and Lin Chen naturally would not miss this opportunity. During the daily interrogations, Lin Chen continuously extracted the lifespans of the prisoners through torture. These prisoners were all ruthless, and despite his interrogation methods, they remained silent, especially that by Wu Chang, who was so stubborn it was infuriating. No matter what methods Lin Chen used, he chose to grit his teeth and remain silent. However, Lin Chen wasn't particularly interested in Bai Wu Chang's secrets. He had already obtained enough information from other prisoners. To Lin Chen, Bai Wu Chang was merely a high lifespan blood bag. After finishing the interrogations of all the prisoners in the Yin-Yang prison, Lin Chen finally returned to the heavenly prison. As soon as he sat down, he immediately sensed the puppet's unusual movement, feeling secretly pleased that he had indeed found it. The puppet secret technique allowed the master to perceive the puppet's status in real time and share sensory experiences. For Lin Chen, this little demon puppet was a mobile surveillance tool. Through the puppet's perspective, Lin Chen could see everything the little demon saw and sense its emotions and physical state. He closed his eyes, focused his mind, and felt the puppet's senses. Soon, the scene before him changed, transforming into the environment where the little demon was located. The little demon was in a dark underground passage, surrounded by runes and restrictions. The sounds of demons chattering filled the air, which Lin Chen could hear through the puppet's ears, but he couldn't understand at all. The little demon cautiously moved forward in the passage, unable to discern where it was due to the runes and restrictions all around. Suddenly, a white light appeared, and the passage opened up ahead. The wall at the end vanished, revealing a massive cave. The scale of the cave was almost unbelievable, as if it were an underground world, a 1,000-foot hollowed-out cavern resembling a vast underground city. The walls of the cave soared into the clouds, with countless crystal-clear stalactites hanging from the ceiling, shimmering with a faint glow. The cave walls were densely covered with passages, crisscrossing like a gigantic and intricate spider web. In the center of the cave was a wide open space, the ground strewn with fine gravel, surrounded by stone tablets and pillars that emitted a ghostly light. These stone tablets and pillars were engraved with ancient runes, seemingly imbued with some strange power. Lin Chen was taken aback as he observed this scene through the puppet's vision. He hadn't expected it to be so vast. At that moment, a strangely shaped demon below called out, its voice echoing sharply in the cave. Subsequently, the surrounding demons jumped down from the passages, quickly gathering together. These demons varied in form. Some had scales, some had horns on their heads, and some even had wings on their backs. Their eyes glinted with ferocity, clearly filled with hostility towards a certain target. Lin Chen's heart tightened, knowing that the gathering of these demons must signify something important. He carefully observed through the puppet's vision, trying to discern the demons' intentions. As the demons gathered, the stone tablets and pillars in the center of the cave gradually lit up with a faint glow, as if responding to their arrival. The light grew stronger, eventually forming a massive halo in the center of the cave. Within the halo appeared a tall figure, as if descending from the void. This figure was shrouded in thick black mist, and only its tall silhouette could be vaguely seen. What is this? Lin Chen was startled, realizing that the scene before him was anything but ordinary. He concentrated even more, carefully observing through the puppet's senses. The tall figure slowly spoke, its voice deep and filled with authority, as if it came from ancient times. The voice continued to echo in the cave, and the tall shadow let out a strange roar. All the demons immediately became more submissive, kneeling down and displaying extreme reverence and obedience. Then, the shadow spoke a string of words in the demon language. Lin Chen initially thought he wouldn't understand, but suddenly a clear understanding flashed in his mind, and he instantly grasped the meaning of the voice. This time we are ready to counterattack the humans. Soon, we will be able to capture all the humans in one fell swoop, and this world will return to our hands. Upon hearing this, the demons erupted in excited howls, filling the cave with their fervent cries. Their eyes sparkled with a bloodthirsty light, as if they were already envisioning a feast after conquering humanity. They had been hungry for far too long. These damned humans should immediately become their food. Next, the demons began a celebration ceremony. In the clearing at the center of the cave lay several human corpses and offerings. A few demons carried a living person up. The man was tightly bound, his eyes filled with despair and fear. Lin Chen, through the puppet's vision, witnessed this scene and felt a chill run down his spine. The demons began the live sacrifice, tearing at the man's body with their sharp claws and fangs, blood splattering everywhere, and the screams echoed hauntingly in the cave. The entire scene was extremely bloody and brutal, as the demons frantically devoured the living man's flesh, reveling in this gruesome celebration. Blood stained the ground, and the air was thick with the heavy scent of blood. Lin Chen felt his stomach churn. He did not want to watch any longer and immediately severed the sensory link with the puppet. He took a deep breath to calm himself. There would surely be great chaos next month, and relying solely on his own strength, he feared he could not contend with so many demons. After pondering for a moment, he decided to sell the secret medicine in his possession through another channel to strengthen the demon suppression division, hoping to reduce casualties next month. With this thought, he immediately called for Zhou Hong. Zhou Hong, prepare the medicinal materials, but be sure not to draw attention. You can go to several pharmacies in the capital to procure them without being noticed. Zhou Hong said with a bitter face, My Lord Lin, this is not easy. Lin Chen frowned and asked, What do you mean it's not easy? Zhou Hong rubbed his hands together and whispered, I don't have any money. He usually spent a lot, especially enjoying drinking and entertainment, and Zhou Zi had cut off his expenses to ensure he practiced martial arts properly. It was then that Lin Chen realized he himself had little money. He was used to being provided for in the prison, and now suddenly needing to raise funds was indeed a bit tricky. After thinking for a moment, he said, I still have some elixirs, but I want to sell them to the Demon Suppression Division without exposing myself. Zhou Hong's eyes lit up, and he smiled, My Lord Lin, that's simple. You can trade through the black market, setting a high price for the elixirs. Such high-grade elixirs will definitely attract the attention of the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Chen's eyes flashed with doubt. Black market trading? Will it work? Zhou Hong nodded and explained, Black market trading is risky but highly confidential. As long as your identity isn't discovered, you can sell the elixirs this way. Moreover, the prices in the black market are often much higher than normal channels, so you can make a profit. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and felt this was a feasible plan. He looked at Zhou Hong and asked, Do you have connections in the black market? Zhou Hong smiled and said, My Lord Lin, have you forgotten what I do? I'm very familiar with black market dealings. As long as there are elixirs, I can help you handle it. Lin Chen nodded, deciding to entrust Zhou Hong with the task. Alright, then I'll leave it to you. Keep a low profile and don't raise any suspicions. Zhou Hong patted his chest and assured, My Lord Lin, you can rest assured, I will handle it properly. Lin Chen handed some elixirs to Zhou Hong, detailing the precautions for the transaction. Zhou Hong listened carefully, understanding what needed to be done. A few days later, Zhou Hong returned with the purchased medicinal materials, using the money from selling the elixirs. He carefully handed the materials to Lin Chen, a hint of pride on his face. My Lord Lin, the medicinal materials are ready, and the elixirs have been sold through the black market to a reliable buyer. Lin Chen nodded, satisfied, and said, Very good, These materials are enough for us to refine a batch of secret medicine. I hope these secret medicines will be useful next month during the lunar eclipse." The two began to work diligently on refining the medicine. During the process, Lin Chen was meticulous, and the materials quickly transformed into crystal-clear elixirs in his hands. Looking at these elixirs, Lin Chen felt they were still too few. Meanwhile, Li Feihong from the Demon Suppression Division quickly arrived at Huang Yun's resting place, barging in with a serious expression. "Governor Huang, I have urgent matters to report," Li Feihong said breathlessly. Huang Yun looked up at Li Feihong and asked, "What is so urgent?" Li Feihong handed the box in his hand to Huang Yun, his expression serious. "Governor Huang, this is the medicine our people bought on the black market." Huang Yun took the pill and examined it carefully, casually saying, "This medicine seems fine, why the fuss?" Li Feihong shook his head, nervously saying, "Governor Huang, this medicine is identical to the secret medicine of the ghost-killing sect at that time." Upon hearing this, Huang Yun's expression changed, and he immediately stood up. "Are you serious?" Li Feihong nodded and said solemnly, "I have confirmed it. Someone tested this medicine on the spot, and indeed, they instantly crossed 3 realms." Huang Yun was shocked to hear this. "Who tested it? What was the effect?" Li Feihong replied, "It was one of our spies. He directly broke through from the 5th rank to the 2nd rank. Great perfection. We had someone confirm it again, and this medicine is indeed identical to the secret medicine of the ghost-killing sect, even more effective." Huang Yun furrowed his brows, pondering, such a powerful secret medicine must have a master behind it. If it truly is the ghost-killing sect's secret medicine, then the capital may face a greater crisis. He asked in a deep voice, "Do you know who is selling it on the black market?" Li Feihong shook his head, his tone somewhat helpless. "The transactions on the black market are extremely secretive. Our people have not been able to find out the seller's identity." A total of 5 pills were sold that day, and each one was snatched up. Huang Yun thought for a moment, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. "It seems someone is stirring up trouble in the dark. We must find the source of this medicine and uncover the people behind it." Li Feihong nodded in agreement. "I have already placed eyes on the black market. If there is any new information, I will report it immediately." Huang Yun sighed, his tone heavy. "This matter is serious. We cannot be careless. We must be fully prepared. Next month's lunar eclipse may not be peaceful in the capital." Li Feihong nodded solemnly. "I understand and will do my utmost." Huang Yun waved his hand. "You may go. Keep a close watch on the movements of the black market, and report to me immediately if there is any sign of trouble." After Li Feihong left, Huang Yun stood in the center of the room, filled with unease. Huang Yun was filled with unease. The extermination of the ghost-killing sect was indeed related to this medicine. He worried that those who had wiped out the ghost-killing sect might misuse this medicine, making it impossible to resolve the situation later. Thinking of this, he sighed, hoping it wouldn't turn out as he feared. On Lin Chen's side, the second batch of pills amounted to over 200, and Lin Chen rewarded Zhou Hong with a few pills. Last time selling medicine on the black market, it was certain that the Demon Suppression Division would not be kept in the dark. After arranging things for Zhou Hong, Lin Chen let him take action. Soon, Li Feihong received a tip-off that the same kind of medicine had appeared on the black market again. Huang Yun nodded with a smile, and Li Feihong said, "We have already controlled the person selling the medicine on the black market. He has been brought back to the Demon Suppression Division." The seller was brought to the Demon Suppression Division. He was in his 50s, thin, with a wrinkled face and gray hair, looking quite honest. He kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, appearing extremely nervous. Huang Yun sat on a high chair, coldly looking at the seller. "Speak, where did this medicine come from?" The seller trembled as he replied, "My lord, I know nothing. I am just a medicine seller. I don't know the origin of these medicines." Li Feihong sternly said from the side, "Don't play dumb. Tell us who gave you the medicine." The seller was frightened by Li Feihong's imposing manner and trembled all over, not daring to hide anything, quickly saying, "My lord, those people all wore masks. I have no idea who they are. They were very cautious every time they gave me the medicine, never revealing their true faces." Huang Yun frowned and asked, "When they gave you the medicine this time, did they say anything special?" The boss stammered, There was the person who gave me the medicine this time, who told me to spread the word, but not to sell it for now. I thought he wanted to create a demand, so I did as he said, but I didn't expect it would attract the people from the Demon Suppression Division." Huang Yun coldly stared at the boss, and after a moment of silence, asked, "What did that person look like?" The boss shook his head. "Sir, that person wore a mask and was dressed in all black. I couldn't see his face clearly." Huang Yun furrowed his brow, a hint of unease rising in his heart. He stood up, walked in front of the boss, and said coldly, "You better honestly tell me everything you know, or you know well that the methods of the Demon Suppression Division are not something you can bear." The boss hurriedly nodded. "Sir, I really have said everything. I'm just a medicine seller. I truly don't know the origins of those people." Li Feihong continued to question the boss, did that person say anything else to you? The boss frowned, thinking for a moment, then suddenly jumped up. Yes, that person also said that if the people from the Demon Suppression Division trouble me, I should tell them that he will be waiting for them at the Wanfuku Inn in the capital. After hearing this, Huang Yun waved his hand, signaling Li Feihong to take the boss out. Once they left, Huang Yun and Li Feihong began to discuss the matter. Huang Yun pondered, it seems the other party was already prepared, and they are coming for our Demon Suppression Division. Li Feihong asked, Governor Huang, should we go meet this person? Huang Yun replied firmly, we definitely should, to see what this person really wants. They decided to head to the Wanfuku Inn immediately, bringing along several elite members of the Demon Suppression Division. When they arrived at the Wanfuku Inn, the innkeeper immediately came forward, smiling broadly, and said, Are you gentlemen from the Demon Suppression Division? A private room has already been reserved for you. Li Feihong frowned and asked, Who reserved it? The innkeeper respectfully replied, It was a guest who said that when the gentlemen from the Demon Suppression Division arrive, they should go up. Huang Yun felt a surge of interest and signaled Li Feihong to follow. The innkeeper led them upstairs to a beautifully decorated private room. Pushing open the door, the room was elegantly furnished, with exquisite dishes and fine wine laid out on the table, as if prepared specifically for them. Huang Yun and Li Feihong entered the room, looking around but finding nothing unusual. After they sat down, Li Feihong cautiously scanned the surroundings, confirming there was no danger. Lin Shen had been quietly observing from the other side of the street. Seeing Huang Yun and Li Feihong enter the Wanfuku Inn, he let out a sigh of relief. He quickly donned his full gear, circled to the next private room next to the Demon Suppression Division, and used his internal energy to lower his voice, directly transmitting it into the adjacent room with powerful internal force. People from the Demon Suppression Division, have you thought about how much you want to pay? Lin Shen's deep voice entered the private room, startling both Huang Yun and Li Feihong, who showed signs of alertness. Li Feihong frowned and asked, Who exactly are you? You don't need to know. Lin Shen's voice was indifferent yet authoritative. I am currently doing business with the Demon Suppression Division, and you are aware of the value of this elixir. It is valuable but hard to find. Huang Yun's heart sank, realizing the other party was formidable. He calmly asked, I wonder how many elixirs you still have. 10 pills, Lin Shen replied nonchalantly. Huang Yun nodded, pondering for a moment, then said, The Demon Suppression Division will take them all. Lin Shen coldly smiled, Fine, 1 gold ingot for 1 pill. Huang Yun unhesitatingly agreed, No problem. At the same time, he cautiously inquired, Will this medicine appear again in the future? Lin Shen feigned arrogance, snorting coldly, If it weren't for the demons invading next month, your Demon Suppression Division is too weak. This elixir would not easily appear. Huang Yun was taken aback, feeling a wave of astonishment, not expecting that the other party was indeed considering the Demon Suppression Division. He sighed, his tone carrying a hint of respect, The master truly thinks for us. We will definitely use these pills properly to defend the capital. I hope you can do it. Lin Shen's voice remained cold. Remember, I only do business once. If you come again next time, it might not be so simple. After saying this, Lin Shen cut off the transmission of internal energy and quickly left the private room. The expected effect had been achieved. Next, it would depend on how the Demon Suppression Division responded. Huang Yun and Li Feihong exchanged glances, both feeling a weight in their hearts. Li Feihong whispered, Governor Huang, this person's strength is too formidable. We must act cautiously. Indeed, Huang Yun's gaze was complex. Our most important task now is to prepare for next month's demon invasion, to distribute these pills as soon as possible and enhance our overall strength. Li Feihong took a deep breath and resolutely said, I will arrange it right away. The Demon Suppression Division placed the box filled with gold at the delivery location as per Lin Shen's request. For the financially robust Demon Suppression Division, this gold was nothing. As long as the pills were effective, spending any amount was worth it. Before setting off, Huang Yun and Li Feihong discussed for a long time. Huang Yun repeatedly reminded Li Feihong to ensure the safety and confidentiality of the transaction, leaving no room for error. Li Feihong nodded in agreement and, accompanied by several elite subordinates, headed to the delivery location. Soon, both parties completed the handover without revealing themselves. Lin Shen watched from the shadows as the people from the Demon Suppression Division placed the box filled with gold at the designated spot, a surge of joy swelling in his heart. After the Demon Suppression Division members left, he quickly appeared to check the gold in the box. The box was filled with gleaming gold, and Lin Shen muttered to himself, Making money is quite easy. On the other side, the members of the Demon Suppression Division returned to headquarters. Li Feihong handed the pills to Huang Yun, who cautiously took out 1 pill, preparing to swallow it himself. Li Feihong hurriedly stopped him, saying, Governor Huang, we can't be sure there are no other issues. Let me try it first. Huang Yun glanced at Li Feihong and nodded, Alright, Fei Hong, you try it. If you feel any discomfort, stop immediately. Li Fei Hong took the pill, took a deep breath, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. He placed the pill in his mouth, circulated his internal energy, and quickly swallowed it. Moments later, Li Fei Hong's body began to undergo significant changes. He felt a powerful force rapidly spreading within him, his internal energy surging like a tide, and the meridians in his body expanding quickly. This pill's effect is indeed extraordinary, Li Fei Hong exclaimed, his strength rising 3 levels in just a few minutes. Huang Yun, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of excitement in his heart, but he remained calm and asked, Fei Hong, how do you feel? Any discomfort? Li Fei Hong moved his limbs, feeling the surging power within him, and excitedly said, no discomfort at all. Instead, I feel my internal energy is abundant, and my strength has greatly increased. Governor Huang, this pill is indeed fine. Huang Yun nodded, feeling relieved. Very good, these pills are indeed effective, we can use them with confidence. He turned to the other subordinates and said, immediately distribute these pills, let all the elites take one. For next month's demon battle, we must go all out. The subordinates received their orders and quickly sprang into action. The pills were distributed to each elite, and everyone was thrilled upon hearing the introduction. Huang Yun looked at the last pill in his hand, thought for a moment, and decided to keep it for Lin Chen. He immediately sent someone to notify Lin Chen to come over. Lin Chen received the message and quickly rushed to the Demon Suppression Division. He pushed the door open and saw Huang Yun waiting for him, a serious expression on his face. Governor Huang, you called for me? Lin Chen asked respectfully. Huang Yun nodded, gesturing for Lin Chen to sit down. He took out the precious pill from his bosom and handed it to Lin Chen, his tone serious. Lin Chen, this pill is specially reserved for you. It can significantly enhance your strength in a short time. I hope you can protect yourself well. Lin Chen received the pill, feeling warmth in his heart. He knew that Huang Yun was trusting him, and he gratefully said, Thank you, Governor Huang. I will do my utmost to protect the peace of the capital. Huang Yun nodded, a hint of satisfaction in his gaze. Someone like you is the future of Dishang. You must live well. Lin Chen took a deep breath. I understand. Huang Yun smiled with satisfaction and patted Lin Chen's shoulder. Good, prepare well. We must win the battle against the demons next month. Lin Chen left Huang Yun's office with the pill, feeling deeply moved. Huang Yun had specifically reserved a pill for him, clearly placing great importance on him. He sighed slightly, realizing he needed to quickly arrange for Gu Wan and Alian to be settled, lest chaos erupt in the capital and he would be unable to ensure their safety. Lin Chen returned to the small courtyard and saw Gu Wan and Alian busy in the yard. He walked over with a gentle smile. Waner, Alian, I have something important to tell you, Lin Chen said softly. Gu Wan and Alian stopped their work and looked at Lin Chen with confusion. Brother, what is it? Gu Wan asked. Lin Chen sighed and led them into the house, speaking seriously. Next month, there may be great chaos in the capital. I need you to leave here temporarily. Alian's expression changed, and she asked worriedly, Lord Lin, where will we go? Lin Chen gently stroked Gu Wan's head. I will arrange for you to go to a safe place. A friend of mine will take care of you. Once this period passes, I will come to bring you back. Gu Wan reluctantly held Lin Chen's hand, tears glistening in her eyes. Brother, you must be careful. Lin Chen nodded, firmly saying, You can rest assured, I will protect myself. He arranged for Gu Wan and Alian's destination, feeling slightly more at ease. Meanwhile, the demonic army began to stir. Yun Tianhe was in a secret cave of the demonic army, closed off for cultivation, surrounded by powerful restrictions and formations to ensure he could devote himself fully to his training. He sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, eyes closed in meditation, as the true energy within him flowed continuously through his meridians. He knew this breakthrough was crucial and he had to give it his all. He operated the supreme demonic technique, Mingyu Blood Sutra, compressing the demonic energy within him, attempting to break through his body's limits. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a determined light flashing within, as his true energy erupted violently, breaking through the shackles of his meridians. In an instant, he felt an incredibly powerful force surging within him, as if the power of the entire world was converging upon him. Ah, I finally broke through. A deep, resonant voice echoed, shattering the cave. Yun Tian has successfully broke through to the second rank, becoming a first-rank martial god. Now, it's time to trouble Zhaojin, and that beast who killed my son. I will never let him go. I want to turn the capital into a river of blood, or my hatred will never be quelled. Yun Tianhe's voice thundered throughout the demonic army, his eyes flashing with hatred and fervor. The members of the demonic path congratulated him, the atmosphere exceptionally heated. Yun Tianhe's breakthrough was undoubtedly the greatest encouragement for them, and their morale soared as a result. Congratulations, Lord Yun Tianhe. With your leadership, we will surely sweep through the capital. Lord Yun Tianhe is invincible, the capital will surely submit at your feet." Listening to the congratulations, Yun Tianhe wore a satisfied smile, waving his hand to signal everyone to quiet down. "This time, we will destroy Kyoto in one fell swoop, killing everyone in the Demon Suppression Division and burying them with my son. Let the people of Kyoto know the consequences of offending me." Yun Tianhe's voice was filled with murderous intent, his expression incredibly sinister. At that moment, the sky suddenly darkened, and colorful lotus flowers descended from the heavens, a spectacular phenomenon. This was a sign of a martial god breaking through, and the entire city of Kyoto witnessed this scene, instantly filled with panic. Heavens, what is happening? Who has broken through to become a god? Is Kyoto really going to descend into chaos? This kind of phenomenon has never been seen before. How strong is this enemy? Can we remain safe? The citizens of Kyoto were in a flurry of discussion, their hearts filled with fear and unease. Lin Chen stood in the courtyard, looking up at the colorful lotus flowers in the sky, deep in thought. Another martial god has emerged. It seems Kyoto is about to be thrown into complete turmoil. A day later, a terrifying message spread throughout Kyoto. The leader of the demon path, Yun Tianhe, had become a martial god and was about to attack the Demon Suppression Division. This news quickly spread across the entire city, and with the impending disaster of demons and monsters, the whole city fell into panic. On the streets, the once prosperous Kyoto had become desolate and ruined, with fleeing citizens visible everywhere. They hurriedly ran with their families, their faces filled with fear, desperately searching for a safe refuge. The once bustling shops were closed, and the streets echoed with anxious cries and hurried footsteps. The air was thick with tension and despair, as if the entire city was shrouded in fear. Lin Chen walked through the streets, witnessing this scene, and felt a heavy weight in his heart. He understood what it meant to have a powerful being at the martial god level. It was a force beyond mortal comprehension, capable of shaking the very existence of the city. He hurried back to the Demon Suppression Division, contemplating how to deal with the impending threat of Yun Tianhe. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen saw that Huang Yun and the other high-ranking officials looked extremely grim. The atmosphere inside the division was exceptionally oppressive, with worry and unease written on everyone's faces. The Zhaojin who once suppressed Yun Tianhe has passed away, and now that Yun Tianhe has broken through to become a martial god, he will clearly not spare the Demon Suppression Division, Huang Yun said heavily, his tone filled with deep concern. Nandonsa furrowed his brows and asked, "Governor Huang, what should we do now?" Huang Yun sighed and said slowly, "I have already summoned one of the 4 divine generals, the Northern General Hansuang, who is closest to Kyoto. If he can arrive in time to support us, perhaps we can hold on for a while." Lin Chen's heart stirred. He had heard of the name Northern General Hansuang. Huang Yun turned to Lin Chen, his expression serious. "Lin Chen, no matter what, you must not leave the heavenly prison. If necessary, you can deal with the prisoners there as you see fit. Additionally, you need to pay more attention to the Yin-Yang prison. The internal situation of the Demon Suppression Division must not fall into chaos." Lin Chen nodded, his gaze resolute. "Governor Huang, rest assured, I will do my utmost to protect the heavenly prison and prevent the prisoners from causing trouble." Huang Yun patted Lin Chen's shoulder, revealing a weary smile. "Good, this matter is entrusted to you. We must unite and face the impending catastrophe together." Soon, the demon army was at the city gates, and the guards of Kyoto gathered together. Yun Tianhe stood at the forefront of the demon army, exuding a powerful pressure. He was already at the martial god level, a force that allowed him to look down upon all. The third-grade generals of Kyoto rushed to confront him. If they did not fight to the death, the entire Great Shang dynasty would fall into the hands of the demon path. "Kill!" One general roared as he charged forward, his spear glinting coldly. His strength was already considerable among the third grade, but before Yun Tianhe, he seemed so insignificant. Yun Tianhe snorted coldly, swinging his black long sword, and a wave of black sword energy howled forth. In an instant, it cleaved the general in two, blood splattering everywhere, the scene extremely bloody. "Don't be afraid, we cannot retreat," another third-rank general shouted, leading his soldiers to charge at the demonic army. The battle was fierce and brutal, blood staining the earth red. Huang Yun stood on the front lines, a second-rank powerhouse, and although his strength was not as great as Yun Tianhe's, he still resisted tenaciously. "Everyone, hold them back. We cannot let them break through the defense line." Huang Yun roared, his eyes flashing with determination. He wielded his long sword, fighting against a group of demonic powerhouses, each strike infused with powerful true energy, slaying one demonic warrior after another. Unfortunately, facing the tide of enemies, his strength seemed inadequate. Yun Tianhe sneered, his eyes filled with endless killing intent. He looked at Huang Yun, stepped forward, and his figure flickered like a ghost, instantly appearing before Huang Yun. "Do you think you worthless fools can stop me?" Yun Tianhe whispered coldly, his long sword thrusting out rapidly. Huang Yun barely managed to parry, yet he was still forced to retreat repeatedly. On the other side, a tense atmosphere filled the prison. The prisoners were restless, trying to escape amidst the chaos. Lin Chen stood in the center of the prison, his gaze icy, the soul-cleaving blade in his hand glinting with a cold light. Who dares to cause trouble, kill without mercy? Lin Chen shouted angrily, his voice like thunder, intimidating all the prisoners. A few prisoners attempted to rush towards the prison door, and without hesitation, Lin Chen struck, the blade flashing, blood splattering. Those prisoners were instantly slain, their bodies collapsing in pools of blood, the scene gruesome and terrifying. This is the consequence, Lin Chen said coldly, his eyes flashing with a chilling killing intent. Zhou Hong, witnessing this scene, was terrified and hurried over, trembling as he asked, Lord Lin Chen, what are your orders? Lin Chen's gaze was like lightning, coldly looking at Zhou Hong, you keep a good watch over the prison, I am going outside to fight. If a single prisoner escapes, you will be held accountable. Zhou Hong felt a surge of joy and quickly nodded, yes, Lord Lin Chen, you can rest assured. I will definitely keep a close watch over the prison. He secretly rejoiced. Lin Chen was a martial god, and with the support of secret medicine, this battle was sure to be secured. If Lin Chen were to die, he would quickly flee with his father, not having to lift a finger. Lin Chen said no more, turning to walk outside, his heart filled with killing intent. Now, the Demon Suppression Division was leaderless. Only he could step up to secure a glimmer of hope for the division. Meanwhile, Yun Tianhe and Huang Yun were still entangled in battle. Huang Yun, being only a second rank, could hardly withstand Yun Tianhe's might. A sharp sword energy was aimed directly at Huang Yun's heart. Huang Yun was already severely injured, blood continuously pouring from his mouth, his face pale. He gritted his teeth and held on, barely managing to block Yun Tianhe's strike with his long sword, but he was still sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Old fool, today I'll send you to hell. Yun Tianhe sneered, his eyes flashing with a chilling killing intent. He swung his long sword, the sword energy like a rainbow. With destructive power, it surged again towards Huang Yun. Huang Yun struggled to rise from the ground. He knew he could not contend with Yun Tianhe, and with a silent sigh, he took out the secret medicine, preparing to consume it. He had originally planned to wait until the demons invaded to take it, but now it was too late. In this critical moment, a sharp edge suddenly blocked Yun Tianhe's lethal strike. It was a blade radiating a ghostly light, standing before Huang Yun, halting Yun Tianhe's assault. Huang Yun was momentarily stunned, looking at the newcomer. A man wearing a mask, tall and exuding a powerful aura, spoke in a deep and forceful voice. Yun Tianhe, you are quite bold to dare cause trouble in my territory. The members of the Demon Suppression Division were all astonished. Who was this mysterious masked man? Yun Tianhe was also taken aback, then furiously shouted, what are you to block my path? However, the next moment, his gaze fell on the masked man, suddenly noticing the traces of the soul-guiding incense. His expression changed drastically, a flicker of shock and anger flashing in his eyes. You beast! Huang Yun also recognized the voice. It belonged to the person who had sold them the secret medicine that day. A complex emotion crossed his eyes, a mix of shock and a glimmer of hope. Lin Chen wore a mask, not wanting to reveal his identity, but the soul-attracting incense on him still alerted Yun Tianhe. This man was the murderer of his son, and Yun Tianhe struck with lethal intent, showing no mercy. I want you dead. Yun Tianhe roared, his long sword thrusting forward, aimed directly at Lin Chen. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his knife moving swiftly to block Yun Tianhe's attack. The two forces collided violently in the air, producing a deafening roar. Anger and killing intent flickered in Yun Tianhe's eyes. He knew he was facing a formidable opponent, but he would never back down. He roared again, his long sword thrusting out once more, filled with endless killing intent. Lin Chen snorted coldly, his figure like the wind, quickly dodging. The two engaged in fierce combat in the air, the clash of blades and swords echoing continuously. It was Lin Chen's first time fighting against someone at the martial god level, and their strength was indeed extraordinary. You beast, today I will make you pay in blood for your debts. Yun Tianhe shouted, his eyes filled with endless hatred and anger. His long sword glimmered with a cold light, each strike carrying devastating power, mercilessly attacking Lin Chen. Lin Chen's gaze was icy, wielding the soul-cleaving blade with every move filled with exquisite technique. His figure moved like a ghost, swiftly avoiding Yun Tianhe's deadly attacks. Yun Tianhe's offensive grew increasingly fierce, each sword strike imbued with immense killing intent, pressing towards Lin Chen's vital points. Lin Chen responded calmly, utilizing the 9 nether phantom steps to evade quickly while searching for an opportunity to counterattack. His soul-cleaving blade struck back rapidly, a sharp blade of light cleaving towards Yun Tianhe's head. Yun Tianhe quickly raised his sword to block, the clash of blade and sword sparking a flurry of sparks. Huang Yun was healing below. He hadn't expected a martial god to emerge from the capital, and not a whisper of it had been revealed. Watching the fierce battle in the sky, Huang Yun was filled with complex emotions. This person could actually contend with a powerhouse like Yun Tianhe, which was truly shocking. The two fought with great momentum, the intertwining lights of blades and swords shaking the heavens and the earth. Yun Tianhe did not expect this man to be so difficult to deal with, his heart growing more anxious and angry. Lin Chen also did not expect the opponent to be so easy to handle. He was only using 50% of his strength to suppress Yun Tianhe, who had just entered the martial god realm. I will make you understand the consequences of opposing me. Yun Tianhe roared in fury, his true energy surging wildly, suddenly unleashing his lifelong ultimate skill, Heavenly Demon Annihilation Slash. This move was Yun Tianhe's hard-earned skill after years of cultivation, the sword light like lightning, carrying endless destructive power, rushing towards Lin Chen, the air thick with intense killing intent and pressure. Lin Chen sneered, his eyes flashing with a cold light, and calmly said, "Just this much." His figure moved like the wind, swiftly dodging, the soul-cleaving blade in his hand radiating a chilling light. With a sudden swing, the blade light struck towards Yun Tianhe like thunder. Yun Tianhe's Heavenly Demon Annihilation Slash was easily neutralized by Lin Chen, who instead forced him to retreat repeatedly, his stance unsteady. "With this level of strength, you are not enough to make me go all out," Lin Chen said coldly, the soul-cleaving blade in his hand moving again, the blade light like electricity, directly targeting Yun Tianhe's throat. Yun Tianhe was pushed back step by step, his anger and despair growing. He was unwilling to be defeated like this, gritting his teeth and exerting all his strength, trying to turn the tide. However, Lin Chen's strength far exceeded his expectations. Yun Tianhe's attacks were continuously neutralized by Lin Chen, his figure becoming increasingly disheveled, ultimately forced back several meters by a single strike from Lin Chen, gasping for breath, his face pale. Under Huang Yun's command, the people of the Demon Suppression Division quickly wiped out the small fry of the demonic path. Nangong Su was stunned to see Lin Chen effortlessly countering Yun Tianhe's attacks. He turned to Huang Yun and asked, "Governor Huang, isn't the strength at the martial god level supposed to be very formidable? Why does this person seem to fight so easily?" Huang Yun was also extremely shocked, watching Lin Chen's battle with disbelief. "That's right, the strength at the martial god level is indeed very powerful. Yun Tianhe has just broken through not long ago and should be a terrifying opponent. Yet this person before them not only easily suppressed Yun Tianhe but even rendered him completely powerless to fight back, which was truly hard to believe." Nangong Su looked at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with awe and admiration. "Governor Huang, could this person be a peerless powerhouse hidden among us?" Huang Yun nodded, his gaze filled with complex emotions. "It seems so. This mysterious powerhouse has hidden himself so deeply that even our Demon Suppression Division did not notice his existence. His strength far exceeds that of an ordinary martial god. He is likely the hope of our great Qing dynasty." Lin Chen stood before Yun Tianhe, coldly gazing at him, a hint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Yun Tianhe, your end has come." He took a deep breath, his true energy rapidly circulating, burning 500 years of lifespan. With his movement, the soul-cleaving blade suddenly erupted with a blazing light, the blade swirling with the powers of thunder and fire. "Thunder Slash!" Lin Chen shouted angrily, swinging the soul-cleaving blade down with a force that instantly unleashed a shocking blade light. Thunder and fire intertwined, carrying the might to destroy heaven and earth. This strike seemed to tear apart the entire world. Wherever the blade light passed, a strong aura of destruction filled the air. The ground instantly cracked under the impact of the blade light, huge fissures spreading like a spider web, and dust and debris rose up. Those small fry of the demonic path could not evade this earth-shattering power, turning to dust under the blade's impact. Their screams vanished along with them in this destructive force. As Yun Tianhe watched this terrifying blade light approach, despair and anger filled his heart. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly gathered all his true energy, trying to confront this strike. The power of this blow far exceeded his imagination, and he could not withstand it at all. Put! The blade light flashed, and Yun Tianhe's body was instantly split in half, blood spraying and staining the entire battlefield red. The infamous and legendary leader of the demonic path fell headless before the eyes of the onlookers, ending his life. The entire battlefield fell into a deathly silence, everyone stunned by the power of this strike. The members of the Demon Suppression Division looked at Lin Chen, their eyes filled with shock and awe. Huang Yun and Nangong Su were also profoundly shaken by this scene. Huang Yun slowly stood up, his eyes flickering with complex light. His body trembled slightly, fists clenched, he was too strong. This person was even more terrifying than the four great generals. With such powerful strength, even Yun Tianhe, who had just broken through to the martial god realm, could not contend with him. Is this the true strength of the martial god level? Nangong Su murmured, his eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Lin Chen sheathed his blade, turning away gracefully as if that earth-shattering strike had been a casual blow. He glanced at the battlefield and coldly said, "Yun Tianhe is dead, The remaining small fry are not worth worrying about. You continue to clean up the battlefield. I will take my leave first." After saying this, without waiting for anyone to respond, he moved like the wind, quickly disappearing at the edge of the battlefield. The members of the Demon Suppression Division watched his retreating figure, filled with awe and gratitude. "This mysterious powerhouse is truly our savior," Nangong sighed. Huang Yin nodded, a complex light flickering in his eyes. "That's right, if it weren't for his intervention today, we might not have escaped unscathed." Lin Chen quickly returned to the prison, and just as he stepped through the door, Zhou Hong rushed over anxiously. "Lord Lin, how did it go?" Zhou Hong asked nervously. "Yun Tianhai has been killed by me," Lin Chen said coldly. Zhou Hong was taken aback, disbelief filling his eyes. "Is it really that easy to kill someone at the martial god level? It can't be true." Lin Chen was too lazy to explain further, simply stating, "The fact is as it is." Just then, a guard hurried over, panic etched on his face as he reported, "Lord Lin, something has happened over there." Lin Chen immediately understood that the restless prisoners must have caught wind of something. He glanced at Zhou Hong. "I need to go out for a bit. Zhou Hong, keep an eye on things for me." Lin Chen quickly made his way to the Yinyang prison. As soon as he stepped inside, he felt a heavy, oppressive atmosphere. The tension in the prison was palpable, as the prisoners in their cells began to riot, the formation barely able to contain their violent power. The sounds of their roars and banging echoed in the narrow space, the air thick with a restless energy. Lin Chen snorted coldly, his voice reverberating in the dark prison. "Yun Tianhai is dead. This is the fate of those who oppose the Demon Suppression Division." His voice momentarily halted the prisoners' uproar. Lin Chen coldly surveyed each cell, his gaze like lightning, carrying an overwhelming pressure. "I warn you, it's best to behave, otherwise, you will bear the consequences." The prisoners were intimidated by his aura, retreating deep into their cells, their eyes filled with fear and unease. Although these prisoners were temporarily subdued, there would always be some restless ones who would act out of desperation. Lin Chen did not rush to leave, he calmly observed each cell, waiting for those unwilling to submit to reveal themselves. Just as he was inspecting a particularly sturdy cell, he suddenly sensed a strong killing intent. His heart tightened, and he turned sharply, only to see an ugly, strange figure darting towards him like lightning, madness flickering in its eyes. "You people from the Demon Suppression Division will never suppress me," the prisoner roared, unleashing a burst of power with a frenzied aura. Lin Chen sneered coldly, quickly striking out with the Minghan Liantian blade, a sharp blade of light instantly repelling the attacking prisoner. The prisoner screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, convulsing. "Desperation requires skill," Lin Chen said coldly, his gaze like lightning sweeping over the other prisoners. Shocked by his strike, the other prisoners retreated, no longer daring to act recklessly. "Whoever dares to cause trouble again will meet the same fate," Lin Chen said coldly, his voice like ice, piercing to the bone. The prison fell into a deathly silence once more, the prisoners no longer daring to make a sound. Lin Chen coldly glanced at them, confirming there were no further disturbances before slowly turning to leave. Just then, he suddenly heard a deep voice call out, "Lin Chen, do you think you can suppress us like this?" Lin Chen stopped, his gaze coldly directed towards the source of the voice. He saw a burly prisoner standing deep within the cell, defiance and fervor flashing in his eyes. "Who are you?" Lin Chen asked coldly. "I am the chief of the Black Wind Stronghold. If it weren't for your suppression today, I would have broken free from the formation long ago," the prisoner sneered. "But don't get too proud, our people will not easily submit." Lin Chen frowned immediately. The Black Wind Stronghold was a den of demons, and this person was clearly colluding with them. His eyes turned icy. "You consort with demons and wait for them to rescue you? What a fool!" The prisoner's expression changed drastically, a flicker of fear and anger flashing in his eyes. "What do you know? My strength just needs to improve a little more, and I can escape." Lin Chen's gaze was as cold as ice, and he scoffed, his voice deep, "Don't worry, I will definitely make sure you don't live to see that day. Your only fate is death." The prisoner's face changed dramatically, his eyes filled with fear and despair. Bai Wu Chang felt an endless sense of despair and anger in this oppressive atmosphere. Going out now would mean death, but he simply couldn't endure it any longer. The formation of the Yin-Yang prison was constantly eroding his limbs and veins, not to mention Lin Chen, this madman, continuously torturing him with interrogations. Bai Wu Chang roared in his heart, gathering strength rapidly within him. He used all his might and slammed hard against the prison wall. Bang! With a loud explosion, the prison wall shattered, debris flying, chains breaking. Bai Wu Chang burst out of the prison, his eyes filled with madness. Bai Wu Chang has escaped. A prisoner exclaimed in a low voice, excitement barely concealed in his tone. Bai Wu Chang did not stop. He quickly unleashed his power, the strength within him erupting like a storm. He wildly swung his arms, continuously striking, breaking through several prison cells. Stones and chains flew everywhere, the air thick with dust and the stench of blood. Bang bang bang! The continuous explosions echoed within the yin-yang prison, and the prisoners inside began to move, their eyes flashing with fervor and hope. "We can escape! We can get out!" One prisoner shouted excitedly, his voice filled with endless desire. The entire yin-yang prison instantly fell into chaos, the prisoners rushing like madmen towards the broken walls and the exit. They pushed against each other, frantically searching for a chance to escape. "Hurry! Let's go! We can be free!" a prisoner screamed, desperately squeezing towards the exit. Bai Wuchang's power made him like a raging beast, continuously smashing and destroying the structure of the prison. The air was filled with dust and the smell of blood, the entire prison seemed to be engulfed in hellish chaos. Lin Chen's figure flickered, appearing ghost-like at the entrance of the prison. He coldly surveyed everything before him, his gaze as sharp as a cold blade. "Stop!" Lin Chen shouted angrily, his voice like thunder echoing within the prison. Bai Wuchang's figure paused slightly, turning to look at Lin Chen, a glimmer of madness and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. "Lin Chen, do you think you can trap me for a lifetime?" Bai Wuchang roared, his body gathering strength again as he charged towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen coldly smiled, the soul-splitting blade appearing in his hand, the blade shimmering with endless might. "You're seeking death," Lin Chen said coldly, his figure flashing as the blade light struck towards Bai Wuchang like lightning. Bang! With a loud crash, the blade light collided with Bai Wuchang's fist, erupting in a burst of intense sparks. Bai Wuchang's body was sent flying back, crashing heavily against the wall with a muffled thud. "You can never escape," Lin Chen said coldly, his gaze like lightning, fixed on Bai Wuchang. Bai Wuchang gritted his teeth and stood up, his eyes flashing with a mad light. There was no retreat left, only a desperate fight. "I will kill you," Bai Wuchang roared, the power within him erupting again as he charged towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen sneered, the blade light rising again, the soul-splitting blade carrying endless killing intent, heading straight for Bai Wuchang. Bang! Another loud explosion. Bai Wuchang's body was struck by the blade light, blood splattering, his body crashing heavily to the ground, unable to move. "Today, I will fulfill your wish," Lin Chen said coldly, stepping forward, the soul-splitting blade raised high. "Lin Chen, may you die a terrible death," Bai Wuchang said with difficulty, his voice filled with endless resentment. Lin Chen's blade light flashed, and Bai Wuchang's head fell to the ground with a thud, blood gushing out. He did not pause for a moment, raising the blade and looking at the other prisoners. The prisoners trembled in fear at Lin Chen's murderous intent, hastily retreating to their cells, terrified of becoming the next target. Lin Chen ordered the guards to reinforce the cells and strengthen the protective measures before leaving the yin-yang prison. Shortly after he left, several guards approached, tasked with cleaning up the body of Bai Wuchang. As they looked at the corpse on the ground, a mix of fear and disgust filled their hearts. They quickly set to work, preparing to dispose of the body. Just as they began, a horrifying scene unfolded. The head of Bai Wuchang, which had fallen to the ground, suddenly exhibited strange behavior, with eerie black light flickering in its eyes. Immediately, countless black slime oozed from his head and body, resembling a terrifying corrosive substance. "Ah, what is this?" One guard cried out in terror, stepping back a few paces, his face filled with horror and disgust. Before they could react, numerous tentacles burst forth from Bai Wuchang's body. The tentacles writhed like venomous snakes, imbued with endless evil and destructive power. "Run!" Another guard screamed, turning to flee from this terrifying place. The tentacles moved with incredible speed, instantly lunging at the guards, ensnaring them tightly. The tentacles, equipped with sharp barbs, pierced deeply into their skin, tearing through their flesh. "Ah, help!" The guards let out piercing screams, their bodies twisting and contorting under the grip of the tentacles, blood gushing forth. The entire yin-yang prison was plunged into chaos and panic, as the tentacles seemed to possess their own consciousness, spreading wildly, rampaging through the entire prison. The prisoners witnessed this scene, each one terrified to the core. They desperately banged against the cell doors, trying to escape this hellish place. "Let us out! Please, let us out!" One prisoner shouted hysterically, his eyes filled with despair and fear. But no one could escape. The tentacles rapidly spread, blocking all exits, turning the entire yin-yang prison into a desperate death trap. The tips of the tentacles bore sharp barbs, and with every swing, they brought forth a storm of blood and carnage. The prisoners fell one after another under the assault of the tentacles, their screams echoing, blood splattering everywhere. The air was thick with the stench of blood and decay, as the entire yin-yang prison transformed into a hellish battlefield. Amidst the chaos and fear, Bai Wuchang's head continued to emit an eerie black light. After the yin-yang prison was thoroughly cleansed, Bai Wuchang's body began to rapidly reassemble. His bones cracked with a chilling sound, his limbs twisted grotesquely, muscles and skin growing and expanding until he transformed into an extremely ugly monster. A satisfied glint flickered in his eyes, as if he had just feasted, his power greatly enhanced. The monster stretched its body forcefully, the immense power shaking the walls and floor of the yin-yang prison to their core. It surveyed the surroundings before violently crashing into the walls of the prison room. Boom! The entire yin-yang prison crumbled to ashes under this tremendous force, and the monster vanished completely in the dust, as if it had never existed. Lin Chen and the others heard the massive roar and rushed over immediately. When they arrived at the yin-yang prison, the sight before them made them gasp in shock. The once incredibly sturdy yin-yang prison had now turned into a pile of ruins. The ground was littered with broken stones and debris, and the air was thick with dust and the stench of decay. The once unbreakable cells and restraints had now become useless scrap metal, scattered across the ground. No one knew what had happened. All the guards who had been working in the yin-yang prison were dead. Huang Yun frowned as he looked at Lin Chen and asked, "Lin Chen, when you came to inspect, did anything strange happen?" Lin Chen thought for a moment and then shook his head. Nothing unusual. Huang Yun sighed, filled with deep worry. The fact that someone could take a person from the Demon Suppression Division and even destroy an entire cell was truly terrifying. Such power far exceeded their imagination. Li Feihong had originally thought that with Yun Tianhe's death, the demonic side would at least quiet down, but he never expected such an incident to occur now. He suppressed his emotions and asked Huang Yun, "Governor Huang, can you determine what kind of power this is?" Huang Yun slowly uttered two words, "War God." The two words shocked everyone present. A War God-level powerhouse. It meant possessing unparalleled strength and destructive power. Huang Yun glanced at the surrounding ruins, his brow deeply furrowed, filled with unease. Lin Chen pondered. When he left the yin-yang prison, he indeed did not sense any powerful aura. Could it be that a drastic change occurred after he left? Before he could figure it out, someone hurriedly ran over to report. "Governor Huang, the North God General has arrived." Huang Yun's heart filled with joy, and he quickly said, "Please, bring him in." All the members of the Demon Suppression Division followed Huang Yun to welcome the North God General. Lin Chen had thought the arrival of the North God General would be quite grand, but he did not expect the North God General to ride in on a fine steed, treading through frost and snow. He was over 70, with silver-white hair cascading over his shoulders, and a layer of frost covered his eyebrows and beard. His face was imposing, his eyes like lightning, exuding an aura of authority without anger. The North God General wore heavy armor, which faintly glimmered with a cold light, clearly a finely crafted piece forged through countless trials. The chill emanating from him spread with each step, as if the ground itself were frozen. Upon seeing the North God General, everyone in the Demon Suppression Division clasped their fists in greeting. "We welcome the North God General." The North God General nodded, his voice deep and powerful. "Huang Yun, I have heard there are changes in the capital, and I have come to assist." Huang Yun stepped forward quickly, respectfully saying, "North God General, you have worked hard. The situation in the capital is urgent. Please guide us." The North God General's gaze was like a torch, sweeping around the area, his eyes sharp as knives, carrying a strong sense of pressure. Everyone felt an invisible weight and lowered their heads, not daring to meet his gaze. Lin Chen also slightly bowed his head, feeling that gaze lock onto him like a sharp blade, cutting into his body. This pressure had no effect on Lin Chen at all. That sharp gaze lingered on him for a few breaths, the pressure gradually intensifying, as if trying to see through him completely. Lin Chen's expression remained unchanged, showing no signs of wavering. After a few breaths, the North God General finally withdrew his gaze, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glad they were not targeted. The North God General turned to Huang Yun and asked, "Has something happened?" Huang Yun quickly stepped forward and briefly reported the incident of Yun Tianhe's murder. Huang Yun also mentioned the anomalies in the yin-yang prison and the current situation. The North God General frowned and said in a deep voice, "Take me to see." Huang Yun nodded and then told the others, "Everyone, return to your posts, notify me if there are any developments." Lin Chen felt that it was his negligence in guarding, and with the North God General taking over, he had no reason to stay. Huang Yun led the North God General to the ruins of the yin-yang prison, which was a scene of devastation, broken chains, shattered walls, and fresh bloodstains on the ground, with a stench of decay and blood filling the air. The North God General swept his gaze over the area, pausing momentarily on the corpses and bloodstains, shock and disbelief flashing in his eyes. He crouched down to examine a body closely, his brow furrowed. "Impossible!" The North God General murmured to himself, his eyes revealing deep confusion and concern. Huang Yun felt uneasy upon seeing this and asked, "Beijing God General, what have you discerned?" The Beijing God General slowly stood up, his sharp gaze fixed on the corpses on the ground, and said in a deep voice, "The wounds on these bodies do not appear to be caused by ordinary weapons. They seem to have been torn apart by some powerful force. This indicates that the assailant's strength far exceeds our expectations." Huang Yun furrowed his brow, feeling even more anxious, then what kind of power could inflict such damage? The Beijing God General pondered for a moment and slowly replied, "It is likely some extremely powerful demonic force or a secret technique we have yet to understand. This kind of power can not only tear flesh but also erode the soul, which is very terrifying." After hearing this, Huang Yun's expression grew more serious. "So, the threat we face is more severe than we imagined." The Beijing God General shook his head, his expression graver. "It is far more than that. I have a suspicion." He frowned and asked, "Is my Xianguang mirror still here?" Huang Yun nodded. "Yes, it's in the secret chamber." The Beijing God General immediately instructed, "Bring it here." The Xianguang mirror can condense the residual spiritual energy and information in the surroundings, recreating events that have occurred. This tool is extremely rare and is used to investigate particularly tricky cases. This incident is very strange. This kind of aberration ability does not seem to be possessed by ordinary demons. It should be some powerful secret technique or forbidden art. Huang Yun quickly sent someone to fetch the Xianguang mirror, and soon after, it was brought over. The Xianguang mirror had an ancient appearance, with a frame engraved with complex runes, and its surface shimmered with a faint blue light, appearing exceptionally mysterious. The Beijing God General held the Xianguang mirror in his hand, forming a seal with his fingers as he activated the secret method. The blood on the ground began to solidify, mixing with mud to form small spheres that gradually floated towards the Xianguang mirror. Soon, the mirror's surface began to ripple, and after a moment, a phantom appeared, depicting a scene that had occurred in the Yinyang prison. After Bai Wuchang was dealt with by Lin Chen, the image in the mirror suddenly changed. Bai Wuchang's corpse began to mutate, rapidly swelling into a terrifying monster. It frantically attacked other prisoners and officials before ultimately turning to dust and disappearing. Huang Yun's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the image in the Xianguang mirror. How is this possible? The monster that Bai Wuchang transformed into could destroy the entire Yinyang prison. How ferocious it was. The Beijing God General stared at the phantom in the Xianguang mirror, his expression serious. Unable to contain himself, Huang Yun asked, "Beijing God General, what is the origin of this monster?" The Beijing God General sighed and slowly said, "This matter is also my fault. Years ago, I brought this monster back. It is called the Black Flame Demon. At that time, it was rampaging in the north, devouring countless lives. I sealed it in the Yinyang prison, but I never expected that after so many years, it has grown to such a terrifying extent." Hearing this, Huang Yun's heart tightened. Is it still possible to deal with it now? The Beijing God General shook his head gravely. The Black Flame Demon could not only devour spiritual energy and flesh but also continuously evolve, becoming stronger and stronger. The Black Flame Demon can sense powerful spiritual energy around it, and once it feels threatened, it will quickly flee. Huang Yun nodded, watching the Beijing God General leave, filled with worry. This operation was incredibly dangerous, and the Beijing God General might be the last hope of the Demon Suppression Division. Meanwhile, Lin Chen returned to his residence, still preoccupied with the changes in the Yinyang prison. He waited anxiously for news, but nothing came, and his mood grew increasingly restless. Zhou Hong arrived and saw Lin Chen frowning, asking, "Lord Lin, why do you look so troubled?" Lin Chen looked up at Zhou Hong and asked, "Zhou Hong, do you have any news about the situation in the Yinyang prison?" Zhou Hong shrugged and smiled. "Why worry about things that don't concern you? The God General is here. As long as someone is protecting us, why think so much? This is not a trivial matter." Lin Chen's expression was serious. With this level of power, Kyoto is likely to be thrown into chaos. Zhou Hong shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, the North God General will personally intervene. What problem can't be solved? We just need to do our own thing and not cause trouble for the Demon Suppression Division." Upon hearing Zhou Hong's explanation, Lin Chen couldn't help but curse. "You useless fool, your father is still a minister, yet you can't gather any information?" Zhou Hong defended himself aggrievely. "Lord Lin, you don't understand. My father's small position is of no use. The officialdom is deep, and no one dares to casually discuss the matters of the Demon Suppression Division. I can't find out anything." Lin Chen was too lazy to argue with him further and secretly decided to investigate personally. Since such a major incident had occurred in the Yinyang prison, he couldn't just sit idly by. Meanwhile, in the extreme north, the cold was rampant, and the entire land was covered in ice and snow. This place was once desolate and uninhabited, but now many figures appeared. As the wind and snow subsided, the true forms of these figures were revealed: monsters. These monsters varied in shape. Some were as tall as giants, covered in thick ice armor. Some were small in stature but had cunning glints in their eyes. Others crawled on the ground like beasts, exuding a chilling aura. Their eyes were filled with cruelty and ruthlessness, clearly the most ferocious creatures of the extreme north. A monstrous creature with a hideous appearance stood before the group of monsters, towering at about 10 feet tall. its eyes like two burning ice flames, covered in thick ice armor, resembling a majestic ice sculpture. It slowly scanned the surrounding monsters and coldly said, "Today, don't cause me any trouble." The other monsters lowered their heads, showing extreme respect and submission, as if waiting for a supreme being. Boom! The snow and ice suddenly stopped. In an instant, a figure fell from the sky, trailing a long black cloak that fluttered in the cold wind. It emanated a terrifying aura, as if the entire world had frozen because of it. "I have returned." Its voice thundered across the heavens and the earth, cold air swirling around it, forming icy vortices. The monsters all knelt and shouted in unison, "We welcome Lord Black Flame Demon." The Black Flame Demon smiled coldly, its gaze sweeping over the kneeling monsters. "From today, we will launch a large-scale invasion of the human realm." The monsters shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, the cold air becoming even more piercing with their roars. The Black Flame Demon, surrounded by the monsters, slowly returned to their lair. The lair was hidden within a massive iceberg in the extreme north, with a narrow and concealed entrance. Once inside the lair, a cold and terrifying scene unfolded. The interior was vast, with ice walls shimmering with a ghostly blue light, resembling a cold crystal palace. The ground was piled high with white bones and remains, clearly a site of countless bloody battles. The air was thick with the stench of decay and blood, sending chills down one's spine. In the central position stood a massive ice platform, adorned with various strange ice crystal statues, each unique, as if commemorating the once powerful beings. However, the bases of these statues were constructed from countless human and monster skulls, sending shivers down the spine. The Black Flame Demon stepped onto the ice platform, and the monsters behind it stopped, their eyes filled with endless reverence. A small, cunning-eyed monster stepped out from the ranks, respectfully presenting a crystal stone that shimmered with black light. "My lord, this is the Ice Heart Jade Crystal we found, said to greatly enhance your power," the monster whispered, its eyes filled with flattery. The Black Flame Demon took the Ice Heart Jade Crystal, gently squeezed it, and the crystal transformed into countless black energies, rapidly surging into its body. Its gaze became sharper, the cold aura around it intensified, and the temperature of the entire lair seemed to drop a few degrees. "Very good." The Black Flame Demon nodded in satisfaction, his gaze sweeping over the gathered monsters, his voice low and cold. "For these years, you have been suppressed by the Northern God General, and now the time for revenge has finally come." A tall monster stepped forward, his voice deep, "My lord, for these years we have been constrained by the frost power of the Northern God General, unable to move freely. Now that we have your strength, we can finally fight back." "Exactly." Another monster echoed, "My lord, your arrival has given us hope. As long as you give the command, we are willing to follow you to the death, completely destroy the Northern God General's power, and avenge you." The Black Flame Demon smiled coldly, a glint of killing intent flashing in his eyes. "Very well, since that's the case, we will first deal with the Northern God General, and then sweep through the entire far north. Let those humans know that the power of our demon race is invincible." The monsters shouted in unison, their voices echoing in the cold lair, as if to shatter the entire iceberg. The Black Flame Demon shimmered with black light, slowly raising his hands, cold air gathering in his palms, forming sharp ice blades. "Northern God General, your end is near," the Black Flame Demon said softly, his voice filled with endless killing intent. In another corner of the lair, several low-ranking monsters were dragging a group of captured slaves to the central altar. These slaves were ragged, their faces filled with terror and despair. They were roughly pushed to the ground, and then several ferocious monsters began to tear their bodies apart, blood splattering, and screams echoing endlessly. The monsters roared with frenzy, greedily licking the blood, the scene extremely bloody and brutal. The Black Flame Demon glanced at these sacrifices, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He waved his hand, signaling the monsters to present the offerings. A few monsters quickly piled the torn bodies together and ignited the flames on the altar. The flames blazed fiercely in the cold lair, illuminating the monstrous faces. On the other side, in a dark corner beneath the capital, a group of demons huddled together, their eyes gleaming with greed and hunger. They had long endured, waiting for the right moment. A small but cunning-looking demon whispered, "Brothers, the time has come. The Northern God General has left the capital, and Yun Tianha has been slain. We can wait no longer. Soon we will feast on fresh humans." The other demons displayed expressions of thirst, their bodies trembling slightly, seemingly unable to wait to rush out and hunt. The scarred leader of the demons looked at them coldly, letting out a low growl. "Hold on, now is not the time. Our plan must be flawless. Once we strike, we cannot fail." Hearing the leader's command, the demons, though reluctant, reined in their greedy gazes and quieted down. A cold light flashed in the leader's eyes. He knew that if they could endure a little longer, they would soon be able to gorge themselves in this human city. Meanwhile, the followers of the White Lotus sect were also in a state of turmoil. The followers could not believe that Yun Tianha, a powerful warrior at the martial god level, could be easily slain. The noise in the church rose and fell, every face filled with shock and unease. Yun Tianhe is a martial god. How could he be killed? One follower shouted angrily, disbelief written all over his face. The leader stood on the platform, his gaze coldly sweeping over the followers, his voice like thunder. Silence! His authority instantly silenced the church, and no one dared to speak. The leader sneered and said, Yun Tianhe is dead. This may not be a bad thing for us. The cooperation with the demonic path has always been an illusion. Now that our White Lotus sect has a martial god-level powerhouse in command, why do we still need to rely on the demonic path? The congregation exchanged glances, but the leader's words clearly reassured them. The leader continued, as for the one who supposedly killed Yun Tianhe, those are just rumors. There may be other hidden truths behind Yun Tianhe's death, and we need not worry too much. The leader's tone was filled with confidence and disdain. He did not believe anyone could easily slay Yun Tianhe. The power of the White Lotus sect was already strong enough, not needing to rely on the help of other forces. The leader turned to a tall member of the congregation and coldly said, Send the order down, no need to concern ourselves with the matters of the demon sect, focus on developing our own strength. The tall member nodded in agreement and immediately turned to convey the leader's command. The leader's gaze was deep. The mysterious powerhouse rumored to have killed Yun Tianhe was, in his eyes, nothing more than an elusive rumor. Suddenly, boom! A loud noise. The heavy door of the White Lotus sect, weighing 1,000 pounds, shattered into pieces, and huge stones flew inside. All the members looked in terror towards the entrance, where a figure slowly walked in. It was Lin Chen. He wielded the soul-cleaving blade, exuding a strong aura of killing intent, as if a god of death had descended. The leader of the White Lotus sect was furious, pointing at Lin Chen and shouting, You little beast, how dare you come to my White Lotus sect and act so recklessly? Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, his eyes flashing with cold light. Today, I will let you all meet the king of hell. The leader's face instantly darkened. With a wave of his hand, several guardians rushed forward, brandishing their weapons and lunging at Lin Chen. Lin Chen showed no fear, swinging the soul-cleaving blade. In the flickering light of the blade, the guardians' attacks were easily neutralized. One guardian, holding a long spear, thrust it towards Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen sidestepped, the blade turned, and the spear instantly shattered. Before the guardian could react, he was decapitated with a single stroke, blood splattering everywhere. Another guardian, wielding a large two-handed sword, roared as he swung it at Lin Chen. Lin Chen snorted coldly, the soul-cleaving blade sweeping swiftly, the blade cutting through the guardian's chest like lightning, flesh and blood flying. Lin Chen dispatched several guardians as if he were chopping vegetables, each strike clean and precise, filled with endless killing intent. The members of the White Lotus sect retreated in terror. They had never seen such a fearsome opponent. The leader gritted his teeth, seething with rage. Do you think you can destroy my White Lotus sect with just your own strength? Lin Chen coldly regarded the leader, the soul-cleaving blade trembling slightly in his hand, as if craving more blood. You will find that you are merely a mantis trying to stop a chariot. The leader's face turned ashen. With a wave of his hand, more members surged forward, their eyes filled with madness, attempting to overwhelm Lin Chen with sheer numbers. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's blade light remained ghostly, each swing taking lives. Lin Chen's strength was beyond what the leader had anticipated, causing a wave of panic in his heart. Heavenly fire and thunder technique. Lin Chen roared, the blade shimmering with intense lightning and flames, a powerful force erupting instantly, burning the charging members to ashes. The screams echoed within the church, the air thick with the smell of charred flesh. Thunder strike! Lin Chen shouted again, the blade gathering the power of thunder, striking fiercely at the leader. A flicker of fear crossed the leader's eyes as he hurriedly retreated. However, the power of thunder was unstoppable, driving the leader into a corner. He roared, gathering all his true energy, swinging his weapon to block the blow. But Lin Chen's strength was too overwhelming. The thunderous force shattered the weapon, and the leader's body slammed heavily against the wall, blood spewing from his mouth. Lin Chen coldly stared at the leader, the blade pointed directly at his throat. Do you have any last words? The leader of the White Lotus sect laughed heartily, a hint of madness in his eyes. You're dead for sure. Lin Chen frowned slightly. Just as he was about to swing his blade, a tremendous force struck from the side. He quickly sidestepped to avoid, only to see a blood-soaked man appear before him. This man exuded a powerful aura. He was the martial god of the White Lotus sect, the very one who had pursued Lin Chen that day. Upon seeing the poison blood hand martial god appear, the sect members all breathed a sigh of relief, excitedly shouting, Lord Poison Bloodhand, this little beast dares to invade our White Lotus sect headquarters. The Poison Blood Hand coldly swept his gaze over the crowd, his eyes icy, before locking onto Lin Chen. His face was smeared with blood, clearly having emerged from a blood pool, and his eyes radiated endless killing intent. You dare to invade my White Lotus sect, seeking death. The Poison Blood Hand roared, his voice thunderous and deafening. and then he suddenly struck, a massive shadow of his fist hurtling towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen quickly raised his blade to meet the challenge, the soul-cleaving blade drawing a dazzling arc in his hand, the blade clashing with the fist shadow, unleashing a tremendous wave of power. The clash of blade and fist erupted in a series of powerful shockwaves. The two fought fiercely, the exchanges of blade and fist igniting sparks that shook the entire White Lotus sect's chapel. The sect members were left dumbfounded. They had never witnessed such an intense battle, their hearts filled with fear and shock. This kid is actually a martial god. He's a monster. Our leader has been pushed to this extent by him. So terrifying. Who exactly is this person? Hearing the discussions among the sect members, the Poison Blood Hand was also taken aback. He had never imagined that the opponent could be so young yet had already reached the martial god realm. However, he quickly regained his composure, a bloodthirsty glint flashing in his eyes. Kid, I didn't expect you to reach the martial god realm at such a young age, but it doesn't matter. Killing you and consuming you will surely elevate my strength. The Poison Blood Hand sneered, his moves growing increasingly ferocious, his fists crashing down like thunder. Each of his punches carried devastating power, as if he intended to completely crush Lin Chen. Thunder Fury Fist. The Poison Blood Hand roared, both fists swinging out simultaneously, the shadows of his fists crashing towards Lin Chen like thunder. Lin Chen's expression was grim as he swiftly wielded the soul-cleaving blade, the blade light flashing like lightning, meeting the Poison Blood Hand's attack. The clash of blade light and fist shadows erupted in a deafening sound, the entire cave trembling under the force. Seeing Lin Chen able to contend with him, the Poison Blood Hand's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and he suddenly changed his attack pattern. His fists transformed into countless afterimages, frantically striking at Lin Chen's vital points. Thunder Thousand Shadows. The Poison Blood Hand roared again, the fist shadows raining down on Lin Chen like a storm. Lin Chen sneered, his figure swiftly darting, the 9 nether phantom steps unfolding, his form becoming countless afterimages, easily evading the Poison Blood Hand's attacks. Is that all you've got? Lin Chen said coldly, the soul-cleaving blade suddenly slashing out, the blade light cleaving towards the Poison Blood Hand like a thunderbolt. The Poison Blood Hand, seeing this, quickly swung his fists to counter, their attacks colliding once more. The sect members were filled with terror, watching this earth-shattering battle, their hearts brimming with despair. They knew that if the Poison Blood Hand were to lose, the White Lotus sect would be utterly destroyed. Thunder Annihilation Fist. The Poison Blood Hand roared, gathering all his strength, he suddenly unleashed a punch, the fist shadow crashing towards Lin Chen like thunder. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, the soul-cleaving blade was infused with powerful thunderous energy, and he shouted, Thunder Slash. The blade light cleaved towards the Poison Blood Hand's fist shadow like lightning, the thunderous power erupting with earth-shattering might, directly targeting the Poison Blood Hand's chest. A flicker of fear crossed the Poison Blood Hand's eyes. He knew he could not evade this strike and could only take it head-on. He quickly gathered all his strength, attempting to block Lin Chen's Thunder Slash. Boom! The entire cave seemed to collapse at that moment. The body of the Poison Blood Hand was struck by the power of thunder, blood splattering everywhere, his face filled with terror and unwillingness. The followers of the White Lotus sect witnessed the battle between the Poison Blood Hand and Lin Chen, fear surging in their hearts like a tidal wave. They watched the powerful strength of the Poison Blood Hand, yet he still could not defeat Lin Chen, each one terrified to the point of losing their senses, their faces ashen. Master, save us! A trembling follower cried, despair filling his eyes. The Poison Blood Hand sneered maliciously, a cruel smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Yuans, it is your honor to become the source of my power today. He drew in and released his energy, mercilessly grabbing a follower. No, no! Master, I beg you, spare me! The follower screamed, his voice filled with fear and pleading. The Poison Blood Hand showed no mercy, he opened his mouth wide and bit down, blood splattering, and the follower's scream abruptly ceased. The scene was so horrific that all the followers felt an unprecedented fear. Run! Run! The followers scattered in panic, but in this confined space, where could they escape to? The leader of the White Lotus sect, seeing this, felt a chill in his heart and knelt down to plead for mercy. Poison Blood Hand, I beg you, spare us. The Poison Blood Hand coldly looked at the leader. To become a part of my power, this is your honor. He grinned, his face smeared with blood. Lin Chen, witnessing this scene, furrowed his brows tightly. Let them go. His voice was like thunder in winter, deafening. These were all his life essence blood packs. How could the Poison Blood Hand kill them all? Lin Chen felt anxious, their lives. I should be the one to decide. He shouted angrily, brandishing the soul-severing blade and charging forward, the blade light like lightning, aimed directly at the Poison Blood Hand. The Poison Blood Hand had regained much of his power and sneered, Kid, you are still too inexperienced. He swung his hands, the shadows of his fists like thunder, colliding with Lin Chen's blade light. The two clashed again, each strike using their full strength. Lin Chen's swordsmanship grew increasingly fierce, each slash carrying the power of thunder. The Poison Blood Hand's fist techniques were like a raging storm, each punch filled with destructive force. Thunder slash! Lin Chen roared, the thunder and storm intertwining on the soul-severing blade, forming waves of blade energy that swept toward the Poison Blood Hand like a tornado. The Poison Blood Hand's eyes flashed with a hint of shock. He quickly retreated, waving his hands. Blood sea churning fist. His fist shadows transformed into a sea of blood, attempting to withstand Lin Chen's blade energy. Lin Chen's blade energy was too powerful, tearing through the sea of blood, forcing the Poison Blood Hand to endure the blow. Boom! A loud sound. The Poison Blood Hand was knocked back repeatedly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. A flicker of shock crossed his eyes. He knew he was facing an unprecedented strong enemy. He quickly retreated, waving his hands, unleashing his ultimate technique, Ghost Shadow Dominating Fist. His fist shadows transformed into a sea of ghostly figures, each containing immense power, trying to resist Lin Chen's attack. Lin Chen's swordsmanship was too powerful, the blade energy like countless sharp blades, slicing through the ghostly figures, producing a piercing friction sound. Although the Poison Blood Hand's techniques were strong, they seemed somewhat powerless in the face of Lin Chen's blade energy. Soon, Lin Chen directly shredded all the ghostly figures. Impossible! The Poison Blood Hand roared, disbelief etched on his face. My Ghost Shadow Dominating Fist, how could it be so easily broken by you? Lin Chen snorted coldly, trivial skills. His assault did not stop, the swordsmanship like a raging storm, relentless. Wounds began to appear on the Poison Blood Hand's body, blood gushing from the wounds, staining his clothes red. He did not give up, instead, he ignited an even fiercer fighting spirit. Endless blood sea. The Poison Blood Hand roared, his fists becoming more and more dense, each punch carrying greater power, trying to completely suppress Lin Chen's blade aura. Seeing this, a cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, Yama's fiery son. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense, each clash accompanied by tremendous waves of power. The onlookers watched in terror, unable to discern who had the upper hand, only feeling the destructive force. Boom! A loud explosion. The sea of blood from the Poison Blood Hand was completely torn apart. His fists could no longer withstand Lin Chen's blade aura. Lin Chen's blade light struck like lightning towards the Poison Blood Hand. Thunder slash. The Poison Blood Hand was hit by Lin Chen's thunder slash. His body flew out like a kite with its string cut, crashing heavily against the church wall, blood spewing from his mouth. Lin Chen slowly walked towards the Poison Blood Hand, who was trying to get up. The blade aura had severely injured his internal organs, and he could only weakly lean against the wall, gasping for breath. Lin Chen stood before the Poison Blood Hand, looking down at him without a trace of pity in his eyes. Tell me, were you the one causing trouble in the Yin-Yang prison? The Poison Blood Hand raised his head, his face covered in blood and fear. No, it wasn't me, please, spare me. His voice trembled, his eyes filled with pleading. He had worked hard for half his life to reach the martial god realm, not wanting to die like this. A cold smile flashed across Lin Chen's face. Spare you? You have committed countless evils, your hands stained with the blood of so many innocents, and now you beg for mercy? Don't you think it's too late? A glimmer of despair flashed in the Poison Blood Hand's eyes. I know I was wrong. I am willing to turn over a new leaf. I just ask for a chance. His tone was laced with a sob, trying to use his last bit of strength to plead for his life. Lin Chen remained unmoved, his hand waved gently, and the soul-devouring blade cut through with a cold light. Puff! The Poison Blood Hand's head rolled aside, blood gushing out. The members of the White Lotus sect were terrified at this scene, each one scared out of their wits. They rushed outside, hoping to escape this hellish scene. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's strength was too overwhelming. Their movements appeared slow as snails in his eyes. He turned around, the soul-devouring blade in hand, its light flickering, each swing taking a life. His movements were clean and decisive, without a trace of hesitation, like chopping vegetables. The members of the White Lotus sect fell one after another, with none escaping. The leader of the White Lotus sect watched as his followers fell, filled with fear and unwillingness, kneeling on the ground, repeatedly bowing his head. I really know nothing. Please, spare me. Lin Chen stopped his blade, coldly looking at the leader. Was it really not you who did the things in the Demon Suppression Division? The leader looked up in confusion, not understanding Lin Chen's meaning. Demon Suppression Division? We really have not participated in any matters regarding the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Chen sighed, a hint of helplessness flashing in his eyes. What a hassle. If I had known it wasn't you, I wouldn't have come here. I've killed the wrong people. The leader cursed inwardly, but he dared not show it on his face, continuing to bow and plead for mercy. My lord, we are truly innocent, please show mercy. Lin Chen swung the soul-devouring blade again, the blade light flashing. The leader's head also rolled down, blood splattering all over his face. Lin Chen stood in the pool of blood, surrounded by the corpses of the White Lotus sect members, his eyes showing no emotion. He pondered, if it wasn't the White Lotus sect, then who could it be? It couldn't possibly be those demonic forces, could it? This thought flashed through Lin Chen's mind, and he suddenly realized. The Yin-Yang prison had indeed once held several demons with special methods and cunning tricks. These demons might truly have the ability to do such things. Lin Chen made a decision in his heart. He decided to go back and prepare to contact his puppet. His figure gradually faded away in the pool of blood, leaving only the ruins of the White Lotus sect and the silence of death. Meanwhile, the North God General was leading his subordinates towards the Frozen Land. The Northern Territory was the domain of the North God General, a vast and boundless snowfield, where the cold wind howled and everything was covered in ice and snow. The warriors of the North were all skilled, elite fighters nurtured by the North God General himself. The North God General's gaze swept over the land he had protected for a lifetime, and an inexplicable emotion surged within him. He knew that the battle against the Black Flame Demon was fraught with peril, and it might be the last battle of his life. Beside him stood his proud disciple, Feng Shuijian, a young and talented warrior, the most outstanding among all the North God General's disciples. At just 25, he had already reached the third-tier realm, and given time, he would surely become a god. Feng Shuijian stood quietly, his eyes shimmering with admiration and reluctance for his master. Feng Shuijian, you have followed me for many years. Do you understand my expectations of you? The North God General's voice sounded particularly solemn in the wind. Feng Shuijian slightly lowered his head, his voice choked with emotion. Master, your teachings are etched in my heart. I will do my utmost to protect the safety of the Northern Territory. The North God General turned around, his gaze deeply fixed on Feng Shuijian. You are exceptionally gifted, and you have reached a critical point in your martial path. If I do not return from this journey, the future of the Northern Territory will be entrusted to you. Feng Shuijian's heart tightened. Master, you are the pillar of the Northern Territory. How can you speak of not returning? Regardless of the outcome, I believe you will return safely. The North God General sighed softly. Life and death are fated. I have made all preparations, but the future of the Northern Territory needs someone to lead them towards the light. Feng Shuijian, I hope you can become that person. Feng Shuijian clenched his fists tightly, a determined light flashing in his eyes. Master, though I am unworthy, I will not fail your trust. I will protect this land with my life. The North God General smiled slightly. Good, with your words, I can rest easy. Remember, the path of martial arts is endless. Your potential is far beyond this. Feng Shuijian nodded with tears in his eyes. Yes, Master, I will continue to strive, constantly breaking through myself, until I reach the realm of the martial god. After a moment of silence, the North God General turned and set off towards the depths of the Northern Territory. He held an ancient compass in his hand, his tool for searching, the Spirit Light Compass, capable of sensing powerful spiritual fluctuations. In the face of an existence like the Black Flame Demon, the Spirit Light Compass could not pinpoint an exact location, only allowing for a search within a general range. After Lin Chen returned to the Demon Suppression Division, he immediately activated his puppet secret technique. By contracting with the little demon, he used its 6 senses to probe the situation from afar. As the secret technique was activated, Lin Chen's consciousness gradually immersed in a haze, and then, his vision suddenly became clear. Through the little demon's eyes, he saw a new underground location. This place was not as spacious as the last. The walls were damp, covered in slippery moss and unknown slime. A nauseating stench filled the air, and the dim firelight flickered, casting long shadows that made the entire scene appear even more eerie and terrifying. In this underground space, a horde of demons gathered, each with different forms, some with sharp claws, some with hideous faces, and others with long tails. Their eyes glimmered with greed and cruelty in the firelight, like a pack of hungry wolves waiting for a feast to begin. Lin Chen frowned. He could sense the fear and unease in the little demon's heart. He asked the little demon what had happened, and the little demon trembled as it conveyed the message. Master, the Black Flame Demon is about to kill his way from the Northern Territory to the capital, and the demons in the capital are excited, waiting to share in the spoils. A cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he realized the situation was more serious than he had anticipated. The threat of the Black Flame Demon, combined with the restless movements of the demons in Kyoto, meant that chaos would soon engulf the entire city. He immediately retracted the puppet secret technique and began to devise a strategy. If the Black Flame Demon was truly as powerful as rumored, once it gathered an army of demons, Kyoto would face a tremendous crisis. He had to take action, and quickly. He once again communicated with the little demon through secret techniques, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. You go ahead to the northern border and investigate the movements of the Black Flame Demon. I will follow shortly. The little demon felt fear in its heart but could not disobey Lin Chen's orders, quickly agreeing. Lin Chen then headed to the Demon Suppression Division and found Huang Yun, whose expression was grave and tone somewhat anxious. Governor Huang, I want to go back to visit my family for a few days. The prison can be overseen by Zhou Hong. Huang Yun looked at Lin Chen, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen was not the type to flee in the face of danger. Before a great battle, the Demon Suppression Division would not allow anyone to leave, fearing they might leak information and escape. Huang Yin still felt reassured about Lin Chen. He nodded. Lin Chen, Kyoto is not peaceful these days. You must go and return early. Lin Chen slightly nodded, indicating his understanding. Governor Huang, rest assured, I know what to do. He paused and asked, Governor Huang, what is the progress on the Yin-Yang prison matter? Huang Yun sighed, his brow furrowed. The Northern General has already gone to investigate. The specific situation is still unclear, but I believe in the Northern General's abilities. He will surely resolve this matter. Lin Chen nodded and took his leave from Huang Yun, his heart filled with urgency. Mounting his horse, he shot out of Kyoto like an arrow, embarking on the journey to the northern border. Along the way, the scenery of the northern border gradually unfolded before his eyes. In the vast fields, the vegetation became increasingly sparse, replaced by stretches of desolate landscapes covered in ice and snow. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and even the occasional rays of sunlight could not dispel the surrounding chill. After a day and night of travel, Lin Chen finally reached the northern border. He found a simple little tea pavilion as a resting place, run by a kind old woman. Young man, are you here to be a warrior in the northern border? The old woman said with concern as she poured tea for Lin Chen. I have a son who is currently serving under the Northern General. Lin Chen smiled slightly, feeling the old woman's warmth. I'm just passing through. Your tea is very fragrant. Thank you. The old woman waved her hand with a smile. It's nothing, young man, rest a bit before you go. The wind and snow are coming. Lin Chen shook his head, and as he left, his figure gradually disappeared into the wind and snow outside. He found a secluded spot, sat cross-legged, and began to use the puppet secret technique to establish a connection with the little demon. The little demon had arrived at the northern border ahead of him, following the demon army through a secret passage. He saw that the demons in the northern border had already gathered, waiting to catch a glimpse of the black flame demon. In the ice crystal cave, a disgusting monster sat on the throne. This creature was enormous, its skin resembling charred leather, emitting a nauseating odor. Lin Chen could sense the puppet's location. A glimmer of interest crossed his eyes as he stood up and brushed the snow off his body. The black flame demon was receiving the congratulations of the gathered demons in the cave, with live humans they had captured bound nearby. The demons looked at these terrified humans, their eyes gleaming with greed, drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. These demons were no longer uncivilized beasts. They had awakened their intelligence and could communicate in human language. Lord Black Flame Demon, Kyoto is now ready. We are just waiting for your command to set off, said a wolf-headed demon with sharp fangs, excitement unmistakable in its voice. The time of the Tengu eating the moon is approaching. When that moment comes, our power will greatly increase, and those humans in Kyoto will be unable to withstand us. Another ghostly demon with pale skin and eyes shimmering with a ghostly blue light added, his tone filled with confidence. The Black Flame Demon laughed heartily, his voice echoing in the cave. No rush, no rush. Before that, I still have to kill an old man, the Northern God General, that old fool. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have suffered so many years of imprisonment. Now, I can finally see the light of day again. It's time for him to pay the price. The demons responded in unison, raising their cups in celebration, the scene extremely terrifying and cruel. A small demon curled up in the corner, his status humble, naturally unable to step forward to drink with the Black Flame Demon. As all the demons reveled in their bloody celebration, suddenly, the cracking sound of ice came from outside the cave. The sound grew louder and more intense, as if some powerful force was about to break through the ice. Boom! A loud noise. The entire cave's entrance shattered in an instant, turning into countless shards of ice that flew everywhere. A powerful chill surged into the cave with this force, causing all the demons to shiver involuntarily. Who is it? Get out here! The Black Flame Demon roared, his voice laced with a hint of arrogant fury. The only response was an even stronger cold wave and the approaching sound of footsteps, heavy and powerful, each step causing the ice surface in the cave to tremble slightly. Lin Chen's figure appeared like a bolt of black lightning, cutting through the cold air and standing before all the demons. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the Black Flame Demon immediately shouted, his voice filled with anger and surprise. So it's you! You actually dare to show up! Lin Chen frowned slightly. He had indeed never seen the Black Flame Demon, but it was clear that there was a significant grudge between them. He coldly glanced at the Black Flame Demon, his tone devoid of any emotion. What are you? The Black Flame Demon laughed in rage, his laughter echoing in the cave, filled with madness. Lin Chen, when you tortured me in the Yin-Yang prison, did you ever think this day would come? Since you dare to come looking for trouble, don't even think about going back alive. Lin Chen's heart stirred. Indeed, the matter of the Yin-Yang prison was the work of these demons. He tightened his grip on the soul-cleaving blade, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. I have only one purpose today, and that is to send you all to the afterlife. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chen charged forward with his blade without any hesitation. The demons, seeing this human who not only showed no fear but actively initiated an attack, rushed forward one by one to fight Lin Chen. A mere human dared to flaunt his power before them? The demons held Lin Chen in utter contempt, but soon, that contempt turned into shock. Lin Chen's swordsmanship was incredibly sharp, each strike carrying the power of thunder, and as the blade flashed, the demons fell one after another, unable to resist. The battle quickly escalated. Lin Chen moved like a war god, weaving through the crowd of demons, each of his movements swift and fierce. The soul-cleaving blade in his hand seemed to come alive, the blade light like lightning, each swing accompanied by the sound of breaking air. The demons were now filled with sheer terror, scattering in all directions, with no thought of continuing the fight. Unfortunately, Lin Chen was like a shadow, and wherever the blade light reached, no demon was spared. The Black Flame Demon watched as his subordinates fell one by one, unable to contain his fury. Good Lin Chen! Good Demon Suppression Division! To have forced him to this extent, he clenched his fists tightly. You worthless fools! The Black Flame Demon roared, his body beginning to change, black flames surging from within him, enveloping him entirely, forming a massive fiery monster. Lin Chen, you are indeed strong, but today, you will undoubtedly die. The voice of the Black Flame Demon roared like thunder as he swung his massive fist formed of flames towards Lin Chen. His roar was deafening, echoing like thunder. Lin Chen quickly turned, the soul-cleaving blade dancing in layers of blade shadows, attempting to withstand this violent force. Unfortunately, the Black Flame Demon's power was too overwhelming. Each punch that landed felt like a mountain pressing down on Lin Chen. The Black Flame Demon laughed maniacally, his fiery fists not only immensely powerful but also unbearably hot. Trash! Weren't you quite arrogant in the heavenly prison? Why are you scurrying away like a rat now? Lin Chen gritted his teeth, a glimmer of battle intent flashing in his eyes. Even in a disadvantageous position, he did not give up on counterattacking. He channeled all his internal energy, the lightning flickering on the soul-cleaving blade, thunder slash. He shouted, his sword technique suddenly shifting from defense to offense, the blade light swirling like lightning, striking towards the Black Flame Demon's vital points. But the Black Flame Demon's body was astonishingly tough. Although Lin Chen's blade light was sharp, it could only leave shallow marks on his skin. The Black Flame Demon mocked, ha ha ha, this little strength isn't even enough to scratch me. As he spoke, his fiery fist swung out again, the wind from his punch carrying a searing heat that could burn everything. Lin Chen's movements were agile, the 9 nether phantom steps allowing him to dodge left and right under the Black Flame Demon's fierce assault, but each evasion was extremely difficult. The Black Flame Demon's attacks were like a torrential storm, showing no signs of stopping. His fiery fist shadows nearly enveloped the entire battlefield. Ah, you worthless fool, it seems you're nothing special. The Black Flame Demon's taunts continued, his attacks growing more frenzied, each punch carrying the power to destroy everything. Although Lin Chen was at a disadvantage, his fighting spirit did not wane. He knew in his heart that only by finding the Black Flame Demon's weakness could he have a chance of victory. The two fought for hundreds of rounds. The battle intensified, Lin Chen's wounds multiplying, yet his gaze grew brighter. Finally, after a narrow escape, he discovered a tiny opening in the Black Flame Demon's attack. Now's my chance. Lin Chen's heart stirred, his body accelerating in an instant, the lightning on the soul-cleaving blade surging, draw sword technique. All his strength converged into one strike, aimed at the Black Flame Demon's minuscule opening. This strike contained all of Lin Chen's internal energy and sword intent. The blade light shot forth like a meteor breaking through the void, unstoppable. The Black Flame Demon sensed the threat of this strike, a hint of seriousness finally appearing in his eyes as he hurriedly defended with his fiery fist. Boom! A tremendous sound erupted. Lin Chen's blade collided with the Black Flame Demon's fist, unleashing a dazzling light and shockwave. The entire cave trembled, ice and stone shattered, dust swirling. Lin Chen stood opposite the Black Flame Demon, his breathing gradually calming, yet his heart surged with tumultuous waves. He knew his strength had not yet reached its peak. Today's battle was meant to test his limits, to see if he could compete with a great demon of the martial god realm. After a fierce battle, he understood that there was indeed a gap between him and the Black Flame Demon. However, it was time for this fight to come to an end. Lin Chen's gaze grew cold, directly activating the Tao Dai technique, burning 1,000 years of lifespan. In an instant, the power within Lin Chen began to boil, as if an ancient force had been awakened. This power surged into his limbs and bones like a torrent, causing his aura to explode in an instant. The Black Flame Demon felt Lin Chen's change, his previously mocking expression gradually turning serious. What have you done? Lin Chen did not answer, his body was enveloped in a faint golden light. The lightning on the soul-cleaving blade became even more dazzling, as if containing the power to destroy heaven and earth. He moved, his speed multiplying several times, almost transforming into a bolt of lightning, charging straight at the black flame demon. Yama's fiery son. Lin Chen roared, the blade light like the divine punishment of annihilation, carrying unmatched might, striking down at the black flame demon. The black flame demon hurriedly swung his fist to block, but this time, he felt unprecedented pressure. Boom! With a sound, the black flame demon's fiery giant fist was forcibly cleaved apart under Lin Chen's blade light, the residual force striking him directly. He cried out in pain, his massive body sent flying, crashing heavily against the icy wall of the cave, causing the entire cave to tremble. Lin Chen gave the black flame demon no chance to catch his breath. His figure flashed quickly, swinging his blade repeatedly. Each strike carried the powerful force gained from burning his lifespan. The black flame demon roared in anger, trying to counterattack, but Lin Chen's swordsmanship had reached a new level. Each slash was incredibly precise, each blow heavy and forceful. The black flame demon's attacks became riddled with flaws before Lin Chen, his defenses beginning to collapse. This is impossible. Fear finally crept into the black flame demon's voice. He could not believe that a human could unleash such powerful strength. Lin Chen's heart showed no fluctuations, his eyes were filled only with battle. It's over, Lin Chen said coldly. Lightning gathered on the soul-cleaving blade, forming a massive thunderous blade shadow. Break for me! Lin Chen swung out his final strike, the thunderous blade shadow slicing through the air with unstoppable force, directly cleaving at the black flame demon's vital points. The black flame demon roared in despair, a hint of madness flashing in his eyes. It can't end like this. He urged all the spiritual power within him, recklessly unleashing earth-shattering strength. The temperature in the entire cave suddenly rose, flames surged as if alive, wildly spreading in all directions. The icy walls began to melt, droplets evaporating in mid-air, the air filled with a scorching scent. This power erupted like a volcano, carrying a violent force that could destroy everything. The black flame demon's body was enveloped in a layer of searing flames. His form grew even larger under this power, each swing carrying the momentum to incinerate everything. Meanwhile, at the other end of the northern region, the northern god general frantically spun the spiritual compass in his hand, the needle vibrating violently before finally locking onto a direction. The northern god general's eyes shone brightly, found it. Without a moment's delay, he quickly stepped forward, rushing towards the direction indicated by the compass. On the battlefield, Lin Chen faced the black flame demon's frenzied counterattack without a hint of worry. A calm light flickered in his eyes. The power granted by burning his lifespan gave him enough confidence to face the black flame demon's death throes. Lin Chen directly met the attack head-on, engaging in a fierce battle with the black flame demon. Blade light and flames intertwined, each collision accompanied by deafening roars, the space within the cave distorted by the clash of the two forces. With the soul-cleaving blade in hand, every strike from Lin Chen carried thunder and fierce winds, clashing hard against the black flame demon's fiery fists. The black flame demon roared unwillingly, his attacks growing more frenzied. Yet Lin Chen's swordsmanship flowed like water, penetrating every gap, unbreakable. Die for me! Lin Chen shouted, the lightning and blade energy on the soul-cleaving blade intertwining, forming a massive blade shadow. The black flame demon tried to resist, but before Lin Chen's fully concentrated strike, his defenses were easily torn apart like paper. Put! With a sound, Lin Chen's blade cut into the black flame demon's body, directly severing his core of spiritual power. The black flame demon's eyes revealed disbelief. His body began to disintegrate, the flames gradually extinguishing, ultimately dying in unwillingness. Lin Chen stood beside the remnants of the black flame demon, panting heavily, and saw a red orb of light appear in the middle of the body he had cleaved in two. He picked it up, feeling an intense heat. Lin Chen glanced around, confirming there were no surviving demons before finally letting out a sigh of relief. Master! The little demon cautiously emerged from beneath the corpse. What is this? Lin Chen tossed the bead in his hand to him, and the little demon took a glance. He respectfully replied, Master, this is the inner core of a great demon after its death, containing immense spiritual energy. Lin Chen held the red inner core that radiated a scorching aura, raising an eyebrow as he inquired of the little demon. What would happen if a human used this? The little demon carefully took the inner core, feeling the powerful spiritual force within, and answered respectfully. Master, if a human directly uses this inner core, since it contains demonic power, they would be tainted by demonic energy. If they cannot properly refine it, it could cause great harm to their body. Lin Chen nodded slightly and asked, what about demons? Demons usually directly devour and refine the inner core, which not only allows them to absorb the spiritual energy within but also gives them a chance to elevate their rank. The little demon answered even more cautiously, fearing to anger Lin Chen. After hearing this, a glint flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and he said to the little demon, "In that case, you should eat this inner core. I want to see what will happen." The little demon trembled at the words, looking at Lin Chen in terror, unable to believe his ears. Master, the power of this inner core is too great. I fear I cannot withstand it." Lin Chen smiled faintly, his tone carrying an undeniable command, "Eat it. I want to see what you will become." The little demon dared not disobey Lin Chen's order. Taking a deep breath, he placed the inner core in his mouth and swallowed it with great difficulty. As soon as the inner core entered his belly, the little demon immediately felt a violent heat surge through his body. His face turned bright red, and the veins all over his body began to bulge, as if countless flames were burning within him. "Ah!" The little demon cried out in pain, his body starting to uncontrollably swell, the bones making cracking sounds as if they might burst at any moment. Lin Chen quietly observed the little demon, watching as it trembled violently after swallowing the inner core. At first, it was just a slight shiver, but soon the tremors became more intense, as if a powerful force was awakening within him. The power of the inner core flowed through the little demon's body, causing it to expand, muscles bulging at a visible rate, and the bones making dull cracking sounds like a volcano about to erupt. An expression of extreme pain appeared on its face, its skin stretched tight by the swelling muscles, veins bulging like winding earthworms. As the power of the inner core continued to be released, the little demon's body grew larger and larger, eventually resembling a small mountain. Its skin turned deep gray, covered in scales as hard as iron, each glimmering with a metallic sheen. Its limbs became more robust, sharp claws sprouting from its fingertips, capable of tearing apart anything that stood in its way. The little demon's head also underwent a tremendous transformation, becoming more ferocious and hideous. A pair of sharp horns sprouted from its forehead, and its eyes glowed with a blood-red light, like two blazing flames. Its mouth opened wider, revealing rows of sharp fangs, each capable of biting through steel. Lin Chen stood before the little demon, appearing exceptionally small. There was no fear in his eyes, only curiosity and anticipation. He could feel the powerful force within the little demon, a force that excited him. Suddenly, a piece of information appeared in Lin Chen's mind, and he was momentarily stunned, then revealed a look of surprise. So that's it. After consuming the inner core of the black flame demon, the little demon's bloodline awakened, and what stood before him was the Crimson Flame Demon Lion. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion, a legendary ancient beast, possessed unparalleled strength and destructive power. Its body was massive, and its strength formidable, a king among demons. Lin Chen did not expect that after the little demon swallowed the inner core, it could evolve into such a powerful being. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion lowered its head, looking at Lin Chen, a glimmer of gratitude flashing in its eyes. It could sense Lin Chen's trust in it, which strengthened its resolve to be loyal to him. "My lord, I now feel filled with power. I am willing to go through fire and water for you, not hesitating to die 1,000 deaths." The voice of the Crimson Flame Demon Lion was like thunder, echoing throughout the cave. Lin Chen frowned, considering practicality and concealment. "Your body is too conspicuous," Lin Chen stated bluntly. "I need to return to the capital. With your current size, it would be inconvenient to act." The Crimson Flame Demon Lion immediately understood Lin Chen's meaning, and its body began to change. Its massive form quickly shrank, the scales and fierce horns gradually disappearing, until it transformed into an orange kitten, sitting obediently in place. Seeing this, Lin Chen gently picked up the kitten, a satisfied expression in his eyes. "Not bad, not bad. This is just right to take back to the capital without attracting attention." He left the crystal cave with the kitten and set off on the road back to the capital. At this moment, the Northern God General, following the guidance of the spiritual compass, arrived at the entrance of the cave. As he stepped inside, the sight before him left him utterly shocked. The level of destruction within the cave was beyond words. The ice walls were covered in cracks, countless ice blocks scattered across the ground, as if a great earthquake had just occurred. The bodies of demons piled up like mountains, blood flowing like rivers, dyeing the cave floor a dark red. Some corpses had been torn apart by powerful forces, severed limbs and broken arms scattered everywhere, showcasing the brutality of the battle. The air was thick with the smell of blood and char, the unique scent of demons struck by thunderfire. On the walls, huge claw marks and traces of sword slashes were clearly visible, bearing witness to the immense power of both sides in the fight. A serious look flashed in the Northern God General's eyes. He could feel the strong spiritual energy fluctuations lingering in the cave, a power that even he felt a hint of threat from. "What on earth happened here?" the Northern God General murmured, filled with confusion. His spiritual compass clearly indicated that the Black Flame Demon was right here, yet the scene before him left him perplexed. He took out the compass again, and the needle still firmly pointed forward, showing no signs of wavering. "It seems the compass is not faulty," the Northern God General whispered to himself, his gaze sweeping through the cave, finally landing on the traces of battle on the ground. These marks were charred and deep, evidently left by some special technique, a technique he was not unfamiliar with. This is the world-burning demon flame of the Black Flame Demon. The Northern God General's voice carried a hint of shock. Who on earth could fight the Black Flame Demon and even leave such terrifying traces? The surrounding demon corpses were everywhere, blood flowing like rivers, the brutality of the battle far exceeding his imagination. A bold thought flashed through the Northern God General's mind. Could it be that the Black Flame Demon has been killed? No, more accurately, was its corpse right here? This thought tightened his heart. It was a serious matter, and handling such a task of moving corpses required assistance. The Northern God General immediately took out a communication talisman to notify the Northern Military Department to come over. Soon, Wind and Snow Sword led a team of soldiers rushing over. Seeing the Northern God General standing there unharmed, he could hardly contain his excitement and rushed forward, saying, "Master, it's so good to see you safe." However, when his gaze turned to the horrifying scene inside the cave, he was completely stunned. His voice trembled as he asked, "Did all of this happen because of you, Master? I didn't expect your strength to have reached such a terrifying level, to have effortlessly slain so many demons." The other soldiers were also shocked by this scene. They had never witnessed such powerful strength, feeling both awe and astonishment. The Northern God General sighed and shook his head. "If I had such power, I would have been striding through the Great Shang long ago. I called you here because I need you to carry all the bodies out of this cave. I suspect the Black Flame Demon has already been killed." The soldiers were taken aback by this news. Faced with the cave full of corpses, they suppressed their fear and began to carefully move the bodies. They were afraid that a living beast might suddenly spring out among them. Feng Shuijian walked over to the Northern God General and whispered, "Master, if the Black Flame Demon is really dead, then who could have killed him? Could it be a master sent from the capital?" The Northern God General's gaze deepened as he looked into the depths of the cave and slowly said, "It's still unclear, but anyone who can kill the Black Flame Demon cannot be an ordinary person. We must find out the truth as soon as possible, just in case." The soldiers began to busy themselves, moving the bodies out of the cave one by one. The Northern God General and Feng Shuijian carefully searched the cave, hoping to find more clues. "Master, come quickly!" Upon hearing Feng Shuijian's exclamation, the Northern God General rushed over. Feng Shuijian stood beside a mangled corpse, his face filled with shock. The Northern God General focused his gaze and saw that the corpse had been split in two from the middle, the cut so smooth it seemed as if it had been severed by a sharp blade. Although the body was unrecognizable, the unique shape and the remnants of flame marks made it easy to identify its true identity. The Northern God General gasped. He could sense the lingering intent of the blade on the wound, a chilling power that was sharp and domineering, clearly from a powerful hand. He ordered the soldiers to piece the body together, and although it was in tatters, it was barely possible to discern the original form of the Black Flame Demon. The Northern God General's expression grew serious as he confirmed that this was indeed the corpse of the Black Flame Demon. He found it hard to believe. He knew the Black Flame Demon's strength all too well. Back when the Black Flame Demon had not yet entered the martial god realm, he had fought with all his might, ultimately only managing to seal it, unable to kill it completely. Now, the Black Flame Demon had reached the martial god realm, yet had been cut in half by someone. It was simply unbelievable. Feng Shuijian, seeing the grave expression on the Northern God General's face, cautiously said, "Master, the Black Flame Demon's inner core is missing. I'm afraid it really is dead." The Northern God General nodded slightly and said solemnly, "Let's return first and notify the coroner of the Demon Suppression Division to hurry to the northern region. We need to find out who killed the Black Flame Demon. This is crucial for us." Feng Shuijian immediately took his orders and turned to arrange for personnel. The Northern God General once again surveyed the cave, filled with confusion and unease. The death of the Black Flame Demon meant that a more powerful presence had quietly appeared in the northern region, which was undoubtedly a huge threat to them. The Northern God General took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart. He knew that what lay ahead would be even more severe. He had to uncover the truth as soon as possible while also raising his vigilance against unforeseen events. As the soldiers carefully moved the Black Flame Demon's body out, the Northern God General began to arrange for personnel to strengthen the defenses of the northern region. He sensed that a new storm was about to arrive. When Lin Chen returned to the capital, he found the once bustling streets unusually desolate. With the approach of the celestial event, a sense of fear hung over the capital, and the common people were fleeing, leaving only a few hurriedly passing through the streets and alleys. Lin Chen sighed softly, a hint of worry etched on his brow. He returned to the Demon Suppression Division, informed Huang Yun, and then went back to the dungeon. Zhou Hong, learning that Lin Chen had returned, hurriedly sought him out, his face filled with concern as he brought up the extermination of the White Lotus sect. "Lord Lin, have you heard about the White Lotus sect?" Zhou Hong's expression was tense as he held a scroll of intelligence in his hand. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his tone flat. "I know, they died cleanly, saving us from future troubles." Zhou Hong shook his head, speaking softly, my father said things aren't that simple. Now that the evil cults have fallen one after another, other forces won't miss this opportunity. They will aggressively encroach on the territory of the White Lotus sect. Lin Shen was unconcerned. He was more focused on the impending solar eclipse. You should consider the battle in 3 days. Thinking about this now is just being overly anxious. Upon hearing this, Zhou Hong was not worried at all. He smiled proudly. With the Northern God General stationed, I naturally don't need to worry as a small fry. Lin Shen didn't take this to heart. Whether the Northern God General came or not wouldn't greatly affect him. He trusted in his own strength and the soul-splitting blade in his hand. At that moment, Huang Yun also received a message from the Northern God General, looking incredulously at the contents of the message. The Northern God General reported that the Black Flame Demon had been killed and instructed the Demon Suppression Division to quickly arrange for coroner officials to head to the northern region to ascertain the situation. He hadn't expected the powerful Black Flame Demon to be killed. Even more terrifying was that the one who killed the Black Flame Demon was not the Northern God General himself. He immediately took action, dispatching 3 experienced coroners to the northern region. It was clear that the Northern God General would not be returning in 3 days. During the solar eclipse 3 days later, the Demon Suppression Division would have to rely on its own strength to resist the impending disaster. A glimmer of determination flashed in Huang Yun's eyes as he began to mobilize the resources of the Demon Suppression Division to strengthen the defenses of the capital. At the same time, he pondered possible countermeasures to deal with the other forces that were stirring. Lin Shen quietly cultivated within the Demon Suppression Division, adjusting his state. Huang Yun gathered everyone from the Demon Suppression Division and announced the news that the Northern God General would not be able to return in time. Lin Shen needed to guard the prison, so he didn't bother to inform him. Upon hearing this news, although everyone was somewhat surprised, they were all strong in their own right and did not take it too seriously. Zhou Hong's reaction, however, was vastly different. His face turned pale, and the thought of the upcoming battlefield left him in despair. What should we do? Without the Northern God General, how can we fend off those monsters? Zhou Hong's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear. He wanted to rely on Lin Shen, but Lin Shen had always been a cold and ruthless person. Alas, this was going to be difficult. Other members of the Demon Suppression Division looked at Zhou Hong's demeanor, some showing disdain, while others shook their heads helplessly. Zhou Xiaowei, you are too timid. Aren't all the officers of our Demon Suppression Division battle-hardened? Even without the Northern God General, we can hold our ground. A burly member of the Demon Suppression Division patted Zhou Hong on the shoulder, trying to bolster his courage. But Zhou Hong wanted to say more but was interrupted by Huang Yun's serious voice. Zhou Xiaowei, this is your chance to achieve merit, not a time to be afraid. Everyone, pull yourselves together. Huang Yun's gaze was like lightning, sweeping over everyone, his words carrying an undeniable authority. Meanwhile, in the icy crystal cave of the northern region, 3 special coroners had arrived. They were not ordinary coroners. They were not only skilled in corpse dissection but could also assess the battle situation based on injuries and residual auras. Upon entering the cave, one of the older coroners frowned. The demonic aura here has mostly dissipated. It seems the battle ended some time ago. They began to examine the corpse of the Black Flame Demon, their movements professional and meticulous. The coroners observed the wounds, occasionally exchanging opinions. The Northern God General stood by, patiently waiting for their examination results. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, "What's the situation?" The older coroner stood up, his expression grave. "My lord, based on the wounds and the residual spiritual energy fluctuations, this was done by a human hand, and the level is extremely high, likely at the level of a martial god or above." Above a martial god? The Northern God General was shocked. Is there really someone who can reach above a martial god? The coroner nodded, his tone certain. This fatal strike is incredibly terrifying. Ordinary means would not harm the body of the Black Flame Demon in the slightest. Similarly, a martial god's body would not easily perish. Therefore, this person's strength is definitely not simple. After hearing this, the Northern God General fell silent, a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. If what the coroner said was true, then this unknown powerhouse would be a huge threat. He took a deep breath, calming the turmoil in his heart, and then said solemnly, "Immediately relay this information back to the Demon Suppression Division, and at the same time, strengthen the vigilance in the northern region." 3 days later, the night in the capital was unusually quiet. A full moon hung alone in the sky, its silver light spilling across the land. Beneath this tranquility, however, lay an indescribable tension. Everyone in the Demon Suppression Division held their breath, on high alert, the air thick with a suffocating sense of oppression. The celestial dog eating the moon began. The moon was slowly devoured by an invisible giant mouth, the sky gradually dimming until the last sliver of moonlight disappeared. At that moment, the entire world seemed to plunge into darkness. Immediately after, piercing screams tore through the night sky, as if announcing the arrival of disaster. Lin Chen stood atop the iron tower of the Demon Suppression Division, his heart racing. Even the prisoners in the sky prison felt this ominous aura, huddling together in fear, not daring to make a sound. Suddenly, deafening roars echoed from all directions. The ground of the entire capital began to shake violently, cracks rapidly spreading. From underground, from dark corners, from hidden lairs, countless demons surged forth like a tide. Their eyes flickered with red light in the darkness, like a pack of hungry hunters searching for prey. Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He saw the tide of demons and a sense of unprecedented crisis surged within him. Huang Yun's face was also extremely grim. He had not expected that so many demons were hidden beneath the capital. The demons let out earth-shattering roars, their figures darting through the darkness like bolts of black lightning. Their only target was flesh and life. The constables, faced with such a terrifying scene, had long since fled in all directions, but the demons were faster. They caught the fleeing constables, tearing flesh with their sharp claws and greedily devouring them. Zhou Hong's legs had gone weak. He felt a chill rushing from his feet to his head. He had never seen such a horrifying scene. The brutality and savagery of those demons far exceeded his imagination. His heart was filled with fear, and his body trembled involuntarily. "This is fucking terrifying." Zhou Hong's voice was laced with a sob, feeling as if his worldview had completely collapsed at that moment. He should have run away with his father. Zhou Hong felt as if his heart was tightly gripped by an invisible hand, unable to breathe. The roars of the demons grew closer, like the horns of death echoing in his ears. On the city wall, the soldiers of the Demon Suppression Division gripped their weapons tightly, their faces filled with determination and defiance. But in the face of the terrifying demons, even the bravest warriors could not help but feel a tremor. "Steady!" Huang Yan's voice rang out on the city wall, his gaze like a torch, sweeping over each soldier's face. "We are the guardians of the capital. We must not let these demons trample our homeland." However, when the first wave of demons charged to the foot of the city wall, the sense of terror and tension reached its peak. The sound of a massive impact and the scraping of claws against the city wall was like countless evil spirits roaring in their ears. In the shadows beneath the city wall, countless demons jostled and pushed, scrambling to climb the wall in a desperate attempt to surge into the city. The soldiers began to fight back, arrows raining down like a storm upon the demons, who seemed oblivious to pain. Even with multiple arrows embedded in their bodies, they continued to claw their way upward with frenzied determination. Some demons had already scaled the wall, engaging the soldiers in close combat. The battle grew exceptionally fierce, blood and severed limbs splattering everywhere. The demons possessed incredible strength, and some soldiers fell dead in an instant beneath their claws. The fighting space on the wall was narrow, and every clash was fraught with danger. "All members of the Demon Suppression Division, heed my command. Kill!" With Huang Yun's thunderous order, the entire battlefield erupted. They must hold the city gate at all costs. The demons must not be allowed to cross. This command ignited the soldiers' fighting spirit like a raging fire. The lieutenants and commanders of the Demon Suppression Division, seasoned warriors of many battles, drew their weapons without hesitation and charged toward the demons that were madly climbing. On the battlefield, the glint of blades intertwined, the demons' roars mingling with the soldiers' shouts, creating a tragic symphony of battle. Though the demons were riddled with arrows, they charged forward like a tempest, their claws and fangs glinting with a chilling light under the moon. Each clash was a contest of life and death. The soldiers, driven by unwavering faith and tenacious will, fought desperately against the demons. Amidst the chaos, a figure attempted to sneak away to the rear. However, just as he was about to succeed, a powerful foot suddenly kicked him hard, sending him crashing into the center of the battlefield. Zhou Hong had intended to escape this dangerous place, but unexpectedly, Lin Chen appeared and kicked him. "Get back to the fight, you won't die." Lin Chen emerged from the shadows, his voice cold. Zhou Hong could not afford to provoke this god of death and could only wield his weapon, engaging in a life and death struggle with the surrounding demons. He silently complained about Lin Chen, cursing him for bringing such trouble. Taking a deep breath, he pulled a secret medicine from his pocket and swallowed it without hesitation. As the medicine entered his body, Zhou Hong felt a warm current swiftly spread throughout him, as if new vitality had been injected into his previously exhausted form. His realm surged to a terrifying level, his muscles becoming more solid and powerful, and his vision clearer. Zhou Hong swung his weapon, wildly hacking at the demons around him. He discovered that these demons seemed so fragile under his attacks. Each strike was as swift as thunder, leaving the demons unable to resist. Zhou Hong was in a killing frenzy. When did these creatures become so easy to deal with? The other commanders also noticed this miraculous change. They too had taken the secret medicine, and having prepared for a desperate fight, were now astonished to find that these demons were so easily dispatched. Their attacks felt as effortless as chopping vegetables, and each demon they killed filled them with exhilaration. Just then, the deep night sky seemed to be torn apart by an invisible giant hand, and the demonic energy pouring from the rift was thick as black mist. The black mist rapidly spread, plunging the entire battlefield into darkness and oppression. With a deafening roar, several massive demons leaped out from the rift, their enormous bodies causing hearts to race. The appearance of these great demons seemed to freeze the very air around them. The demonic energy they exuded was like tangible blades, piercing the hearts and lungs of the Demon Suppression Division members, making it nearly impossible for them to breathe. In their blood-red eyes flickered a cruel, bloodthirsty light. The lieutenants and commanders of the Demon Suppression Division, seasoned warriors, felt a tightening in their hearts. The strength of these demons far exceeded their imagination. Their power seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth, instilling a sense of awe. Faced with these terrifying great demons, they gripped their weapons tightly and took a deep breath. They knew that only by giving their all could they possibly withstand the onslaught of these monsters. Charge! We must not let them get through. Nan Gongsa was the first to launch an attack. Unfortunately, the strength of these demons was too overwhelming. No matter how fierce and strong their attacks were, it seemed to have no effect. With a gentle wave of their hands, an invisible force sent the members of the Demon Suppression Division flying. They crashed against the city wall, spitting blood. Zhou Hong's face turned exceptionally pale as he stared wide-eyed at the great demons pressing down like mountains, a nameless fear surging in his heart. The power of these demons was beyond his imagination. He could barely steady the weapon in his hand, muttering, "How can we fight like this?" His voice trembled slightly. Just when he was about to give up and prepare to flee, a figure suddenly shot up into the sky, like a golden lightning bolt slicing through the night. It was Huang Yun, the second-rank governor of the Demon Suppression Division. He had finally made his move. Huang Yun's figure traced a graceful arc in the air before landing steadily in front of a great demon. He held a long sword, its blade shimmering with a cold light, as if it could freeze everything. Taking a deep breath, he swung his sword fiercely, the sword light slicing towards the great demon like a galloping horse. Boom! A loud explosion. The sword light collided with the demon's claws, erupting in dazzling brilliance. The great demon was pushed back a few steps but immediately roared in anger and charged at Huang Yun again. Unfazed, Huang Yun moved like lightning, darting across the battlefield. His swordsmanship was sharp and swift, each swing capable of severing the demon's attacks. Unfortunately, the strength of these great demons was too formidable. Even with Huang Yun's exquisite swordplay, it was difficult to defeat them in one blow. Several great demons quickly surrounded him, and Huang Yun began to show signs of strain. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and his breathing grew rapid. Gritting his teeth, he persisted, wielding his long sword. Great strength, mountain-splitting sword, he shouted, and a torrent of swordlight surged into the sky, directly cleaving towards the several great demons. Puff! The sword light struck the great demons, causing no pain but thoroughly enraging them. They launched even fiercer attacks, roaring as they charged at Huang Yun, as if wanting to tear him to shreds. Huang Yun exerted all his strength to swing his sword, but this time he was easily knocked away by the demon's claws. His body was completely unresponsive, crashing heavily to the ground. He struggled to get up, but it felt as if an invisible force bound him, rendering him immobile. Huang Yun looked at the approaching great demons, a glimmer of despair flashing in his eyes. It seemed impossible to stop them now. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly erupted on the battlefield. Following that, a massive beast charged out of the darkness, its body resembling a gigantic golden lion, muscles bulging, its fur covered in scales, shimmering with a metallic sheen. Everyone was stunned by this sudden beast. Soldiers raised their weapons, preparing to confront this terrifying creature of unknown origin. What is that? Could it be reinforcements from the demons? Zhou Hong shouted in terror, his voice tinged with despair. Others also showed fear, their hearts filled with unease and apprehension. Just as they braced for the worst, the giant beast charged directly at the demons, engaging them in a fierce battle of tearing and biting. The soldiers were dumbfounded. They never expected this beast to suddenly join their fight, and on their side no less. What is going on? Is this beast here to help us? A soldier exclaimed in astonishment, his voice filled with disbelief. It seems so. We must seize the opportunity and eliminate these demons alongside this giant beast. Huang Yun struggled to stand up from the ground, his eyes flashing with determination as he watched the battle between the giant beast and the demons. The soldiers were inspired by the beast's bravery, joining the fight to combat the demons alongside it. The giant beast's presence turned the tide of the battlefield, its immense power dealt devastating blows to the demons with every attack. Exhausted, Huang Yun knelt on the ground, panting as he observed the situation around him. He noticed the massive beast continuously devouring the corpses of the demons on the battlefield. Its sharp teeth tore through the demon bodies, swallowing their inner cores whole. With each core consumed, the crimson flame demon lion's body shimmered with a red light, as if absorbing some powerful energy. Lin Chen stood not far away, nodding slightly, knowing that the crimson flame demon lion was regaining its strength. He had just released the lion to test its power, not expecting that the demons it killed would also extend his lifespan. This was truly wonderful. He could gather these lifespans without having to intervene. After consuming an unknown number of inner cores, the surface of the crimson flame demon lion was covered in thick scales, its golden fur glinting with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. Its aura became even more ferocious, causing the demons to retreat in fear. The soldiers on the battlefield were exhausted, having fought alongside the generals of the Demon Suppression Division, and they were nearing their breaking point. Nan Gongsu and Li Fei Hong were both injured. Fortunately, they had the secret medicine, or they would have already been corpses. The powerful display of the Crimson Flame Demon Lion lifted the spirits of the two, knowing there was still hope for victory in this battle. "Everyone, hold the line!" Li Fei Hong shouted, his voice booming like thunder across the battlefield. His command was quickly relayed, and the soldiers reformed their ranks, blocking the oncoming demon assault. After finishing the last demon corpse, the Crimson Flame Demon Lion let out a thunderous roar, as if proclaiming its rebirth. Its body grew even larger, the golden scales shining with dazzling light, as if clad in golden armor. It charged into the horde of demons, its claws swinging. In an instant, several demons were torn apart, blood and flesh flying. Li Fei Hong gripped his sword tightly, taking advantage of the Crimson Flame Demon Lion's momentum to charge into the fray. His swordsmanship was sharp and swift, each swing capable of severing the demon's attacks. After resting for a moment, Huang Yun prepared to stand up and rejoin the battle. "Governor Huang, take a break, let me handle this." Huang Yun looked up and saw it was Lin Chen, his voice somewhat surprised. "Lin Chen? What are you doing here? The prison still needs you." Lin Chen shook his head. "Don't worry, Governor Huang, I know my limits." He brandished his knife and rushed in. The demons retaliated frantically, but the pressure from the Crimson Flame Demon Lion instilled fear in them. Whenever a demon attempted to approach, the lion would swiftly pounce and tear it apart. Nan Gongsu and Li Fei Hong worked in perfect harmony, darting across the battlefield like the wind, slaying one demon after another. "Seize this opportunity, strike hard, and completely crush them," Li Fei Hong shouted, his eyes gleaming with battle intent. Nan Gongsu nodded and continued to charge. Their moves were like lightning, each strike carrying immense power. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion also rampaged across the battlefield, causing the demons to flee in panic wherever it passed, gradually shifting the battle in favor of the Demon Suppression Division. Boom! Suddenly, dark demonic energy enveloped the moon above, with a continuous stream of demonic energy pouring from the cracks, instantly healing the demons on the battlefield and greatly enhancing their strength. In just a few breaths, the battle fell into a desperate situation, with soldiers falling one after another, the defense line crumbling. Nan Gongsu's forehead was already beaded with cold sweat. He swung his long sword, his strength waning, and his movements began to slow. The demons, seeing this, intensified their assault, as if they wanted to crush everyone completely. Li Fei Hong gritted his teeth against his injuries. The long sword in his hand was trembling. He knew he couldn't hold on much longer. Just then, he saw Lin Chen, taking a deep breath as he brandished the soul-cleaving blade, his eyes burning with resolute fire, charging into the midst of the demons. "Captain Lin, don't be impulsive. Hurry and get out," Li Fei Hong shouted, worried that Lin Chen would fall into danger due to his recklessness. Lin Chen seemed not to hear, his eyes were fixed solely on the moving life essence bags. He swung the soul-cleaving blade wildly, each strike accompanied by dazzling blade light, cleaving the demons in half. Blood splattered, and the screams were incessant. Lin Chen's movements did not pause for a moment. He weaved through the demon horde with a speed that was hard to capture, each strike precise and imbued with unparalleled power. The demons fell one after another under his frenzied assault, none able to approach him. Is he still human? How can his strength be so formidable? Nan Gongsu stared at Lin Chen in shock, his eyes filled with disbelief. Lin Chen's strength has indeed risen again. Suyu, weapon in hand, felt a surge of admiration. Lin Chen's figure was like a flash of lightning, wreaking havoc among the demons, slaying them wherever he went. His swordsmanship was swift and fierce, each strike carrying immense power, shattering the demons to pieces. Huang Yun watched in horror. Lin Chen was absurdly strong. On the battlefield, Lin Chen's figure became the focus of everyone's attention. His tiger-like bravery and fearlessness reignited hope among the soldiers. They rallied, following closely behind, rejoining the fight. "Die for me!" Lin Chen roared, swinging the soul-cleaving blade to unleash a massive blade light that directly severed the head of a giant demon. Blood drenched the battlefield, and the demons fled in panic. Lin Chen stood at the center of the battlefield, the soul-cleaving blade stained with blood, his gaze still sharp as an eagle. As dawn broke, the clamor of the battlefield finally subsided. The sun rose in the east, golden sunlight spilling over the land. The entire battlefield was horrifically bloody, with piles of demon and soldier corpses, blood flowing like rivers, and the air thick with a nauseating stench of decay. The Demon Suppression Division began to busy themselves, clearing the battlefield. Each face bore signs of exhaustion and sorrow as they carefully moved their fallen comrades aside, preparing for a proper burial. Huang Yun, dragging his injured body, directed the soldiers' actions, striving to ensure every comrade received the respect they deserved. Lin Chen stood at the center of the battlefield, the soul-cleaving blade planted in the ground, its blade still covered in blood. His gaze swept around, taking in the cold corpses, his heart filled with complex emotions. "We won, but the cost was truly too great," Huang Yun said as he approached Lin Chen, his voice laced with endless fatigue and sorrow. Lin Chen nodded. He knew Huang Yun was right. Although they had achieved victory in this battle, the Demon Suppression Division had paid a painful price. They had sacrificed countless soldiers, all trained under the Demon Suppression Division, each one of them at the 8th rank. Such a significant loss was indeed regrettable. The capital had also dispatched many royal personnel to assist in clearing the battlefield and handling subsequent matters. Zhou Hong was covered in blood. Fortunately, Lin Chen had arrived in the end, or he might have lost his life. He glanced at the corpses strewn across the ground, feeling that his performance this time was quite commendable. He had just returned to the Ministry of Personnel when Zhou Zi saw his son come back from the battlefield, covered in blood. His heart tightened, and tears immediately welled up. "My son!" Zhou Zi shouted loudly, rushing towards Zhou Hong and holding him tightly in his arms. "I almost thought you were dead. I worried all night." Zhou Hong felt an immense sense of relief upon seeing his father. He gently patted his father's back and comforted him. "Dad, I'm fine, see, I'm all right." Recalling the battle from last night, Zhou Zi still felt a lingering fear. At that time, many officials in the capital fled to save themselves, not staying to fight alongside the Demon Suppression Division. Zhou Zi had wanted to take Zhou Hong with him to avoid the terrifying battle, but Zhou Hong was called away by the people from the Demon Suppression Division to join the fight. He had worried all night, and now seeing his son safe brought tears to his eyes. "Son, let's not go to the Demon Suppression Division anymore." Zhou Zi's voice choked, tears streaming down his face. Zhou Hong smiled as he wiped away his father's tears, beaming with pride. "Dad, you have no idea, I was so impressive last night." He began to animatedly describe the scenes from the battle, excitedly boasting about how formidable he was. "Look, I slayed several demons, those guys were no match for me. And there was one particularly large demon that I took down all by myself." As Zhou Zi listened to his son's account, his worries gradually transformed into pride and comfort. He nodded with a smile, his eyes filled with affection. "Well done, my son, you truly are a hero of the Demon Suppression Division." After this brutal battle, Huang Yun was seriously injured, and he knew he needed time to recover. The reconstruction of the Demon Suppression Division was urgent, and he had to delegate the task to Li Feihong and other commanders. They began to repair the damaged facilities and issued a call to heroes across the land, hoping to gather more brave souls to join the Demon Suppression Division in the fight against demons. Meanwhile, Lin Chen left the battlefield, deciding to visit Gu Wan in the outskirts of the city. The recent demon attack had disrupted the entire order of the capital, and he had sent Gu Wan and a Lian to Zhou Hong's secret residence before the battle began. Fortunately, the citizens of the capital had already been evacuated. Otherwise, this battle would have caused even greater disaster. Lin Chen hurried along the way and finally arrived at Zhou Hong's secret residence. This house was hidden in a bamboo grove on the outskirts of the city, surrounded by tranquility and peace, completely unrecognizable from the fierce battles that had taken place outside. When Lin Chen stepped into the courtyard, he felt a bit more relaxed. "Brother!" A clear voice called from inside the house. Gu Wan, dressed in a simple and elegant dress, rushed out with a lian. Upon seeing Lin Chen safe and sound, their tears instantly flowed. Gu Wan leaped into Lin Chen's arms, choking back her sobs. "Brother, I thought you would never come back." Lian was also in tears, standing beside them and wiping her eyes repeatedly. "Lord Lin, you finally returned. We were so worried about you." Lin Chen gently patted his sister's back, softly comforting her. "Wanner, I'm back. It's all over now. Look, I'm fine, right?" Gu Wan looked up at Lin Chen's scars and tired eyes, feeling a pang of sorrow in her heart. "Brother, you must have suffered a lot, right?" Lin Chen smiled slightly and said gently, "These wounds are nothing. As long as you are safe, I am content." Lian stepped forward, concerned. "Lord Lin, are you hungry? I'll go prepare something for you." Hearing this, Lin Chen realized he was indeed a bit hungry and nodded. "All right, thank you, Lian." Lian hurried to the kitchen to prepare food, while Gu Wan pulled Lin Chen into the house and sat him down at the table. She carefully poured him a cup of hot tea, her eyes filled with worry. "Brother, this demon attack was really terrifying. Can the Demon Suppression Division hold on?" Lin Chen took a sip of hot tea and took a deep breath. The Demon Suppression Division has suffered heavy losses, but it can still hold on for a while. Guwon tightly held Lin Chen's hand. Brother, you must protect yourself. Lin Chen nodded, gently ruffling Guwon's hair. You take care of yourself too, don't worry, I will always protect you. Alian walked in with steaming dishes and set them on the table. Lord Lin, please eat something, you must be exhausted. Lin Chen glanced gratefully at Alian and picked up his chopsticks to start eating. After finishing the meal, Lin Chen took Guwon and Alian back to the capital, even leaving behind a reddish-furred lion cat. As soon as his sister saw the cat, her eyes lit up, and she hugged it tightly. Brother, this cat is so cute. I will take good care of it. Lin Chen smiled at Guwon and said gently, this lion cat is specially brought back for you. If you need anything, feel free to find me at the Demon Suppression Office. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion never expected to be treated as a pet one day. Lin Chen's thought was simple. If anything happened, the Crimson Flame Demon Lion could also protect the two of them. Guwon nodded, looking at Lin Chen with gratitude. Thank you, brother. Don't worry, I will take good care of myself and Alien. After bidding farewell to the two, Lin Chen set off on his way back to the Demon Suppression Office. Along the way, he saw the devastated scene of the capital and couldn't help but sigh. The once prosperous streets were now in ruins, and occasionally he could see surviving citizens clearing their homes, their eyes filled with sorrow and helplessness. The destruction brought by this battle was indeed too great. Lin Chen thought to himself that order must be restored quickly, and the capital must be rebuilt. When he finally returned to the Demon Suppression Office and was about to head to the Sky Prison, a crisp and arrogant voice came from behind. Hey, stop! Lin Chen paused, turned around, and saw a stunning beauty standing not far away. Her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, her features were exquisite, her skin like cream, and she wore a gorgeous long dress, exuding a noble and proud aura. Lin Chen was slightly taken aback, then walked forward to ask, do you need something? The woman frowned and impatiently asked, where is Governor Huang now? Lin Chen thought for a moment and replied, Governor Huang should be at the training hall. He was injured and is currently recuperating and instructing the soldiers. You can find him there. The woman looked at Lin Chen coldly, her tone commanding. Take me to find him. Lin Chen replied indifferently, I don't have time. The woman was furious, her eyes wide. Do you know who I am? I am the 7th princess of Dishang, Xin Yao. Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, I don't care who you are, even the king must find his own way. With that, Lin Chen turned and continued walking toward the Sky Prison, completely ignoring Xin Yao's fury. Xin Yao stomped her foot in anger, her face flushed. How dare you treat me like this? Lin Chen didn't look back, his mind only on the affairs of the Demon Suppression Office. Xin Yao stood there in a fit of rage, watching Lin Chen's retreating figure, feeling indignant. A mere ordinary officer dares to be so arrogant to me. She stomped her feet in frustration, feeling helpless. Just as she was at a loss, the commander of the Demon Suppression Office, Li Feihong, happened to pass by. Seeing the 7th princess standing by the roadside with an unhappy expression, he approached and asked, 7th princess, what are you doing here? Upon seeing Li Feihong, Xin Yao immediately expressed her dissatisfaction. Commander Li, your subordinate is so rude, refusing to take me to find Huang Yun. Li Feihong quickly apologized, Princess, please calm down. It was my oversight. I will take you to find Governor Huang right away. Under Li Feihong's guidance, Xin Yao finally arrived at the training hall and met Huang Yun, who was recuperating and instructing the soldiers. Huang Yun was also surprised to see the 7th princess and quickly bowed. 7th princess, what brings you here? Xin Yao stood tall and said directly, I am here to join the Demon Suppression Office. Huang Yun was taken aback for a moment, then said, 7th princess, the work of the Demon Suppression Division is extremely dangerous. In this battle against the demons, we have already lost quite a few people, and I truly do not wish for you to take such risks. However, Xin Yao was unwilling to back down and firmly stated, I am now at the 3rd rank and fully capable of handling the work of the Demon Suppression Division. Moreover, I have the responsibility and obligation to protect the common people of the capital. Seeing her attitude so resolute, Huang Yun sighed helplessly. Your Highness, I understand your intentions, but this is not a game. The tasks of the Demon Suppression Division are exceptionally perilous. A moment's carelessness could cost lives. Xin Yao remained unmoved and continued to insist, precisely because of this, I should join the Demon Suppression Division. I want to use my strength to contribute to the country and its people. Huang Yun was touched by Xin Yao's determination and resolve, yet he still had concerns, but he could no longer refuse. He said helplessly, all right, since the 7th princess is so determined, I will agree. But please be sure to be careful. Upon hearing Huang Yun's consent, Xin Yao revealed a satisfied smile. Thank you, Governor Huang. I will do my utmost not to let you down. Huang Yun then instructed Li Feihong to arrange specific training and tasks for Xin Yao, while inwardly he sighed. Although the 7th princess had a proud temperament, her heart was not bad, he hoped she could achieve something in the Demon Suppression Division. Meanwhile, Lin Chen had returned to the heavenly prison and began inspecting the conditions of the demons and serious offenders. Without exception, he went through the lifespan of all 18 levels once again. After experiencing this intense battle, Lin Chen's lifespan had actually surpassed 10,000 years. Standing on the high platform of the heavenly prison, feeling the continuous flow of power within him, he couldn't help but sigh. With the increase in lifespan, it seemed that this amount was still far from enough to break through to the martial god realm. What lay beyond the martial god realm? He still had no clue. Just as he was lost in thought, a constable rushed over, panting, and said, "Lord Lin Chen, the reward ceremony of the Demon Suppression Division is about to begin. Please hurry over." Lin Chen came back to his senses and nodded. "All right, I will go right away." He followed the constable, walking briskly, but he couldn't help but feel puzzled. A reward ceremony? It should be that after this battle, the Demon Suppression Division indeed needed to conduct some activities to reward and boost morale. When he arrived at the martial arts hall, he found that many people had already gathered there. The soldiers of the Demon Suppression Division stood neatly on both sides, and Huang Yun, Li Feihong, and other senior generals were also present, making the scene solemn and dignified. Huang Yun smiled slightly upon seeing Lin Chen arrive and gestured for him to stand in the front row. Lin Chen nodded in acknowledgement and moved to the front row to stand still. Huang Yun stepped onto the stage, looked around, and spoke in a loud and firm voice, "Everyone, we have paid a heavy price in this battle, but we have also achieved a glorious victory. Every soldier of the Demon Suppression Division is a hero. To commend everyone's brave performance, we are holding this reward ceremony." The soldiers responded in unison, and the atmosphere was enthusiastic. Many soldiers had performed exceptionally well in this battle, receiving not only reward pills but also the techniques of the Demon Suppression Division. Given time, they would surely achieve great things. Huang Yun presided over the entire process. Those who were to be rewarded received their rewards, and those who were to be promoted were promoted. Every soldier who had performed outstandingly in battle received the recognition they deserved. Xin Yao, with her third-rank strength, naturally became a new commander. She scanned the crowd and her gaze fell on Lin Chen, her brows slightly furrowing as she thought to herself, "I didn't expect this arrogant guy to be here. I'll find out who he is after this and teach him a lesson." When it was Lin Chen's turn for the reward, Huang Yun stepped forward, a look of satisfaction on his face. "Lin Chen, your performance in this battle was impeccable. Your strength is such that continuing as the warden of the heavenly prison is truly beneath your talents. How about becoming a captain instead?" Lin Chen smiled and shook his head, politely declining. "Governor Huang, it's fine here. I'm more suited to stay in the sky prison." If he went elsewhere, he would have to endlessly complete tasks, which was truly a waste of time. Huang Yun felt a bit regretful but respected Lin Chen's decision and could only nod. "All right, then you can choose a martial art as your reward." Xin Yao watched coldly from the side, increasingly looking down on Lin Chen, thinking he was being too self-important. In these difficult times, not wanting to contribute and just shirking responsibility was truly shameless. Her eyes turned, and she suddenly had an idea. After the reward ceremony ended, she would secretly follow Lin Chen, confident that with her third-grade strength, she wouldn't be discovered. However, what she didn't know was that Lin Chen had already noticed her tracking. Lin Chen was unsure of her intentions and deliberately took a few detours, leading her towards the outskirts of the city. All the while, he walked quickly and steadily, as if unaware of someone following him, but he knew Xin Yao was still behind. Xin Yao held her breath, following Lin Chen, feeling quite pleased with herself. Lin Chen walked to a dense forest on the outskirts, where people were sparse and the environment was quiet. He slowed his pace, seemingly searching for something. Xin Yao followed Lin Chen through the winding paths of the outskirts, feeling a bit dizzy. Just as she caught her breath, Lin Chen's figure suddenly vanished from sight. "What's going on?" Xin Yao rushed forward to check, looking around but not finding any trace of Lin Chen. Confused, she muttered to herself, "How did I lose him?" At that moment, a voice came from behind her. "Are you following me?" Xin Yao was startled and turned around abruptly, only to see Lin Chen standing behind her, a faint smile on his face. "Feeling guilty," she said, "who's following you?" Lin Chen replied calmly, "If you're not following me, then please leave." Seeing that there was no one around, Xin Yao steeled herself and decided to attack Lin Chen directly. She moved like lightning, quickly closing in on Lin Chen, executing a move that created an elegant arc of light, her long sword aimed straight at Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen didn't want to hurt her and didn't even draw a weapon. He simply relied on his own strength to dodge and counter. He slightly turned his body, easily avoiding Xin Yao's attack, his footwork flowing like clouds in water, graceful and natural. Seeing this, Xin Yao became even angrier. She turned her body, her long sword drawing a beautiful arc in the air, the sword light like the moon, striking directly at Lin Chen's shoulder. Lin Chen once again cleverly dodged, his movements as agile as a swallow, gracefully evading her assault. Is dodging all you can do? Xinyao gritted her teeth, swinging her sword like the wind, launching a relentless attack on Lin Chen. Lin Chen maintained his calm demeanor, his body soft as water, casually changing his footwork, as if he were dancing an elegant dance with Xinyao. Each time Xinyao's sword light came at him, he managed to avoid it perfectly, without a sound. Xinyao grew even angrier, her moves became increasingly fierce, the sword light falling like a meteor shower, swift and beautiful. She used all her skills, her sword techniques changing endlessly, trying to break through Lin Chen's defense. However, no matter how she changed, Lin Chen always managed to deflect her attacks effortlessly at the last moment. Lin Chen's figure flowed through the air like the wind, his movements elegant and composed, as if he found joy in the dance with Xinyao's sword. Occasionally, he would lightly tap Xinyao's sword blade with his fingers, skillfully altering the sword's momentum, rendering her attacks futile. Xinyao executed a move called Flying Flowers Chasing the Moon, the sword light scattering like petals, filled with endless killing intent, pressing towards Lin Chen. Lin Chen stepped lightly, his body soaring into the air, gliding as if walking on waves, avoiding her deadly strike. Her anger grew, and she unleashed a powerful move, Meteor from the Sky. The sword light cut through the air like a meteor, directly aiming for Lin Chen's brow. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, slightly shifting his body to the side, and gently tapped the sword blade with his finger, using the force to redirect Xinyao's sword momentum aside. Although Xinyao's swordsmanship was indeed exquisite, Lin Chen's agility and reflexes were even more remarkable. As Xinyao grew increasingly anxious in battle, she finally stopped, panting heavily, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. She glared at Lin Chen, gritting her teeth. Why don't you fight back? Lin Chen smiled faintly and replied calmly, we are colleagues in the Demon Suppression Division. I don't want to hurt you. Besides, your swordsmanship is quite good, but you still need more practical experience. Xinyao's face flushed with anger, yet she had no retort. After returning, the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was off. She recalled Lin Chen's performance in battle, his composure and formidable strength were definitely not those of an ordinary officer, perhaps even surpassing her own level. This piqued her interest, and she found herself more curious about Lin Chen. Who exactly was this Lin Chen? With such power, he was willing to be a mere captain of the heavenly prison. It was truly unbelievable. Outside the capital, in the dead of night, two young men arrived at the ruins of the White Lotus sect's destruction, standing amidst the bloody debris, their gazes cold and sharp. One man, dressed in a black robe with a slender sword hanging at his waist, glanced at the corpses and bloodstains on the ground and scoffed, the White Lotus sect has truly lost their minds, stealing the sacred relic to establish their own sect here. What good did it do? They ended up with no place to be buried. The other man, clad in a red cloak and draped in silver armor, nodded, his voice laced with sarcasm. They brought this upon themselves. Would the holy sect let them off? Now that they've been wiped out, it's quite a relief. The black-robed man chuckled coldly. Indeed, the White Lotus sect's attempt to break free from the holy sect's control is utterly foolish. The red-robed man nodded slightly, a hint of anxiety in his tone. We need to hurry, the sacred relic is crucial. It should still be here, I can sense its presence. The black-robed man nodded and quickly took action. The sacred relic is of great importance. We cannot afford any mistakes. The two began to search meticulously through the ruins, paying no mind to the foul stench emanating from the area. Their movements were swift and efficient, clearly indicating they were well-trained experts. The red-robed man gently brushed his hand over the rubble and remains on the ground, seemingly searching for some clue. The aura of the sacred relic is getting stronger. It should be nearby, the black-robed man whispered, his gaze sharpening. I hope we can find it smoothly this time, otherwise, we won't have anything to report when we return, the red-robed man replied, quickening his search. After a long search, they finally sensed the presence of the sacred relic in a stinking, viscous blood lake. The blood lake exuded a strong odor of decay, the thick liquid shimmering with an eerie glow in the night. Floating on the surface were dismembered corpses and chunks of flesh, the air thick with a nauseating stench. The black-robed man exclaimed excitedly, "This is it, the sacred relic is in this blood lake." A glint of fervor flashed in the red-robed man's eyes as he disregarded the bloodstains on his body and charged straight in. The black-robed man followed closely behind, and the two plunged into the blood lake, their bodies instantly covered in blood and rotting flesh. The liquid in the blood lake was thick and cold, as if countless decaying hands were pulling at them. They forcefully pushed aside the floating flesh and decaying limbs, their hands continuously groping through the blood. The sticky sensation churned their stomachs, but they paid no heed and continued to search diligently. Quick, the sacred relic is right here. the red-robed man shouted, his hand having touched something unusual. The black-robed man quickly approached, and together with the red-robed man, they pulled the strange object out of the blood lake. It was a disgusting chunk of meat, its surface smeared with blood and rotting flesh, emitting a nauseating stench. The man in the red robe exclaimed excitedly, "This is it, the holy relic!" The man in the black robe was equally thrilled, cradling the piece of meat as if it were a priceless treasure. Their eyes sparkled with fervor in the darkness, their faces twisted into bloody smiles. The chunk of meat appeared particularly eerie in their hands, as if it had a life of its own, quivering slightly. The man in the red robe whispered, "We did it, let's hurry back." The man in the black robe nodded, and the two quickly rose from the blood lake, carrying the disgusting chunk of meat away. Their figures looked especially sinister in the night, as if they were two demons crawling out of hell. Lin Chen walked into the martial arts room of the Demon Suppression Division, which resembled a vast library filled with various martial arts texts. He looked around and found that most of the techniques offered little improvement for someone like him, who had already reached the martial god realm. Just as he felt a bit disappointed, his gaze was drawn to a special arena. The arena was engraved with intricate patterns, exuding an ancient aura. Lin Chen stepped forward to examine it closely and discovered that this arena could project a clone of his own body. This was interesting. It was a perfect opportunity to test the extent of his current strength. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and without hesitation, he stepped onto the arena. Standing in the center of the arena, he focused on the surrounding patterns. As he entered, the arena began to operate, the patterns around him emitting a faint glow, and gradually, a clone identical to him materialized on the arena. This clone not only looked like Lin Chen but also matched his aura and techniques perfectly. Lin Chen's expression sharpened. Fighting against himself would not be easy. Without a moment's hesitation, he drew the soul-cleaving blade and swiftly entered a combat stance. The clone also drew the same weapon at the same moment, mirroring Lin Chen's every move. The battle erupted instantly, with Lin Chen and his clone launching attacks almost simultaneously, the flashes of blades intertwining on the arena. Their techniques were identical, and every attack was precisely countered by the other. The blade light flickered, and the air was filled with a sharp killing intent. Lin Chen executed a thunder slash, the blade light like a rainbow, aimed directly at the clone's shoulder. The clone also performed a thunder slash, and the two blade lights collided in midair, sparking a dazzling display. Lin Chen became intrigued, realizing that to win, he had to break this stalemate. He quickly changed his footwork, employing the 9 nether phantom steps, his figure darting across the arena like lightning. The clone followed closely, matching his every step without a miss. Their figures crisscrossed rapidly on the arena, the blade light and sword shadows dense as rain, dazzling to behold. Lin Chen knew this approach wouldn't work. He had to find a flaw in the clone's movements. He quickly calmed himself, focusing intently on observing every action and subtle change of the clone. He noticed that every attack from the clone was slightly delayed, and a plan formed in his mind. Since that was the case, he would try this move. Lin Chen made a sudden leap, executing the fire and thunder technique, the blade light streaking through the air like a meteor, aimed straight at the clone's chest. The clone also leaped up, swinging its blade to counter. However, just as they were about to collide, Lin Chen suddenly changed his move, redirecting the blade light to slash diagonally at the clone's side. The clone clearly did not anticipate this change, its movements slightly sluggish, and Lin Chen's blade light accurately struck the clone's side. The clone hesitated midair, and Lin Chen seized the opportunity, quickly closing in and unleashing a powerful thunder slash aimed at the clone's vital points. The clone was forced to retreat repeatedly, clearly unable to respond as calmly as before. Soon, Lin Chen delivered a decisive blow, completely shattering the clone, and the arena returned to calm. Lin Chen stood in the center of the arena, taking a deep breath, his heart filled with satisfaction. It seems that my strength has indeed improved significantly. Reflecting on the battle just now, Lin Chen realized that there were still many areas he needed to improve in practical combat. After finishing the fight on the stage, he slowly walked down. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a simple engraving on the stone wall beside the arena. He felt puzzled. This engraving did not seem to be naturally formed but rather intentionally left behind. "What is this?" Lin Chen murmured to himself, reaching out to touch the engraving. An elderly man with white hair approached. Upon seeing the engraving on the stone wall, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The old man, named Gu Xuancheng, was a senior martial arts researcher at the Demon Suppression Division, well respected for his extensive knowledge and experience. "Elder Gu, what is this engraving?" Lin Chen quickly inquired. Gu Xuancheng smiled slightly, his gaze filled with appreciation. "Lin Chen, do you know the secret of this arena?" Lin Chen shook his head. "Please enlighten me, Elder Gu." Gu Xuancheng nodded and slowly said, This arena can project a clone of your true self. Only by defeating your own clone will such engravings appear here. Each engraving is a mark left by someone who has conquered themselves. Lin Chen was enlightened upon hearing this. He glanced again at the engravings on the stone wall and noticed that there were very few marks, indicating that those who could defeat their clones were extremely rare. It seems that this clone is indeed difficult to deal with, Lin Chen said thoughtfully. Gu Xuanqing nodded in agreement. Yes, the clone projected by this arena matches your strength and techniques perfectly. Defeating the clone requires not only powerful strength but also a calm mind and flexible responses. Those who can conquer their clones are truly extraordinary. Lin Chen smiled and said, "Thanks to Elder Gu for clarifying." Gu Xuanqing waved his hand and laughed. "Your ability to defeat the clone shows that your potential and skills are exceptional. The Demon Suppression Division is fortunate to have a young person like you." Lin Chen humbly replied, "Elder Gu, you flatter me. I still have much to learn and improve." Gu Xuanqing stroked his beard, increasingly satisfied with Lin Chen. "Humility is good, but don't underestimate yourself. By the way, there are some ancient martial arts texts here that might be helpful to you. You should take a look." Lin Chen gratefully said, "Thank you, Elder Gu." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Lin Chen suddenly remembered a question he had always had and asked Gu Xuanqing. "Elder Gu, is there a higher realm above the martial god realm in this world?" Gu Xuanqing's expression became somewhat serious, and he sighed deeply. "Lin Chen, you have asked about a very rare realm. In the Great Shang Dynasty, those who reached the martial god realm are already few and far between, and the higher realm above the martial god realm is almost legendary." Lin Chen became even more curious and pressed on, "Elder Gu, please tell me, what realms are there above the martial god?" Gu Xuanqing nodded and slowly said, "Above the martial god, according to ancient texts, there are several higher realms. First is the celestial venerable realm. In this realm, martial artists can truly sense the power of heaven and earth and begin to harness these forces. Celestial venerable experts can command wind and thunder, manipulate fire and water, truly achieving the harmony of man with the earth, and the earth with heaven." Lin Chen listened in astonishment, his heart shaken. "And above the celestial venerable?" Gu Xuanqing's eyes held a hint of longing. "Above the celestial venerable is the sacred realm. Martial artists who reach the sacred realm can not only wield the power of heaven and earth but also resonate with them. With a thought, heaven and earth respond. Sacred realm martial artists can turn clouds and rain, change the heavens and the earth, truly achieving unity with the cosmos. It is said that the lifespan of a sacred realm expert is greatly extended, even reaching thousands of years." Lin Chen was even more shocked, feeling a surge of blood boiling in his heart. "And above the sacred realm?" Gu Xiansheng sighed lightly. "Above the sacred realm is the divine realm. Warriors of the divine realm have transcended the realm of mortals, able to communicate with the laws of heaven and earth, embodying the very principles themselves. Their power is enough to shake the heavens and earth, altering the course of history. They truly exist as both humans and gods. However, those who reach the divine realm have been few and far between since ancient times, most of them being legendary figures." Lin Chen listened silently, filled with great shock and reverence deep within. He couldn't help but ask, "Old Gu, how does the martial god compare to these realms?" Gu Xiancheng sighed and explained softly, "The martial god realm is, in fact, merely the qualification to wield the powers of heaven and earth. A martial god can sense the spiritual energy of the universe and utilize it to some extent, but truly mastering and controlling these powers requires extremely high comprehension and extensive cultivation. One could say that the martial god has only opened the door to higher realms, while the heavenly sovereign, sacred realm, and divine realm are steps taken to walk through that door, ultimately achieving unity with heaven and earth." Lin Chen took a deep breath, his eyes shining with confidence. "I see, Old Gu. Is it really that difficult to reach these realms?" Gu Xiansheng nodded, his expression becoming more serious. "Indeed, it is very difficult. While cultivation itself is important, the greater challenge lies in acquiring spiritual energy. Humans have an inherent disadvantage in absorbing spiritual energy and must compensate through cultivation and various resources. Demons and monsters, on the other hand, are nurtured by the earth and can naturally absorb spiritual energy. Unfortunately, they are foolish and cannot grasp the true essence of martial arts, acting solely on instinct." Lin Chen pondered for a moment and nodded in understanding. "I understand. Old Gu, but how do you know so much about these high realms?" Gu Xiancheng smiled slightly, a hint of nostalgia in his gaze. "After so many years in the Demon Suppression Division, I sometimes found it boring, so I often traveled around, witnessing many extraordinary people and events. Coupled with reading a vast number of ancient texts, I naturally came to know more." Lin Chen admired him greatly and hurriedly asked, "Old Gu, you really are well informed. Have you ever encountered a powerful being above the martial god realm?" Gu Xiancheng laughed heartily, his eyes filled with pride. "Of course, I have. However, in all these years, I have only seen one. At that time, I was on a solitary island in the East Sea, and I personally witnessed the demeanor of a heavenly sovereign. The power resonating with heaven and earth is something I still find hard to forget. Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity and respect. That sounds truly admirable. Old Gu, who was that heavenly sovereign? Seeing that Lin Chen still had questions, Gu Xiancheng smiled and waved his hand, interrupting him. Alright, Lin Chen, you have too many questions. We've already talked quite a bit today, you should go rest. I still have many matters to attend to, so let's continue next time. Although Lin Chen had many more questions in his heart, seeing that Gu Xiancheng had given him the hint to leave, he didn't want to disturb him further. He stood up respectfully and said, Alright, old Gu, then I will take my leave. As he walked out of the martial arts room, he was unexpectedly confronted by Xinyao. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Xinyao felt a wave of bad luck wash over her, vividly recalling how easily he had defeated her last time. She secretly rejoiced, thankful that Lin Chen hadn't spread the word, otherwise, she would have made him pay. Lin Chen saw Xinyao and directly ignored her, continuing to walk forward. Xinyao, seeing this, felt even more displeased. She snorted coldly and stepped forward to block Lin Chen's path. Hey, do you remember what happened last time? Xinyao provocatively said, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. One day, I will beat you until you can't find your teeth. Lin Chen stopped in his tracks, smiled slightly, and raised an eyebrow deliberately. I look forward to it. However, last time you didn't even touch my shadow. I wonder what progress you've made this time. Xinyao's face turned red with anger, gritting her teeth as she said, last time was just me being careless. This time, don't expect me to make the same mistake. Lin Chen smiled even more happily and waved his hand. That's good. I was worried you always lose so easily. Xinyao glared at him fiercely, hands on her hips, and said, Lin Chen, don't get too cocky. I will definitely defeat you. Lin Chen pretended to think seriously, then smiled and said, I'll be waiting. But, 7th princess, next time, don't let me down like this again. Xinyao was so infuriated by his words that she was left speechless, secretly vowing to find a chance to teach Lin Chen a good lesson. She stomped her foot hard and turned to leave. Huang Yun also received a message from the Northern God General, which was brief. The Northern God General would stay in the northern region to continue the investigation. The death of the Black Flame Demon was anything but simple. If that powerful being remained in the northern region, it could lead to trouble. Huang Yun looked at the message and sighed deeply, feeling worried. When would the world ever be at peace? Meanwhile, Lin Chen was sitting in the heavenly prison, pondering Gu Xuancheng's words. To reach the celestial sovereign realm, a large amount of spiritual energy was needed. But how could he absorb enough spiritual energy? He ran the heavenly spirit chi drawing technique, closed his eyes, and felt the surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Lin Chen sat cross-legged, hands forming seals, silently reciting the incantation of the chi drawing technique. As the incantation progressed, he felt the meridians in his body begin to vibrate slightly, as if preparing for the incoming spiritual energy. He focused his mind, concentrating hard to sense the fluctuations of spiritual energy around him. Unfortunately, perceiving spiritual energy was not as simple as he had imagined. Although he had reached the martial god realm, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was still very difficult. The surrounding spiritual energy seemed to have an invisible barrier, repelling him, allowing only a very weak flow of spiritual energy to enter his body. He continued to maintain steady breathing, undistracted, running the chi drawing technique, trying to break through that barrier. Time passed little by little, and beads of sweat began to form on Lin Chen's forehead, his entire body trembling slightly from the intense concentration. His consciousness gradually blurred, but he still held on, striving to absorb every bit of spiritual energy that entered his body. Not enough, still far from enough. Lin Chen reminded himself in his heart, gritting his teeth to persist. Finally, he felt a weak flow of spiritual energy enter his body, slowly flowing along his meridians, as if opening a new path within him. Although this flow of spiritual energy was so weak it was almost imperceptible, it gave him great encouragement. Lin Chen continued to work hard, slowly guiding that spiritual energy to his dantian, condensing it into a small ball of energy. His body gradually adapted to this rhythm, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy slightly increased, but it was still very slow. When he felt his body had reached its limit, he slowly withdrew his energy and opened his eyes. Although he had only absorbed a tiny bit of spiritual energy, the changes it brought were not to be underestimated. It seems that reaching the celestial sovereign realm requires not only strength but also poses a challenge with this spiritual energy, Lin Chen murmured to himself. He stood up, feeling that thread of spiritual energy flowing slowly within him. Though weak, it was undeniably real. Lin Chen had been cultivating in the heavenly prison for half a day, and the amount of spiritual energy he absorbed was almost negligible. At this rate, he didn't know how long it would take to reach the celestial sovereign realm. Currently, he had barely cultivated to the first layer of the heavenly spirit chi drawing technique, only able to draw energy into his body. To improve faster, he had to consider another method, burning his lifespan for assistance. Lin Chen took a deep breath and decided to continue trying. Time waits for no one, he couldn't afford to wait. He sat cross-legged, silently reciting the incantation in his heart, and began to burn his lifespan. Burn 500 years of lifespan. Lin Chen shouted inwardly, and immediately felt a powerful force begin to surge within him. His body gradually heated up, his meridians expanded, and the speed of absorbing spiritual energy increased. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn into his body, transforming into warm currents flowing through his meridians. But he knew this was far from enough. Burn 1,000 years of lifespan. The power within surged even more violently, and Lin Chen felt a slight pain in his meridians as the speed of absorbing spiritual energy significantly increased. The spiritual energy gathered within him, forming one energy sphere after another, slowly rotating in his dantian. He felt as if he had vaguely touched that layer of profound boundary, but progress was slow, insufficient to break through the bottleneck of the heavenly spirit induction technique. Burn 1,000 years of lifespan. As his lifespan burned away, Lin Chen's body felt as if it had been ignited, with surging spiritual energy flowing through his meridians, intertwining pain and power. His mind was highly focused, striving to control the spiritual energy within him to operate more efficiently. Continue to burn 1,500 years of lifespan. Lin Chen felt a violent impact, as if an invisible force was tearing at his body. His meridians were constantly being impacted and expanded, and the efficiency of absorbing spiritual energy reached new heights. Lin Chen burned another 2,000 years of lifespan, and the influx of spiritual energy surged like a torrential river, filling his entire being, as if his body was about to burst. The energy spheres within him became larger and more stable, and the flow of spiritual energy became smoother. Lin Chen felt a violent tremor within, as if all the spiritual energy erupted at that moment. Under the impact of the spiritual energy, his body reached a new realm. Accompanied by a final low shout, Lin Chen felt the spiritual energy within him instantly fill up, and the second layer of the heavenly spirit induction technique was finally broken through. At this moment, the surrounding spiritual energy had been completely absorbed by him, and the air seemed to lack a layer of invisible energy. He opened his eyes, bright light flickering within, and with a gentle tremor of his body, the spiritual energy surged, forming a powerful aura. Finally broken through. Lin Chen's heart was filled with joy and satisfaction. Although he had burned a large amount of lifespan, his cultivation had significantly improved. He stood up, feeling his entire body filled with power, the spiritual energy circulating within, bringing endless vitality and vigor. Lin Chen operated the heavenly spirit induction technique, attempting to absorb spiritual energy, and found that the speed was much faster than before. He felt satisfied, but thinking about having burned nearly half of his lifespan, he still felt a bit of pain in his heart. The consumption of lifespan is too great. I need to find a way to make it up. Lin Chen frowned and thought, unable to find a suitable target to hunt for lifespan in the martial world for the time being. He used the puppet secret technique to contact the Crimson Flame Demon Lion, asking it to help find places where demons were rampaging. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion quickly replied, "Okay, master." A glimmer of thought flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Although demons were powerful, they had long lifespans and reproduced easily. With this in mind, he suddenly had a bold idea. Why not raise the demons in captivity and harvest them once they grew up? This thought excited him for a moment, but after calming down, he dismissed the idea. Demons eat humans and are inherently rebellious. It would be impossible to raise them so easily. He sighed, realizing that this path was unfeasible. Lin Chen stood up, deciding to patrol the heavenly prison, thinking to himself, "Today, I still need to fleece the prisoners a bit." He walked out of the room, along the dim corridor to the heavenly prison. The heavenly prison was dimly lit, and the air was filled with a damp and decaying atmosphere. The prisoners were locked in their cells, each looking haggard, their eyes filled with despair. Lin Chen had been busy handling the affairs of the heavenly prison these past few days. Since the last battle with the demons, Zhou Hong had been idly spending his days at the Ministry of Rites. As long as Lin Chen didn't seek him out, he simply didn't come to the Demon Suppression Division. Today, as soon as Lin Chen exited the heavenly prison, he ran into Zhou Hong. Lin Chen was slightly surprised and asked, "Zhou Hong, why are you back?" Zhou Hong appeared somewhat nervous and said, "Lord Lin, my father said that the court officials are coming today. We can't be careless." Lin Chen frowned, feeling a bit puzzled. "Court officials?" Zhou Hong nodded and said softly, "The situation is quite significant." Lin Chen was indifferent, thinking that most of the court officials were discussing matters with the people from the Demon Suppression Division, and as the warden of the heavenly prison, this was not something he needed to manage. Zhou Hong shook his head, his expression somewhat exaggerated. Lord Lin, the court always has a lot going on. Who knows what kind of trouble will arise this time? Lin Chen frowned, not wanting to deal with such troublesome matters. Just then, a constable hurried over. Lord Lin, Governor Huang has notified everyone to go to the martial arts hall to prepare for the arrival of the third prince. Lin Chen was slightly surprised. Do I have to go too? What about the heavenly prison? The constable replied. Governor Huang said it's not necessary to guard it for now. Lin Chen waved his hand to dismiss the constable, saying, got it. Zhou Hong sighed, looking as if he expected this. Now there will be trouble. The third prince is not easy to deal with. Lin Chen asked curiously, the third prince? What's going on? Zhou Hong lowered his voice to explain. The third prince is currently being discussed by many regarding his succession. He is over 30 years old and has reached the second rank in cultivation. But he has a bad temper and is headstrong. Lin Chen sneered, as long as he doesn't provoke me, let him be. Zhou Hong looked at Lin Chen in shock and asked, could it be that you want to? Lin Chen's expression was calm, showing no regard for these people. Strength is paramount. In this world, the bigger the fist, the more reason you have. Lin Chen and Zhou Hong arrived at the martial arts hall, where the area was already filled with people from the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Chen casually found a spot to stand, only to find that next to him was Xin Yao. She was muttering, third brother is showing off again, what a madman. When she saw Lin Chen, she glared at him, but Lin Chen ignored her, his gaze calmly fixed ahead. Huang Yin stood at the front of the line, his expression serious, preparing to welcome the third prince. Soon, a rumble of hooves echoed from afar, accompanied by the synchronized footsteps of the troops, making the entire area outside the martial arts hall seem grand. A ceremonial guard composed of elite soldiers led the way, clad in bright silver armor and wielding long halberds, marching in perfect unison, exuding an imposing presence. Each step they took resonated heavily on the ground, as if proclaiming their strength and discipline. Following closely were the third prince's attendants, all dressed extravagantly and with stern expressions, clearly seasoned warriors. They surrounded a luxurious carriage drawn by 4 tall horses, the carriage adorned with exquisite carvings and decorations, showcasing the royal dignity and prestige. The carriage stopped in front of the martial arts hall, and the attendants quickly and orderly formed a tight protective formation. Then, the curtain of the carriage was lifted, and a man dressed in a brocade robe slowly descended. This man was the third prince, wearing a magnificent dragon-patterned robe and a golden crown, exuding an air of authority. His steps were steady, his gaze sharp, carrying an imposing presence without needing to be angry. The third prince walked to the front of the line, and the surroundings immediately fell silent, everyone feeling the powerful pressure he emanated. Huang Yun stepped forward respectfully and bowed. Third prince, welcome your arrival. The third prince nodded slightly, surveying the surroundings with a hint of arrogance in his eyes. He said lightly, Governor Huang, no need for excessive courtesy. I have come to understand the situation of the Demon Suppression Division. I hope you can report truthfully. Huang Yin stood at the front of the line and briefly reported to the third prince about the recent fierce battle between the Demon Suppression Division and the demons. The other day, the Demon Suppression Division engaged in a life-and-death struggle with the demons. Although we suffered heavy losses, we ultimately protected the capital. The third prince frowned upon hearing this, clearly dissatisfied, and reproached, the Demon Suppression Division did not take their duties seriously. Why was the demon threat not resolved immediately? The capital suffered greatly, and the royal face was lost. Lin Chen was extremely dissatisfied after hearing this, thinking to himself, this third prince really knows nothing of hardship. If it weren't for the Magic Suppression Division fighting desperately, the capital would have probably fallen by now, yet he still speaks such sarcastic words. Some soldiers nearby whispered among themselves, the court never shows up, it's all us holding the line. Upon hearing these words, the third prince was instantly furious. He scolded, what qualifications do you and the Magic Suppression Division have to be dissatisfied? Your duty is to defend the capital, and if something happens, it's your dereliction of duty. Huang Yin felt displeased but maintained his composure, respectfully saying, Third Prince, we dare not express any dissatisfaction, everything is for the defense of the great Shang dynasty. The third prince snorted coldly, a hint of disdain in his eyes, since that's the case, I want to see what talents you and the Magic Suppression Division have. Someone, prepare the arena, let my guards spar with you. Huang Yin quickly replied, Third Prince, this may not be appropriate. Our duty is to defend the capital, and it is not suitable to clash with the court's guards. The third prince looked at Huang Yin coldly, his tone resolute. I naturally want to see for myself the capabilities of the Magic Suppression Division. This is an order. Huang Yin could not refuse and could only nod helplessly. Yes, Third Prince, I will arrange it right away. He turned to the soldiers beside him and said, Go prepare the training hall. The soldiers immediately took action, and soon a wide arena was cleared in the center of the training hall. The third prince clapped his hands and said softly, "Come, step up." A tall guard stepped out from the ranks. He was robust, with a stern face, long black hair tied back, and eyes sharp as an eagle, exuding a powerful aura. Both Lin Chen and Huang Yun sensed the guard's extraordinary presence, and Huang Yun frowned. The third prince smiled slightly, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. "My guard is at the third rank. I wonder if your magic suppression division has anyone who can match him?" Huang Yun had no choice but to let Li Feihong step up. Li Feihong was also at the third rank, so his strength should be comparable. He stepped onto the arena and locked eyes with the guard. The air was thick with tension. Li Feihong cupped his fists and said, "Please give me guidance." The guard coldly smiled, "Please." With a command, both of them struck simultaneously. Li Feihong moved like lightning, closing in on the guard in an instant, his long sword thrusting fiercely toward the guard's chest. The guard, however, remained calm, dodging the strike effortlessly and countering with a punch aimed directly at Li Feihong's face. Li Feihong quickly retreated to avoid the guard's attack, then swung his sword back in retaliation, the blade slicing toward the guard's shoulder. The guard snorted coldly, meeting the sword with a punch, the fist colliding with the blade and sparking a shower of sparks. The two exchanged blows dozens of times in an instant, fists and swords intertwining, the scene extremely intense. The guard's boxing style was fierce and domineering, each punch accompanied by a whistling wind, as if to tear the air apart. Li Feihong's swordplay was agile and ethereal, each strike flowing like clouds and water, unpredictable. They battled fiercely on the arena, the clash of blades and fists dazzling to behold. Li Feihong executed a move called Heavenly Fairy from afar, the sword light streaking like a meteor, aiming straight for the guard's throat. The guard shifted slightly, evading the swordlight while simultaneously striking toward Li Feihong's chest with a palm. Li Feihong quickly sidestepped, the sword's edge turning, and he slashed toward the guard's waist. The guard shouted loudly, crossing his fists to block the sword's edge, then suddenly exerted force, forcefully deflecting Li Feihong's sword, and countered with a punch aimed at Li Feihong's throat. Li Feihong swiftly retreated, avoiding the punch, but cold sweat had already beaded on his face. The two clashed again, and the arena erupted with the sounds of fierce collisions. Li Feihong unleashed all his skills, his swordplay sharp and his offensive like a tide. The guard relied on his immense strength and speed to neutralize each of Li Feihong's attacks, countering with an unparalleled ferocity. The audience outside the ring watched with rapt attention, the atmosphere tense to the extreme. Lin Chen's gaze was fixed on the arena, secretly feeling anxious for Li Feihong. The sword of the surprised swan. Li Feihong shouted angrily, the sword light slicing through the air like a startled swan, aiming straight for the guard's heart. However, the guard did not retreat but instead advanced, suddenly exerting force, striking the sword's edge with a punch that sent Li Feihong's sword flying, while simultaneously slapping Li Feihong's shoulder, forcing him back several steps. Li Feihong steadied himself. Although he was not injured, he clearly felt overwhelmed. He took a deep breath, focused his energy, and swung his sword to engage once more. The guard sneered and attacked again, the wind from his punches howling, unstoppable. The two clashed fiercely again, fists and swords colliding, the scene extraordinarily intense. Boom! Li Feihong was struck in the chest by the guard's punch, his body stumbling backward. Though he did not fall, he appeared extremely fatigued. Seeing Li Feihong at a slight disadvantage, the third prince sneered, his tone filled with mockery. "The Demon Suppression Division is indeed a bunch of useless fools. With your capabilities, how dare you claim to serve the court?" The third prince scanned the crowd, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction and disgust. He was very resentful of the existence of the Demon Suppression Division, as their power undermined the imperial authority, allowing power to slip into the hands of these useless individuals, which displeased him greatly. Li Feihong gritted his teeth, wanting to step forward and fight the guard again, but Huang Yun immediately reached out to stop him. "Feihong, you should rest. There's no need to stir up more trouble." Unfortunately, the third prince had no intention of letting them off the hook. He coldly stared at Li Feihong, a malicious glint flashing in his eyes. "Since you're so useless, why not go to the palace and stoke the fire as a eunuch? At least you could do something." This remark infuriated many in the Demon Suppression Division, who glared at the third prince in anger. The atmosphere on site instantly became tense, and Huang Yun frowned, saying, "Third prince, please do not joke." The third prince raised an eyebrow and waved his hand, "Someone, take Li Feihong away." Huang Yun initially did not want to argue with the third prince, but seeing his provocation, his voice turned colder. "Third prince, enough is enough." The third prince snorted coldly, completely disregarding Huang Yun. "What are you? How dare you lecture me?" Huang Yun's anger boiled within him, but he tried to maintain his composure, continuing, "Third prince, our duty in the Demon Suppression Division is to protect the great Shang dynasty and safeguard the peace of this land. Please respect our mission." The third prince looked at Huang Yun with disdain, sneering, protect the great Shang dynasty? With a bunch of useless fools like you? If it weren't for your incompetence, would the capital be in such a crisis? Your existence is merely wasting the court's resources, dragging down the development of the great Shang dynasty. Huang Yun's face turned ashen, struggling to suppress his anger. Third Prince, the Demon Suppression Division has suffered heavy losses in battle. Each of us is doing our best to fulfill our duties. This blame cannot be placed on the Demon Suppression Division. The Third Prince scoffed, his tone even sharper. All I see is a group of incompetent people here boasting about themselves. Do you think that with such trivial skills, you can protect the great Shang dynasty? It's simply a joke. Xinyao, who was also in the Demon Suppression Division, knew that her third brother was a madman, often irritable, but she did not expect him to speak so harshly. Hearing the Third Prince's mockery of the Demon Suppression Division, Xinyao could no longer hold back and stepped forward to accuse him. Third brother, you are going too far. The people of the Demon Suppression Division are here to protect our great Shang dynasty. Why do you say such things about them? The Third Prince turned his head, a cold smile flashing in his eyes, his tone icy. Xinyao, what do you, a little girl, understand? Is this a place for you to speak? Xinyao's face turned red with anger, and she stood her ground, saying, if you have the ability, let's duel and see who the real waste is. The Third Prince scoffed, his eyes filled with disdain. You, a little waste, dare to challenge me one-on-one? You're simply overestimating yourself. He turned to the guard beside him and said, come, teach this little girl who doesn't know her place a lesson. Just don't kill her. A slender guard stepped onto the stage in response. His face was stern, and a cold killing intent shone in his eyes as he held a silver-tipped spear. Although Xinyao felt anger in her heart, she knew that the Third Prince's guard was not easy to deal with. She took out a long, black whip from her waist and looked solemnly at the guard opposite her. Come on, let me see what you're capable of. The guard said coldly, spinning the silver-tipped spear in his hand, producing a buzzing sound. Xinyao took a deep breath and suddenly struck. Her figure moved like lightning, quickly closing in on the guard, the long whip dancing in the air like a spirit snake, striking directly at the guard. The guard, however, remained calm, swinging the silver-tipped spear to easily deflect the whip's attack, then countering with a thrust aimed at Xinyao's shoulder. Xinyao quickly sidestepped, avoiding the spear's attack, while the whip turned and coiled toward the guard's waist. The guard stepped lightly, leaping gracefully, the silver-tipped spear drawing an arc in the air, suddenly stabbing toward the top of Xinyao's head. Xinyao hurriedly retreated, the whip dancing in front of her, blocking the spear's assault. The two engaged in a fierce battle on the stage, the shadows of the whip and spear intertwining, creating an exceptionally intense scene. The guard's silver-tipped spear was aggressive, each thrust accompanied by a whistling wind, as if to tear the air apart. Xinyao's whip technique was agile and ethereal, each strike flowing like clouds and water, unpredictable. The guard suddenly let out a loud shout, swinging the silver-tipped spear. A violent wave of air forced Xinyao to retreat repeatedly. Xinyao gritted her teeth, her feet pushing off the ground, her figure like a swallow, once again closing in on the guard, the whip like lightning. The guard snorted coldly, thrusting the silver-tipped spear fiercely, hitting the whip directly, causing it to buzz loudly. Xinyao felt a tremendous force coming from the whip, her arm going numb, but she did not back down, her voice growing more furious. Take this! Xinyao shouted, swinging the whip forcefully, attacking the guard again. The guard's silver-tipped spear traced arcs in the air, easily neutralizing Xinyao's assault. The guard suddenly exerted force, the silver-tipped spear stabbing out like thunder, aiming for Xinyao's throat. Xinyao quickly retreated, but was still swept by the spear's airwave, her body swaying, nearly falling to the ground. She gritted her teeth, steadied herself, and once again swung the whip to fight back. Although Xinyao exerted all her strength, she still found it difficult to match the guard. The guard laughed coldly, swinging the silver-tipped spear, striking Xinyao's whip hard, sending it flying. Xinyao lost her weapon, her figure swaying, her face pale. In the next moment, the guard's silver-tipped spear lunged again, truly preparing to strike with lethal intent. At that critical moment, Lin Chen decisively intervened, leaping up, his long knife flashing down like lightning, directly severing the silver-tipped spear. The guard was furious. He charged over, throwing a punch at Lin Chen. Stop! Lin Chen shouted loudly, picking up Xinyao and swiftly dodging the blow. Xinyao was held in his arms, her heart racing, her eyes wide, breathing heavily. Lin Chen gently set Xinyao down and said calmly, isn't it just a spar? I'll take over. The Third Prince scoffed, who do you think you are? Lin Chen, holding the knife, coldly replied, the warden of the Demon Suppression Division's prison, Lin Chen. The Third Prince laughed heartily, his eyes filled with disdain. What kind of riffraff has the courage to step onto the stage? Even if you die, it's only 20 taels of silver for a burial. Lin Chen ignored the Third Prince's mockery, his gaze firmly fixed on the guard. come on. The guard's face darkened. Enraged by Lin Chen's provocation, he picked up the broken spear, gripping it tightly with both hands, a fierce light shining in his eyes. I will make you pay the price, the guard said coldly, quickly closing in on Lin Chen, the broken spear drawing a sharp arc in the air, aimed directly at Lin Chen's chest. Lin Chen smiled indifferently, his figure flashing as he easily dodged the strike, simultaneously countering with a knife, the blade gleaming like lightning. The guard hurriedly retreated. Lin Chen's speed was far greater, the long knife almost grazing his body, creating a gust of wind. The guard suddenly exerted force, sweeping the broken spear in an attempt to push Lin Chen back. However, Lin Chen remained unhurried, stepping lightly, his figure like the wind, circling to the guard's side, and thrusting the long knife fiercely. The guard was taken aback, quickly sidestepping, but Lin Chen's assault was relentless, the blade's light closing in, leaving him no room to breathe. Although Lin Chen deliberately suppressed his cultivation, he could still easily overpower his opponent. The guard shouted loudly, attempting one last desperate move, the broken spear thrusting out suddenly, aimed at Lin Chen's throat. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, the long knife in his hand swinging out like lightning, the blade flashing. The broken spear fell in response, the guard's attack instantly neutralized. Lin Chen kicked out, striking the guard's chest. He was sent flying several meters, crashing heavily to the ground. The guard struggled to get up, but it was clear he had lost the ability to fight. The third prince, seeing this, had a dark expression, a flicker of displeasure in his eyes. You guy. Lin Chen sheathed his knife and said, Third prince, the sparring is over, there's no need to continue. The third prince snorted coldly, a hint of chill in his eyes. You people from the Demon Suppression Division are indeed quite capable. After easily defeating the third prince's guard, everyone from the Demon Suppression Division let out a breath of relief, and the surroundings erupted with enthusiastic applause and cheers. Shen Yao also revealed a proud smile, stepping forward to provoke, Third brother, do you see clearly now? The people from the Demon Suppression Division are not what you think. The third prince's face turned ashen, extremely dissatisfied with the outcome. He coldly said, continue fighting. As he spoke, he waved his hand to another guard behind him. Go, teach him a lesson. This guard was tall and muscular, wielding a massive warhammer. He stepped onto the stage, his eyes flashing with a cold light, clearly a formidable opponent. Lin Chen, seeing this, showed no fear, calmly looking at his opponent. Come on. The guard coldly smiled, swinging the warhammer in his hand, producing a heavy sound. You will pay for your arrogance. The guard's warhammer was incredibly heavy, each strike carrying immense impact. Lin Chen's figure was agile, skillfully dodging the hammer's attacks and quickly countering. The two engaged in a fierce battle on the stage, the light of the knife and the shadow of the hammer intertwining, the scene exceptionally intense. Each of Lin Chen's strikes was precise and fierce, while the guard's attacks were powerful but appeared somewhat clumsy in front of Lin Chen. Meteor hammer. The guard suddenly shouted, the warhammer crashing down towards Lin Chen's head. Lin Chen's figure flashed, dodging the hammer's attack, and directly slashed sideways. The guard hurriedly retreated, the warhammer tracing an arc in the air, trying to block Lin Chen's assault. Lin Chen calmly observed the guard's movements, quickly finding the opportunity, the knife shadows dazzling in the air. The guard felt pain, the warhammer vibrating, almost slipping from his grip. Lin Chen seized the chance, rapidly closing in, delivering several strikes that forced the guard to retreat repeatedly. Is this your strength? Lin Chen asked coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. The guard roared in anger, I want you dead. The warhammer swung again, whistling through the air. Draw sword technique. Lin Chen shouted sharply, leaping forward, directly striking at the guard's head. The guard hurriedly raised the warhammer to block, but Lin Chen's strength was too overwhelming. The warhammer was knocked away, and the guard staggered back, ultimately falling to the ground, completely losing the ability to fight. The crowd from the Demon Suppression Division erupted into enthusiastic cheers once more. Shen Yao shouted, Third brother, are you still unconvinced? The third prince's face was dark, gritting his teeth, momentarily at a loss for words. He had intended to use this opportunity to suppress the Demon Suppression Division, but unexpectedly, it had allowed them to shine instead. Huang Yun stepped forward and calmly said, Third prince, today's sparring has already determined the victor, I hope you can forgive us. The third prince snorted coldly, casting a chilling glance at Huang Yun and Lin Chen, before finally flicking his sleeve and leaving. Let's go. His attendants hurriedly followed, quickly exiting the martial arts hall. Li Feihong walked over to Lin Chen, smiling in approval. Well done, Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled slightly, unconcerned. Our Demon Suppression Division is not so easily defeated. Huang Yun also approached, patting Lin Chen on the shoulder, his tone filled with praise. Lin Chen, you did very well. Our Demon Suppression Division needs warriors like you. The other commanders of the Demon Suppression Division naturally knew how strong Lin Chen was and were already accustomed to it. Although they felt proud of Lin Chen's performance, they were not surprised. However, Xinyao did not expect Lin Chen to be so impressive, especially after he had just saved her, which greatly changed her impression of him. She felt both admiration and gratitude in her heart and decided to get closer to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, you were really amazing just now. Thank you for saving me, Xinyao said, walking up to Lin Chen with a beaming smile. Lin Chen smiled slightly but did not say much, turning to leave. Seeing this, Xinyao, unwilling to give up, chased after him. Lin Chen, I really admire you. How did you practice to become so powerful? Xinyao continued to ask. Lin Chen still ignored her, only replying, practice more, and you'll naturally get it. Xinyao was clearly not satisfied with this answer and continued to cling to Lin Chen. Lin Chen, can you teach me? I want to be as strong as you. He stopped, turned to look at Xinyao, and calmly said, Princess Xinyao, I have many things to do and no time to teach you. Xinyao was not discouraged and continued to follow closely behind Lin Chen. Then just take some time to teach me a little, even if it's just one move or two. Lin Chen frowned slightly, clearly a bit impatient. He knew Xinyao was stubborn and not easily dismissed. He quickened his pace, trying to shake off Xinyao, but she still pursued him relentlessly. Lin Chen, don't be like this. I just want to learn something. Is that too much to ask? Xinyao's tone carried a hint of coaxing and helplessness. Lin Chen, feeling helpless, stopped and turned to face her, calmly saying, Princess Xinyao, cultivation requires focus and perseverance. It cannot be learned in a short time. If you truly want to learn, you should practice earnestly. Xinyao's eyes lit up, feeling she had finally found a breakthrough. I understand now. I will practice diligently. Lin Chen, please teach me. Lin Chen sighed, knowing that further refusal would be futile, and finally said, all right, every morning, I will practice at the training ground. You can come to observe, but I can only give you some pointers. How much you learn depends on your own talent. Xinyao jumped up in joy. That's great. Thank you, Lin Chen. Thus, the members of the Demon Suppression Division saw that every morning, while Lin Chen practiced at the training ground, Xinyao always followed closely, earnestly observing and practicing. Although Lin Chen did not specifically teach her, Xinyao still made rapid progress, gradually mastering some basic moves and techniques. Lin Chen's attitude towards Xinyao also changed. They still maintained a certain distance, but he had gained more recognition for her efforts. As time passed, Xinyao's progress became increasingly evident, and Lin Chen, amidst his busy training and tasks, gradually adapted to Xinyao's presence. Although their relationship had not grown closer, there was now a bit more tacit understanding and mutual respect between them. On this day, Lin Chen happened to be going to the outside of the Demon Suppression Division to check on Guan and Alian. When Xinyao learned of this, she insisted on going along. Seeing her determination, Lin Chen had no choice but to agree. They made their way to the small courtyard where Guan and Alian lived. Guan and Alian were busy with chores in the yard, and upon seeing Lin Chen's arrival, their faces lit up with joy. Brother! Lin Chen smiled slightly and stepped forward to ask, Guan, Alian, how have you been lately? Guan nodded and hugged Lin Chen. Brother, we are all well. Xinyao, watching Guan and Alian from the side, couldn't help but feel a pang of jealousy. She furrowed her brows and quietly asked, Lin Chen, who are these two girls? Lin Chen replied calmly, this is Guan and Alian, they are my family. Xinyao looked at Lin Chen with a hint of confusion in her tone. Family? I haven't heard you mention them before. Lin Chen didn't want to argue with her and simply said, I saved them. They were alone and helpless. I'm just trying to help them. Xinyao felt even more puzzled upon hearing this. Lin Chen had other matters to attend to, so he left the small courtyard with the lion cat. This cat was a smaller version of the Crimson Flame Demon Lion. As they walked, Lin Chen quietly asked, have you found out anything about the demons? The lion cat lightly jumped onto Lin Chen's shoulder, its voice whispering in his ear. Master, I've temporarily found some traces of the demons, but there aren't many. Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. Not many? Then let's keep them for now. Once they are fattened up, we can take them down. Remember, keep a close watch and don't let them escape. A glint of ferocity flashed in the lion cat's eyes as it replied softly, understood, master. I will keep an eye on them and won't let them have a chance to escape. Lin Chen nodded and then said, you are being wronged like this. The small body is too troublesome. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion let out a low grumble. Master, I don't like this form either, but to hide and move conveniently, I have to endure. I hope you will soon need my full strength. Lin Chen smiled slightly and gently patted the lion cat's head. Don't worry, there will naturally be a time when you are needed. When the opportunity arises, we will show our true power again. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion responded softly, Master, understood. As soon as you give the order, I am ready to return to my original form and assist you. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and slowly said, I need more detailed information. Continue to search for the demon's traces and try to gather more information. As soon as you find a suitable target, inform me immediately. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion nodded, its voice tinged with eagerness. Okay, Master. I will find more demons as soon as possible to provide you with the most valuable information. Lin Chen smiled slightly and nodded. Very good. With you here, I feel more at ease. Stay vigilant and wait for our opportunity. Xinyao stayed in the small courtyard to gather information, worried that Lin Chen might abduct children. She walked over to Guwan and asked with concern, Guwan, do you all live here regularly? Guwan nodded and replied, yes, it's very quiet here, and we like it. Xinyao continued to ask nonchalantly, what about your family? Don't they worry about you? Guwan's expression darkened as she spoke softly, our parents are long gone, it's just me and Alian left. If it weren't for brother Lin saving us, we would probably have been homeless by now. Upon hearing this, Xinyao couldn't help but feel a twinge of pity. She looked at Guwan and Alian, feeling sympathy for their plight. I see, you have really had a hard time. Guwan forced a smile, showing a faint grin. It's not hard, meeting brother Lin is already our good fortune. Xinyao nodded, her impression of Lin Chen shifting slightly. Although Lin Chen appeared indifferent, he was actually a person of deep feelings and loyalty. She said softly, Guwan, don't worry. With me here, Lin Chen won't abandon you. Guwan looked at Xinyao gratefully and smiled. Thank you, Sister Xinyao. Xinyao felt a warmth in her heart and patted Guwan's shoulder. You're welcome, we're all friends. At that moment, Lin Chen returned from outside with a lion cat, and upon seeing Xinyao and Guwan chatting, he paused slightly. Xinyao smiled when she saw him back and stepped forward, saying, Lin Chen, I know you're busy, but Guwan and Alian are also your family. Don't neglect them. Lin Chen nodded and replied calmly, I will. What have you been talking about? Just some trivial family matters, Xinyao chuckled. Lin Chen smiled faintly and said nothing more. He looked at Guwan and Alian, feeling a sense of comfort in his heart. If you need anything, just let me know. Guwan and Alian nodded repeatedly, their faces showing grateful smiles. Xinyao watched from the side, feeling a bit of warmth as well. She usually loved to act a bit spoiled, but she knew that Lin Chen genuinely cared for these vulnerable ones, which increased her fondness for him. On the way back to Kyoto, Xinyao continued to chatter away, seemingly full of freshness about this experience. Lin Chen, this ordinary life isn't so bad, is it? Lin Chen smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. They continued on, walking through the bustling streets of Kyoto, where the lively crowd made the entire city seem vibrant. Suddenly, a ragged old fortune teller blocked their path, his face full of mystery as he said, Wait a moment, I am the divine fortune teller Li Banxian, and I can give you a free reading. How about it? Lin Chen, skeptical of these street performers, replied coolly, We don't need it, let's go. However, Xinyao was intrigued by the old man's mysterious aura and enthusiasm, excitedly saying, Come on, let's give it a try. There's nothing to lose. Seeing an opportunity, the old man immediately began to chant a string of incantations, then suddenly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, Incredible! Incredible! Xinyao curiously asked, What happened? What's so incredible? The old man's eyes sparkled as he said mysteriously, Your fates are destined. I can tell at a glance that you two are fated to meet from thousands of miles away. This bond is heaven sent. Xinyao's face turned bright red as she shyly glanced at Lin Chen, wanting to see his reaction. Lin Chen remained indifferent, secretly laughing at the old man's tricks but said nothing more. The old man continued, However, the road ahead will not be smooth sailing. I foresee that you two will face great calamities and signs of separation in the future. Xinyao pouted, not believing it at all, and said, I don't believe it. The old man wore a savior expression, patting his chest and saying, As long as you give me some silver, I can help you avert disaster and ensure your safety. Lin Chen scoffed, more convinced that the old man was a fraud, and replied coolly, Thank you for your kindness, but we don't need it. The old man, seeing this, hurriedly said, Young man, I am the divine fortune teller Li Banxian. My predictions have never been wrong. You must not disbelieve. If disaster strikes, it will be too late for regrets. Xinyao huffed lightly, muttering, I'm a princess. How could I possibly be with someone like Lin Chen? It must be nonsense. Lin Chen regarded Li Banxian as a street con artist, too lazy to engage further, and said lightly, Let's go, don't pay him any mind. Xinyao pouted and followed Lin Chen as they left. Li Banxian watched as the two walked away, huffing with anger. They actually don't believe in my divine calculations? Truly blind as a bat. Unwilling to accept this, he pondered to himself, I, Li Banxian, have roamed the rivers and lakes for many years. What kind of people haven't I seen? How could this brat look down on me today? Li Banxian decided to calculate again, quickly forming hand seals, murmuring incantations, and closing his eyes in concentration, trying to see through Lin Chen's future. However, as he continued to calculate, his brows furrowed tighter, and his face grew paler. Suddenly, Li Banxian opened his eyes wide, spitting out a mouthful of blood, shocked and staggering back a few steps, his eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. How is this possible? I can't see anything about this kid's future? He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his heart filled with dread. I, Li Banzian, have traversed the world for many years, priding myself on being able to see through all things and predict the future. Yet, this Lin Chen's fate is completely obscured, as if shrouded by some powerful force, making it impossible to glimpse even a bit of his future. Li Banzian was filled with doubts, unable to help but mutter to himself, what on earth is this kid's background? Why is his fate so unpredictable? It seems I've truly encountered a remarkable person today. The two returned to the Demon Suppression Division, and Xinyao continued to grumble, dissatisfied. Lin Chen, don't listen to that old man's nonsense. This princess is not someone you can aspire to. Lin Chen smiled indifferently, shaking his head. Don't worry, I've long forgotten his ramblings. It's you who shouldn't rely on me. Upon hearing this, Xinyao stomped her feet in anger, hands on her hips, proudly declaring, rely on you? You are too confident. This princess doesn't care for that. Lin Chen chuckled dismissively, that's for the best. It saves me trouble. Shenyao's expression changed, her heart secretly furious. How dare he look down on me, a princess? She suppressed her anger and continued to provoke. Humph, do you really think this princess would rely on someone like you? Lin Chen replied nonchalantly, then it's settled, we go our separate ways, and no one owes anyone anything. Shenyao's eyes widened, unable to believe her ears. Frustrated, she exclaimed, Lin Chen, what makes you so special? Is it just because you've fought a few battles? Seeing her fuming, Lin Chen couldn't help but smile. Fighting a few battles is still better than having princess standing by, pointing fingers. Upon hearing this, Shenyao's face turned red with anger, gritting her teeth. You are simply too despicable. After saying this, she stormed off in a huff. Taking advantage of Guwan going to school, the Crimson Flame Demon Lion quietly slipped out of the small courtyard, transforming into the form of a lion cat, nimbly weaving through the streets and alleys of the capital. It carefully avoided the crowd, ensuring no one noticed its movements. After leaving the capital, the Crimson Flame Demon Lion regained part of its original form, rapidly enlarging into a massive Crimson Flame Demon Lion. It soared into the sky, swiftly heading towards the concealed mountains, following Lin Chan's orders to patrol the situation of the demons. Flying high in the air, surrounded by mountains, the peaks loomed, exuding a mysterious and dangerous aura. It quickly descended into a hidden valley, surrounded by dense forests, where silence reigned. Its nostrils flared, sensing the surrounding aura. Soon, it detected a heavy demonic energy emanating from deep within the valley, a fierce glint flashing in its eyes as it swiftly moved towards the source of the demonic energy. Passing through the dense forest, the Crimson Flame Demon Lion arrived at an open valley, where several demon figures could be vaguely seen. They either perched on rocks or hid in the bushes, each exuding a strong sense of threat. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion quietly observed these demons, pondering to itself, their hiding spots here are not a problem. The master wants me to monitor them, not allowing them any chance of escape. It continues to move cautiously in the valley, trying not to make any noise so as not to disturb these demons. It carefully remembers the situation of each demon, observing their movements and behaviors. Suddenly, the Crimson Flame Demon Lion senses a strong demonic aura coming from not far away. It quickly conceals its form, hiding behind a large rock, holding its breath and waiting quietly. Soon, a massive demon emerges from the woods, clad in black scales, its eyes blazing, appearing extremely fierce. It patrols the valley, as if surveying its territory, then lets out a low growl, summoning other demons to gather. It continues to observe and notices that several smaller demons have gathered around this black-scaled demon, seemingly undergoing some kind of training and preparation under their leader's command. The Crimson Flame Demon Lion nods to itself. This situation can be reported to the master. It continues to observe carefully for a while, ensuring it doesn't miss any important information, then quietly leaves the valley and swiftly flies back to the capital. Upon returning to the small courtyard, the Crimson Flame Demon Lion transforms back into the form of a lion cub, sneaking back to its position without being noticed by anyone. Guwan has just returned from school and sees the lion cub lazily lying there. She smiles and walks over, gently stroking its head. Were you good today? The lion cub closes its eyes, letting out a satisfied purr, feeling secretly pleased. After completing the task, the master will surely be satisfied. In the palace, the third prince is sitting in his study, listening to his subordinate's report. The subordinate speaks softly, Your Highness, we have clarified the situation regarding Lin Chen. He has been the head of the heavenly prison in the Demon Suppression Division. The third prince furrows his brow, pondering for a moment, is this Lin Chen really that simple? The subordinate respectfully replies, Yes, Your Highness, he has been quite ordinary in the Demon Suppression Division, with no particularly conspicuous actions. The third prince sneers, his expression growing more serious. Last time, Lin Chen defeated his guard in the arena, causing him to lose face. How could he let this matter go easily? Unfortunately, he currently cannot find any faults with Lin Chen. He sternly commands, continue to keep an eye on him. The subordinate nods, then hesitantly speaks. The seventh princess has been close to Lin Chen, almost inseparable recently. The third prince scoffs, waving his hand. Xinyao is truly naive, thinking that finding a few scraps outside would be useful? Ignore her. Her existence poses no threat to us. The subordinate nods, understood, Your Highness. After the subordinate leaves, the third prince's expression darkens further, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes. He walks to the window, gazing at the distant palace walls, secretly planning his next move. His father's health is deteriorating, and the struggle for the throne is about to begin. At this critical moment, he must eliminate all obstacles to ensure his position is secure. He will not allow anyone to threaten his power and status. In the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen has just finished interrogating all the prisoners in the heavenly prison and walks out from the first floor, where he sees Xinyao. She is standing at the entrance, a hint of impatience on her face. Lin Chen frowns and coldly asks, "What are you doing here?" Xinyao raises her head proudly, hands on her hips, and says, "I'm here to supervise your work." What's so fun about interrogating prisoners all day? Lin Chen shakes his head helplessly. It's my duty, these are things I have to do. Xinyao pouts, snorting lightly, I've never seen anyone as serious as you. How can you not find it boring being here all day? Alright, you go do your thing. For Lin Chen, the bit of lifespan extracted daily from the heavenly prison is already far from enough to satisfy his needs. However, even a mosquito is meat, better than having nothing at all. After hearing this, Xinyao frowned slightly and continued, "Why aren't you practicing today?" Lin Chen glanced at her and retorted, "Then why are you just wandering around here?" Xinyao waved her hand impatiently and sat down beside Lin Chen. "It's too boring here. I want you to accompany me to stroll around." Lin Chen refused without hesitation. "No, I have a lot of things to handle." Xinyao stomped her foot in anger, exclaiming, "Lin Chen, can't you relax a little? Always so serious, it's really annoying." Lin Chen looked at her calmly, his tone still composed. "Xinyao, I have my responsibilities. If you find it boring, you can go play by yourself." Xinyao was so infuriated by his indifference that she couldn't find her words. Her face flushed red, and she angrily said, "Lin Chen, I hate that you're such a blockhead." Lin Chen sighed helplessly, still not changing his mind. "If there's nothing else, I need to get back to work." Xinyao blared at him and turned away in a huff. Suyu came to find Lin Chen, his expression serious, as if he had something important to say. Lin Chen looked at him and asked, "Suyu, what happened?" Suyu sighed and began, "Recently, we've been investigating some matters regarding the martial arts sects. Ever since the White Lotus cult and other evil organizations were destroyed, temples have started popping up everywhere in the Great Shang." Lin Chen raised an eyebrow. "Temples? Do they worship all kinds of gods?" Suyu nodded, recalling the recent investigations, feeling quite alarmed. "Yes, they worship all kinds of gods, but the most common is the exorcism god." Lin Chen nodded in understanding. "That makes sense. Nowadays, with demons rampant, the common people have no good life to live. These temples serve as a form of psychological comfort." Alas! Suyu shook his head. "If it were that simple, it would be great. Since these temples appeared, the people seem enchanted, doing nothing all day but staying in the temples, claiming to serve the gods." Lin Chen frowned upon hearing this. "Why haven't I heard of such things in the capital? In the capital, there are the Demon Suppression Office and the Royal Family's Deterrence. These people wouldn't dare to be so bold. But in various places, especially in remote villages, this situation is becoming increasingly severe, almost out of control." Suyu hadn't expected it to be this serious during his investigation. Lin Chen pondered for a moment, feeling that something was amiss. There must be more than just ordinary faith behind these temples. We need to investigate whether there are any cult influences at play. "I think so too," Suyu said after some thought. "I need to inform Governor Huang about this and ask how to handle it." After Suyu took his leave, he went directly to Huang Yun. Huang Yun was also taken aback by the severity of the situation. He had received letters from other demon suppression offices seeking help, which prompted him to send Suyu to investigate. The two discussed the matter and decided to expedite the investigation of the temples across various regions while closely monitoring the movements of the forces behind these temples. "Suyu, make arrangements. We need to send an elite team to investigate in various places to ensure the safety and secrecy of the operation," Huang Yun instructed. Suyu nodded. "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." Just as Suyu was about to leave, Huang Yun suddenly remembered something and added, "Remember, this matter should be conducted discreetly. Don't alert too many people. You and Lin Chen should first go to Fengdu to investigate. it's very close to the capital, and if the situation spirals out of control, it will be hard to manage. Suyu understood and left the prison, immediately starting to arrange the specifics of the investigation. Meanwhile, Xinyao had also heard about this matter within the Demon Suppression Office, and she felt a wave of unease. Lin Shen, I heard that many temples have appeared recently, and the situation isn't looking good. Xinyao walked into the prison and said to Lin Shen. Lin Shen nodded and informed her of Suyu's earlier report. After hearing this, Shinyao's expression became serious. In that case, this matter is indeed significant. I need to go back and inform my elder brother. Elder brother? The crown prince? Lin Shen glanced at Xinyao. Given the current decline of the Great Shang dynasty, it seemed the struggle for the throne was imminent. Alright, you go ahead. If there's any news here, I'll let you know, Lin Shen said. After he finished speaking, Xinyao acknowledged and hurriedly left the prison. Suyu soon came to find Lin Shen, his expression grave as he said, Lin Shen, this time Governor Huang has sent 2 people to Fengdu to investigate the temple matter. This was within Lin Shen's expectations. Currently, the other commanders of the Demon Suppression Division held multiple positions and couldn't leave at all. He nodded, okay, I'll arrange the affairs of the prison and then set off. He quickly called for Zhou Hong. As soon as Zhou Hong entered and saw Lin Shen, he asked with a grin, Lord Lin, what do you need me for? Lin Shen's face was serious as he directly said, Zhou Hong, I will be leaving for a while. You need to guard the prison well. If anything goes wrong, it will be on you. Zhou Hong's smile instantly froze, feeling quite frustrated. How could a dignified captain be made to manage a prison? He felt a bit intimidated by Lin Shen and could only reluctantly agree. Alright, Lord Lin, I will guard it well. Lin Shen nodded in satisfaction. Remember, don't be careless. The prisoners in the prison are not ordinary people. If something happens, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhou Hong sighed inwardly but didn't dare to say much, only nodding in acknowledgement. Understood, I will be careful. After Lin Shen left the prison, Zhou Hong looked at his back, filled with frustration and dissatisfaction. What bad luck, making me manage this broken prison. He had originally planned to slack off, but thinking of Lin Shen's methods and deterrent power, he could only helplessly abandon that thought. Forget it, I might as well work honestly. Zhou Hong sighed, picked up the keys, and began to patrol the prison. The corridors of the prison were dim and damp, the air filled with a musty smell. Zhou Hong held a torch, checking each cell one by one to ensure every prisoner was securely locked up. After a round of inspection, Zhou Hong finally breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down on a chair, secretly vowing, when Lin Shen returns, he must compensate me well for the hard work during this time. Lin Shen and Suyu traveled south and finally arrived in Fengdu. Fengdu was located in the southern part of the Great Shang dynasty, with fertile land and abundant resources. The two rode their horses along the wide streets, marveling at the bustling scene before them. Shops lined both sides of the street, and the market was lively, with the common people wearing smiles of stability and happiness. Street vendors called out enthusiastically, children joyfully ran through the streets, and the entire city was filled with vitality and energy. Suyu even began to yearn for such a life, exclaiming, I didn't expect Fengdu to be so prosperous, even livelier than the capital. Lin Shen nodded in agreement. Indeed, the people here live better than those in the capital. After all, the forces of demons and evil often appear in the capital, leaving the people in distress. The two continued on and eventually arrived at the Demon Suppression Division of Fengdu. Compared to the Demon Suppression Division in the capital, Fengdu's was slightly smaller in scale but still imposing in guarding the area. In front of the gate of the Demon Suppression Division, several guards saw Lin Shen and Suyu's arrival and immediately approached respectfully. Are you Lord Lin Shen and Lord Suyu from the Demon Suppression Division of the capital? One of the leading guards asked respectfully. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Yes, it's us. Please inform your governor that we have important matters to discuss. The guard immediately saluted and respectfully said, Please wait a moment, I will go report. Shortly after, the governor of the Fengdu Demon Suppression Division, Yang Qing, came out with several commanders. They greeted Lin Shen and Suyu with smiles, welcoming them warmly. Welcome, my lords, to the Demon Control Office of Fengdu Town. I have long admired your names, and today I finally have the pleasure of meeting you. Lin Shen smiled and returned the greeting. Governor Yang is too kind. We have come this time to investigate the matter of the temples and hope to receive your assistance. Yang Qing quickly nodded and hurriedly led the two inside. Of course, my lords, please come in. We have prepared a welcome banquet and hope to treat you well. Lin Shen and Suyu were brought into the main hall of the Demon Control Office, where the people of Fengdu Town warmly welcomed them, laying out a lavish spread of food and drink. Yang Qing personally raised a toast, expressing his respect for the two esteemed guests. Although Fengdu does not have as many demonic and evil forces as the capital, we still cannot afford to be careless. Yang Qing said, Recently, I have heard that several temples have appeared in Fengdu. I wonder if you two have made any discoveries? Suyu nodded and briefly explained their investigation. Governor Huang has already given orders that all regions should cooperate and assist. Yang Qing's expression turned serious as he said earnestly, "This matter is of great importance, and we will do our utmost to assist your investigation. If there are any discoveries, we will report them immediately." Lin Chen smiled and raised his glass. "Thank you, Governor Yang." The atmosphere of the banquet was lively, and the officials of the Fengdu Demon Control Office were very enthusiastic about Lin Chen and Suyu's arrival. Their overall strength was relatively low, and they were all eager to see such powerful figures. After the banquet, Yang Qing arranged comfortable guest rooms for Lin Chen and Suyu to rest in and sent people to be on standby, ready to assist with their investigation. Lin Chen and Suyu took a short break in their guest room to discuss their next action plan. "Suyu, we will start investigating the situation of the temples tomorrow and find out the truth behind it as soon as possible," Lin Chen said. Suyu naturally hoped to resolve the matter quickly, as the longer it dragged on, the more unfavorable it would be. "All right, we must seize the time. This matter is of great importance and cannot be delayed." Early the next morning, Lin Chen and Suyu decided to begin their investigation of the temples in Fengdu. They went to the main hall of the Fengdu Demon Control Office and inquired with the subordinates about the situation of the temples. Lin Chen asked a senior-looking subordinate, "Have you learned anything about the recent construction of temples in Fengdu?" The subordinate's expression turned grave, and he was about to respond when he was interrupted by a younger subordinate nearby. The young subordinate suddenly had a fervent look in his eyes, his face twisted, and he began to shout loudly, "The demon exorcist is coming, and the world will be at peace. You are all sinners." Lin Chen and Suyu were taken aback and quickly became alert. Suyu immediately grabbed the young subordinate, restraining his movements. "Calm down, what happened?" However, the young subordinate completely ignored Suyu's words and continued to scream, "The demon exorcist is coming. The demon exorcist will descend upon the world, bringing eternal peace and tranquility. You who doubt the demon exorcist are all sinners." The subordinate struggled desperately, his eyes wide with terror, as if he truly saw something horrifying. "The demon exorcist will punish you." The young subordinate shouted madly, his voice echoing in the hall, attracting the attention of other personnel in the Demon Control Office. Yang Qing heard the commotion and hurried over, frowning at the scene. "What's going on?" Lin Chen calmly requested some rope and explained, "This subordinate seems to have fallen under some kind of dark magic. His mental state is extremely abnormal." Yang Qing's expression darkened as he signaled for others to help. "Take him down and keep a close watch on him. Don't let him harm himself or others." Several guards from the Demon Control Office stepped forward and took the frenzied subordinate away. He was still struggling and shouting, his voice gradually fading away. Lin Chen watched his back, deep in thought. "It seems there really is a problem behind these temples," Lin Chen said to Yang Qing. Yang Qing nodded, his expression serious. "We need to speed up our investigation and see what these temples are really doing." Lin Chen and Suyu decided to personally visit those temples for investigation. Both of them were not weak, and Lin Chen was even at the martial god level, so if something were to happen, no one could stop him. "Let's first go to the nearest exorcism temple," Lin Chen suggested. Yang Qing immediately arranged for a few subordinates familiar with the situation to lead the way, and their group quickly headed to the exorcism temple. The exorcism temple was located on the east side of Fengdu City, with a grand scale and a bustling incense offering. In the square in front of the temple, many devout believers gathered, kneeling before the statue, murmuring as if praying for divine protection. Lin Chen and Suyu entered the temple, observing the surroundings. The interior of the temple was lavishly decorated, housing a massive exorcism statue. The statue's face was fierce, its eyes bright and piercing, as if watching every person who entered the temple. An elderly temple keeper approached respectfully and asked, "Gentlemen, is there anything we can assist you with?" Lin Chen calmly sized him up and replied, "We are from the Demon Suppression Office and would like to inquire about some matters. Recently, the believers here seem to have become particularly devout, and some appear to be in an abnormal mental state. Have you noticed anything?" The temple keeper's expression changed slightly but quickly returned to calm. "You jest, my lord. We have always served the exorcism deity here. The believers are merely devout in their faith, so their mental state is naturally normal." Suyu coldly laughed, clearly not believing him. "Is that so? We just encountered a subordinate at the Demon Suppression Office who was acting abnormally, shouting about the exorcism deity and peace in the world. Are you sure there's nothing hidden?" The temple keeper's face became even more unnatural, but he still forced a calm demeanor. "Gentlemen, there is absolutely no problem here." Lin Chen and Suyu exchanged glances. He smiled slightly. "In that case, we will take a look around. I hope the temple keeper won't mind." The temple keeper could only reluctantly agree. "Of course. Please feel free, gentlemen." Lin Chen and Suyu carefully inspected the temple but found nothing. Both of their expressions were not good, while the temple keeper said with a hint of pride, "Gentlemen, we have no issues here, I kindly ask you to return." Lin Chen felt dissatisfied but could only retreat for the time being. They both knew that this temple definitely had problems, but lacking substantial evidence, they had to let it go for now. Back at the demon suppression office, Lin Chen and Suyu immediately went to see the mad subordinate. He was still locked in a separate room, his mental state still unstable, mumbling to himself and appearing extremely distressed. Suyu frowned and said, "It seems he will need some time to recover." Lin Chen nodded, agreeing with Suyu's assessment. "For now, we can only wait and hope he recovers soon to provide us with more clues." Yang Qing approached, his expression grave, and asked, "Gentlemen, did you find anything at the temple?" Lin Chen shook his head and spoke in a deep voice, "We checked around but found nothing." The temple keeper's attitude was also very firm, clearly unwilling to cooperate. Yang Qing sighed, evidently worried. "In this situation, do you gentlemen have any good ideas?" Suyu pondered for a moment and suggested, "We can start with the believers. They are active in the temple every day and might know things we are unaware of." Lin Chen nodded in agreement. "We should investigate those who frequently enter and exit the temple discreetly to see if we can uncover any abnormalities. I will send someone to assist you, trying not to disturb the people in the temple." Yang Qing immediately instructed his men and Suyu to handle this matter. After a brief discussion, they quickly set about arranging their actions. That night, Lin Chen and Suyu secretly observed in Fengdu City, searching for those devout believers. They discovered that some of the followers indeed appeared unusual, as if controlled by some force. "Look over there," Lin Chen whispered to Suyu, "those few people seem a bit strange." Suyu nodded, and the two quietly followed the believers, finding them gathered outside the temple, murmuring incantations as if performing some secret ritual. Lin Chen and Suyu watched silently, their confusion deepening. These people seem to have lost their consciousness. Suyu nodded, his expression grave, and said softly, "Lin Chen, I'll track that person, you sneak into the temple and take a look." They split up, with Lin Chen quietly approaching the exorcism temple, choosing a very concealed spot to hide and patiently observe the movements inside. He found a shadowy corner in the main hall where he could clearly see everything happening without being easily discovered. Soon, he heard a conversation between the temple priest and his subordinates. The priest spoke in a low voice, "Everyone needs to be careful, the sacrifice is about to begin, and we can't afford any mistakes." Lin Chen frowned, thinking to himself, as expected, something is amiss. The priest continued to instruct his subordinates, "Go check every corner of the temple and see if there are any suspicious people. Don't let anyone disturb our sacrifice." The subordinates nodded in response, quickly dispersing to carefully inspect every corner of the temple. Lin Chen held his breath, compressing his presence to the utmost, ensuring he remained completely hidden in the shadows. As long as he didn't reveal himself, no one could discover his presence. After a while, the subordinates returned one by one to report, "Master Priest, the temple has been thoroughly checked, and no suspicious individuals were found." The priest nodded, satisfied, and said, "Very good. Bring out the offerings, the sacrifice is about to begin." Soon, the subordinates pushed in small carts, each carrying neatly arranged small clay jars. These jars looked ordinary, but Lin Chen noticed that each one was engraved with strange runes, emitting a faint glow. The priest looked at these jars, a cold smile appearing on his face. "Very well, let's prepare to begin." The subordinates arranged the jars one by one on the altar in the center of the hall, then quickly stepped aside, waiting quietly. The priest stepped forward and began to chant some ancient incantations, his voice deep and powerful, as if summoning some force. Lin Chen watched intently, his alertness growing. The priest's incantations became increasingly urgent, and the runes on the jars began to flicker, seemingly responding to his summons. Lin Chen felt a strange aura spreading throughout the hall, the air thick with an unsettling atmosphere. At that moment, the lids of the jars flew open, and a cloud of black smoke rose from them, quickly filling the hall. Within the smoke, it seemed as if countless eyes were watching everything around, sending chills down one's spine. The cold smile on the priest's face grew darker as he shouted, "Great exorcism God above, accept our sacrifice and grant us supreme power." Lin Chen's heart sank. What are these black fumes? He continued to observe quietly, seeing the priest's subordinates begin to place various strange items in the hall, some bizarre vessels, and others animal bones and entrails. A strong, sinister aura emanated from the altar, making one shudder. Just as Lin Chen was about to act, the priest suddenly looked up, as if sensing something, his sharp gaze sweeping the surroundings. Lin Chen held his breath, compressing his presence to the utmost, not allowing himself to be exposed. The temple priest scanned the surroundings and, finding nothing unusual, continued to focus on the sacrificial ceremony. Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, remaining highly vigilant. At that moment, the priest's subordinates began pouring a red liquid from clay pots, the liquid emitting a pungent odor that made one feel nauseous and uncomfortable. Lin Chen took a closer look, and his expression changed instantly. This was not ordinary blood. The blood was mixed with severed limbs and internal organs, clearly ground up with a stone mill. If it were human blood, then under such circumstances. Thinking of this, Lin Chen's gaze shifted dramatically. The priest stood before the altar, chanting a series of ancient incantations in a low, powerful voice that echoed throughout the hall. As the incantations progressed, the atmosphere in the hall grew increasingly eerie and tense. Suddenly, all the subordinates and followers knelt down, fervently shouting, "The demon god has manifested! The demon god has manifested!" Lin Chen hid in the shadows, closely watching everything before him. He looked left and right, trying to identify the so-called demon god of these people. He saw countless pitch-black tentacles emerging from the massive statue in the center of the temple. These tentacles writhed like living creatures, swiftly reaching for the clay pots placed on the altar. The tentacles greedily plunged into the pots, beginning to suck the red liquid inside. The liquid was drawn out with a glug-glug sound, and the contents of the pots gradually diminished. The priest and his subordinates displayed expressions of immense excitement, their eyes gleaming with fervor. Lin Chen held his breath, shocked. What on earth was this? It was too bizarre. Soon, the red liquid in the pots was nearly depleted. The priest and others immediately knelt down, earnestly praying, "Please, demon god, grant us your blessings." The dark tentacles suddenly stopped sucking and quickly retracted back into the statue. Immediately after, countless tentacles extended again, this time directly inserting into the bodies of the priest and his subordinates. Their expressions twisted in an instant, followed by an extreme sense of pleasure and ecstasy, as if they were experiencing an indescribable joy. "Ah, so wonderful! Demon god, grant us strength." The priest closed his eyes, a satisfied smile on his face, as if in a state of heavy intoxication. The tentacles wriggled rapidly within the bodies of the priest and his subordinates, as if transmitting some kind of power. Their bodies trembled slightly, their faces displaying a near fanatical devotion and happiness. Each person's eyes sparkled with a strange light, as if they had completely succumbed to the power of the demon god. Lin Chen frowned at the sight. These people were truly courting death. As the movements of the tentacles gradually slowed, the expressions of the priest and his subordinates also began to calm, though their faces still bore traces of lingering satisfaction. The tentacles slowly retracted back into the statue, while the priest and others remained kneeling on the ground, murmuring to themselves. After the ceremony concluded, the priest stood up and addressed everyone, saying, "The demon god has granted us strength. We must serve him with even greater devotion, allowing his power to grow ever stronger." After the blessing ceremony from the demon god, the faces of the priest and others still retained that intoxicated expression. They exchanged satisfied glances, and then the priest waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to bring forth today's sacrificial offering. A young man was dragged up by two subordinates. He appeared to be mad, mumbling something incessantly. The priest frowned, somewhat dissatisfied, and asked, "Why him?" "I remember today's sacrificial offering was supposed to be that special individual from the Demon Suppression Division." The subordinate respectfully replied, "Lord Priest, it was originally supposed to be that special individual from the Demon Suppression Division, but unexpectedly, he was suddenly locked up, so we had no choice but to choose this one." The temple priest sighed, appearing somewhat helpless. "It seems we can only make do with this." The appearance of this young man is strikingly similar to that of the person from the Demon Suppression Division before. He should be able to satisfy the needs of the exorcism god. The young man was in a daze, mumbling to himself, looking very pitiful. He was dragged to the altar, and the priest and his subordinates began preparing for a new sacrificial ritual. The priest recited the incantation again, his voice deep and powerful, and the runes on the altar began to flicker once more. The young man was bound in the center of the altar, a hint of fear and despair in his eyes. Although he was disoriented, he seemed to vaguely understand what he was about to face. Soon, black smoke rose again from the jar, enveloping the area around the altar. The priest and his subordinates continued to kneel on the ground in reverence, praying for the arrival of the exorcism god. As the priest's incantation quickened, the tentacles on the statue reached out again, this time heading straight for the young man. The tentacles swiftly penetrated his body, greedily siphoning off his life force and spirit. The young man let out a painful wail, but his voice was quickly swallowed by the black smoke. The priest and his subordinates watched everything with expressions of satisfaction and devotion. Each sacrifice strengthened the power of the exorcism god, granting them more power and blessings. Before long, the young man's body gradually stiffened, and the light in his eyes slowly faded, as if he had been completely hollowed out. After the tentacles had drained his life force, they quickly retracted back into the statue, and the smoke slowly dissipated. The priest stood up, satisfied, and said, "Good, tomorrow we can enjoy ourselves again. Drag this person out and grind him up a bit, that way we won't be discovered." The subordinates skillfully pulled the man's body away. Lin Chen, witnessing the evil sacrificial ritual in the temple, was filled with rage. He never expected these people would dare to conduct live sacrifices so boldly. He suppressed his anger, knowing that acting impulsively at this moment would only alert the snake by stirring the grass. He quietly exited the temple and quickly returned to the Demon Suppression Division to meet with Su Yu. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen found Su Yu and briefly recounted what he had seen and heard in the temple. The rituals conducted in these temples are simply insane. They use living people for sacrifices, and there are tentacle-like things in the statue. I don't know if they are avatars or some other kind of monster. Su Yu's expression grew serious as he said softly, Lin Chen, come with me, I want to show you something. Lin Chen nodded and followed Su Yu to a secret room in the Demon Suppression Division. Su Yu opened the door and led Lin Chen inside. The atmosphere in the secret room was cold, with various talismans hanging on the walls, and in the center lay a bound young man on a stone platform. This is a follower we tracked down last night, Su Yu explained. He is also a believer of the temple. He seemed quite ordinary at first, but when I tried to approach him, he suddenly attacked us like a madman. Lin Chen carefully observed the young man, noticing his vacant gaze, pale complexion, and the way he kept mumbling to himself, resembling the sacrificial victims in the temple. Su Yu continued, I had to exert a lot of effort to subdue him and bring him back here. We examined his body and found some strange marks. Lin Chen stepped forward to closely inspect the young man's body. Indeed, he discovered small tentacle-like imprints on the young man's neck and wrists, as if he had been scratched by some creature. These marks looked like they were left by tentacles. Lin Chen frowned, pondering, it seems these monsters in the temple are not just confined to the statues, they may also control these followers in some way. Su Yu nodded in agreement. Yes, we suspect that these tentacles may have established a connection with the followers through some kind of dark magic, thereby controlling their thoughts and actions. Lin Chen calmly thought for a moment, then said firmly, we can't wait any longer. Fengdu has a large population, we must take action as soon as possible. Su Yu was also a bit anxious, acting blindly now could easily alert the enemy. He voiced his concerns, and Lin Chen furrowed his brow, nodding. Given the current situation, acting rashly might not eradicate the threat. If we can't deliver a fatal blow, we'll only alert them and make these evil cultists more vigilant. Su Yu pondered for a moment and suggested, why not temporarily control the citizens of Fengdu? This could also reduce casualties. Lin Chen shook his head, immediately rejecting the idea. That won't work. There are too many people in Fengdu. Controlling them would be too difficult and would cause panic. Su Yu sighed and sat down, truly at a loss for a solution. So what should we do? At this rate, it will be hard to find solid evidence and opportunities. Lin Chen thought for a moment and suddenly had an idea. I have a plan. You continue to investigate openly to attract their attention. I'll find a chance to sneak in and gather more intelligence secretly. Su Yu's expression changed, and he said worriedly, that's too dangerous. Those cultists are very cunning. If you're discovered, you could be in life-threatening danger. Lin Chen smiled slightly, reassuring him, don't worry, I know what I'm doing. As long as we coordinate properly, we will definitely find the cultists' weaknesses. Su Yu still felt uneasy and cautioned, Lin Chen, you must be careful. If things go wrong, retreat immediately. Understood, I'll be careful. Lin Chen was not flustered, he still had a trump card to play. The two devised a detailed plan and decided to act separately. Su Yu continued his investigation in the open, trying to draw the cult's attention. As night fell, Lin Chen changed into ordinary clothes and blended into the streets of Fengdu. He observed the surroundings, looking for an opportunity to infiltrate the temple. Finally, he noticed a plain-dressed follower heading towards the temple. Lin Chen quietly followed behind, keeping a safe distance. The follower entered the temple, and Lin Chen quickly hid in the shadows, waiting for the right moment. After the follower entered, Lin Chen swiftly approached, using his exceptional lightness skills to silently slip into the temple's interior. He carefully avoided the guards and slowly made his way to the temple's core area. In a concealed corner, Lin Chen discovered a secret chamber with 2 guards at the entrance. He hid nearby, carefully observing the guards' movements, waiting for an opportunity. This secret chamber likely held important clues and secrets, and he didn't want to miss it. Finally, the guards left for a moment, and Lin Chen seized the chance, quickly approaching the secret chamber and using his lockpicking skills to quietly open the door. The chamber was dimly lit, filled with various strange instruments and books. Lin Chen examined them closely and found some ancient scrolls and runes, seemingly recording the temple's secret rituals and plans. He quickly flipped through the scrolls, and a clear picture gradually emerged in his mind. These temples were not just for the worship of the demon-slaying god, they were like nests. These people aimed to control more followers through these rituals, even expanding to broader areas. Tap, tap, tap. Lin Chen heard footsteps outside and quickly tucked the scrolls away, hiding in a corner of the chamber. The door was pushed open, and the temple priest entered, seemingly to check on the situation in the chamber. Lin Chen held his breath, compressing his presence to the utmost, trying not to expose himself. The priest patrolled the chamber, seemingly unaware of anything unusual, then left, closing the door behind him. Lin Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had to leave this place as soon as possible. He quickly exited the secret chamber, using his lightness skill to silently leave the temple and return to Suyu's hideout. Suyu, seeing him return safely, let out a sigh of relief. Did you find anything? Lin Chen handed the scroll to Suyu and detailed his discoveries within the temple. After listening, Suyu's expression grew more serious. The ambitions of these cultists are greater than we imagined. We must take action quickly. First, send this message to the capital and ask Governor Huang if he knows the origin of this thing. Suyu nodded, indicating he understood, and immediately went to send the message. Indeed, going alone was risky. Lin Chen sighed. It was time to use this card. The next day, Lin Chen wandered near the temple and spotted a cultist who had participated in the last ritual alone, so he quietly followed. Lin Chen used the puppet secret technique to quickly control the cultist. The cultist's eyes became hollow and devoid of spirit, completely under Lin Chen's manipulation. Now, he had a ready-made pawn in his hands, able to grasp the other's movements at any time. Lin Chen found a nearby inn to stay in. Through the puppet secret technique, he could monitor the situation inside the temple at any time through the cultist's eyes and ears. At night, the cultist came to a spacious secret chamber as usual. Lin Chen carefully observed everything in the chamber through the puppet's eyes. The room was filled with people standing closely together, their faces expressionless, their eyes only reflecting enjoyment and greed. Their bodies were emaciated, as if their life force had been completely drained. The temple priest stood in the center of the chamber, loudly reciting incantations, his voice deep and powerful, echoing throughout the chamber. The cultists knelt down one after another, murmuring unknown phrases, their eyes shining with fervor. Offerings to the exorcism god. The priest proclaimed loudly, his voice filled with fervor and conviction. As long as we continue to offer to the exorcism god, we will gain supreme power and the blessing of eternal life. The cultists echoed in unison, as if completely brainwashed, firmly believing in the priest's words. Their eyes grew even more fervent, their faces displaying ecstatic expressions. Every word from the priest was a divine decree. Lin Chen witnessed all of this through the eyes of the puppet cultist, feeling an immense shock in his heart. The priest continued, sacrifice. The exorcism god needs more offerings. Only then can we gain even greater power. A cultist stepped forward, his face filled with fervor, walking unhesitatingly toward the altar. His body was so thin it seemed almost skeletal, yet his eyes sparkled with a mad light, as if he were about to receive supreme glory. The priest began to chant more complex incantations, the runes on the altar flickering again, black smoke rising from the urn, enveloping the altar. Tentacles extended once more from the statue, greedily inserting into the cultist's body, beginning to siphon his life force. The cultist let out a painful wail, but his eyes were filled with ecstasy, experiencing an indescribable joy. Other cultists knelt on the ground, their gazes fervent, continuously chanting incantations, praying for the blessings of the exorcism god. In the secret chamber, all the cultists participating in the sacrifice quickly shriveled after the tentacles finished feeding. They ultimately turned into pools of blood-like liquid, flowing across the ground. The priest looked on coldly, devoid of any compassion, coldly instructing, clean up the ground, leave no traces. His subordinates quickly acted, beginning to clean the blood from the ground. Lin Chen manipulated the puppet cultist to step forward and humbly asked, Master Priest, how much longer do we need to sacrifice before we can complete the exorcism god's great power? The priest sighed and coldly replied, at least a few hundred more sacrifices are needed. The power of the demon god is gradually increasing, but to achieve complete revival, more vitality is needed, especially the vitality of warriors, which is the best material. Unfortunately, we can't capture enough warriors. Lin Chen's heart stirred, and he immediately said persuasively, Master Temple Keeper, there is actually a way to reach our goal faster. We can drug the people from the demon suppression division and then sacrifice them all. This way, the power of the demon god will be greatly enhanced. A glimmer of light flashed in the temple keeper's eyes, clearly interested in this suggestion, but he quickly shook his head. The risk is too great. If the people from the demon suppression division detect our actions, all our plans will be exposed. In that case, the revival of the demon god will be severely hindered. Lin Chen continued to guide him, Master Temple Keeper, although the risk is high, the reward is even greater. As long as we plan properly, we can complete the sacrifice before they notice. The demon god will surely be pleased with our efforts and grant us more power. The temple keeper furrowed his brows, lost in thought. His gaze wandered on the ground, clearly weighing the pros and cons. Lin Chen knew this was a critical moment and had to keep applying pressure to sway the temple keeper. Master Temple Keeper, our followers have already sacrificed their lives, their wishes to see the demon god revived. As long as we succeed, the demon god will grant us eternal power. Lin Chen's tone was sincere and full of persuasion. The temple keeper took a deep breath, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He slowly said, "You are right, this is indeed an opportunity. If we can succeed, the revival of the demon god will accelerate, and our power will increase accordingly." Lin Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief, knowing he had successfully piqued the temple keeper's interest. Unfortunately, the temple keeper remained cautious and added, "However, this matter must be handled carefully. We need to formulate a detailed plan to ensure we are not discovered before taking action." "Of course." Lin Chen nodded. "Master Temple Keeper, I will prepare the plan as soon as possible and find the right time to implement it." The temple keeper pondered for a moment and finally decided, "Alright, you go prepare the plan. We need to ensure that every step is foolproof." After Lin Chen nodded, he quickly withdrew from the perspective of the puppet disciple and returned to his own body. He immediately found an opportunity to inform Suyu of what he had seen and heard. After hearing this, Suyu's expression became extremely serious. "These people have completely gone mad. We must take action as soon as possible. There hasn't been any information from Governor Huang's side." Lin Chen shook his head, signaling him not to worry. "I have ways to control the intelligence. You just need to arrange the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division." Suyu nodded, knowing that was all they could do for now. Lin Chen continued to investigate, while Suyu reported the current situation to Yang Qing. After hearing this, Yang Qing's expression became very serious. "Lord Su, what should we do about this matter?" Suyu reassured him, "We wait for Lin Chen's news. For now, let's recall the personnel from the Demon Suppression Division. We need to quickly organize our forces to conduct a thorough cleanup of these cultists." Lin Chen had been manipulating the puppet for the past few days, making his presence felt in front of the temple keeper, and had finally gained the other party's trust. Lin Chen was responsible for procuring the drug. He returned to the Demon Suppression Division and reported his progress to Suyu. After hearing this, Suyu's expression was grave. "Lin Chen, although this plan is risky, it indeed has the potential to destroy these cultists in one fell swoop." After Yang Qing listened, he pondered for a moment and asked, "Lin Chen, are you sure this plan can succeed?" Lin Chen confidently replied, "Governor Yang, please rest assured, I am fully prepared and guarantee that everything will be fine." In the temple, there were puppet cultists acting as undercover agents, which allowed him to grasp the internal movements of the temple and respond to any emergencies in advance. If there were really any problems, the worst that could happen was the plan being aborted, and nothing would be lost. Yang Qing nodded and said trustingly, "Alright, I believe you. Since you are confident, let's proceed as planned." 3 days later, Lin Chen's plan indeed began to show results. The temple priest learned through the puppet cultists that he had already purchased the drug, and he was overjoyed. He decided to personally go to the Demon Suppression Division to invite all the martial artists to participate in this vegetarian feast, ensuring the smooth progress of the plan. The temple priest, accompanied by several attendants, arrived at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division. He adjusted his expression, putting on a friendly demeanor, and respectfully knocked on the door. The guards of the Demon Suppression Division opened the door, saw the temple priest, and reported to Yang Qing. Yang Qing came out to greet him with Lin Chen and Suyu, and the temple priest wore a beaming smile, his attitude extremely warm. "Governor Yang, Lord Lin Chen, Lord Suyu, I have come today to invite you all to our temple's vegetarian feast. I hope to take this opportunity to gather with all the colleagues from the Demon Suppression Division and share a meal." Yang Qing pretended to hesitate and said, "Temple priest, our Demon Suppression Division is quite busy, and it is really inconvenient for us to attend." The temple priest quickly replied, "Governor Yang, I understand that the affairs of the Demon Suppression Division are heavy, but this vegetarian feast is very important to our temple. I hope you all can grace us with your presence. We have specially prepared a rich vegetarian meal and sincerely invite you all to attend." Yang Qing feigned contemplation for a moment, then nodded and said, "Since the temple priest is so sincere, we will graciously accept." The temple priest was overjoyed in his heart and quickly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Governor Yang, for your understanding and support. We will prepare everything and await your esteemed presence." The temple priest left the Demon Suppression Division in high spirits, filled with excitement. This vegetarian feast would be an excellent opportunity. As long as the people from the Demon Suppression Division came to the temple, their plan could be smoothly implemented. Lin Chen and Suyu stood by, calmly watching the temple priest's departing figure. After returning to the temple priest immediately began arranging the preparations for the feast. He ordered his subordinates to set up the dining hall, prepare a sumptuous vegetarian meal, and specifically instructed them to add a special drug to the food to ensure that the martial artists from the Demon Suppression Division would lose their combat ability during the feast. While arranging the feast, the temple priest continuously confirmed every detail to ensure that nothing would go wrong. As long as they succeeded, they could provide enough vitality from the martial artists to the demon-slaying god, accelerating the revival of the demon god. The vegetarian feast was held as scheduled 3 days later, and people from all walks of life in Fengdu were invited, making the scene extremely lively and grand. The temple priest personally welcomed the guests at the entrance, wearing a humble and friendly smile, greeting everyone. Yang Qing, Lin Shan, Suyu, and others from the Demon Suppression Division also arrived as promised. Upon seeing them, the temple priest warmly approached. Governor Yang, Lord Lin Shan, Lord Suyu, welcome, welcome. Thank you all for gracing us with your presence. Yang Qing smiled and nodded. Temple priest, you are too polite. We have come to experience the charm of the temple. The temple priest smiled broadly and gestured for them to follow. Please come with me. The dining hall is ready, and everyone can take a seat as they wish. Lin Shan and the others were led into the dining hall, which was already filled with guests from various sectors. The temple priest personally arranged their seats and then announced the official start of the feast. In the dining hall, a sumptuous vegetarian meal was served one by one, with enticing aromas and excellent flavors. The temple priest raised a cup of tea and smiled, saying, "Everyone, today we gather together to enjoy this wonderful vegetarian meal. I hope you all have a pleasant evening." Yang Qing smiled and raised his cup. "Thank you for the warm hospitality, temple priest." There were about 20 people sent by the Demon Suppression Division, and Lin Shen had arranged for the puppet cultists in advance to relay messages to the temple priest at critical moments. The puppet cultist quietly approached the temple priest and whispered, "Master priest, I will take responsibility for the drugging. I have increased the dosage as per your instructions." The priest nodded in satisfaction and cautioned in a low voice, "The people from the Demon Suppression Division are all martial artists. We need to ensure the dosage is sufficient. We can't risk them not being knocked out." The puppet cultist nodded in response, turned, and left to continue executing Lin Shen's plan. The members of the Demon Suppression Division pretended not to notice during the ritual feast and, following the prior arrangement, consumed food laced with the drug. Soon, the drug began to take effect, and the martial artists of the Demon Suppression Division felt dizzy, their bodies gradually losing strength, one by one collapsing at the table. Seeing this, the priest was overjoyed, a cold smile appearing on his face. "Haha, it's finally successful." The priest stood up and commanded loudly, "Move them all to the cave in the back mountain and tie them up." His subordinates quickly acted, lifting the fallen martial artists of the Demon Suppression Division one by one and transporting them to the cave in the back mountain. The cave was already prepared with various tools and ropes, waiting for their arrival. After moving the martial artists into the cave, the subordinates followed the priest's orders, tying them one by one to stone pillars and walls, ensuring they could not escape. The atmosphere in the cave was eerie and terrifying, with strange talismans and tools hanging all around, filled with an evil aura. The priest walked into the cave, looked around, and nodded in satisfaction. These martial artists from the Demon Suppression Division would become the best offerings for the resurrection of the exorcism god. As long as their life force was drained, the power of the exorcism god would greatly increase. His face was filled with excitement. "You will soon witness the birth of the new king." His subordinates began preparing the sacrificial ceremony, placing various tools in the center of the cave, waiting for further instructions from the priest. The priest walked up to Lin Shen's puppet cultist and patted his shoulder in satisfaction. "You did well, you will be heavily rewarded." Lin Shen pretended to be unconscious, using the puppet cultist's senses to carefully observe the environment of the cave. The lighting in the cave came from some dim torches, their flickering flames casting shadows on the stone walls and the faces of the fervent onlookers. Soon, they were brought to the deepest part of the cave. Here was a vast hall, and in the center stood a massive flesh ball, its surface covered with many pitch-black tentacles. The tentacles writhed incessantly, exuding a strong evil aura. The priest's eyes sparkled with fervor as he saw the flesh ball, excitedly saying, "This time we will offer the supreme sacrifice to the demon god. The martial artists of the Demon Suppression Division will become food for the exorcism god, and he will soon grow to his complete form." The flesh ball began to writhe violently, clearly excited about the upcoming offerings. The tentacles stretched out, seemingly eager to devour the martial artists before them. Lin Shen saw all this through the puppet cultist's eyes and knew he had to act quickly. He slightly moved his body, waiting for the best moment. The priest began to chant a spell loudly, his voice deep and powerful, echoing throughout the hall. As the incantation progressed, the tentacles on the surface of the flesh ball began to move rapidly, as if responding to the priest's call. The priest prayed fervently, his eyes shining with anticipation. Lin Shen felt the time was ripe and shouted, "Act now." With his command, the martial artists of the Demon Suppression Division suddenly erupted with powerful strength, quickly breaking free from their bindings. Lin Chen soared into the air, his long knife gleaming coldly as it rushed toward the priest. Before the priest could react, Lin Chen's long knife was already before him. In a panic, he raised his staff to defend, but Lin Chen's strength was too great, directly splitting the staff in half. The priest was knocked back repeatedly, exclaiming in shock, "You didn't fall under the drug." His eyes were filled with fear. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh. "Do you think such tactics can trap us? It's simply wishful thinking." The other warriors of the Demon Suppression Division also sprang into action, with Suyu leading the charge against the minions, taking them down one by one. The battle quickly unfolded in the cave hall, with firelight illuminating the flickering blades and shadows. The meatball clearly sensed the threat and frantically waved its tentacles, trying to protect itself. The tentacles struck at Lin Chen like venomous snakes. Lin Chen was well prepared, swiftly dodging and evading the attacks. He seized an opportunity, leaping up and striking down with his long knife towards the core of the meatball. The meatball let out a piercing scream, its tentacles thrashing wildly, but Lin Chen's knife had already plunged deep into its body. The meatball began to tremble violently, black liquid oozing from its surface as if it were bleeding. The temple priest's face changed drastically at the sight, and he shouted frantically, "No, you can't do this. The demon god will not spare you." Lin Chen coldly replied, "Demon god? Just a fabrication of yours." Lin Chen engaged in a fierce struggle with the massive lump of flesh. The tentacles on the surface of the lump waved wildly, each one posing a significant threat. Lin Chen nimbly dodged, using his long knife to continuously slash at the tentacles. These tentacles seemed to possess some peculiar regenerative ability. Whenever one was severed, more would quickly sprout in its place. "Suyu, you take your men to clean up. I'll handle this here." "Understood," Suyu shouted, leading the other members of the Demon Suppression Division to mobilize throughout the city, beginning a large-scale capture of all the remnants of the temple. They split into several small teams, quickly surrounding the various temples within the city, dragging out the hidden cultists one by one, binding them, and taking them back to the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Chen faced the massive lump of flesh alone in the cave hall. The smaller lumps of flesh writhed, trying to reassemble. "This won't do, these things must be completely destroyed," Lin Chen thought to himself, concentrating all his true energy, as intense flames began to gather on his long knife. As his true energy continued to pour in, the flames grew fiercer, eventually forming a massive fireball. With a furious shout, Lin Chen unleashed the Yanluo Sun. Yanluo Sun! The fireball erupted instantly, its scorching flames shining like the sun, rapidly spreading and illuminating the entire cave hall. The flames engulfed the lump of flesh and all the tentacles, and the smaller lumps that had sprouted quickly burned away under the high temperature, emitting piercing screams. The temperature of the flames was extremely high, and the air was filled with the smell of charred flesh. Lin Chen calmly controlled the flames, ensuring that every piece of flesh was thoroughly incinerated. The temperature in the cave hall continued to rise, the light of the flames illuminating every corner, completely eradicating the evil. The lump of flesh gradually shrank in the flames, eventually turning to a pile of ashes. Lin Chen retracted his long knife and wiped the sweat from his forehead. Seeing the situation was dire, the temple priest turned to flee. Lin Chen was quick, blocking his path in an instant, the long knife pointed directly at his throat. "Today, you have nowhere to run," Lin Chen said coldly. "Tell us everything about your cult, and we might spare your life." I don't know. But one of the temple priest's hands was severed. His heart-wrenching scream echoed, and Lin Chen looked on coldly, his voice chilling. "Will you speak?" The temple priest was truly in despair now, looking at Lin Chen in agony. "Spare me, my lord. I really don't know. Die." With a flick of his knife, the temple priest's head fell. Lin Chen quickly returned to the city, where he saw Suyu leading a team methodically capturing the remnants of the temple. Upon seeing Lin Chen, Suyu's face broke into a relieved smile. "Lin Chen, how did it go on your side?" "All cleaned up, but I didn't get much information." Lin Chen thought for a moment. This chunk of meat-like thing definitely wasn't just here. Considering the terrifying reproductive and regenerative abilities of these meat chunks, the Great Qing dynasty would soon see these things appearing in bulk. Suyu noticed Lin Chen's grim expression and comforted him. "We've already captured all these people. Under interrogation, we'll eventually get some news. Don't be too anxious, Governor Huang hasn't provided any information yet. He might know what this thing is." Lin Chen nodded, his worries still unrelieved. "There's nothing we can do but wait." Yang Qing let out a sigh of relief. The previously bewitched personnel from the Demon Suppression Division had come to their senses. He had no idea what had happened these past few days, feeling completely dazed. The others who had been captured shared the same symptoms. Nothing could be extracted from the interrogations, and the clues had completely dried up. The faces of those who received the report were somewhat grim. It seems we still need to return to the capital, Lin Chen thought for a moment, deciding it was safer to ask Huang Yan directly. Suyu agreed. Their matters in Fengdu had already been resolved. Yang Chang hoped the two would stay a bit longer, as the strength of the Fengdu Demon Suppression Division couldn't compare to that of the capital. With Lin Chen and Suyu here, he felt much safer. Hearing they were leaving, he almost wanted to kneel before them. Lord Lin, Lord Su, please stay a little longer. I believe Governor Huang won't blame you. Although the matter is resolved, there are still potential threats. It's better to investigate thoroughly before leaving. Yang Qing's words made sense. Who knew if these things would return? But they couldn't stay in this place forever. Suyu looked at Lin Chen, ready to hear his opinion. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Chen was no longer the minor official he had once recommended. Now, he could stand on his own, even more capable than Suyu. Lin Chen thought for a moment. Staying is fine. Let's wait a few days for Governor Huang's letter. Fengdu is close to the capital, so it's convenient to come and go. Even if we need to return to report, it won't be too late. Suyu nodded and glanced at Yang Qing. Governor Yang, then we'll temporarily impose on you here. Yang Qing was overjoyed to see the two decide to stay in Fengdu for a while. He immediately ordered his subordinates to prepare a grand banquet to express his gratitude and celebration. The banquet was held in the hall of the Demon Suppression Division, brightly lit and festively decorated. The tables were filled with Fengdu's specialty dishes, a dazzling array of mountain delicacies and seafood, fine food, and wine. Everyone from the Demon Suppression Division gathered in the hall, the atmosphere joyful and lively. Yang Qing, with a beaming smile, warmly thanked Lin Chen and Suyu. Gentlemen, thanks to you, we in Fengdu have been freed from the threat of these cultists. Today, we must treat you well, please don't refuse. Lin Chen and Suyu initially wanted to decline, but seeing Yang Qing's enthusiasm, they ultimately had to agree. The two were led to the main seats, where Yang Qing personally poured them wine, expressing his gratitude. Gentlemen, please allow me to bow to you. Without your help, we would never have been able to eliminate these cultists. Lin Chen smiled slightly and helped Yang Qing up. Governor Yang, there's no need for that. This is our duty in the Demon Suppression Division. Suyu also smiled and said, yes, Governor Yang, we are just doing our best. Let this banquet be a celebration of our victory. The banquet officially began, and Yang Qing raised his glass, toasting to everyone present. To our victory, cheers. Everyone responded in unison, raising their glasses and drinking heartily, the atmosphere reaching a peak. Lin Chen and Suyu were continuously toasted by Yang Chang. Although both had good drinking capacities, they found it hard to keep up with the rounds of toasts. The banquet had been going on for a while, and Lin Chen and Suyu felt a bit tipsy, so they stood up to take their leave. Although Yang Qing was somewhat reluctant, she understood that the two needed to rest, so she arranged for someone to escort them back to their rooms. After Lin Chen returned to his room and closed the door, the drunken look on his face vanished in an instant, and his eyes became sharp and clear. He sat at the table, lightly tapping his fingers on the surface, deep in thought. This operation seemed to have gone too smoothly. Lin Chen was filled with doubts. He had been in the Demon Suppression Division in Kyoto for so long. What kind of situations had he not encountered? Yet, this time in Fengdu, something felt off. He recalled the entire process, from the initial discovery of the temple's unusual activity to infiltrating the temple, controlling the puppet cultists, and finally battling the flesh. Everything seemed too easy. It was as if all the steps were within expectations, with no significant obstacles encountered. Lin Chen furrowed his brow and muttered to himself, the Demon Suppression Division in Fengdu seems to be hiding some secrets. The behavior of Yang Qing and the other members of the division was extremely cooperative throughout the operation, even appearing overly compliant. This made Lin Chen suspect whether they had some hidden agenda they had not disclosed to him. Lin Chen walked to the window and observed the situation outside. In the night, the camp of the Fengdu Demon Suppression Division appeared particularly tranquil. Calmly contemplating, he decided to investigate the internal situation of the Fengdu Demon Suppression Division. He quickly changed into a black night outfit, concealing his figure, gently pushed open the window, and leaped out of the room, disappearing into the night. Lin Chen arrived at the record room of the Demon Suppression Division, where all records were kept. Using his lightness skill, he moved silently across the rooftops and shadows, approaching the record room unnoticed. There were 2 guards at the entrance of the record room, but they posed no threat to Lin Chen. Cautiously, he infiltrated the record room from the rooftop, checked around to confirm no one was present, and began to browse through the files. The record room was filled with various documents and files, and he carefully searched for records related to this temple operation. After flipping through for a while, Lin Chen discovered some unusual records. Certain entries seemed to have been tampered with, the content appearing vague, especially the intelligence regarding the temple. Some parts were clearly being deliberately concealed. There's definitely something wrong. Lin Chen felt a sense of alertness rising within him and continued to search deeper. Just as he was carefully browsing, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from outside the door. Lin Chen quickly put the files back in their place and slipped into a nearby shadow. The door was pushed open, and 2 members of the Demon Suppression Division walked in, seemingly checking the situation in the record room. Lin Chen held his breath, quietly observing, confirming that they had not discovered him. He listened intently to the conversation between the 2 members. They clearly had not noticed Lin Chen's presence and began to mutter quietly. I really don't understand why the governor wants to keep Lin Chen and the others here. One of them whispered, I always feel that Lin Chen is not right. He was the first to investigate this matter. If we are discovered colluding with the demons, wouldn't that be the end for us? The other person scoffed and whispered back, nonsense. How could Lin Chen possibly find out? We've been so discreet. Unless he has the ability to foresee the future, that would be a different story. The 2 continued to chat quietly for a while, clearly handling some matters in the record room. They occasionally flipped through some books, confirming there were no abnormalities before leaving. Lin Chen hid in the shadows, quietly observing their every move, ensuring he would not be discovered. When the 2 left the record room, Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, his eyes cold. There was indeed a problem within the Fengdu Demon Suppression Division. Yang Qing keeping him and Suyu here likely had ulterior motives. At that time, there were also people in Kyoto colluding with demons, and Huang Yun had investigated for a long time without any gains. The possibility of collusion between the Demon Suppression Office in Fengdu Town and the demons is extremely high. If we can start from here, perhaps there will be unexpected gains. After confirming that there was no one in the records room, Lin Chen quickly and cautiously left. He used the cover of night to silently return to his room. Lin Chen gently pushed open the window, and after confirming that there was no one around, he quietly slipped inside. He quickly closed the window, sat down at the desk, and began to organize his thoughts. Lin Chen was not in a hurry to inform Suyu of the suspicious points he had discovered. First, the situation was still unclear, and the specifics were unknown. Second, if Suyu acted on his own after learning this, it could lead to unnecessary trouble. The next day, Lin Chen got up early and noticed that there were significantly fewer personnel at the Demon Suppression Office. He felt suspicious and went to inquire with Yang Qing. Yang Qing explained calmly, they went to carry out a mission. Lord Lin, do you have any plans? Lin Chen waved his hand and smiled. I plan to take a stroll around Fengdu and learn about the local customs. Suyu, being an honest person, spoke directly, I want to continue the investigation and check the address of the previous temple. Yang Qing asked with concern, do you need to send guards to accompany you? Lin Chen directly refused, no need, we can go by ourselves. Suyu nodded in agreement. The 2 bid farewell to Yang Qing and walked out of the Demon Suppression Office's main gate, then immediately went their separate ways. Lin Chen strolled alone on the streets of Fengdu, observing the local customs and culture. The streets of Fengdu were wide and clean, with shops lining both sides, and the shopkeepers warmly greeting passers-by. The streets were bustling with life. Lin Chen noticed that the local people appeared energetic, their faces beaming with happy smiles, clearly much better than before. He approached a small stall where the vendor was selling fresh fruits and vegetables. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the vendor enthusiastically called out, Sir, come and see our fruits of the day, just picked from the fields, sweet and fresh. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, casually buying a few apples before continuing on his way. Along the way, he saw several children playing in the street, their laughter ringing out. The children were dressed neatly, their faces radiating innocent smiles, indicating that the living environment here was quite good. Lin Chen sighed to himself, thinking that if there weren't so many demons in this chaotic world, the common people could live and work in peace, which would be a good thing. Suddenly, a loud commotion erupted ahead. He frowned and looked up, seeing that there seemed to be a dispute in front of the crowd. Pushing through the crowd, Lin Chen discovered a burly man drunkenly pulling a beautiful woman in front of a flower house. The man shouted, You must come back with me today. Anyone who dares to stop me will be cut down. The woman was extremely beautiful, dressed lavishly, but her face was streaked with tears. Her crying made the onlooking men feel pity, and they stepped forward to dissuade her. But the burly man was unreasonable, brandishing a knife and threatening anyone who dared to approach. If anyone talks too much, I'll cut them down, he roared, scaring the surrounding people into retreating. Seeing that the man refused to let go, the woman cried out for mercy, Please, let me go. I don't want to go back with you. Lin Chen stood with his arms crossed, showing no intention of intervening. Taking advantage of the man's momentary distraction, the woman struggled free and ran away. In her panic, she slipped and fell right in front of Lin Chen. She looked up at Lin Chen, a glimmer of hope in her eyes, and pleaded, Sir, please, save me. Lin Chen sighed, looking at the helpless woman, and his heart ached. He decided to help her. All right, he said, then stood up, blocking the woman and confronting the burly man. The man glared at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with anger. "Kid, you don't want to live, do you? Dare to meddle in my business?" Lin Chen smiled faintly, his arms crossed over his chest, and coldly said, "That's enough, you can get lost." The big man felt a bit intimidated by Lin Chen's calm demeanor, but he still put on a show of arrogance. "Kid, do you know who I am? Dare to go against me, and I'll make you regret it." Lin Chen remained composed, a hint of icy killing intent flashing in his eyes. "I'm saying this for the last time, get lost." Seeing this, the big man angrily swung his knife at Lin Chen. "Today, I'll let you know my power." Lin Chen's figure flickered, easily dodging the big man's attack. Then he threw a punch. The fist, carrying immense power, struck directly at the big man's abdomen. The big man felt a sharp pain, his body was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly severely injured. The onlookers around cheered and applauded, praising Lin Chen's skills. The woman, seeing the big man defeated, quickly got up and hid behind Lin Chen, looking at him with eyes full of gratitude. Lin Chen said lightly, "Are you all right?" The woman nodded, wiping the tears from her face. "Thank you, young master, for saving me, otherwise, I would have truly had nowhere to go today." Lin Chen looked at her, puzzled, and asked, "Why were you being harassed by that big man?" Unexpectedly, the woman grabbed his sleeve, her eyes glistening with tears, her expression even more pitiful and moving, evoking sympathy. "Young master, my name is Xiaoyu," she said softly, her voice weak and trembling. "If the young master doesn't mind, I can serve as a little maid by your side. I have no way to repay you, so I can only serve you for life, hoping you will grant me this." Lin Chen glanced at her, seeing her truly pitiable. Her thin clothes and sorrowful expression touched his heart. If she were to return to the brothel, she would likely be harassed by bullies again. In the end, Lin Chen nodded and said gently, "All right, then you can follow me for now." Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu's face lit up with joy, tears shimmering in her eyes as she repeatedly thanked him. "Thank you, young master, thank you, young master. Xiaoyu will definitely serve you well." Lin Chen smiled slightly, signaling her to follow. The two walked one after the other, continuing along the streets of Fengdu. Xiaoyu carefully followed behind Lin Chen, occasionally looking at him with grateful eyes, clearly filled with respect and appreciation for her benefactor. After passing through a street, Lin Chen took Xiaoyu to a small tea house to rest. He ordered 2 cups of tea and handed one to Xiaoyu. "Have some tea first, take a break." Xiaoyu accepted the teacup, gratefully saying, "Thank you, young master. Xiaoyu has no way to repay you, so I can only serve you with all my heart." Lin Chen took a sip of tea and said lightly, "You don't need to be so polite. As long as you are no longer troubled by those villains, I will feel at ease." A hint of charm flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes as she softly said, "Xiaoyu will definitely repay the young master's kindness in the future." After finishing their tea, Lin Chen continued walking with Xiaoyu through the streets of Fengdu. He observed the surroundings while pondering how to further investigate the inner workings of the Demon Suppression Division. The streets were bustling with crowds, vendors enthusiastically hawking various goods, and peddlers calling out to attract business. Xiaoyu occasionally pointed at some interesting stalls, her face filled with curiosity and joy, clearly fascinated by the vibrant scenes. Seeing Xiaoyu so happy, Lin Chen couldn't help but think of Gu Wan. "Young master, there's a candied hawthorn stall up ahead, shall we go take a look?" Xiaoyu suddenly pointed at a stall ahead, excitedly saying. Lin Chen smiled and nodded, "All right, let's go take a look." The two walked to the candied hawthorn stall, where Lin Chen bought 2 skewers and handed one to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu took the candied hawthorn and happily started eating, a satisfied smile spreading across her face. "Young master, this candied hawthorn is really sweet, thank you." Xiaoyu ate while expressing her gratitude. Lin Chen smiled slightly, not caring at all, "As long as you like it." After learning that Lin Chen was from the Demon Suppression Division, admiration flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes as she continuously praised him. "Young master is truly a hero, a brave man from the Demon Suppression Division. No wonder you are so impressive," Xiaoyu said with a face full of admiration. "With you here, the people of Fengdu will surely live in peace and prosperity." Lin Chen smiled faintly and replied calmly, "This is our duty. Protecting the people is our responsibility." The two walked along the streets of Fengdu, stopping occasionally, and only when Xiaoyu looked exhausted did he finally pause. After returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen briefly reported Xiaoyu's situation to Yang Qing. Yang Qing, upon hearing this, raised his eyebrows and smiled. "I see, Lord Lin Chen has brought back a lovely little maid. It seems you have gained quite a bit in Fengdu." Lin Chen, too lazy to explain, simply nodded and prepared to return to his room to rest. Seeing Lin Chen go back, Xiaoyu immediately followed. She obediently trailed behind him, a sweet smile on her face. Once back in the room, Lin Chen sat at the table, preparing to organize his belongings. Xiaoyu proactively stepped forward, serving tea and water, bustling about and appearing very diligent. "Young master, please have some tea. Xiaoyu said softly, handing a cup of hot tea to Lin Chen, her eyes filled with a hint of expectation. Lin Chen took the cup, nodded, "Thank you." Xiaoyu stood beside him, gazing at Lin Chen with affectionate eyes, a hint of temptation flashing in her gaze. She gently adjusted her collar, revealing a glimpse of her fragrant shoulder, and alluringly said, "Young master, Xiaoyu will serve you well in the future, not letting you down." Lin Chen took a sip of tea, his gaze calmly sweeping over Xiaoyu as if he had not noticed her flirtation. He set the cup down and said calmly, "You just need to do your part. There's no need to overexert yourself." Seeing that Lin Chen did not respond to her hint, Xiaoyu felt a bit disappointed but was still unwilling to give up. She gently walked behind Lin Chen, extending her soft palm to gently massage his shoulders, softly saying, "Young master, you've worked hard, let Xiaoyu give you a massage." Lin Chen frowned slightly and turned to avoid her touch. "No need, I'm not tired." Xiaoyu, seeing this, had to retract her hand, a hint of grievance appearing on her face as she softly said, "If you need anything, just command me. Xiaoyu is always at your service." Xiaoyu did not expect Lin Chen to be so upright, secretly resenting his lack of romantic understanding. She pondered in the room and eventually came up with a good idea. The next morning, Suyu arrived at Lin Chen's residence, ready to report on last night's investigation. Just as he reached the door, he saw Xiaoyu standing to the side, her head bowed and silently shedding tears, her eyes filled with grievance and helplessness. Suyu was puzzled, and just then, Lin Chen walked out. Seeing Xiaoyu in tears, he frowned. He calmly said, "Xiaoyu, you go down first, we can talk later." Xiaoyu nodded, leaving with tears in her eyes. Suyu, seeing this, felt even more puzzled but did not ask further. He stepped forward and said to Lin Chen, "Lin Chen, there are some matters I need to discuss with you." Lin Chen gestured for Suyu to enter. After they sat down, Suyu began to recount the results of the investigation. "I followed up yesterday and found that all the controlled believers from last time have regained consciousness, but strangely, they remember nothing, as if that period of memory has been completely erased." Lin Chen frowned slightly, pondering for a moment. "Wasn't this already known a few days ago?" Suyu smiled, looking somewhat pleased. "Yes, but I discovered a very crucial issue." Lin Chen became interested, signaling him to hurry up and speak. Suyu lowered his voice and slowly began, "They have forgotten that period of memory but still retain the sensations, the feeling of contact with that tentacle." Lin Chen's heart trembled, and his expression immediately turned cold. These people really have a backup plan. This method was simply like becoming addicted to drugs. One could lose their memory, but as long as they had that feeling, when it appeared again, they would fall into the trap once more. Suyu nodded and continued, "Moreover, I find this operation seems to be going too smoothly. It's as if they want us to complete the task quickly." Lin Chen smiled faintly, and Suyu indeed noticed it. "It doesn't matter, we are still in Fengdu, and sooner or later, we will catch all these monsters." Suyu felt a bit anxious. He didn't want to stay here any longer, feeling that this place was very eerie. "Now that our clues have run dry, how should we continue the investigation?" Lin Chen poured him a cup of tea. "Drink some tea to calm your nerves. Right now, we can't resolve the issues in Fengdu, it will eventually spread to the capital." Suyu took a deep breath and nodded. "You're right, this situation is indeed tricky. I was too anxious." After finishing a cup of tea, he felt his heart calm down. As Suyu left Lin Chen's room, he happened to see Xiaoyu crying in the pavilion outside. He knew Xiaoyu was the woman Lin Chen had saved and didn't want to get too involved, so he prepared to leave directly. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu suddenly rushed over, hugging Suyu's waist and crying in his arms. "Lord Su, help me." Suyu frowned, gently pushing her away, and coldly asked, "What are you doing? What happened?" Xiaoyu steeled her heart and unbuttoned her clothes. Seeing this, Suyu sternly reprimanded, "What are you doing? Put your clothes back on." However, Xiaoyu took off her outer garment, revealing her arms and body covered in red marks, which were shocking to behold. The red marks twisted around her body in various places, the color having turned from red to purple, indicating the severity of the force. She cried, "These are all done by young Master Lin. I really can't stay by his side any longer. If possible, please, Lord Su, save me." Suyu looked at Xiaoyu's wounds in shock, feeling puzzled. His expression remained unchanged as he coldly inquired, "How could Lin Chen do such a thing? He has always been upright. How could he harm you?" Suyu picked up the clothes on the ground and handed them to Xiaoyu. "Put your clothes on first." Xiaoyu took the clothes, nodding with grievance, and while getting dressed, she cried, "Lord Su, I really don't want to suffer this torment anymore. I know young Master Lin is from the Demon Suppression Division, but he has been too cruel to me. On the surface, he is charming and graceful, but in reality..." The words that followed made Xiaoyu's face flush, and she couldn't say anything more. Suyu pondered for a moment, feeling somewhat shaken. However, the marks on this woman's body could only be inflicted by someone skilled in martial arts. He understood Lin Chen's character, but the facts before him were hard to ignore. Alright, endure for one night. Tomorrow, I will have a good talk with Lin Chen about this matter. Xiaoyu nodded, her face full of grievances. She said, "Thank you, Lord Su. Xiaoyu has no way to repay you." Suyu sighed and turned to leave the pavilion. He wouldn't doubt Lin Chen, but he couldn't understand what this woman was really playing at. Moreover, when it comes to matters of the bed, perhaps Lin Chen really does like this kind of thing? He sighed slightly. He would mention it to Lin Chen tomorrow. After Suyu left, Xiaoyu wiped the tears from her face, revealing a cold smile. What man, as long as I make a move, isn't it all too easy to capture? At night, a thin mist enveloped the streets of Fengdu, making it particularly tranquil. Taking advantage of the night, Xiaoyu quietly left the house and walked along a secluded alley. She arrived at a hidden inn in Fengdu, pushed the door open, and entered quietly. As soon as she entered the room, Xiaoyu immediately knelt down, lowering her head and saying, "Please punish me, my lord." A tall man stood before her, his build imposing and his expression stern. He let out a cold snort, his sharp gaze fixed on Xiaoyu. "You can't even handle Lin Chen, you're truly useless." Xiaoyu's expression changed, and she hurriedly explained, "My lord, Lin Chen is completely unresponsive to my advances. I've tried various methods to entice him, but none have worked. However, I am already preparing to sabotage the relationship between Suyu and Lin Chen. They will eventually fall out." The man nodded slightly, his tone softening a bit. "Lin Chen is indeed difficult to see through. You must be cautious in your actions." As he spoke, he took out a delicate ceramic jar from his bosom and placed it in front of Xiaoyu. Upon seeing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Xiaoyu's eyes, and she quickly said, "Thank you, my lord." The man nodded, turned, and disappeared into the inn. Xiaoyu eagerly opened the ceramic jar, revealing a palm-sized red flesh that writhed inside, shimmering with an eerie glow. A look of ecstasy spread across Xiaoyu's face as she hurriedly took out the red flesh and placed it on her body. The flesh seemed to come alive against her skin, writhing madly and clinging tightly to her. Unable to control herself, Xiaoyu cried out, her voice laced with pain and exhilaration. She felt a strong wave of heat flowing from the flesh into her body, as if it were about to ignite her entire being. The intense sensation made her vision darken, her eyes rolling back as her body trembled uncontrollably. The flesh gradually burrowed into her skin, merging with her body. Xiaoyu gritted her teeth, enduring the indescribable pleasure as her body convulsed violently on the ground. It felt as if she were soaring high in the clouds, her body barely able to withstand it. Time seemed to stretch, each second feeling like a century. After a long while, the red flesh finally completely entered her body, disappearing from sight. Xiaoyu collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, her forehead slick with sweat. This ethereal feeling brought her to the brink of ecstasy every time. A hint of dazed delight shone in her eyes as she felt the power surging within her, a flicker of madness and excitement crossing her gaze. "I've finally succeeded," Xiaoyu murmured softly, her voice filled with satisfaction and ambition. She slowly stood up, sensing the changes within her body. The power brought by the red flesh flowed through her, as if granting her new life. A sly smile appeared on Xiaoyu's face, her heart brimming with confidence for the plans ahead. She tidied her clothes, wiped away the traces of tears on her face, and restored her appearance of fragility and helplessness. The next morning, Suyu hurried to Lin Chen's residence, his expression serious. He knocked on the door directly, saying bluntly, "Lin Chen, I'm taking Xiaoyu with me today." Lin Chen frowned, clearly displeased. "Suyu, what are you doing? Xiaoyu is someone I saved. What right do you have to take her?" Xiaoyu stood to the side, tears in her eyes, gently advising, "Gentlemen, please don't let your quarrel over me ruin your friendship. I'm not worth such a dispute." Suyu turned to Xiaoyu and said, "Don't worry, I will definitely take you away today." Xiaoyu felt a sense of pride, secretly thinking, it would be best if you two just fought it out. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, a hint of frost in his eyes. "Suyu, you won't take Xiaoyu. She is someone I saved. You have no right." Suyu was also getting angry, and he shouted loudly, "Then let's settle this with our fists." With that, Suyu took a fighting stance, and Lin Chen refused to back down, the two of them engaging in a bare-knuckle fight. Suyu struck first, delivering a straight punch to Lin Chen's face. Lin Chen quickly sidestepped to evade, countering with an elbow strike. Suyu was quick, raising his arm to block, and the two exchanged blows, each strike fierce. Lin Chen delivered a sidekick aimed at Suyu's waist, but Suyu blocked with both arms, feeling a sharp pain. He gritted his teeth and held on, reaching back to grab Lin Chen's ankle, trying to throw him down. Lin Chen reacted quickly, spinning his body and kicking his other foot towards Suyu's shoulder. Suyu was forced to let go and took a few steps back, his eyes fixed on Lin Chen. He was shocked by Lin Chen's strength, but his face showed no sign of retreat. Both of them were experts from the Demon Suppression Division, knowing each other well, and their fight was filled with the smell of gunpowder. Xiaoyu watched from the side, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She secretly laughed in her heart, "Fight, the harder the better. then I will have more opportunities to achieve my plan. Seeing that Suyu showed no intention of backing down, Lin Chen's anger flared up. The two continued to engage in fierce combat, the sounds of fists and kicks echoing in the room. Lin Chen swept Suyu to the corner with a kick, and Suyu seized the opportunity to counterattack, landing a punch to Lin Chen's abdomen. Lin Chen grunted but quickly retaliated, landing a punch on Suyu's chin. Both were drenched in sweat, panting heavily, but neither was willing to give an inch. As the battle intensified, other members of the Demon Suppression Division outside heard the commotion and rushed over to watch. Yang Qing walked in, saw the scene, and his expression changed drastically. He immediately stepped forward to stop them. "What are you two doing? This is the Demon Suppression Division, not a place for fighting." Lin Chen and Suyu stopped, locking eyes, still filled with fighting spirit. Yang Qing scolded angrily, "What are you two arguing about? What does this even mean?" Suyu, panting heavily, said, "Governor Yang, I have reason to believe Lin Chen has ill intentions toward Xiaoyu, and I cannot stand by and do nothing." Lin Chen coldly replied, "Governor Yang, I have never done anything inappropriate toward Xiaoyu. I don't even know what Suyu is talking about." Yang Cheng frowned and looked at Xiaoyu. "Xiaoyu, what exactly is going on?" Xiaoyu lowered her head and sobbed softly, saying weakly, "Xiaoyu just thinks both gentlemen are good people and doesn't want you to argue over her. She really doesn't want to see you fight." She kept repeating these few sentences, saying nothing else, as if she had been stunned by the situation. Xiaoyu was not afraid at all that Suyu would expose this matter. She firmly insisted it was Lin Chen's doing, and who could do anything to her? What a pity! At this moment, why would Suyu still give Lin Chen any face? Wouldn't it be better to tear the matter apart? But seeing the two of them, the timing was almost right. Yang Qing sighed and waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. "All right, I will investigate this matter thoroughly. You two stop arguing and calm down first." Yang Qing led Lin Chen and Suyu to the reception room of the Demon Suppression Division, a spacious room with a long table in the center, surrounded by walls adorned with landscape paintings, giving it a solemn and tranquil atmosphere. After the three took their seats, Yang Qing cleared his throat, breaking the silence, and said, "Isn't this all about a woman? I will take charge and resolve this matter for you." His gaze turned to Xiaoyu, his tone gentle yet carrying an undeniable authority. "Xiaoyu, there are no outsiders here now. Tell me, who do you want to be with?" Xiaoyu lowered her head, nervously twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice trembling like a frightened little bird. "Gentlemen, please do not argue because of me. I really am not worth it. I might as well be dead." After saying this, a hint of determination flashed in her eyes, as if she was truly considering that thought. Seeing this, Suyu's heart tightened. He immediately stood up, speaking firmly, "Xiaoyu, you don't have to be afraid. Come with me. I promise no one can hurt you." Lin Chen's expression darkened. He snorted coldly, stood up, and prepared to leave. Since Suyu likes to seek trouble so much, let him be. His voice carried obvious displeasure and anger as he turned and strode towards the door. Little Yu felt secretly pleased in her heart as she watched Lin Chen's back, sneering inwardly, "What a load of nonsense, Lin Chen." He had pretended to be a virtuous gentleman like Lu Xiaohui, but deep down, he still had her in his heart. Her acting skills were enough to make everyone believe in her innocence and pity, while Lin Chen's indifference only highlighted his ruthlessness. When Suyu saw Lin Chen leave, he turned to Little Yu and said gently, "Don't worry, with me here, you won't be in any trouble." His voice was filled with a protective desire as he reached out to take Little Yu's hand. However, she took a small step back, avoiding Suyu's hand, lowering her head and speaking even more softly, "Lord Su, Little Yu is afraid of causing you trouble. Please let me go." Her voice revealed helplessness and sorrow, evoking pity in others. "Don't be afraid." Suyu looked at her with deep affection. "With me here, no one can hurt you." Seizing the opportunity, Little Yu followed Suyu back to his room. As soon as she entered, her eyes were filled with tears, and her voice choked as she said, "Lord Su, you are my savior. Little Yu has no way to repay you, so I can only serve you for life." Her tears fell like pearls from a broken string, appearing pitiful. Seeing her like this, Suyu couldn't help but feel a twinge of softness in his heart and gently comforted her. "Little Yu, you don't have to be like this. Just rest well, I'll handle the other matters." Little Yu nodded, a hint of a grateful smile on her face, but in her heart, she was calculating. As long as she could drive a wedge between Lin Chen and Suyu, making Suyu completely stand on her side, that Lord should be satisfied with her performance. Thinking of the Crimson God that Lord had promised her, her heart couldn't help but stir with excitement. That feeling was addictive, and she longed to experience that ethereal sensation again. In the days that followed, every time Suyu and Lin Chen met, it was as if they were enemies. The atmosphere tensed to the extreme. Little Yu took the opportunity to stoke the flames between the two, sometimes expressing her fears and anxieties about Lin Chen to Suyu, and at other times pretending to be an innocent victim in front of Lin Chen, deepening the misunderstandings and conflicts between them. While Suyu practiced swordplay in the courtyard, Little Yu quietly approached him, tears in her eyes, her voice trembling as she said, "Lord Su, Little Yu is really scared. Every time I see young Master Lin's gaze, I feel terrified." She trembled in fear, leaning against Suyu and crying. Suyu stopped his sword practice, turned to look at Little Yu, and a flicker of anger crossed his eyes. "Rest assured, with me here, he wouldn't dare to do anything to you." His voice was firm and powerful, indicating his willingness to protect Little Yu. "Thank you, Lord Su, you are truly wonderful." She wiped her tears and smiled. Only then did Little Yu happily walk away, while Suyu remained deep in thought. On the other side, Lin Chen was alone in his study, flipping through documents. Seizing the opportunity, Little Yu entered with a cup of tea, a hint of grievance on her face. "Young Master Lin, Little Yu knows you have a prejudice against me, but I really haven't done anything to wrong you." Her voice was low, her eyes shimmering with tears, as if expressing her helplessness and grievance. Lin Chen glanced at her coldly and said, "Little Yu, your acting skills are getting better and better." His words were filled with sarcasm, clearly seeing through her tricks. Little Yu was startled in her heart, but on the surface, she appeared even more pitiful. "Young Master Lin, why do you misunderstand me like this? I am just a weak woman, hoping to receive a little protection. Lord Su forced me, I had no choice." Lin Chen ignored her further and continued to handle his official duties. Seeing this, Little Yu could only leave in disappointment. She felt anxious inside, that damned Lin Chen. She had to make Suyu completely stand on her side to receive more rewards from that lord. After Little Yu left, Lin Chen was left alone in his room, deep in thought. "Master, I have been monitoring that demon, it suddenly moved south. Should I follow?" The voice of the Crimson Flame Demon Lion suddenly appeared, the two puppets connected through secret techniques, able to communicate at any time. Lin Chen frowned, thinking to himself, "South of the capital, isn't that Fengdu?" He quickly made a decision. "Crimson Flame Demon Lion, continue to track it. Report to me immediately if there are any developments." The Crimson Flame Demon Lion let out a low growl, indicating understanding. At the same time, Xiaoyu behaved very obediently in Suyu's room. She had successfully gained Suyu's trust. As night fell, Xiaoyu quietly slipped out of the room, believing her actions to be unnoticed, unaware that two figures silently followed her from behind. Suyu and Lin Chen walked side by side. Suyu whispered to Lin Chen, "Finally going to take action. I've been going crazy these past few days. This woman really knows how to stir things up." Lin Chen nodded, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "I feel the same. Tonight, let's see what tricks she is up to." The night was as dark as ink, with stars dotting the sky over Fengdu, the streets dimly lit, and voices gradually fading. Xiaoyu's figure moved like a ghost, silently weaving through the night, eventually slipping into an inconspicuous inn. She had no idea that every move she made had already fallen into someone else's sight. Lin Chen stood outside the inn, his gaze piercing through the darkness. He turned to Suyu and said softly, "You wait here, I will go in." His voice was calm but carried an undeniable determination. Suyu nodded. He wasn't too worried about Lin Chen, knowing his strength was formidable and that he should be fine. Since the first day he discovered the scars on Xiaoyu's body, he had harbored doubts. That night, he sought out Lin Chen, and after a discussion, they decided to play along and see what Xiaoyu was really up to. They had endured for several days and finally awaited her moment to act. Lin Chen gently pushed open the inn's door, the hinges creaking slightly, and his figure quickly blended into the shadows inside. The inn was dimly lit, with a few drunken men sprawled over the tables, snoring. Lin Chen's gaze swept through every corner, searching for Xiaoyu's trace. Xiaoyu had already ascended to the second floor, her footsteps light, as if afraid to disturb the night's tranquility. She arrived at a door, gently knocked, and then pushed it open. Lin Chen followed closely behind, pressing against the door outside, holding his breath, listening intently to the sounds within. Low voices of conversation emerged from inside. Xiaoyu's voice trembled slightly. "Sir, I have successfully created a rift between Suyu and Lin Chen as you instructed." A hoarse male voice responded, "Well done, Xiaoyu. Next, I want you to continue your actions and ensure they completely fall out." Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly. He hadn't expected that Xiaoyu had someone backing her. He realized that this matter was far more complicated than he had imagined. Lin Chen held his breath, hiding in the shadows outside the door, clearly hearing the conversation inside. Xiaoyu's voice carried a hint of pride. "Suyu now wishes he could kill Lin Chen." The man's voice was deep, carrying an undeniable command. "Good. This is for you. Make sure Suyu uses the Crimson God." Xiaoyu hesitated in her tone. "It's only been a few days. Is it really okay to give him something this good?" The man impatiently scolded, "Fool. He is from the capital's Demon Suppression Division. If we can use him, the capital will eventually be ours. Xiaoyu dared not say more and could only accept the ceramic jar, nodding in agreement. After the man left, Xiaoyu remained alone in the room, looking at the ceramic jar in her hand, a greedy light flashing in her eyes. Such a good thing, it would be a shame to give it all to Suyu. Using some for myself before giving it to him should be fine, right? She muttered to herself, her voice laced with undeniable excitement, her eyes even reddened. After confirming that only Xiaoyu was in the room, Lin Chen no longer hid and pushed the door open. The sight before him shocked him. Xiaoyu was covered in red marks, and a bloody piece of flesh was burrowing into her stomach. Her face was filled with excitement and flush, completely oblivious to the outside world, not even aware of when Lin Chen had entered. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Chen rushed forward and unleashed a burst of internal energy. He accurately severed the connection between the red flesh and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu suddenly felt a sharp pain, awakening from her trance, and let out a heart-wrenching scream. Ah! The bloody piece of flesh, struck by the internal energy, twisted on the ground as if it had a life of its own, trying to reconnect with Xiaoyu. Lin Chen watched the scene coldly, knowing that this crimson god was definitely not a good thing and had to be destroyed immediately. He stepped down, crushing it into a bloody pulp. Xiaoyu's eyes were filled with anger and hatred. The loss of the crimson god made her feel an unprecedented sense of defeat and rage. Her body trembled slightly from excitement, her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms, yet she felt no pain. Gritting her teeth, she let out a low, threatening growl. You will regret this. Facing Xiaoyu's fury, Lin Chen remained calm, like an unshakable mountain. Driven by anger, Xiaoyu charged at Lin Chen recklessly. Although her movements were swift, they were full of flaws in Lin Chen's eyes. Lin Chen shifted his body, easily dodging Xiaoyu's attack, and kicked out, striking her in the abdomen. Xiaoyu was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall, then sliding helplessly to the ground. Lin Chen followed up with a slap, landing hard on Xiaoyu's cheek, producing a crisp sound. Xiaoyu's head snapped to the side, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, her left cheek swelling rapidly, her eyes filled with disbelief and pain. Suyu pushed the door open upon hearing the commotion and saw the scene inside. Upon seeing Suyu arrive, Xiaoyu immediately changed her attitude, covering her face, tears welling in her eyes, her voice choked. Lord Su, save me. He wants to kill me. Suyu frowned, looking at Lin Chen with a reproachful tone. Lin Chen, if you kill her, it won't be good for you, just use your interrogation methods directly. Lin Chen nodded, saying nothing more. He understood Suyu's meaning. It was then that Xiaoyu realized her predicament. She had been played by the two. A deep sense of despair and anger surged within her, and she cursed. You won't have a good death. Lin Chen, unbeknownst to Wen, had a slender silver needle in his hand, glinting coldly under the dim light. His gaze was as cold as ice, his voice devoid of warmth. This thing won't feel good if it pierces your finger and nail. You'd better be sensible. Xiaoyu looked at the silver needle, her scalp tingling, although she stubbornly said, if you have the guts, kill me. The fear within her surged like a tide. Lin Chen said nothing more. With a flick of his wrist, the silver needle precisely pierced Xiaoyu's finger. Xiaoyu cried out in pain, her voice echoing in the room, cold sweat instantly covering her forehead, her nails digging into the floor as she struggled desperately but could not escape. Under the excruciating pain, Xiaoyu finally could not bear it any longer, crying and sobbing, her voice filled with despair and tremor. I'm willing to talk, I'll tell you. Lin Chen sneered, speaking lightly. You asked for a drink but got a punishment instead. What is this crimson god? Who was that man just now? Xiaoyu, unable to speak coherently, answered intermittently, I'm just the top courtesan in the flower house. Once, when I was entertaining a client, I met this man, and he gave me this thing. A flicker of confusion and fear crossed her eyes. From now on, I can't escape, but I don't know exactly what it is, nor do I know the man's identity. He told me that as long as I obey, I would enjoy endless wealth and glory. Xiaoyu continued, her voice growing softer. After I became addicted, he arranged for me to do all sorts of things, including seducing you this time. Regret and unwillingness showed on her face. In the end, I failed. I really didn't know it would turn out like this. Lin Chen scrutinized Xiaoyu, discerning the truth in her words, and pressed on, what are you planning to do to Suyu? Xiaoyu trembled, her voice tinged with an indescribable mix of fear and excitement. It's just putting this thing on someone. She began to describe that strange sensation, her expression twisted and complex. At first, you might feel a bit nauseous, Xiaoyu said, a hint of daze flashing in her eyes, but then, your whole body feels like it's surrounded by flames, yet you don't feel any pain, only endless heat and lightness, as if your entire body is soaring in the clouds. Her description was filled with temptation and eeriness, sending chills down one's spine, yet it seemed to carry an irresistible allure. Lin Chen and Suyu exchanged glances, a thought flashing through both their minds. This thing was probably just like the evil flesh they had discovered in the temple before. A serious expression appeared in their eyes, knowing that the gravity of this matter far exceeded their expectations. Before they could continue questioning, Xiaoyu's face suddenly contorted in extreme pain. Her features twisted as her body rolled wildly on the ground, as if something was churning inside her. Then, a red spherical object burst from her mouth, accompanied by a nauseating stench, the scene both bizarre and terrifying. Lin Chen, seeing this, was about to take action, but it was already too late. With a loud bang, Xiaoyu suddenly exploded, flesh and blood flying everywhere, the entire room stained a deep red. Although Lin Chen and Suyu reacted quickly, they were still knocked back a few steps by the sudden explosion, their faces showing shock and disbelief. After the explosion, a pungent smell of blood filled the room, and Xiaoyu's remains were scattered across the walls and floor. After Xiaoyu's unexpected death, Lin Chen and Suyu fell into silence. They exchanged glances, both seeing the gravity and confusion in each other's eyes. "It's not safe to stay here. We should leave for now and observe the reaction of the Demon Suppression Division tomorrow." Suyu nodded heavily, his mood clearly weighed down by Xiaoyu's death. The two said nothing more and silently left the room, each returning to their own quarters. The atmosphere in the Demon Suppression Division seemed unchanged the next day. When Yang Qing saw Lin Chen and Suyu in the morning, he didn't mention anything. He took the initiative to ask about Xiaoyu's situation, and Suyu shook his head with a bitter smile, his voice tinged with helplessness and sadness. She doesn't know where she went. She was so kind, maybe she left out of guilt." Yang Qing's expression darkened slightly, suppressing his inner dissatisfaction. He consoled, "Women like that are fickle, it's not worth worrying over her. Don't let one woman ruin our harmony." Lin Chen remained silent, quietly observing Yang Qing with deep-set eyes. Suyu pretended to be heartbroken, looking lost and sad. Yang Qing hurriedly said his goodbyes, his steps noticeably hurried. After Yang Qing left, Lin Chen lowered his voice to speak with Suyu. "Yang Qing definitely has a problem. We can't delay any longer. Tonight, I need to test him." A hint of worry flashed in Suyu's eyes as he said solemnly, "Be careful." Lin Chen nodded, signaling that he understood. As night fell, the lights of the Demon Suppression Division gradually dimmed, and the entire division was enveloped in silence. With the deepening darkness, Lin Chen's figure slipped into the shadows like a ghost, silently merging with the night. In the dead of night, a cold laugh echoed from the sky prison of the Demon Suppression Division, where Yang Qing had come alone. A hint of madness flickered in his eyes as he casually grabbed a prisoner. Countless tentacles emerged from his hand, and disregarding the terrified screams of the victim, he cruelly absorbed all of their power. As the inner strength surged into him, he felt an unprecedented sense of comfort and let out a long sigh of relief. "I never expected the governor of the esteemed Demon Suppression Division would stoop to such acts." A voice slowly broke the silence in the sky prison. Yang Qing was startled, and he warily looked around, only to see Lin Chen's figure slowly emerging from the shadows. A sinister smile crept onto his face. "So it's you." Lin Chen remained calm in the face of Yang Qing's shock, as if he had anticipated everything. "You collude with demons. Today, I will act on behalf of justice." A flicker of panic crossed Yang Qing's face, but it was quickly replaced by anger as he shouted, "I just want to become stronger. What's wrong with that?" Lin Chen remained unmoved, his voice as cold as steel. "To sacrifice the innocent for your own selfish desires, that is your fault." Yang Qing laughed in rage, a hint of madness in his voice. "In this world, the strong are revered, and the weak are prey. I seek strength merely to survive better. What's wrong with that? Does seeking strength justify taking lives? Survival of the fittest is just an excuse for a worthless person like you." A fierce glint flashed in Yang Qing's eyes, and his inner strength erupted like an awakened beast, radiating dazzling light. His body was instantly surrounded by a faint halo, a clear sign of the third-tier realm. He roared and transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging at Lin Chen. His palms left trails of afterimages in the air, each strike containing enough power to split mountains. "Mountain splitter palm," he shouted, accompanied by a whistling sound that aimed directly at Lin Chen's vital points. Lin Chen moved like a ghost, gracefully weaving through Yang Qing's attacks, each dodge perfectly timed, as if he had already foreseen Yang Qing's moves. Yang Qing's anger surged. He accelerated his attacks, unleashing a relentless barrage of palm strikes. Yet Lin Chen stood firm like an unyielding boulder, unaffected by the storm of blows. His counterattacks were concise and effective, each strike accurately hitting the gaps in Yang Qing's offense, neutralizing his attacks one by one. In just a few breaths, Lin Chen and Yang Qing had exchanged dozens of blows. Yang Qing felt unprecedented pressure. Every attack of his seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no mark on Lin Chen. Lin Chen's inner strength was unfathomable, and each counterattack made Yang Qing's blood surge, his organs trembling. He was now too lazy to use a weapon. The force of his hand was enough to pierce through Yang Qing entirely. Lin Chen's palm struck like Mount Tai, directly hitting Yang Qing's chest. "You can die now," Lin Chen said coldly. Yang Qing felt a tremendous force surge into his body, and his inner strength shattered like fragile glass before this power. His body was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall of the sky prison, which even showed fine cracks. Yang Qing slid to the ground, feeling his inner strength rapidly draining away. Lin Chen's strike had nearly destroyed all his vitality. He raised his head to look at Lin Chen, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. How can you be so strong? This has nothing to do with you. Lin Chen slowly walked up to him and forcefully stepped on his ribcage. Crack! A sound echoed. The rib instantly broke. Yang Qing's face contorted, filled with rage and unwillingness. You beast, if you have the guts, just kill me. You're only relying on your stronger power. The more energy I absorb, the sooner you'll become my defeated foe. I can still devour you completely. Lin Chen shook his head, a hint of disappointment flashing in his eyes. At this point, you're still stubborn. If you honestly confess, I can spare your life for now. A sinister smile appeared on Yang Qing's face, his voice resolute. Dream on. I won't say a word even if I die. Before he finished speaking, his gaze hardened, and with an unstoppable momentum, he charged towards the mechanism of the Demon Suppression Division. Boom! With a violent crash, Yang Qing's body slumped down, his head a bloody mess, dying on the spot. This is bad, Lin Chen thought to himself, his expression instantly turning grave. This mechanism controlled the passage to the various cells in the heavenly prison. Once destroyed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Lin Chen rushed forward, preparing to shut down the mechanism, but it was already too late. The mechanism had broken under Yang Qing's impact, emitting a piercing metallic distortion sound. Immediately, the entire heavenly prison began to tremble, as if something terrifying was about to happen. Amidst the tremors, the doors of the various cells in the heavenly prison began to roar, long-sealed doors being shaken open. Countless imprisoned criminals sensed the breath of freedom, letting out thunderous roars, their eyes flashing with fury and greed. Lin Chen stood alone at the exit of the heavenly prison, holding the soul-cleaving blade, his gaze sharp as he coldly surveyed the incoming prisoners. His figure stood tall like a pine, an insurmountable barrier. Seeing this, the prisoners screamed and charged at Lin Chen, trying to break through his defense. Lin Chen's expression was grim. With a flash of his blade, a prisoner's head flew off, blood spraying onto the ground, staining it red. Who dares to take a step forward? Die! Lin Chen shouted fiercely, his voice like thunder, intimidating all the prisoners. Although the prisoners were fierce, facing Lin Chen's merciless slaughter, fear began to creep into their hearts. Their assault was instantly halted, their steps hesitating. Lin Chen gave them no chance to breathe. His long blade swept through the prisoners like the Grim Reaper's scythe. One strike, one life ended. You can't escape. Obediently return to your cells, and perhaps you can save your life. Lin Chen said coldly, his gaze as frigid as ice, causing the prisoners to tremble in fear. A few bold prisoners, sensing the situation was dire, attempted to sneak around Lin Chen to escape. He had already seen through their intentions. With a sweep of his blade, a rain of blood fell, and the prisoners' bodies collapsed to the ground. Soon, the fearless prisoners had all fallen. Blood flowed like a river, the air thick with the stench of blood. Lin Chen was now covered in blood. This feeling of slaughtering like cutting vegetables was truly boring. He looked like a war god descended. The prisoners finally broke down completely, surrounded by corpses. This man was even more terrifying than them. They looked at Lin Chen's figure, resembling a death god, filled with fear and despair. Their steps began to retreat, panic written all over their faces. The once fervent desire to escape was completely extinguished by Lin Chen's ruthless killing. Get back! We're no match for him! A prisoner shouted in terror, turning to flee back to the cell. Seeing this, the other prisoners also dropped their weapons and fled back to their cells in disarray. They dared not entertain any thoughts of resistance, only thinking of how to preserve their lives. Lin Chen stood in place, watching those prisoners escape back to their cells. He took a deep breath, his gaze cold, scanning the surroundings. At this moment, the guards of the Demon Suppression Division arrived. Seeing Lin Chen alone guarding the heavenly prison, surrounded by corpses and blood, each one of them was stunned. Lord Lin Chen, are you all right? A guard stepped forward, asking with concern. Lin Chen nodded and said calmly, I'm fine. As long as this riot is handled cleanly, the mechanism has already been damaged, so remember to fix it. When Suyu arrived at the dungeon, he saw the ground covered in corpses and blood, and he approached with a tense expression to inquire. Lin Chen, what on earth is going on? How could there be a sudden riot? Lin Chen waved his hand indifferently, signaling him to calm down. It's a small problem, no need to worry. He thought to himself that if he weren't concerned about the power being too great and destroying the entire dungeon, he would have already slaughtered all these prisoners. Lin Chen lowered his voice and said with a serious expression, this riot was caused by Yang Qing. Suyu was taken aback and quickly asked, what happened to Yang Qing? Lin Chen replied calmly, I killed Yang Qing. He briefly recounted the scene he saw when he arrived at the dungeon. He hadn't expected that Yang Qing would be so resolute in the end. After hearing Lin Chen's description, Suyu was instantly furious. How dare Yang Qing do such a thing? He deserved to die. Lin Chen nodded and continued, while the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division are still unaware that Yang Qing is dead, we must act quickly to capture them all for questioning. Suyu's eyes flashed, and he immediately understood Lin Chen's meaning. You mean, keep Yang Qing's death a secret for now? Lin Chen nodded slightly and walked out. Only in this way can we ensure that there are no fish that slip through the net. Suyu took a deep breath and nodded. Alright, I'll arrange it right away. The two quickly split up to take action. Suyu returned to the dungeon, directing the guards to strengthen their defenses while secretly gathering the core members of the Demon Suppression Division to prepare for questioning. Lin Chen silently infiltrated various corners of the Demon Suppression Division, capturing suspicious individuals one by one. They acted swiftly and orderly, controlling everyone suspected of colluding with Yang Qing. The entire process went very smoothly, with the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division being captured one by one without any resistance, causing no commotion. Lin Chen and Suyu gathered all the captured individuals in a secret interrogation room and began questioning them one by one. Lin Chen sat in the interrogation room, his gaze sharp as he coldly scanned the captured individuals. His aura was powerful, and each person being questioned felt an invisible pressure, filled with fear. Speak, what is your relationship with Yang Qing? How much do you know about the secrets he holds? Lin Chen asked coldly. One of the captured members of the Demon Suppression Division turned pale, his voice trembling. I don't know. I was just following orders. Lin Chen sneered, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Do you think I would believe that? If you don't tell the truth, you know what the consequences will be. Seeing Lin Chen's imposing demeanor, the man finally broke down and cried, Alright, I'll say. It was Yang Qing who instructed us. He colluded with the previous group from the temple, planning to establish several temples. He threatened us not to speak of it and used us for experiments. Lin Chen's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze as sharp as a knife. He scanned the eyes of the prisoners being interrogated. Their eyes darted around, clearly having been subdued by him, not daring to conceal anything further. Lin Chen's voice was deep and powerful, penetrating every corner of the interrogation room. Do you know anything else? The prisoners shook their heads one by one, their faces filled with panic and helplessness. Their voices trembled as they hurriedly replied, Sir, we only know this, we really don't know anything else. Lin Chen scrutinized them, and after a moment, he turned to Suyu and said, Detain all those who have come into contact with the red meat in the temple. They must not be given any chance to escape. Suyu nodded, his face equally serious. Rest assured, I will personally supervise, and there will be no oversights. Lin Chen nodded and said in a deep voice, I need to return to Kyoto for a while. You take care of things here for now. There was a hint of urgency in his voice. With such a big incident occurring, it was impossible to keep it from Kyoto. It was better for him to report in person and ask how to handle the matter. So you looked at Lin Chen, a trace of worry flashing in his eyes. As for Kyoto, I don't know if Governor Huang and the others have any solutions. If this drags on, don't worry. Lin Chen patted his shoulder. I'll find a way. With that, Lin Chen's figure disappeared outside the door, leaving Suyu and a group of personnel from the Demon Suppression Division. Suyu turned around, facing these people, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. He called for the guards to come in, take them all away and lock them in the heavy prison, increase the guards. The guards quickly sprang into action, escorting the personnel one by one. The members of the Demon Suppression Division breathed a sigh of relief. As long as they weren't killed, it was fine. Suyu stood in the empty interrogation room, his brow furrowed. He could only hope that Lin Chen's trip to Kyoto would bring some good news. He took a deep breath, his gaze resolute. Now, Fengdu was left to him. He had to keep a close watch on the prisoners and wait for Lin Chen's return. Lin Chen hurriedly returned to Kyoto. He didn't linger and went straight to the governor's office to request a meeting with Huang Yun. In Huang Yun's study, Lin Chen reported everything that had happened in Fengdu, including his decision to kill Yang Qing and the intelligence regarding the Fengdu temple and the strange flesh. After hearing Lin Chen's report, Huang Yun's expression grew serious, his voice tinged with anger. Yang Qing truly deserves to die. He actually aided the enemy, betraying the Demon Suppression Division and the people. I will investigate this matter immediately. Yang Qing had been saying he had important matters to report, but I didn't expect he would conceal such crucial information. After calming himself, Huang Yun pondered for a moment and then looked up at Lin Chen. What is the situation in Fengdu now? Can Suyu ensure safety while holding the fort alone? Lin Chen nodded and reported directly. Fengdu currently has no issues. I have made thorough arrangements, and Suyu can handle any emergencies. In fact, he had already sent the Crimson Flame Demon Lion to report that the demons heading south had not yet reached Fengdu, which was why he felt at ease coming to Kyoto. Huang Yun contemplated for a moment and then slowly said, "You should find the Southern God General. He has been in the South for many years and knows a lot about these evil demons. He might be able to provide some clues regarding this incident." Lin Chen accepted the order, his eyes revealing a hint of urgency. "I understand, Governor Huang. I will go meet the Southern God General right away." Governor Huang nodded, a trace of approval flashing in his eyes. "Good, Lin Chen, I entrust this matter to you. Be sure to be careful. These evil demons are not easy to deal with." Lin Chen bowed and turned to stride out of the study, his figure quickly disappearing outside the governor's office. Governor Huang watched Lin Chen's departing back, a hint of worry in his eyes. He knew that this matter was far more complicated than it appeared. Here in Kyoto, he couldn't leave and was unsure if Lin Chen could resolve the issue smoothly. After leaving the governor's office, Lin Chen did not go directly to find the Southern God General. He first returned to the Demon Suppression Division to gather some of his usual medicinal pills. Just as Lin Chen stepped out of the Demon Suppression Division's main door, Xinyao approached him. Her eyes held a mix of concern and curiosity, and her tone carried a hint of complaint. "Lin Chen, what have you been busy with these past few days? I haven't seen you around." Lin Chen looked at Xinyao, smiled slightly, and spoke casually. "I went to Fengdu for some urgent matters, so I didn't have time to talk to you. I'm leaving now. If there's anything, we can talk when I get back." As soon as Xinyao heard the words Fengdu, her eyes immediately lit up. She excitedly said, "Fengdu? I haven't been there yet. Can you take me with you this time?" Lin Chen initially wanted to refuse, but seeing Xinyao's expectant gaze softened his heart, and he could only say, "Not this time. I can only take you next time." This time, there were many troublesome matters to handle, and the situation in Fengdu was quite dangerous. He had no intention of letting this delicate princess face these issues with him. Besides, he didn't think Xinyao could be of any help. Xinyao seemed to sense Lin Chen's hesitation and disdain. She pouted and said unhappily, "Lin Chen, I don't care. I have to go. I can help too." "No," Lin Chen said as he walked out. This was a serious matter, and he didn't want to take Xinyao into danger. Xinyao stomped her foot in anger, and he said furiously, "If you don't take me, I'll secretly follow you. You can't stop me anyway." Lin Chen was truly helpless. "You're a princess. How can you act like such a brat? It's not a fun thing. It's very dangerous." Seeing his attitude waver, Xinyao immediately promised, "I'll go with you. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. I'll do whatever you say. Please, take me with you." "Fine, but you have to follow my arrangements and can't act on your own." Lin Chen could only nod helplessly and reminded her. Seeing Lin Chen agree, Xinyao immediately jumped up happily. "Great, I knew Lin Chen was the best. Don't worry, I'll definitely be obedient." Lin Chen looked at Xinyao's joyful expression. Although he felt some worry, he was also infected by her optimism. The two quickly set off on their journey to Fengdu. On horseback, Lin Chen took out a communication talisman. He briefly conveyed Huang Yun's message to Suyu and informed him that if they encountered similar evil entities again, using fire might be a good option. Suyu replied seriously, "You can rest assured, I'll guard Fengdu, and nothing will go wrong." Lin Chen's trust in Suyu meant he didn't need to say much, and Xinyao was already impatient. She urged Lin Chen, "Hurry up. I've been wanting to see the scenery of Fengdu for a long time." The two rode swiftly, the sound of hooves striking the official road, kicking up clouds of dust. After continuous travel, they finally arrived at the place where the Southern General was stationed, a military fortress called Yuyun Fortress. Yuyun Fortress was located 100 miles ahead of Fengdu in a strategically important area, surrounded by mountains, with steep terrain, serving as an important stronghold for the Southern General to guard the border. Curiosity and excitement sparkled in Xinyao's eyes as she looked around, feeling fascinated by everything about Yuyun Fortress. Lin Chen couldn't help but chuckle at Xinyao's expression and gently reminded her, "This place is not like the Demon Suppression Division. Be cautious in everything." Their arrival quickly attracted the attention of the guards at Yuyun Fortress. A guard stepped forward to inquire, "Who goes there?" Yuyun Fortress is a military stronghold. No one may enter without permission. Lin Chen dismounted, took out the token representing his identity from his pocket, and calmly replied, "Lin Chen from the Demon Suppression Division, here on orders to see the Southern General." Upon seeing the token, the guard's expression changed, and he immediately saluted, "Please wait a moment, Lord Lin, I will report this right away." Soon, the guard returned and respectfully guided Lin Chen and Xinyao into the fortress. The layout inside Yuyun Fortress was strict and orderly, with well-trained soldiers, showcasing the Southern General's rigorous military discipline. Lin Chen and Xinyao were brought to the conference hall of the Southern General, where General Leijin was already waiting. Leijin was tall and sturdy, with a resolute face and an imposing presence that conveyed authority without anger. Upon seeing Lin Chen, he nodded slightly. "Lin Chen, What brings you here? Lei Zhen's voice was like a bell, echoing in the conference hall. Lin Chen reported in detail about the situation in Fengdu and Huang Yun's instructions to the Southern General. The situation is as such. Currently, the situation in Fengdu is not optimistic. I wonder if the Southern God General is aware of the evil entities appearing in Fengdu? Lei Zhen sat at the head of the conference hall, his gaze exuding an imposing presence without anger. Lin Chen stood before him, maintaining his composure under such overwhelming pressure, showing no signs of fear. After listening to the report, Lei Zhen shook his head slightly, his voice deep and powerful. Fengdu is under the jurisdiction of your Demon Suppression Division. Now that a problem has arisen, it is only natural that your people should resolve it. Coming to me for help is rather excessive. Xinyao did not expect the Southern God General to have such an attitude. She had thought that as a renowned general, he would extend a helping hand without hesitation. She stepped forward, her gaze firm, her voice tinged with dissatisfaction. Southern God General, what do you mean by this? The demons are causing chaos, endangering the lives of the common people. Shouldn't this be an enemy we all face together? Lei Zhen glanced at Xinyao, his expression unchanged, his tone still flat. Little girl, while your words are reasonable, not every matter in this world requires me, Lei Zhen, to intervene. The Demon Suppression Division has its responsibilities, and my Yuyun Fortress has its own rules. Xinyao's face flushed with anger at Lei Zhen's words, and she retorted defiantly. But you are the Southern God General, a hero in the hearts of the people. Can you really bear to watch innocent civilians suffer while you stand by and do nothing? Lei Zhen raised an eyebrow slightly, seemingly surprised by Xinyao's frankness. He replied in a deep voice, Little girl, you speak too harshly. I, Lei Zhen, do not consider myself a heartless person, but I cannot be easily swayed. If the Demon Suppression Division truly has difficulties, it should be your governor who discusses this with me, not you two juniors. Seeing Xinyao's agitation, Lin Chen gently patted her shoulder, signaling her to calm down. He turned to Lei Zhen, his tone sincere. Southern God General, I understand your concerns. This matter is urgent, and we are here out of consideration for the safety of the people. If Yuyun Fortress can lend a helping hand, the Demon Suppression Division will be immensely grateful. Lei Zhen fell silent for a moment, his gaze shifting between Lin Chen and Xinyao, as if weighing something. Finally, he spoke slowly, in light of your concern for the people, I can give you an opportunity. But whether you receive assistance from Yuyun Fortress will depend on your performance. Upon hearing there was still a chance, Xinyao's eyes sparkled with hope, and she hurriedly asked, Southern God General, what is this opportunity you speak of? Lei Zhen stood up and walked to the window, gazing far at the distant mountains, his voice carrying a hint of depth. Yuyun Fortress also needs to handle some border affairs recently. If you can lend me a hand in resolving this issue, then I will consider the matter of Fengdu. Lin Chen and Xinyao exchanged glances, both seeing determination in each other's eyes. Lin Chen nodded in response, Southern God General, we are willing to accept this task. Lei Zhen turned around, his gaze sharp as he looked directly at Lin Chen. Good, then prepare yourselves. Tomorrow morning, I will send someone to take you to the border. I hope you do not disappoint Yuyun Fortress. Xinyao clenched her fists, although she felt somewhat dissatisfied with Lei Zhen's attitude. She knew he had given them a chance. She took a deep breath to calm her emotions. We will prove ourselves to you, Southern God General. After arranging for Lin Chen and Xinyao to stay at Yuyun Fortress, a young soldier nearby asked in confusion, General, why keep them here? Why not just tell them the specific information about the evil entities in Fengdu and let them go on their own? Lei Zhen smiled slightly, a glint of insight in his eyes. That kid gives me an unusual feeling. I want to test him a bit. He paused for a moment and continued, I do know the origins of the Fengdu evil beings, but I, Lei Zhen, have never engaged in a losing deal. If they truly have the ability to help me resolve the border issues, I will naturally tell them what they want to know. The next day, Lei Zhen took Lin Chen and Xinyao to the border. Along the way, the wind and sand filled the sky, and the scene at the border was starkly different from the interior, filled with a sense of desolation and danger. Lei Zhen spoke as he walked. Here, there are not only people from other tribes but also demons from other realms running rampant. If you two are scared, you might as well leave early. Upon hearing this, Xinyao immediately retorted, General Nan, what do you mean by that? Since we are here, we have no intention of going back empty-handed. What's so scary about demons? We've seen our share. Lei Zhen snorted coldly. He did not know Xinyao identity and thought of her as a naive young girl who had never seen the world. Little girl, the demons at the border are not the small fry that your Demon Suppression Division usually deals with. The demons here are exceptionally fierce, and a moment's carelessness could cost you your life. At this moment, Lin Chen was deep in thought. He felt that Lei Zhen had brought them to the border mostly to test their strength. He mused to himself, although the border is dangerous, there shouldn't be any major demons. Lei Zhen must be testing us. Seeing Lin Chen silent, Xinyao asked, Lin Chen, what are you thinking? Are you scared by his words too? Lin Chen came back to his senses and smiled slightly. I was just thinking that General Lei brought us to the border this time probably to see our strength. But it's fine, when have we, the Demon Suppression Division, ever been afraid of demons? Seeing Lin Chen so calm, Lei Jin couldn't help but raise his opinion of him a bit more. He nodded and said, "Good, you have guts. Then you two should perform well and let me see just how capable the people of your Demon Suppression Division really are." Xinyao was also unwilling to be outdone. She straightened her chest and confidently said, "General Nan, just wait and see. We will definitely not disappoint you." Upon reaching the border, the scene before Lin Chen and Xinyao changed their expressions. It was as if they had entered a hell on earth, with scorched earth spreading, and between the broken walls and ruins, the traces of battle were faintly visible, the air thick with a pungent smell of blood and smoke. Lei Jin's subordinates were already accustomed to this, but Xinyao couldn't help but tremble. After all, it was her first time facing such a brutal battlefield. Although Lin Chen was surprised, his expression remained very calm, as if all of this had been within his expectations. This was a chaotic world, filled with blood and death, and Lin Chen was already prepared to face it all. Lei Jin stepped forward and shouted loudly, "Relief!" The soldiers who had been on guard all night began to change shifts, their weary bodies replaced by new soldiers. As Xinyao looked at the resolute faces of these soldiers, she realized how difficult it was to guard the border. She sincerely said to Lei Jin, "I'm sorry, General Nan, I misunderstood you yesterday." Lei Jin didn't care about this. He simply waved his hand, his voice slightly hoarse. "Now what you need to do is guard this place for 10 days. If you can hold out, I will be willing to provide you with some clues." Xinyao immediately nodded, eager to rush into battle and start killing enemies. "We will definitely hold on." Lin Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. He could hardly contain himself. To him, they were all moving bags of lifespan blood. Once this slaughter was over, his strength would surely advance further. He leaped down from the city tower, standing below the city wall, ready to face the incoming enemies. Xinyao was startled and shouted, "Lin Chen, what are you doing?" Lei Jin also didn't expect Lin Chen to be so impulsive. He shook his head, thinking to himself, "I thought he was a capable young man, but he's just a fool." Lin Chen's actions were not impulsive. He had his own plans and intentions in mind. Only by truly facing these demons could he understand them and find a way to deal with them. He stood beneath the city wall, took a deep breath, and began to circulate his internal energy, preparing for the impending battle. The soldiers on the wall watched Lin Chen's movements and couldn't help but feel anxious for him. They knew how brutal the enemies they were about to face were, yet Lin Chen chose to position himself at the front line, undoubtedly placing himself in the most dangerous situation. On the wall, the soldiers shook their heads as they watched Lin Chen jump down, murmuring to each other, "Is this kid crazy? Jumping down like that? Does he really think he's some kind of divine warrior?" One soldier scratched his head, looking utterly confused. "Exactly, he doesn't even consider what's below. Isn't that just asking for death?" Another soldier chimed in, his tone laced with disdain. "I think he just wants to show off, and in the end, he's going to get himself into trouble." Another soldier sneered, seemingly already predicting that Lin Chen would soon be fleeing in panic. Lin Chen was no fool. His current realm was that of a martial god. The space on the wall was limited, and if he unleashed his full power, it would inevitably harm the innocent. Below, he could unleash his strength without any reservations. He stretched his muscles, feeling the surging power within him. It had been a long time since he had fought seriously. Just then, after a brief respite, the demon army surged back once more. They poured toward the city wall like a tide, their eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty light, emitting earth-shattering roars, creating an extremely terrifying scene. The soldiers, seeing this, all stood ready, preparing to face the upcoming battle. Lin Chen brandished the Minghan Liantian blade, his figure flickering as he charged directly into the demon army. His swordsmanship was terrifying. Each strike carried the weight of 1,000 pounds, cleaving the demons in half. He moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, weaving through the demon horde, leaving behind rivers of blood and severed limbs. Every swing of his blade accurately struck the demon's vital points, with not a single unnecessary movement. Poochie poochie. On the battlefield, apart from the demon's roars, the sounds of severed limbs and broken arms filled the air. Blood splattered, dyeing even the dust and sand a crimson hue. Xinyao, who had been worried, was instantly shocked upon witnessing Lin Chen's performance. This was her first time facing Lin Chen's strength directly. She finally understood that when Lin Chen had sparred with her last time, he had merely been holding back and playing around. Lei Jin had initially thought Lin Chen was quite foolish, but when he saw Lin Chen's performance below, he furrowed his brows. This kid's strength was definitely not simple. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he silently assessed Lin Chen's power. Each of Lin Chen's strikes carried the force of thunder. As the blade light flickered, demons fell one after another. His figure moved like a bolt of black lightning across the battlefield, leaving behind a trail of death and destruction. The soldiers on the wall, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes in disbelief. The fool they had just mocked now displayed such astonishing strength, leaving them in unprecedented shock. Standing on the wall, the soldiers watched Lin Chen's heroic figure on the battlefield below, their hearts deeply moved. An uncontrollable desire for battle ignited within them. Each one yearned to join the fight and kill the enemies with abandon. Their eyes were filled with longing and eagerness as they looked toward Lei Zhen, hoping for his permission. Lei Zhen gazed at the determined eyes of his soldiers and finally sighed. Morale could be encouraged, but not let down. Go! Lei Zhen's voice echoed like thunder across the city wall. I come to lend you a hand. The soldiers cheered, and one by one, they charged down the city wall like fierce tigers descending the mountain, joining the battlefield where Lin Chen was. The battlefield instantly became more grand and chaotic. The soldiers wielded their weapons, engaging in fierce clashes with the demons. The glint of blades and the splatter of blood filled the air, each soldier transformed into a warrior on the battlefield, their every strike infused with power and determination. Although the demons were ferocious, most were only at the 4th or 5th rank. In front of these well-trained soldiers, their advantage was not apparent. The soldiers, relying on their superb martial skills and the tacit cooperation among them, brought down the demons one by one. Lin Chen stood in the midst of the battlefield, feeling the arrival of the soldiers. He did not turn back but focused even more intently on wielding the soul-cleaving blade. His swordsmanship was like a raging storm, each swing taking the life of a demon. His figure darted across the battlefield, leaving no blade of grass alive in his wake. Xianyao witnessed all of this from the city wall, a complex look flashing in her eyes. She tightened her grip on her weapon, secretly resolving to become stronger so she could fight alongside Lin Chen. Otherwise, he would only see her as a burden. Lei Zhen stood atop the city wall, watching the battlefield below, a glimmer of appreciation in his eyes. Lin Chen not only inspired the soldiers' fighting spirit with his own strength but also proved his capabilities through action. The entire battlefield was enveloped in the clamor of battle. The sounds of metal clashing, the roars of demons, and the shouts of soldiers intertwined, creating a chaotic yet heroic scene of combat. The soldiers on the battlefield were immersed in their fierce fight against the demons, their morale soaring, each strike filled with power. Just then, a sudden change occurred. A demon beast appeared on the battlefield, its appearance terrifying and grotesque. Its massive body resembled a mountain, with skin covered in hard, dark red scales. Bloodthirsty red light flickered in its eyes, its fangs sharp as knives, and its limbs were thick, claws deeply embedded in the ground, leaving deep marks. The demon beast, seeing the corpses on the ground, let out an excited roar and directly picked up a corpse, chewing on it voraciously. With each corpse it devoured, its aura began to rise wildly. With every bite, its body seemed to swell a little more. Lei Zhen keenly noticed the presence of this demon beast, his expression changing as he shouted, "Beware of the corpse-eating beast." His warning echoed across the battlefield, but it was already too late. The strength of the corpse-eating beast was continuously climbing, and by the time it stood before everyone, it was as tall as a small mountain, casting a huge shadow with its massive body. The soldiers felt the oppressive aura emanating from the corpse-eating beast, a wave of unprecedented fear surging in their hearts. Their morale took a severe hit, and some soldiers even began to feel the urge to retreat. The corpse-eating beast continued to feast on the corpses below, crunching on bones, the sound making one's scalp tingle. It stood before everyone, its enormous body casting a vast shadow, the pressure it exuded making it hard for the soldiers to breathe. This demon beast was already at the 2nd rank and would soon break through to the 1st rank. Lin Chen glanced at the corpse-eating beast, frowning slightly. He knew he could not allow it to continue growing. Taking a deep breath, he charged directly at the corpse-eating beast. What was merely a 2nd-ranked demon beast to dare act recklessly before him? A sense of boldness surged within him as he raised his blade and struck. This kid is really reckless. The soldiers watched Lin Chen's actions, feeling both astonished and worried. They never expected him to have such courage, daring to take the initiative to attack such a powerful demon beast. Xianyao felt a tightness in her heart as she saw Lin Chen charge towards the corpse-eating beast. She knew that although Lin Chen was powerful, facing a beast that had already reached the 2nd-tier realm was still fraught with danger. Lei Zhen clenched his fists, eager to see just how far Lin Chen could go. This young man's strength was far beyond what it seemed. Come on, show him what you've got. Lin Chen shouted, "Thunder Slash." He directly burned 300 years of his lifespan, channeling it into his strike. In an instant, the sky changed dramatically, dark clouds gathered, and thunder roared, as if the heavens were responding to his call. The power of this slash was terrifying, as if it could split heaven and earth, severing time and space. Then, Lin Chen swung his blade. The blade was wrapped in massive arcs of electricity, like electric dragons spiraling out, carrying the power to annihilate everything. This slash struck the corpse-eating beast directly. The beast let out a painful howl, the sound deafening and terrifying. Its body trembled violently under the onslaught of the electric light, as if enduring unspeakable agony. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of everyone, the corpse-eating beast's body split apart into two halves. The surrounding soldiers were all stunned. They knew how hard the scales on the beast were, yet it was cut open as easily as tofu. Lei Jin was also shocked, his eyes filled with intense light as he looked at Lin Chen. Shen Yao's eyes widened even more. She gazed at Lin Chen's back, a wave of unprecedented shock surging in her heart. On the battlefield, the might of Lin Chen's slash had actually caused the earth to crack open a deep chasm. Countless demons, upon contact with the blade's light, didn't even have time to wail before turning to ashes. The power of this slash not only killed the formidable corpse-eating beast but also brought the morning's battle to a close. The surrounding demons felt an unprecedented fear and began to retreat, fleeing from this hellish battlefield. Lin Chen let out a sigh of relief, his aura slowly retracting, yet the bloodstains on his clothes remained clearly visible, bearing witness to his recent ferocity. He walked back slowly, each step exuding immense presence, as if he were a death god rising from hell. The soldiers watched him approach, instinctively parting to make way, their eyes filled with awe and fear. The aura of this man was truly comparable to that of the southern god general. Shen Yao watched Lin Chen come over, chattering excitedly to praise him. "Lin Chen, you are amazing. I didn't even get a chance to act before you took down that big guy. That slash of yours was like a god descending to earth." Her words were filled with excitement and admiration, clearly shocked by Lin Chen's strength. Lei Jin suppressed his own excitement and said to Lin Chen in a calm tone, "Good performance, keep it up." With that, he turned and left. Even he had to admit that Lin Chen's strength was indeed astonishing. Lei Jin's mind began to reconsider how to utilize Lin Chen's power to strengthen the defenses of Yuyun Fortress. Lin Chen listened to Shen Yao's praise, merely smiling slightly without saying much. At night, the conference hall of Yuyun Fortress was brightly lit. The southern god general Lei Jin sat alone in the main seat, waiting for Lin Chen's arrival. When Lin Chen stepped into the hall, Lei Jin got straight to the point and asked, "Lin Chen, your performance today was quite good. I'm curious, what is your current realm?" Lin Chen stood in the hall, his expression calm, and replied, "Southern God General, my current realm is third tier." A hint of doubt flashed in Lei Jin's eyes, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. "Kid, stop pretending. The strength you displayed today is definitely not as simple as third tier." Lin Chen knew that if he didn't provide Lei Jin with a satisfactory answer, it would be difficult to convince this seasoned general. He responded calmly, knowing he could only keep up the pretense for now. "South God General, I am indeed only at the third rank, but in battle, I sometimes use certain techniques, so I appear stronger." Lei Jin clearly did not buy it, snorting coldly. Then, with a movement, a powerful aura pressed down on Lin Chen. His strike was swift and fierce, clearly intending to test Lin Chen's true strength. Lin Chen felt the pressure of Lei Jin's attack and knew that this South God General was not to be underestimated. He did not want to be hit for no reason, so he swiftly dodged Lei Jin's attack. At the same time, his internal energy rapidly circulated, preparing for a counterattack. "South God General, since you do not believe me, let me experience your skills." A hint of battle intent was revealed in Lin Chen's voice as his figure moved quickly in the conference hall, engaging in an intense clash with Lei Jin. Their fists and feet collided in the air, producing a dull sound. Each of Lin Chen's strikes was perfectly timed, and with his exceptional combat skills and internal energy manipulation, he fought evenly with Lei Jin. The more they fought, the more shocked Lei Jin became. He realized that Lin Chen's mastery of internal energy and combat awareness was far beyond that of ordinary people. He began to reassess Lin Chen's strength and thought that if such a talent could be utilized by the Yuyun Fortress, it would greatly enhance the fortress's power. After a fierce exchange, Lei Jin finally withdrew, taking 2 steps back and looking deeply at Lin Chen. This brat had just used all his strength and still couldn't shake Lin Chen at all. "Good kid. Your strength is indeed extraordinary. Today, I, Lei Jin, have witnessed it. If you are willing, the doors of Yuyun Fortress are always open for you." Lin Chen stopped and smiled slightly. "South God General, you flatter me. I am just doing my best. If Yuyun Fortress has any need for me, I will certainly give my all." After Lin Chen left, Lei Jin's expression changed dramatically, and his heart surged with waves. He never expected that such a formidable figure would emerge from the capital's Demon Suppression Division. If he was not mistaken, Lin Chen's realm had already reached the level of a martial god. "What a good kid," Lei Jin murmured to himself, at such a young age to have this kind of strength, not arrogant or impetuous, the great Shang dynasty has hope. Then, a glint of brilliance flashed in Lei Jin's eyes. This kid actually dared to deceive him. He shouldn't blame himself for treating him as a fine weapon. The next day, Lei Jin found Lin Chen, his tone calm but carrying an undeniable command. "I will take you to the dark forest to deal with the demons there." The surrounding soldiers were about to speak but were stopped by Lei Jin's wave of his hand. "The others will stand by here." Lin Chen thought that after testing him yesterday, the South God General believed in his strength and was likely looking for more powerful demons. This trip only involved Lei Jin and Lin Chen as they arrived at the dark forest, where the atmosphere was oppressive, the trees towering, the branches and leaves dense, and sunlight barely penetrated, making the entire forest appear dark and mysterious. A powerful demonic aura surged deep within the forest, sending chills down one's spine. Lei Jin pointed to the depths of the forest and introduced, "There is a sky-eating demon ape here, my old rival. Unfortunately, I have never been able to deal with it, so now it is up to you." Lin Chen was startled upon hearing this. He knew the terror of the sky-eating demon ape. He looked at Lei Jin, "South God General, your opponent, isn't that a martial god-level demon beast?" Lei Jin snorted coldly, looking at Lin Chen with a tone that brooked no argument. "You brat, stop pretending. Don't think I don't know your true realm, go and fight." His voice carried an undeniable authority, clearly having absolute confidence in Lin Chen's strength. Lin Chen took a deep breath, since the other party already knew, he was too lazy to pretend any longer. "Alright, I will do my best." His voice revealed an indomitable battle intent, clearly ready to face the challenge. Lei Jin looked at Lin Chen, a hint of appreciation flashing in his eyes. He patted Lin Chen's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Go ahead, let me see your true strength." The two quickly walked side by side into the dark forest. The deeper they went, the harder it was for sunlight to penetrate, and the surroundings grew increasingly deep and dark. Soon, they discovered their target, a massive beast, the sky-eating demon ape. It lay resting in a clearing, its enormous body covered in shiny black fur, with well-defined muscles showcasing its immense power. Its face was fierce, with a pair of sharp fangs, and its eyes glimmered with a ghostly green light, making it look terrifying even in its sleep. Lin Chen did not hesitate. He charged forward with his knife, delivering a fierce blow to the body of the sky-eating demon ape. Lei Jin, witnessing this, couldn't help but sigh inwardly at the boy's bravery. He quickly jumped onto a towering tree several meters away, preparing to watch the battle unfold. Lin Chen's strike shattered the tranquility of the forest. The sky-eating demon ape was awakened by the sudden attack. It let out a deafening roar, the sound echoing like thunder through the dark forest, causing the entire area to tremble. The roar was filled with anger and pain as it sprang to its feet, its massive body shaking the surrounding trees. The sky-eating demon ape had always been a major concern for Lei Jin. It was not only immensely strong but also exceptionally cunning. It often led a group of monsters to harass the borders, causing great trouble for the Yuyun fortress. Lei Jin had attempted to eliminate it multiple times, but it always managed to escape. This time, he could only place his hopes on Lin Chen. Facing the awakened sky-eating demon ape, Lin Chen remained calm. He gripped the knife tightly, ready to meet the beast's counterattack. Lei Jin, perched in the tree, focused intently on the battlefield, prepared to lend support at any moment. The sky-eating demon ape roared and launched an attack on Lin Chen, its movements swift and fierce, each swipe of its massive claws carrying the power to split mountains and shatter rocks. Lin Chen nimbly darted through the forest, evading the ape's attacks while searching for opportunities to counter. The battle intensified, the shockwaves from their clash causing trees to sway and the ground to be torn with deep scars. Lin Chen and the sky-eating demon ape moved rapidly through the woods, and in the wake of their tremendous impact, trees fell around them. Lei Jin watched the battle below, a glimmer of admiration flashing in his eyes. Lin Chen was not only powerful but also possessed great combat intelligence, skillfully using the terrain to his advantage, proving himself a true hero in his youth. As the fight progressed, Lin Chen gradually adapted to the rhythm of the sky-eating demon ape's attacks, his knife techniques becoming more ruthless and precise. Each strike aimed directly at the ape's vital points, making it feel an unprecedented threat. Driven by rage, the ape launched a fierce assault on Lin Chen. Its massive claws swung, creating a whirlwind, each strike filled with the power to destroy everything. Yet Lin Chen moved like a ghost, deftly dodging the ape's attacks, each movement appearing effortless. While evading, Lin Chen's long knife continued to slash out, each blow landing accurately on the ape's weak defenses. The blade flashed, tearing through the ape's fur, blood flowing. The ape let out a painful howl, its eyes filled with fury, its angry roars echoing throughout the forest. In a fit of extreme rage, the ape unleashed its special skill. It spewed forth a torrent of flames from its mouth, the fire resembling a dragon, charging straight at Lin Chen. Faced with this fierce fiery assault, Lin Chen merely sneered. Instead of retreating, he advanced, unleashing his ultimate technique, Hellfire Sun. As Lin Chen's internal energy surged, a towering pillar of fire erupted from within him, illuminating everything around in a fiery red glow. The intense heat of the flames began to warp the air, the overwhelming aura shaking the very hearts of those who witnessed it. Lei Jin witnessed this scene from the tree, shocked. He had never seen a technique of this level before. The flames of the demon ape seemed insignificant in the face of the blazing sun, its fur scorched, letting out a more frenzied roar. It charged at Lin Shen recklessly, wanting to crush him with its powerful body. A glimmer flashed in Lin Shen's eyes as he activated the Burning Fire Thunder technique, burning away 500 years of his lifespan. As the Burning Fire Thunder technique was unleashed, the air in the entire forest seemed to freeze. Lightning and flames coiled around Lin Shen's long knife as he leaped high and struck down. The blade light was like a flash of lightning, cutting through the sky with the force of thunder. It struck directly at the demon ape. The power of this blow was unimaginable. The massive body of the demon ape was cleaved in two by this strike. Lei Jin watched this scene from the tree, completely dumbfounded. Lin Shen's blow was not only immensely powerful but also extraordinarily magnificent, leaving him in unprecedented shock. After the battle, the forest returned to calm, with only the corpse of the demon ape and Lin Shen's proud figure remaining. Lin Shen did not use any divine powers. He had slain the sky-eating demon ape solely with his extraordinary martial skills. Lei Jin stood before the demon ape's corpse, his gaze deep, lost in thought. Lin Shen's strength far exceeded his expectations, more terrifying than this monster, causing him to develop a sense of appreciation for talent. He stared at Lin Shen and said solemnly, "Lin Shen, stay. I will arrange for others on the Demon Suppression Division." Lin Shen shook his head and replied firmly, "General Nan, thank you for your kindness, but that is my duty. I cannot give it up." Lei Jin did not give up and continued to persuade him, "Your talent is so outstanding. I hope you can take my mantle and become the next leader of Yuyun Fortress." Lin Shen smiled slightly and politely declined. "General Nan, I appreciate your goodwill, but I have my own path to follow." Seeing Lin Shen's resolute will, Lei Jin changed his strategy. "Then you must stay with me for these few days. Otherwise, I will spread word of your strength, and you can forget about having a good life." Lin Shen smiled wryly. How could this General Nan be so much like an old rogue? He could only nod, realizing he was truly being treated as a tool. The two returned to Yuyun Fortress together, and when Xinyao saw them come back, she hurriedly approached to ask, "Was everything smooth?" Lin Shen replied easily, "Not a single problem. It's already resolved." Xinyao breathed a sigh of relief and smiled, "It's all thanks to you, Lin Shen. You are truly our anchor." Lin Shen did not relax due to the victory. His task was not yet finished. After returning, he did not rest and immediately threw himself back into the battles at the border. Completing the task early would allow him to return to Fengdu to deal with issues there. On the battlefield at the border, Lin Shen's figure reappeared at the forefront. His knife seemed even more powerful, and the demons fell one after another. Lei Jin watched Lin Shen's heroic presence on the battlefield from the city wall, his evaluation of the young man rising once again. He did not plan to inform the other divine generals of Lin Shen's strength. Such a genius was best kept in his own hands. As for the others, he did not care. Lin Shen was half forced to stay at Yuyun Fortress by Lei Jin, but he had no complaints. After all, it was all for the protection of peace, and it did not matter where he was. Lin Shen's valiant performance at the border brought great confidence and courage to the soldiers. They only needed to follow him into battle, and Lin Shen's terrifying deterrent power made the nearby demons tremble in fear. Under Lei Jin's command, there was a fierce general known for his bravery, named Huozhan. Watching Lin Shen's performance, he felt displeased. Huozhan believed that Lin Shen was merely lucky, encountering only easily dealt with demons, and had never witnessed the terror of a martial god level. Lin Shen's showy demeanor made Huozhan feel displeased, even somewhat contemptuous. That day, Huozhan approached Lei Jin, and the surrounding soldiers greeted him. He glanced at Lei Jin and said, "General, I want to challenge Lin Shen." Lei Jin was taken aback by this. He hadn't expected that Huozhan, under his command, would have the audacity to challenge Lin Shen. A glimmer of amusement flashed in Lei Jin's eyes, and he nodded in agreement. "All right, I permit it." He thought to himself that this was a good opportunity to teach his soldiers a lesson, making them understand that there are always greater talents beyond their own. With Lei Jin's command, the contest between Lin Shen and Huozhan officially began. Unlike the usual martial arts competitions, today's battlefield was set on the front lines where demons ran rampant. The contest was to see who could kill more enemies on the field. Although Lin Shen felt somewhat speechless, he had no desire to fight. He just wanted to complete the mission at Yuyun Fortress as soon as possible and return to Fengdu to handle matters there. Lei Jin's arrangement forced him to accept the challenge, and he couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This is truly absurd. As soon as Huozhan entered the battlefield, he displayed his astonishing combat power. Wielding a heavy sword, every swing he made carried the force of thunder, directly killing dozens of demon beasts. The might of his sword was truly impressive, drawing the attention of the surrounding soldiers. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's strength was not something Huozhan could compare to. He moved like lightning, weaving through the throngs of demon beasts, each strike hitting its mark with precision. His swordsmanship was as fast as a flash, taking the life of a demon beast with every blow, so swift that the flashes of his blade merged into a series of shadows. The soldiers watching the contest felt an unprecedented shock. They cheered loudly, encouraging both fighters. Although Huajian was valiant, he gradually felt the pressure facing Lin Chen's nearly perfect combat skills. Every attack Lin Chen made was perfectly timed. With no unnecessary movements, each strike was filled with efficiency and deadly beauty. As the battle progressed, Lin Chen gradually widened the gap in the number of enemies killed. His figure on the battlefield was like a ghost, each appearance taking the life of a group of demon beasts. Huajian, though unwilling, had to admit that Lin Chen's strength was indeed above his own. Finally, under the afterglow of the setting sun, the contest came to an end. Lin Chen stood on the battlefield, his body splattered with the blood of demon beasts, his gaze still clear and resolute. Huajian walked up to Lin Chen, clasped his fists, and said, "General Lin, I, Huajian, am convinced. Your strength is truly extraordinary." Lin Chen sheathed his sword and smiled slightly. "General Hua, you flatter me. You are also a rare valiant general." Lei Jin looked at the two and laughed heartily. "Good. Both of you are warriors of Yuyun Fortress." Today's contest not only showcased the strength of the two but also boosted the morale of the soldiers. As night fell, Yuyun Fortress was brightly lit, and a grand banquet began amidst laughter and joy. Tomorrow, Lin Chen would leave Yuyun Fortress and return to Fengdu to continue his mission. The soldiers, wanting to express their respect and gratitude, sincerely came to see him off. At the banquet, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air, and fine wines and dishes were laid out on long tables. The soldiers gathered together, sharing stories of the battlefield and Lin Chen's heroic deeds. Lin Chen was also moved by the soldiers' enthusiasm. He raised his glass, toasting with each soldier who came to pay their respects, expressing his gratitude. He wasn't drunk, even though he had a good tolerance for alcohol. Seeing that they couldn't get him drunk, the other warriors began to urge him to drink more, hoping he could relax completely before their farewell. "Lord Lin, have another drink. You're leaving tomorrow. We won't go home until we're drunk tonight," a soldier shouted, handing a cup to Lin Chen. Lin Chen smiled faintly and took the wine cup. "All right, let's have another drink. Thank you all for taking care of me these days. I, Lin Chen, will remember it." Shen Yao stood beside him, watching Lin Chen surrounded by the soldiers, feeling both happy and a bit reluctant. The situation at the border was far more terrifying than she had imagined. Once they left, these soldiers would face various challenges again. "Lin Chen, we must be careful when we go back this time," Shen Yao said softly, her eyes filled with concern. Lin Chen turned to look at Shen Yao and nodded seriously. "Don't worry, with me here, there's nothing to fear." Lei Jin sat at the head of the table, watching Lin Chen being warmly toasted by the soldiers, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. "Lin Chen, when you go back this time, if you have the chance, you must come back to visit." Lei Jin raised his cup, his tone carrying a hint of reluctance. He truly did not want to let go of such a talent. When he went to the capital later, he would have to speak well of him to Huang Yun. Huang Yun probably didn't know Lin Chen's true strength, otherwise, how could he arrange for him to run around everywhere? Lin Chen raised his cup and toasted Lei Jin. "General Nan, I appreciate your kindness. If I have the opportunity, I will definitely come back." The next morning, as the first light of dawn broke, Lin Chen took Shen Yao to Lei Jin's conference hall to bid farewell. Lin Chen's eyes revealed a firm determination as he directly inquired of Lei Jin. "General Nan, what exactly is the evil entity in Fengdu? Do you have any clues?" Lei Jin pondered for a moment before slowly speaking. "Actually, I'm not very clear either. I only saw this thing 20 years ago. It is said to be the remains of a beast left behind by a creature above the martial god, decomposed into chunks of flesh." His voice carried a hint of nostalgia and uncertainty. "I don't know how terrifying the beast was that left this behind. This thing cannot be destroyed by any other means." Lin Chen's brows furrowed slightly. He could sense the seriousness in Lei Jin's words. Shen Yao stood beside him, her expression grave, not expecting the matter to be so serious. Lei Jin continued, "Many evil cults in your capital have possessed such evil entities, otherwise, how could they easily gather people's hearts?" His gaze was piercing, as if he could see through everything. "Surely, there must be a mastermind behind this resurgence. You can investigate whether there are any remnants of the evil cult still around." Lin Chen nodded, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "General Nan, I understand. I will definitely get to the bottom of this matter." Lei Jin looked at Lin Chen, a hint of appreciation flickering in his eyes. "Good, I believe in you. Go, Lin Chen, Shen Yao. Be careful on your journey." Lin Chen and Shen Yao bowed to Lei Jin and then turned to leave the conference hall. The two mounted their horses and set off towards Fengdu. Shen Yao looked at Lin Chen and said softly, "Lin Chen, what if we can't solve it when we go back this time?" Lin Chen smiled slightly, his voice filled with confidence. "What are you worried about? In this world, I don't believe there's anything I can't solve." A smile appeared on Shen Yao's face. She really liked Lin Chen's air of confidence. An unknown feeling began to brew in her heart, one she didn't even notice herself. Since Lin Chen left Fengdu, Su Yu's days had not been easy. Those who had come into contact with the evil entity began to show abnormalities, their minds became unclear, and their behavior turned violent, as if possessed by evil spirits. Su Yu and the guards of the Demon Suppression Division had to do their utmost to suppress these frenzied individuals. "Quick, tie him up with ropes, be careful not to let him hurt himself," Su Yu commanded loudly, his eyes revealing urgency and helplessness. In the hall of the Demon Suppression Division, several guards were struggling to subdue a man who was thrashing wildly. His eyes were blood red, and he emitted inhuman howls. "Lord Su, this isn't a solution. They are becoming more and more violent," a guard, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, said. His clothes were torn and tattered, clearly having gone through a fierce struggle. Su Yu clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white from the force. "I know, but we cannot give up on them. We must find a solution." In another room, several physicians were urgently discussing countermeasures. Various herbs and potions were laid out before them, but faced with this unprecedented illness, they seemed somewhat at a loss. "This illness came on suddenly and violently. We have never seen anything like it." An older physician shook his head, worry etched on his face. "Lord Su, we have tried all known treatments, but nothing has worked," another physician added, his tone revealing a sense of helplessness. Su Yu stood at the door, and hearing these words, his heart grew heavier. If a solution could not be found in time, the entire Fengdu might fall into a greater crisis. "Don't give up, keep trying," Su Yu encouraged them, though his voice trembled slightly. "I believe we will find a way." Those imprisoned by the Demon Suppression Division were also beginning to show similar symptoms. The night grew deep, and Su Yu walked alone in the long corridor of the Demon Suppression Division, moonlight streaming through the windows and casting a long shadow behind him. His heart was filled with anxiety and unease. He had not given up on these people. Lin Chen was searching for a solution, and he too would hold his ground until the last moment. "Lin Chen, you must find a way quickly." Lin Chen hurriedly brought Xinyao to Fengdu, where they met Su Yu. The sight of Su Yu shocked both of them. He looked haggard, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly having endured immense pressure and fatigue over the past few days. "Lord Su, what happened to you?" Xinyao asked worriedly, her voice full of concern. Su Yu forced a smile and shook his head. "In recent days, those who have come into contact with the evil objects have begun to go mad. We have tried our best to suppress it, but the situation is getting worse." His voice was hoarse, clearly exhausted to the limit. Lin Chen furrowed his brow tightly, knowing the seriousness of the situation. "Take me to see those who have gone mad." The three of them headed to the room where the madmen were held. As soon as they entered, Lin Chen felt a stifling atmosphere. The people in the room were in various states. Some were violently banging against the walls, some were rolling on the floor, and others were curled up in a corner, emitting low whimpering sounds. Xinyao covered her mouth at the sight, a flicker of fear in her eyes. Lin Chen calmly observed each person, unable to suppress his doubts. This situation was indeed strange. "Their eyes are vacant, their muscles rigid. They seem to have completely lost their sanity," Lin Chen said in a deep voice, his tone revealing a hint of steadiness. He stood in the dim room, brow furrowed, recalling the scene of battling that flesh mass. He remembered using the flames from the son of Yama, which had immense power and had burned the flesh mass clean. He had never thought of using it on a person. After a moment of contemplation, he decided to give it a try. He focused his mind, slowly circulating his energy, and managed to produce a tiny flame. The flame danced in his palm, small yet containing astonishing power. His gaze turned to the person before him, who had gone mad from contact with the evil object. Lin Chen took a deep breath, and the flame in his hand shot out, heading straight for that person. Su Yu, seeing this, was already prepared to extinguish the fire at any moment, just in case. The moment the flame touched the person, it immediately flared up, enveloping him entirely. Su Yu watched nervously, ready to take action at any moment. The next moment, an astonishing thing happened. The fire burned for a while and then suddenly extinguished. After the flames dissipated, thick black smoke billowed from the man, and surprisingly, he slowly regained his senses. A glimmer of light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he quickly stepped forward to examine the man's condition. The man's gaze gradually shifted from chaotic to clear. He looked around in confusion, seemingly unaware of his previous state. "Water, give me water," the man rasped, his voice laced with extreme thirst. Su Yu immediately handed him a jug of water, and the man drank deeply, as if trying to wash away all his thirst. After finishing the water, his eyes gradually regained clarity, and he looked at Lin Chen and Su Yu with a hint of bewilderment. "How did I end up here? Lord Lin, you're back?" Lin Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He knew his attempt had succeeded. He turned to Su Yu and said, "It seems this method works. It appears to burn away the evil energy within them." Su Yu nodded, feeling excited as well. As long as there was a solution, that was enough. A glint of determination flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. Since the technique of Yen Luo's blazing sun was effective, he decided to take more extensive action. He immediately instructed Suyu to gather everyone who had come into contact with the evil objects in the square. The square was spacious enough to accommodate everyone and convenient for Lin Chen to perform his technique. Although Suyu was filled with doubts, he had absolute trust in Lin Chen and acted immediately. Soon, a large crowd gathered in the square, some appearing anxious, while others wore expressions of fear. Lin Chen stood on the high platform of the square, took a deep breath, and began to operate the technique of Yen Luo's blazing sun. He compressed his internal energy to the extreme, using less than 10% of his strength to release this powerful technique onto the ground. Instantly, the stone slabs in the square seemed to ignite, bursting into flames. Suyu and other members of the Demon Suppression Division organized the crowd to line up and walk into the flames. Although the flames were fierce, they did not harm anyone. Instead, they caused thick black smoke and red mist to rise from their bodies, creating a bizarre scene. "Ah, it's so hot!" someone screamed, feeling as if their entire body was being burned, their skin prickling as if stung by countless needles. As the black and red smoke rose, the evil thoughts and madness within the people gradually dissipated. They felt an unprecedented clarity, and the discomfort in their bodies slowly eased. Lin Chen observed coldly, knowing that this matter would not be so simple. "Do not let your guard down, keep them confined for a while and observe the subsequent situation." Suyu nodded in understanding. "Don't worry, I will closely monitor their changes." Under the cleansing of the flames, the crowd in the square quickly regained their senses. What happened? I feel so much better," one person who had just undergone the fiery baptism exclaimed in surprise. "Yes, those terrible thoughts have disappeared," another person echoed. Lin Chen stood on the high platform, looking down at the crowd, deep in thought. This was only a temporary relief. To completely resolve the issue, the source of the evil objects needed to be found. Xinyao was also nearby, watching Lin Chen with admiration in her eyes. "Lin Chen, you are truly amazing to think of this." Lin Chen smiled and replied to Xinyao, "It's just a small technique." Suyu nodded. Everyone had their secrets, and in chaotic times, one naturally needed some means of self-preservation. He did not question Lin Chen further but asked, "What are the plans moving forward?" Lin Chen pondered for a moment, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. "The current situation is likely connected to what's happening in the capital. We need to conduct a thorough search here in Fengdu. These people are mostly deeply hidden. I plan to investigate the old site of the temple." Suyu recalled the previous events and nodded, saying, "Last time, I arranged for people to dismantle all the temples in Fengdu to ensure nothing was overlooked." Lin Chen smiled slightly, expressing his approval of Suyu's actions. "This is best. Nowadays, only I have a way to deal with these meat chunks. It's indeed most appropriate for me to take action." Suyu replied seriously, "Then you go investigate. I can handle things here. With you around, I feel at ease." Xinyao wanted to investigate as well and quickly spoke up, "I want to go too." Lin Chen turned to look at Xinyao, his tone carrying a hint of undeniable authority. "It won't help if you go. You and Suyu stay here to guard the Demon Suppression Division, leave the rest to me." Xinyao, though somewhat reluctant, mumbled her agreement. "All right, but you must be careful." Lin Chen gently patted Xinyao's shoulder, signaling her not to worry, then turned to Suyu and said, "Suyu, I'll leave this to you. I'll be back soon." Suyu nodded, his eyes filled with trust. "Go with peace of mind, I'll handle things here." Lin Chen arrived alone at the site of the former temple, which was desolate and the ruins appeared even more profound, with a faint smell of blood wafting through the broken walls. His gaze was sharp as he carefully examined every stone brick and every corner, not missing any place that might hide something. He checked the ground, lightly stepping to see if there were any signs of disturbance. Then he crouched down, touching the cold stone floor, stopping in front of a seemingly ordinary stone slab. He noticed that the edge of this slab had slight gaps, contrasting with the tightly fitted ground around it. He pushed hard, and the stone slab slowly moved aside, revealing a stone staircase leading down. Lin Chen lit the fire stick he carried and descended the stairs step by step. The underground passage was damp and cold, with moss covering the walls and a musty smell in the air. Under the flickering light, he saw strange symbols carved into the walls, which looked somewhat familiar. As he continued deeper, he found that this secret passage was intricate, like a maze. Relying on his exceptional memory and observation skills, Lin Chen carefully navigated through, avoiding any potential traps. At the end of a narrow passage, Lin Chen discovered a concealed room. Inside were some broken ritual tools, clearly indicating that this place had once been used for some kind of ceremony. In the center of the room stood a stone platform, engraved with a pattern similar to the symbols he had seen on the ground. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He suddenly realized that he had definitely seen these symbols before. He recalled carefully, his heart racing. It was the mark of the White Lotus sect. Furrowing his brows, a storm of emotions surged within him. The White Lotus sect, a cult that had once caused a bloody storm in the capital, had he not personally eradicated it? Logically, this cult should have no remnants left. Why then did their mark appear here? Lin Chen was filled with doubt. Even if there were remnants of the White Lotus sect, they shouldn't be able to act so recklessly. It seemed he had to personally visit the stronghold of the White Lotus sect from that day. He stood up and left the place directly. If this matter was indeed the doing of the White Lotus sect, they probably had other strongholds. However, this was merely speculation. The current situation was still uncertain as to whether it was their doing. Lin Chen returned to the Demon Suppression Division and found Suyu and Xinyao, sharing his discovery with them. Suyu's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing this. The White Lotus sect? I thought they had been completely wiped out. Xinyao looked confused. Having grown up in the palace, she knew nothing of these cult forces in the martial world. As for the White Lotus sect, she had never even heard of it. Lin Chen, is it dangerous there? Can you go alone? Lin Chen smiled slightly, giving them a reassuring look. Don't worry, I must go confirm this. If there are still remnants of the White Lotus sect, I will report it to the capital's Demon Suppression Division and let them handle it. Suyu nodded, knowing that once Lin Chen had made a decision, it was hard to change. Alright, you go ahead. I will stay here with Xinyao, nothing will go wrong. The next day, Lin Chen set off on a swift horse. Upon returning to the old site of the White Lotus sect in the capital, he found it had long been abandoned, surrounded by desolation, with only broken walls and ruins remaining of the former buildings. Horrifying bones were scattered everywhere, some lying down, some standing, frozen in their death poses. Lin Chen paid no attention to these sights. His gaze was sharp, like a cheetah searching for prey on the plains. He moved through the ruins, having not had the chance to investigate thoroughly when he dealt with the White Lotus sect back then, and now he needed to make up for that oversight. Soon, he discovered a massive blood pool at the back of the White Lotus sect's mountain. The blood pool had congealed and turned black, its surface covered with a thick layer of dried blood, emitting a nauseating stench. Lin Chen frowned. He hadn't noticed it back then, but it was fine, he could deal with it now. He circulated his internal energy and unleashed the technique of Yen Luo's fiery sun. A ball of blazing flame appeared instantly. The moment the flame touched the blood pool, it ignited with a deafening roar, engulfing the entire blood pool in roaring flames. The fire was so intense it seemed ready to set the entire back mountain ablaze. The flames in the blood pool turned a ghostly blue, a high temperature causing the surrounding air to warp and distort. Heart-wrenching screams echoed from the blood pool. Lin Chen heard the sharp cries and frowned. Could there be living creatures down there? In the next moment, the situation changed dramatically. A mass of black flesh leaped out of the blood pool, still ablaze with the flames of Yen Luo's fiery sun. It shrieked, charging at Lin Chen like a mad beast. Lin Chen faced the sudden attack without a hint of panic, instead letting out a cold laugh. Yen Luo's fiery sun. He unleashed the technique again, the knife in his hand engulfed in flames, and struck down. In an instant, the entire old site of the White Lotus sect was surrounded by roaring flames, the fire raging like a ferocious beast, devouring everything. The mass of flesh let out a scream of utmost agony. It rolled and struggled in the flames but could not escape the burning of Yen Luo's fiery sun. The flames not only scorched its body but could not be extinguished by any means. Soon, the entire White Lotus sect was submerged in a sea of fire. The surrounding air warped under the high temperature, creating visible waves. At that moment, the ground began to tremble, the foundation of the old site of the White Lotus sect shaking under this force. Lin Chen stood outside the flames, and the massive flesh's struggles grew weaker, ultimately turning to ashes after a desperate howl. He turned to leave, but just then, the ground tremors intensified. The entire ground began to shake. Something was wrong. Lin Chen immediately jumped onto the towering remnants of the walls, his eyes reflecting the terrifying scene below. The ground seemed to be torn apart, and countless thick tentacles burst forth from the earth. They were like the hands of evil spirits from the abyss, dark, slimy, and dripping with a nauseating viscous liquid. Following that, a gigantic, horrifying mass of flesh rose from the ground. Its exterior was twisted, covered in countless mouths and eyes, each emitting piercing screams and moans that sent chills down one's spine. Lin Chen felt no fear. He already knew the weakness of this creature. No matter how large it was, it still feared flames. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been forced out by Yen Luo's fiery sun. Burn 1,000 years of lifespan. Yen Luo's fiery sun. As he circulated his internal energy, a dazzling light began to radiate from Lin Chen. His goal was simple, to deliver a single blow to kill this thing. His body was surrounded by a layer of scorching flames, the temperature astonishingly high. Even the surrounding air began to twist and deform, emitting a crackling sound of burning, as if the void itself trembled under this heat. Lin Chen swung the long knife in his hand, striking towards the massive chunk of flesh. Streams of fire dragons erupted instantly. The intense flames were comparable to the sun in the sky, and Lin Chen could barely withstand it. After delivering the strike, he quickly retreated. Under the enhancement of 1,000 years of lifespan, the power of the Yama's blazing sun was unimaginable. Wherever the blade light passed, the tentacles broke apart, turning to ashes. The fire dragons not only possessed an extremely high temperature but also contained terrifying burning capabilities. As soon as the tentacles came into contact with the flames of the Yama's blazing sun, they withered and dissipated as if they had encountered their nemesis. The chunk of flesh emitted a sharper scream, its body twisting wildly in an attempt to evade Lin Chen's attack. Lin Chen's knife techniques were as fast as lightning, each strike accurately hitting the vital points of the flesh. Flames spread across the surface of the chunk, and the eyes and mouths burned by the flames let out piercing howls, extinguishing one by one. The massive chunk was now engulfed in flames, the raging fire burning as it ran around with its enormous size. The entire mountain was set ablaze. The gigantic chunk of flesh finally could not hold on any longer, letting out a thunderous roar before completely collapsing. Its body shattered into countless fragments, burned to nothing in the flames of the Yama's blazing sun, leaving not even a trace of ash. After defeating the massive chunk of flesh, the tension in Lin Chen's heart finally eased a little. At that moment, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky, moving at incredible speed, like meteors streaking across the night sky, rushing towards him. Lin Chen frowned. He could sense the powerful aura emanating from these two figures, clearly not ordinary people. He stopped in his tracks, focusing and preparing for any potential changes. The figures quickly approached and finally stopped not far in front of Lin Chen. One was a man and the other a woman, both dressed in black robes, their faces concealed by cold masks, revealing only a pair of sharp eyes. The man was tall and imposing, while the woman had a graceful figure but exuded an undeniable chill. Lin Chen looked at them coldly and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Why are you here?" The two did not answer Lin Chen's question. Upon seeing the massive corpse of the flesh chunk on the ground, they instantly erupted in fury, flames seemingly burning in their eyes. "You actually killed the sacred object," the man roared, his voice like thunder, shaking the surrounding air. "We will kill you." The man's voice was filled with rage, his fists gripping his weapon, creaking ominously. Lin Chen merely sneered at their accusations, his eyes revealing disdain. "Allied with evil beings, you are certainly not good people. Today, I will make you die here." He gripped the soul-cleaving blade tightly, ready for battle. "Die!" The man struck first, his weapon unleashing a fierce offensive. Lin Chen wielded his long knife, the blade light like snow, each strike carrying terrifying power. He quickly realized that the strength of these two far exceeded his expectations. Not only were their movements strange, but their power was also immense. Each encounter left Lin Chen feeling alarmed. "Who exactly are you?" Lin Chen furrowed his brow and questioned. If he was not mistaken, their strength was unmistakable. They were both martial gods. The two exchanged a glance, shocked. The Lin Chen before them was no ordinary opponent. They had thought that with their martial god strength, they could easily suppress any adversary. Not only was Lin Chen also a martial god, but he was also not at a disadvantage in their exchanges. "It seems we can't hold back any longer," the man said solemnly, his tone revealing an unprecedented seriousness. "That's right, let him experience our ultimate skills," the woman echoed, a glint of brilliance flashing in her eyes. As soon as the words fell, the two simultaneously assumed strange starting postures. Their bodies began to slowly rotate, and the air around them surged violently with their movements, as if the entire space was twisting along with them. The cycle of heaven and earth, yin and yang without limits. The two shouted in unison, their techniques exuding immense power. They thrust their palms forward, and beams of light surged from their palms, forming a gigantic taiji diagram that slowly rotated, radiating dazzling brilliance. The yin-yang fish eyes at the center of the taiji diagram resembled two black holes, devouring all surrounding light and air. Lin Chen was taken aback. He could feel the power contained in this move, far surpassing any previous attack. "Bring it on!" Faced with the ultimate skills of the two martial gods, Lin Chen did not retreat. Instead, it ignited his fighting spirit. A cold smile crept across his lips as he shouted, "Take my strike!" Thunder slash! As his voice fell, Lin Chen began to burn his lifespan. This time, he unhesitatingly burned 500 years. His internal energy erupted like a volcano, converging onto his long knife. This strike contained all his strength and will, its might so great that even heaven and earth changed color. The blade flashed. With the force of a thunderbolt, it slashed towards the two martial gods. The terror of this strike lay in its speed, which was so fast it was impossible to capture, and its power, which was so strong it was impossible to resist. Where the blade light passed, the space seemed to be cut open, leaving a black crack. The faces of the two martial gods changed dramatically. They wanted to dodge, but found that the might of this strike had already locked onto them, with no way to escape. In the next moment, the blade light was already in front of them. The two martial gods could only brace themselves, channeling all their internal energy to prepare for the impact of this strike. Their hearts were filled with shock. They never expected that the person before them could be this powerful. A glimmer of determination flashed in their eyes. If they did not go all out, they might fall here today. Their bodies began to emit dazzling light, clearly activating secret techniques to prepare for the impact of this strike. Lin Chen's thunder slash descended like divine punishment, and with one stroke, the protective techniques and ultimate skills of the two seemed as fragile as paper, easily shattered. The massive blade light, accompanied by the might of thunder, directly sent the two flying. They fell to the ground like kites with severed strings, crashing heavily. Their clothes were torn, their bodies covered in deep wounds, blood gushing from their injuries, staining the surrounding earth red. Their eyes were filled with disbelief and fear, clearly not expecting to be defeated so thoroughly. No, this is impossible. The woman trembled, struggling to stand, but her body uncontrollably fell again. We surrender, spare us. The man's face was filled with despair, his voice pleading, hoping Lin Chen would show mercy. But Lin Chen's eyes were cold. These beasts had harmed ordinary people without a thought for their lives. He activated the 9 nether phantom steps, his figure like a ghost, instantly rushing to the front of the two. You should not consort with evil. Lin Chen's voice was icy, devoid of any emotion. He raised his long knife again, the blade light flashing, and with one stroke each, he directly killed the two. The blade light passed, and their heads flew into the air, blood gushing out, splattering onto Lin Chen. Standing in the pool of blood, he resembled a blood-soaked Azura, his eyes devoid of pity, only filled with determination and resolve. Be a good person in your next life, Lin Chen said, his voice echoing across the desolate battlefield. He searched the ruins of the White Lotus sect once more, ensuring no potential threats were overlooked before he left with peace of mind. Far away in a palace in the east, the architectural style of the palace was bizarre, with towering spires piercing the night sky as if to break through the heavens. The walls were covered in creeping vines, and faint green light seeped through the cracks, resembling countless eyes peering in the dark. A suffocating atmosphere enveloped the palace, making it a forbidden place for the living. In the center of the grand hall of the palace, 28 ancient oil lamps were placed, known as the soul lamps. The lamp keeper meticulously cared for these lamps every day, ensuring they burned brightly and never extinguished. Suddenly, 2 of the lamps in the hall went out. The lamp keeper was startled and hurried forward to check, only to find that the extinguished lamps belonged to the Hornwood Dragon and the Heartmoon Fox. His face turned pale in an instant, filled with fear. The extinguishing of the soul lamps meant that the corresponding individuals had died, something that had never happened before. The lamp keeper dared not delay for a moment and immediately went to report to the Lord. Before him sat a man of terrifying presence, who glanced at the trembling lamp keeper. What has happened, my lord? 2 soul lamps have gone out. They are the soul lamps of the Heartmoon Fox and the Hornwood Dragon. Upon hearing this news, the man was filled with rage, a flicker of cruelty flashing in his eyes, his voice laced with boundless fury. What? The soul lamps have gone out? How is this possible? Go investigate immediately and find out who did this. The lamp keeper trembled as he accepted the order, knowing the Lord's methods. If he could not find the result, he would likely suffer the consequences. He quickly turned and, with several subordinates, began to investigate the incident. The deaths of the 2 great martial gods drove the man into a fury. Who could have done this? Was it the legendary old ghosts of the Great Shang dynasty? The man fell into deep thought. The Great Shang had reached its end and would soon be completely shattered. Those old ghosts would never come out of hiding. It was impossible for anyone to kill 2 martial gods without being extraordinary. Once he found this person, he would ensure they were torn to pieces. After Lin Chen finished dealing with the affairs of the White Lotus sect, he returned to the Demon Suppression Division in Fengdu. Although he felt somewhat relieved, he did not let his guard down completely. The flesh of the White Lotus sect was likely just the mother body, used to cultivate more small flesh pieces, and he could not guarantee whether there were still residual threats. Upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen said to Suyu and Xinyao, I have investigated. The problem lies with the White Lotus sect. That large piece of flesh should be the mother body, and I burned it. It seems there is nothing more to worry about. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief but still wore a serious expression. Lin Chen, are you sure you haven't overlooked anything? The power of the White Lotus sect should not be underestimated. Lin Chen nodded affirmatively. I checked carefully. There should be no oversights. However, for safety's sake, we must remain vigilant. This thing should not be difficult to breed. What we fear is that someone is secretly cultivating it. Soon, Lin Chen sent a message to Huang Yun, briefly reporting the situation. Governor Huang, the matters here in Fengdu are almost handled. Huang Yun was silent for a moment before replying. Good, Lin Chen, you have done well. However, do not rush to return just yet. The Demon Suppression Division in the capital has ordered the dismantling of all temples and the transportation of everyone who has come into contact with them to Fengdu. Upon hearing this, Lin Chen immediately responded, "No problem, Governor Huang." These people had likely all been infected and needed him to burn the parasitic flesh within them with the flame of Yama. As individuals who had come into contact with the temples arrived in Fengdu one after another, Lin Chen indeed became very busy. He repeatedly used the technique of the flame of Yama to help these people burn away the parasitic flesh in their bodies. Seeing Lin Chen working so hard, Xinyao and Suyu naturally did not remain idle. They were responsible for coordinating the personnel from various places, arranging their accommodations and subsequent observations, ensuring that they were all fine before releasing them. Xinyao carefully took care of everyone, her gentleness and concern bringing warmth to the anxious common people. Suyu was responsible for maintaining order, ensuring that the entire process went smoothly. After half a month of busyness, things finally came to a close. The three of them rarely had time to rest, so they drank together to relax their tense nerves. In the backyard of the Demon Suppression Division, the three sat around a stone table, which was filled with sumptuous dishes and fine wine. Lin Chen raised his glass and said with emotion, "You've all worked hard during this time." Xinyao smiled slightly, a hint of relaxation in her eyes. "As long as I can help you, it's worth any hardship." The three hadn't relaxed like this in a long time, and before they knew it, they had drunk a bit too much. Fortunately, this time the issue wasn't serious and didn't affect the capital, otherwise, it would have been troublesome to handle, so you nodded in agreement. In any case, being able to resolve it is a good deed. Two blushes appeared on Shinyao's face as she softly said, "Lin Chen, I didn't expect you to be quite capable, but you still need to take care of your health." So you laughed heartily. "Don't worry, Lin Chen's constitution is better than ours, he's the backbone of the Demon Suppression Division." The situation in Fengdu gradually stabilized, and Lin Chen and Xinyao prepared to return to the capital. Suyu was assigned by Huang Yun to be the governor of Fengdu, which could be considered a promotion. At the moment of parting, Lin Chen found Suyu and said seriously, "Suyu, the affairs here will be left to you. The underground forces may still have remnants, you need to keep a close watch." Suyu nodded, his eyes revealing determination. "Don't worry, Lin Chen, I will be careful. This matter is only temporarily resolved. I will continue to investigate to ensure the long-term peace of Fengdu." Xinyao stood by, watching the exchange between Lin Chen and Suyu, feeling a bit proud. She hadn't expected the first mission to be completed so easily. In the future, she could often go out with Lin Chen, and just thinking about it made her feel delighted. The three bid farewell at the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, and Lin Chen and Xinyao set off on their way back to the capital. Suyu stood at the door, watching them leave until their figures disappeared from sight before turning back into the Demon Suppression Division. Suyu knew that the current crisis had been resolved, but other issues could not be completely eradicated overnight. He had to remain vigilant at all times, strengthen intelligence gathering, and prevent them from causing trouble again. As soon as Lin Chen and Xinyao returned to the capital, they noticed that the atmosphere in the Demon Suppression Division was different from usual, appearing unusually tense and oppressive. Zhou Hong stood outside the entrance of the Demon Suppression Division, anxiously waiting, and rushed forward to grab Lin Chen as soon as he saw him. "Lin Chen, don't go in." Zhou Hong's tone was filled with urgency. Lin Chen frowned, confused, and asked, "What's wrong? What happened?" Zhou Hong looked around and lowered his voice, "The Crown Prince is here. You don't know, he's not a good person and hard to get along with." Lin Chen's frown deepened, and he coldly replied, "What does it matter to me whether the Crown Prince comes or not?" Zhou Hong was so anxious he was stamping his feet. "You don't understand the Crown Prince's methods." Xinyao couldn't listen any longer. She frowned and interrupted Zhou Hong, "Nonsense, my brother is the easiest to get along with." Only then did Zhou Hong notice that Xinyao was also present, looking a bit awkward. "Seventh Princess, you're here too?" Xinyao shot him a glare, clearly displeased with Zhou Hong's words, and walked straight inside. Lin Chen stood in place, watching Xinyao's back, then turned to Zhou Hong and said, "It's fine. Even if the Crown Prince comes, let's see what tricks he can pull." Zhou Hong wanted to say more, but seeing Lin Chen's determined gaze, he had to swallow his words. "All right, Lin Chen, be careful." Lin Chen nodded and then stepped into the Demon Suppression Division. He thought to himself that the Crown Prince's arrival had nothing to do with him. He was just a small leader of the Demon Suppression Division. These people could argue as they pleased. As long as they did not infringe on his interests, he would not interfere in such matters. After entering the Demon Suppression Division, Xinyao went directly to the conference hall where the Crown Prince was. She felt displeased by Zhou Hong's words but also wanted to see what her elder brother was really doing at the Demon Suppression Division. As Lin Chen stepped into the conference hall, he immediately heard Huang Yun's firm and powerful voice. "Crown Prince, I cannot agree to your proposal." The atmosphere in the conference hall was particularly tense. The crown prince sat at the head of the hall, his expression dark, snorting coldly. I only want a few commanders from the Demon Suppression Division. What's the problem? Do you dare to refuse this prince's request? Governor Huang Yun tried to suppress his anger and responded in a deep voice. The commanders are responsible for the safety of the capital and truly cannot spare the time. The crown prince was relentless, his voice carrying a hint of threat. Is my life not worth more than those lowly commoners? Does your Demon Suppression Division not even give me this little face? Xinyao stood to the side, not expecting her elder brother to come here for this matter. She softly advised, Elder brother, the Demon Suppression Division is also considering the safety of the capital. The crown prince turned to look at Xinyao, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction, but his tone remained tough. You know the situation in the palace, elder brother also needs protection. Xinyao felt conflicted and fell silent. Seeing that Xinyao no longer rebutted, the crown prince continued to apply pressure. How about this? Isn't there someone named Lin Chen here? I want him. I don't want anyone else. Is that acceptable? Lin Chen stood below, initially indifferent, thinking this matter had nothing to do with him. But when he heard his name mentioned, he frowned. Huang Yun understood now. The so-called third-rank commander was merely a pretext, and the real target was Lin Chen. Huang Yun refused without hesitation. Crown Prince, this is not feasible. Lin Chen pondered for a moment and understood the Crown Prince's intentions. Last time, he had given the third prince a warning, and this time the Crown Prince was likely eyeing his strength while also wanting to embarrass the third prince. Lin Chen sneered inwardly, what royal family? Just a bunch of mangy dogs. It seemed the foundation of the great Qing dynasty was thoroughly rotten. The Crown Prince's request was rejected, and his expression grew even uglier. He was furious. The Demon Suppression Division won't even give me a single person, how imposing. At this moment, Lin Chen stepped forward, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable strength. Your Highness, the people of the Demon Suppression Division are busy for the safety of the capital, not pawns for you to fight with. The Crown Prince glared at Lin Chen. Who do you think you are to speak to me like that? Lin Chen met the Crown Prince's gaze, neither servile nor overbearing. I am Lin Chen. To speak frankly, Your Highness would do better to return to the palace sooner, lest the demons outside the Demon Suppression Division wreak havoc and disturb your peace. Huang Yun also stepped forward to support Lin Chen. Crown Prince, Lin Chen is right. The structure of the capital cannot be affected by your personal matters. Seeing this, Xinyao also mustered the courage to stand with Lin Chen. Elder brother, Lin Chen is an important member of the Demon Suppression Division. You cannot treat him this way. The Crown Prince, seeing even his sister standing with the other side, stood up in anger and waved his sleeve. If it weren't for Xinyao still being useful to him, would he give her face? Ridiculous. Fine. Since your Demon Suppression Division is so unyielding, this prince has nothing more to say. We shall see. With that, he stormed out of the conference hall. The Crown Prince returned to the inn in a rage, and his subordinates hurriedly approached to comfort him. Your Highness, why get angry over a mere small commander? It's not worth it. The Crown Prince sat in the chair, taking a few deep breaths, trying to calm his emotions. He let out a cold snort. You don't understand. Last time, Lin Chen dealt with the third prince and made him lose face. If I don't take this opportunity to subdue him, how will the third prince know that I am the future king? Upon hearing this, his subordinates suddenly realized the situation. He cautiously continued to advise, Your Highness is wise, but the most important thing now is to remain calm and plan for the long term. The first prince waved his hand, signaling his subordinate to withdraw. He closed his eyes, but in his heart, he was calculating how to act next. On the other side, Huang Yun saw Lin Chen return and immediately called him to his study, preparing to have a serious talk. Lin Chen, the situation in the capital is a bit complicated this time. Huang Yun got straight to the point, his tone revealing a hint of gravity. Lin Chen nodded. He had naturally sensed the tense atmosphere within the Demon Suppression Division. Governor Huang, if there is anything you need me to do, just command me. Huang Yun said solemnly, You know the situation in the palace. The conflict between the first prince and the third prince is becoming increasingly intense. The Demon Suppression Division is loyal to the throne. We only follow the emperor's orders and do not interfere in the disputes among the princes. Lin Chen listened attentively, knowing that what Huang Yun was about to say next was crucial. The first prince has specifically called for you this time. He probably wants to use you against the third prince. Lin Chen frowned slightly. He did not wish to be caught up in the conflict between the princes. As for these princes, he wouldn't mind if they all ended up dead. Governor Huang, I understand. Given the current situation, I will be cautious. However, if these people were looking for trouble, then he wouldn't hold back. Huang Yun nodded. He had always trusted Lin Chen's abilities in judgment. Lin Chen, you are a smart person. I believe you can handle this matter well. Remember, no matter what happens, the position of the Demon Suppression Division cannot change. Lin Chen stood up, bowed to Huang Yun, and then left. He returned to his room, closed the door behind him, isolating himself from all external disturbances. The struggle for the throne of the Great Qing dynasty was nothing but a fleeting cloud to him. What he truly cared about was how to enhance his own strength. He sat cross-legged on the bed, focused his mind, and summoned his lifespan lottery system. Now, he possessed over 20,000 years of lifespan. It was time to improve himself. Lin Chen took a deep breath, calming his excited heart, and without hesitation, began the lottery. He decided to invest 500 years of lifespan for a high-risk, high-reward draw. Injecting 500 years of lifespan, lottery. Lin Chen's voice was firm and powerful. As the lifespan was injected, the light on the lifespan will began to flash wildly, forming brilliant light bands that illuminated the entire room. These lights danced in the air like living creatures, intertwining to create a beautiful scene. Lin Chen stared intently at the lifespan wheel, his heart racing as he anticipated the result that was about to appear. The wheel began to spin slowly, gaining speed and forming blurred light shadows. Suddenly, the speed of the wheel began to slow down, and the lights gradually converged at the center of the wheel. Lin Chen held his breath, his gaze fixed on the wheel. Acquired the divine ability sacrificial technique, wandering in the void. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he immediately checked the specific information about this technique. Wandering in the void was an extremely rare divine ability that could enhance one's own divine power by sacrificing different techniques. Lin Chen was overjoyed. The techniques he had previously practiced were too many and too varied, and many of them were no longer useful at the martial god level. Now, with wandering in the void, he could sacrifice all these techniques to enhance his divine power. He invested another 500 years of lifespan, and the lottery wheel started up again. The light flickered in the room like countless stars, and Lin Chen's heartbeat quickened as he focused intently on every rotation of the wheel. Finally, the wheel slowly came to a stop. A brilliant light shot out from the center, illuminating the entire space. Before Lin Chen appeared a divine blade, its body radiating a faint cold light, the edge sharp enough to seem capable of cutting through everything in the world. Heaven-devouring divine blade, grade 1+, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Lin Chen's eyes as he reached out to gently touch the blade, feeling the chilling aura and powerful waves of energy emanating from it. Heaven-devouring divine blade, what an extraordinary weapon! Lin Chen couldn't help but exclaim as he swung it a few times, sensing the might of the divine blade. With each swing, the heaven-devouring divine blade traced perfect arcs in the air, creating fierce gusts of blade wind. Each strike seemed to contain the power of heaven and earth, the surrounding air trembling under the blade's aura, producing a deep rumbling sound. Lin Chen was immersed in this powerful force, his heart filled with excitement and exhilaration. Today was indeed a lucky day, Lin Chen thought, brimming with joy. Preparing to draw again, Lin Chen invested another 500 years of lifespan and activated the lottery wheel. The light on the wheel was even more dazzling than before, like countless stars twinkling in the night sky, overwhelming to behold. As the wheel spun rapidly, countless lights burst forth even more fiercely. The wheel gradually came to a stop, and a beam of light shot up into the sky, revealing an ancient manual in Lin Chen's mind. Starry Sky Shattering / Grade 2, the manual glimmered with a faint light, seemingly containing the power of the stars, indicating its extraordinary might. A glint of brilliance flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He felt a vast power flowing within it, as boundless as the stars. This manual was perfectly suited to be used in conjunction with the heaven-devouring divine blade, capable of unleashing even greater combat power. He eagerly opened the manual and began to study the techniques within. With each understanding of the moves, his swordsmanship became increasingly refined, and he could feel his combat power continuously rising. Each swing of the blade seemed to stir the surrounding air, forming small whirlwinds. Lin Chen was absorbed in his training, diligently practicing every detail of the Starry Sky Shattering / His blade light flickered like the stars, each strike containing the power to shatter the heavens, as if he could even cleave the sky itself. Soon, Lin Chen gradually grasped the essence of the Starry Sky Shattering / His swordsmanship became sharper, each swing carrying an irresistible momentum. This technique would become one of his greatest killing moves, but unfortunately, he couldn't use it in actual combat and could only indulge himself in swinging the blade within his room. He let out a soft breath, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. Lin Chen invested another 500 years of lifespan and activated the lottery wheel once more. The light on the wheel grew even more brilliant, as if it had condensed the starlight of the entire universe. The wheel slowly came to a stop, and a dazzling beam of light shot up into the sky, illuminating Lin Chen's room as if it were daytime. Within the light, a manual exuding an ancient aura slowly emerged. Sky-dominating body technique, grade 1+. A hint of surprise flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. He could sense the extraordinary nature of this technique, which would surely elevate his physical strength and combat power to new heights. He examined the manual in his mind, immediately feeling a vast power flowing within it, as boundless as the sky. The sky-dominating body technique, true to its name, was an unparalleled technique aimed at enhancing the physical body and dominating the world. Practicing this technique could allow the practitioner's physical strength to reach an incredible level, even enabling them to traverse the void with their body and withstand various attacks. Lin Chen began to immerse himself in the world of the technique. With each word he comprehended, powerful forces seemed to awaken within him. He could feel his bones becoming harder, his muscles growing stronger, and his entire body undergoing earth-shattering changes. As Lin Chen delved deeper into his cultivation, his body gradually became enveloped in a faint halo, the power of the celestial body technique transforming his flesh. With each breath, it felt as if he synchronized with the heavens and earth, each heartbeat resonated like thunder. Immersed in the baptism of this power, Lin Chen continuously absorbed the strength from the secret manual, growing ever more powerful. Buzz! A soft vibration echoed. Lin Chen finally opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within, as if he could pierce through the void. He stood up, feeling the surging power within him, and began to cultivate the all things return to ruins technique. He sacrificed all his skills, including thunder slash, blade drawing technique, and storm pear blossom needle, to enhance his divine abilities. Sitting cross-legged, he formed hand seals and began to operate the all things return to ruins method. As the technique activated, the powers within Lin Chen gradually dissolved, transforming into streams of pure energy that converged towards his divine abilities. A surge of power erupted, and a phantom of the Kunping appeared before him. This Kunping spread its wings and soared high into the 9 heavens, exuding an ancient and powerful aura. Lin Chen could feel the strength of that divine beast, his heart shaken. He sensed that the highest form of the Kunping divine ability could even devour the starry sky. Such power was overwhelming. Originally a supreme divine ability, the Kunping technique underwent a qualitative leap through his sacrifices, transforming into the chaotic Kunping, first rank, divine ability. Lin Chen pondered carefully and finally understood why those martial gods were reluctant to use divine abilities. In the presence of true masters, the vast majority of martial artists' divine abilities were too weak. Releasing them was akin to seeking death. It was far better to confront with raw strength, which was much more reliable. Reflecting on recent battles, this Kunping divine ability was undoubtedly his trump card for survival. At critical moments, he could leverage the power of the Kunping for unexpected counterattacks. Lin Chen stood up, emanating a powerful aura. He took a deep breath and began to attempt to mobilize the power of the Kunping divine ability. With a thought, a tremendous force surged from within him, forming a gigantic phantom of the Kunping. This phantom radiated a terrifying pressure, as if it would devour everything around it. Without hesitation, he chose to cultivate the celestial body technique and the star-cleaving slash to perfection, which required consuming a vast amount of lifespan, burning 1,000 years of lifespan. He focused his mind on the celestial body technique, and as his lifespan burned away, Lin Chen's true energy began to operate at an unprecedented speed, continuously strengthening his body. He could feel his bones becoming harder, his muscles growing stronger. Each breath seemed to synchronize with the heavens and earth, each heartbeat resonating like thunder. His body felt as if it were being reforged, becoming more indestructible. After burning 3,000 years of lifespan, Lin Chen finally perfected the celestial body technique. He opened his eyes, stood up, and with a gentle fist clench, he could hear the sound of air being compressed and bursting. Next, Lin Chen began to cultivate the star-cleaving slash. He burned his lifespan once more, starting to practice this unmatched blade technique. As his lifespan burned, he practiced wielding the blade in his mind. The heavenly devouring divine blade began to shimmer with starlight, each swing accompanied by the sound of breaking air, as if it could sever the stars. Lin Chen immersed himself in the cultivation of the blade technique, becoming increasingly proficient. Each strike carried an irresistible momentum. He could feel the power of the stars embedded within the technique. Each slash could tear through the void and break all obstacles. After burning over 3,000 years of lifespan, the star-cleaving slash was finally perfected. He felt the surging blade intent within him, his heart filled with satisfaction and joy. The star-cleaving slash is also perfected. Lin Chen murmured to himself, his swordsmanship had reached a new height, enough to cut through any formidable enemy. He took a deep breath and began to circulate the heavenly spirit chi technique, preparing to break through to a realm beyond the martial god. Burn 1,000 years of lifespan. Lin Chen silently chanted in his heart, feeling the power within him start to surge. With a command, a vast force of lifespan began to ignite. The meridians in Dantian within Lin Chen felt like barrels of gunpowder that had been lit, instantly erupting with immense power. This force flowed through his body, continuously washing over his meridians, granting him an unprecedented enhancement. Rumble. The spiritual energy within Lin Chen surged like a tide, each circulation accompanied by a thunderous roar. He could feel his cultivation rapidly increasing, each breath seemingly causing the air to tremble. A mix of pain and determination appeared on Lin Chen's face. His meridians expanded and contracted under the onslaught of spiritual energy, as if undergoing repeated rebirths. 2,000 years of lifespan, burn. Lin Chen shouted again, feeling his cultivation continue to rise. Burn 5,000 years of lifespan. His voice echoed in the training room, his entire body enveloped in a thick layer of spiritual energy. He seemed to transform into a vortex of spiritual energy, frantically absorbing the surrounding essence. With the final shout, Lin Chen finally reached the perfect realm of the martial god. Burning over 10,000 years of lifespan just to reach the perfect realm of the martial god, and still unable to break through. Lin Chen chuckled bitterly. The consumption of lifespan was terrifying. No wonder so few had reached the celestial sovereign realm over the years. He had a premonition that to continue breaking through, the remaining few thousand years of lifespan might not be enough. More lifespan was needed. Currently, the prisoners in the heavenly prison had lost his interest. Only the lifespan of demon beasts was abundant, but even the realms above the second rank could only yield a few hundred years of lifespan. Name, Lin Chen. Talent, superior. Realm, first rank martial god, perfect. Cultivation techniques, chaos blood demon tasting technique, perfect. Yen Luo fierce sun, perfect. Burning fire thunder heaven technique, perfect. Vast sky dominating body technique, perfect. Puppet secret technique, perfect. Starry sky splitting slash, perfect. Heavenly spirit chi technique, second layer. Treasures, soul severing powder. Seven Fiends Demon Blade, Chaos Divine Essence Pearl, Divine Movement Cloud. Boots, Nether Soul Splitting Blade, Heavily Devouring Divine Blade, Divine Ability, Chaos Kuanpung Divine Ability, first rank, remaining lifespan, 4928. 5 years. Looking at the lifespan number on the attribute panel, Lin Chen smiled wryly. A few thousand years of lifespan felt a bit tight for his cultivation speed. Lin Chen stretched, feeling an unprecedented vitality fill his body. He stood up, ready to see Gu Wan and Alien. He had been busy with cultivation and had hardly spent time with them. Leaving the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen arrived at the residence of Gu Wan and Alien. The environment here was serene, filled with the sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers, a great place to live. As he stepped into the courtyard, he saw two graceful figures playing and frolicking. Gu Wan and Alien had grown from the little girls of years past into charming young ladies. Seeing Lin Chen arrive, they greeted him with delight. "Brother, you're here." Gu Wan's face beamed with a sweet smile as she affectionately took Lin Chen's arm. Alien also happily said, "Lord Lin, you finally came to see us." Lin Chen smiled and nodded, warmth flooding his heart. He asked Gu Wan, "How has your practice been lately?" Gu Wan stuck out her tongue, a bit shy as she replied, "Brother, what the teacher says every day is so boring." Lin Chen gently patted her head and encouraged, "The knowledge from school is indeed boring. It should be learned step by step. You're already doing very well." He then turned to Alien. "Alien, do you have enough silver? If you need anything, just let me know." Alien respectfully replied, "Lord Lin, the silver is enough for each month." Lin Chen nodded and looked around. "The weather is nice today, let's sit in the courtyard and chat." Upon hearing this, Alien immediately got up, a gentle smile on her face. "I'll go prepare some food." Her movements were quick, and soon she had set out snacks and tea on the stone table. Gu Wan took Lin Chen's hand and affectionately sat beside him, curiously asking, "Brother, how is the Demon Suppression Division lately? Is there anything interesting?" Lin Chen smiled and briefly shared some daily happenings of the Demon Suppression Division, then asked, "What about you? How's your homework? Is there anything you don't understand?" Gu Wan pouted, somewhat unconvinced, and said, "The teacher says we girls can't enter the Great Shang as officials. I don't agree. When I grow up, I want to help you, to be as capable as you." Lin Chen gently patted her head and encouraged, "You will, I believe in you." He then changed the subject. "What do you think of the Great Shang Dynasty?" Gu Wan didn't expect Lin Chen to ask her this question. She thought for a moment and said seriously, "I think the Great Shang Dynasty is powerful, but it also has many problems. The teacher says the old emperor is about to die, and now the princes are fighting everywhere. Brother, the capital will definitely be in chaos in the future." Lin Chen was surprised by Gu Wan's insight and nodded in approval. "You're right, it won't be long before the capital is in chaos. Your teacher is quite clever. This is something he also told you." Gu Wan nodded proudly. Many common people in the capital know about this. Soon, night fell, and the three of them sat together in the courtyard, sharing dinner. The dishes were simple yet delicious, and they chatted while eating, the atmosphere warm and pleasant. After dinner, they each returned to their rooms. Gu Wan tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, a bit reluctant. "Brother, can you stay a few more days this time? We all miss you. Lin Chen looked at Guwan's hopeful eyes, his heart softening. Alright, brother will stay with you for a few more days. Upon hearing this, Guwan's face lit up with a happy smile, and she bounced back to her room. Lin Chen stood in the courtyard, gazing at the starry sky, feeling a wave of warmth in his heart. Time quietly passed in warmth and tranquility, and 3 days quickly flew by. Guwan and Alian saw Lin Chen off at the courtyard gate, both with glistening tears in their eyes. Guwan tugged at Lin Chen's sleeve, her voice choked. Brother, you must come back to see us often. Lin Chen gently patted her hand, softly comforting. Don't worry, I will. You both take care of yourselves and practice well. Alian stepped forward, handing Lin Chen a package, softly saying, Lord Lin, this is some food we prepared. Remember to eat. Lin Chen took the package, a warm feeling surging in his heart. Thank you, I will be careful. With a gentle breeze, Lin Chen turned and strode away, his figure gradually fading into the morning light. Guwan and Alian stood at the gate, watching Lin Chen's back disappear from sight. Back at the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen was immediately summoned by Huang Yun. Huang Yun's expression was serious. Lin Chen, it looks like there's work to do. The Crown Prince wants someone from the Demon Suppression Division to enter the palace, and he specifically named you. Lin Chen frowned, his heart filled with uncertainty about the Crown Prince's intentions. Shen Yao, however, interjected from the side, seemingly unconcerned and even a bit happy. Lin Chen, my brother won't harm you. Lin Chen knew that Shen Yao was naive and didn't want her to worry too much, so he didn't explain further, only saying lightly, I understand, I'll go right away. When Shen Yao saw Lin Chen entering the palace, she followed him. On the way to the palace, Lin Chen observed the surroundings. The palace's architecture was magnificent and grand, with resplendent palaces and intricately carved beams and pillars, each revealing the royal dignity and solemnity. The guards, clad in armor and holding long spears, stood expressionless at their posts, their vigilant eyes scrutinizing every passerby. Passing through several palace gates, Lin Chen arrived at the palace where the Crown Prince resided. The guards here were even more stringent, thoroughly searching Lin Chen before allowing him to enter, confirming that he carried no dangerous items. Upon entering the palace, Lin Chen saw the Crown Prince sitting on the main seat, his sharp gaze sizing up Lin Chen as he walked in. Lin Chen approached respectfully. Lin Chen from the Demon Suppression Division pays respects to the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince sneered coldly, his voice carrying an undeniable chill. Lin Chen, I've summoned you this time to join my camp and participate in the upcoming palace election. Lin Chen frowned, he had no interest in getting involved in the royal power struggle. Crown Prince, I'm not interested in these matters. Please find someone else. The Crown Prince's expression darkened, his tone revealing a threat. Lin Chen, don't think I won't dare to kill you. If you refuse, it will be difficult for you to leave this palace today. The atmosphere suddenly became tense, and Lin Chen sensed the hidden aura around him, knowing the Crown Prince was not just making empty threats. Unfortunately, it was uncertain who would kill whom. Seeing the standoff, Shen Yao quickly stepped forward. Her eyes held a hint of pleading. Lin Chen, I beg you, help my brother. He's not a bad person, he's just forced by the current situation. Lin Chen looked at Shen Yao, feeling a twinge of conflict in his heart. Finally, he sighed and nodded. Alright, I agree. The Crown Prince smiled with satisfaction upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement. Very good, Lin Chen. I won't treat you unfairly. As long as you lend me a hand, once I ascend the throne, you will enjoy endless glory and wealth. Lin Chen said nothing more. He knew this was merely a temporary measure. Seeing Lin Chen agree, Shen Yao's face lit up with gratitude. Thank you, Lin Chen. She walked to Lin Chen's side and whispered, I know you don't like these conflicts, but please believe me, my brother is really not a bad person. Lin Chen settled in the palace, preparing to participate in the upcoming grand competition. The grand competition in the palace was an important event of the Great Shang dynasty, attracting many experts and dignitaries to watch. The competition venue was set in the martial arts arena within the palace, spacious enough to accommodate thousands of spectators at once. On the day of the competition, the arena was packed with people, the atmosphere lively. In the center of the arena was a huge platform, surrounded by high stands filled with officials from various regions. With the sound of a gong, the grand competition officially began. Experts from all sides took turns to showcase their martial arts and talents. Fists and feet clashed, swords gleamed, and each exciting duel drew cheers from the audience. The third prince sat in the opposite stand, coldly watching the Crown Prince's side. When his gaze fell on Lin Chen, a flash of killing intent crossed his eyes. Lin Chen felt the third prince's gaze but paid it no mind, quietly observing the competition while adjusting his own state, ready to take the stage at any moment. Halfway through the competition, His Majesty the Emperor arrived at the scene. Although the old emperor was advanced in age, he still exuded great authority. His hair was gray, his face marked by the passage of time, yet his eyes remained sharp, as if he could see into people's hearts. The old emperor wore a dragon robe and a crown, slowly walking up to the main stand. His appearance immediately made the atmosphere more solemn. Everyone stood up and bowed to the emperor. Lin Chen took the opportunity to observe this legendary emperor, feeling the powerful aura emanating from the old emperor. After the old emperor sat down, the others dared to take their seats. The atmosphere in the entire martial arts arena became even more serious. With a gentle wave of his hand, the surrounding noise gradually quieted, and all eyes focused on the arena. The third prince signaled with a glance, and a burly warrior, exuding a fierce presence, stepped onto the stage. He was muscular, wielding a heavy hammer, and provocatively looked in the direction of the first prince, shouting loudly, "Where are the first prince's men? Come up and fight me, Zhao Tianlei." The first prince frowned slightly, turning to a young general beside him, and ordered in a deep voice, "Li Xiang, you go." Li Xiang nodded in acknowledgement, leaping agilely onto the stage, drawing his long sword, the tip pointing directly at Zhao Tianlei. "Zhao Tianlei, don't be so arrogant. I'm here to teach you a lesson." The atmosphere on the stage instantly became tense, as sparks seemed to fly from the exchanged glances of the two warriors. In the audience, everyone held their breath, knowing that an exciting duel was about to unfold. Zhao Tianlei sneered, swinging his heavy hammer with a whoosh, launching a fierce attack on Li Xiang. Li Xiang, on the other hand, moved with agile swordplay, the sword light flickering as he tried to find an opening in his opponent's defense. The battle between the two was exceptionally intense. Zhao Tianlei's heavy hammer struck with great force, each blow putting immense pressure on Li Xiang. Although Li Xiang's swordsmanship was exquisite, it seemed somewhat inadequate against Zhao Tianlei's ferocious onslaught. As the fight progressed, signs of defeat began to show in Li Xiang. His breathing grew rapid, and his swordplay was no longer as fluid as before. Zhao Tianlei, growing more courageous with each exchange, swung his hammer even more wildly. Li Xiang's long sword was knocked away by Zhao Tianlei's hammer, and he stumbled backward, nearly falling off the stage. The referee immediately announced, "Zhao Tianlei wins." Cheers erupted from the third prince's side, and Zhao Tianlei proudly raised his heavy hammer, showcasing his victory to the surrounding audience. The first prince's expression darkened. He hadn't expected Li Xiang to lose so quickly. Seeing this, Xinyao softly comforted him, "Elder brother, victory and defeat are common in battle. There's no need to take it too seriously." The third prince, watching from the opposite stand, curled his lips into a smug smile. He stood up, his voice dripping with unmasked provocation. "Elder brother, it seems your subordinates are nothing special. Is there anyone else willing to challenge me?" The first prince, angered by the third prince's taunt, stood up abruptly, glaring at him. "Don't be too pleased with yourself." He then turned to Lin Chen, his tone resolute. "Lin Chen, it's your turn, let them see our strength." Lin Chen nodded, a glimmer of calm light flashing in his eyes. "Rest assured, first prince, I won't let you down." He slowly stood up, walking steadily towards the arena. Xinyao watched Lin Chen's back, feeling a bit worried but still mustering the courage to cheer for him. "Lin Chen, go for it. I believe you can win." Lin Chen turned back to smile at Xinyao, signaling her to be at ease, then turned and stepped onto the stage. His gaze sharpened, and he exuded an undeniable aura. The third prince was slightly taken aback to see Lin Chen take the stage, clearly not expecting the first prince to send him directly. He snorted coldly and ordered Zhao Tianlei, "Make sure to teach him a good lesson." Zhao Tianlei grinned wickedly, swinging his heavy hammer as he charged fiercely at Lin Chen. Lin Chen stood calmly in the center of the stage, seemingly oblivious to his opponent's attack. It was only when Zhao Tianlei's heavy hammer was about to fall that Lin Chen suddenly moved. His figure flashed like a ghost, easily dodging Zhao Tianlei's attack, while simultaneously delivering a palm strike that landed squarely on Zhao Tianlei's chest. Boom! With that punch, Zhao Tianlei was sent flying several meters away. Lin Chen did not draw any weapons. He simply stood there quietly, already displaying a terrifying oppressive force. Zhao Tianlei gritted his teeth in fury. He charged in front of Lin Chen, swinging his heavy hammer with a whistling wind, aiming directly at Lin Chen's head. If this blow landed, even a diamond would be left bloodied. However, Lin Chen merely sidestepped lightly, evading Zhao Tianlei's fierce strike. His movements were effortless and graceful, as if he were strolling leisurely, while Zhao Tianlei's attacks were like a raging storm, yet they couldn't even touch the hem of his clothes. Zhao Tianlei, missing his strike, was startled and quickly changed tactics, sweeping his heavy hammer horizontally, trying to knock Lin Chen away. Lin Chen's figure seemed like a ghost, always avoiding attacks at the most critical moments, leaving Zhao Tianlei's offensive empty. In the audience, everyone held their breath and stared. They saw Lin Chen remain calm and composed amidst Zhao Tianlei's storm-like attacks. After dodging several of Zhao Tianlei's strikes, Lin Chen quickly began to counterattack. His gaze sharpened, and his figure suddenly accelerated, transforming into a blur, appearing at Zhao Tianlei's left side. Zhao Tianlei felt a flash before his eyes, and before he could react, Lin Chen's palm was already pressed against his chest. Lin Chen unleashed his internal energy. A powerful force surged into Zhao Tianlei's body. Boom! Zhao Tianlei felt an irresistible force emanating from his chest. His body was struck as if by lightning, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily outside the arena. The entire martial arts arena fell silent in an instant, everyone shocked by Lin Chen's strength. Zhao Tianlei, after all, was a capable general under the third prince, yet he couldn't withstand a few moves against Lin Chen. The third prince's expression turned extremely grim. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to be so powerful, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The first prince, on the other hand, was overjoyed, his gaze towards Lin Chen filled with admiration. Shen Yao stood up excitedly, clapping and cheering, "Lin Chen, you are amazing." Lin Chen slowly withdrew his palm, his expression still calm, as if he had merely accomplished something trivial. He turned to the third prince and said, "Who else wants to come up and give me guidance?" His voice, though not loud, was heard clearly by everyone present. On the arena, Lin Chen resembled an invincible war god, instilling fear in others. The third prince's face was as dark as water, his gaze fierce, signaling those beside him to take the stage. The person beside him was named Xiao Qianjue, a middle-aged man with a stern appearance, dressed in black, his eyes revealing a sinister glint. He held a uniquely shaped long sword in his hand, the blade shimmering with a faint blue light, clearly coated with deadly poison. Xiao Qianjue slowly walked onto the arena, his steps steady, each one seeming to carry immense weight. He looked at Lin Chen, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his mouth. "Kid, your skills are decent, but in front of me, you're still too green." Lin Chen frowned slightly. He could sense the intense killing intent radiating from Xiao Qianjue, a formidable opponent not to be underestimated. "Come on, let me see what you can do," Lin Chen replied, exuding a powerful aura that sharply contrasted with Xiao Qianjue's coldness. Xiao Qianjue's contempt for Lin Chen ignited a surge of anger within him. He snorted coldly and suddenly charged at Lin Chen. His long sword traced strange trajectories in the air, the tip carrying a bone-chilling coldness, aimed directly at Lin Chen's vital points. Lin Chen's gaze sharpened. He could feel the strange power contained in Xiao Qianjue's swordsmanship, each attack hiding lethal intent. He swayed his body, dodging Xiao Qianjue's attack, while simultaneously delivering a palm strike aimed at the opponent's chest. Xiao Qianjue let out a cold laugh, and his body suddenly became ethereal, transforming into a wisp of black smoke just as Lin Chen's palm power was about to make contact. The smoke dissipated into the air. Lin Chen was taken aback. He had never seen such a technique before. He cautiously scanned his surroundings, searching for Xiao Qianjue's trace. Suddenly, a shadow attacked from behind Lin Chen, carrying a sharp sword aura. Lin Chen quickly turned around, striking out with a palm, colliding with Xiao Qianjue's long sword, producing a dull, thunderous sound. The battle between the two grew increasingly intense. Xiao Qianjue's swordsmanship was bizarre and unpredictable, with each attack catching Lin Chen off guard. However, Lin Chen matched him blow for blow, relying on his extraordinary agility and keen perception. The more they fought, the more astonished Xiao Qianjue became. He never expected Lin Chen to be so difficult to deal with. A glint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes as he decided to unleash his trump card. "Kid, let me show you my ultimate skill, Ghostly Shadow Sword of the Underworld," Xiao Qianjue shouted, and his long sword suddenly erupted with dense black energy, enveloping the entire arena in a chilling aura. Within the black mist, Xiao Qianjue's figure became erratic, as if transformed into countless ghostly shadows, attacking Lin Chen from all directions. Each shadow carried a lethal strike, making it nearly impossible to defend against. Yet, Lin Chen remained calm in the face of this bizarre assault. He took a deep breath, a glimmer of interest flashing in his eyes. "Come at me," Lin Chen shouted, and suddenly, a dazzling light erupted from his body. A powerful momentum surged from within him, forcing back the surrounding black mist. He activated the Celestial Spirit Chi technique, channeling his internal energy to the utmost, and unleashed a punch with the force of thunder, directly striking at Xiao Qianjue's true form. A flicker of terror crossed Xiao Qianjue's eyes. He never expected Lin Chen to see through his ghostly shadow sword of the underworld. He hurriedly swung his sword to defend, but Lin Chen's thunderous force was unstoppable, directly knocking his long sword away, and the residual force continued to strike towards his chest. Bang! Xiao Qianjue was hit by Lin Chen's thunderous slash, flying backward like a kite with a broken string. He crashed heavily outside the arena, spitting out a mouthful of blood, clearly injured. Many martial artists in the martial arts arena stood up in shock. Is this person really that powerful? Xiao Qianjue's ghostly shadow sword of the underworld was so easily defeated by Lin Chen, raising everyone's evaluation of him once again. The third prince's face turned even uglier. He never expected his capable warrior Xiao Qianjue to be defeated so thoroughly. He glared fiercely at Lin Chen, then turned and left the arena, clearly not wanting to continue embarrassing himself. The first prince, on the other hand, was overjoyed. He stood up excitedly, praising loudly. Lin Chen, having a dancer like you is truly a great fortune. Your strength is enough to look down upon all others. Shen Yao also jumped up in excitement, running to Lin Chen's side, looking at him with admiration. Lin Chen, you are amazing. How did you do it? Lin Chen slowly withdrew his stance, seemingly unconcerned, and simply waved his hand. They are just too weak. The old emperor, witnessing Lin Chen's heroic performance from the main stand, revealed a hint of appreciation in his eyes and then clapped in praise. Good. His voice carried a sense of joy and excitement. Come, reward him. The old emperor's words were filled with admiration, clearly very satisfied with Lin Chen's performance. Seeing this, the first prince's resolve to keep Lin Chen by his side strengthened. He felt that Lin Chen was a rare talent, and if he could be utilized, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. After the competition ended, the first prince eagerly spoke. Lin Chen, it would be a pity for your strength to remain in the demon suppression division. Come work under me, and I guarantee you wealth and honor, enjoying it endlessly. Lin Chen directly declined. First prince, my duty lies with the demon suppression division. I cannot stay in the palace. The crown prince was not in a hurry. He knew that talented individuals always had their quirks and needed time to adjust and persuade. Shen Yao chattered away, circling around Lin Chen, feeling that Lin Chen was truly impressive for easily defeating the capable general of the third prince. At that moment, a guard hurried over and relayed a message to Lin Chen. Lord Lin, the old emperor wishes to see you. Please follow me. Lin Chen nodded and followed the guard to the emperor's palace. The emperor's palace was magnificent and resplendent, with every detail revealing the royal dignity and solemnity. The interior was luxuriously decorated, with exquisite murals and red carpets on the floor, creating an atmosphere of grandeur and seriousness. Lin Chen was brought to the emperor's study, which was relatively simple, with each piece of furniture appearing very refined, showcasing the old emperor's taste. Upon seeing Lin Chen, the old emperor revealed a gentle smile. Lin Chen, your performance has been quite good. I appreciate you. Lin Chen slightly bowed, expressing his gratitude. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. I merely did what I was supposed to do. The old emperor looked at Lin Chen with interest and suddenly asked, Lin Chen, which prince do you support? Lin Chen answered without hesitation, Your Majesty, the Demon Suppression Division does not participate in the struggle among the princes. This matter has nothing to do with me. The old emperor laughed heartily, finding Lin Chen's answer very candid and refreshing. It has been a long time since I heard the truth in this palace, the old emperor sighed, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. My body cannot hold out much longer. I hope your demon suppression division can support the great Shang. The old emperor's words revealed a trace of worry. Lin Chen frowned. What did the matter of great Shang have to do with him? The survival of the world is a necessary process. I cannot concern myself with the affairs of the world. Lin Chen's words conveyed a sense of indifference. With his current strength, he simply did not care about these matters. The old emperor sighed, knowing that Lin Chen was speaking the truth. I only ask one thing of you, if a conflict truly arises in the future, do not kill my son. A hint of pleading flashed in the old emperor's eyes. Lin Chen frowned, feeling that the old emperor's request was somewhat unrealistic. Since you have seen my strength, why ask such an impractical question? Lin Chen's words carried a hint of dissatisfaction. The old emperor sighed again, realizing that his request was indeed a bit excessive. You may leave. The old emperor waved his hand, signaling Lin Chen to go. Lin Chen turned and left the study, his figure quickly disappearing into the depths of the palace. The guard beside the old emperor stepped forward and inquired, Your Majesty, should we take the opportunity to kill Lin Chen and eliminate future troubles? The old emperor shook his head. He knew Lin Chen's strength was unfathomable, and even at his peak, he might not be a match for him. I cannot even move. Who could possibly kill him? The old emperor's words carried a hint of helplessness. The guard fell silent, knowing the old emperor was speaking the truth. The old emperor sighed, realizing that the future of the great Shang dynasty depended on their fate. All he could do was try to do more for this country. Go, let me be alone for a while. The old emperor waved his hand, dismissing the guard. The guard bowed and left the study, leaving the old emperor to quietly contemplate the future of the great Shang dynasty. Lin Chen's current strength had indeed reached a point that was hard to conceal. He could suppress his aura, but a true master of the martial god realm could see through it at a glance. Lin Chen did not mind this. With his current strength, ordinary characters could not pose a threat to him at all. After he returned, Shen Yao was still waiting for him in the shop. I am preparing to leave. It seems a token is needed at the palace gate. Shen Yao was surprised by his decision and quickly asked, Lin Chen, where are you going? Lin Chen simply replied, I have important matters to attend to and need to leave first. When the crown prince learned that Lin Chen was leaving, he felt uneasy and immediately sent someone to stop him. He did not want such a powerful ally to slip out of his control. Faced with the obstruction, Lin Chen merely sneered, "You have no right to make me stay." The Crown Prince's expression darkened upon hearing Lin Chen's words, and he scolded, "Lin Chen, what do you think you are? Staying in the palace is a great fortune for you, don't be ungrateful, or I won't be polite." Lin Chen was unfazed by the Crown Prince's threat. The other party was merely testing his limits. He calmly replied, "I have duties to the Demon Suppression Division, I am not a plaything of the royal family." Seeing the two arguing, Xinyao hurriedly stepped forward to mediate. "Elder brother, let's talk this out calmly, don't get angry." The Crown Prince was already impatient at this point. He waved his hand, ordering someone to drag Xinyao away. Xinyao, having a cultivation level of the 3rd rank, naturally would not submit easily and directly engaged the approaching guards. The entire hall was thrown into chaos, and Lin Chen's face remained cold. "If you dare to obstruct me again, don't blame me for being rude." Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince was instantly enraged and ordered, "Attack." If Lin Chen could not be used by him, it would be better to kill him outright. With the Crown Prince's command, the surrounding guards immediately launched an attack on Lin Chen. Armed with sharp blades, they came at him from all directions, trying to overwhelm him with their numbers. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's strength far surpassed that of these guards. His figure darted through the crowd, easily evading attack after attack. Each time his hand struck out, a guard was sent flying, unable to approach him. Lin Chen did not use lethal force, he merely repelled the guards, not wanting to create a bloodbath in the palace, which would only complicate his escape. Xinyao was engaged in combat with the guards on another side. Her strength was not as formidable as Lin Chen's, but her 3rd-rank cultivation was not to be underestimated. Her movements were agile, and each strike was fierce, quickly pushing back several guards. The Crown Prince, seeing Lin Chen handle the guards so easily, felt even more furious. Lin Chen eventually reached the exit of the hall, stopped, and turned back to coldly look at the Crown Prince. "Crown Prince, I did not wish to be enemies with the royal family, but if you continue to pressure me, don't blame me for being rude." Xinyao directly threw the token in her hand to Lin Chen. "Lin Chen, you should go." Lin Chen no longer paid attention to the Crown Prince's fury and walked straight out of the palace, disappearing from everyone's sight. The guards beside the Crown Prince saw this and quietly asked, "Your Highness, should we continue to pursue Lin Chen?" The Crown Prince was furious, his face dark enough to drip water. "How can you pursue him? Who among you can match his strength? A bunch of useless fools." His roar echoed through the palace, causing the guards' hearts to tremble. Xinyao also stopped her movements. After all, the guards did not dare to truly harm her. Seeing Lin Chen leave, she breathed a sigh of relief. The Crown Prince glanced at Xinyao, a trace of malice flashing in his heart. Since ancient times, heroes have struggled to overcome the beauty barrier. He did not know if Lin Chen could resist Xinyao's charm. He sneered a few times, a glint of calculation in his eyes. On the other side, the 3rd prince, having heard about Lin Chen's situation and realizing that Lin Chen was not giving anyone face, felt much better about his anger. However, he knew he could not kill Lin Chen. Naturally, someone else could. The 3rd prince was not in a hurry. He planned to wait for the Crown Prince to anger Lin Chen, letting Lin Chen eliminate these useless people for him, and then deal with Lin Chen himself, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. He leisurely enjoyed fragrant tea in his residence, a smug smile appearing on his face. After returning to the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen decided to head directly to the southern region, where he aimed to break through to the celestial realm. With his lifespan running low, and the southern god general already aware of his strength, he could also hunt more demon beasts there to replenish his lifespan. When he went to find Huang Yun told him to postpone this matter. The old emperor's death was unknown, and when the time came, chaos erupted in the capital, requiring someone to maintain order. Lin Chen could only nod in agreement. With Gu Wan and the others still here, he had to protect them. 3 days later, the capital was bustling with activity as martial arts masters from all over the Great Shang gathered in the city. It turned out that 3 days prior, the Crown Prince had issued a notice stating he would hold a martial arts competition to recruit a spouse for Xinyao. With his mother having passed away and the old emperor aging, it was naturally his responsibility to handle the marriage arrangements. As for Xinyao's feelings, he did not care. He had already confined her within the palace. The Crown Prince calculated that if Lin Chen did not come, he could still recruit a great general through this competition. Pleased with this thought, he awaited the day of the competition. Finally, the day of the martial arts competition arrived, and the entire capital was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Many martial arts experts were eager to showcase their skills in hopes of winning Xinyao's heart. Xinyao was locked away in a secluded courtyard deep within the palace, her heart a tangled mess of anger and helplessness. She could not accept that her fate was being arranged like this, becoming a pawn in her brother's hands. "Let me out!" Xinyao shouted loudly. "Seventh princess, take a break, stop shouting. "Without the Crown Prince's orders, you cannot go out," replied a guard outside. No matter how much Shin Yao yelled, they ignored her. Infuriated, Shin Yao decided that if she couldn't go out, then no one would have it easy. Armed with a weapon, she charged forward. These guards were elite warriors of the third rank, far beyond Shin Yao's capabilities. She wielded her sword and engaged them in battle. The sword light flickered as Shin Yao darted among the guards. Despite her agile movements, the gap in strength and rank quickly put her at a disadvantage. A guard's palm wind grazed Shin Yao's cheek, leaving a stinging pain. Another guard swept his leg, and though she barely dodged, she fell to the ground from exhaustion. Breathing heavily, tears shimmered in her beautiful eyes, filled with despair. "I don't want to be trapped here. Let me out." Shin Yao's voice trembled with a cry as she swung her sword wildly, completely out of control. The guards had no intention of truly harming her, they merely blocked her path, preventing her escape. Shin Yao felt an unprecedented sense of powerlessness and despair, and she began to cry out for death. The other guards were alarmed. She deliberately exposed herself to their attacks, shouting, "Kill me. I'd rather die than be a tool." Her cries echoed throughout the courtyard. The Crown Prince arrived, his face filled with anger. Seeing Shin Yao in such a state, he stepped forward and slapped her hard across the face. Smack! The crisp sound of the slap resonated around them, and Shin Yao's head was turned to the side, a clear five-finger mark appearing on her face. "Be obedient." The Crown Prince's voice was cold and ruthless. "Your only purpose is to be a tool for marriage. Don't even think about resisting my will." Shin Yao covered her face, tears welling in her eyes as she felt a deep sense of humiliation and despair. Looking at the Crown Prince, her voice trembled. "Brother, I am your sister. How can you treat me like this?" The Crown Prince remained unmoved, coldly gazing at Shin Yao as if she were a stranger. In the face of power, familial ties are worthless. "If you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for forgetting our blood relation." Shin Yao's heart turned to ashes. At a glance from the Crown Prince, the guards immediately restrained her limbs. An old maid approached and forcefully poured a bowl of medicine into Shin Yao's mouth. She stopped struggling, stopped shouting, and simply sat quietly on the ground, staring blankly into the distance. Seeing Shin Yao finally quiet down, the Crown Prince snorted coldly and turned to leave. The guards also breathed a sigh of relief and returned to their posts. The day of the martial arts competition for marriage finally arrived, and the entire capital was immersed in a festive atmosphere. Shin Yao was drugged and brought to the scene. The effects of the drug left her weak and unable to move, so she could only lean limply against her seat. Her heart was filled with despair as her eyes anxiously searched the crowd for Lin Chen's figure. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she looked, Lin Chen never appeared. A hint of helplessness and sorrow flickered in Shin Yao's gaze, and her heart gradually sank to the depths. On the stage, martial arts masters from various places rubbed their fists in anticipation, ready to showcase their skills. Their greedy eyes scrutinized Shin Yao, each one filled with excitement. Shin Yao's beauty and status undoubtedly made this competition for marriage even more enticing. With the sound of a gong, the competition officially began. The first pair to take the stage was a young man wielding a sword and a burly man with a spear. The two exchanged blows on the stage, sword light and spear shadows clashing fiercely. The audience watched with blood boiling, cheering for their favored contestants. Yet Shin Yao's heart was as calm as still water. Her gaze remained wandering in the crowd, hoping to find that familiar figure. The battles on the stage grew increasingly intense, with contestants being knocked off the platform from time to time. As time passed, the remaining contestants dwindled, their strength growing stronger. Shin Yao's heart grew more anxious. She knew that if Lin Chen did not appear soon, she might truly be forced to accept the outcome of this competition for marriage. Finally, after a fierce duel, a swordsman dressed in black emerged victorious. He stood on the stage with his sword in hand, exuding an imposing presence as he greedily stared at Shin Yao. The Crown Prince, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. He walked over to Shin Yao and whispered, "Look, so many heroes have come for you, you should feel honored." Shin Yao's heart was filled with desolation. She could no longer change anything. She could only silently pray, hoping Lin Chen would appear and rescue her from this nightmare. As time ticked by, Lin Chen's figure still did not appear. Shin Yao's gaze gradually dimmed, and her heart sank into endless despair. The competition for marriage continued, and the remaining contestants used all their skills to win Shin Yao's heart. However, Shin Yao's heart was no longer on that stage. Lin Chen had been outside the capital for the past few days, following the information about the Crimson Flame Demon Lion, which indicated that the beasts there had begun to move south again. He did not want to waste any of his lifespan. After a fierce battle, his lifespan had only increased slightly, but even the smallest gain was worth it and should not be wasted. When he returned to the capital, he found the place bustling with activity, unsure of what had happened. After inquiring, he learned that the Crown Prince had organized a martial arts competition for Shin Yao. Lin Chen's heart sank. He hurried to the competition stage. By the time he arrived, the competition had already ended. The winner was a young man named Zhao Wuji from the Qingqing sect. Zhao Wuji had a lecherous appearance and was about to touch Xin Yao, who was unable to move and could only blink at Lin Chen repeatedly for help. Seeing this, Lin Chen shouted, "Everyone, stop!" The crown prince's eyes gleamed when he saw Lin Chen arrive. He coldly said, "Lin Chen, you are too late. The competition for marriage has ended, and you cannot contest it now." Lin Chen ignored the crown prince's words, his gaze fixed firmly on Xin Yao. Seeing her frantic blinking, he immediately understood. He knew Xin Yao must have been forced into this. This competition for marriage was not her intention at all. Zhao Wuji, furious at Lin Chen's sudden appearance and his attempt to contest Xin Yao, charged at him. He swung his sword, the blade flashing, aiming directly for Lin Chen's vital points. Lin Chen did not draw a weapon, he met the attack with his fists. The wind from his punches howled, each strike carrying immense power. The battle between the two quickly attracted the attention of those around them, and everyone marveled at Lin Chen's bravery. Although Zhao Wuji's swordsmanship was fierce, it seemed somewhat inadequate in front of Lin Chen. Lin Chen's boxing style was bold and powerful, each punch accurately striking Zhao Wuji's sword, neutralizing his attacks one by one. Xin Yao watched Lin Chen from the side, a glimmer of excitement and hope in her eyes. She knew Lin Chen's strength and believed he could definitely defeat Zhao Wuji. As the fight progressed, Lin Chen gradually gained the upper hand. His punches became increasingly fierce, each one putting immense pressure on Zhao Wuji. Finally, in a violent clash, Lin Chen landed a punch on Zhao Wuji's chest, sending him flying to the ground with a heavy thud. Zhao Wuji struggled to get up but ultimately fell back down weakly. He was defeated under Lin Chen's fists. The crown prince, with a forced smile, said to Lin Chen, "Congratulations, Lin Chen, since you've won the martial arts contest for marriage, prepare to marry Xin Yao." Lin Chen ignored the crown prince's provocation, coldly glancing at him before turning to leave with Xin Yao. Seeing him about to leave, the crown prince stepped forward to block Lin Chen, sternly saying, "You have some nerve. Since you participated in the contest, you must abide by the rules, or get out of Kyoto." Lin Chen stopped and turned around, sneering, a dignified prince stooping to such despicable acts, truly eye-opening. The crown prince's face turned pale with anger at Lin Chen's words. He knew he couldn't do anything to Lin Chen at the moment, as Lin Chen's strength was evident. He could only suppress his fury for now and said fiercely, "Don't be too arrogant, Lin Chen. We'll see about this." With that, the crown prince stormed off with his subordinates. Lin Chen paid him no further mind and carefully supported Xin Yao, quickly heading to the Demon Suppression Division. Upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Division, Lin Chen immediately found the best doctor to treat Xin Yao. The doctor carefully examined Xin Yao's condition and discovered she had been given a drug that restrained her internal energy. "Don't worry, my lord. This drug can temporarily restrain internal energy, but it's not serious. I will detoxify Miss Shen right away." As the doctor spoke, he took out silver needles and began to treat Xin Yao. Lying on the bed, Xin Yao looked at Lin Chen's concerned gaze, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. She softly said, "Lin Chen, thank you for coming to save me." Lin Chen held Xin Yao's hand tightly, gently reassuring her, "Don't worry, with me here, you will be fine." As the doctor treated her with the silver needles, the effects of the drug gradually wore off, and her internal energy began to slowly recover. Xin Yao felt the restraints in her body fading away, and a hint of a relaxed smile appeared on her face. "Lin Chen, I feel much better." Although Xin Yao's voice was still a bit weak, the previous sense of helplessness was gone. Seeing Xin Yao improving, the heavy weight in Lin Chen's heart finally lifted. He stood up and expressed his gratitude to the doctor. "Thank you, doctor. Your medical skills are truly remarkable." The doctor smiled and waved his hand. "Not at all, it is my honor to detoxify the seventh princess." Xin Yao temporarily stayed at the Demon Suppression Division, her feelings very complex. She knew that her elder brother dared to act this way likely with the emperor's tacit approval. The old emperor seemed indifferent to the internal strife among the princes and did not seem to care about her safety. Lin Chen noticed Xin Yao's worries. He sat by her bedside and softly comforted her. "Xin Yao, don't worry. You are safe now, and I will protect you." Xin Yao looked up, tears glistening in her eyes. "Lin Chen, I know that my father, he never cares about our lives, only about his throne. But it must be very sad." Lin Chen gently patted the back of Xin Yao's hand. "This is not the palace. You don't need to think so much." Xin Yao felt the warmth of Lin Chen's palm, and her mood calmed down a little. "Thank you, Lin Chen. I really don't know what I would do without you. We're friends, this is what I should do." Xin Yao nodded, knowing that Lin Chen was speaking from the heart. She took a deep breath, trying to steady her emotions. "Don't worry, I'm not that fragile." Lin Chen stood up, preparing to leave so Xin Yao could rest. "Then you should rest. I have some things to take care of. If you need anything, just let me know." Xin Yao gently nodded, watching Lin Chen leave, unable to help but recall the way he saved her, sending ripples through her heart. In the palace, the crown prince stood before the old emperor, reporting the results of the martial arts competition for marriage. Father, the winner of the competition is Lin Chen. The old emperor sighed, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. After all, she is your sister. Isn't her happiness important? The crown prince scoffed, unconcerned. Father, you worry too much. I chose a well-known hero from the capital for her. This is her fortune. The old emperor waved his hand, signaling the crown prince to leave, a flicker of fatigue crossing his eyes. Seeing this, the crown prince left with a sense of pride. After the crown prince left, the old emperor suddenly felt a violent cough, followed by a mouthful of blood. The guard beside him panicked, about to rush out to summon the imperial physician. No need, the old emperor struggled to raise his hand, stopping the guard. I know my own body. His voice was low and hoarse, revealing a deep sense of helplessness. The old emperor knew he could not last much longer. A sense of desolation filled his heart as he thought that once he died, these princes would fight endlessly, unable to even protect the last of the great dynasty. Overwhelmed by sorrow, tears slipped down the old emperor's wrinkled face. Meanwhile, in the demon suppression division, Xinyao, comforted by Lin Chen, gradually regained her former liveliness. She had come to recognize the royal family's indifference and found it more enjoyable to be at ease in the demon suppression division. In the courtyard, Xinyao and Lin Chen interacted as usual. Xinyao followed Lin Chen, watching him practice, occasionally asking questions, appearing very curious. Lin Chen, how did you practice that move? It's amazing. Xinyao watched Lin Chen throw punches, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Lin Chen retracted his fist, turned around, and smiled as he explained. It requires the use of internal energy and body coordination. It's not something you can master overnight. Xinyao nodded, half understanding, then tugged at Lin Chen's arm, playfully saying, then teach me. I want to be as strong as you. Alright, come here. Lin Chen was not at all polite. It was rare to see Xinyao wanting to learn to fight. Such skills could be a means of self-defense. The two practiced punches in the courtyard, with Lin Chen patiently guiding Xinyao, explaining each move in great detail. Xinyao learned earnestly, although her progress was slow. She quite enjoyed these attacking techniques. During a break, Xinyao brought tea to Lin Chen, and they sat together chatting and laughing. Lin Chen, you could be considered my half-master, Xinyao said with a grin as she handed him the tea. I can't accept you as a disciple, you're the seventh princess. That would just confuse the hierarchy. Lin Chen chuckled, taking the tea and drinking it all in one go. This period had been a rare time of leisure for him. Meanwhile, the crown prince secretly assembled a group of men. 3 days later, he personally led this group, storming towards the demon suppression division with great momentum, intending to force a marriage. The martial arts competition for marriage has passed. You must consider marrying my sister. The crown prince blocked the entrance to the demon suppression division with his men. Lin Chen sneered, Crown Prince, don't think I don't know what you're up to. The matter of Xinyao is based on her own will. Good. If you don't marry Xinyao today, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Chen faced the pressure from the crown prince with a calm expression. He had seen through the crown prince's intentions, knowing he wanted to use Xinyao to force him to submit. Xinyao was exasperated and said to the crown prince, elder brother, don't think about it. I won't live according to your wishes. The crown prince's face darkened at her words, and he coldly replied, then don't blame me. With a wave of his hand, his men immediately surrounded the demon suppression division, and the situation became tense. Huang Yun, as the governor of the demon suppression division, naturally could not stand by and do nothing. He appeared at the entrance of the division, trying to mediate. Crown Prince, what is the meaning of this? Let's talk it out. The crown prince, however, was not interested in negotiation. He snorted coldly, Huang Yun, stop wasting words, get out of the way. Huang Yun frowned, clearly dissatisfied with the crown prince's actions. Crown Prince, what you're doing is probably inappropriate. Just then, the third prince also appeared. The crown prince's expression changed instantly as he questioned, third brother, what are you doing here? The third prince sneered at the crown prince, elder brother, stop pretending. You're surrounding the demon suppression division today just to take it for yourself, right? Give up on that idea. The crown prince glared at the third prince, don't slander me here. I'm just here to seek an explanation for Xinyao. The third prince was not willing to back down, retorting sharply, elder brother, do you think everyone is a fool? Neither of them could give up the demon suppression division, as there were branches all over the country. Whoever took a bite of this bone would gain that position. The crown prince clenched his fists in anger, wishing he could directly eliminate the third prince. Third brother, be sensible and get out of here. This is none of your business, or don't blame me for being rude. The third prince also sneered, with a hint of mockery. Elder brother, isn't your action today also for that position? Their dialogue was filled with hostility, clearly both eyeing the throne. The atmosphere was tense, and conflict was about to erupt. Lin Chen stood to the side, his brow furrowed. The Demon Suppression Division maintained the safety of the capital and could not become a victim of the prince's struggle. Xinyao also felt unprecedented pressure. She looked at Lin Chen, her eyes revealing a plea for help. Lin Chen took a deep breath, stepped forward, and said in a deep voice, "Crown Prince, Third Prince, the Demon Suppression Division is not a place for your conflict. The division only listens to the current emperor's orders, and you have no right to interfere." Both the Crown Prince and the Third Prince turned their gazes toward Lin Chen, their eyes flashing with dangerous light. Seeing this, Huang Yun also stepped forward to support Lin Chen. Lin Chen is right. The Demon Suppression Division is an institution that maintains the safety of the capital and cannot be infringed upon by anyone. I ask both princes to leave. Of course, the two would not listen to Huang Yun's orders, and both sides had already gathered their forces. The standoff became increasingly tense, with the Crown Prince's and Third Prince's men facing each other. The atmosphere stretched to its breaking point. Just then, a guard rushed in, panting heavily, his face filled with panic as he shouted, "Bad news! The old emperor has passed away." This news struck like a bolt from the blue, instantly freezing the already tense atmosphere. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince exchanged glances, both seeing shock in each other's eyes. They no longer had time to fight here. They had to return to the palace immediately to vie for the right to the throne. Almost simultaneously, they ordered their men to leave the Demon Suppression Division as quickly as possible and head to the palace. Seeing this, Xinyao understood the seriousness of the situation and anxiously asked Lin Chen, "What do we do now?" Lin Chen remained calm and replied in a deep voice, "Wait for news. The capital is likely to be in chaos." Xinyao became even more anxious, her whole being in a flurry. The palace is also not peaceful. The eldest brother and the third brother. Huang Yun saw his anxiety and decided to comfort him. "Seventh princess, let them fight for the throne. If it turns chaotic, the Demon Suppression Division will have to intervene." Inside the palace, cries filled the air. As the old emperor's passing plunged the entire palace into mourning. The eldest prince and the third prince rushed back to the palace. Although their faces showed sorrow, excitement and greed lurked in their eyes. The guards held the imperial edict, their voices trembling as they read, "The fifth prince possesses benevolence and filial piety. With both virtue and talent, deeply favored by me. The throne is to be passed to the fifth prince, Xinxing, to inherit the great legacy." This edict infuriated the eldest and third princes. Their faces were filled with disbelief, and the eldest prince roared, "How is this possible? How could father pass the throne to the useless fifth prince?" The third prince was equally furious. He never expected that their father would play them like this before his death. "What have we worked so hard for in the capital? Father actually gave the throne to that useless fifth prince. Father truly is blind." The eldest prince cursed angrily, "We fought to establish this empire for him, and he treats us like this. Damn Xinchang." The third prince bellowed, "That old beast won't even let me have peace in death." The two stormed into the old emperor's chamber, their anger reaching a peak upon seeing the emperor's body. The eldest prince drew his sword and fiercely stabbed at the emperor's corpse, shouting, "You blind old fool." The third prince was not to be outdone. He picked up a whip and lashed out at the emperor's body. "You were so biased, I will make you regret this." The guards, witnessing this scene, were filled with terror but dared not speak out. After venting their anger, the eldest and third princes ordered the emperor's body to be cremated. "When the fifth prince returns, I will make him understand that this throne is mine," the eldest prince said viciously. Who the throne belongs to is still uncertain, but it definitely isn't the fifth prince's." The two left the chamber, beginning to plot how to deal with the soon-to-return fifth prince. They temporarily decided to cooperate, planning to eliminate the fifth prince upon his return and then fight for the throne. Soon, Huang Yun received a secret edict from the palace. The old emperor knew that the Demon Suppression Division would only obey the new emperor, and the edict had already stated that the throne would be passed to the fifth prince, Xinxing. The old emperor had only 3 princes, the eldest, the third, and the fifth. The fifth prince had been sent by the old emperor to train under the Eastern general half a year ago, and he probably already knew of the eldest and third prince's ambitions. Huang Yun looked at the edict and sighed. It seemed trouble was brewing. The news of the old emperor's death spread through the capital like autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves. As this news spread, the atmosphere in the capital grew increasingly tense and eerie. Various cult organizations and demonic forces, like ghosts in the night, infiltrated the capital under various disguises. They were either merchants, wandering monks, or itinerant sorcerers, but their purpose was singular, to gather intelligence and seek opportunities. The streets and alleys of the capital were rife with undercurrents, with every corner potentially hiding capable individuals. Tea houses and taverns buzzed with whispers, exchanging information and rumors about the succession to the throne. "Have you heard? The Fire Lotus Holy Sect has already infiltrated the capital," a mysterious figure cloaked in black whispered from a dark corner. What is the Fire Lotus Holy Sect? Our Blood Moon sect will not miss this opportunity, another voice coldly replied. These cult organizations and demonic forces were all here to vie for the throne. They knew that once they grasped imperial power, they could expand their influence throughout the entire Great Shang dynasty, and even further. In a hidden underground chamber in Kyoto, several cult leaders were gathered, discussing their plans. Once the old emperor dies, Kyoto will surely descend into chaos. This is the best time for us to act, said a man with a scarred face and a cold voice. Indeed, we must take advantage of the turmoil to seize the throne and control the entire dynasty. Their eyes sparkled with greed and madness, as if they could already envision the day they would dominate the world. Meanwhile, the Demon Suppression Division also sensed the tense undercurrents. Governor Huang Yun was acutely aware of the severity of the situation. He immediately summoned the elite of the Demon Suppression Division to strengthen patrols and vigilance in Kyoto. Everyone, the situation in Kyoto is extremely dire. Various cults and demonic forces are operating in the shadows. We must remain vigilant and prevent them from taking advantage of the chaos, Huang Yun said sternly. The members of the Demon Suppression Division nodded in agreement. Given the current difficulties, there could be no room for negligence. In this tense atmosphere, every night in Kyoto was filled with unease and crisis. The streets under the moonlight seemed to hide countless eyes, watching every corner of the city. Those cults and demonic forces lurked like beasts in the dark, waiting for the opportune moment to pounce and seize the power they had long desired. The entire Kyoto resembled a vast chessboard, with various forces vying for control, the outcome still uncertain. 1,000 miles away in the east, the divine general Bai Lai stood in a military tent, his gaze intense as he looked at the young man before him. This young man was the fifth prince, Xin Qing, whose handsome appearance revealed an extraordinary aura. Bai Lai spoke in a deep voice, Xin Qing, this return will be fraught with danger. It may well be a matter of life and death. With the old emperor's passing, Kyoto is now a den of tigers. A hint of sorrow flashed in Xin Qing's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Master, my father has passed away. As a prince, I can no longer wait. I must return to Kyoto. Bai Lai sighed, knowing Xin Qing's character. Once he made a decision, he would not easily change it. Have you thought this through? Now that the three divine generals guard their territories, with the old emperor gone, no one can keep them in check. It's only a matter of time before they carve out their own domains. Xin Qing nodded, a trace of worry in his voice. The people in the Demon Suppression Division are all self-serving. Whoever becomes emperor will be at their mercy. I know the situation is perilous. My two older brothers are tyrannical, and if they seize power, it will surely lead to true chaos. Bai Lai looked at Xin Qing, a glimmer of admiration in his eyes. He appreciated Xin Qing's courage and wisdom in taking responsibility. Good, you truly are my disciple. Go, I will arrange for my 4 great warriors to escort you. Upon hearing this, Xin Qing felt a warm surge in his heart, knowing Bai Lai was supporting him in his own way. Thank you, master. Bai Lai waved his hand and turned to issue orders, preparing the 4 great warriors to escort Xin Qing back to the capital. These 4 great warriors were Bai Lai's most capable subordinates, each possessing remarkable martial skills and combat experience. As they prepared to depart, Xin Qing stood outside the military camp, murmuring to himself, Father, I am unfilial. I could not be by your side when you passed. But please rest assured, I will return safely to Kyoto and not let you down. Xin Qing's figure appeared particularly lonely as he was about to embark on a path filled with danger and challenges, yet he had no regrets. With Bai Lai's command, the 4 great warriors escorted Xin Qing on the journey back to the capital. They traversed through towering mountains and crossed numerous rivers, carefully on guard against any potential dangers. On horseback, Xin Qing's mind was filled with countless thoughts. As the guardian force of Kyoto, the Demon Suppression Division was the primary target of the cult forces' attacks. At night, the masters of the Fire Lotus Holy Sect and the Blood Moon Sect infiltrated the 18-layer prison of the Demon Suppression Division. Armed with sharp blades and practicing dark arts, they quickly broke through the outer guards, causing chaos within the prison. Although the guards of the Demon Suppression Division fought valiantly, they gradually fell into a disadvantage against the powerful onslaught of the cult masters. The sounds of fierce fighting and screams echoed through the prison, as flames and malevolence intertwined, creating a precarious situation. Lin Chen arrived upon hearing the news and immediately took action. His figure appeared in the prison like a ghost, and facing the cult masters, his eyes revealed calmness and determination. What audacity! Daring to cause trouble in the Demon Suppression Division. Lin Chen shouted, his figure suddenly charging into the fray. His palm wind was like a knife, each strike carrying the force of thunder, directly sending several cult masters flying. Lin Chen's intervention immediately intimidated all the cultists present. Seeing this, the masters of the Fire Lotus Holy Sect began to channel their dark power, summoning fiery lotus flowers to attack Lin Chen. The masters of the Blood Moon Sect wielded blood-colored long swords, their sword energy as cold as the blood moon. Lin Chen remained unperturbed, his internal energy rapidly circulating as he unleashed the Yen Luo Sunfire technique. In an instant, the prison was filled with brilliant light, as scorching flames intertwined with Lin Chen's palm strength, forming nets of fire that blocked all attacks from the Fire Lotus and Blood Moon. "Humph! You dare to show off such tricks in front of me?" Lin Chen snorted coldly, his figure like lightning, directly charging into the enemy ranks. With every punch and kick, he sent these people crashing down. Lin Chen's figure was like a bolt of black lightning. Each of his strikes carried lethal power, instilling unprecedented fear in the cult masters. Under his assault, the masters of the Fire Lotus Holy Sect and Blood Moon Sect fell one after another, unable to withstand his might. "Run!" The members of the Fire Lotus Holy Sect and Blood Moon Sect exchanged glances and immediately fled. Thinking of escaping so easily? Lin Chen charged forward, capturing all of them in one sweep. Boom! A loud explosion rang out. The entire prison of the Demon Suppression Division was ablaze, and the tremendous noise drew all personnel to the scene. The operation of the Fire Lotus Holy Sect was not so simple. They had used explosives to blast through the sturdy walls of the 18-layer prison. The deafening explosion sent flames and dust flying, plunging the entire prison into chaos. The members of the Fire Lotus Holy Sect and Blood Moon Sect did not linger. They quickly evacuated the scene, leaving behind a ruined prison and a large number of escaped prisoners. Governor Huang Yun was furious, his face pale with rage, and he immediately issued orders. "All personnel of the Demon Suppression Division, mobilize. We must not let these prisoners escape." The members of the Demon Suppression Division responded swiftly, drawing their weapons and preparing for battle. But the prisoners had gone completely mad, having been imprisoned for years and tortured daily. They were filled only with thoughts of revenge. The prisoners charged out like wild beasts, their eyes bloodshot and faces twisted in savage smiles. They pounced on the guards, attacking with teeth and nails, like animals. The entire Demon Suppression Division turned into a hell on earth, blood flowing like rivers, with screams and sounds of fighting rising and falling. The prisoners shouted to kill Lin Chen, their madness shocking all the personnel of the Demon Suppression Division. Xinyao also joined the battle, wielding a long sword, her sword-light flashing as she engaged in fierce clashes with the prisoners. Her swordsmanship was agile, each swing filled with determination and power, but she also felt unprecedented pressure. At that moment, a voice rang out amidst the chaos, calm yet powerful. "What's the matter? Are you looking for me?" Lin Chen stood on the high platform of the Demon Suppression Division, holding the heavenly devouring divine blade. His aura was fully unleashed, the pressure of a martial god palpable, making it hard for everyone to breathe. The criminals were intimidated by this overwhelming pressure, kneeling on the ground, their bodies trembling uncontrollably, unable to move. Huang Yun and all the members of the Demon Suppression Division witnessed Lin Chen's imposing aura, and they were all shocked. Lin Chen was actually a martial god. So young. Such strength had been within their Demon Suppression Division all along, yet no one had noticed. Everyone was filled with shock and disbelief. How is this possible? A member of the Demon Suppression Division stammered, his eyes filled with incredulity. "Lord Lin Chen, he is actually a martial god-level powerhouse," another member murmured, filled with awe. Huang Yun's heart was also in turmoil as he looked at Lin Chen, pondering silently. With Lin Chen in command, the situation in the capital was finally stabilized. Lin Chen stood on the high platform, his voice booming like thunder, shaking everyone. "Everyone else, step aside." Huang Yun knew that the power of a martial god was not to be trifled with, and he immediately ordered, "Everyone, retreat quickly." The members of the Demon Suppression Division responded swiftly, knowing that the upcoming scene was beyond their participation. They retreated to a safe area, their eyes fixed tightly on Lin Chen. Lin Chen directly activated the fire-burning thunder technique, flames igniting fiercely on his heavenly devouring divine blade, lightning entwining around it. The entire blade radiated dazzling light. He gathered all his strength and swung the blade towards the 18-layered prison. The power of this strike seemed to change the color of heaven and earth. Dark clouds gathered in the sky, thunder roared, as if applauding the might of this blow. Time seemed to freeze at that moment, and everyone could feel the terrifying power contained within this strike. The immense blade force enveloped the prison. In a flash of blade light, the entire 18-layered prison was reduced to ashes under this blow. All the criminals perished without a single survivor. The ground was left with deep blade marks, like an abyss, instilling fear in those who gazed upon it. Wherever the blade force passed, everything was destroyed, leaving not even a speck of dust. Huang Yun and the members of the Demon Suppression Division witnessed all of this, their hearts filled with shock. Lin Chen's strength far exceeded their imagination. Such power was enough to change the entire battlefield. He sheathed the heavenly devouring divine blade, his face showing no hint of complacency. This lifespan was not enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. The members of the Demon Suppression Division looked at Lin Chen, their hearts filled with respect. Huang Yun approached Lin Chen, his eyes full of admiration. Lin Chen, you really are a hidden gem. A martial god-level person, yet still acting as a leader in this small prison. Lin Chen smiled, showing no concern. The Demon Suppression Division is also half my home. I don't mind guarding it here. His lifespan no longer depended on these criminals. It was faster to kill demons. Naturally, there was no need for the prison to exist anymore. The members of the Demon Suppression Division witnessed Lin Chen's strength, their hearts filled with respect. Xinyao was even more stunned, looking at Lin Chen with eyes full of shock. Lin Chen, you are actually a martial god. I can hardly believe it. Nangong Su and the others exchanged glances, knowing Lin Chen had good talent, but no one expected his strength to be terrifying to this extent. Huang Yun approached Lin Chen, surveying the surroundings, and announced loudly in front of everyone, from now on, everyone in the Demon Suppression Division will follow your orders, including me. Lin Chen nodded and said steadily, good. His voice carried an undeniable authority. No one questioned Huang Yun's decision. After all, Lin Chen was a martial god who could be stronger than him. Lin Chen then commanded, the prison is no longer necessary. From now on, all criminals will be executed directly. The world is about to fall into chaos. You must strengthen yourselves to survive in these turbulent times. His words revealed a foresight about the future. Everyone was filled with enthusiasm, exclaiming, understood. Their voices were brimming with fighting spirit. With a martial god in command, what was there to fear? In the palace, the Crown Prince received a secret report, learning that the Holy Fire Lotus sect and the Blood Moon sect were making moves against the Demon Suppression Division. He paid it no mind. The fate of the Demon Suppression Division was of no concern to him. What he wanted was the entire realm. Sitting on the dragon throne, the Crown Prince sneered, as for the Demon Suppression Division, just send a few people down to handle it. He instructed the guards beside him, arrange for 3 experts at the second-tier realm to take charge of the Demon Suppression Division. Meanwhile, the third prince directly contacted officials, with Zhou Zi being the first target for persuasion. Zhou Zi was an old fox. Faced with the third prince's overtures, he played it cool, responding, Your Highness, I am too old to be of much use. The third prince tried to persuade him, Lord Zhou, you are experienced. If you could lend me a hand, there would surely be generous rewards in the future. Zhou Zi smiled and continued to decline, Your Highness, matters of the court should be left to the young. I only wish to enjoy my twilight years. Seeing Zhou Zi's firm attitude, the third prince realized he would find it difficult to persuade him today and could only leave in anger. He pondered to himself that he must find other ways to strengthen his power. Zhou Zi watched the third prince's departing figure, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. This battle for the throne had only just begun. He needed to remain clear-headed to seek the greatest benefits. After leaving Zhou's residence, the third prince contemplated. He knew that Zhou Zi had many skilled experts at his disposal, and this old fox likely had plans to establish his own faction. A ruthless glint crossed the third prince's eyes as he said to his guards, Why not just eliminate this old man? Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. The guards were momentarily taken aback but quickly nodded. Your Highness is wise. If we can eliminate Zhou Zi, it will surely instill fear in the other officials. However, one of the advisors shook his head and said solemnly, No, we can wait to eliminate him after securing the resources he holds. Zhou Zi is cunning. If we can't take him down in one go, it may alert the snake in the grass. On the other side, after the third prince's people left, in Zhou Zi's residence, Zhou Hong hurriedly found his father and asked, Father, what are your plans? Zhou Zi looked at his son, a glint of excitement in his eyes. Son, the opportunity has come. I plan to make you the crown prince. Zhou Hong was so shocked by this that he was left speechless, stammering, Father, are you crazy? Is that something we can get involved in? Zhou Zi sneered, full of confidence, there is no martial god suppressing in the capital now. Once the old emperor dies, whoever sits on that dragon throne first will be the emperor. I have enough people. Zhou Hong retorted angrily, Lin Chen is a martial god. It won't be easy to get past him. Zhou Zi didn't believe it at all. He mocked, a martial god? Are you scared, silly boy? When did the Demon Suppression Division have a martial god? Zhou Hong grew anxious and said seriously, Father, I'm not lying to you. Come to the Demon Suppression Division tomorrow, and you'll see. This is serious. If you die, I won't take responsibility. Zhou Zi scolded, You little beast, dare to curse me. But he began to ponder. He decided to visit the Demon Suppression Division the next day to see if the situation was truly as Zhou Hong said. If Lin Chen really was a martial god, then things would be troublesome. Zhou Zi thought to himself that he must reassess the situation and not easily become enemies with a martial god. The next day, Zhou Zi arrived at the Demon Suppression Division with several attendants. He saw Lin Chen standing on a high platform, directing the members of the Demon Suppression Division, and was taken aback. Lin Chen's presence did not draw any attention from Zhou Zi. He remained focused on his tasks. Within the Demon Suppression Division, the demons captured recently were being held in specially designed cages. Huang Yun and the members of the Demon Suppression Division faced these exceptionally resilient demons, trying various methods but always failing to completely kill them. The demons' howls echoed in the cells, sending chills down one's spine. Huang Yun knew that if these demons were not eradicated, they would pose endless future troubles. He directly handed these challenges to Lin Chen, as Lin Chen's strength was unfathomable, and perhaps he had a way to resolve the issue. When the first demon was brought before Lin Chen, it was still clawing and roaring, its eyes filled with a thirst for blood. Lin Chen's expression was calm. He simply threw a light punch, and the demon's body flew like a kite with a severed string. It crashed heavily against the wall, producing a dull thud, and then lay motionless, devoid of life. Lin Chen retracted his fist and said in a calm tone, "Next." Zhou Zi witnessed all of this. He had initially harbored doubts about Lin Chen's strength, but at this moment, he was completely shocked. He stared in disbelief, waves of astonishment surging in his heart. Lin Chen's power far exceeded his expectations. Such strength was enough to overturn the entire court. The attendants beside Zhou Zi also showed expressions of shock. They had never seen such an effortless defeat of a demon. One of the attendants whispered to Zhou Zi, "My lord, this Lin Chen's strength is simply unfathomable." Zhou Zi was deeply shaken by Lin Chen's displayed power, and his ambitions and plans were instantly crushed. He felt an unprecedented fear and unease. Opposing such power was akin to seeking one's own death. Zhou Zi said little more and hurriedly left with his attendants. Back at the residence, Zhou Zi's mood remained unsettled for a long time. He sat in his study, his expression grave, his fingers incessantly tapping on the table. Zhou Hong, seeing his father's demeanor, sensed that something was amiss and quietly asked, "Father, how was the situation at the Demon Suppression Division today?" Zhou Zi sighed, his eyes filled with helplessness and frustration. "Honger, that position is no longer attainable for us. Lin Chen's strength is too formidable, far beyond what we can contend with." Zhou Hong pouted, somewhat speechless. "Dad, we were never going to sit in that position anyway. Who told you to be so ambitious?" Zhou Zi pondered for a long time before finally speaking slowly. "The situation has changed. We must rethink our plans. Since Lin Chen possesses such strength, opposing him would be like striking a rock with an egg. We must seek new allies, perhaps, reconciling with Lin Chen and seeking mutual development together." Zhou Hong, hearing this, became even more indifferent. He had already sided with Lin Chen. "Reconciling with Lin Chen is not difficult. In fact, I have already." Zhou Zi waved his hand, interrupting Zhou Hong. "I will handle this matter myself. You should refrain from acting rashly in the coming days. Let me think it over." Seeing that his father would not let him finish, Zhou Hong simply decided not to care anymore. After all, he had already latched onto Lin Chen's leg, and he could just inform Lin Chen when the time came. He left happily, leaving his old father in a dire situation. Zhou Zi, feeling restless, stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the night outside, his heart turbulent. He had to act cautiously, not allowing momentary ambition to ruin the entire family. At the same time, he was contemplating how to leverage Lin Chen's power to bind the interests of the Zhou family with Lin Chen's, which would be the best choice. A glimmer of determination flashed in Zhou Zi's eyes. He decided to devise a plan and then go to the Demon Suppression Division to have a good talk with Lin Chen. As long as he could show enough sincerity, Lin Chen could also be of use to the Zhou family. That night, the lights in Zhou Zi's study remained lit until deep into the night. The 3 second-rank experts arranged by the Crown Prince arrived at the Demon Suppression Division, causing a stir. These 3 were Tai Bing, Wu Ming, and Ba Hu. They were also renowned in the capital, each possessing extraordinary martial skills and backgrounds. The 3 entered the hall of the Demon Suppression Division with an extremely arrogant attitude. Iron Soldier stepped forward and said in his rough voice, "Huang Yun, the Crown Prince has ordered you to hand over the authority of the Demon Suppression Division to us." Huang Yun sat in the main seat, his brows furrowed at this sudden command, clearly unwilling to accept it. His voice was calm as he slowly explained, "The Demon Suppression Division has its own rules and ways of operation. I cannot accept the Crown Prince's order." Wu Ming let out a cold laugh, his narrow eyes revealing a hint of malice. "Huang Yun, are you trying to go against the tide?" The members of the Demon Suppression Division behind Huang Yun also showed expressions of anger and dissatisfaction, gripping their weapons tightly, ready to fight at any moment. Ba Hu stepped forward, his imposing figure exuding a sense of pressure. "Huang Yun, don't be ungrateful. The Crown Prince's order is not something you can refuse." Huang Yun stood up, his eyes filled with disdain. "The Demon Suppression Division is an important force in maintaining order in the capital. I cannot hand it over to someone unfit just for the sake of temporary power struggles." The 3 Iron Soldiers exchanged glances, clearly not expecting Huang Yun to be so resolute. If they didn't demonstrate their strength, it would be difficult to make Huang Yun and the members of the Demon Suppression Division submit. The 3 of them simultaneously released their aura, instantly tightening the atmosphere in the hall. Iron Soldier swung his heavy hammer, Wu Ming drew his long sword, and Ba Hu displayed his iron fist. Huang Yin felt the pressure from the three, and although he was serious, he showed no signs of retreat. This conflict was unavoidable. He had to stand up to protect his subordinates and the dignity of the Demon Suppression Division. Just as both sides were on the verge of confrontation, Lin Chen walked out from the inner hall. He sensed the tense atmosphere in the hall, his eyes revealing a hint of coldness. "You three, this is the Demon Suppression Division, not a place for you to run wild." Lin Chen's voice was calm, but each word struck the hearts of the three like a heavy hammer. The three iron soldiers turned to look at Lin Chen, feeling the god-level pressure emanating from him. Their faces instantly darkened. They had no idea when the Demon Suppression Division had produced a god-level figure. Huang Yin felt relieved upon seeing Lin Chen. He knew that with Lin Chen around, the Demon Suppression Division had a backbone. "Lin Chen, you came at the right time. These three say they were sent by the Crown Prince to take over the Demon Suppression Division," Huang Yin said to Lin Chen, his tone filled with trust. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze sweeping over the three iron soldiers as he calmly said, "Go back and tell the Crown Prince that the Demon Suppression Division is not a place he can arbitrarily assign. He should give up on this idea." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, the three exchanged glances and then burst into cold laughter. Iron Soldier stepped forward, his voice filled with mockery and disdain. "What are you, to dare point fingers at us?" Wu Ming and Ba Hu also wore provocative smiles, showing no intention of backing down. In their view, although Lin Chen was a god, he was still young, and the three of them could still take him on together. A glint of cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes, and his voice turned icy. "If you don't want to die, get lost." As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the three darkened instantly. They did not expect Lin Chen to be so arrogant, completely disregarding them. When had they ever suffered such humiliation in the capital? "What a big mouth! I want to see what you can do." Iron Soldier shouted angrily, swinging his heavy hammer and charging at Lin Chen, his hammer technique fierce, creating a violent wind pressure. Wu Ming and Ba Hu were not to be outdone. One drew his sword like the wind, and the other swung his fist like thunder, the three of them launching a fierce attack on Lin Chen almost simultaneously. Huang Yun and the members of the Demon Suppression Division felt a tightness in their hearts, beginning to worry. They were not worried about Lin Chen but rather about the three. If Lin Chen killed them, it would be difficult to explain. However, Lin Chen appeared unusually calm. He stood still, his gaze like lightning, accurately capturing the offensive of the three. At the moment their attack was about to reach his body, Lin Chen moved. His figure evaded the Iron Soldier's heavy hammer at an almost impossible angle. At the same time, his palm struck like a blade, directly cleaving the lifeless long sword. With a crisp sound of metal breaking, the lifeless long sword was actually split in two by Lin Chen's palm. Immediately after, Lin Chen turned and kicked out, striking the belly of the Tyrant Tiger. The Tyrant Tiger's burly body flew out like a kite with a severed string, crashing heavily against a pillar in the hall, producing a dull thud. The air in the entire hall seemed to freeze at that moment, everyone shocked by Lin Chen's strength. Huang Yun and the members of the Demon Suppression Division were particularly dumbfounded. They never expected Lin Chen's power to be this formidable. Previously, they had seen Lin Chen wielding weapons, but now he had taken them down with a single move each. Is this the strength of a martial god? The people around were filled with excitement, their motivation to cultivate renewed. The Iron Soldier and Lifeless were also intimidated by Lin Chen's power. They stopped their attack, fear and disbelief evident in their eyes. The three had thought they could still contend with Lin Chen, but who knew he would resolve them with just one move? What terrifying strength was this? If they continued, they would likely lose their lives today. Lin Chen hadn't even used his full strength. He had no idea how terrifying his true power was. Lin Chen looked at them coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. "I'll say it again, if you don't want to die, get lost." The three exchanged glances, knowing that they would get nothing good today and could only leave in disgrace. Although they felt unwilling, they understood that opposing a martial god like Lin Chen was tantamount to seeking their own death. Huang Yin breathed a sigh of relief when the three left. He walked to Lin Chen's side and said gratefully, "Lin Chen, thanks to you, otherwise the Demon Suppression Division would have a hard time staying calm today." The three, filled with defeat and fear, hurried back to the Grand Prince's residence and immediately reported everything that had happened in the Demon Suppression Division in detail. Standing before the Grand Prince, their faces were filled with disbelief. "Your Highness, that Lin Chen, his strength far exceeds our expectations." The Iron Soldier's voice trembled, clearly still shaken from the earlier shock. Lifeless continued, "The three of us joined forces and couldn't even withstand one of his moves. His internal strength is unfathomable. He is at the legendary martial god level." The Tyrant Tiger added, "Your Highness, Lin Chen is so young yet possesses such cultivation. If he cannot be used for your Highness, he will surely become our greatest threat." After hearing the report, the Grand Prince furrowed his brows, shocked by Lin Chen's strength. He paced back and forth in the hall, contemplating his strategy. Are you sure he is really at the martial god level? The Grand Prince stopped, his gaze like lightning, sweeping over the three. The Iron Soldier and the others exchanged glances and nodded firmly. We dare not speak a word of falsehood. The Grand Prince said solemnly, if that's the case, then Lin Chen is indeed a rare talent. If we can pull him to our side, it will greatly benefit our plans. Lifeless cautiously asked, Your Highness, what should we do next? The Grand Prince sneered, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Since hard tactics won't work, we'll use soft ones. Shen Yao is familiar with Lin Chen. I will personally meet her and have her help persuade Lin Chen. The Tyrant Tiger looked worried. Your Highness, the 7th princess has a strong character. She may not easily yield. The Grand Prince waved his hand confidently. Don't worry, I am her brother. She won't refuse me. Seeing that the Grand Prince had made a decision, the three said no more and replied in unison, As you command. Your Highness is wise. The Grand Prince secretly hated Lin Chen for blocking his path to power. However, he was more aware of how terrifying it was to win over a martial god's ruling power. Upon arriving at the Demon Suppression Division, the Crown Prince requested to see Shen Yao alone. Shen Yao was brought to the reception room, and facing her elder brother, she sensed an unusual atmosphere. The Crown Prince tried to persuade Shen Yao in a gentle tone. Shen Yao, you are my biological sister, we should support each other. Last time, asking you to compete for marriage was my mistake. Now, I come to apologize and ask you for a favor. Shen Yao looked at the Crown Prince warily. She was well aware of Shen Hao's character and ambitions, and directly asked, Elder brother, just say what you need. Seeing Shen Yao's cold attitude, the Crown Prince stated his intentions directly. Shen Yao, I want you to get close to Lin Chen and help me win him over. As long as you can make him useful to me, I guarantee your status in the palace will be unmatched. Upon hearing the Crown Prince's words, a surge of anger rose within Shen Yao. She never expected her brother would make such a request. She refused without hesitation. Elder brother, give up on this idea. Lin Chen is not someone you can manipulate. The Crown Prince was enraged by Shen Yao's rejection. He stood up and glared at her. Shen Yao, don't be ungrateful. I am your brother, and I am doing this for your own good. If you don't agree today, don't regret it in the future. Shen Yao looked at the Crown Prince fearlessly and said firmly, I will never regret it. Elder brother, if you bring this up again, please leave the Demon Suppression Division. The Crown Prince turned angrily and stormed out, leaving behind a parting remark. Shen Yao, you wait and see. Shen Yao watched the Crown Prince's departing figure, feeling a sense of helplessness in her heart. She knew her brother would not give up easily, but she would never betray Lin Chen. The Crown Prince returned to the palace and immediately replied to a secret letter, expressing his willingness to meet. The strength of the Fire Lotus Holy Sect should not be underestimated. If he could gain their support, his chances of seizing the throne would greatly increase. Soon, a representative from the Fire Lotus Holy Sect secretly arrived at the Crown Prince's study. The visitor was a middle-aged man in a red robe, wearing a kind smile, but with a hint of subtle malice in his eyes. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, our leader is very interested in your proposal. The man in the red robe got straight to the point. The Crown Prince nodded slightly, revealing a hint of anticipation on his face. If your sect can lend me a hand, after I ascend the throne, the Fire Lotus Holy Sect's status in the Great Qing dynasty will be unmatched. The man in the red robe chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by the Crown Prince's promise. Our leader said that as long as you can provide enough sincerity, we will naturally give you the corresponding support. The Crown Prince's heart stirred. He knew what the Fire Lotus Holy Sect meant by sincerity. He asked in a deep voice, What does your sect want? The man in the red robe smiled slightly, a glimmer of greed flashing in his eyes. Our leader is very interested in the dragon vein of the Great Qing dynasty. As long as you can agree to a small condition, our leader will personally send a master of the martial god realm to assist you in seizing the throne. Upon hearing this, although the Crown Prince felt dissatisfied with the Fire Lotus Holy Sect's exorbitant demands, he was willing to endure it temporarily for the sake of the throne. He took a deep breath and slowly said, All right, I agree. But I also have a condition. Once the matter is accomplished, the Fire Lotus Holy Sect must abide by the agreement and not act recklessly within the Great Qing dynasty. The man in the red robe nodded in agreement. Of course, our leader values credibility as well. The two sides reached an agreement, and a glimmer of pride flashed in the Crown Prince's eyes. He knew that with the support of the Fire Lotus Holy Sect, his plans would proceed more smoothly. The man in the red robe stood up from his seat and bowed to the Crown Prince. Then, Your Highness, we will await your good news. The Crown Prince also stood up and returned the gesture, saying, Please convey to your esteemed leader that I, Shen Hao, will not let him down. The man in the red robe smiled slightly and turned to leave the study. The crown prince stood alone in the study, a cold smile on his face. This position was destined to be his. After the fifth prince Shinsheng returned to the capital, he did not go directly back to the palace but instead headed straight to the Demon Suppression Division. He knew that to stabilize his throne, the support of the Demon Suppression Division was crucial. Huang Yin personally welcomed Shinsheng, and the two engaged in a conversation in the hall of the Demon Suppression Division. Shinsheng looked at Huang Yun and sincerely said, "Governor Huang, I have returned to inherit the throne. May I ask if the Demon Suppression Division can lend its support?" Huang Yin nodded slightly, his tone firm. "Rest assured, Fifth Prince, the Demon Suppression Division will fully support you." Shinsheng felt a bit relieved. With the support of the Demon Suppression Division, his path to seizing power would be much smoother. Lin Shan returned to the Demon Suppression Division and happened to run into Shinsheng. Seeing Lin Shan back, Huang Yin introduced them to each other. "Lin Shan, this is the fifth Prince Shinsheng, who is about to ascend the throne. The Demon Suppression Division will fully support him." Lin Shan glanced at Shinsheng, his tone calm but tinged with indifference. "Fifth Prince, the decisions of the Demon Suppression Division have nothing to do with me, and I will not help. The world belongs to the Emperor, not to the common people. When the country thrives, the people suffer. When it falls, the people suffer. In my eyes, no prince can govern this chaotic world." Huang Yin frowned. He knew Lin Shen's character, and once he made a decision, it was hard to change. "Lin Shen, you should know that the Demon Suppression Division has its rules. We must obey the Emperor's orders." Seeing the atmosphere tense, Shinsheng stepped in to ease the situation. "Governor Huang, there's no need to put Lin Shen in a difficult position. I believe he will understand." Xinyao was also present. She did not want Lin Shen and Shinsheng to misunderstand each other, so she softly said, "Lin Shen, fifth brother truly cares for the people and will become a wise ruler." Lin Shen looked at Xinyao. He knew she had a kind heart and did not want to make things difficult for her, so he softened his tone. "Xinyao, I know you mean well, but I have my principles. This chaotic world cannot be resolved simply by changing an emperor." Hearing Lin Shen's words, Shinsheng felt a bit disappointed but did not give up. "Lin Shen, I understand your concerns, but I hope you can give me a chance. If I cannot bring welfare to the people, I am willing to abdicate in favor of someone more capable." Lin Shen shook his head, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. "Shinsheng, once the old emperor dies, you will not be able to hold this chaotic world together. The great Shang will sooner or later become a battlefield. It won't matter who becomes emperor." Shinsheng thought Lin Shen was too pessimistic and retorted, "Lin Shen, how many demons and evil paths are there? I believe that as long as we govern properly, the great Qing dynasty can still prosper." Lin Shen sighed. He knew Shinsheng, like the other princes, had never truly witnessed the world's dangers. He said heavily, "That's all I have to say. Take care of yourself. These princes have never faced the world's perils. The Demon Suppression Division has protected you for so many years, and it is time for you to confront these challenges." With that, Lin Shen turned and left the conference hall. Seeing Lin Shen leave, Xinyao hurriedly chased after him. She ran in front of Lin Shen and blocked his path. "Lin Shen, please don't be angry. Fifth brother just doesn't understand the outside world very well." Lin Shen stopped, looking at Xinyao, his tone softening a bit. "Xinyao, I know you care about your brother, but to me, all of this is not worth it." Xinyao nodded. She knew Lin Shen was speaking the truth, but she still worried. "But, Lin Shen, fifth brother." Lin Shen gently patted Xinyao's shoulder, comforting her. "Xinyao, don't worry. I heard that his master is the Eastern God General. There shouldn't be any major problems." Xinyao looked at Lin Shen, concern evident in her eyes. "Lin Shen, are you going to leave the Demon Suppression Division?" Lin Shen smiled faintly, his tone calm. "We're not leaving for now, so don't worry." Upon hearing this, the stone that had been hanging in Xinyao's heart finally fell to the ground. She gently nodded, a relieved smile appearing on her face. "That's good. With you here, I feel much more at ease." At the same time, Shinsheng returned to the palace, his mood complex. He knew he was about to face a struggle among brothers, a situation he did not wish to see. As he stepped into the palace, he felt the tense atmosphere. The first prince and the third prince were already waiting there, their gazes sharp as swords, confronting each other, the air thick with tension. The first prince looked at Shinsheng and sneered, "Fifth brother, you finally returned. We brothers need to have a good talk." The third prince was equally unyielding, his eyes revealing a strong killing intent. "Shinsheng, with father not here, the matter of the throne must be settled among the three of us." Faced with the pressure from his two elder brothers, Shinsheng took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. "Eldest brother, third brother, we are all sons of father. The future of the great Qing dynasty cannot be decided through conflict." The first prince snorted coldly, a hint of threat in his tone. "Shinsheng, Don't think I don't know how close you are to the Demon Suppression Division. Do you really believe they can help you seize the throne? The third prince seized the opportunity to apply pressure. Shin, those who know the times are wise. If you withdraw now, you might still save your life. Nowadays, who didn't know that the old emperor had passed the position to Shin? If they didn't kill him, sitting on that throne in the future would be unjustifiable. Eldest brother, third brother, I will not withdraw. Father's last wish was for the stability of the great Shang, and it needs a wise ruler to take charge. Shin's gaze turned cold as he looked at the two before him. He had come without even seeing father for the last time, only to find out that the two had already had the body cremated. For the throne, it was utterly insane. Seeing Shin's resolute attitude, the first prince and the third prince exchanged glances, both recognizing the ruthlessness in each other's eyes. The third prince sneered, "Fifth brother, you really are asking for trouble. Don't worry, you'll see father soon." The first prince ordered directly, "Kill them." The palace guards and hidden experts sprang into action, ready to take down Shin in one fell swoop. Shin had been prepared, but facing the assault from his two brothers, he knew he couldn't just sit and wait. The four men beside him quickly took action. They were the four great kings under the Eastern Divine General Bai Lai, each skilled in martial arts, and were Shin's crucial support for this return to the capital. Among the first prince's men, a burly man wielding a giant axe charged at Shin, creating a gust of wind. The third prince's side was not to be outdone, as a swordsman wielding a long sword moved gracefully, the sword-light flickering. One of the four great kings, named Iron Tower, was tall and muscular. He stepped forward to meet the burly man with the giant axe. Iron Tower's punches were like mountains, each one carrying the power to shatter stone, clashing hard against the giant axe, producing deafening roars. Another king, named Silver Spear, held a silver spear, its tip dancing like a silver dragon. He neutralized the swordsman's attacks one by one, his spear technique exquisite, each thrust aimed to thwart the enemy, preventing the swordsman from getting close. The remaining two kings guarded Shin's sides, their gazes vigilant, ready to respond to any potential crisis. Shin stood under the protection of the four, his expression grave. He could not be captured here, or everything would be in vain. Seeing this, the first prince and the third prince exchanged glances, both recognizing the killing intent in each other's eyes. They knew that if they couldn't quickly deal with Shin, the longer they waited, the more complications would arise, and they had to act decisively. Whoever kills Shin will be rewarded with a fortune of 1,000 gold. With a command from the crown prince, his forces began to attack even more frantically, their assault surging like a tide towards Shin and the four great kings. The third prince was equally unyielding, his subordinates unleashing their ultimate techniques in an attempt to break through Shin's defenses in one fell swoop. Shin took a deep breath, drew the long sword at his waist, and the blade shimmered like water as he joined the fray. "Protect the fifth prince!" The Iron Tower and Silver Spear shouted, their offensive growing fiercer. The chaos in the palace erupted instantly, with the crown prince and third prince's forces flooding towards Shin, exuding a murderous aura. The four great kings immediately sprang into action, their figures moving swiftly around Shin, forming a solid defensive line. The Iron Tower roared, swinging his iron fists, each punch cutting through the air, forcefully blocking the enemy's attacks one by one. His body was like an iron wall, making it difficult for the enemies to surpass him. The Silver Spear moved with agility, his silver spear weaving like a swimming dragon among the enemies, the spear tip glinting with cold light, each thrust accurately striking the enemy's vital points, causing their assault to falter. Shin gripped his long sword tightly, a flicker of shock and anger flashing in his eyes. "Elder brother, third brother, I returned to the palace this time for one purpose. Where is father's ashes?" Shin's voice trembled slightly. The crown prince sneered, offering no reply, merely gesturing for his subordinates to intensify their assault. The third prince, with a sullen face and no words, revealed a resolute killing intent in his gaze. The four great kings protected Shin while fighting and retreating. They knew they had to evacuate this place of turmoil as soon as possible. The enemy's offensive was too fierce, each charge overwhelming them with pressure. "Fifth prince, we must leave here immediately." The Iron Tower shouted loudly, already wounded but still standing firm in front of Shin. Shin nodded, staying here meant only a dead end. He swung his sword to fend off several charging enemies, and with the protection of the four great kings, began to break through towards the palace exit. In the midst of the chaos, the palace guards and eunuchs scrambled to avoid the conflict, the entire palace in disarray. Although the four great kings were highly skilled, they felt unprecedented pressure under the sea of tactics from the crown prince and third prince. Soon, under the protection of the four great kings, Shin finally carved out a bloody path and burst through the palace gates. They hurried away until they were far from the royal palace, finally allowing themselves a slight breath of relief. Shin looked back at the resplendent palace, his heart filled with complex emotions. He never expected that on the first day of his return to the capital, he would encounter an assassination attempt. Fifth Prince, where do we go now? The Silver Spear asked, his spear still stained with the enemy's blood. Shin took a deep breath, calming his emotions. To the Demon Suppression Division, to find Lin Chen. Shin hurriedly led the 4 great kings to the Demon Suppression Division, their appearance somewhat disheveled, clearly having gone through a fierce battle. When Huang Yun saw Shin's sudden visit, surprise appeared on his face, and he quickly stepped forward to greet him. Fifth Prince, what brings you here? Lin Chen also noticed Shin's arrival. He merely glanced at Shin and the 4 great kings, understanding a bit of the situation. I returned to the palace intending to take father's ashes, but elder brother and third brother directly sent people to hunt us down. Lin Chen's tone was calm, yet it revealed a sense of understanding. Shin, I told you, I won't help. Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, despair spread across Shin's face. If even Lin Chen was unwilling to intervene, he would be no match for his elder brother and third brother, and he wouldn't be able to fulfill father's last wishes. Shin gritted his teeth and made a shocking move. He knelt down. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Shin knelt before Lin Chen, his voice choked with emotion. Lin Chen, I beg you, help me. I don't want to see the great Shang dynasty fall into internal strife. I don't want to see the people suffer. The 4 great kings were taken aback and hurried to help, but Shin remained firmly kneeling. Lin Chen looked at Shin on the ground, a complex expression flashing in his eyes. He did not expect Shin to set aside his identity as a prince and request his help in this manner. Seeing this, Huang Yun also felt Shin's sincerity and stepped forward to advise. Lin Chen, the 5th prince is right. We cannot just stand by and watch the great Shang dynasty fall into internal strife. The 4 great kings stood behind Shin, silent, knowing that this kneel was not just for himself, but for the future of the entire great Shang dynasty. Lin Chen was silent for a moment, looking at Shin with a heavy tone. Shin, get up. I can help you, but you must understand that the brutality of this struggle far exceeds your imagination. Upon hearing Lin Chen's agreement, Shin felt a surge of excitement in his heart and nodded repeatedly. I understand everything. Xinyao, watching this scene from the side, also showed a hint of tears in her eyes. Soon, Huang Yun arranged accommodations for everyone, and the 4 great kings stood guard for Shin outside the door. In the Demon Suppression Division, they did not dare to let their guard down. Taita looked at Shin, puzzled, and asked, 5th Prince, why do you need this kid's help? Shin shook his head. You don't know, his aura is even stronger than Master's. His strength is likely beyond everyone's imagination. The martial god of the Fire Lotus Holy Sect, known as Qi Yen, led the sect's experts into the capital with great momentum, shaking the entire capital. Qi Yen wore a fiery red battle robe, his long hair flowing in the wind, as if he walked on flames. Behind him followed a group of equally imposing experts from the Holy Sect. Their arrival was like a raging fire sweeping through the entire capital, impossible to ignore. Upon learning that the Fire Lotus Holy Sect had entered the capital, Huang Yun immediately led people to intercept them. He glared at Wu Ming, questioning angrily, what do you mean by this? The Fire Lotus Holy Sect is an evil cult. How can they enter the capital at will? Wu Ming sneered, raising the token granted by the Crown Prince high. Look clearly, this is the Crown Prince's token. The esteemed guest invited by the Crown Prince, who dares to stop them? Seeing this, Huang Yun's heart sank. He did not expect the Crown Prince to collude with an evil cult. His face instantly turned pale, anger and disappointment intertwining, and he finally could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Shin stood by, filled with rage at this scene. He finally understood why Lin Chen had said such things yesterday. The roots of the great Shang were already rotten. He stepped forward to speak but was stopped by Huang Yun shaking his head. Shin, we should return to the Demon Suppression Division first. The people from the Fire Lotus Holy Sect laughed heartily, mocking, the Demon Suppression Division is nothing but this. It's clear they are just a bunch of useless fools. The Crown Prince received the people from the Fire Lotus Holy Sect in the palace, feeling immensely pleased as he looked at Qi Yen. He praised, Martial God Qi Yen, your arrival will surely add strength to our great Shang dynasty. Qi Yen nodded slightly, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance. Crown Prince, my Fire Lotus Holy Sect will definitely lend you a helping hand, making you the true ruler of the world. Upon hearing this, the Crown Prince revealed a proud smile. He thought to himself that with the support of the Fire Lotus Holy Sect, the throne was within reach. He began to fantasize about his ascension to the throne, truly feeling like an emperor. At this moment, in the Demon Suppression Division, Huang Yun and Shin looked serious. Huang Yun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said solemnly, the Crown Prince's collusion with the Fire Lotus Holy Sect is a serious matter. We must immediately inform Lin Chen and discuss countermeasures. Shin clenched his fists, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Governor Huang, I understand. The future of the great Shang dynasty cannot be entrusted to those evil cultists. After receiving the news, a cold light flashed in Lin Chen's eyes. These people really have some nerve. The third prince, in his own residence, was shocked to learn of the first prince's collusion with the Fire Lotus Holy Sect, and a sense of unwillingness arose within him. He never expected that his elder brother would resort to such unscrupulous means for the throne, allying himself with the cult. In the study, the third prince paced back and forth, his expression dark as he contemplated his strategy. If he were to contend with the first prince, he too needed to seek powerful allies. Your Highness, it seems the first prince has decided to cooperate with the Fire Lotus Holy Sect. A strategist beside him whispered, his tone laced with concern. The third prince halted, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. Since my brother can collude with the Fire Lotus Holy Sect, why can't I seek my own allies? The Blood Moon Sect's strength cannot be underestimated. I will contact them immediately to form an alliance. The strategist was slightly taken aback. Your Highness, the Blood Moon Sect is also a cult, won't this? The third prince interrupted him with a wave of his hand, his gaze revealing indifference. In extraordinary times, one must take extraordinary actions. I cannot stand by and watch my brother ruin the great Shang dynasty. The third prince promptly penned a letter and sent a trusted confidant to the Blood Moon Sect to express his willingness to ally. He knew this was a dangerous decision, but for the sake of the great Shang dynasty, he was willing to take the risk. Upon receiving the third prince's letter, the sect leader, Moonless Shadow, was taken aback, then sneered. He did not expect the third prince to actively seek an alliance. This was undoubtedly a golden opportunity for the Blood Moon Sect. The third prince is about to sever ties with the first prince. This is good news for us, Moonless Shadow said in a deep voice, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. His eldest disciple, the Blood Moon Sect's young master, Bloodless Mark, stood beside him, his expression unreadable as he asked, Sect leader, are we really going to cooperate with the third prince? Moonless Shadow nodded, a playful tone in his voice. Of course, this is a great opportunity for our Blood Moon Sect to expand its influence. However, we must not be too obvious. We should support the third prince in secret, letting him contend with the first prince while we reap the benefits. Bloodless Mark slightly nodded, indicating his understanding. Sect leader is wise, I understand. Mark, leave this matter to me. You stay here to guard the Blood Moon Sect. I will personally meet with the first prince. Disciple understands. The third prince anxiously awaited the Blood Moon Sect's reply in his residence, and soon, the response arrived. He opened the letter and, upon seeing Moonless Shadow's agreement to ally, a hint of joy appeared on his face. He immediately summoned his trusted aides to begin planning the cooperation with the Blood Moon Sect. Meanwhile, the first prince was in the palace discussing the next steps with the Fire Lotus Holy Sect's flame god of war. They planned to hold a grand banquet in the palace, inviting various factions to showcase the first prince's strength. Upon learning this news, the third prince sneered. Brother, since you have chosen the Fire Lotus Holy Sect, don't blame me for choosing the Blood Moon Sect. I will never allow you to unilaterally decide the future of the great Shang dynasty. The third prince stood atop the high building of his residence, gazing at the distant palace, his eyes filled with greed and ambition. 2 days later, the first prince specially convened a grand banquet, inviting high-ranking officials in various factions. Lin Chen, as a representative of the Demon Suppression Division, accompanied Xin Qing to attend the banquet. At the banquet, the Fire Lotus Holy Sect's forces were imposing, their arrival making the atmosphere even more tense. The flame god of war sat prominently beside the first prince, drawing particular attention. His gaze swept across the banquet, seemingly searching for something. Lin Chen sat next to Xin Qing, feeling the provocation from the Fire Lotus Holy Sect. Xin Qing whispered to Lin Chen, it seems tonight's banquet won't be peaceful. Lin Chen nodded slightly, his expression calm, but his hand had already gently rested on the hilt of his knife, ready to act at any moment. Everyone, the reason I have invited you here today is to conspire over great matters. The Crown Prince raised his wine cup and toasted to those present. As long as you all support me, Xin Hao, to become the new emperor of the great Shang dynasty, I will never treat you unfairly. The ministers below dared not voice their anger. They had been threatened to come to this place, forced to witness the Crown Prince and the people of the Fire Lotus Sacred Sect flaunting their power. It was more unbearable than being killed. Had they known this would happen, they would have preferred to settle things beforehand. Tap, tap, tap. Suddenly, a series of footsteps echoed from outside, followed by a commotion. Soon after, the third prince appeared with the Blood Moon Sect members, their arrival making the atmosphere of the banquet even more tense. The third prince wore a black brocade robe, smiling, but his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. He looked at the Crown Prince, his tone laced with provocation. Elder brother, tonight's banquet is truly lively. I brought some friends along as well. Seeing the third prince arrive with the Blood Moon Sect, the Crown Prince felt anger in his heart but maintained a calm exterior. Third brother, what do you mean by this? The third prince sneered. Elder brother, don't you want to showcase your power? I just want to show you who the real strong one is. The leader of the Blood Moon sect, Yu Wuing, stood to the side, his gaze sweeping across the banquet before finally resting on the flame god of war, a playful smile curling at the corners of his mouth. The flame god of war, seeing this, also returned a cold smile, unwilling to back down. The confrontation between the two god-level warriors created a strong sense of pressure among everyone present. Lin Chen observed the situation and realized that the banquet could no longer remain peaceful. He said to Xin, step aside for now, I'll handle them. Xin looked at Lin Chen with concern. Lin Chen, be careful. Lin Chen nodded and slowly stood up. His gaze swept over the third prince and the flame god of war, his tone calm. When has the great Shang dynasty been dictated by you treacherous ministers? Zhou Zi, the old fox, blended into the crowd, squinting as he observed Lin Chen. He was curious about what choice Lin Chen would make when faced with two god-level warriors. Yu Wuing and the flame god of war were both surprised by Lin Chen's words. They hadn't expected him to dare challenge them in such a setting. The flame god of war snorted coldly. Kid, who are you to speak so boldly here? Lin Chen responded indifferently, not putting these people in his eyes. You have no right to know my identity. You cultists will not be allowed to act recklessly in the great Shang dynasty. The atmosphere instantly became tense to the extreme. Seeing that the situation could not be eased, the crown prince stood up, his expression dark as he said to the third prince, Third brother, don't rush into infighting. We must first deal with the trouble before us. Today, killing Lin Chen and Xin Cheng is our goal. His voice carried a sense of determination and murderous intent. Attack! With the Crown Prince's command, the Blood Moon sect and the Fire Lotus Sacred sect members immediately charged at Lin Chen and Xin Cheng. Their movements were swift and ruthless, clearly intending to kill Lin Chen and Xin Cheng in one fell swoop. Seeing this, Lin Chen stood up with the sky-devouring divine blade in hand, facing the oncoming crowd. He coldly said, overestimating yourselves. If these people sought death, he would oblige them. Lin Chen swung the sky-devouring divine blade and shouted, Starry Sky Splitter. As he shouted, a terrifying aura erupted from him. The air in the banquet hall seemed to freeze at that moment. With a single strike of the Starry Sky Splitter, everything in its path was annihilated. The power of this blow was so immense that it rendered all those charging forward immobile. The overwhelming pressure left them without even the thought of resistance. A massive blade shadow swept through the air, accompanied by the sound of breaking space, directly cleaving towards the charging Fire Lotus Holy Sect and Blood Moon Sect members. With this strike, the entire palace shattered, and even the ground trembled. Everyone was stunned by this momentum. They never expected Lin Chen's strength to be so formidable. Xin Cheng was even more shocked. He looked at Lin Chen, filled with astonishment and admiration. Zhou Zi trembled all over. Was Lin Chen even human with such power? It was terrifying. The Fire Lotus Holy Sect and Blood Moon Sect members charging forward were all doomed under this strike, with no one escaping, all perishing. Their bodies turned to fragments under the blade's light, not even given a chance to resist. Yu Wuing and Qi Yan were taken aback by this scene. They never imagined Lin Chen, also at the martial god level, could be this powerful. For the first time, fear arose in their hearts, realizing they might have provoked an opponent they shouldn't have. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince also turned pale. They never expected Lin Chen's strength to be so terrifying, far exceeding their expectations. They began to regret their decisions, but it was too late to turn back now. Lin Chen sheathed the heavily devouring divine blade, his gaze coldly sweeping over the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, his voice carrying a hint of warning. I'll give you a choice. Everyone immediately evacuate the capital, or don't blame me for going on a killing spree. His words revealed an undeniable authority, making everyone feel a pressure. They knew Lin Chen was not just speaking, he had the strength to back it up. The atmosphere of the banquet became exceptionally heavy. Facing Lin Chen's intimidation, Yu Wuing and Qi Yan did not retreat. Instead, it ignited their anger. They felt outraged by Lin Chen's provocation, believing their dignity in martial arts was being challenged. What do you think you are, daring to act wild here? Do you really think you can withstand my full force strike? Wuing roared, his face dark and his eyes flashing with flames of anger. Qi Yan wore a similar expression, gritting his teeth. Today, I want to see just how much weight this so-called martial god has. The two exchanged glances and nodded. They did not believe Lin Chen's every strike could be as powerful as the last. Then, they charged at Lin Chen, their speed creating a gust of wind. Their attacks were fierce and precise, clearly seasoned warriors. Seeing this, Xin Cheng knew he couldn't participate in such a high-level battle. He quickly retreated to the side, focusing intently on observing the battlefield, ready to respond to any potential crisis. Facing the combined attack of the two martial gods, Lin Chen remained calm, gripping the heavenly devouring divine blade tightly, his internal energy operating at its peak. As he faced the onslaught of Yu Wuying and Shi Yan, Lin Chen's figure moved like a ghost across the battlefield, each movement leaving behind afterimages. "Come at me!" Lin Chen shouted, and the heavenly devouring divine blade erupted with dazzling light. He swung the blade to meet Wuying and Qian's attacks. The battle among the three was extremely intense, each clash accompanied by tremendous noise and violent air currents. The banquet venue was left in ruins from their fight, and the surrounding guests hurriedly retreated, fearing the aftermath of this battle would affect them. The onslaught of Yu Wuying and Shi Yan was like a torrential storm, attempting to suppress Lin Chen with sheer force. Unfortunately, Lin Chen's swordsmanship flowed like water, always managing to deflect their attacks at critical moments and find opportunities to counterattack. Each swing of Lin Chen's blade carried the power of heaven and earth, putting unprecedented pressure on Wuying and Shi Yan. Xinshang watched from the side, shocked by Lin Chen's strength. Lin Chen's power was likely even greater than that of the four divine generals. This exceeded his imagination. He had no idea what kind of terror lay beyond the martial god realm. As the battle continued, Yu Wuying and Shi Yan began to feel fatigued, while Lin Chen still maintained his vigorous fighting spirit. They realized that if they did not use their ultimate moves, it would be difficult to defeat Lin Chen. "Shi Yan, it's time for you to make a move," Yu Wuying shouted, a hint of determination in his eyes. Shi Yan nodded, and the two began to adjust the rhythm of their fight, preparing to unleash their strongest strike. Their momentum rapidly gathered, and the air in the entire banquet hall seemed to ignite at that moment. Lin Chen sensed the change in the two of them. He knew that what was coming next would be a tough battle. He took a deep breath, positioning the heavenly devouring divine blade across his chest, ready to defend at any moment. At that moment, the momentum of Yu Wuying and Shi Yan reached its peak. Blood Moon Purgatory. Yu Wuying roared. In an instant, the entire palace was enveloped in blood-red light and dark shadows. Endless Yama. Shi Yan also refused to back down, launching a powerful strike directly. The power of Endless Yama was terrifying, with raging flames containing immense destructive force. If these two strikes landed, the entire palace would likely be reduced to ruins, with no one able to escape. Faced with these world-destroying moves, Lin Chen merely sneered. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, clearly not taking this so-called strongest strike seriously. "Shatter for me," Lin Chen shouted, directly burning 200 years of lifespan. The heavenly devouring divine blade erupted with brilliant light, and instead of retreating, he charged forward to meet the attack head-on. The heavenly devouring divine blade collided with the two forces, creating a massive explosion. The entire palace began to tremble under the impact of this force, as if it would collapse at any moment. The crown prince and the third prince were terrified, their faces pale. They never expected Lin Chen would dare to withstand this strongest strike head-on. Forgetting their identities, they hurriedly fled outside, fearing they would be caught in the crossfire of the battle. The shockwave of the explosion spread out, and cracks began to appear in the palace walls. Then, with a tremendous roar, the palace's roof and walls collapsed, turning into a pile of ruins. Zhou Zi was nearly scared out of his wits. Having been struck by debris, he no longer cared about his dignity and ran straight for the exit. Xinshang witnessed everything from the side, shocked by Lin Chen's power. Lin Chen's strength had far exceeded his imagination. He was fighting two martial gods and was not at a disadvantage. The surrounding turbulence gradually dissipated, and the thick smoke slowly cleared. Lin Chen stood amidst the ruins, his clothes somewhat disheveled, but he had not suffered any serious injuries. He coldly looked at Yu Wuying and Shi Yan, his tone laced with disdain. "Is this your strongest strike? It's nothing much." Upon hearing Lin Chen's words, Yu Wuying and Qian's faces turned extremely ugly. They did not expect that their proud strongest strike would fail to defeat Lin Chen. The two exchanged glances, seeing the shock and unwillingness in each other's eyes. Today's battle could not be won. Continuing would only lead to humiliation. "Lin Chen, we will remember this battle," Yu Wuying gritted his teeth and said, as he and Shi Yan turned to quickly retreat with the remaining members of the Blood Moon sect and the Fire Lotus Holy Cult. Lin Chen sneered, his voice revealing a hint of disdain and coldness. "Who said you could leave?" His figure moved like a ghost, instantly charging towards Yu Wuying and Shi Yan, along with the people they led from the Blood Moon sect and the Fire Lotus Holy Cult. Yu Wuying and Shi Yan were startled by Lin Chen's words. They never expected Lin Chen to be so domineering, not even giving them a chance to escape. The two were already at their limit, and Lin Chen's speed was too fast, almost instantaneously appearing before them. The heavenly devouring divine blade in Lin Chen's hand seemed to have a life of its own, its blade light flickering, each strike carrying the force of thunder. Yu Wuying and Shi Yan could only see a flash before Lin Chen's blade was already in front of them. The two hurriedly waved their weapons to defend themselves, but unfortunately, Lin Chen's swordsmanship was too profound. Their defense seemed extremely strenuous. Every time the blades clashed, they felt a tremendous force transmitting from the swords, causing their arms to go numb. Lin Chen's assault was like a raging storm, one strike after another, relentless. Yu Wuying and Qi Yan were forced to retreat repeatedly, feeling unprecedented pressure, a hint of despair rising in their hearts. Lin Chen grew more courageous as he fought, his swordplay becoming increasingly fierce, each strike aimed directly at the vital points of Wuying and Qi Yan. Under his onslaught, the two began to show signs of defeat, sustaining numerous injuries. Ah! Wuying cried out as Lin Chen's blade carved a deep wound into his body, causing him to stagger back. Seeing this, Qian's heart tightened. He knew that if this continued, both of them would die here. He let out a loud shout, gathering all his strength to counterattack Lin Chen. Lin Chen sneered, slashing out with his sword, directly sending Qian's weapon flying. He then kicked him away, and Qi Yan crashed heavily to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He struggled to get up, but Lin Chen's blade was already resting against his neck. "You've lost," Lin Chen said coldly, turning his gaze to Yu Wuying, who was already pale with fear from Lin Chen's combat prowess. Wuying knew the situation was dire. He looked at Lin Chen, fear evident in his eyes. "Lin Chen, you can't kill us. Do you know who stands behind us?" Lin Chen snorted. "Today, I intend to kill you all. What can you do about it? What nonsense about someone behind you? If he has the ability, let him come and find me." Lin Chen no longer hesitated. His blade flashed and directly killed Qi Yan. Put! Blood splattered. Qian's head fell to the ground, and Yu Wuying was already stunned with fear. He wanted to run immediately, but it was too late. Lin Chen's figure had already flashed in front of him. "Oomph, now it's your turn." He slashed down, and Yu Wuying's body split in two. Xin Sheng stood aside, witnessing the entire process of Lin Chen decisively slaying the two martial gods with overwhelming power, his heart shaken. He never expected Lin Chen's strength to be so formidable, killing without mercy. The Crown Prince and the Third Prince felt a chill run from their feet to their heads as Lin Chen's gaze turned toward them. They trembled like chaff, terrified to the extreme, and knelt down, banging their heads on the ground to beg for mercy. "Lin Chen, spare us. It's all a misunderstanding. We won't dare again." The Crown Prince's voice was laced with a sob, his face smeared with snot and tears. The Third Prince looked the same, staring at Lin Chen in terror, pleading incoherently. "Lin Chen, please, let us go. We were wrong. We truly know we were wrong." In their extreme fear, the two even wet their pants, urine streaming down their legs onto the ground, making them look utterly pathetic. Lin Chen looked at Xin Xing, his tone calm yet tinged with indifference. "How to handle this, you decide." Xin Xing gazed at the kneeling Crown Prince and Third Prince, a flicker of anger and disappointment flashing in his eyes. He never expected his brothers to commit such acts, colluding with a cult and betraying the great Shang. "You all deserve to die." Xin Xing's voice carried a hint of resolve. Hearing Xin Xing's words, the Crown Prince and Third Prince were even more terrified, continuing to plead for mercy. "Xin Shang, we are brothers. You can't treat us like this. We are family." Xin Xing shook his head, a flash of pain in his eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. "Precisely because we are brothers, I cannot let you continue down the wrong path." He turned to Lin Chen and said, "Lin Chen, please take action. I cannot bring myself to do it." Lin Chen nodded. He knew that Xin Sheng's decision was not easy to make. With a swift movement, as quick as lightning, he appeared directly in front of the First Prince and the Third Prince. The two hadn't even had time to react before they felt a chill at their necks, and then their consciousness plunged into darkness. The flash of Lin Chen's blade had already severed the heads of the First Prince and the Third Prince, blood gushing from their severed necks, staining the ground red. Xin Sheng looked at the scene before him, feeling a twinge of sadness in his heart. He took a deep breath and turned to Lin Chen, saying, "Lin Chen, thank you." Lin Chen sheathed his long knife, nodded slightly at Xin Sheng, and replied in a calm tone, "No need to be polite. I have matters to discuss with you later." Xin Sheng immediately responded, "All right, whatever the conditions, I can agree." Lin Chen glanced at Xin Sheng, his eyes revealing a hint of depth. "Just remember your promise." Then, the two of them called for the people from the Demon Suppression Division to come and clean up the scene. When the people from the Demon Suppression Division arrived at the banquet hall, they were met with a scene of devastation, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The sight before them was like a hellscape, with severed limbs scattered everywhere, blood staining every tile on the floor. The air was thick with the smell of blood, making one feel nauseous. Although the people from the Demon Suppression Division were accustomed to violence, such a bloody scene still shocked and terrified them. They suppressed their discomfort and began to clean up the bodies and blood, feeling an immense awe for Lin Chen's strength. Meanwhile, far away at the Blood Moon sect, Xue Wuhan learned that his master, Yu Wuying, had died at Lin Chen's hands, nearly driving him mad with rage. He roared that he would seek revenge on Lin Chen, his entire being resembling an enraged beast, his eyes bloodshot and his face twisted in fury. "Master, I will avenge you. Xue Wuhan bellowed, his fists clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, drawing blood. The other elders and disciples of the Blood Moon sect hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. An older elder grasped Xue Wuhan's shoulder and said in a deep voice, "Young sect master, calm down. Going now would only lead to your death. Lin Chen's strength is far beyond what you and I can contend with." Xue Wuhan struggled, roaring, "What should I do then? Should I just watch my master's revenge go unavenged?" Another elder sighed and advised, "What we need to focus on now is to increase our strength. Only by becoming stronger can we avenge the sect master." Xue Wuhan listened, and although he felt unwilling, he knew he was not Lin Chen's opponent at the moment. Gritting his teeth, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. "Fine, I will go to the east. I will train there to increase my strength." The other elders and disciples breathed a sigh of relief as Xue Wuhan calmed down. He was the future of the Blood Moon sect, and only by becoming stronger could he avenge Yu Wuying. He turned to leave, his figure elongated in the moonlight, filled with hatred, vowing to make Lin Chen pay the price. In a mysterious palace in the east, the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. The soul lamps of Kong Jinlong and Wei Huohuo extinguished abruptly in the silent night sky, and the lampkeeper, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear. The lampkeeper hurried to the hall where the leader was, trembling as he reported, "My lord, 2 more soul lamps of the star generals have gone out." His face was filled with terror, clearly shaken by this sudden turn of events. The leader, deep in thought in the hall, stood up abruptly upon hearing the lampkeeper's words, a flash of fury in his eyes. "What? Who is responsible for this?" His voice echoed in the hall like thunder. The lampkeeper knelt on the ground, his body trembling slightly. "I do not know." He was filled with fear. 2 soul lamps had already gone out last time, and now, 2 more generals had fallen. They had no idea if their plans could still be successfully executed. It seemed a peerless powerhouse had emerged in the Central Plains. The leader's face darkened ominously, his fists clenched tightly, his knuckles turning white from the force. "These damned beasts! Last time they destroyed 2 of my generals, and now they've cost me 2 more star positions. If I don't avenge this grudge, I swear I won't be human." He paced back and forth, the fury in his heart erupting like a volcano, nearly igniting the entire palace. The leader knew that being able to kill a martial god-level figure meant this person was not to be underestimated. Such consecutive losses had already crossed his bottom line. "Go, gather all the experts for me. I want to personally go to the Central Plains and see who it is. What kind of ability do they have?" The leader commanded, his voice revealing a sense of determination and murderous intent. The lampkeeper took the order and hurriedly retreated to convey the leader's command. The other disciples in the palace also felt the leader's anger. Each of them shrank back, realizing that this time there would truly be a sea of corpses and rivers of blood. The leader stood in the center of the great hall, his gaze like lightning, piercing through the night sky. No matter who it was, anyone who dared to touch him would have to pay the price. It seemed that the plan to unify the Central Plains would have to be advanced. Meanwhile, in the capital, after Xincheng and Lin Chen dealt with the bodies of the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, they began discussing the next plan. Lin Chen calmly put forward his conditions, looking at Xincheng. "Xincheng, I want a girl to enter the palace, and you will personally teach her." Xincheng was taken aback. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to make such a request. He fell silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. "All right, I agree. Does she like being a princess?" Lin Chen shook his head, a hint of depth in his eyes. "No, I want you to personally train her to become the new heir. If you die, she will be just right to take over." Hearing this, Xincheng felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. He hadn't expected Lin Chen to think so far ahead, even arranging for his own future. Xincheng took a deep breath, his gaze revealing a hint of determination. "Lin Chen, don't worry, I will teach her with all my heart." Lin Chen was satisfied with this answer and nodded. "I believe you will do it." Then, Lin Chen personally went to Gu Wan and Alian's residence, preparing to bring Gu Wan into the palace. This move was crucial for the future of the Great Qing dynasty. Alian felt both nervous and excited upon learning that she would enter the palace with Gu Wan. She had never imagined she could step into such a place, and for a moment, she felt a bit at a loss. Gu Wan noticed Alian's nervousness and softly comforted her. "Alian, don't worry, with me here, nothing will happen." Alian nodded, her hand tightly gripping Gu Wan's, seemingly seeking comfort. Lin Chen watched the two with a slight smile. "Gu Wan, Alian, although the palace is solemn, you don't need to be nervous. Xincheng will take good care of you, and I will come to see you often." Gu Wan looked up, her eyes sparkling with trust and reliance. "Brother, I believe you." Alian also mustered her courage. "Lord Lin, miss, and I will definitely not easily cause you trouble." Lin Chen nodded, then turned and led the two out of the courtyard, heading towards the palace. Along the way, Alian curiously observed the palace's architecture and the surrounding environment. Her eyes were filled with freshness, but also a hint of anxiety about the unknown. Gu Wan appeared more composed, Lin Chen had already told her that she needed to learn the way of governing the country. Lin Chen brought the two to the palace where Shin Chang was waiting. Upon seeing Gu Wan and Alian, he greeted them with a smile. Lin Chen, is this your sister? She looks extraordinary. Gu Wan and Alian bowed to Shin Qing, showing their respect. Lin Chen waved his hand and simply said, I hope the fifth prince will keep his promise. Shin Cheng looked at Lin Chen and said seriously, Lin Chen, rest assured, I will treat them as I would my own sister. Lin Chen nodded, his gaze lingering on Gu Wan and Alian for a moment before turning to leave. Then I'll leave them to you, Shin Cheng. Shin Cheng watched Lin Chen leave, then turned to Gu Wan and Alian and said, Come, I'll take you to your residence. From today on, this will be your new home. Gu Wan and Alian followed Shin Qing, beginning their new life in the palace. Bloodless Trace stepped onto the desolate eastern land and arrived at the Valley of Shadows. The Valley of Shadows was shrouded in a thin mist year-round, surrounded by steep peaks. The valley was filled with chilling winds, and occasionally, a few mournful bird calls echoed, sending shivers down one's spine. The environment here was bleak and eerie, with an air of death lingering, as if even the sunlight was reluctant to shine upon this place. At the entrance of the Valley of Shadows, two guards clad in black armor stood like stone statues. Their gazes were sharp, and the pressure emanating from them made it hard to look directly at them. Bloodless Trace stood at the valley's mouth, gazing at the two massive iron doors, took a deep breath, and then said loudly, Please announce, I am Bloodless Trace, a disciple of the Tail Fire Tiger, here to seek an audience with the leader of the Shadow Sect. The guards exchanged glances, a hint of surprise flashing in their eyes. They knew that the Tail Fire Tiger was one of the 28 constellations of the Shadow Sect, and this young man claimed to be his disciple, so they naturally did not dare to be negligent. One of the guards nodded slightly and said in a deep voice, Please wait here, I will report immediately. After saying that, he turned and quickly walked into the valley. The leader of the Shadow Sect was sitting in the main seat of the Great Hall. His gaze was sharp as an eagle, and upon hearing the guard's report, his brow raised slightly, revealing a hint of curiosity. Let him in. Soon, the guard returned and said to Bloodless Trace, The leader requests your presence, follow me. Bloodless Trace followed closely behind, passing through the heavy iron doors and entering the interior of the Valley of Shadows. The surroundings were extremely oppressive, with a faint smell of blood in the air. Bloodless Trace walked into the Great Hall, his gaze resolute. Facing the leader of the Shadow Sect, he knelt on one knee and performed a salute. Disciple Bloodless Trace pays respects to the leader. The leader nodded slightly, signaling Bloodless Trace to rise, then asked, Bloodless Trace, do you know that your master, the Tail Fire Tiger, and the Kong Jinlong soul lamps have been extinguished? Bloodless Trace stood up, a flash of sorrow crossing his eyes. I have learned of this matter and am deeply pained. My master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain, and I vow to avenge him. The leader's gaze scrutinized Bloodless Trace, as if assessing his strength. Naturally, you must avenge your master. Tell me, do you know who was behind this? Bloodless Trace knelt on one knee, his face revealing a complex expression of sorrow and anger. It was someone from the Demon Suppression Division, named Lin Chen. Leader, my master mentioned before that the 4 great generals guarding the 4 directions would never abandon their posts. If it weren't for a powerful external force intervening, how could Lord Jiaomu Jiao and Lord Xianu who have fallen so easily? His strength could not contend with Lin Chen, so he could only push the deaths of the other 2 lords onto Lin Chen to have a chance to negotiate. The leader's gaze was like lightning, piercing through Bloodless Trace. The external force you speak of refers to Lin Chen? Bloodless Trace raised his head, his gaze firm, his voice carrying a hint of determination. Exactly. As far as I know, Lin Chen's strength is unfathomable, and his methods are ruthless. The deaths of Lord Jiaomu Jiao and Lord Xianu who were most likely also his doing. The leader's expression darkened further, and he took a deep breath, trying to calm the anger within him. Bloodless Trace, do you have any solid evidence for your claims? Bloodless Trace replied in a deep voice, his expression resolute. Leader, although I have no direct evidence, Lin Chen's strength and methods have already killed 2 martial gods. If it were not for him, who else could possess such capability? The leader's brow furrowed tightly, his eyes flickering with rage, his voice echoing like thunder in the Great Hall. Good for the Demon Suppression Division, they harmed my 2 martial generals last time, and now they have harmed my Tail Fire Tiger and Kong Jinlong. This enmity cannot be shared under heaven. His hand slammed heavily on the armrest of the chair, producing a dull sound. Xue Wuhan felt a surge of joy in his heart, but his face appeared very sorrowful. The leader pondered for a moment, his gaze sweeping back and forth over Xue Wuhan, as if weighing the truth of his words. After a moment, his voice rang out again, carrying a hint of determination. If it is indeed Lin Chen, he must pay the price for this. Xue Wuhan, stand up. Xue Wuhan slowly rose to his feet, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes, knowing that his plan had succeeded halfway. "Leader, I am willing to investigate the truth personally and avenge my master and all the fallen elders." The leader's gaze fell on Shuewohen, scrutinizing his resolve. "Do you know Lin Chen's strength? How can you alone contend with him?" Shuewohen lifted his head, defiance shining in his eyes. "Leader, I know I am not Lin Chen's match, but if I can receive the training of the Shadow Sect, I believe I can become stronger. I am willing to use all my strength to avenge my master." The leader fell silent for a moment, his gaze assessing Shuewohen, as if searching for something. Finally, he spoke slowly. "Shuewohen, I see your loyalty and courage. The Shadow Sect never abandons any brother. I will give you the opportunity to become stronger." Shuewohen's heart leaped with joy. He knew this was his only chance. "Thank you, leader. I will not let you down." The leader stood up and walked to Shuewohen, helping him up. "Rise, Shuewohen. The resources of the Shadow Sect will be at your disposal, but you must prove your strength." Shuewohen felt a warm current flowing from the leader's hand, a surge of indescribable excitement swelling in his heart. "Leader, I will not disappoint you." His voice was firm, his eyes sparkling with a thirst for power. The leader nodded slightly and then instructed a subordinate nearby, "Take him to the Blood Prison training ground. Ensure he can break through to the martial god realm." The subordinate complied, leading Shuewohen out of the main hall. Shuewohen followed behind, filled with anticipation and excitement. After Shuewohen left, another subordinate beside the leader curiously asked, "Sir, why let him go to the training ground? He is merely a disciple of the Tail Fire Tiger, not one of us in the Shadow Sect." The leader sneered, a glint of cunning flashing in his eyes. "He is eager to become our test subject. I naturally won't let him off." "Just right, let him become a martial god first, then see how powerful he is before going to kill Lin Chen." Upon hearing this, the subordinate's eyes revealed admiration, praising, "Leader, you are wise, this plan is brilliant." Shuewohen arrived at the training ground, and the sight before him startled him. This place, known as the Blood Prison, was indeed terrifying. The entire training ground was a deep red, as if soaked in blood. The scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, countless red chunks of flesh pulsating, greedily absorbing the blood around them, filled the air with a nauseating stench of blood. The guard brought Shuewohen to the entrance of the training ground and said expressionlessly, "This is the training ground, you may begin your training." After saying this, the guard turned and left, leaving Shuewohen to face this terrifying place alone. Gritting his teeth, Shuewohen walked forward, his footsteps making dull sounds on the sticky blood-soaked ground. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the fear in his heart. He knew that although this place was terrifying, it was also a shortcut to gaining power. Shuewohen closed his eyes, began to mobilize the true energy within him, preparing to accept the baptism of the Blood Prison. As the true energy circulated, the surrounding blood clots seemed to sense his presence, rushing towards him, greedily swirling around him. Tiny chunks of flesh, as if alive, desperately burrowed into Shuewohen's body, and he felt pain to the extreme. It was an indescribable agony, as if countless tiny blades were slicing through his veins and muscles. Cold sweat covered the forehead of Bloodless, his teeth chattering as his whole body trembled from extreme pain. Just when he thought he could no longer endure this suffering, an unparalleled sensation suddenly spread throughout his body. It was an extreme pleasure, penetrating every cell like an electric current, causing him to roll his eyes back. His entire being was immersed in this incredible ecstasy, feeling as if his soul was about to leave his body and ascend to another world. As this feeling intensified, a warm force washed over Bloodless limbs and bones, with every pore greedily absorbing this power. When the sensation gradually faded, Bloodless slowly opened his eyes, his pupils shimmering with an unprecedented light. Suddenly, he instinctively grabbed the chunks of meat on the ground and recklessly stuffed them into his body. The moment each piece of meat entered, that ultimate pleasure surged back. Bloodless became intensely excited, a nearly frenzied expression on his face, his lips involuntarily curling up as he let out a low, satisfied moan. "Is this the feeling of power?" Bloodless murmured to himself, his voice filled with surprise and obsession. He felt the power within him continuously expanding. With each piece of meat that merged, he sensed himself growing stronger. Bloodless' hands were covered in blood, but he didn't care, continuously stuffing more chunks of meat into himself. His body began to emit a faint red glow, a sign of power condensing within. His muscles became firmer, and it seemed as if power flowed beneath his skin, transforming his entire demeanor dramatically. Bloodless' expression fluctuated between pain and ecstasy. 3 days later, the leader estimated it was about time and decided to personally check on Bloodless' condition in the Blood Prison. He instructed his subordinates to follow him, and the group passed through the dim corridor to the entrance of the Blood Prison. As the leader's subordinates opened the massive door, a strong stench of blood rushed at them, and their expressions instantly turned to horror, nearly making them vomit at the sight before them. Inside the Blood Prison, Bloodless had become something unrecognizable, utterly transformed, no longer even resembling a human. His body was covered in bright red chunks of flesh, twisted veins crisscrossing his skin, making him look like a demon that had crawled out of hell. The aura emanating from Bloodless was terrifying, reaching the level of a martial god. His body was larger than before, muscles as hard as rock, with a wild light flickering in his eyes. He paid no attention to the newcomers, still frantically stuffing meat into his body, completely lost in a frenzied state, gasping for breath. Seeing this, the leader knew it was time. He sneered, pulled out a pill from his pocket, and with a gentle squeeze, the pill shattered, releasing a strange fragrance. All the chunks of meat seemed to sense a threat and retreated, while Bloodless, under the influence of this aroma, regained his clarity. The leader looked at Bloodless, his voice tinged with satisfaction. Bloodless, you are now a martial god powerhouse, you can leave. Go kill Lin Chen and complete your revenge. Bloodless lifted his head, a mad light flashing in his eyes, with only one thought in his mind, kill Lin Chen. Dragging his massive body, he quickly ran out, each step leaving deep footprints on the ground. After he left, the leader swiftly instructed one of his subordinates, Bai Yuawu, go follow him. When the time comes, bring back the things. Bai Yuawu accepted the order, his figure vanishing like a ghost, silently trailing behind Bloodless. The leader stood at the entrance of the blood prison, his gaze deeply fixed on the direction in which Shuewuhan had departed, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Shuewuhan had become a sharp sword in his hand. Whether in success or failure, it was advantageous for the Shadow Sect. In Shuewuhan's mind, only one voice echoed repeatedly, kill Lin Chen, kill Lin Chen. His speed was astonishing, like a flash of crimson lightning, slicing through the night sky as he raced toward Lin Chen's location. Shuewuhan, like a streak of blood-red lightning, finally arrived in the capital. There was no trace of emotion in his eyes, only endless killing intent and the flames of revenge. The streets of the capital, once bustling with life, filled with the shouts of vendors and the laughter of children, fell silent the moment Shuewuhan appeared. The stench of blood and his terrifying aura instilled an unprecedented panic in everyone. Screams erupted, and the citizens, in a state of panic, scattered in all directions. The streets were thrown into chaos, people pushing against each other in fear, some even trampled underfoot, emitting painful groans. Huang Yun, as the leader of the Demon Suppression Division, learned of the crisis in the capital and immediately led the elite members of the division into action. Upon seeing Shuewuhan's bizarre appearance, they were also taken aback. Huang Yun drew his long sword, pointing it at Shuewuhan, and shouted loudly, the Demon Suppression Division is here, you demon spawn shall not act recklessly. His voice rang out clearly amidst the chaos, while the other members of the division worked to evacuate the citizens. Shuewuhan paid no heed to Huang Yun's warning, his body suddenly twisted, and those crimson flesh chunks instantly transformed into countless tentacles, lunging toward the members of the Demon Suppression Division. These tentacles were incredibly agile, moving at lightning speed, and possessed immense strength. The members of the Demon Suppression Division were skilled fighters, but faced with Shuewuhan's bizarre attack methods, they felt tremendous pressure. Some were struck by the tentacles and sent flying. Seeing this, Huang Yun realized they could not confront him head-on. He shouted, everyone be careful, use formations to trap him. The members of the Demon Suppression Division immediately followed Huang Yun's command, shifting their formations in an attempt to restrict Shuewuhan's movements. Unfortunately, Shuewuhan's power exceeded their imagination. His tentacles could not only attack but also defend. Whenever the Demon Suppression Division launched an attack, he could always block it with his tentacles and even counterattack. The battle intensified, and the air above the capital was thick with the stench of blood and gunpowder. Under the siege of the Demon Suppression Division, Shuewuhan became even more frenzied, his tentacles like the scythe of death, continuously reaping lives. Huang Yun watched the carnage before him, his heart filled with anxiety. He knew that if Shuewuhan was not dealt with quickly, the entire capital would fall into disaster. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take matters into his own hands and confront Shuewuhan for a decisive battle. Huang Yun's figure flickered and transformed into a beam of light, charging toward Shuewuhan. His long sword shimmered with dazzling brilliance. Beast, die! Shuewuhan sensed Huang Yun's threat, and his tentacles immediately lunged at him. Huang Yun, agile in his movements, skillfully dodged the tentacle attacks while swinging his sword repeatedly, trying to find Shuewuhan's weakness. Shuewuhan's body seemed devoid of weaknesses, his tentacles were everywhere, making it impossible to defend against them. Although Huang Yun was highly skilled with the sword, he still felt somewhat overwhelmed under Shuewuhan's onslaught. The battle raged on for a long time, and Huang Yun was now gravely injured. The monster before him had already reached the level of a martial god. He could not shake him even a little. Gritting his teeth, he realized he could only temporarily retreat. Just then, a familiar figure appeared at the edge of the battlefield. It was Lin Chen. Huang Yan breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Lin Chen and shouted loudly, "Everyone else, retreat!" Bloodless saw Lin Chen appear, a flash of furious red light flickering in his eyes, his voice echoing like thunder over the capital. "You killed my master, today I will slaughter Kyoto." His body swelled, every muscle trembling as if it would unleash destructive power at any moment. Lin Chen let out a cold laugh, thinking to himself that this was probably a remnant of a cult, his voice calm. "Come and try." The long knife in his hand shimmered with a cold light, the blade gently vibrating as if responding to its master's fighting spirit. Bai Yuewu watched the battle from above, startled by Lin Chen's youthful face. Such young martial gods were indeed rare. A hint of worry crossed his gaze as he pondered that if such a young man were allowed to grow, he might become a great enemy of the Shadow Sect. He hoped Bloodless could completely eliminate Lin Chen. The battle between Lin Chen and Bloodless was about to erupt. Bloodless' tentacles danced like a frenzied giant python, rushing towards Lin Chen with a sound that tore through the air. Lin Chen's figure swayed, evading the attack at an almost impossible angle, while his long knife drew arcs of cold light, aiming directly at Bloodless' vital points. Bloodless' tentacles were incredibly agile, twisting and contorting in the air, trying to entangle Lin Chen's long knife. Lin Chen's swordsmanship was exceptionally exquisite, each strike carrying a sharp blade aura, severing the tentacles one by one. Throughout the battle, Lin Chen maintained his composure, his gaze sharp as a knife, each move precise and accurate. Bloodless, on the other hand, grew increasingly frenzied, his tentacles continued to grow, regenerating from new places every time they were severed, as if endless. Huang Yun watched anxiously from the side. The battle between Lin Chen and Bloodless intensified, the sounds of their clash echoing throughout Kyoto. Lin Chen's long knife moved like a silver dragon, weaving through the thicket of Bloodless' tentacles, each flash of the blade raising a spray of blood mist. Although Bloodless' tentacles were powerful, they always seemed to lag half a beat behind Lin Chen's long knife. Bai Yuewu observed from above, his brow furrowed, secretly astonished by Lin Chen's strength. The outcome of this battle would directly impact the Shadow Sect's plans, so he decided to wait and watch for the best moment to strike. The battle continued for a long time, with both Lin Chen and Bloodless displaying astonishing endurance and combat power. Lin Chen furrowed his brow during the fierce fight with Bloodless. He noticed that the monster's wounds seemed to heal almost instantly, a situation strikingly similar to the regeneration ability he encountered when dealing with those strange flesh chunks before. A thought flashed through his mind, and he quickly mobilized his inner strength, unleashing the Yanluo Sun. Suddenly, flames wrapped around Lin Chen's long knife, the fire displaying an extreme red color, radiating an intensely scorching heat. He shouted, "Yanluo Sun!"